The first thing I saw when I woke up was chains. I was locked in an absurdly luxurious bedroom. My wrists were fastened to the headboard with metal, the soft mattress felt like a cage, and I felt like a domesticated dog. 2 days ago, I was still the heir of the Su family, but now I've become a plaything controlled by women. This stark contrast in status makes my chest tighten, and I even doubt whether I'm still alive. And it all started with a single insult. She called me disgusting, told me to get out, and said the bag Yu Xiao gave her was worth a year's worth of my work. She said that after being kicked out of the Su family, I wasn't even worthy of liking her. At that moment, I realized that for the past 3 years, I'd been nothing more than an ATM. She said she only agreed to be my girlfriend because I was the young master of the Su family. Those words pierced my heart like a knife. I didn't even have the strength to refute her. I could only stand there and listen to her crush my dignity inch by inch. Her last sentence was even harsher. Now that you've been kicked out of the Su family, do you still deserve to like me? I laughed, but the laugh froze on my face, as if mocking my own foolishness and naivety over the past 3 years. I came out of my rented room and lit a cigarette in the rain. My hand was shaking so badly that the ash was scattered by the rain. I couldn't even muster up any anger. All that was left was a complete chill in my heart. Less than 2 days after being kicked out of the Su family, I became the young master of the company. My sisters treated me like a thief, and even the woman who had been with me for 3 years left me. I suddenly realized that I was nothing more than a tool. 15 years ago, I was just an orphan unwanted by anyone in the welfare home. Because I looked like Su Jie, the lost young master of the Su family, I was taken into a wealthy family and became their adopted son. From then on, I lived in the shadow of others. I studied hard and supported the Su family's company, pushing Su's into the top 100 in the industry within 2 years. But the day my son came back, I, the tool, was immediately thrown into a corner, and no one even listened to my explanation. The company gave it to him, but my family is wary of me. More than 10 years of dedication have not earned me a shred of trust. They used me to the extreme and then discarded me like trash. I'm too lazy to even complain. Thunder roared, and I looked up at the sky. In just 2 days, I had gone from being an heir to a homeless cripple. Even the heavens seemed to be mocking me. Suddenly, I felt that nothing mattered anymore. I told myself I was free, that I'd had enough of the power struggles in wealthy families, and that I could just find a security guard job to get by. But fate clearly wasn't going to let me give up. A murmur came from the end of the alley, followed by a man's lewd laughter. The drug is working. In that instant, my nerves tensed up. I peeked out and saw a rare old Hongqi parked next to a pile of garbage. Inside the car, a woman was being held down, and a man was about to make a move. Suddenly, she looked up, her sharp gaze meeting mine. That wasn't a cry for help, it was an order. I wanted to turn around and leave, to avoid getting caught up in the vortex of the powerful, but the next second a gunshot rang out. The sound of rain drowned out everything, but I could hear it clearly. Before I could even take a step, the cold muzzle of a gun was already pressed against my waist. She whispered, "Take me away." Her tone was torn and ruthless. I knew the man in the car was dead. I didn't want to die, so I took her to the abandoned warehouse. Gun barrels were pointed at me the whole way. I knew that if I moved even slightly, it would be the end. I went from being an abandoned child of a wealthy family to a hostage. As the lightning struck, I saw her face clearly for the first time. She was stunningly beautiful and aloof, her red dress clinging to her figure, and she held a golden pistol in her hand. But her eyes were out of control, clearly consumed by drugs. The next second she threw herself into my arms and whispered, "You smell so good." I froze. I was being held at gunpoint by an out-of-control woman, and I didn't even know how to react. I tried to calm her down, telling her to call an ambulance, but she wouldn't listen. She was incredibly strong, and I couldn't move. Fear and confusion were swirling in my mind. Just as I was about to grab the gun, she suddenly gripped the barrel tightly, a last shred of reason flashing in her eyes, and in the next instant, she slammed the gun hard against the back of my head. My vision went black, and I completely lost consciousness. When I woke up again, she was gone. Standing in front of me was a woman in black, wearing glasses, and as cold as a machine. She raised her hand to signal, and 2 burly men walked towards me. I tried to struggle, but the back of my head was throbbing so badly it felt like it was splitting open. They lifted me onto a stretcher, and I realized I was only wearing a coat. A glaring patch of bright red on the sofa sent chills down my spine. I have no answer to what happened last night. It all feels like a nightmare, completely out of control. When I opened my eyes again, it felt like I had crawled back from hell. The first thing I saw when I woke up was that I was chained to the bed. The luxurious bedroom was like a magnificent cage. Just as I was about to raise my hand to rub my eyes, the chains suddenly tightened, and the cold metal reminded me of reality. I was being controlled, and humiliation and fear rushed to my head at the same time. The sound of high heels echoed on the floor, approaching me step by step. A dark figure behind the gauze curtains stopped by the bed, looking down at me as if examining a trophy. Awake! Her voice was cold. I forced myself to sit up, suppressing my panic, knowing that this was her territory and I had no right to resist. I took a deep breath, my voice hoarse but steady. "Give me your phone. I'm leaving right now. I just wanted to draw a line. I just wanted to leave alive." She lifted the curtain, her gaze meeting mine directly. Her cold, beautiful face was inches away. The next second, she grabbed my chin tightly, forcing me to look up at her. "Even after all this, you still want to leave?" she sneered, her voice like a knife scraping against my eardrums. I stood rooted to the spot, my chest tightening as if someone were stepping on it. At that moment, I felt extremely humiliated. As a grown man, I was locked up, manipulated, and scrutinized. It felt like my dignity was being trampled underfoot. I gritted my teeth and suppressed my anger. I'll pretend yesterday's events never happened. My voice was dry, but I forced myself to remain calm. I didn't want to argue with her anymore. I thought that was clear enough to draw a clear line, enough to end this absurdity, but her eyes suddenly turned cold. She abruptly pushed me back onto the bed, her voice icy and chilling. "Am I not worthy of your remembrance?" Her breath was so heavy it was hard for me to breathe. Crazy. I gritted my teeth, my anger surging to my head. I'd never seen such a fanatical woman. "I promise I won't tell anyone," I shouted. I didn't want to be bothered anymore. I just wanted to escape this inexplicable vortex. She grabbed my collar and moved closer. "You really want to distance yourself like this?" Her eyes were like a judgment. I completely exploded. "I don't know you at all. Believe me or not, I'll call the police." I practically screamed. She suddenly laughed, a laugh that was flippant yet oppressive, like a cat eyeing its trapped prey. "Call the police?" She looked down at me. "Do you know who I am?" Her tone was terrifyingly calm. Chu Ling Shuang's name exploded in my mind like a thunderbolt, instantly freezing my thoughts. The Chu family of Beijing, that mysterious family that practically monopolized half of China's resources, their power as oppressive as a mountain. My heart clenched, but I refused to admit defeat. I stared at her. "Who you are has nothing to do with me." I deliberately remained aloof. I wanted to sever all ties completely. I didn't want to be dragged into any of the power struggles within wealthy families. She stared at me, then suddenly moved closer, her voice low and menacing. "Remember, my name is Chu Ling Shuang. Think about how many Chu families there are in the capital." She said it casually, yet it sounded like she was pronouncing a death sentence. My pupils contracted slightly. In that instant, I realized I was standing at the eye of the storm. She saw my reaction, and her eyes instantly turned cold. "So you knew all along." Since I'd been exposed, I decided to lay it all out. "So what if I knew? I just got caught in the rain last night. I didn't see you." The air froze instantly. Even breathing became heavy. Her anger was completely ignited. She had been framed last night, and she thought I would save her. But I turned and left, and now she feels I've humiliated her. A young lady from a prominent family has never been ignored, and I'm the first. She suddenly released me, a smirk playing on her lips. "Very good." My internal alarm bells rang. "What do you want?" She narrowed her eyes, her tone dangerous. "You're the first person who's ever dared to provoke me." I looked at her, anger and unease churning within me. I knew this wasn't over. She suddenly leaned closer, her voice low and menacing. "I'll make you remember me until the day you die." I slept for too long. When I woke up, my first feeling wasn't freedom, but exhaustion. I couldn't even tell if I was alive or if I had already died once. My mind was completely blank. I hadn't eaten or drunk anything for at least 2 days. My lips were cracked as if they'd been ripped by sandstorms, and I couldn't make a sound. I didn't even have the strength to curse. All I had left was my instinctive will to survive. I instinctively raised my hand to rub my eyes, only to suddenly realize the chains were gone. In that instant, my heart raced. My wrists were free, and I could move them again. I forced myself to sit up, my body weak, and got out of bed. I didn't want to be a caged dog anymore. I looked around. The crazy woman wasn't in the room. For the first time, I truly breathed a sigh of relief. I started searching the room for communication devices. I needed to contact the outside world. I needed to get out. But the bedroom was as big as a palace. All the cabinets were locked, and after searching for more than 10 minutes, I couldn't even find a trace of a cell phone. There was a clean set of pajamas folded on the bedside table. She had arranged everything in advance. I felt like I was being kept at home. I changed into the pajamas, with only one thought in my mind. I had to leave. I've witnessed too many business battles. I know how murky the waters are in wealthy families. I don't want to get involved in any more power games. For the past 18 years, I've played the role of someone's son, trying to please and flatter them, only to be kicked out in the end. I'm tired of it all. I don't want to live for anyone anymore. I just want to be Lin Feng. I pulled open the heavy door, and the luxurious living room instantly came into view. Gold decorations filled my vision. Even the candlesticks were outrageously extravagant. But I was already numb. This kind of pomp and circumstance only proved one thing. She really was a member of the Chu family. I walked down the winding staircase, each step feeling like treading on the unknown. Finally, at the bottom, I saw the second person. "Sir, you're awake?" She was dressed in a maid's uniform, carrying a tea set, and smiled politely. I was incredibly thirsty, so I picked up the teacup and gulped it down. The warm tea slid down my throat, and for the first time, I felt alive again. "Drink slowly. There's more here," she said, pouring me another cup. I put down my glass and said directly, "Can I borrow your phone for a moment?" She acted as if she hadn't heard me and turned to walk towards the hall. "The dinner is ready. Sir, you may dine." Dine. I followed her over and saw the long silver table laden with exquisite dishes. The aroma wafted towards me, and my stomach nearly churned. I hadn't eaten for 2 days. I was going crazy. Reason told me not to touch it, but hunger was tearing at me, and my body had surrendered. She said, "Miss has something to do tonight and won't be back." I sneered. I wasn't going to wait for her. But I glanced out the floor-to-ceiling window. The garden stretched as far as the eye could see. Without a car, I couldn't get out. I was trapped in a golden cage. I was shivering with hunger, and forcing myself to go out would only result in me dying halfway there. I sat down and started eating. I stopped pretending to be dignified. I didn't care about appearances at all. I devoured the entire table of food like a predator. Every bite was a lifesaver, and my body was recovering rapidly. I ate almost all of the dozen or so dishes, leaving not even a drop of soup. Aunt Wong watched from the side, her smile knowingly. I wiped my mouth, regaining my senses. "Lend me your phone," I said again. Her expression changed slightly, but she countered, "What does the gentleman need? I'll prepare it." At that moment, I understood. She didn't want me to contact the outside world. I said bluntly, "I don't know your young lady. She brought me here. I only made a phone call." She smiled and shook her head. "Your young lady instructed that you will be staying here from now on." Staying here from now on. This wasn't an invitation, it was house arrest. I got up and walked straight to the door. "Then I'll go by myself." She didn't stop me, but only reminded me, "Sir, this is the Chu family's private villa, and the surrounding area is uninhabited." Her tone was calm, yet it was like an invisible wall blocking my way. The words private villa sent a chill down my spine. A name instantly flashed through my mind. Lakeview Villa, a place never open to the public. There were no cars, so I couldn't leave. No cell phone, so I couldn't contact anyone. And even if I reached the gate, there would surely be someone guarding it. I remembered the gun in Chu Ling Shuang's hand. The cold muzzle was almost pressed against my memory. I suddenly realized that without her permission, I couldn't get out at all. I broke out in a sweat instantly, realizing for the first time that I was trapped in a completely closed world. Wang Ma, however, calmly greeted me, saying that everything was there, and I should just ask for whatever I needed, and she would prepare it for me. Then, she abruptly changed the subject, smiling as she walked up to me. She said that the eldest daughter of the Chu family had never brought a man home before, and I was the first. She said this was a blessing many people envied, her tone as if she were congratulating me. She looked me up and down, becoming more and more satisfied, as if she were vetting someone for her young mistress. That gaze made me extremely uncomfortable. I ate almost all the food on the table. When she saw me stand up, looking energetic, with a fair complexion and a strong physique, she found me even more pleasing to the eye. She even thought that I and Chu Ling Shuang looked quite well matched, and she couldn't stop smiling. But I had no idea what she was thinking. I just felt a surge of anger rush to my head, and my chest felt tight. Envious. I practically forced those two words out through gritted teeth, and even I could hear the anger in my voice. Wang Ma nodded with a smile, saying that Miss might be back late tonight, and that I should go upstairs to rest. After she finished speaking, she went to clear the dining table, and no one else appeared in the house from beginning to end. I glanced at the pitch-black night outside, knowing full well that I couldn't leave now and could only retreat back upstairs for the time being. Without Chu Ling Shuang's approval, I couldn't even leave the villa through the front door. I clenched my fists, suppressing my anger as I went upstairs, each step feeling like a trampling of humiliation. I had already observed the layout before going upstairs. The stairs only led to the second floor, and there was an elevator around the corner, which was completely unusable without a card. This is Lakeview Villa. There are clearly more floors above the villa, but my movement is strictly confined to the second floor. The second floor is similar in structure to the first, except there's only one bedroom. That's where I woke up. The meal I just had left me sweating profusely, feeling sticky all over, and increasingly agitated. I opened the closet and rummaged through it, finding a spare set of pajamas. I decided not to force myself to stay. Since I couldn't leave for the time being, I went straight into the bathroom and took a shower. The hot water only made me more awake. The sound of the water couldn't mask the thoughts running through my mind. I had to find a way to get out of here. After changing into my grayish-white velvet pajamas, I had just stepped out of the bathroom when I heard a car horn honking downstairs. I walked to the French windows and looked down. I saw a woman in a white shirt, black stockings, and a pencil skirt get out of the car and run to the back door. Immediately afterward, a long, slender, fair leg in black leather high heels with red soles emerged from the car. In that instant, I knew it was Chu Ling Shuang who had returned. She was indeed very beautiful, so beautiful that it was hard to look away, as if she was born to stand in the spotlight. The secretary-level woman from before was already quite outstanding, but next to her, she was like a background figure. If her personality weren't so domineering, perhaps I could have treated her calmly. I saw her exchange a few words with the woman at the door. The woman nodded and left, and she walked into the villa alone. A moment later, I heard the sound of high heels on the stairs, clear and cold, each step distinct. The sound grew closer, and my heart tightened. I told myself I had to talk things out with her. As long as I remained calm, she wouldn't push me to the brink. The door to the living room on the second floor opened, and she walked in. She changed into a white dress with a cutout at the waist and a slit in the skirt. Her long hair was styled in a high bun, and diamonds gleamed coldly behind her ears. Her fiery red lips accentuated her aloof demeanor, making her appear as if she were standing on a high place, looking down upon all living beings. She just stood there, but I felt the air press down on me. She glanced at me, looking me up and down with an assessing gaze. She took a light sniff of the air, then suddenly narrowed her eyes. "Have you taken a shower?" she asked, her tone flat, yet like an interrogation. I cursed inwardly, but I had to hold back. I took a deep breath and looked her straight in the eye. "What will it take for you to let me go?" She casually tossed her bag onto the counter, her gaze disdainful. "Forgot what you said yesterday," she retorted coldly. She slowly walked up to me and suddenly bent down. The scent of roses wafted towards me, and her face was suddenly close enough that my breath hitched. Her skin was flawless, yet her phoenix eyes held a chilling glint. Those red lips were inches away, and my heart pounded wildly. Her voice was cold and forceful. "Don't even think about it." I snapped back to reality, realizing I'd almost been overwhelmed by her aura. I raised my hand to push her away, but found my movements sluggish. When I came to my senses, I discovered two metal chains hidden in the crack of the sofa. At that moment, I realized I had just been tricked. "You're crazy." I couldn't help but yell. Her eyes darkened, and she asked if I hadn't taken good care of her, which was why I was in such a hurry to leave. I suppressed my emotions and said I had no interest in her and wouldn't talk about what happened between us. The more I emphasized it, the more amused her gaze became. She took something out of the coffee table drawer and rubbed it between her fingers. Her eyes were as cold as a knife, and I suddenly realized that I had underestimated her all along. I fell silent and simply lay down on the sofa. "What exactly do you want?" I asked. She stood in front of me, looking down at me with a slight smile. Her voice was calm yet forceful. "It's simple," she told me, word by word, that from today onwards, I would be living here. She wanted me to stay by her side and be her canary. My eyes widened instantly. Did she know what she was saying? She actually wanted me to stay and be her canary. A smile played on her lips as she said she could fulfill any wish I had. All I had to do was ask, and she could solve it for me with a flick of her wrist. I was speechless for a moment, but my mind raced. The conditions she offered sounded incredibly tempting. Here, I truly had everything I needed. The Chu family's power was undeniable, and money, resources, and status were all within my grasp. Seeing my silence and sensing my hesitation, her gaze deepened, and she emphasized, saying that whatever I wanted, she could arrange with a flick of her wrist. She could give me anything, but only if I obeyed. If she nodded, I could have it. If she shook her head, I was nothing. My life was locked between her permission and her disapproval, a feeling that suffocated me. For 15 years, I lived in someone else's shadow, treated as a substitute, not even owning my own identity. On the surface, I was the eldest son of the Su family, glamorous and respectable, with a girlfriend who was the most beautiful girl at a prestigious university in Beijing. But behind the scenes, I'm just a pawn that can be replaced at any time, a tool that others can discard if they don't want it. The moment I walked out of the Su family's gate 3 days ago, I vowed that I would live only for myself in this life. I will no longer be a puppet, no longer be manipulated, no longer kneel and beg for shelter. I looked up at her with a cold smile, my tone crisp. Impossible. A strange glint flashed in her eyes, as if interest had been piqued. She seemed never to have been rejected. The more someone resisted, the more excited she became. She stared at me, her breathing quickening, as if she had spotted some kind of prey. She spoke with a low, curious tone, but her eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. The next second, she raised her hand and swung it down. A crisp sound exploded in the room as my wrist was locked in a metal lock, the impact echoing in the bedroom. "You're a madwoman." I couldn't help but shout. Provoked by the bright red stain, she became even more agitated, her eyes almost out of control. She never reasoned. She was used to solving everything through control. I bit my lip hard, closed my eyes, and stopped cursing and struggling. I lay motionless on the sofa. She stared at me for a few seconds, her excitement quickly fading. "How boring," she said coldly. Only after the sound of high heels faded away did I slowly open my eyes and peek through the crack. She stood in front of the cabinet making a phone call, telling Wang Ma to call Shuiyan over. After hanging up, she left the second floor without looking back. The pain spread, but I was already numb. My head was spinning, and even thinking became sluggish. If it were before, if I disappeared for a day, everyone at the company would look for me. My 3 older sisters would also ask where I was. 3 days ago, I handed over the entire company, wrote my resignation, and even prepared the plans for next month. I personally severed myself from all relationships. I have no real friends. I've been alone all these years. As for Fang Ziyue, she's probably enjoying someone else's company right now. I don't even have parents. Aside from this villa, no one else will remember me. I suddenly realized that I've been completely cut off. The sound of high heels echoed from the stairwell again, much more hurried than Chu Ling Shuang's. The door opened, and I opened my eyes to see a woman in a white suit carrying a medical kit. She walked up to me, smiling, and said I was still awake. I didn't respond, just watched her open the medical kit. Gauze, alcohol, iodine, and syringes were laid out one by one. She skillfully opened the ampoule and drew out the medicine with a syringe. I was too lazy to resist and let her inject me in the arm. The cold liquid went into my body, and I didn't even flinch. She examined the wound on my neck, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. As she poured alcohol, she said she had never seen the young lady so angry. She prepared the medicine, pulled open my collar, and told me to bear with it. I didn't answer, and she pressed the medicine directly onto the wound. The intense stimulation exploded along my nerves, and I forced myself not to make a sound, though my molars felt like they were about to break. She paused for a moment, looking at me as if to confirm, and casually complimented my good physique. Actually, I was in excruciating pain, but I knew my life was in someone else's hands, and it wasn't the time to cry out in pain. I could only endure it stubbornly. After the stinging pain subsided, only numbness remained. She applied medicine and bandaged my wounds, and I remained silent throughout, yet my mind became even clearer. When she finished, I swallowed all my pride and mustered the courage to ask her if she could help me leave this place. She paused, looking at me as if I'd heard a joke, her eyes full of contempt, and asked me if I really wanted to leave. I nodded and promised that I was willing to repay her with everything I had, trying to negotiate with her. She laughed and said my abilities couldn't compare to her young lady's, a single sentence that brought me back to reality. I fell silent. I had nothing now, not even a bargaining chip to negotiate with her. While bandaging my wound, she tried to comfort me, saying that many men outside dream of such a life, and that she would definitely obey if it were her. She said that such an opportunity was very rare, but I just felt it was ironic. I couldn't hold back any longer and retorted that being favored by the eldest daughter of the Chu family was not a matter of luck. I was just an ordinary person who only wanted a peaceful life and didn't want to be tied to her life. What I wanted was never wealth and glory. I frankly told her I wasn't interested in money. All I wanted was freedom and a home of my own. She looked at me like I was a fool. Her movements as she fixed the bandages were swift and indifferent. In her eyes, I was just an ordinary person who had never seen the world. She packed her medical kit to leave, and I knew my chance was slipping away, so I quickly called out to her and begged her to untie the chains binding me. But she only said that the young lady had only allowed treatment, not untying, and then turned and left. I struggled to call out to her, but the pain in my Adam's apple from the wound made me speechless. I could only watch her disappear at the bottom of the stairs. Staring at the luxurious ceiling, I finally realized that I was truly trapped, powerless to resist. Chu Ling Shuang didn't come again. I lay on the sofa until late at night before finally falling asleep, my last shred of dignity sinking away. When I woke up, the servants had unlocked the chains, but when I asked them questions, I received no response. At that moment, I fully understood that without her permission, I couldn't leave this place. Since I couldn't escape, I could only wait for her to get tired of me, comforting myself that I had endured 18 years, so these few days were nothing. I rubbed the marks left by the chains, and after the maid left, I rushed into the bathroom, wanting only a moment of my own space. Looking at my ghostly pale reflection in the mirror, I felt like a discarded doll. The past few days of ordeal had led to binge eating and vomiting, and my neck was constantly throbbing with pain. I told myself to survive first, heal my injuries, and then figure out what to do next. My stomach was so empty I felt nauseous. All I wanted was a simple bowl of plain white porridge. I groped my way downstairs and saw Wang Ma and the maids carefully setting the table. The atmosphere was solemn and grand, as if they were preparing for a grand banquet. She paused for a moment when she saw the bandage on my neck, but still smiled and greeted me as if nothing had happened last night. I didn't respond. I only asked her if she had any porridge, my voice colder than I expected. She said she did, but we had to wait for the young lady to return before we could eat, and I instantly felt absurd. I asked her if I would go hungry if she didn't come back, but she said the young lady would be there in an hour. She told me to sit and wait, but I felt like I was awaiting judgment. The restaurant door was locked, and I couldn't get in at all. I even had to wait for her approval to eat. I sat on the sofa, my anger building up little by little. I realized that compromise wouldn't solve anything. I had to wait for her to eat. I had to follow her lead. Even my breathing felt like it was being controlled. My life had been taken away from me. I stared at the ceiling, a fire burning in my chest, and after holding back for a long time, I finally yelled, "I want water." He said that. I had no idea that she was sitting in the back seat of a speeding black Bugatti, her tone as cold as a knife. Yu Shuiyan glanced at the rearview mirror from the driver's seat, her tone excited, saying that I didn't even care about money, as if she had discovered a monster. Chu Ling Shuang was silent for a few seconds, then uttered only 4 words. I was picked up off the street. She's made a joke out of my life. Yu Shuiyan's hand trembled, almost losing control. She tried to persuade her not to pick up men randomly, but Chu Ling Shuang didn't care about the consequences at all. The midday sun was blinding, yet she coldly declared that no one would know my existence had been completely erased. Yu Shuiyan dared not ask further, instead changing the subject to say that the red wine at the banquet had been tampered with, and the Zhang family's contracts had been terminated. She was talking about commercial retaliation, but Yu Shuiyan wasn't listening. Leaning back in her chair, she gazed out the window, her mind already wandering far away. She suddenly felt the road home was very long, but I didn't realize that all she could think about was me. Meanwhile, I sat in the living room, drinking warm tea, and the nausea in my stomach finally subsided. The servants were busy preparing for the banquet, but I was like a ghost, ridiculously quiet. The garden outside the window was brightly lit by sunlight, and the sound of the wind was clear. I suddenly realized that I hadn't had such peace and quiet in a long time. For 18 years, I lived in constant fear, even sleeping in terror of waking up to be kicked out of my home. I groveled and fawned over others, only to be abandoned in return. I never truly relaxed. Yet, at this moment, I feel at ease. I even begin to wonder if I weren't imprisoned, I would like being here. But the tranquility was quickly shattered as I saw the black Bugatti approaching from the distance on the lawn. She was back. My nerves tightened instantly, and the wound in my throat stung unbearably with every swallow. Aunt Wang urged the servants to finish up, saying that Miss was back, and I could hear the tension in her voice. She reminded me to get up and greet her, but I found it absurd. She really thought she was some kind of mountain king. I coldly retorted, "Don't you have legs? I can't even be bothered to pretend." The door opened, and she walked in wearing a strapless black dress. Her aura so oppressive it made the air feel heavy. Wang Ma went to greet her and asked if she wanted to eat. She gave a curt reply, but her gaze remained fixed on me. Wang Ma explained that I had vomited that morning, and I almost spat out my water. She hadn't even gone upstairs, yet she knew I'd thrown up. The villa was clearly riddled with surveillance cameras. I suddenly realized my every move was being watched, and I couldn't even think about making a plan. She was already standing in front of me, beautiful as a work of art, yet she made me instinctively wary. She took a box out of her bag, then took out a necklace. The pink gemstones sparkled in the sunlight. The pendant was like a bell. I couldn't tell the brand, but I knew it must be incredibly expensive. She looked at the gauze around my neck and said I needed to take good care of myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to wear this necklace. I retorted directly, saying who cares about such things, and I'm not her dog. Surprisingly, instead of getting angry, she laughed and said I was adorable, taking my anger as a joke. My anger flared, and I grabbed a cup and smashed it at her feet, the sound of shattering echoing through the hall. Wang Ma rushed over to tidy up, saying she had forgotten to collect the cups. I could tell she was covering for me. A flash of anger crossed Chu Ling Shuang's eyes, but she coldly said it was all right and told them to serve the food first. Wang Ma glanced at me as she left. It was probably the first time she'd ever seen anyone dare treat her young mistress like that. The living room fell silent again. I glared at her, but she acted as if nothing had happened and sat down in the head seat. The maid worked efficiently, and within minutes a table full of delicious food was laid out, the aroma instantly filling the air, and my stomach began to protest. I wasn't feeling well, but the smell still stirred up my hunger, and I hated myself for being so honest. After Wang Ma poured the tea, she left with her men, leaving only the 2 of us in the hall. I became even more vigilant. She wasn't afraid I would take advantage of the situation, because there were definitely people watching from the shadows in this room, and every step I took was being calculated. I abandoned the idea of taking her hostage. I was injured, she knew martial arts, and I only had one chance. If I failed, I might not even be able to save my life. I hadn't lived enough. I didn't want to die. She sipped her tea slowly, coldly scrutinizing me as if I were an interesting prey, and I felt a surge of anger. I abruptly stood up and sat opposite her, picking up a knife and fork to cut the meat. I wasn't planning on a hunger strike. She raised an eyebrow, saying she thought I was going to protest, but I just sneered and said I didn't want to die. Each bite of meat aggravated my wound, each sharp pain reminding me that I would take my revenge. She said I was different from ordinary people. I didn't understand what she meant. I just felt a sense of irony. She said that after such a tragedy, it was absurd to think I could still live. That statement stung me. I retorted, "Why can't I live? I'm a human being. I have a choice." She stared at me, and the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. I suddenly realized something. I asked her if she had investigated me, and meeting her all-knowing gaze, I knew the answer. After that kind of relationship and then being imprisoned, how could she not know my background? I ate in silence, but she suddenly asked me, "They framed me like that. Don't you want revenge?" The word framed made my heart skip a beat, and images of the Sioux family flashed into my mind. The older sister pointed at me and said I had braked. The adoptive father roared that I had harmed my own son for money. The adoptive mother cried and accused me, saying that her son would have died if the car hadn't been going slower. I stood at the door, unable to defend myself. Sujia lay on the hospital bed, feigning weakness, begging them not to call the police, saying it was my fault for being confused for a moment. He said he was the one who stole my love, that it was his fault, and that he was pleading for me. I just found it laughable. He wouldn't let me call the police because he was afraid the matter wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. He knew perfectly well he was framing me. In the end, I was left with nothing, kicked out of the Sioux family, and even stripped of my surname. At that moment, I was utterly heartbroken, not just because I was framed, but because they had never trusted me at all. My adoptive parents and 3 older sisters always looked at me with disdain. I was never family. Even if I proved my innocence, they wouldn't believe me because I wasn't related by blood. I came to my senses and said calmly that revenge was pointless, and I didn't want to get entangled anymore. She seemed surprised by my calmness. She probably didn't expect me to be so open-minded. I sat across from her, but my mind had already moved on. I didn't want to be bound by the past anymore. She looked at me, her gaze suddenly becoming complex, as if she were scrutinizing me, or perhaps confirming something. She was used to having everything, power, money, men, all revolving around her. She was never ignored. But I didn't take her seriously, and this feeling of being out of control made her uncomfortable. She stared at me, her gaze gradually burning, as if suppressing some kind of impulse. She suddenly asked if I wanted to leave, and my heart instantly lit up. I nodded immediately and said that as long as she let me go, I could forget about last night. I didn't even realize the light in my eyes, but she saw it clearly. Her face suddenly turned cold, as if she had been stung by something. She didn't like my desire to leave. She narrowed her eyes, a dangerous smile playing on her lips. She said she was just teasing me, and I actually took it seriously. "You?" I almost fainted from anger, but I found myself starting to get used to her nonsensical ramblings. I suppressed my anger and coldly said, "Whatever." I stopped looking at her. I was afraid I would lose control if I did. She stared at me, knowing that this standoff was pointless. What she wanted was never my silence. She wanted me to lose control, to break down, to be helpless. She wanted to control my emotions. She slowly wiped her hands, her gaze burning like fire. The air itself seemed to tighten from her heat. She suddenly smiled and said she could let me out, and my heart instantly ignited. I looked up at her, my eyes unconsciously brightening. I knew she must have conditions. But she slowly asked me where I planned to go and what I planned to do. She wanted to hear about my future. I didn't intend to hide anything. My future was ridiculously simple, devoid of any ambition. I told her I'd find a security guard job, just enough to support myself, and I didn't want to get involved in any more power struggles within wealthy families. She stared at me as if I'd heard an absurd joke, asking if that was all, but I nodded. I said that being rich and powerful is meaningless. Freedom is what matters. I just want to live my own simple life. She was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly asked if I knew about the Chu family's power. Of course I did. I said nonchalantly. At worst, I'll do some illegal part-time work, changing locations every day. The Chu family can't keep an eye on me every day. She was speechless for a moment after I confronted her. She could keep an eye on me, but she couldn't stop me from hiding in a corner of the city. She realized that I was almost indifferent to life, and it would be harder for me to beg for mercy than to climb to heaven. She picked up her teacup and said she could let me out. My heart nearly burst from my chest. She added a condition. I had to work for her company and come back to stay every night. I cursed inwardly, but knew this was the biggest concession she could make. Rather than being stuck in the villa watching over the plants, I'd rather go out and stand guard. At least I could see the outside world, even if it was just guarding the gate. I nodded in agreement, suppressing my excitement. I almost burst out laughing at that moment. This was the most comfortable meal I'd had since arriving here, because I was finally able to go out. After the meal, I immediately asked for my phone, and after she nodded, I finally got my device back. Back in my bedroom, I immediately plugged in my phone and turned it on, hoping for even just one missed call. But there was nothing, no calls, no messages, and I wasn't surprised. I scrolled to my WeChat moments. My older sister had posted photos of the whole family on vacation, smiling as if she'd never experienced such a trauma. They were celebrating their son's discharge from the hospital. The sun was shining brightly over West Lake, but I couldn't even be bothered to open the photos. Scrolling down, I saw Fong Ziyue showing off her new bag, saying she loved Yugij to death, but I felt completely calm. My colleagues were still discussing the project, but I had already cut off all contact with that world. I opened my contacts and deleted everyone from the Su family and Fong Ziyue. I blocked the number again, something I'd wanted to do for a long time. When the last contact disappeared, I breathed a sigh of relief. I had finally cut off all ties. I lay on the luxurious bed, watching a comedy TV show, and for the first time, I felt relaxed. Yu Shuiyan came to change my dressing, but I was too lazy to say much. My only goal was to get out. She said she would arrange a driver for me to work as a gatekeeper at Ihan Group after I recovered, but I got anxious. I told her I didn't need to wait for my injury to heal. I could start work tomorrow, as long as she gave me a few turtlenecks to cover the wound. She looked at me like I was a weirdo. She didn't understand why I wanted to go back to work. She left to ask for permission, and soon a maid brought in a pile of high-end men's turtlenecks. I picked out two very ordinary black outfits. I didn't want to attract attention. I'm just a security guard. I don't want anyone to know about my relationship with her. I'm afraid that if I get involved with the Chu family, I'll fall into the vortex of power struggles again. I'm too tired to get involved anymore. I just want to lie low and live. She didn't show up again all day, and I finally had some peace and quiet in my bedroom. I even felt a sense of stolen leisure. I was worried about going to work the next day, and that little bit of freedom was like a lifeline holding me up. I was so excited that I didn't go to sleep until the early hours of the morning. I woke up as soon as it was light, afraid of missing the deadline, afraid that she would take this opportunity back. I had just finished washing up and changing when Yu Shuiyan walked in carrying a first aid kit. I felt like I was waiting for her final approval. The first time she saw me in a formal suit, her gaze lingered for a second, and I knew I looked all right. The turtleneck sweater concealed my wounds, and the suit clung to my body. It was as if I had grown back to my original form. She probably understood why Chu Ling Shuang wouldn't let me go. Perhaps what she truly valued wasn't me as a person. She changed her dressing and told the driver she was downstairs. My heart pounded when I heard that. I pulled up my collar, grabbed my phone, and headed downstairs. I didn't even want to wait for breakfast anymore. The moment I stepped out of the villa, I felt the air itself change. I almost wanted to run. A black Maybach was parked on the garden's pebble path. I froze, cursing under my breath. Was she afraid I wouldn't stand out enough? I'm just going to be a security guard, not a pampered prince. But freedom is right behind the car door. I suppressed my dissatisfaction and opened the door. I couldn't be sentimental at a time like this. The driver was a girl in a black suit. She introduced herself with a smile, saying she would be my personal driver from now on. She talked a lot, but I could hear the ease in her excitement. She was genuinely happy. I asked her why she was so excited, and she said she only had 2 jobs a day, much easier than before. I suddenly realized that for a working person, being able to relax is a blessing, and her happiness was simple. She praised my good luck, saying that the young lady had specially arranged for someone to pick me up and drop me off, but I only felt a sense of irony. I looked out the window, not wanting to hear any more envious words. They didn't know that freedom was a true luxury. I suddenly spoke up, asking if we could change cars that night. I didn't want to be too conspicuous. She was taken aback, saying the car was very nice, but I explained that I was just a security guard. She glanced at me through the rearview mirror, as if to confirm if I was serious. I was serious. I didn't want anyone's attention. I just wanted to live quietly. She agreed to ask for me, and I nodded without saying anything more, afraid that continuing the conversation would reveal too much. She drove very fast, reducing the journey from over an hour to 40 minutes. I know she's a very skilled driver. At 8:40, the car stopped in front of the Ihan Group building, and I saw the building face-to-face for the first time. The entire glass wall gleamed in the sunlight, and the courtyard was spacious and imposing, but all I could think about were the security booths. 2 security booths stood quietly in front of the gate, and I knew that was my new battlefield. A man in a security guard uniform approached, bowed, and greeted the driver respectfully. The driver introduced me as a new employee, saying he would take over from me. I felt like I was being handed over to someone else. The man nodded and said no problem. When I got out of the car, she called to pick me up at 9 o'clock that evening. The car's taillights flashed by, and I suddenly realized I was really out. The man asked if I had just been hired, and I nodded. I knew I should keep a low profile. I called him Brother Wong. I couldn't ruin the relationship, and I didn't want to give her any more excuses. He led me into the security booth, and as I looked around, I almost burst out laughing. It had everything: air conditioning, hot water, a rest area, and over a dozen surveillance computers. This was no ordinary guard booth. The security room alone was better than my old office. Suddenly, I felt the world was absurd. He led me into a small office, poured me some hot water, and asked about my alma mater. I said it was Beijing's top university, and he praised me for being a high achiever. I simply said I was lucky. I didn't want to flaunt my past. Those titles meant nothing to me now. I went straight to asking him about job assignments. I wanted to get to my post as soon as possible. Okay. Wang Qingming nodded and asked what I used to do. I casually mentioned that my business failed and I was in debt, and I didn't want to bring up the past. Understanding flashed in his eyes, and he said that young people still have opportunities, and I could slowly pay off my debts with 13,000 yuan a month. I nodded in agreement. He reminded me to follow the rules when going to and from get off work, and I smiled and promised, not wanting to give anyone a reason to criticize me. He suddenly asked if I was related to Miss Liu. I instinctively denied it, but realized that explaining would be difficult. He paused for a moment, then gave me a knowing smile and said there was no need to explain. I could just take charge of patrolling from now on. I knew he had misunderstood, but I couldn't explain. The more I explained, the worse it would get. I could only acquiesce. He arranged the patrol schedule, 2 times in the morning and 3 times in the afternoon, with a break at noon. I listened attentively. He said a full attendance bonus would earn 15,000 yuan, and I nodded. That wasn't a low salary in Beijing. He clearly wanted to use me to build connections, and I knew it perfectly well, but I didn't want to say anything more. I received my work badge and started my shift. He personally led me to my patrol post, and the other employees looked at me with obvious suspicion. Everyone here is an elite. Even the security guards have master's degrees. I, who suddenly joined the team, seemed out of place. I sensed their suspicion but pretended not to care. I just wanted to coast along. I patrolled twice that morning, and nobody paid any attention to me, which actually made me feel relaxed. It's good that no one's bothering me. I don't need friends. I just need peace and quiet. By 11:30, I was starving, so I ordered takeout in advance. It was midnight break, and I was walking back to my post with my takeout when I ran into Li Hao carrying cutlery. I asked if the company had a cafeteria, and he nodded, saying there was one in the backyard. I thanked him, and he reminded me that the company provides a meal allowance of 1,000 yuan, which surprised me slightly. A security guard earning over 10,000 yuan a month with subsidies is indeed a rare privilege. I returned to my post, opened my takeout order, and began to eat heartily, a long-lost sense of peace washing over me. Meanwhile, at the Ziguang Mansion Villa, she was enjoying a gourmet lunch. She asked if I had ordered takeout, while Yu Shuiyin complained on the other end of the video call. She didn't get angry after hearing this. Instead, she looked amused. She asked if I wanted to change cars, and her eyes lit up when she heard that a Maybach was too conspicuous. She said coldly, "Then let's get a Rolls-Royce." Even though I was far away at the company, I sensed something was wrong. Yu Shuiyin was shocked, but she made a calm decision. She never cared what others thought. She stared at the plate, realizing I wanted to distance myself from her, and her smile deepened. She suddenly ordered a board meeting to be held the next morning at 9 o'clock. Yu Shuiyin was so shocked that she couldn't speak because she rarely went to the company in person. She only went once every 6 months, but this time she was going to show up again in less than a month. This was too abnormal. I was completely unaware at the company, but she ordered me to come to the company in person at the villa tomorrow morning. Yu Shuiyin didn't dare ask any more questions, only nodded and went to inform them. My life was once again gently stirred by her. The lunch break flew by, and I returned to my post, continuing my patrol like an ordinary worker. I took some time to buy tableware. The company provides a meal allowance. It would be foolish not to use it. I had a plan for myself. She didn't say when she would let me go, so I can only save as much money as possible now to pave the way for the future. I earn $15,000 a month, and I plan to save $10,000, with $5,000 more than enough for living expenses. I have no friends and no social engagements, so I can't spend the money. I even find this kind of life quite peaceful. But after the evening patrol ended, Wang Chengming gathered us together, and I had a vague feeling that something was wrong. He said that Miss Chu would personally come to a meeting at 9 o'clock the next morning, and the patrol would be changed to once an hour. Everyone responded in unison, and I shouted along, but I rolled my eyes inwardly. She's coming. Fine, but does she have to make such a big fuss? I just want to stand guard quietly. My colleague next to me complained that she had just been here 2 weeks ago, and that's when I realized something was wrong. She does come quite often, and this time she was clearly here for something. Someone joked that if she took a liking to you, you'd be set for life, but I just found it sarcastic. I know better than anyone what it's like to be dependent on others. It's not about wealth and status. It's about being shackled. I don't want to be anyone's appendage anymore. I just want to be myself for the rest of my life. I walked away and sat back down in my chair, no longer indulging in those fantasies. Li Hao leaned over and told me I'd be on his team tomorrow, worried I might make a mistake, which warmed my heart. I added him on the phone, and he patted me on the shoulder, telling me to contact him if I had any problems. This simple kindness made me feel relaxed, something I hadn't done in a long time. I didn't want to lose this ordinariness. It was time to leave work, and Li Hao reminded me that the bus stop was 200 meters away. I thanked him profusely and watched him leave, secretly relieved. At least for now, no one knew someone was picking me up, which put my mind at ease. At exactly 9 o'clock, a car pulled up in front of the gate. I assumed it was still a Maybach. The window rolled down, and I was utterly shocked. It was a Rolls-Royce Wraith. I was so angry I wanted to curse. I had clearly told her not to be conspicuous. Lu Tianhan was incredibly excited, saying it was a top-of-the-line sports car and urging me to get in. I glanced at some people walking out and, afraid of being seen, had no choice but to bite the bullet and get in the car. The car was indeed comfortable, but I felt no pleasure whatsoever. She was clearly doing it on purpose. She wouldn't allow me to keep a low profile. I gritted my teeth and told the driver to wait for me in the underground parking garage tomorrow. I didn't want to be the center of attention. The driver asked, puzzled, why? I countered by asking her if she had a specific location in mind. She said no, and I immediately booked the underground parking garage. She finally nodded. As the car drove away, I saw Li Hao and the others chatting idly at the bus stop through the rear window. They were talking about the Rolls-Royce, their envy palpable. They guessed it was for a big contract or a VIP customer, but I just smiled wryly from the back seat. The freedom and ease they saw was the life I truly longed for. Lakeview Villa. As soon as I entered, Aunt Wang greeted me with a smile, asking if I wanted a late-night snack. I waved my hand and declined. I don't eat late-night snacks. I already had takeout when I changed shifts in the evening. I just wanted some peace and quiet. I glanced around the living room. She wasn't there. I breathed a sigh of relief. With the crazy woman gone, I can finally get a good night's sleep. I went upstairs to wash up, lay in bed scrolling through my phone for a while, and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up on time. I didn't want to be late again. This time I was smarter. I ate breakfast downstairs, making sure not to waste a single penny I could save. The table was laden with all sorts of breakfast dishes, yet I was the only one sitting there, a scene of extravagant irony. I couldn't help but call Wang Ma to join me, but she waved her hands repeatedly as if she'd heard a taboo. She mentioned the young lady's rules. Servants weren't allowed at the table, which instantly irritated me. Her rules were like an iron cage, locking everyone in. I casually asked if the young lady had returned, and she said she hadn't come back to the manor last night because of some business. She said the young lady didn't usually stay there often, but she'd been coming back more frequently since I arrived. I didn't reply, finished the last soup dumpling, and left. Lu Tianhan was waiting at the door on time, and I arrived at the company in 40 minutes as usual. This time, she took me into the underground parking garage. I was willing to walk an extra 10 minutes rather than be watched. I clocked in promptly at 9 o'clock, and Li Hao complained that I wasn't even a second early. I laughed and said that being on time was fine, and as soon as I finished speaking, he dragged me to patrol the building. I got up before I even sat down, grabbed a stun gun and a flashlight, and went into the building. When I first stepped into the interior of Ihan Group, I was stunned by the luxury of the lobby. The fountains, flower beds, rest areas, and reception areas are decorated with exquisite items, making it feel like an art gallery. Li Hao greeted the reception manager, and I greeted him politely, keeping a low profile. The receptionist reminded everyone to be quiet on the top floor, explaining that Miss Chu was in a meeting. My heart sank. She really came. As the elevator ascended, Li Hao envied those who earned hundreds of thousands a year, but I remained unmoved. I've seen the hypocrisy of the wealthy. I'm no longer swayed by those numbers. The higher you go, the quieter it gets, and the more luxurious the decorations become, but I only feel oppressed. When we reached the top floor, Li Hao suddenly had a stomachache and handed me a flashlight. He told me to go patrol first, as he needed to go to the restroom, and I nodded in agreement. The elevator doors opened, the corridor was empty, and faint sounds of discussion could be heard from the conference room. I conducted the patrols alone, trying my best to appear professional. Just as I was about to leave, the door to the lounge next door was suddenly pulled open. Yu Shuiyin appeared in high heels, her eyes filled with mockery. She said I looked quite presentable, but all I wanted to do was leave. I tried to pretend I didn't see her and walk around her, but she raised her hand to stop me. She said, "Miss, please come in." I froze instantly. This is the company, and the conference room is right next door. She actually asked me to go in. I gritted my teeth and walked into the lounge. I didn't want to be watched anymore. The door had just closed when a familiar, cold voice sounded from behind. She told me to close the door, and I did so quickly. The next second, the chair slowly turned around. Chu Ling Shuang was wearing a snow-white suit, her legs crossed, and her high heels resting on the table. She looked at me with a half-smile, like she was looking at prey that had stumbled into a trap. Her eye for talent was indeed sharp. I changed into a security guard uniform and stood in front of her, and she looked at me like I was admiring a trophy. My uniform enveloped my body, and I deliberately restrained my emotions. I didn't want to give her any reaction. Her gaze grew increasingly brazen, and that possessive scrutiny sent chills down my spine. I pursed my lips and asked her directly what she wanted to see me about. I didn't want to be led by the nose by her. I suppressed my anger and reminded her that it was working hours. She raised her finger, beckoned to me, and said, "Come here." I gripped the stun gun tightly and stood still, not wanting to take another step closer to her. I told him to speak directly if there was anything to say, as I still had to patrol, and I deliberately emphasized the rules. She calmly reminded me that company patrols must be conducted in pairs. My heart sank. How could she have known I came up alone? My gaze swept over the monitor screen on her desk, and I instantly understood. She'd been watching the whole time. She knew everything. She was just waiting for me to come in. If she were to make trouble, Li Hao might be implicated. Thinking about how Li Hao had taken care of me, I didn't want to cause him to lose his job. I suppressed my anger and asked her what she really wanted. I didn't want to be led by the nose. She said it was nothing. She just wanted me to come over, like she was playing a cat-and-mouse game. She lowered her legs, looked at me with a playful gaze, and asked if I was afraid she would eat me. I gritted my teeth and moved forward. I didn't want to give her an excuse. I approached, but she complained that it was too far. I almost snapped back, but when I looked up and met her eyes, my heart skipped a beat. She leaned back in her chair, her expression both cold and dangerous, and I instinctively looked down. I walked around the table and stood next to her, trying to keep my distance. She stretched and casually said she would carry her to the next room. My mind went blank. I almost thought I'd misheard. Before I could even open my mouth to refute her, she coldly brought up the surveillance footage. She said there were cameras everywhere, and I couldn't escape. She even threatened to call the police. She called me her head security guard. I paused for a moment, then asked her if she was going to the conference room. She said her shoes were uncomfortable, and that all she needed to do was carry her to the changing room. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least I wasn't embarrassed in public. I put down the stun gun, bent down and picked her up, my arms taut with my grip. Her body heat seeped through my clothes, and I became careful even when I was breathing. I dared not make a mistake. I was afraid that if she fell, it would cause even bigger trouble. But she wasn't behaving herself. Her fingers were subtly wandering along my shoulder. I suppressed my discomfort and steadied my steps, not wanting her to see my wavering. I whispered a reminder to her not to move around, because I would lose my balance while walking. She looked up at me from my arms, a smile on her lips, as if she had planned everything all along. After hearing what I said, she actually sneered and said that if I didn't even have this much strength, how could I be a security guard at her company? My throat tightened from her retort, but I didn't want to argue with her here, so I could only hug her tightly and walk towards the dressing room. The moment I pulled the doorknob, her fingers suddenly tightened, as if on purpose, and I could only grit my teeth and bear it. I dared not say another word, for fear of being overheard by the people in the conference room, and could only rush into the changing room. The moment I placed her on the sofa, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, but my arm was still numb. I suddenly remembered that there might be surveillance cameras in the top-floor corridor, and my heart skipped a beat. She casually told me that the top-floor monitoring was independent, and only then did I completely relax. The mission was accomplished, and I didn't want to linger any longer, so I quickly said I had to go on patrol. I practically fled the scene, fearing she might make even more outrageous demands. As I stepped off the elevator at the top floor, my heart was still pounding wildly, and I didn't truly calm down until the doors opened. Li Hao was already waiting. When he saw that I was empty-handed, he asked where my tools were. My mind went blank. I'd forgotten both the stun gun and the flashlight in her office. I didn't want to go up again, so I just made up an excuse that I had forgotten it next to the electrical box. Li Hao checked the time and said it was almost 11 o'clock, so I would pick it up later. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Shortly after returning to their posts, they began a second round of patrols, this time circling the outer perimeter. She didn't bother me anymore, and I didn't feel completely relieved until I heard that she had left the company. At noon, I took my cutlery to the restaurant, and the environment was so luxurious that it didn't look like a security guard's canteen. I ordered braised pork rice and seaweed soup, and sat in a corner to eat slowly. The day ended smoothly, and most people had already left early by the time it was time to get off work. I was scrolling through my phone, preparing to go to the underground parking garage at 8:50. Just then, a girl's voice came from the doorway. She asked if Uncle Wong was there, her tone somewhat anxious. I went outside and saw her wearing an oversized business suit, looking flustered. She said her car broke down and she needed approval to have it towed. I noticed she looked like a new employee, so I offered to take a look for her. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she said, "Thank you, little brother." On the way, she said she had just graduated and her family used connections to get her a job at the company. I reminded her not to say such things carelessly, as the workplace is not school. She smiled and said she told me because she thought I was a good person. She said her name was Xia Qingqing and even offered to be our friend. My heart skipped a beat. I didn't want to be implicated by anyone else. She asked me my name, and I coldly replied, Lin Feng. When we got to the underground parking garage, I inspected her car. I asked her to insert the key to start the engine, but I found that she hadn't pressed the clutch. She scratched her head awkwardly and said that she had just gotten her driver's license not long ago. I'm utterly speechless. How dare they drive alone with this kind of skill? She fastened her seatbelt and offered to drive me home, but I quickly refused. Just then, I saw that conspicuous Rolls-Royce slowly drive in. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly told her to go first. She waved goodbye and left. I stood in the garage, watching the car get closer and closer. She got off work early today, and as soon as she got in the car, she started talking about how I could call her in advance. I was stunned for a moment before realizing that I didn't have her contact information at all. The words had barely left her mouth when the car slammed on the brakes. She slapped the steering wheel and said, "I can't believe I forgot to add you as a friend." I scanned her QR code, and my phone beeped with a notification sound. I suddenly felt a sense of relief. She kept muttering to herself as she drove, saying that I could come to her for anything. When I heard that, I was completely stunned. I instinctively asked if I could call her at other times as well. She nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world, saying that she was my personal driver. In that instant, my mind exploded. It turns out she didn't restrict my movement at all. I've been trapping myself for the past few days for nothing. I always thought it was surveillance, but it turns out it was just my own fear. I suddenly felt much lighter in my chest, and even my breathing became easier. She saw me smiling in the rearview mirror and was stunned. I sincerely thanked her, but she looked regretful. She realized she had spoken out of turn, but I felt like I had found a key. That night, for the first time, I seriously planned my time. You can go for a stroll in the city at noon, and you are free to do whatever you want in the evening. I even started fantasizing about going to a bar to sit down. The word freedom suddenly no longer seemed so distant. For the next few days, I went to work as usual and did not ask for leave. Chu Ling Shuang never appeared again, and my life became unexpectedly peaceful. Li Hao sat next to me, occasionally peeking out to chat with me. Because of the incident on the rooftop that day, he became even more enthusiastic towards me. I intentionally kept my distance, but I wasn't deliberately cold. Xia Qingqing, on the other hand, became more and more familiar with him. She comes to us every day at noon with her lunchbox. She complained that the internal positions were complicated, saying that the external positions were simpler. I just listened, treating it as casual conversation. Li Hao, however, always chatted with great enthusiasm. The three of them gradually formed a small group. But there's always a line in my heart. Friends mean concern, and concern means vulnerability. I don't want to give anyone the chance to manipulate me anymore. One day at lunch, Xia Qingqing suddenly asked us if we had a day off the next day. I was stunned for a moment before realizing that I hadn't paid attention to this matter. Li Hao checked his phone, and it said that he could take a day off after working a full week. She immediately got excited and asked if we could go to karaoke together. She said she hadn't had a proper chance to explore Beijing since she came here. Li Hao immediately made the decision, saying he would go that night. I instinctively refused, saying I had something to do that evening. The smile on her face vanished instantly. Li Hao put his arm around my shoulder and said I was a spoilsport. He said they're all adults. What could possibly happen if they went out to play? Those words pierced my heart like a needle. What am I afraid of? I'm now working and no longer locked up in the villa. Am I destined to live in her shadow for the rest of my life? I remained silent for a long time, my mind churning. Freedom is right in front of me, yet I limit myself. Because of Li Hao's words, I suddenly understood and nodded, changing my mind and saying okay. I had just agreed when I immediately added, "You guys go ahead, I have something to take care of. See you at the bar entrance." Before they could even cheer, I was already calculating how to escape tonight. As soon as it was time to go to the underground parking garage, Lu Tianhan was already waiting for me. As soon as I opened the car door, she urged me to hurry up, saying that we still had to get to Haishur. I was stunned and asked why she was going to Haishur. She said she was going to deliver a box there. I caught a glimpse of the large box on the passenger side, pressing heavily against the seat. That's not my concern. What I care about is freedom tonight. I simply told him to go to Haishur first, and then pick me up when he came back. She immediately shook her head and said that the young lady had told her she had to take me back to the villa. I suppressed my racing heart and said I only wanted to return to the villa without setting a time limit. I'll add one more thing. I have a day off tomorrow, so I'm going to go to karaoke. She was still hesitating, but I was already pressing her harder. I said that since time doesn't matter, I can go back later. She thought about it and agreed that it made sense, so she nodded and said she would take me to my destination. The car stopped on Feng Wang Road, and I practically rushed out of the car. The moment the car door closed, I heard the noise of the street. The neon lights shone on the ground, and for the first time, I felt that even the air tasted sweet. Go back. That depends on my mood. I walked into a roadside shop and listened to the crowd chatting and laughing. At 9:30 p.m., smoke and fire filled the air at the barbecue stalls. I bought a pack of chewing gum, like giving myself a fresh start. As I walked towards the KTV, I felt completely lighter. The music from Manhwa karaoke was so loud it made my eardrums tingle. I was unusually clear-headed. I knew what I was doing. The waiter had just asked me if I was alone when my shoulder was hooked. Li Hao smiled and said that Qingqing's prediction was really accurate. He pulled me into private room 301, where the drinks were already laid out. Xia Qingqing held up a deck of cards and declared that they wouldn't leave until they were drunk tonight. I sat down with a smile on my lips, but I kept my composure in my heart. As soon as the game started, I counted a few hands, and Li Hao lost repeatedly. Not long after, he lay down on the sofa and started snoring. Xia Qingqing's cheeks flushed, and she insisted on having another round with me. I told her to take a break, and she got up to go to the bathroom. Only Li Hao, who was passed out, and I were left in the private room. At the same time, someone in room 603 on the top floor recognized me. Fang Ziyue sobered up instantly when she heard my name. She dumped me last month, but now she's afraid I'll cause trouble. Today is Yu Xiao's birthday, and she cannot allow any accidents to happen. She pulled her best friend out the door, her face grim. She said she absolutely couldn't let me ruin the event. She took out her phone and made a call, saying she would leave it to someone else to handle. I knew nothing about it. Just after 11 o'clock, the music got louder. Li Hao was completely drunk when Xia Qingqing returned. She suggested playing another round, but I sensed a change in the atmosphere. Okay, I nodded, watching Xia Qingqing leave, but I felt inexplicably uneasy. I paused the music, and the deafening noise instantly disappeared, leaving only Li Hao snoring in the room. Time ticked by, and I kept scrolling through my phone, but I just couldn't calm down. Half an hour passed, and she still hadn't returned. My unease began to fester. I glanced at the drunken Li Hao and finally decided to go out and look for him. The corridor was full of drunk people, and the air was filled with the smell of smoke and alcohol. I had just reached the restroom door when someone suddenly called my name from behind. I turned around and saw a thug with dyed yellow hair chewing betel nut and staring at me. I couldn't be bothered with him and was about to leave when he grabbed my shoulder and threatened me. He said the girl in the private room was with them, and that I should be sensible and go with her. My heart sank, and I quietly reached into my pocket to turn on the recorder. I suppressed my anger and told him to lead the way, my voice as cold as ice. He pushed open the door to room 312, and I was pushed inside. Xia Qingqing was unconscious on the sofa, with two men sitting beside her. One of them, I recognized, was Fang Ziyue's younger brother, Fang Mingho. He held up his beer and called me my ex-brother-in-law, laughing wildly. My anger surged instantly, but I forcibly suppressed it. I asked him what he wanted to see me about, and he said he just wanted to drink. He said Qingqing was just dizzy and told me not to be nervous. I sneered and asked Fang Ziyue directly if she had sent him. He laughed it off, saying that having been in a relationship with him meant he was practically a brother-in-law. I didn't bother with any more words, so I helped Xia Qingqing up and prepared to leave. The next second, the door was slammed shut, and two thugs blocked the exit. Fang Mingho pulled out a knife and scolded me for being ungrateful. I looked at him and just found him ridiculous. I turned around and said sarcastically, "You want to make a move?" I enraged him, and he yelled for his men to attack. Two blonde-haired men rushed over, and I took one down with an over-the-shoulder throw. He kicked the man in the waist with another kick, and the man fell to the ground on the spot. My years of working out haven't been for show. I held back with Chuling Shuang, but now I can finally make my move. I had a recorder in my pocket. I knew it was self-defense. The two thugs lay on the ground, unable to get up, and Fang Mingho's face turned pale. He asked me when I would get into a fight, but I couldn't be bothered to answer. I walked up to him and slapped him across the face. With a crisp sound, he was completely stunned. "I told you there's a lot you don't know." He roared and lunged at me, but I sidestepped and elbowed him in the back. He immediately fell to the ground, and I stepped on him. I warned in a low voice, "If you provoke me again, I'll cripple you." He immediately begged for mercy, his voice trembling. I let go of her feet, picked up Xia Qingqing, and prepared to leave. He grabbed my trouser leg and said, "Don't go out." He begged me to do him a favor and stay for a while before leaving. "Don't go out." I frowned. The reason sounded absurd. Why did I go through all this trouble to beat someone up just to stay in this shabby private room? Fang Mingho lay on the ground wailing, saying that his sister had told him to hold me back no matter what. My anger instantly subsided by half, and I instead felt a bit curious. I asked him why, and he cried and said he was afraid I would cause trouble on the rooftop. He said Feng Ziyue was celebrating Yu Xiao's birthday and was worried I would ruin it. I was speechless. I just came here to have a drink. How did I become the source of trouble? She's not afraid of me. She's afraid that I'll interfere with her catching bigger fish. I said coldly that I was just hanging out with my colleague, and it had nothing to do with her. I emphasized that we had already broken up, and I would not go to see her. His eyes lit up when he heard this, and he asked me if I was serious. I said, why would I bother with her if I have nothing better to do? He nodded repeatedly, saying that I was kind-hearted and that he was being foolish. I coldly warned her not to call me brother-in-law anymore, that I have absolutely no relation to her. I was about to leave, but he wanted to follow me. He was afraid I would turn around and go back to her, so he insisted on seeing me off. I couldn't be bothered with him, so I just asked him to help carry Li Hao. His back hurt so much that he couldn't straighten up and had to ask his underlings to carry him. 3 bruised thugs carried Li Hao out of the house, a scene that was both comical and pathetic. People in the KTV were used to it, and no one asked any questions. I carried Xia Qingqing out, but my heart was unusually calm. He offered to drive me home, but I said no, I have a car. I had already contacted Lu Tianhan, and she was already waiting outside. The most conspicuous Rolls-Royce was parked outside the door. The car window rolled down, and Lu Tianhan immediately saw the girl in my arms. I simply told her that my colleague had drunk too much, and she nodded without asking any further questions. The 2 blonde-haired men's legs went weak at the sight of the luxury car. I urged them to quickly lift the person into the car. They carefully placed Li Hao in the back seat. I sat in the passenger seat, closed the door, and the engine roared in a low rumble. The moment the car drove away, I saw Feng Mingho standing there dumbfounded in the rearview mirror. He probably never expected me to ride in this kind of car. The good-for-nothing who was kicked out of the Su family by his sister actually has a full-time driver. He stood there stunned for a long time. Then his eyes began to light up. I don't need to guess to know that his thoughts have changed. The car drove away from the KTV, but I didn't look back. Meanwhile, Feng Ziyue quickly arrived at 312. She asked me if I was really gone. Feng Mingho excitedly said, I'll leave in a Rolls-Royce. He said it's a limited edition worldwide, and it even comes with a professional driver. Her expression changed instantly, and the effects of the alcohol wore off. She began to doubt whether she had misjudged the situation. She asked him if he had seen it clearly. He patted his chest and assured me, and I even heard the driver call me sir. Inside the private room, the music was deafening. Feng Ziyue, who was originally drunk, suddenly became clear-headed. Instead of being overjoyed, she was now filled with anger. Lin Feng actually has a private business empire and is incredibly wealthy. Why didn't he say so sooner? If I had said it earlier, I wouldn't have said those things. Seeing that Feng Ziyue remained silent, Feng Mingho grew anxious and quickly tugged at her arm. Sis, you have to win my brother-in-law back. Mom and Dad both said that my house and dowry are all up to you. You can't let such a good opportunity slip by. Hearing her brother's words, Feng Ziyue turned pale. Feng Mingho had no idea how hurtful his previous words had been. How could he possibly respond now? She asked in a hoarse voice. Did you just tell him that I asked you to keep an eye on him? Feng Mingho was taken aback, then nodded silently. Feng Ziyue swayed, almost fainting from anger. Her good-for-nothing brother can't even do such a small thing right. What is she supposed to do now? Feng Mingho seemed to realize something as well, but the next second. It's okay, sister. Your husband always listens to you the most. As long as you turn back, he'll definitely treat you as well as before. How could this be? Feng Ziyue sat down on the sofa, her face pale. Why not? Feng Mingho hurriedly said. Sis, have you forgotten how good your husband was to you before? He loves you so much. I believe that as long as you explain it to him properly, he will definitely understand. Besides, you two have been dating for 3 years. Listening to Feng Mingho's words, memories of her past with Lin Feng echoed in her mind. He had indeed been very good to her. He remembers her menstrual cycle, gives her small gifts regularly, makes sure to travel from afar to see her on anniversaries, and on other special occasions, he goes to great lengths to please her and buys her all sorts of things she wants. Such images flashed through Fong Ziyue's mind like a movie. To be honest, among so many suitors, there were many outstanding ones, but Lin Feng was the one she was least willing to lose. Because he did it so well. Upon closer reflection, they did indeed have a 3-year-long romantic relationship. These past few days, Lin Feng hasn't sent her any more messages, and she's feeling a little uneasy about it. If she turns back now and says she's willing to marry him, that she's fallen in love with him, he'd probably forgive her. After all, it was just a momentary lapse in judgment. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Moreover, Yu Xiao did wear it. After her alcohol-numbed brain rapidly processed, Fong Ziyue felt that she had sorted things out. Under Fong Mingho's expectant gaze, she took out her phone, opened Lin Feng's chat box, and typed a line of text. Lin Feng, I had my brother stop you today because I wanted to see you. My brother misunderstood me and expressed himself incorrectly. Do you have time? Let's meet sometime soon. She was about to press send when she felt something was missing from the message. She thought for a moment, then added at the end of the sentence. Actually, after saying those things to you, I regretted it. Things aren't as you think. I miss you. This time it's foolproof. Fong Ziyue's thumb hovered over the send button, her whole body trembling with nervousness. But the thought that she might be sitting in that limited edition Rolls-Royce tomorrow made Fong Ziyue instantly excited again. She mustered her courage and clicked send. Exclamation point. Message failed to send. The recipient has not added you as a friend. A glaring red exclamation mark instantly appeared on the phone screen, and Fong Ziyue's eyes widened. He deleted her. Fong Mingho caught a glimpse of Fong Ziyue's phone out of the corner of his eye and instantly panicked. Sis, what happened? Why did your husband delete you? How should I know? Fong Ziyue shouted without regard for her image, and her whole body panicked. In the past, no matter how big a fight she had with Lin Feng, she would delete him from her contacts, and then he would add her back on his own initiative not long after, and even call her countless times until he made her feel better. He never lost his temper with her, let alone deleted her. After the last argument, she didn't delete Lin Feng. She just treated him as an extra person lying in bed in her WeChat moments, and could occasionally post updates to show off and provoke him. But this time he was so forceful, he actually deleted her from his contacts. Is he really going to break up with her this time? Fong Ziyue panicked completely and hurriedly opened her contacts to call Lin Feng. However, the phone message read, "The number you dialed is currently switched off." She called several more times, and it was still the same sentence. There are only two possibilities. Either he really turned off his phone, or he blocked her. Although Fong Ziyue hoped for the first scenario, it now seems more likely that she will be blocked. Seeing that his sister couldn't contact Lin Feng, Fong Mingho couldn't sit still any longer and said anxiously, "Sis, you should go to his house and look for him right away." "Go away, are you stupid?" Fong Ziyue was already furious when she heard this and couldn't hold back anymore. He's been kicked out of the Su family. How would I know where he lives? Previously, Lin Feng lived in a newly purchased apartment building owned by the Su family. In Beijing, owning a house is already a blessing, let alone in a mid-range neighborhood that's close to the city center. She originally wanted to cancel her rental and move in, but Lin Feng told her that the house wasn't in his name and he would stay there temporarily. At the time, Yu Xiao was pursuing her, and in order to keep some private space for herself, she did not terminate her lease, but she would often go to see him. There's no need to overthink it now. Lin Feng definitely doesn't live there anymore. Her phone number was blocked, and her WeChat account was gone. She didn't even know who Lin Feng's friends were, or how he could contact her. "You're so stupid. You didn't even leave your contact information." Enraged, Fong Ziyue launched into a tirade against her younger brother. Fong Mingho was stunned by the choking, and his body ached terribly. He said, on the verge of tears, "Sis, you didn't tell me to ask him for it." Seeing her younger brother cry, Fong Ziyue sighed, feeling a pang of heartache, and said, "Never mind. Beijing isn't that big of a place. I refuse to believe we can't find him." She pondered for a moment, then said to Fong Mingho, "Xiaohao, go downstairs and ask. They should have registered their ID cards and such if they opened a private room. See who opened the room." "Great idea. I'll go right now." Fong Mingho's eyes lit up instantly. Ignoring his aches and pains, he immediately ordered his men to rush outside. Inside the private room, Fang Ziyue opened Lin Feng's WeChat moments, but it was empty. For the first time, she couldn't see any of his posts. This sudden feeling of panic left her somewhat at a loss. She opened Lin Feng's profile, stared at the Add Friend button, pondered for a long time, and finally pressed the thumbs up button. Chapter 22, Chu Ling Shuang, is back. Since Lin Feng didn't know where Li Hao lived, and he was sleeping like a log and couldn't be woken up, he simply had Lu Tianhan take him to the company. After settling Li Hao in the security room's rest area and covering him with a blanket, Lin Feng returned to his car. "Sir, what should we do about her?" Lu Tianhan asked, glancing in the rearview mirror. Seeing that Xia Qingqing was breathing smoothly and was already fast asleep, Lin Feng said helplessly, "Let's find a hotel. It's not appropriate to leave her in the security room. She's a girl." Putting everything else aside, that one sentence alone made Lu Tianhan feel favorably towards him. Indeed, Lin Feng's consideration of this point shows he is a true gentleman. After spending these past few days together, Lu Tianhan has gotten used to bickering with Lin Feng every day. As she drove, she said, "No wonder my young lady took a liking to you. You're a really nice person." Praising him is one thing, but what's with bringing Chu Ling Shuang along? Lin Feng frowned in displeasure. After tonight's trip, his true nature had been unleashed, and he was even more determined to escape. Without Chu Ling Shuang's restrictions, he could do whatever he wanted, and life couldn't be more enjoyable. Thinking about all this, he was in a great mood and, unusually, struck up a conversation with Lu Tianhan. "How long have you been working for the Chu family?" Lu Tianhan was also a chatterbox and had no ulterior motives, so she said directly, "I haven't been here for very long. When I was a child, I was sponsored to go to school by the Chu family, and after I came back from studying abroad, I stayed with the Chu family." The Chu family is even sponsoring. Lin Feng frowned slightly. As expected of a large family, they consider things from a long-term perspective. Their close servants must all be people they've known since childhood. He responded, "Oh, where did you go to university?" "The United States," Lu Tianhan replied. "I told her that the tuition there was too high and I was embarrassed to go, but Miss told me to just focus on my studies and not worry about money." After saying that, she turned her head and smiled. "See, my young lady is a very nice person." If it weren't for the darkness inside the car, Lu Tianhan probably would have seen the utter speechlessness written all over Lin Feng's face. Is he a nice person? What a load of rubbish. He was too lazy to argue, and simply asked, "Haven't you thought about going out and developing your own business?" "How else can I develop? Half of Beijing's women are in charge. Besides, I earn 200,000 a month, not including the tips from the women. I just drive, and the rest of the time is my own. Where else can I find such a good job?" Lin Feng fell silent. Indeed, let alone in Beijing, even in small county towns, there are still plenty of people who can't find jobs. While chatting, Lu Tianhan drove to the Huafu Hotel, the closest hotel to the company. After parking the car in front of the hotel, Lu Tianhan got out of the car and helped Lin Feng open the car door. Lin Feng picked up Xia Qingqing and followed Lu Tianhan inside. As soon as she entered, the waiter at the door rushed to greet her. "Good evening, Miss Lu." Lin Feng's lips twitched. It seemed that everyone around here knew Lu Tianhan. His eyes flickered, and he subconsciously moved a little further away from Lu Tianhan. Lu Tianhan nodded slightly, pointed at Xia Qingqing, and said, "The company's employees have had too much to drink. Let's get them a double room." Upon hearing this, the waiter immediately went to prepare the room key. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of someone from the Chu family, they were efficient in their work. He couldn't find a single fault with what they said. The waiter was quick and prepared their room keys in just a few minutes. Lu Tianhan took the room key and led the way, opening the room and gesturing for Lin Feng to go inside. Lin Feng nodded slightly and carried Xia Qingqing into the room. After placing Xia Qingqing on the bed and covering her with the blanket, they left. It was almost 1 o'clock when they arrived at Lakeview Villa. Lu Tianhan, who had been holding back all the way, finally couldn't help but speak up. "Sir, can we make a deal?" "What? Aren't you on vacation tomorrow? If you're going out, could you please try to avoid the morning?" Although it was dark inside the car, Lin Feng could tell from the tone of voice that there was a plea. Knowing that she had been driving all day and needed to catch up on sleep, Lin Feng nodded. No problem. Thank you so much. Lu Tianhan was extremely excited and stepped on the gas pedal to the floor, instantly increasing the car's speed. In just 3 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the resort. As soon as he entered the garden, Lin Feng noticed lights flickering in the villa in the distance. His heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously asked, "Why are the lights still on?" The implication was that he was asking if Chu Ling Shuang had returned. Lu Tianhan, however, seemed unsurprised, saying, "The lights here are on 24 hours a day, except in the bedrooms." As she spoke, the car drew closer and closer to the villa. Lin Feng noticed that the lights in the windows upstairs were indeed off. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. After dropping him off at the villa's gate and watching him get out of the car, Lu Tianhan drove away. Upon entering the villa, Wang Ma, wrapped in a coat and still looking sleepy, approached. "Sir, why are you back so late?" Lin Feng was genuinely touched that Wang Ma was still awake. He asked with concern, "Wang Ma, why aren't you asleep yet? You didn't need to wait for me." "This is what misinstructed," Wang Ma said with a smile, forcing herself to stay awake. Smack! The emotion that had just welled up in Lin Feng's heart vanished instantly. Aunt Wang rubbed her hands together, breathed on them, and asked Lin Feng, "Sir, would you like some late-night snacks prepared for you?" It's late at night, and Lin Feng doesn't have the habit of causing trouble for people. He shook his head. "Aunt Wang, you should go and rest. I've already eaten outside. I'll wash up and go to bed soon." "Good." Wang Ma nodded gratefully, watched Lin Feng go upstairs, and then went back to rest. Stepping up the long, winding corridor stairs, Lin Feng returned to the second floor. But the moment he pushed open the door, he froze. Inside the room, Chu Ling Shuang, dressed in a white velvet nightgown, lay languidly on the sofa behind the coffee table. A thick-covered English book lay on her lap, her slender, fair legs crossed, and she turned the pages with a cold expression. The warm, yellow light made her look like a holy and noble goddess. This heartwarming, yet terrifying scene sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. "You're back." Her cold voice rang out softly, echoing in the bedroom, causing Lin Feng's body to tremble. He never expected that Chu Ling Shuang, who hadn't been back for several days, would actually return today. Yes, she's monitoring him. She probably knows everything that happened tonight. Lin Feng's throat tightened. He was somewhat afraid of her punishment. But when those bustling city streets and carefree images popped into his mind, he instantly calmed down. What's there to be afraid of? He's a grown man. What? Is he afraid she'll eat him alive? He calmly hummed in agreement, about to say that he would sleep in the living room tonight. But the next second, Chu Ling Shuang spoke first. "Go take a shower." Without even lifting her head, she lay half-reclined on the sofa, issuing commands to him. Chapter 23, You'd better figure out whose territory you're on right now. Lin Feng did indeed intend to take a shower. He silently headed straight for the bathroom. In any case, the bathroom at least has a door, which can separate the space and at least give him some time to prepare. Lin Feng closed the bathroom door, locked it from the inside, took off his clothes, and turned on the faucet. Warm water poured down from above, washing away all the fatigue. He showered very quickly, finishing in less than 10 minutes. After putting on his bathrobe, he didn't rush out. Instead, he leaned against the door and listened for a while. The bedroom outside was eerily quiet. You could hear a pin drop. It's getting late, and he figured Chu Ling Shuang should be resting by now. However, just to be on the safe side, he decided to wait a little longer. Before he could even stand up straight, someone inserted a key into the lock on the door from the outside. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, he heard a click, and the door opened. Chu Ling Shuang appeared at the door with an air of aloofness and nobility. The lingering steam from his shower still lingered in the bathroom, enveloping Lin Feng's mind and making him somewhat delirious. "You're done washing so quickly?" Looking up at him, Chu Ling Shuang's voice was icy cold. The voice was chillingly cold, snapping Lin Feng back to his senses. He replied in a hoarse voice, "It's just a shower. How long can I stay in it?" Chu Ling Shuang's dark eyes fell on his hand. "Unqualified," she coldly retorted. Lin Feng was taken aback. "What's unqualified?" Without answering his question, Chu Ling Shuang lazily turned her shoulder leaned against the door, and ordered him, "Wash it again." Lin Feng? Question mark. No, he's already lathered it with soap. How else can he wash? Besides, how he washes himself is his business. What does it have to do with Chu Ling Shuang? Her request was too unreasonable. He couldn't be bothered with it. I've finished showering, and I'm tired, so I'm going to sleep. Lin Feng refused. Nonsense. He's nobody to her. What business is it of hers if he takes a shower? Why should she let him do whatever he wants? He finished speaking and was about to leave. However, the next second, Chu Ling Shuang's cold voice rang out again. You'd better know whose territory you're on now. You think I want to stay here? Chu Ling Shuang, on the other hand, remained unhurried, crossing her arms and placing them across her chest. It is very beautiful. But Lin Feng had no time to appreciate any of this. She was standing by the door, and if he wanted to go out, he would have to push her away. She was putting on such a fearless expression, so she probably had a backup plan. He was clearly suppressing his anger at having pushed her down. Chu Ling Shuang smiled and said, "Go and get the brush from under the sink." She coldly directed him, her tone conveying an air of confidence that she knew he had no choice but to comply. Lin Feng clenched his fists, suppressing his impending rage, and said coldly, "Don't you have hands? Go get it yourself." Good. Good. His claws have grown back. Chu Ling Shuang's smile deepened, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. She looked at Lin Feng with a cold smile and said with utter mockery, "You seem to have made some friends these past few days." She seemed to be implying something. It's about Li Hao and Xia Qingqing. Damn it. He knew he couldn't make friends. He was puzzled. Did this young lady not work normally? Lin Feng denied it outright, saying, "We're just colleagues. We've only exchanged a few words. We're not friends." Really? Chu Ling Shuang slightly raised her forehead, giving him a flirtatious glance. She then admired the exquisite manicure on her fingertips and calmly said, "I think the company needs to lay off someone soon. What do you think?" She wasn't asking for his opinion at all. Lin Feng knew very well how difficult it was to find a job in this era, especially after being fired from Yihan Group. He was afraid no company would dare to hire him again. If this disaster is caused simply because I spoke a few extra words to him, then who in this company would dare to say another word to him? He does want freedom, but he absolutely does not want to experience the kind of scene that everyone fears. Lin Feng pursed his lips, remained silent for a moment, and then asked, "What do you want?" It's very simple. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered a few times, and her smile became unrestrained. "Put your hands behind your back and turn around. That's all." Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. He didn't believe that Chu Ling Shuang would let him off so easily, but he would do it anyway, provided that he made things clear to her. I won't talk to them anymore. He also wanted to take this opportunity to tell her that he would only listen to her this once, and that he would not interfere again if she used the same excuse next time. Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow slightly and drew a circle in the air with her fingertips. Lin Feng silently turned around and, as she requested, put his hands behind his back. The next second, an icy, bone-chilling sensation instantly rose on my wrist. Etc. This feeling is... Crack. A cool, crisp sound of impact rang out behind me. He swayed a few times. Now his hands were behind his back, and he couldn't find a point of leverage. He tried his best to calm himself down, his gaze falling on the wire above the toilet seat, and asked, "What are you going to do?" "You know the answer in your heart." Her voice was icy, and her slightly parted red lips concealed a fire about to erupt. Chapter 24, Did I Give You Permission to Touch Other Women? What do I know? Lin Feng was taken aback, glancing at the wire out of the corner of his eye. He slowly took a step back, still arguing. "I don't know what you're talking about. I just took a shower. Are you out of your mind?" He took 2 steps back, and Chu Ling Shuang walked forward. They pressed on relentlessly. "Did I give you permission to touch other women?" Upon hearing this seemingly random remark, Lin Feng immediately lost his composure. "Who did I touch? I was just having a drink." Before he could finish speaking, the image of him carrying Xia Qingqing into the hotel flashed into his mind. Seriously? This counts. But he changed the subject abruptly. "No, what business is it of yours who I touch?" "Very good." She sneered as she took a steel wool pad from the drawer under the sink. "It seems you haven't realized your place yet." She coldly uttered a sentence. then suddenly yanked her finger, forcing Lin Feng to turn his back to her. Lin Feng had just realized what she was about to do when, in the next second, hiss! She brushed the hard steel wool against her palm again and again. He whirled around, taking the opportunity to snatch the wire, and, enduring the excruciating pain in his palm, roared, "What's wrong with you? What business is it of yours who I hug?" Chu Ling Shuang hadn't expected his resistance to be so fierce this time. No one has ever dared to push her in her entire life. Chu Ling Shuang was clearly losing face. Lin Feng endured the dense, stinging pain in his hands, his fingertips twisting the wire. He finally found the keyhole, turned it a few times, and heard a tiny click as the lock opened. He immediately raised his hand and grabbed Chu Ling Shuang's shoulder. A look of surprise flashed across Chu Ling Shuang's cold face. She seemed not to have expected Lin Feng to break free. "You're insane." Lin Feng was furious, but as he retaliated, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower body. He instinctively let go of his hand to cover it, but the next second, he was struck hard on the back of the head. His vision went black instantly. In his last moments before falling into a coma, he saw Chu Ling Shuang's usually aloof face flushed crimson. She bit her red lips tightly, and her eyes held a hint of grievance he had never seen before. When Lin Feng regained consciousness, he was awakened by the stinging pain in his palm. Inside, the warm, yellowish light was still on, and the heavy curtains by the window were closed, blurring the lines between day and night. He just felt extremely tired. He heard the door open. Chu Ling Shuang had changed into a clean, snow-white silk nightgown and was walking towards him. Lin Feng's hands and neck were so painful that he had lost all feeling. He breathed a sigh of relief when he caught sight of the first aid kit in her hand. Chu Ling Shuang remained aloof and unapproachable, her red lips tightly pursed. She raised her hand, placed the first aid kit on the bedside table, opened it, and skillfully took out the ointment. Lin Feng thought she was going to get revenge for hurting her earlier, and subconsciously struggled to get up, but Chu Ling Shuang raised her hand and pressed down on his shoulder. "Don't move. I'm going to apply medicine to you." She offered him a rare explanation. Lin Feng saw that it was indeed medicine for treating external injuries and silently breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Ling Shuang silently unscrewed the ointment and squeezed it all out with slightly rough movements. "Ouch, that hurts." Lin Feng winced in pain. "You know that." Chu Ling Shuang's movements didn't lessen. She roughly spread the ointment with a cotton swab. "It's supposed to hurt. I hope you remember this lesson. You're not allowed to touch anyone but me." Lin Feng was in so much pain, he almost rolled around on the bed, but thankfully, it only lasted for the first few moments. He didn't know what kind of medicine it was, but it worked very quickly, and in just a moment, he felt a cooling sensation. He was too tired to argue with Chu Ling Shuang, and simply said, "That's not up to you." As if used to his backtalk, Chu Ling Shuang coldly replied, "You can try." Chapter 25. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Nobody would believe that. Lin Feng pursed his lips, too lazy to say anything more to her. Seeing his silence, Chu Ling Shuang glanced at him haughtily, continuing to apply the medicine. "Do you know what kind of privileged treatment you are receiving right now?" Lin Feng didn't speak, and simply turned his head to the side. Seeing his expression, Chu Ling Shuang was extremely satisfied. "That's right." She smiled broadly, her grip loosening considerably. "If you had done this earlier, none of this would have happened." Damn it. Lin Feng was so angry that he wanted to punch her, but looking at that flawless, beautiful face and feeling the stinging pain in his hand, he couldn't lift his arm at all. He retorted sharply, "Then why don't you stop spying on me?" Unexpectedly, she said, "Okay!" Exclamation point. Lin Feng's drowsiness vanished instantly, replaced by immense excitement. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at her, but then dimmed the next second. "TCH, are you kidding me again? Don't say things like that to me anymore. It's a waste of my time." Lin Feng leaned against the headboard, looking like he didn't want to pay any attention to her at all. Unexpectedly, Chu Ling Shuang said, "I'm not in the mood for jokes. I'll be removing them starting tomorrow." "Is that really true?" Lin Feng instantly became excited and asked uncertainly. Chu Ling Shuang didn't respond again, and gracefully packed up the medical kit. Since she said that, it must be true this time. Lin Feng became excited, and in his excitement, the pain in his body disappeared. This was more effective than any medicine. After packing her suitcase, Chu Lingshuang left. I thought she was going to sleep here too. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, looked at his hands wrapped in bandages, and curled his lip. She probably had never bandaged anyone before. The bandage wrapping technique was really bad. The thought of her promise to get rid of those people filled Lin Feng with indescribable joy. The room returned to silence, and drowsiness crept in, making his eyelids droop. He struggled to get into bed and soon fell asleep. Back in her room, Chu Lingshuang sat on the sofa in the bedroom, squinting as she relived the scene in the bathroom. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. He was like a ticking time bomb, constantly keeping her on edge. She didn't know where her good temper came from, but she unconsciously rushed to apply the medicine to him. This man is so special. In just a few days, she had experienced something she had never done before, and she was eager to see what other unexpected things Lin Feng would do next. Lin Feng had a rare good night's sleep. When I woke up again, the yellowish light in the room was still on, the curtains were not yet drawn, and the room was dim and gloomy. He fumbled for his phone on the bedside table. The pain in his hand had subsided. I glanced at the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. I slept so well. He noticed a text message blocking notification in the pop-up window and tapped it with his thumb. The moment he opened the app, he saw that it was a text message from Fang Ziyue. Lin Feng, my brother's situation is a misunderstanding. Can you let me explain? You've blocked me on social media. I can't add you back, and I can't get through to you on the phone. Lin Feng, please add me back, okay? I miss you. Upon reaching the end, Lin Feng's lips twitched. How dare she? She practically threw those words in his face back then, and now she wants to explain. Does this explain why she was still entangled with other men while dating him? If he hadn't been kicked out of the Su family, he probably still wouldn't know that he had been cuckolded. She's so shameless. Fang Ziyue's face flashed through his mind, and Lin Feng couldn't even muster any disgust. He was only puzzled as to how he had ever fallen for her in the first place, and how he had diligently been her devoted admirer for so long. He couldn't be bothered with them. They were all on his blacklist anyway, so he simply ignored them. Without lingering in bed, Lin Feng got up, washed up, and went downstairs. In the living room, Wang Ma, who had been waiting for a while, came forward with a smile and asked, "Sir, would you like to have a meal?" "Yes, thank you for your trouble, Aunt Wang." Lin Feng nodded and didn't stand on ceremony. After Wang Ma agreed, she went to prepare. Feeling utterly bored, Lin Feng looked around the living room, but didn't seem to see any trace of Chu Lingshuang. After waiting a few minutes, and once Wang Ma had served all the dishes, Lin Feng casually asked, "Where's your young lady?" "Miss went out early this morning." As she spoke, Wang Ma seemed to remember something and took out a medicine box from the drawer. "This is the anti-inflammatory medicine that Miss instructed you to take today." She remembers it quite clearly. Lin Feng nodded slightly and took the medicine box. He didn't expect that Chu Lingshuang, who had been up most of the night, wouldn't have slept in. He picked up his chopsticks, ate his meal, and casually remarked, "Your young lady is quite diligent." Aunt Wang laughed and said, "My young lady has never slept in since she was a child. No matter how late it is, she gets up at 7 o'clock every day." Lin Feng was taken aback. "Is it like this even on holidays?" "Yes." Aunt Wang nodded, her face full of pride. "My young lady has a very important status and a lot of work to do. Sometimes she's reviewing documents for 2 days in a row." Chu Lingshuang's self-discipline truly exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. Indeed, although the Chu family wields immense power, they also face enormous challenges, often causing far-reaching consequences from a single move, and their work cannot tolerate any mistakes. This is also one of the reasons why he no longer wants to be associated with such a family. "I'm too busy and too tired." But, thinking about this, Lin Feng's lips twitched. She still had time to cause him trouble. As he was pondering this, he noticed his phone screen suddenly light up, and a message popped up. Chapter 26. Her brother, who she had never met. "Brother Lin, did you bring me back yesterday?" It was a message from Xia Qingqing. Given what happened last night, Lin Feng felt that for the time being, he should sever ties with them. He replied with a single, rather indifferent word, and then said nothing more. Xia Qingqing's message popped up quickly. Brother Lin, thank you. I don't know what happened yesterday. I thought I hadn't drunk too much, but I passed out as soon as I got to the bathroom door. The message has just been sent, and the chat box will conveniently display that the other party is typing. Lin Feng's lips twitched. This little girl was really thick-skinned. She'd been knocked unconscious, yet she still thought she was just drunk. Such an innocent child. How could her family bear to let her go to work so far away? Before he could finish his reflection, another message popped up. To express my gratitude, I'd like to invite you to lunch this afternoon. Lin Feng didn't want to have anything to do with her anymore, and even without Chu Ling Shuang, they were just colleagues, so there was no need for them to get too close. No, he replied, and then switched to a short video app. In the hotel, Xia Qingqing's fingers flew across the screen of her phone, typing out a few lines of text before clicking delete. Ever since Lin Feng helped her last time, she has been keeping an eye on him. She had only been with the company for a short time and was a new employee. She didn't know most of her colleagues, and they all treated her like a laborer, whether openly or secretly. The only person who spoke to her was Uncle Wang at the entrance. It was by chance that Lin Feng helped her. Only after the difficulties were resolved did she truly notice his appearance. Although he was just a security guard, his physique and appearance were exceptional. He stood out from the crowd, especially when standing next to the slightly chubby Li Hao. The contrast was even more obvious. Just like a handsome man in a movie, with a cold and stern face and chiseled features. His thin lips, often tightly pursed, paired with the turtleneck sweater underneath, exuded a restrained and ascetic aura, making people hesitant to approach him. Over the past few days, I've found that Brother Li is straightforward and says what he thinks, but Lin Feng always seems aloof and unapproachable. That's why she always felt he was special, and her gaze always lingered on him. He stood there with an indifferent expression, as if everything around him was none of his concern. Faced with this man who always seemed so downcast, Xia Qingqing didn't know what was wrong with her. The urge to cheer him up just wouldn't leave her. He's so handsome. His smile must be really beautiful. She didn't know why she felt this way. Sometimes, after looking at his face for a while, she would feel a sense of familiar warmth. Xia Qingqing's hand trembled as she stared at Lin Feng's reply. Just as she was about to send another message, her phone popped up with a call from her mother. She quickly answered the phone. Qingqing, how's work? Are you settling in? Xia Zalian's voice came from the other end of the phone. Xia Qingqing quickly replied, I'm doing great at work, Mom. Don't worry about me. Your precious daughter is very capable. Hearing this, Xia Zalian's cheerful voice rang out. That's good. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't be used to living alone in Beijing. Do you have enough living expenses? If not, just tell Mom. Mom works at your grandfather's factory now, and I can earn some money every month. Enough, enough, enough. Xia Qingqing responded repeatedly, then complained. Mom, you're not well yet. Why are you going to work? I can earn money now. Didn't I say I'd support you when I get my salary? Oh, Mom is a grown woman. How can I let you pay for it? Besides your maternal grandparents, it's just the two of us. Shouldn't Mom save up some money for your dowry? I just graduated. I don't want to get married. Xia Qingqing pouted, but when she heard her mother's cheerful laughter on the other end of the phone, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. Mom, is there something you need on your call? When she asked that question, there was an instant silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, Xia Zalian seemed to be holding back something, and said in a hoarse voice, Your brother is due at the end of this month. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingqing, whose lips were curving upwards, immediately stopped smiling. Holding the phone up with both hands, her voice trembling, she asked into the phone, Then, is that person going back too? There was an instant silence on the other end of the phone. Without needing to ask any further questions, Xia Qingqing already knew the answer. She said directly into the phone, Mom, I understand. I'll ask for leave in advance to go back. Her eyes darkened, and she hung up the phone. Her fingers flew across the phone screen, switching to the Notes app and creating a brand new file. She counted on her fingers, then frowned and typed it in. This is the 23rd time I've celebrated my brother's birthday. Happy 25th birthday to my brother, whom I've never met. Time flew by, and it was already afternoon. Lin Feng, who had finished eating long ago, was idly scrolling through his phone. This courtyard is so big that, just standing at the entrance of the villa, the main gate to the mountain resort seems to be far away. If he had a car, that would be fine, but if he didn't even have one, he wouldn't bother wandering around the yard. He went upstairs, nestled in bed, and watched TV for a while. The tension he had been holding in for days had eased, and the fatigue that had spread throughout his body made him fall asleep without realizing it. He didn't go down for dinner. He woke up in the middle of the night, glanced at his phone, and then fell asleep again. He didn't wake up until the next morning. This time, nearly 2 days of sleep completely restored his body and brought him back to full health. After so many days, he finally got enough sleep. He glanced at the time. It was exactly 7:10 a.m. He got up, washed up, and went downstairs. Wang Ma immediately ordered someone to serve him breakfast. During the meal, Lin Feng learned from Wang Ma that Chu Ling Shuang had not returned last night. Lin Feng even learned that Chu Ling Shuang usually lived in a villa in Beijing and would not return here unless there were special circumstances. He planned to discuss the terms with Chu Ling Shuang again sometime, and he could find a place to live in Beijing, since it was too far away and his commute to and from get-off work took 2 hours each way every day. After finishing their meal, Lu Tianhan was already waiting outside. Lin Feng got into the car and went to the company as usual. As soon as he entered the workroom, Li Hao, who had arrived earlier, angrily said to him, "You little brat, you actually left me at the company the day before yesterday, making me wake up early this morning and have to catch the bus home. Is this how you treat a brother?" Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he explained, "You were sleeping too soundly that day, and I didn't know your address. You can't just dump me at the company. What if someone with ill intentions shows up there?" As Li Hao spoke, he hugged himself, his face showing lingering fear. Lin Feng's lips were practically twitching raw. Judging from his slightly chubby figure, even if someone came, he probably wouldn't be this hungry. He had decided not to talk to them anymore, so he didn't respond. Fortunately, Li Hao was assigned to another patrol group in the morning, so he didn't have a chance to talk to him. Time quickly came to noon. Just as Lin Feng was carrying the lunchbox and walking out of the security room, he saw Xia Qingqing wearing a standard business suit that didn't match her cute appearance at all, and high heels, limping towards him. Chapter 27, Helping Someone to the End. Please take me home. Lin Feng initially intended to pretend he hadn't seen her, but she was walking towards him, and when she saw him, a smile even appeared on her pale face. "Brother Lin." Xia Qingqing waved and called out to him. Unable to dodge in time, and surrounded by all sorts of passers-by, Lin Feng couldn't pretend not to know them. He stopped and watched as Xia Qingqing walked unsteadily towards him. As if she had found her pillar of support, her little face immediately turned pitiful as she said, "Brother Lin, can you take me home?" She pointed to her slightly twisted foot. Lin Feng then noticed that the heel of her right high heel was broken. The sole was coming unglued, and it hung awkwardly and crookedly on her fair ankle. It's hard to imagine how she managed to walk that distance from inside the company to the outside. He said in a deep voice, "Your ankle looks badly sprained. You need to go to the hospital. Let me call you a taxi." Faced with a little girl who was a head and a half shorter than him, who awkwardly ran over and looked at him with a pitiful expression, Lin Feng really couldn't bring himself to refuse. As if she had rarely heard such words of concern, Xia Qingqing shook her head, her large, watery eyes instantly welling up with tears. "I don't want to go to the hospital," she muttered, head down, staring at her toes, her voice trembling with sobs. Her pitiful appearance made her look like an unwanted little thing, especially with her oversized work uniform making her look like a child who had stolen an adult's clothes. Lin Feng really couldn't bring himself to refuse. He sighed and held his elbow in front of her. "Help me up. I'll take you to get a taxi." Instantly, Xia Qingqing's eyes lit up. She had walked over alone. Her feet were aching terribly, and when she saw Lin Feng's actions, she quickly reached out and grabbed the sleeve of his elbow with both hands. And so, supporting her as she limped along, they walked for most of the day until they finally reached the bus stop. It's lunch break time, so the break is relatively short. Plus, Yihan Group has pretty complete facilities, so there aren't many people around the bus stop. "You wait here for the car. I'm going back to the company first." After delivering the person, Lin Feng prepared to leave without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingqing gripped his sleeve tightly instead. "Brother Lin, If you're going to help someone, please take me home. Her big, round eyes stared at him expectantly, and her innocent and adorable appearance made Lin Feng's heart flutter. He sighed, I have to go to work at 3 in the afternoon. He really didn't want to meddle in other people's business and wanted to sever ties with Xia Qingqing. But, I'll make it. Xia Qingqing blinked and said, my rented place is not far from the company, just 3 bus stops away. Lin Feng, she's put it that way, so it would be really unreasonable for me not to help. Finally, Lin Feng nodded. Okay, I'll drop you off at your doorstep and then come back. Xia Qingqing instantly became excited and happily hugged Lin Feng's arm. Thank you, Brother Lin. I knew you were the best. Feeling the strong wrap around his arm, Lin Feng's lips twitched. Fortunately, Chu Lingshuang removed the people monitoring him yesterday. Otherwise, seeing this scene, he probably wouldn't know what kind of torture he would have suffered at her hands. The bus arrived shortly afterward. Lin Feng helped her into the car, and they sat down in the back row. It was midday, and since this was the suburbs, there were hardly any people in the car. As the car started, Xia Qingqing placed her 2 small hands on her lap, rubbing her fingers together, and glancing at Lin Feng from time to time out of the corner of her eye. This was Lin Feng's first time riding this bus. As he watched the street scenes rushing past the window, memories of the past flooded his mind. He remembered that the last time he took a bus was when he was in high school. At that time, the Su family was not very wealthy. The family had 4 children, and Su Tongda and Wang Shan ran a small shop. Although they didn't have much money, they lived a stable life. But later, when Lin Feng's entrepreneurial ventures started to take off during his university years, their attitude changed. At first, they only asked him to help buy a car and a house. Later, they gradually started asking about the profits from his business. Eventually, it turned into questions about the whole family investing in the business and the ownership of the contracts. Their attitude completely changed after Su Jie returned. Lin Feng knew that they were just using him, but they had supported him for so many years, never lacking food or clothing, so he didn't want to worry about the money. Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem. He doesn't hate them, he's just become indifferent. If you think about it carefully, the business plans he made when he left home are almost used up, and the personnel management and other issues still need to be maintained on a daily basis. Given Su Jie's personality, if they really hand over the company to him, I'm afraid the company will run into big problems soon. But none of this concerns him anymore. As he was pondering this, he suddenly heard Xia Qingqing's voice. He turned his head and caught a glimpse of Xia Qingqing's cautious expression. What's wrong? He asked. Xia Qingqing rubbed her fingers together, a little flustered, and asked, Brother Lin, do you really dislike me? Well, Lin Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to ask such a question. Xia Qingqing's eyes held a hint of grievance. She lowered her head slightly and muttered, I always feel like you don't really want to talk to me. What she said makes perfect sense. The closer you get to him, the more difficult things will be for Chu Lingshuang. Lin Feng wouldn't have believed this before, but now, the madness of Chu Lingshuang has exceeded his imagination. He was still wearing gloves, and the faint pain emanating from his palms seemed to be a constant reminder to him. Although it's not right to reject a girl, especially such a cute little sister. But for the sake of her job, Lin Feng still hardened his heart and said, We're just colleagues. His cold words were like a sharp sword, piercing directly into Xia Qingqing's heart. Her eyes were filled with tears, her rims were slightly red, and she pouted as she argued, But I've always thought of you as an older brother. Lin Feng didn't speak because he didn't know what to say. Xia Qingqing continued, I'm also new to this company, less than a month old. I don't have many friends in Beijing, but luckily I met you all. I think we should be friends now. That's just your opinion. Lin Feng replied ruthlessly, his tone icy. In this world, no one can be a friend except for those related to you by blood. After saying that, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of the grievance in Xia Qingqing's eyes, and his heart clenched for no reason. He felt he had spoken too harshly, so he added, Society is complicated. Don't open your heart to others casually. Protecting yourself and learning to love yourself is the first lesson you need to learn in life. Chapter 28. This little girl has a really big heart. Xia Qingqing, who was initially feeling a pang of pain in her heart from Lin Feng's words, suddenly felt much better after hearing his last sentence. These are principles that even her mother had never told her. My mother has been seriously ill since I was a child. Living in the countryside, they relied on my maternal grandparents and barely managed to make ends meet. Normally, her grandparents are busy taking care of things at the factory and can't leave, so she can only go home immediately after school to help her mother with toileting and urination. From the age of 8, when she became sensible, the heavy housework weighed on her head like a heavy weight, and she had no time to play. Because her family was poor, she always smelled bad, and no one wanted to be her friend during her school years. This went on for a full 10 years. But her innate competitive spirit drove her to always think about defying fate, so she studied desperately. Whether it was divine intervention or not, after junior high school, her mother gradually regained consciousness and was able to speak again. It was only then that Xia Qingqing learned that she had a brother she had never met and who had been lost since childhood. To her surprise, her mother had a very broad perspective, had been to many big cities, and had a wide range of knowledge. She often chatted with her after school. She was no longer a lonely, withdrawn person. From then on, her face was often filled with a smile, and she sometimes fantasized about whether she would ever see her lost brother again. She always felt that her brother must have been born stupid, otherwise he wouldn't have been lost for so many years. Thinking of this, Xia Qingqing suddenly smiled. How could Brother Lin possibly dislike her? If he really disliked her, why would he patiently say these things to her? Thank you. Xia Qingqing smiled broadly, gripping Lin Feng's arm tightly and tilting her head forward. Can I call you Brother Feng from now on? Lin Feng. He only saw her silence and assumed she had listened to him, but unexpectedly, she turned her head away, as if she felt even closer to him. He had no idea what was going on in Xia Qingqing's little head, so he simply chose to remain silent. Silence means you agree. Xia Qingqing smiled and said, Brother Feng, come to my house for a visit later. I'll make it up to you by cooking for you since I've taken up your meal time. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. This little girl was like an unkillable cockroach. No, we're almost there. I'll take you home, and then rush back to the company. We can still make it. No way. Xia Qingqing tightened her grip on Lin Feng's sleeve. I have to make it up to you today. I haven't thanked you for taking me to the hotel last time. Look at the force with which this little girl is pulling. She's twisted his clothes so badly they're deformed. Lin Feng knew that nothing he said today would make a difference. When the car arrived at the station, he helped Xia Qingqing off the car, walked along the winding path, and then there was an apartment building with an elevator. The area around Yihan Group is a suburb, also known as an office area, where many companies have established themselves. Most of the residents in these apartment buildings are migrant workers. The houses aren't great, but they're perfectly adequate for one person living alone. After getting off the elevator, Xia Qingqing arrived at the door of room 603 and opened it. What comes into view is a minimalist layout. The small room, less than 20 square meters, can be seen at a glance. However, despite its small size, it has everything you need: a desk, a bed, a refrigerator, and a separate bathroom. Xia Qingqing skillfully hung her bag on the hook on the wall by the door, and then pulled Lin Feng inside with a smile. Brother Lin, please have a seat. I'll go check what food I have in my fridge. She seemed to have forgotten that her foot was still injured. This little girl is really carefree. Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he turned her shoulders and pressed her down on the bed. Don't you want your feet anymore? Xia Qingqing was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Before her was Lin Feng's handsome face magnified, and her heart suddenly raced. Glancing at the simple decorations in the room, Lin Feng sighed. You sit down first. I'll go downstairs to buy some medicine and bring you some food while I'm at it. Before Xia Qingqing could respond, Lin Feng took the keys and left. Watching his departing figure, Xia Qingqing's rapidly beating heart gradually calmed down. He was so good to her, even going out to buy her medicine and food. She said, how could Brother Lin possibly dislike me? He's just not good with words. In her excitement, Xia Qingqing glanced at the panties hanging by the windowsill in the room. Her cheeks flushed, and despite the pain, she struggled to get up and quickly put the whole bunch of things away. Not long after, Lin Feng came up from downstairs. He placed the food in the lunchbox that Xia Qingqing had prepared earlier, then handed her the medicine. Staring at her injured ankle, He paused for a moment and said, "Your sprain is a bit serious. It's better to go to the hospital." "Don't want." Xia Qingqing immediately protested vehemently. "Going to the hospital is so expensive, and you have to register and wait in line. Before my foot is even healed, I'll be dead from waiting. I'm not going." Lin Feng had never seen such a stubborn temper before. "All right, let me take a look." He sighed and squatted down. Xia Qingqing felt her ankles being enveloped by a pair of large hands, while her little feet were being examined by another large hand. The frosted texture of the gloves brushed against the instep of her foot, a subtle sensation rising from the sole of her foot to the tip of her heart. She blushed without realizing it. After checking him over, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "It's all right, just a sprain. I'll put some medicine on it for you. Just rest for a few days and avoid any strenuous activity." As he spoke, he unscrewed the safflower oil and poured some onto his fingertips. "If you can't wear high heels, then don't wear them. The size you bought is way too small. I thought if it was a little smaller, it would stretch out after wearing it for a while, so I could wear it for a few more days," Xia Qingqing said, blushing as she explained. The next second, a cool yet warm sensation rose up on my ankle. She didn't know how Lin Feng massaged her feet, but after a short while, the pain in her feet subsided. "You've joined Ihan Group. Your salary must be pretty high," Lin Feng said while applying the medicine. "My first 3 months were my internship, and I only earned 8,000 yuan a month," Xia Qingqing answered softly, feeling as if her face was on fire, the heat making her uncomfortable. 8,000 yuan isn't a small amount," Lin Feng exclaimed, puzzled. "You're here on your own now, and the company provides meal allowances. You shouldn't need that much money a month." "I still need to transfer money to my mom." "Transfer money to your mother?" Lin Feng was taken aback, then asked, "Do you have any younger siblings?" "No." Xia Qingqing shook her head, her usually lively voice now sounding somewhat low. "I only have one older brother, but my mother needs money for medical treatment, so I've been working part-time since college to earn money to send to her." Chapter 29, If Only You Were My Brother. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly looked up. He hadn't expected that Xia Qingqing, with such a cheerful personality, would come from a single-parent family. But doesn't she have an older brother? No matter what, the responsibility of caring for their mother shouldn't fall solely on her shoulders. "Doesn't your brother have a job?" He thought about it and asked the same question. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingqing's eyes instantly darkened, and a hint of sadness appeared between her brows. She fell silent. Perhaps there are other circumstances in her family. Since ancient times, even an upright official finds it difficult to settle family disputes. So why should I concern myself with her family's situation? Lin Feng fell silent. "If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingqing panicked and hurriedly said as if Lin Feng had misunderstood her, "No, it's not that I can't say." She paused for a moment, then said, "My brother went missing when he was 1 year old, and I haven't seen him since I was born." Lost. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Why did this situation feel so familiar? He looked up abruptly, meeting Xia Qingqing's downcast eyes. "What's your brother's name? How did he get lost? Where are you from?" His sudden barrage of questions left Xia Qingqing somewhat bewildered. Is brother Lin showing concern for her? Xia Qingqing didn't know that it was a secret she had kept hidden in her heart for many years. Finally, she had the chance to talk about it with someone other than her mother, and she felt it was quite nice. Especially since this person was Lin Feng, who had taken good care of her. She didn't shy away from the question and answered truthfully, "I don't know either. My brother was lost before I was born, and my mother never told me his name. My family is from Pingyang County, Shanghai." "And what about your father? Haven't you seen him?" Lin Feng didn't know what was wrong with him. It was clearly not the right time to ask such a question, but he blurted it out anyway. Fortunately, Xia Qingqing seemed to be used to it and said naturally, "He transfers money to my mother every year, but my mother has never accepted it." "Oh, okay." Lin Feng nodded. The only thing that kept his parents together after they got married was their children, which was a common situation. He didn't say anything more, took out an ice pack from the plastic bag, and carefully wrapped it around Xia Qingqing's foot. Watching his earnest and meticulous movements, Xia Qingqing muttered softly for no reason, "Brother Feng, I wish you were my brother." Although the sound was very soft, It was close enough that Lin Feng heard it. His hand trembled, and a look of helplessness appeared on his lowered face. If he had such a big-minded and naive younger sister, he would probably have a headache every day. He didn't say anything more. After bandaging her feet, he placed them on a small stool and added, "Don't go out for the next couple of days. Take leave from work. You can order takeout for meals." Hearing these words, Xia Qingqing felt a lump in her throat, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. As if all the grievances she had held back for so many years had finally found an outlet, her bright, watery eyes welled up with tears. She was so stupid just now. How could she think that Brother Lin disliked her? He was clearly so caring towards her. She didn't express her gratitude again, but nodded familiarly like a well-behaved kitten. "I'll remember. Then I'll be going now. If anything comes up, just send me a message. Eat your food while it's hot first." Lin Feng pointed to the bowl on the table, then turned and left. He had originally planned to clarify his relationship with Xia Qingqing, but after hearing about her ordeal, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Girls raised in families like this should naturally have low self-esteem, but Xia Qingqing, whom he knew, always had a lively smile on her face. Every smile reached his eyes, it wasn't feigned. He couldn't bring himself to say anything particularly harsh to such a strong-willed and vibrant girl. As Lin Feng boarded the bus back to the company, a thought suddenly popped into his head. Perhaps he could try to find his biological parents. Over the years, he had actually tried to find out more. After he brought the Su family company up and running, he used his connections to inquire around, but the news stopped once it reached the welfare home. The director of the orphanage only told him that he was taken there by a couple when he was 2 years old. After that, the Su family treated him well, and he was busy with work, so he gave up the idea. After all, what use is it to find the parents who sent their 2-year-old son to the welfare home? But now, without those heavy workloads, he's starting to wonder why they sent him away in the first place. Just as he was pondering this, a caller ID flashed on his phone. It is an unknown number. Lin Feng had already blocked those who needed to be blocked, and without giving it much thought, he clicked to connect. The next second, a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xiao Feng, how have you been lately?" Lin Feng was stunned. That voice belonged to his second sister, Su Pansy. Su Pansy went abroad to study after high school, and for some reason, she frequently changed her phone number. Lin Feng never saved her number in his contacts. Unexpectedly, there were still some who slipped through the net, and she actually managed to get in. But since the call had already been connected, Lin Feng simply asked, "Is there something you need?" On the other end of the phone, Su Pansy was clearly taken aback, seemingly not expecting Lin Feng to be so cold towards her. But she didn't think too much about it, and asked directly, "Xiao Feng, do you have any money left? I'm a little short on living expenses this month." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng almost burst out laughing. No, he's already been kicked out of the Su family. How dare Su Pansy ask him for living expenses? Doesn't the Su family give you money to spend? Lin Feng asked with a sneer. No. Su Pansy thought Lin Feng was concerned about her, so she hurriedly said, "Xiao Jie said he would transfer the money to me, but it's already mid-month, and he hasn't replied to my messages. I only have 2 days' worth of living expenses left, and the school said I haven't paid my tuition for this semester." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. In the past, he would send money to Su Pansy on the 1st of every month. She was studying abroad and needed a lot of money. Her living expenses alone were at least 100,000 yuan. She didn't have to worry about tuition fees. Unexpectedly, the Su family has stopped transferring living expenses altogether. But what does this have to do with him? Lin Feng asked with a cold smile. "Su Pansy, it seems you've forgotten that I'm no longer a member of the Su family." This was the first time Lin Feng had addressed her by her full name, and Su Pansy was clearly a little uncomfortable. Her heart skipped a beat, and she said with a hint of reproach, "Xiao Feng, how can you talk to your older sister like that? I know what happened at home. Mom and Dad were a bit ruthless, but you shouldn't have been so cruel to Xiao Jie." Chapter 30, If Only Xiaofeng Were Here. Why are you still arguing with him about this at a time like this? Lin Feng instantly felt a surge of disgust. "Are you done talking?" He shouted a stern rebuke, clearly having worn down his temper to nothing. Su Pansy seemed startled and stopped speaking. Lin Feng continued, "I'm no longer a member of the Su family. I don't know where you get the nerve to ask me for money. Don't call me again, or I'll sue you for harassment. Su Pansy never expected Lin Feng to say such heartless words. She hurriedly said, "No, Xiaofeng, what happened to you? You used to. The past is the past. The present is the present." Lin Feng coldly uttered these words and then hung up the phone without hesitation. On the other end of the phone, Su Pansy was stunned as she heard the dial tone indicating the call had been disconnected. Lin Feng was always respectful and humble towards her. After high school, she went abroad alone. Although she was a little lonely, Lin Feng would often share her daily life at home with her, and he never let her worry about money. After the incident at home a few days ago, she also felt that Lin Feng had gone a bit too far. After all, Xiao Jie was her own younger brother, and she was also angry to see Xiao Jie lying in the hospital bed. After visiting her family in the hospital, she flew abroad again. It was only a few days ago that her class advisor contacted her to ask about her tuition fees, and she realized that no money had been deposited into her account for a long time. She then hurriedly called Xiao Jie. At first, Xiao Jie transferred 2,000 yuan to her, but later said that he had just taken over the company and couldn't allocate funds. She then realized she was out of money, so she instinctively called Lin Feng. But I never expected Lin Feng to be so heartless. Feeling indignant, Su Pansy dialed the phone number of her eldest sister, Su Jiqing. "Big sister, did you even ask when you're going to transfer the money to me? The school is already pressing me for my tuition." Su Jiqing was taken aback. "Hasn't Xiao Jie transferred the money to you yet?" "No, it's been several days already. The school said if I don't pay by the end of the month, they won't let me continue my studies." Su Pansy urged anxiously. "Don't rush," Su Jiqing said hurriedly. "The company is mobilizing a lot right now, and Xiao Jie just joined. He's not familiar with many things yet. So, how much is your tuition again for a year?" 230,000. So much. Su Jiqing was stunned. How come she didn't know her second sister's tuition was so expensive? "That's right. Big sister, you forgot? I didn't have enough points to get in, so I had to pay to get in." Su Pansy emphasized again. Su Jiqing pursed her lips tightly. It wasn't that she had forgotten. It was that she had no idea about it at all. Previously, Lin Feng had taken care of his sister's tuition and the family's daily expenses. She usually just went to and from get off work, sat in the office drinking tea and reviewing documents, and basically never had to worry about anything. But now, never mind. Su Jiqing shook her head and said, "How about this? I'll talk to my parents and ask them to clear out the money for your tuition first, so you can focus on your studies." "Okay." Su Pansy finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Then you have to hurry, big sister. The school won't wait for you." "Uh-huh." After hanging up the phone, Su Jiqing rubbed her eyes with a headache. There was a large stack of documents from Su Family Trading Company piled up on her desk. Since Lin Feng left, Xiao Jie has been lying in the hospital for more than 10 days, and all these documents have piled up and been given to her. She has been working overtime for half a month straight. Before, she would just drink tea and play on her phone in the office. When it was time to leave, Lin Feng would tell her where to sign, and she would just write her name there. She noticed that Lin Feng usually reviewed these documents very quickly and was extremely professional when talking to his assistant, so she never interfered. However, now that she's doing the work herself, she realizes that these contracts need to be carefully reviewed page by page, and she also has to deal with the company's daily chores and attend board meetings twice a week. All of these things piled up on her shoulders. If Xiaofeng were here. Su Jiqing rubbed her temples, feeling a bit of a headache, and squinted her eyes as images of her time with Lin Feng flashed through her mind. She was playing a game at the time, and Lin Feng was standing behind her, massaging her shoulders while watching and shouting behind her. "Sister, you're amazing. Wow, triple kill. My sister is truly the best. You're amazing. But now, hey ma'am, have you finished looking at the contract? I'm going to karaoke with my friends tonight. I'll sign it first." Just as she was feeling worried, Su Jie burst in. Looking at the bandage wrapped around Su Jie's head, Su Jiqing complained, "You're injured. Why aren't you resting properly? It's a classmate from before." Su Jie scratched his head, seemingly noticing Su Jiqing's complaint. His voice lowered, sounding somewhat aggrieved. "Big sister, I've never been to a place like a KTV before. My classmate invited me, so I thought I'd go and see what it's like. His voice was soft and pitiful, like that of an unwanted child. Su Jiqing's heart tightened, and a strange sense of sympathy welled up within her. Although they didn't have much money at the time, their parents ran a courier station, and they certainly didn't skimp on entertainment expenses. She didn't say anything more or complain. Okay, then be careful. Let's sign the documents tomorrow. Okay, thank you, big sister. Su Jie's face immediately lit up with a smile, and he left excitedly. Su Jiqing looked at the 500,000 yuan she had saved in her account, sighed, and finally transferred 300,000 yuan to Su Pansy's account. Immediately afterwards, she picked up her phone and dialed her father, Su Tongda's, number. Dad, has the contract we negotiated with Yihan Group last month been finalized? On the other end, Su Tongda pondered for a moment and said, Not yet. They said they would contact us if they had any news. What's wrong? Has something happened to the company? No, that's not it. Su Jiqing shook her head and said truthfully, It's to prepare for the big order from Yihan. The company's revenue has dropped by more than half in the past 2 months. If there is still no definite news from them, we should take on regular orders first. Don't worry, let me go ask. Ziguang Mansion Villa. In the office, Chu Ling Shuang sat upright, wearing a white shirt, her long hair tied up high, examining the contract documents on the table with a noble and composed air. When her gaze fell on the words, Su Sure, she raised an eyebrow. Xuyan, has the logistics company been contracted for that batch of goods from Yihan in the first half of the year yet? Looking up at the computer screen in front of her, Yu Shuyan pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Yes, let's talk about recently. Beijing has developed rapidly in recent years, with many new companies emerging. The board member's idea is to explore a different partnership. Chapter 31, Let Tianhan Go in Person. As she spoke, a curious look appeared in her eyes. These kinds of things are minor matters for the Chu family. With the Chu family's connections, changing partners every now and then can reduce costs significantly, cause competition within the industry, and generate more revenue for the Chu family. This is all normal practice. Miss never inquires about such matters, so why is she bringing it up now? Let's find a few people in the same industry and arrange a meeting to talk. Chu Ling Shuang's cold voice rang out in the video, and Yu Shui Yin was immediately stunned. Miss, are you going to attend this kind of meeting? Instead of just being surprised in her heart, Yu Shuiyin blurted out her shock. Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow, her tone indifferent. Have Tianhan personally lead the group there. Tianhan. Yu Shuiyin was so shocked that she jumped up from her chair. Although Tianhan usually drove, everyone in the company knew that she had a special identity and only took orders from Mississippi. For such a trivial matter, the board of directors could have just sent anyone. Why did they need Tianhan to attend in person? But since it was Chu Ling Shuang who spoke, Yu Shuiyin didn't dare to be negligent. After quickly changing her expression, she nodded hurriedly. Yes, miss, I understand. Bring a few security guards. Chu Ling Shuang's voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of mockery, as if she were watching a good show. Yu Shuiyin's heart skipped a beat. Without asking, she knew who the young lady meant. She nodded, suppressing her shock, and said, Okay, I will notify the security department and arrange for Lin Feng and the others to attend the meeting. Security Department of Yihan Group. Lin Feng had just finished eating when he arrived at the company and received a message from Xia Qingqing. By the way, Brother Feng, could you please tell Uncle Wang that my car will be parked in the garage for now, and I'll drive it once I've recovered from my injury? Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he tapped a few times on the screen. Okay. The afternoon flew by. During this time, Li Hao somehow heard about Xia Qingqing spraining her ankle and came over to ask her how her injury was. Upon learning that it was just a sprain and nothing serious, Li Hao even remarked, She's really clumsy. Lin Feng pursed his lips. High heels were indeed difficult to wear. For some reason, the image of Chu Ling Shuang popped into his mind when he thought of high heels. She always wore high heels. Her slender, jade-like legs were long and fair, and the sound of her shoes rubbing against the ground as she walked was even more imposing. This scene flashed by for a moment, and Lin Feng quickly shook his head and focused intently on his work. As evening approached the end of the workday, Wang Qingming, with a serious expression, called Li Hao and others over for a meeting, including Lin Feng. As soon as Lin Feng arrived at the office, he saw Lu Tianhan there as well. When their eyes met, he caught a glimpse of the resentment and speechlessness in Lu Tianhan's eyes. Is everyone here? Wang Qingming counted the number of people. There were 4 in total: Lin Feng, Li Hao, and 2 peripheral monitoring personnel whom he didn't know very well. Okay, let me mention first that the company will be holding a signing ceremony at the Xiangshili Hotel the day after tomorrow, which will be overseen by Miss Lu. You few need to ensure Miss Lu's safety. As he spoke, Wang Qingming gave Lin Feng a very ambiguous look. Miss Lu in charge. Li Hao was taken aback and blurted out. Then it must be the big event. Brother Wang, there are only 4 of us. Can we manage? Wang Qingming rolled his eyes and gave Li Hao a tap on the head. You brat, it's not like I'm asking you to be in charge of the whole hotel. The 4 of you just need to protect Miss Lu. Stop talking so much nonsense. Yes, yes, yes. Li Hao rubbed his head in pain and nodded repeatedly. Wang Qingming continued. I called you here today so you can get to know each other. You can go back and rest tomorrow, and just follow Miss Lu's arrangements the day after tomorrow. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Tianhan with a fawning expression. Lu Tianhan slightly raised her head and simply said, Meet at the company entrance at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow morning. Lin Feng had never seen her speak like this before. She had the air of a female boss. Lin Feng wasn't sure if he was seeing things, but he felt that Lu Tianhan's eyes were filled with complaints, as if she had a lot to say to complain about. Wang Qingming gave them some more instructions and then let them go home. On the way out, Li Hao's voice rang out. Goodness, even Miss Lu is here for a meeting. It must be a major one. Lin Feng, you're something else. You've only been working here a few days, and you've already encountered so many memorable scenes. Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but ask, Ms. Lu, do you also work for the company? Upon hearing this, Li Hao was shocked. Ms. Lu, you don't know her? She is one of the 3 directors of our company. She is the first person to be approved after the board meeting. Wow, Lu Tianhan, is that amazing? Lin Feng had assumed she was just there to be his driver. His eyelids were twitching violently, which made it even more crucial that they didn't find out. If they knew that the 3 directors of Yihan Group were his drivers, his peaceful days would probably be over. All right, don't worry too much. Miss Lu is a nice person. Let's just focus on our work. Li Hao muttered, then waved to Lin Feng as they reached the front door. Lin, I'm off now. See you the day after tomorrow. Lin Feng nodded, and after watching Li Hao's departing figure, he turned and headed towards the underground parking garage. As soon as he got in the car, Lin Feng saw that Lu Tianhan, who had just been indifferent, now looked utterly hopeless. He couldn't help but say, I didn't know you were actually one of the 3 directors of Yihan Group. Ugh, stop talking, Lu Tianhan said angrily, her face full of despair. I don't know what kind of weird trend has been going on lately, making me personally handle such a trivial matter. I'm speechless. A small matter? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Yeah. It was just a meeting with a few logistics companies, and Sister Xuyan actually said that Miss wanted me to go in person. Can you believe it? Lu Tianhan's mouth was completely opened, and she started complaining incessantly. Logistics company? You Xuyan? Chu Lingshuang actually made her go in person. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched, and he instantly had a bad feeling. Then why don't you just take a few of the older employees? I just joined the company. Lin Feng said in surprise. Sister Xuyan personally instructed me to take you there. How was I supposed to know what she was up to? Lu Tianhan complained, stepping on the gas. Startled by the sudden start of the car, Lin Feng leaned forward, his eyelids twitching wildly. He had a feeling something bad was going to happen. Sigh, I was just driving around for fun, and now even this kind of trouble is coming my way. Oh well. Lu Tianhan gripped the steering wheel and slammed on the gas pedal with a look of grim determination. Let the storm rage on, just run me over. Chapter 32, So what if you saw it? It's no big deal. The car's speed suddenly increased, and Lin Feng instinctively grabbed the handle above his head. Seeing that he had entered the highway and there were no cars around, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Lingshuang did not return that night. Lin Feng has gradually gotten used to living here. He has never received such treatment before, and he feels a rare warmth in his heart from Wang Ma's thoughtfulness. The next day, while eating the breakfast prepared by Wang Ma, Lin Feng took the initiative to chat. Wang Ma, what time do you usually eat? Around 6 a.m., usually before the young lady. But in special circumstances, we'll wait until the young lady has finished her meal before we eat. It seemed like Wang Ma was being asked such a question for the first time. In between answering truthfully, she looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had to wait for Chu Ling Shuang to finish her meal. Being a servant in the Chu family was not easy. He stared at Wang Ma with some sympathy and said, Wang Ma, you're so old. You should be enjoying your retirement at home. But you're living such a stressful life. It's not good for your heart in the long run. It seemed she rarely heard such caring words, and Wang Ma's heart trembled. Her gaze toward Lin Feng became even more amiable. Sir, there's no need to worry. Miss arranges medical checkups for us every year. Besides, although this place is big, there are other maids to help take care of it, so I don't have to worry about it much. I see. Lin Feng nodded, surprised that Chu Ling Shuang treated the servants so well. But she was so cruel to him, and Lin Feng felt more and more speechless the more he thought about it. After dinner, he told Wang Ma that he needed a laptop and wrote down all the specifications on a piece of paper before handing it to her. Wang Ma was quick. The computer was delivered in just 1 hour. He carried his laptop upstairs. Ever since the incident in the office, Lin Feng has been thinking about hacking into Han Group's surveillance system. He can't keep letting Chu Ling Shuang lead him by the nose like this. If there is a next time, he could easily hack into the company's surveillance system and punish Chu Ling Shuang in some way. This will also let Chu Ling Shuang know that he is not a lamb to be slaughtered by her. Looking at the computer packaging box, a delicate and luxurious scent wafted out. He knew this brand. It was the best one available. He majored in finance in college, and his minor involved computer science. Lin Feng is quite proficient with computers. After turning on the computer and checking it, Lin Feng didn't find any monitoring devices inside, and all the firewalls were working properly. He then felt relieved, skillfully opened a software program, and his fingers flew across the keyboard. Time flew by, and it was already evening. Lin Feng was so tired that he fell asleep. The next morning, after having breakfast, Lin Feng took Lu Tianhan's car to the company. I'll get off the bus when we're almost at the company, and I can walk there, Lin Feng said proactively as they approached the office. Lu Tianhan asked in surprise, Why are you getting out of the car? I could have just pulled you along. Lin Feng pouted, That won't work. What will we say if they see it? So what if you saw it? It's no big deal. Lu Tianhan casually tossed out a remark, not giving Lin Feng a chance to get out of the car at all, and drove straight to the company gate. Li Hao and others were already waiting at the company entrance, with Wang Qingming standing beside them. Seeing Lu Tianhan roll down her car window, Li Hao hurriedly stepped forward. Miss Lu, Lin Feng hasn't arrived yet. Before he could finish speaking, the window of the car behind him was rolled down, and Lin Feng sat in the back seat looking restrained, waving at him with an awkward smile. Li Hao, huh? I saw him on the way, so I brought him along. Lu Tianhan said, then turned to Wang Qingming and asked, Brother Wang, is the car ready? All right. Wang Qingming quickly responded, then grabbed Li Hao's collar and pulled him back, while looking at Lin Feng with an ambiguous expression and raising his eyebrows at him with a wicked smile. Lin Feng, let's go when you're ready, Lu Tianhan said, rolling up the window and stepping on the gas. Behind them, Li Hao and the other two hurriedly got into the car behind, and both cars simultaneously entered the highway. This is a rare opportunity. Your mother and I are still out of town and can't get back right now. Jiqing, you're taking Xiaojie with you this time. You'd better train him properly. This is the best opportunity for you both to gain experience. Champagne Hotel. Su Jiqing arrived at the hotel lobby early in the morning, looking nervous. She sat upright on the sofa, clutching her phone, her mind replaying her father's instructions. A number of people gradually arrived, dressed in formal suits, chatting amongst themselves. Su Jiqing knew they were all colleagues. Although there was competition, it was still important to maintain good relationships. She should have gone up and asked, but she had never seen these people before, and now she didn't know what excuse to use. Meanwhile, Su Jie, as if he had never been to this kind of hotel before, looked around curiously, and with a greedy look on his face, kept picking up the exquisite desserts on the table. Smack, smack. Smack smack. From the moment he sat down, Su Jie's mouth never stopped, smacking incessantly like a starving ghost. Su Jiqing, who was already quite nervous, was really annoyed at this moment and couldn't help but say, "Shao Jie, you should eat less. Eating too many sweets is not good." Su Jie, who was enjoying his pastry, suddenly froze, then looked aggrieved and said, "Sis, I've never eaten such delicious pastries before." Su Jiqing's heart skipped a beat, and she glanced at Su Jie with a complicated expression. Finally, she said helplessly, "What I mean is that there are more people now, so you should calm down for a while. I'll buy you some to take home and eat after the meeting." "Yay!" Su Jie immediately perked up, grabbing Su Jiqing's arm without a care for his image, and said happily, "I knew my sister was the best to me." In broad daylight, Su Jiqing could feel the whispers and whispers of those around her. She quickly pulled her arm away and said helplessly, "Shao Jie, don't mess around. When we have the meeting later, just sit next to me and don't talk. Just listen and learn." "Okay." Su Jie nodded and stopped moving around. At 8 a.m. sharp, a conspicuous Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of the Champelices Hotel. "Ihan Group is here. Hurry, hurry, hurry." In the hotel lobby, several middle-aged men hurriedly got up and walked towards the door. Su Jiqing quickly pulled Su Jie to his feet and followed them toward the main gate. She then realized that there were 10 people in total, including herself, attending the meeting. This meant that 10 companies were competing with them at the same time, and she immediately felt immense pressure. Chapter 33. This woman has such a damn wicked sense of humor. Amidst the crowd's gaze, the rear door of the Rolls-Royce was pushed open, and Lin Feng, dressed in a suit and black leather shoes, stepped out of the car with a composed demeanor. His cold face and striking physique instantly drew the attention of a group of girls at the hotel entrance. Lin Feng lowered his eyes, walked straight to the driver's seat, and opened the car door. Lu Tianhan, wearing a pair of slender high heels, a well-fitting suit, and sunglasses, slowly got out of the car. Even though her sunglasses covered most of her face, quite a few people still recognized her. Miss Lu actually came in person. It seems that Ihan Group is going to negotiate a big contract this time. Everyone was talking excitedly, looking at Lu Tianhan with eager anticipation, a sense of tension simmering beneath the surface. Su Jiqing had heard of the name Lu Tianhan before. Lin Feng had mentioned some of the senior executives of Ihan Group to her before, and Lu Tianhan was one of the names he read out. "I never expected to run into him today." Su Jiqing was startled, realizing that this signing was not a simple matter. She stared intently at Lu Tianhan. Although she was considered a strong woman by others and handled things with great authority, she paled in comparison to Lu Tianhan. Just from the moment they met, Lu Tianhan's boss-like aura was overwhelming, putting her at a disadvantage. What was even more devastating was that when she saw the people following behind Lu Tianhan, she was completely stunned. Little Feng. Looking at that face that she knew all too well, Su Jiqing was completely stunned. "Big sister, what are you talking about?" Su Jie peeked out from the side, puzzled, but when his gaze fell on Lu Tianhan's back, he was dumbfounded. Lin Feng, who had been kicked out of his home, was standing right behind Lu Tianhan. He followed closely behind Lu Tianhan, coming up the steps at the hotel entrance. The crowd waiting at the entrance subconsciously moved aside to make way for them. Lin Feng simply walked right past them. "Big sister, brother Lin He." Su Jie was completely shocked. He stared incredulously at Lin Feng's back and stammered, "What is brother Lin doing here?" "How should I know?" Su Jiqing was also stunned. Judging from this situation, Lin Feng seemed to be a security guard. After being kicked out of the Su family, Su Jiqing secretly investigated where Lin Feng had gone, but Lin Feng had already moved out of his original residence and disappeared without a trace. She thought he had already gone to another city, but unexpectedly. Does he currently work for Ihan Group? He even became a security guard there. For some reason, Su Jiqing's tense mood suddenly relaxed a lot when she saw Lin Feng. "It's good that Xiaofeng is here. Even though he's just a security guard, at least there's someone I know. I can ask him directly if there's anything I don't understand." Moreover, if I remember correctly, Lin Feng just got out of Lu Tianhan's car, which means that Xiaofeng and Lu Tianhan have a good relationship. She immediately felt that the Su family should have a sure thing about the meeting. After all, They had Xiaofeng's connection. Su Jiqing felt much more at ease and said happily, "Xiao Jia, let's go to the conference room first." Su Jia didn't respond. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He didn't know how Lin Feng had gotten into Yihan Group. He knew that even the security guards there had to be graduates of prestigious universities. Was Lin Feng showing up now to embarrass him? Impossible. Su Jia gritted his teeth. So what if he was a security guard? Although Su's company can't compare to Yihan Group, it's still a legitimate company. Lin Feng is just a security guard. How can he compare to the young master of the Su family? Lin Feng is probably using this opportunity to make the Su family bow down, right? Su Jia sneered. As long as I'm here, Lin Feng will never be able to come back. Seeing that Su Jiqing had already led the way towards the hotel, he quickly followed. The rooftop conference room of the Champagne Hotel. Lu Tianhan was already waiting inside, while Lin Feng, Li Hao, and others guarded the main entrance, checking each person entering the conference room. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Lu Tianhan takes a liking to it and increases the chances of cooperating with Yihan Group, it would be a great opportunity for each of them. So everyone cooperated very well during the inspection. There weren't many people, and the inspection was almost finished in less than 10 minutes. Just as Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly noticed the elevator doors opening, and Su Jiqing and Su Jia hurriedly caught up at the very end. Lin Feng was instantly stunned. How could it be them? He said he'd felt something was off all day, and it turns out this was what was waiting for him. He knew that sending Lu Tianhan over in person was Chu Ling Shuang's idea, but he didn't expect such a big surprise to be interspersed in the middle. Was Chu Ling Shuang testing him? Is he testing his attitude towards the Chu family, or is he secretly waiting to see what happens? That woman has such a damn twisted sense of humor. Lin Feng clenched his fists. This damned woman. Did she really want to see him make a fool of himself? Xiaofeng, it's been a long time. Su Jiqing walked gracefully over and gave Lin Feng a gentle smile. Behind her, Su Jia, looking obedient, greeted Lin Feng warmly. Brother Lin, what brings you to Yihan Group as a security guard? His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present could hear it. Li Hao glanced at Lin Feng with a surprised expression. Lin Feng's eyes were cold as he calmly raised the metal scanner in his hand. Raise your hand. Seemingly surprised by Lin Feng's cold attitude, Su Jiqing paused for a moment, then noticed that many people were already seated in the conference room. She bit her lip and raised her arm. Lin Feng scanned Su Jiqing's body from head to toe with a scanner without expression, and then casually touched her pocket. The familiar touch that hadn't been there in a long time surged through Su Jiqing's body. Her eyes flickered, and her heart inexplicably twitched. While she was checking, she whispered, Xiaofeng, are you still angry? Your parents actually. You can go in now. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Feng bluntly retorted. Su Jiqing subconsciously bit her lip, gave Lin Feng a deep look, and walked into the conference room. Li Hao had already finished checking Su Jia and released him. After the two men entered the room, Li Hao closed the conference room door. He and the other two guarded the front door, while the other two guarded the back door. The meeting inside proceeded as planned, but during a break, Li Hao couldn't help but ask, Hey Lindsay, did you know that beautiful woman from earlier? I don't know him. Lin Feng shook his head decisively. You don't even know them, yet they call you so affectionately, like Little Feng, Little Feng. Li Hao muttered something in surprise, then suddenly realized what he'd done, slapped Lin Feng on the shoulder, and said with a mischievous grin, Hey kid, you didn't just dump her, did you? Chapter 34 Don't force me to perform my duties as a security guard. Puff. Lin Feng had just taken a sip of water to calm himself down when he was almost choked by those words. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Then when someone calls you, you don't dare to recognize them. Li Hao looked at Lin Feng with a suggestive gaze. I have to say, that beauty is quite pretty. And she's a director of a small company, a real businesswoman. You're really willing to seduce her. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at Li Hao, somewhat speechless, and said, How old is she? How old am I? Don't go too far. So what if she's older? I think she's only 28 or 29. These days, it's good enough if you have a boyfriend. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings good fortune, and you've got two of those. Li Hao teased with a grin. Lin Feng's lips twitched. 90% of what Li Hao said was off topic, but the 1% that was correct was actually true. Su Jiqing is indeed good-looking and has a great figure. She can be considered a role model for career-oriented women. Others may not know, but he certainly does. The so-called career-oriented attitude is just a facade. In reality, Su Jiqing is just a bystander in the company. Apart from signing daily contracts, she basically doesn't care about anything else. During the 2 years he led the Su family company, Su Jiqing lived a life of luxury and ease. I never expected that she would come to the meeting in person. It seems the Su family has run out of people to use. It's obvious that Su Jie, with his personality, is not destined for greatness, so the heavy responsibility of the company will fall on Su Jiqing's shoulders. Lin Feng shook his head. He was no longer a member of the Su family, so why should he care so much? He didn't say anything more, just stood by the door, hands behind his back, staring straight ahead, and started to dawdle and give up. Seeing this, Li Hao stopped talking and, like Lin Feng, began to daydream and slack off. The meeting lasted until 10 o'clock. Li Hao glanced at the time, opened the conference room door, and Lu Tianhan's indifferent voice rang out. These are the conditions offered by Yihan Group. You can discuss them yourselves. Let's take a short break first. As she spoke, she walked out in her high heels. As soon as she reached the door, she said to Li Hao, "Shaoli, go downstairs and buy me a latte, a hand-ground one." "Yes." Li Hao nodded repeatedly and hurried downstairs. After she finished speaking, she gave Lin Feng a look, and Lin Feng understood and followed her to the next lounge. In the conference room, after Lu Tianhan left, the directors of various companies began making calls to discuss the matter. Su Jiqing, however, remained seated in her chair without moving an inch. The moment she saw Lin Feng downstairs, she didn't even notice what Lu Tianhan had said at the meeting. From the moment the conference room door was opened, she kept staring at Lin Feng at the door until she saw him follow Lu Tianhan to the next room. Her heart skipped a beat. She was right after all. Lin Feng and Lu Tianhan's relationship was indeed extraordinary. That put her mind at ease. She quickly got up and said to Su Jie, "Xiao Jie, wait here for me for a moment. I'll be right back." "Big sister you." Su Jie was about to ask Su Jiqing where she was going, but before he could finish speaking, Su Jiqing hurriedly left, so he had to swallow his words. As soon as Su Jiqing stepped out of the conference room, she saw Lu Tianhan come out and head straight for the restroom at the end of the corridor. She saw the door to the lounge was open. Her heart skipped a beat, and she walked in with excitement. Lin Feng was sitting in the office chair in the lounge, leisurely scrolling through his phone, a bottle of mineral water in his hand. Upon seeing someone so familiar, Su Jiqing was incredibly excited. She smiled at Lin Feng and softly called out, "Xiao Feng." Upon hearing the voice, Lin Feng raised his head slightly, and when he saw who it was, he immediately frowned. Su Jiqing wanted to ask Lin Feng directly why he was so cold, but the atmosphere in the room was too heavy, and Lin Feng's expression was unreadable. This froze her smile, forcing her to say politely, "It's been a long time. I didn't expect you to be working at Yihan Group now. What a coincidence." "Skillful." It was all just that madman's design. An impatience flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He was already in a bad mood because he had been tricked by Chu Ling Shuang, and now seeing Su Jiqing made him even more inexplicably irritable. "Is there something you need?" His tone was extremely cold, brimming with the flames of anger. Su Jiqing smiled somewhat awkwardly and walked up to Lin Feng. "Xiao Feng, are you still complaining about your parents? It's not what you think, your parents. If that's all you're going to say, then please leave." Without giving Su Jiqing a chance to finish speaking, Lin Feng said coldly, "I am no longer a member of the Su family, and I don't want to know anything about the Su family's affairs." Su Jiqing was taken aback by Lin Feng's heartless words. Her eyes widened, and she couldn't help but scold him. "Xiao Feng, how can you talk like that? Your parents have raised you for so many years, and now you. Isn't leaving with nothing enough?" Lin Feng retorted without any politeness. "I didn't take a single penny of the Su family's money. I've already repaid the debt of raising me." Su Jiqing bit her lip hard, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. She did not deny that what Lin Feng said was true. Lin Feng deserves much credit for their family's success over the years. And while he did leave with nothing, they still have over a decade of relationship. How could he be so cold-hearted? Seeing that Su Jiqing remained silent, Lin Feng knew he had hit a nerve. He curled his lip and sneered. What? Are you trying to morally blackmail me now, Su Jiqing? I. Su Jiqing was speechless after being rebuked. She looked at Lin Feng and, after a long pause, finally managed to utter a sentence. Xiao Feng, although we're not related by blood, we've practically grown up together. I'm like an older sister to you. How could you say that to me? Her face was flushed red. She was clearly angry. It would have been better if she hadn't brought it up. The mere mention of it only fueled Lin Feng's anger. She even knew. So many years of relationship, gone in an instant. After Su Jie came back, they weren't even willing to give him a shred of trust. Where was Su Jiqing when he was slandered by Su Jie, verbally abused by Su Tongda, and kicked out of the Su family? In the office he set up for her, she drinks tea, admires flowers, and plays on her phone. She doesn't even dare to say such things. Lin Feng was furious and suddenly stood up. His towering height completely overwhelmed Su Jiqing, and she clearly softened in the face of the aggressive Lin Feng. This is the Yihan Group's lounge. Please leave. As he spoke, he brandished the stun baton at his waist and said sternly, Don't force me to perform my duties as a security guard. Chapter 35 My stun gun isn't just for show. You. Seeing the stun gun in Lin Feng's hand, and being intimidated by his cold and ruthless tone, Su Jiqing knew that he was not joking. Her heart clenched, and a pain spread from her chest to her head, instantly turning her eyes red. Xiao Feng, what happened to you? Su Jiqing murmured in disbelief, then heard Lin Feng's cold voice fall again. What happens to the Su family is none of my business anymore. Get out. Every word and phrase struck Su Jiqing's heart like a falling meteorite. She didn't even know how she got out of the lounge. She just felt a little unsteady on her feet. She couldn't understand how Lin Feng, who had always been obedient and gentle to her, could become so cold in less than a month. Could he really bear to throw away all those feelings he'd accumulated over the past decade or so? Xiao Feng, you're so cruel. Big sister, what's wrong? As they approached the conference room door, Su Jie's voice suddenly rang out. Su Jiqing's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously said, Xiao Jie, why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to sit inside and wait for me? Big sister, I don't know any of the people in the meeting room. I'm sitting there and no one is talking to me. I feel so awkward. Su Jie explained, feeling a little aggrieved. He looked up and noticed that Su Jiqing's eyes were slightly red, as if she had been crying. He immediately became anxious and asked, Big sister, why are you crying? Did someone bully you? His implication was quite clear. Su Jiqing quickly wiped her eyes. It's okay, let's go inside first. Elder sister. Su Jie grabbed Su Jiqing's sleeve and refused to move an inch. Faced with Lin Feng's indifference, Su Jiqing's heart ached terribly, but now, she had a younger brother who truly cared about her. Blood is thicker than water. No matter what, Xiao Jie is still his own younger brother. Su Jiqing's gaze softened, and she gently patted Su Jie's hand. Sister is all right. Let's go inside quickly. Su Jie wanted to say something more, but when he saw Su Jiqing gently shaking her head at him, he finally sighed and obediently followed her inside. However, although Su Jiqing said she was fine, Su Jie knew in his heart that his older sister probably didn't want him to cause trouble for Lin Feng. Damn it! Lin Feng has been kicked out of the Su family, but the eldest sister still can't forget him. Although he has now secured his position as the young master of the Su family, and his sisters and parents treat him as well as ever, he still feels uncomfortable. That damned Lin Feng stole the life that should have belonged to him as a young master, causing him to suffer so much over the years, and he even failed to get into university. How could he not hate it? Now even the eldest sister has taken pity on Lin Feng, and even cried but refused to let him go and demand an explanation. If this continues, how can he possibly have a place in the Su family? He is the genuine young master of the Su family. Before the meeting started, Su Jie's eyes flickered, and he stood up, clutching his stomach. Big sister, I need to go to the restroom. I drank a bit too much water. Su Jiqing responded somewhat perfunctorily, seemingly no longer interested in the meeting. Seeing this, Su Jie clenched his fists and walked out of the meeting room. He was going to confront Lin Feng, and make him apologize to his older sister in person. He had to maintain his dignity as a true young master. Su Jie stormed into the lounge, his face contorted with rage. Finding the door ajar, he kicked it open. With a loud bang, he kicked open the door to the lounge. He stormed in, but after only a couple of steps, he saw something unbelievable. "You're so stupid. That's not how you pull it." Lu Tianhan had her back to the door, her hands reaching up and down behind her back, her small hands tugging at the zipper on her back, her shoulders being squeezed out by her movements. Lin Feng was standing right next to her. Hearing the loud noise from the doorway, Lu Tianhan turned around in a panic and shouted angrily, "Who are you? Why didn't you knock before coming in?" "I." Upon seeing the beautiful Lu Tianhan's coquettish appearance, Su Jie's previous imposing aura instantly dissipated. He was dejected. Lin Feng knew exactly what was going on at a glance. It's one thing for Su Jiqing to come, but where did Su Jie get the guts to come here? Enraged, he grabbed the stun gun from the table and, before Su Jie could speak, delivered a fatal blow. Oh! Before Su Jie could react, he was struck hard on the shoulder with a stick. He clutched his shoulder in pain, and before he could even speak, another stick struck him in the stomach. Let's settle both old and new scores. Lin Feng didn't hold back, hitting Su Jie 3 times with a stick until he was kneeling on the ground, unable to get up. He didn't give Su Jie a chance to speak at all, and directly pressed the switch, stabbing Su Jie in the waist. Sizzle sizzle. A piercing crackling sound of electricity rang out instantly. A sharp pain swept through his body, and Su Jie had no time to resist. A few seconds later, he was knocked unconscious by the electric shock. The room was instantly filled with the smell of burnt barbecue. Glancing at the corpse on the ground, Lin Feng sneered. "My stun gun isn't just for show." Lu Tianhan quickly grabbed her coat and put it on, glancing at the person on the ground with disgust. "Get someone to drag him out right now, he's disgusting." I never expected Lu Tianhan to say something like that. It was rare to find someone on his side, and Lin Feng's mood instantly improved. He smiled and tucked the stun gun into his waistband, saying to Lu Tianhan, "Yes, sir, Mr. Lu." Everyone was in the conference room. In order to seize this rare opportunity, no one dared to slack off. As soon as the break ended, there was no one in the corridor except for Li Hao and his 2 companions. Seeing Lin Feng dragging the unconscious Su Jie out of the lounge, Li Hao hurriedly stepped forward. "Xiao Linzi, what's going on?" "He secretly filmed Miss Lu changing clothes, and I knocked him unconscious with an electric shock," Lin Feng explained hastily. Li Hao's face instantly turned disgusted. "How disgusting. These people will stop at nothing to get a contract signed. They'd even do something like this." As he spoke, Li Hao waved to the 2 men at the back door and shouted, "Brothers, come and lend a hand. Get him to the next room." The 3 of them busied themselves and pulled Su Jie to a cubicle opposite the conference room. Li Hao then dialed 120 and gave the exact location. They then saw Lu Tianhan coming out of the lounge. He rushed forward. "Miss Lu, are you all right?" "It's nothing." Lu Tianhan was clearly displeased. Li Hao quickly asked, "What should we do with this person? Should we call the police?" As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Lu Tianhan's expression. He saw Lu Tianhan's eyes flicker, and the next second, Miss Lu actually turned her head to look at Lin Feng. "Do you think we should call the police?" Chapter 36, she absolutely refused to let him give up. What the heck is going on? Miss Lu needs to ask Lin Feng's opinion on this matter. Li Hao and the other 2 stared at Lin Feng in shock. Seeing that the 3 men's eyes were a bit off, Lin Feng quickly smiled ingratiatingly and said, "You're the boss. How could I, a mere security guard, dare to make that decision?" Lu Tianhan raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng a few more times. No wonder the young lady treated him differently. He didn't even want such a good opportunity to show off. She glanced at him and said, "Just have the doctor come and take a look, see which family member they are. We'll notify them after the meeting and let them take them away." "Yes." Li Hao and the others quickly responded. There was a large group of people waiting in the conference room, so Lu Tianhan didn't delay any longer and went in wearing high heels. Lin Feng helped close the conference room door, and soon the sound of conversation could be heard inside. The corridor returned to calm. Li Hao turned to look at Lin Feng and said, "Little Lin, I always feel like there's something not quite right between you and Miss Liu. You're mistaken. Lin Feng responded indifferently, without even offering an explanation. Glancing at Lin Feng's handsome face, Li Hao seemed to suddenly realize something. It must be because you're too handsome. Damn it. I'm not patrolling with you anymore. Standing next to you, you steal my thunder. It's common to be complimented on your looks by women. But when my brother compliments me on my looks, I really am handsome. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel great. He deliberately moved closer to Li Hao, his tall figure instantly dominating Li Hao by half a head. He slightly raised his hand, easily hooked his arm around Li Hao's shoulder, and said with a smile, "How could that be? In my eyes, brother Li, you are the one who is dashing and charming, loved by everyone." TCH. Always trying to make fun of me. Li Hao scoffed. What's the use of being loved by everyone? I'm still a single dog after all these years. That's not quite right. What did you say? Su Jie was knocked unconscious by him. At the Ziguang Mansion Villa, Chu Ling Shuang looked up in surprise at Yu Shui Yin on the screen. Yes, miss, don't you think he's audacious? He beat up someone's family member during a meeting and even electrocuted them. Yu Shuyan also expressed disbelief, adding, but Su Jie deserved it. Why did he have to secretly film Tian Han changing clothes? Chu Ling Shuang seemed not to have heard the rest of what was said. She smiled with great interest. This was truly unexpected. She deliberately staged this scene just to see Lin Feng's reaction. He always acts like it's none of his business, so she wanted to see if he could still maintain that indifferent attitude when his old friend appeared before him. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng gave her such a big surprise. Although the excuse he gave was a bit far-fetched, his vengeful nature really got to her. This man is absolutely hilarious. Miss? Chu Ling Shuang was still in shock at what Lin Feng had done, and it took Yu Shui Yin several times for her to react. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and she said somewhat displeasedly, "Speak." Yu Shuyan quickly added, "However, I'm afraid the Su family won't let this matter rest." Of course they won't let this go. Chu Ling Shuang crossed her legs, hugged her arms, and slightly curled her red lips. Su Jia was the Su family's long-lost son, whom they had finally found. Seeing her own son beaten like this, it would be strange if she didn't pursue the matter. A hint of amusement flashed in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes. Give them the contract this time. Give them to them. Yu Shuyan was taken aback and quickly said, "Miss, no matter what, the Su family can't cause any big trouble. Why should we be afraid of a small company like theirs?" Afraid? Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow. She just thought it was fun. Lin Feng wanted a peaceful life, didn't he? She wouldn't allow him to give up. Do as I say, she coldly ordered. While you're at it, spread the news that Lin Feng beat up Su Jie, and include the company's name on it. As soon as Lin Feng's name was mentioned, Yu Shuyan instantly understood. She nodded speechlessly, while also feeling some sympathy for Lin Feng. She's being treated like a toy by her young mistress. How pitiful. He's probably in for a lot of trouble from now on. After a bidding meeting ended, Su Jiqing looked incredulously at the extra contract in her hand. All around me were congratulatory, yet sarcastic remarks. Congratulations, Ms. Su, on securing the order from Ihan Group. We should definitely do more business together in the future. Ms. Su truly lives up to her reputation as a strong woman. She was chosen without even saying a word while sitting here. Miss Su, let's exchange contact information. If there's ever anything I can do for you in the future, I'll do anything for you. Miss Su. In just a few minutes, Su Jiqing's phone had several new contacts, all of whom were in the same industry. In response to everyone's congratulations, Su Jiqing got up, responded a few times, and then hurriedly went out. She's getting a little anxious. Xiao Jia has been in the bathroom for an hour, and it's already 11:30, so he hasn't come back yet. She's very worried. After all, it was a place where no one knew him, and it was Xiao Jia's first time here. She rushed to the restroom and asked a boy at the door, only to find out that there was no one in the men's restroom at all. She panicked instantly and hurriedly ran down to the lobby. After asking the lobby manager, Su Jiqing learned that Su Jia had been knocked unconscious and taken to an ambulance at the very beginning of the second meeting. Su Jiqing panicked completely. Forgetting about finding Lin Feng anymore, she rushed to the garage and drove to the hospital. After finally finding Xiao Jie's ward, before she could even go in, her father, Su Tongda, called. Jiqing, didn't I tell you to take good care of your younger brother? How come he got beaten up by Lin Feng? On the other end of the phone, Wang Shan's sobbing could still be faintly heard. Su Jiqing was completely confused. What? Xiao Jie was beaten by Lin Feng. It's on the news, and you still don't know? Su Tongda's furious roar almost pierced through the phone. Your mother and I are on our way back right now. Jiqing, how can you be such a good older sister? How could you let that ingrate bully Xiao Jie? Su Jiqing felt genuinely wronged, and she quickly said, Dad, I didn't know either. I've been in a meeting the whole time, and I only heard about Xiao Jie's accident after we just got the contract. On the other end of the phone, Su Tongda paused, then said with a hint of delight, You got the contract? Yes, it's an order from Yihan Group. Miss Liu gave it to me personally. That's great. Su Tongda exclaimed excitedly. It seems Yihan Group knows the rules. Their security guard assaulted someone, so they're thinking of compensating us. Then, he changed the subject, his tone becoming stern. However, this isn't the end of the matter, this beast beating up Xiao Jie. Jiqing, you should take advantage of this contract to build a good relationship with Yihan. Anyone who dares to mess with the Su family, I will make sure they get out of Beijing. Chapter 37 Lin Feng, long time no see. Sis, how come my husband is just a security guard? Feng family. Feng Mingho held his phone and looked at Feng Ziyue incredulously. I should be asking you that. Feng Ziyue looked at her younger brother with a look of utter disappointment. So, Lin Feng was just a lowly security guard at Yihan Group. No wonder he could afford a Rolls-Royce. That's impossible. Feng Mingho suddenly stood up, his face full of disbelief. I saw with my own eyes that the female driver was extremely respectful to my brother-in-law. How could a security guard possibly enjoy such treatment? That makes sense. Yihan Group is one of the top 3 companies in Beijing. They wouldn't let a security guard drive such a top-of-the-line sports car around so casually, would they? Especially since Lin Feng had only just been kicked out of the Su family and had been working at Yihan Group for less than a month. Unless Lin Feng knew someone from Yihan Group before. Feng Ziyue gripped her phone tightly, gritting her teeth as she said, Xiao Hao, are you sure you saw it clearly? Or did you just see it wrong because you were drinking? Feng Mingho patted his chest and said confidently, Sis, I swear I saw it. And I didn't even have time to drink that night. Feng Ziyue's eyes darkened. Lin Feng, so you've already planned your escape route, clinging to such a powerful backer. No wonder he didn't show any sadness when the Su family kicked him out. Yihan Group, that's the top-tier wealthy family in her mind. What young master you? He's not even worthy to carry his shoes. Any shareholder of Yihan Group can wave their hand, and these small businesses below will tremble with fear. She hesitated for a moment, then said to Feng Mingho, Xiaohao, help me find a car. Let's go to Yihan Group to find him. Feng Mingho was stunned for a moment. Sis, he's just a security guard. Why do we still need to look for him? You're so stupid. Feng Ziyue slapped her brother on the head. Think about it. Even though this matter has blown up so much, Yihan Group hasn't said they'd fire him. Does he have a simple backer? Feng Mingho suddenly realized what was happening, ignoring his headache, and nodded repeatedly to Feng Ziyue, flattering her. Sister, you're so amazing. You can see through the truth at a glance. All right, stop flattering me. Hurry up and get ready. Let's go now. Feng Ziyue urged, getting up and rushing into the bedroom to change her clothes. After the meeting ended, Lu Tianhan left. After having a quick meal at the Xiangshili Hotel, Lin Feng and Li Hao rushed back to the company. They still have to go to work as usual in the afternoon. Lin Feng didn't have time to play on his phone at all. He was called to patrol as soon as he got back. Damn it, they don't even give us a moment to rest. Li Hao was still complaining beside him. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, Working people have a working spirit. How can you call it working if you're not squeezed dry? Li Hao gave Lin Feng a deep look and sighed. Hey kid, it's one thing to clock in on time every day, but why are you so enthusiastic about work? Lin Feng pursed his lips and casually uttered 4 words. I love going to work. Li Hao. He looked Lin Feng up and down, then reached out and touched Lin Feng's forehead, muttering, No, I'm saying you don't have a fever. Are you out of your mind? Little did Li Hao know that this was an opportunity Lin Feng had worked so hard to secure. So how could he not be enthusiastic? If you don't take initiative, you'll be imprisoned and tortured by Chu Ling Shuang, forced to return to that vast manor where you'll have no freedom day after day. In comparison, Lin Feng felt that he was living a much more carefree life now. The two walked around the company building for a while. It was almost time to leave work, so everyone went back to the break room to pack up and prepare to go home. Lin Feng took out his phone to glance at the time, but as soon as he opened the phone screen, he saw a message notification from WeChat. He opened it and saw that it was a message sent by Xia Qingqing half an hour ago. Brother Xiaofeng, why did you hit the young master of the Su family? Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. No, even Xia Qingqing knew about it so quickly? He replied, aren't you recuperating at home? Yeah, I took 3 days off from work and I'm still resting. I'll be back at work tomorrow. Xia Qingqing replied, and the next second, she asked, what exactly happened? I saw it was on the news. Are you alright? Making the news? Lin Feng was taken aback and subconsciously opened the trending topics app. Hashtag security guards at Yihan Group brutally beat up Su family's young master hashtag. Seriously, this trivial matter deserves to trend on social media? Lin Feng clicked in to take a look. It was a real-time news release, and it even revealed his name. Damn it, is Chu Ling Shuang crazy? Are they deliberately causing trouble for him because they think his life is too peaceful? Lin Feng felt like punching someone. He opened his chat with Xia Qingqing, ready to reply, but then he heard someone call his name. Lin Feng, someone is looking for you outside. In an instant, everyone who was packing their things in the lounge turned to look at them. Lin Feng didn't know who was looking for him. Faced with many curious and strange looks, he braced himself, got up, and walked outside. As soon as he left, his colleagues in the break room started discussing it. Damn, this year's newbie is really something, causing such a commotion right after starting work. A newcomer, huh? I saw him riding in Miss Lu's car this morning. Miss Lu? He has a relationship with Miss Lu? Otherwise what? You think our company is so easy to get into? Goodness, I never would have guessed. Miss Lu actually likes this kind of thing. Listening to everyone's discussions, which were getting increasingly outrageous, Li Hao, who was about to grab his things and leave, suddenly became restless. If others don't know, how could he not know? Although he hadn't known Lin Feng for very long, they had been friends for about half a month. Whenever he had any problems, Lin Feng would take care of them without hesitation. He suddenly stood up and roared, "Hey you guys, what are you gossiping about behind my back? If you've got the guts, say it to my face." After that shout, everyone immediately shut up, picked up their things, and left. At the entrance, Lin Feng stared blankly at the black Mazda in front of him, quickly processing everything in his mind. Wait, who is this? Before he could ask anything, the car door was opened, and Lin Feng frowned instantly when he saw the two people getting out. Lin Feng, it's been a long time. Feng Ziyue, dressed in a light yellow dress, walked towards him with a smile. When they met again, Feng Ziyue was also a little surprised. Before, Lin Feng was just a dog following her around, and she had never really looked at Lin Feng's appearance. But now he stood straight in front of her, his cold face now tinged with indifference, and his security guard uniform, along with his high-necked inner layer, made him even more imposing. The sight made her heart skip a beat, and the smile on her face clearly showed some nervousness. Feng Mingho followed behind her, a fawning smile on his face. The company had already closed for the day, and a number of people were coming out of the main gate one after another. It was rush hour, and everyone was in a hurry, so not many people paid attention to this side. Lin Feng frowned, his tone cold. What is it? Chapter 38. Is it enough to just admit you were wrong about cheating? Seemingly anticipating Lin Feng's attitude, Feng Ziyue wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled brightly and said, "Don't be so cold. I saw the news about you hitting someone. Su Jie deserved it." Wow, the sun must have risen in the west. Even at a time like this, Feng Ziyue is still speaking up for him? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Knowing she had ulterior motives, he couldn't be bothered to talk to her anymore. Before Feng Ziyue could finish speaking, Lin Feng turned and walked towards the underground parking garage. Feng Ziyue never expected that Lin Feng wouldn't even let her finish speaking. It was the first time she had been treated so coldly by him, and Feng Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. She gritted her teeth and strode after Lin Feng. Lin Feng, don't rush off. I came here to explain things to you. Everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. I even brought Xiao Jie to apologize to you. As she spoke, she glanced at Fang Mingho. Fang Mingho quickly understood and hurried to Lin Feng, smiling obsequiously. Brother-in-law, I was wrong about what happened last time. I deserved it if you hit me. I apologize. As he spoke, Fang Mingho bent down straight and bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes flickered. What were these two up to? Seeing Lin Feng stop, Fang Ziyue quickly pressed her advantage, saying, Lin Feng, actually I've wanted to explain this to you for a while now. I added you as a friend, but you didn't accept, and I don't know how to contact you. As she spoke, her eyes reddened slightly, her voice trembled at the end, and she looked pitiful. Back then, Lin Feng was captivated by her appearance and softened his heart time and time again. During their relationship, no matter how fierce the arguments were, he would always give in without hesitation. But now, seeing Fang Ziyue with that pitiful expression again, he only felt disgust. Playing the victim? Stop being disgusting. Lin Feng ignored him and walked straight past Fang Mingho into the garage. To her surprise, even as she was on the verge of tears, Lin Feng remained completely unmoved. He wasn't like this before. Whenever she cried, he would want to pluck the stars from the sky and give them to her. Seeing that Lin Feng had already walked into the corner of the garage, Fang Ziyue became anxious. Lin Feng, stop right there. Her words seemed to pass right through him, and Lin Feng paid them no heed. Fang Ziyue gritted her teeth, ignoring Fang Mingho, and stomped her foot, then ran towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, having finally reached Lin Feng's back, Fang Ziyue, catching her breath, launched into a tearful accusation. How could you treat me like this? I shouldn't have been so mean to you before, and I know I was wrong. Wrong. Lin Feng paused, almost laughing at those words. Is it really enough to just admit you were wrong when you cheated? What did she take him for? Some kind of scoundrel? Fang Ziyue's chest rose and fell with her breath, and her slightly red eyes were glistening with tears. She looked like she had suffered a great injustice and was pitiful. Lin Feng was so disgusted that he almost threw up his dinner from the night before. That's disgusting. How come he never noticed before how disgusting Fang Ziyue was? Seeing Lin Feng stop, Fang Ziyue thought her chance had come. She wiped away her tears, rushed forward and grabbed Lin Feng's arm, pressing her upper body against him. Fang Mingho, who had run over, saw this scene and his lips twitched. His sister had such a tender side. Fang Ziyue's voice trembled, choked with sobs. Lin Feng, please forgive me. Let's be like before. Even if you're just a security guard now, it doesn't matter. I'm willing to stay with you. Let's start from scratch together and make a comeback, okay? Vomit. Lin Feng got goosebumps all over his body. He finally understood why Fang Ziyue had come to see him. He works as a security guard now, and he only makes so little money a month. She's still thinking about fishing. Does she really think he'll transfer all his salary to her like he used to? Lin Feng subtly tried to pull his hand back, but Fang Ziyue held it tightly, like chewing gum, and couldn't pry it off. His patience has run out. Lin Feng ruthlessly flung her arm away. Fang Ziyue never expected Lin Feng to use such force. With this sudden push, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. My bottom was chafed painfully from the ground, separated only by a floral dress. She cried out in pain, ah! Seeing his sister being pushed down by Lin Feng, Fang Mingho instantly flew into a rage. He rushed over, helping her up while yelling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, how can you, a grown man, push a woman? My sister is your girlfriend. Bullshit. Lin Feng couldn't hold back any longer and cursed out. I broke up with her a long time ago. Don't fucking disgust me. Fang Mingho's eyes turned red with anger, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge at Lin Feng. But the next second, in the garage, that conspicuous top-of-the-line sports car was driving into the garage. Fang Mingho's eyes widened in disbelief. He forgot all about fighting Lin Feng and grabbed Fang Ziyue, pointing at the car and saying, Sis, look, it's that car. Fang Ziyue, ignoring her sore bottom, quickly stood up and looked at the car. She saw the legendary, top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce slowly slow down as it approached them. The passenger window was rolled down, and Lu Tianhan, who was in the driver's seat, leaned out, looking at the scene with surprise. What's going on? Lin Feng was too lazy to say more. It would be an insult to him to waste too much time talking to these two. He didn't even bother to look at Feng Ziyue, took 2 steps toward the car, and then opened the car door and got in. Just as Xiao Hao said, a professional female driver, a top-of-the-line luxury car. Feng Ziyue was filled with disbelief. Before she could even scream, she saw the car start and speed away from her sight. Sis, I told you I wasn't mistaken. This is my brother-in-law's car. Beside him, Feng Mingho shouted loudly, his face full of excitement. The moment Lin Feng opened the car door, the car was filled with a wonderful fragrance, exuding an air of nobility. With just one glance, he spotted the so-called sky-high price of the starlight roof. I can't imagine how prestigious it would be to sit in one of these cars and drive around in them. The thought of those people's envious and fawning faces made Feng Mingho incredibly excited. He grabbed Feng Ziyue's arm and shook it violently. Sister, you need to make up with your husband quickly. I want to ride in this car. Feng Ziyue was shaken back to her senses by her younger brother, and she subconsciously bit her lip. He wants to ride in this car. She wanted to sit too. She couldn't even imagine how happy she would be if she sat in the passenger seat of this Rolls-Royce and took a beautiful selfie. Feng Ziyue clenched her fists, secretly vowing that no matter what, she would win Lin Feng back. Chapter 39, you still have the mood to read the newspaper. What's going on with trending topics? In the speeding car, Lin Feng, with a gloomy face, asked Lu Tianhan. Trending topics? What trending topics? Lu Tianhan blinked, gripping the steering wheel with both hands, and muttered to herself. Don't play dumb. Lin Feng had been holding back his anger for a while, and when Lu Tianhan pretended not to understand, his voice was filled with rage. Lu Tianhan glanced at the rearview mirror subconsciously. It was too dark inside the car. She couldn't see Lin Feng's expression at all, but she could tell from his tone that he was very angry. She quickly gave an awkward smile. Oh, you mean that? That trending topic has nothing to do with me. Lin Feng frowned and asked in a cold voice, You didn't do it? Yeah. Why would I do this for no reason? I'd rather have too much trouble. Lu Tianhan said, pursing her lips as she did so. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. During the time he spent with Lu Tianhan, she was indeed not one to cause trouble, but she was very talkative. So that means it's Chu Ling Xuan. What good would it do her to push him into the limelight? Now things are really messed up. Feng Ziyue knows where he works now. After today's commotion, who knows what other troubles might arise in the future? His original plan was to find a secluded place, work as a gatekeeper, and spend his spare time gardening and growing flowers, so that no one could find him. But now, he's at the top of the trending searches, and everyone who knows him has undoubtedly seen it. He can't just give up now. Lin Feng was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. As the car arrived at Lakeview Villa, he asked in a deep voice, Is Chu Ling Xuan coming back today? Good heavens, are you out of your mind? The moment the name, Chu Ling Xuan, was uttered, Lu Tianhan was instantly startled. This was the first time she had ever seen someone dare to call her by her name, and she subconsciously glanced behind her. The young lady tacitly approved it. Wow, this guy's pretty impressive. I don't know, she replied, her tone carrying a hint of awe. Lin Feng didn't say anything more, watching as she drove the car into the villa. Through the car window, Lin Feng saw that the house was brightly lit, and that 2 men in black uniforms were standing at the door. His heart sank. Judging from this, Chu Ling Xuan is probably back today. Perfect timing. He also has something he wants to ask her. He stormed out of the car, his anger radiating from his steps as he entered the house. Welcome back, sir. Inside the house, Wang Ma greeted him with a smile and bowed slightly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked right past her, his gaze sweeping across the room, and in an instant, it landed on the woman sitting elegantly at the dining table. Her long hair, pulled back, cascaded over her shoulders. Behind the heavy newspaper on her right hand, the velvet dress was faintly visible. Her left hand held the teacup handle, and her gesture of sipping tea was noble and elegant. Above the newspaper, a pair of phoenix eyes, barely visible, slightly raised and fixed on Lin Feng at the door. She even had the mood to drink tea. Lin Feng was absolutely furious with this woman. He strode up to Chu Ling Xuan, his anger palpable, and stared down at her. Oh, sir. When Wang Ma realized what was happening, she wanted to call out to Lin Feng, but seeing that Lin Feng had already walked up to the young lady, her heart trembled. The young lady never likes to be disturbed when she's looking at something. A new maid once accidentally broke a cup while her mistress was reading, and the mistress immediately fired her. Wang Ma was so nervous that she wiped the sweat from her forehead and silently worried for Lin Feng. But the next second, Chu Lingshuang's leisurely and teasing voice rang out. Oh, you're off work? Wang Ma's eyes widened immediately. Lin Feng was furious. He snatched the newspaper from Chu Lingshuang's hand, slammed it to the ground, and shouted angrily. You still have the mood to read the newspaper? Still in shock, Wang Ma was so frightened that her legs went weak, and she almost knelt down. But Chu Lingshuang didn't look angry at all. Instead, she looked at Lin Feng with amusement and said jokingly, Of course we should do something relaxing after work is over. Good heavens, the sun has risen in the west. Her young lady isn't angry at all. Wang Ma quickly rubbed her eyes, dumbfounded. Wang Ma. A look of displeasure flashed in Chu Lingshuang's eyes as she was being stared at. She put down her teacup and said in a cold tone, The tea is cold. Wang Ma shuddered and quickly replied, Yes, miss, I'll go change it right away. She strode forward, grabbed the cup, and rushed into the kitchen. What's going on with the trending topics? And why did you make me go to the meeting? You knew the Su family would be there too. Lin Feng questioned. Chu Lingshuang's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She leaned back lazily in her chair, crossed her slender legs, and glanced at Lin Feng, who was full of anger, with amusement. That kind of small meeting is not worthy of my attention. They were very close. Lin Feng could see the cunning glint in her eyes. He knew she was lying, but he couldn't find any evidence. He suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her slender neck. Almost simultaneously, the doors to several inner rooms in the living room were pulled open, and several men in black rushed out. She had indeed arranged for someone to be in the shadows. Chu Lingshuang's eyes flashed slightly, and she said coldly to the men in black, Go back. Upon hearing the sound, the group returned to the house. Lin Feng really didn't expect this. You're really not afraid of me. She smiled faintly and said, Give it a try. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, and this time, he really used a lot of force. A feeling of suffocation instantly washed over her, and Chu Lingshuang's eyes widened abruptly. Damn it, was he serious? However, the next second, My God, sir, what are you doing? At the same time, the sound of a teacup falling to the ground echoed throughout the hall. Lin Feng, who had never intended to really kill her, subconsciously loosened his grip and turned around. Having finally regained her breath, Chu Lingshuang quickly reached under the table and pulled something out. Chapter 40. How could he possibly lay a hand on such a delicate young lady? Before Lin Feng could react, his hands were. Aunt Wang rushed over, her face full of anxiety. Miss, are you all right? Are you okay? Chu Lingshuang took deep breaths of fresh air, and her flushed face gradually calmed down. She rubbed her neck, her eyes fierce, and shouted sharply, Get out here, all of you. Several men in black from the next room rushed out quickly. Chu Lingshuang's eyes were cold, and her tone was icy cold to the extreme. Send him to the second basement level. Just as Lin Feng touched the long, narrow fork on the coffee table, he was pushed down by someone. Two strong men pressed down on his shoulders and pushed him toward the elevator. If his hands weren't handcuffed, he could have fought back against these bodyguards. But the problem is that his hands are now handcuffed, which drastically reduces his fighting ability. He hadn't intended to kill her. He just wanted to scare her. But seeing her defiant gaze, he didn't know why he couldn't control himself. This is terrible. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, used his strength to bend the fork's front fork, and gripped it in his palm. As the elevator doors opened, he saw the floor plan of Lakeview Villa for the first time. It has 5 floors in total, plus a basement level 1 and a basement level 2. He saw the man in black beside him press the button for the second basement level. The elevator swayed and then descended. The moment the elevator doors opened, he saw a heavy metal door. The leader of the men in black took out a card from his waist and swiped it on the door. Immediately, the door opened, and before he could even see the layout inside, he felt someone push him from behind, and he stumbled inside. The next second, the lights are on. When Lin Feng saw clearly what was hanging on the surrounding walls, he was instantly stunned. Those things. This woman, she really is crazy. Who would build such a space entirely within their own home? Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. Before he could get a good look, his body was pressed down again. Two men in black pinned him down and led him to the wall. No. He has to leave. Lin Feng suddenly looked up and carefully counted the number of people in front of him. Even if he dealt with these people before going up, Chu Ling Shuang might send out many more. These few people are manageable, but if there are many of them, even if he fights with all his might, it will probably just be a desperate struggle, etc. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the elevator door. If he wasn't mistaken, the basement level should be the underground parking garage he had been longing to find these past few days. These people should at least have a key on them. He squinted, pondering. The two men who had just opened the door were still standing at the gate not far away. He felt chains being put into his ankles, and he decided not to endure it any longer. While one of them bent down to put chains on him, Lin Feng gripped the fork tightly with both hands and suddenly stabbed it into the exposed neck of the standing man. Although the knife and fork weren't very sharp, his resistance was desperate. Before the man standing there could react, he let out a scream as the fork struck him. Ah! He clutched his neck, staring at Lin Feng in disbelief as blood trickled down between his fingers. The person who was squatting was about to look up to see what was going on, but the next second, Lin Feng kicked the person in the back with a flying kick. In just a few moments, he had beaten the two men beside him so badly they couldn't get up. There are two more at the entrance. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, grabbed a wooden stick from the wall, rushed out, raised the stick with both hands, and swung it hard at the man's head. With a loud bang, he has already taken care of 3 of the 4 strong men. The remaining person stared at Lin Feng in shock. Lin Feng, carrying a wooden stick and with blood splattered on his face, grinned at him like a demon straight out of hell. Lie down yourself, or do you want me to? The man in black did not respond. He stared at Lin Feng, took out his stick, and charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned sideways, raised the stick with both hands, and swung it heavily at the man's back. Immediately afterwards, he raised his leg and kicked the man hard. The man in black never expected Lin Feng to be so strong. After only 2 blows, he was in so much pain that he knelt on the ground and couldn't get up. He fumbled for the stun gun, attempting to shock Lin Feng's ankle, but Lin Feng reacted quickly, stepping on the man's wrist instead. The next second, he was hit on the back of the head with a stick, and the man in black's vision went black as he passed out. Seeing that all 4 people had been dealt with, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. But we can't delay now. Chu Ling Shuang could come down at any moment. That woman has a gun. He quickly crouched down and searched the person who had just opened the gate, and sure enough, he found the car keys. He didn't dare to delay and quickly pressed the elevator button to go up to the basement. The moment the elevator doors opened, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was right. The basement level was indeed the underground parking garage. He pressed the car key in his hand, listened to the sound to locate the car, got in, and started the engine. Having stayed here for the past few days, he knew the way from the villa to the gate of Lakeview Villa better than anyone. He found the garage exit with remarkable ease. Completely ignoring the railing blocking the way at the entrance, he floored the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow. Miss, if it hurts, please cry out. Don't hold it in. Wang Ma held a hot towel in her hand and carefully wiped Chu Ling Shuang's neck. When has this young lady ever suffered such harm in her life? Especially her skin, which is as delicate as egg white, now bears a mark. Seeing this shocking scene, Wang Ma was so heartbroken that tears almost streamed down her face. This man is absolutely outrageous. How could he possibly lay a hand on such a delicate young lady? Chu Ling Shuang's face was cold, her pearly teeth biting her lip, her eyes filled with violence. Damn it! She never expected that Lin Feng would dare to do this in broad daylight. It seems that after letting him go out to work for a few days, his heart has become wild. Chapter 41. The world is vast, so let's make the 4 C's our home. Bite. The moment the phone rang in the lobby, Wang Ma's hand trembled involuntarily. Chu Ling Shuang was also taken aback for a moment, but still coldly ordered, "Go and pick it up." Wang Ma responded, wiped away the tears welling up in her eyes, and hurried over. Who is it? Calling at a time like this, don't they know the young lady is injured? She answered the phone with some dissatisfaction, but before she could even utter a complaint, the voice on the other end of the line made her freeze in place. Seeing Wang Ma's incredulous expression, Chu Ling Shuang frowned and asked, "What is it?" "Miss? The sir?" He drove off. "What?" Chu Ling Shuang exclaimed in surprise and stood up abruptly. Aunt Wang said, trembling and incredulous, "Sir just smashed through the garage door gate and rushed out." "That's impossible." Chu Ling Shuang's eyes widened as well. Her bodyguards were handpicked from among millions of people. Moreover, Lin Feng was already handcuffed, greatly reducing his combat effectiveness. How could he possibly escape from 4 top elites under those circumstances? "Miss, the guards are asking if we should chase after them." Wang Ma's voice rang out, trembling slightly. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang forced herself to calm down. She narrowed her eyes, pondered for a moment, and then said coldly, "No need. Go and bring those 4 good-for-nothings up here." "Yes." Wang Ma nodded repeatedly and hurriedly replied according to Chu Ling Shuang's orders. Sitting back down in her chair, Chu Ling Shuang subconsciously touched her neck. Lin Feng's scent still lingered on her neck. After that incident, she had already ordered an investigation into Lin Feng's background. When her subordinates reported back, they only mentioned that Lin Feng often worked out. She had no idea he had such great abilities. As her reason returned, she thought it over carefully and realized that fighting 4 elites with her hands restrained was indeed unlikely. However, Lin Feng must have seen those things, so he was risking his life. One side was trying to complete a mission, while the other was risking their lives, so it's not incomprehensible that he was able to get out. How interesting. She only wanted to punish him a little, but she didn't expect it to scare the beast so much that it erupted. This man is very good. He has successfully piqued her interest. So what if she escapes? Half of Beijing is still under the control of the Chu family. What's more, he's currently employed by Yihan Group. If he doesn't go to work tomorrow, she wouldn't mind taking it out on his friends first. Once she sets her sights on a man, he'll never leave her side for the rest of his life. Chu Ling Shuang took out her phone and sent a message to Yu Shuiyan. "Come pick me up at the resort at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." That was so exciting. Lin Feng was speeding along the highway, oblivious to the scenery flashing past the windows. The cool air rushing in through the wide-open windows made him feel refreshed. He should have done this a long time ago. Lin Feng gripped the steering wheel, utterly excited. This feeling of fleeing for his life was a first for him. It's nice to try something different every now and then. Lin Feng suddenly felt a little less inclined to lie down. The moment he had just erupted, his adrenaline surged, and he was completely excited. The car sped along the highway, and after what seemed like an eternity, Lin Feng's mood finally calmed down when the 2 neon signs for Beijing appeared. He got to the highway entrance so quickly. Lin Feng slowed down and stopped in the emergency area next to the highway toll booth. He fumbled for a pair of tweezers in the car's glove compartment, pried open the handcuffs, and then looked up at the toll booth ahead. Once he passes this point, it's equivalent to him leaving the territory of Beijing. He can go out now, but where can he go once he's out? The world is so vast, yet there is nowhere for him to stay. Moreover, he doesn't have much money left. He's only worked half the month, and his salary hasn't come in yet. He's also spent some of the money he'd set aside, leaving him with less than 1,000. Lin Feng took out his phone and glanced at the time, 11:30 p.m. If it weren't for what just happened, he would probably be resting and preparing for work tomorrow. He suddenly regretted his impulsive actions. If he hadn't threatened Chu Ling Shuang, if he hadn't pinched her. Wrong. Lin Feng raised his hand and slapped himself across the face. He's only been staying at that crazy woman's house for a few days, and she's already brainwashed him. The world is vast, so let's make the 4 C's our home. At worst, he can find a part-time job. His thoughts gradually became clearer, and he opened his contacts and sent a message to Li Hao. "Hey bro, are you there?" It was already 11:30 p.m., and Li Hao had been exhausted all day. He didn't know if Li Hao had slept or not. Lin Feng was scrolling through his sparse contact list, looking for his next target, when Li Hao's reply popped up. "What's wrong?" Lin Feng was secretly delighted. This bastard really wasn't asleep. He quickly typed, "Bro, can you lend me 2,000 yuan?" Seeing the message, the other party is typing displayed above the chat box. Lin Feng was still unsure what to expect. He and Li Hao were at most colleagues, not friends. They just helped each other out at work. They were both adults, and if he asked Li Hao for money, Li Hao might not. Transfer 2,000. He also added, "What's wrong? You're out of money for food." Lin Feng was incredibly touched. He hadn't expected Li Hao to actually transfer the money to him, without even asking when he would repay it. He quickly clicked to receive the payment and replied, "Yeah, something came up. I'll pay you back in a while." "Thanks, bro." "Li Hao, it's nothing." With 2,000 yuan in hand, plus what he already has on hand, he can scrape together 2,005, which should cover at least a month's rent and food expenses. To be on the safe side, this car definitely shouldn't be driven. Lin Feng randomly found a large shopping mall, parked his car in the garage, and then hailed a taxi. Putting aside other things, he truly climbed up from the bottom during his university years, and he knew almost all those cheap apartments. In an old, rundown neighborhood not far from Beijing's capital university, he found an old man he knew from his university days and rented a single room for 500 yuan. Once inside, he lay down on the dry, hard bed and began to think about what he needed to buy. He overestimated his physical strength. After a busy day and that fight, his body was already at its limit. Before he could think it through, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he was awakened by a series of incessant, noisy cell phone rings. Chapter 42, She knew Lin Feng's weakness. He glanced at it. The caller ID read, Wang Qingming. Without even thinking about it, Lin Feng knew the purpose of his call. Disturbed from his sweet dreams, Lin Feng impatiently turned off his phone. Joke. He's a free man now. He can do whatever he wants. Sleeping in late is nothing to him, right? He didn't answer. In the security room of Yihan Group, Wang Qingming stared nervously at the screen of his phone that had been disconnected, while stealing glances at Lu Tianhan out of the corner of his eye. He originally thought Lin Feng was a pretty honest guy and a reliable worker, but he never expected him to skip work so easily. Now even Lu Tianhan is coming to him, and he's so scared that sweat is pouring down his forehead. Miss Lu, this is the first time something like this has happened since Lin Feng started working here. I really don't know where he went. Wang Qingming wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at Lu Tianhan with trepidation. Lu Tianhan's face was gloomy as he said coldly, Brother Wang, this person ran away from your workstation, so you should be responsible. Good heavens, he's truly innocent. Miss Lu, you practically forced him to come here, so why are you causing trouble for him now that he's lost? Wang Qingming was on the verge of tears, his lips twitching nervously. He's getting on in years, and he's finally settled down, but he doesn't have much ambition. He's just hoping this job pays well so he can support his family. Now, what if they fire him? He looked at Lu Tianhan in a panic, his lips moving as if he was about to plead for mercy. Immediately after, Lu Tianhan's voice rang out. However, this can't be blamed on you. She glanced at it and said calmly, I'm just here to remind you not to tell anyone about this. Just say he took leave, and focus on doing your job well. Wang Qingming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He came to work early in the morning, but he never expected to encounter this kind of thing. He was so scared that he almost had a heart attack. Fortunately, Miss Lu was being accommodating. She was probably trying to smooth things over for Lin Feng. Thinking of this, Wang Qingming quickly shook his head. He decided it was best not to speculate about what was going on between them. He nodded quickly. Yes, Miss Lu, please rest assured, I will make all the arrangements. Lu Tianhan didn't say anything more, gave Wang Qingming a cold glance, and left. The office returned to calm, and Wang Qingming breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he shouldn't have hired such young people. Whenever this couple argued, even he, a passerby, would suffer. Miss, he really didn't come to the company. Back in her top-floor office, Lu Tianhan nervously reported to Chu Lingshuang. She never expected that Lin Feng would escape in just one day, and from Lakeview Manor no less. As one of the Chu family's manors, Lakeview Manor had the strictest security, simply because her young mistress would be residing there. Seeing that Chu Lingshuang didn't speak, Lu Tianhan assumed she was still angry and hurriedly said, Miss, please give me a day. Before dark, I will definitely bring Lin Feng to you. Her voice trembled slightly. Lu Tianhan knew that her young mistress didn't get angry easily, but when she did, the entire capital city would be turned upside down. Although she didn't know what it was about that man that attracted her young lady, the fact that he could escape from such a tight encirclement meant that he was not to be underestimated. Bring them back, and then what? Chu Lingshuang's clear and melodious voice came from behind the office chair, carrying a hint of coldness. Lu Tianhan's heart skipped a beat, and she asked in a daze, and then? If he can escape the first time, he'll do it again. Chu Lingshuang's voice rang out again. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianhan's eyes widened, and she hurriedly said, "There won't be a next time, Mississippi. I will mobilize the Chu family's team to keep a close watch on them." As she spoke, she noticed the office chair slowly turning around. Chu Lingshuang elegantly stroked her cheek, her eyes squinting lazily and nobly. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. The only flaw was that there was a faint red mark remaining on her slender, fair neck. Lu Tianhan's heart skipped a beat. Just by looking at it, she could guess how intense the battle had been last night. Chu Lingshuang casually raised her hand, her slender fingertips gently stroking the bonsai in front of her. "Just have someone keep an eye on him." Her voice was indifferent, tinged with a hint of coldness. Lu Tianhan instantly showed an expression of disbelief. That's all. He dared to lay a hand on her. How could Miss not retaliate and let him off so easily? This is not like Miss's usual behavior. Chu Lingshuang raised her eyebrows slightly and continued. What were the names of those guys who were on good terms with him again? Li Hao. Lu Tianhan paused for a moment, uttering a name, then racked her brains. There seems to be another one. Let's choose him. Before Lu Tianhan could finish speaking, Chu Lingshuang interrupted her. Tell him he doesn't need to come to work today. She easily deprived others of their right to work. There is absolutely no reason. Yes, I'll pass the notification on right away. Lu Tianhan was taken aback, then quickly responded, and then asked, then the penalty for breach of contract, should it be paid to him directly as well? Logically speaking, she shouldn't have needed to report this to Chu Lingshuang, but the situation is different now. The young lady personally asked her to fire him, and he was just a lowly security guard who hadn't made any major mistakes. She was a little unsure of what to do. Chu Lingshuang frowned slightly. Let's put it off for now. There's no rush. Yes. Lu Tianhan nodded. All employees who join Yihan Group have signed contracts, but matters like breach of contract penalties can drag on for months with a lawsuit. This matter is easy to handle. She left quickly. In the office, Chu Lingshuang raised her finger and gently flicked the stamen of the bonsai flower with her fingertip, a slight smile playing on her lips. After a sleepless night, she gradually realized that it wasn't right to be too forceful in restraining Lin Feng. This man was naturally free-spirited, so it would be better to let him back down and come to her door in person. After all, she knew Lin Feng's weakness. She sneered, and with a sudden burst of strength, she grabbed the flower. I slept so much that my whole body ached. Having gotten used to sleeping on the Chu family's top-of-the-line mattress these past few days, Lin Feng felt like his bones were being ground to a pulp when he woke up on the hard, dry bed. But he was happy inside, because he hadn't felt this comfortable in a long time. The small room was just as dilapidated and cramped as when he arrived the night before, and it was obvious to the naked eye that no one else had been there except him. Given the Chu family's capabilities, someone should have come looking for him by now, but there's been no movement yet. Is Chu Lingshuang planning to let him go? Lin Feng frowned and turned on his phone. A moment later, several missed calls popped up on the phone screen, half of them from Wang Qingming and the other one from Xia Qingqing. There are also several red dots in WeChat. He opened it, and in the clean interface, besides his chat with Li Hao from last night, there were only messages from Xia Qingqing. He opened the chat window and was stunned when he saw the two messages Xia Qingqing had sent. Brother Xiaofeng, Uncle Wang said you took leave. What's wrong? Are you sick? Uncle Wang also said that Brother Li was fired. What exactly happened? Chapter 43. He was even willing to do such an unglamorous job. Instantly, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. Damn it. Is Chu Lingshuang crazy? He should be fired for skipping work. So how did it become that he asked for leave and Li Hao was fired? What does this have to do with Li Hao? He quickly opened Li Hao's chat window and asked, Bro, you got fired? What happened? After a long time, Li Hao posted a crying emoji, along with a sentence full of despair. How would I know? I was on patrol when old Wang came over and told me I was fired without any explanation, just told me to pack my bags and leave. Crying. Li Hao. Brother, you need to pay me back the money I borrowed as soon as possible. I was thinking that my salary would be paid soon, so I didn't keep much for myself, and now I guess I'm not in a good position. Lin Feng was furious. Even setting aside the fact that they were just colleagues, the fact that Li Hao lent him money without asking any questions already showed that he considered Li Hao a good brother. Now that Li Hao has been fired, it's clear that Chu Ling Shuang is trying to intimidate him, but Li Hao has never doubted him at all. Damn Chu Ling Shuang. Lin Feng now wished he could jump up and confront Chu Ling Shuang, demanding to know why she did this. He should have just strangled her last night and ended it all. But he quickly calmed down. No one came to see him while he was sleeping. It's likely that Chu Ling Shuang wanted him to come to her on his own. That's why he absolutely cannot go back. The most urgent thing is to find a part-time job as soon as possible to earn some money and pay back Li Hao. Lin Feng replied, Don't worry, their hasty dismissal of you is a violation of regulations. You should go through their legal channels first. Once my funds are available, I'll cover your food expenses during this period. Li Hao was extremely grateful. Thank you so much, my good brother. I knew I hadn't mistaken you for someone else. After putting down his phone, Lin Feng quickly washed up and went to a convenience store to buy some daily necessities. It was just past noon, and there weren't many people in the convenience store. Lin Feng pushed open the door and entered. Aunt Zhang, who was eating at the checkout counter, was slightly taken aback when she saw Lin Feng. It took her a while to react. Xiao Feng, you're Xiao Feng, right? Lin Feng was taken aback, and memories of the past flashed through his mind. He used to frequent this area when he was in college, so he knew the neighborhood well. This convenience store was opened by Zhang Xiuhua. She ran the store alone to earn a little money to support her daughter. Lin Feng often patronized this store when he was in college and became quite familiar with Zhang Xiuhua. I never expected that she would still recognize me. His heart warmed. He hadn't expected that Zhang Xiuhua would still recognize him after all this time. He nodded and said, Hello, Aunt Zhang. Hey, long time no see. You've been out of school for 2 or 3 years now, haven't you? Where are you working now? Zhang Xiuhua smiled and struck up a conversation with Lin Feng. Lin Feng scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. I'm not very capable, and I haven't found a good job. Seemingly noticing Lin Feng's predicament, Zhang Xiuhua raised her hand and waved it, smiling as she said, Hey, it's really tough to find a job these days. You were one of the top students in school back then. So young, you'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Lin Feng was very grateful. He hadn't expected anyone to remember him. He quickly brought some rice, flour, oil, toiletries, bed sheets, and blankets to pay the bill. Upon noticing what Lin Feng was carrying, Zhang Xiuhua was slightly taken aback. Are you moving and stocking up? I guess so, Lin Feng said awkwardly. I've run into some trouble at work, and I don't have much money right now. I was thinking of stocking up on some stuff, just enough for a few months. It was a rare opportunity to run into an old acquaintance, so Lin Feng couldn't help but say a few more words. Zhang Xiuhua frowned. This little bit of food won't last for several months, and besides, you're so healthy. How can you eat just this? She murmured, then asked again, Aren't you working now? Lin Feng was really embarrassed, but he could only nod awkwardly. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiuhua quickly said, How about this? My shop is short of someone to move goods. Why don't you work here for me temporarily? You'll be paid daily, and you can eat with me. I usually cook for myself anyway. Lin Feng was taken aback, not expecting Aunt Zhang to take him in. Seeing this, Zhang Xiuhua smiled and said, When you were in college, you used to come over and bring me things all the time. Everyone around here knows you're an excellent and kind-hearted person. We're all just ordinary people. Now that you're like this, I can't just watch you go hungry, can I? Lin Feng felt incredibly warm inside. Back when I was in college, he did come over often, but it was all just small favors. He never expected that someone would remember him. Having spent so much time climbing the ladder of power and engaging in cutthroat competition, he almost forgot about the lives of ordinary people. No one is anyone's enemy. Everyone lives equally in the most primitive world, leading simple and ordinary lives. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't speak, Zhang Xiuhua assumed he looked down on the job, so she quickly said, "How about you tutor Xiaonuan? She's about to enter her senior year of high school, and her studies haven't been going well. I was just thinking of finding her a tutor." No, no, no. Understanding Zhang Xiuhua's meaning, Lin Feng quickly waved his hand. "I'm good at moving goods, and I can also tutor Xiaonuan when I'm not busy. Thank you, Aunt Zhang." Taken aback by Lin Feng's composed and humble attitude, Zhang Xiuhua looked at him with admiration. These days, there are too many young people full of hostility, and a boy like Lin Feng is really rare. She pushed the items out, counted them briefly, and said, "Okay, then come to the store later. Take these things back first, and I won't charge you." Lin Feng was truly grateful and quickly thanked him. He carried 2 bags of rice and flour on his shoulder with one hand, along with some other items and a bottle of oil, and left. Watching Lin Feng's departing figure, Zhang Xiuhua smiled brightly, her eyes full of admiration. This young man is really something. He carried so much stuff without uttering a single sound. After putting his things in the rented room, the old man outside the door warmly called Lin Feng over, saying he had left him some food, and also asking why Lin Feng was renting a room so late at night. Lin Feng's heart was warmed twice in one day. He suddenly felt that the world was a beautiful place. After lunch, Lin Feng went to the convenience store. Just then, the delivery truck arrived, and Lin Feng didn't hesitate to start transporting the goods into the store. He was very strong. What usually took him 3 hours to move, he did in less than 2 hours. After he finished, Zhang Xiuhua was full of praise for him. "Here, this is the payment for today's goods." Zhang Xiuhua took out 100 yuan from the counter and handed it to Lin Feng, adding, "Xiaonuan will be home from school soon. You have no idea how much she missed you after you graduated. She talked about you every day." "Is that so?" Lin Feng took the money, stuffed it into his pocket, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Yeah, she'll definitely be happy to see you. This kid, I can hardly control her anymore. Instead of studying, she has to get into dating." As Zhang Xiuhua spoke, seeing that someone had come into the shop, she told Lin Feng to go to the back warehouse to rest first, while she went to get busy. Arriving at the warehouse behind the convenience store, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of the desk from the depths of his memory. It was still the same as before. The pink desk was clean and tidy, and the drawers were locked. He remembered that back then, Xiaonuan was an obedient and well-behaved little girl. Because he would occasionally bring her treats, she would follow him around calling him brother, brother, all the time. He wondered what she was like now. Lin Feng felt a pang of nostalgia. What? He went to help someone move goods. In the top-floor office of Yihan Group, Chu Ling Shuang exclaimed in surprise as she faced Yu Shuiyan's report. Yu Shuiyan nodded silently. Even she herself found the news unbelievable, let alone her mistress. He's really something. Chu Ling Shuang's lips twitched, a rare occurrence for her. He was abandoning his privileged life as a rich young lady to work as a porter, completely disregarding Li Hao's life and death. He was even willing to do such a mundane job. Lin Feng, oh Lin Feng, what is she supposed to say? Miss, how about we buy that convenience store? Yu Shuiyan asked softly, biting her lip. No need. Chu Ling Shuang snapped, gritting her teeth. Investigate the origins of that convenience store and have Tian Han put up the company's joint name. Yu Shuiyan, huh? Miss, have you gone mad? Does she know what she's saying? If it's a collaboration with Yihan Group, convenience stores will be scrambling to get their hands on it. Before Yu Shuiyan could react, Chu Ling Shuang added another sentence, this time with a hint of amusement. He likes moving things, doesn't he? Well, I'll let him move as much as he wants. Chapter 44. Large corporations partnering with convenience stores? At 7:26 p.m., Lin Feng stared blankly at the girl standing in front of him. Beneath a pale yellow coat, she wore purple leather pants and black studded shoes. The girl wore heavy makeup, with blue eyeshadow and dark purple lipstick, and thick bangs hung on her head. Well, is this Zhang Xiaonuan? Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaonuan looked at Lin Feng with disbelief. Then her dark purple lips curled up into a bright smile. Brother Xiaofeng? She shouted and tried to give Lin Feng a bear hug. Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he subconsciously dodged to the side. My goodness, he's in such dire financial straits right now. and if his clothes get stained with even a little bit of cosmetics, laundry detergent can't remove it. Seeing Lin Feng dodge, Zhang Xiaonuan immediately looked hurt. Brother Xiaofeng, don't you recognize me? I'm Xiaonuan. Lin Feng gasped. It wasn't that he didn't recognize her. He was simply too afraid to. I remember Zhang Xiaonuan as such a well-behaved little sister. How did she become like this? His lips twitched, and he opened his mouth slightly, but didn't know what to say. Zhang Xiaonuan hurriedly said, Brother Xiaofeng, my mom said you graduated several years ago and went to work for a big company. What brings you here? Just as Lin Feng was about to offer an explanation, Zhang Xiaohua appeared from the side. Your brother Xiaofeng is resting. He saw that mom was too busy, so he came to help out for a few days. Zhang Xiaohua cleverly helped Lin Feng ease the awkward situation. Lin Feng looked at her gratefully. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, while your brother Xiaofeng has some free time these days, quickly take out the homework you don't understand and let him tutor you. Seemingly unwilling to listen to Zhang Xiaohua's nagging, Zhang Xiaonuan reluctantly said, oh, grabbed Lin Feng's arm, and rushed into the back warehouse. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head helplessly and was about to retrieve the silver table when she heard a shout from outside. She quickly went out. In the warehouse, Zhang Xiaonuan pulled Lin Feng to sit on her pink stool, opened a drawer, and took out a notebook. Brother Xiaofeng, look, I've been writing in the diary you asked me to write in every day. My mom won't buy me a cell phone, so I don't know how to contact you. Seeing the phone number written on the first page of the diary, Lin Feng felt a lump in his throat. When he graduated, Zhang Xiaonuan came to the school and asked for his phone number. He originally thought that he would never contact her again, so he left the phone number. He changed his phone number a few years after graduation because of work, but Zhang Xiaonuan kept it. A sudden surge of emotion welled up in Lin Feng's heart, warming his soul. He said softly, Xiaonuan, I've changed my number. Let me write down the new number for you. Okay, Zhang Xiaonuan replied, and quickly took out a pen from the drawer and handed it over. Lin Feng took the notebook, wrote his phone number in it, and then asked, Xiaonuan, I heard from your mother that you're in a relationship? Mentioning this made Zhang Xiaonuan's face immediately turn unhappy. Did my mom send you to persuade me? Ding Qi is so good to me. I won't marry anyone but him, so don't try to talk me out of it. She scratched her head in frustration, stuffed the diary into the drawer, and hastily closed it. She won't marry anyone but him. Lin Feng's lips twitched. Those 4 words really do evoke youth. He laughed and said, I wasn't planning on advising you. Since you say he's good to you, how has he been good to you? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaonuan was somewhat willing to talk to Lin Feng. She thought for a moment and said, Ding Qi treats me to milk tea every day and takes me for a ride on his motorcycle. Brother Xiaofeng, let me tell you, he spent more than 40,000 yuan on that motorcycle, and he only takes me on it. You have no idea how envious everyone at school is of me. Lin Feng, that's it? He asked, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, right. Zhang Xiaonuan seemed to get excited and said even more enthusiastically, he only gave me a ride. And it was super cool. You wouldn't believe it. He even installed a sound system worth over 8,000 on the motorcycle. When we were racing on the road, all the passers-by were staring at us. It's because you guys are too noisy. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. All he could say was that girls really need to be raised in comfort, otherwise you never know which blonde-haired guy will kidnap you in the future. Brother Xiaofeng, Ding Qi said he'd take me for a ride tomorrow night. Want to come with me? I'll show you his super cool motorcycle and introduce you to. Zhang Xiaonuan was incredibly excited, clinging to Lin Feng's arm and refusing to let go. Lin Feng didn't even need to meet her. He already knew what kind of monster Ding Qi was. It's just that he doesn't have money right now. Otherwise he would definitely take Zhang Xiaonuan out to broaden her horizons. He shook his head and sighed. I'm not available right now, so let me check your homework instead. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured directly over Zhang Xiaonuan's head. Although Zhang Xiaonuan was reluctant, she obediently took out her textbook. Lin Feng was surprised to learn that Zhang Xiaonuan hadn't been studying seriously since her 2nd year of high school. Her books were covered in drawings, and some words were even scribbled over with black pen. His lips twitched. What was he going to do with this kid? But Lin Feng had promised Zhang Xiaohua he would tutor her, and since she had been so kind to him, he could only do his best to help. After a class, Zhang Xianwan was clearly getting impatient, whether it was because she was too serious or her tone was too harsh. Lin Feng didn't leave the convenience store until after 10 p.m. Back in his rented room, he felt immense pressure. Zhang Xianwan's foundation was too weak. Lin Feng knew her fairly well and knew she was very smart. If she could put in some effort and he could help her with tutoring, she would have no problem getting into a second-tier university after the college entrance examination. But the problem is, she simply doesn't want to learn. Lin Feng sighed, planning to repay Li Hao's money and then save up some more to take Zhang Xianwan out to broaden her horizons. Time flies, and he has been working at the convenience store for a week now. He ate and drank at the shop these days, and first scraped together the money he owed Li Hao to pay back, leaving him with 1,000 yuan. That's enough for his daily expenses this month. As usual, he rushed to the convenience store early Monday morning to help Aunt Zhang buy things. But as soon as he arrived at the convenience store, he saw several renovation workers busy replacing the sign, while a huge crowd had gathered outside, the line stretching all the way to the end of the street. Before Lin Feng could react, he saw Zhang Xiuhua waving at him with a beaming smile. "Xiao Feng, come quick, come quick." Lin Feng was taken aback, took 2 steps forward, and asked with a puzzled look, "Aunt Zhang, what's going on?" Zhang Xiuhua said to Lin Feng with a beaming smile, "Let me tell you, I don't know what kind of wind it came from, but a boss came over and said he wanted to put a joint brand on my shop, and he'd give me 50% of the commission." A collaboration? Lin Feng was taken aback. A collaboration with a convenience store? This is a good thing. Selling things under the name of a big company will attract a lot of people. Look at the long queue of people buying things at the entrance. This street is going to be lively now. However, be wary of contracts. Considering that Zhang Xiuhua was also his benefactor, Lin Feng couldn't help but remind her, "Aunt Zhang, did you read the contract carefully? Don't fall for their tricks." Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiuhua waved her hand excitedly. "Hey, no need to look, that's a big company. They said it's one of the top 3 companies in Beijing." Lin Feng was even more worried now. The top 3 companies have partnered with a convenience store. This is most likely a scam. He quickly said, "Aunt Zhang, there are so many scammers these days. You should be careful. Why don't you show me the contract, and I'll take a look at it for you." Seeing Lin Feng's furrowed brows, Zhang Xiuhua's heart tightened. "All right, it's best if you take a look for me. I don't know much about these things." Lin Feng responded and took the contract handed to him by Zhang Xiuhua. However, when he saw the huge words Yihan Group printed on the contract, he was completely taken aback. Chapter 45, then he'll play along. "Xiaofeng, look, is this real or fake?" "Annie can't tell either." Zhang Xiuhua leaned closer and murmured, "But the boss said he'd give me half the commission. If things go this way, Auntie can finally buy a house in Beijing." Lin Feng frowned deeply. He really wanted to say that this was a scam. But the key point is that Zhang Xiuhua has already signed the contract, so it's a done deal. He said, how could that woman let him off so easily? He'd been having a leisurely week, never expecting her to have such a big surprise up her sleeve. Xiaofeng. Seeing that Lin Feng remained silent and his expression was grim, Zhang Xiuhua panicked for a moment and hurriedly asked, "Is there something wrong with this contract?" "No." Lin Feng shook his head and placed the contract on the checkout counter. "Is he a scammer?" Zhang Xiuhua's heart skipped a beat when she saw Lin Feng's serious expression. "No, it is indeed a large corporation." Lin Feng could only swallow his anger and resentment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiuhua's tense expression instantly relaxed, and she said excitedly, "Okay, as long as they're not scammers, that's fine. Xiaofeng, since I partnered with them, I've had a lot more stock lately. You've worked so hard, so work hard later, and I'll give you a raise." Zhang Xiuhua smiled brightly as she busied herself stuffing the contract into the drawer and locking it. Lin Feng took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay." There were so many people piled up at the entrance that Zhang Xiuhua went to open the shop as soon as the sign was hung up. In an instant, the small convenience store, which was only 20 square meters, was packed with people. A collaboration with Yihan Group? Wow. We buy a lot of things here. Is there a chance we can meet someone from their company? Dream on. Do you think people at big companies don't do any work anymore, just sitting around in convenience stores all day? That's hard to say. I've never heard of Yihan having a co-branded convenience store. Boss, where's the iced tea? Out of stock. Zhang Xiaohua was so busy she was practically running around, and Lin Feng, who was originally just moving goods, also started restocking everywhere. The demand far exceeded the supply, and in just one morning, more than half of the convenience store's stock was gone. This incident quickly became a trending topic on the internet. Hashtag Ehan Group collaborates with warm convenience store hashtag. Instantly, netizens launched into a heated discussion. What kind of tactic is this now? A company as big as Ehan collaborating with a convenience store? Hey, maybe becoming a regular customer at the convenience store will give me a chance to get into the Ehan Group. I guess they're looking for new employees? Otherwise, why would such a big company open a convenience store? I've been to that convenience store. It's a small supermarket near the university. What kind of profit do they make from this partnership? Why don't we go take a look too? Immediately, netizens started discussing it. Many short video bloggers have also issued statements and rushed to Nuanyuan convenience store. In just one day, Nuanyuan convenience store became a viral sensation online, becoming one of the most popular spots to visit. Lin Feng was busy all day and didn't even have time to drink water. Zhang Xiaohua was counting money until her hands were sore, and the shop's payment notification sound never stopped. Even Zhang Xiaonuan devoted herself to helping customers carry their things after school. They worked nonstop until 9 p.m., and the store was completely emptied. Even the chewing gum on the checkout counter was sold out. Zhang Xiaohua sold out her entire month's worth of stock in just one day, forcing her to put up a closed sign at her door. The most urgent task now is to purchase goods. According to the contract, half of the goods for Zhang Xiaohua's shop had to be sourced from Ehan Group. At 9:10 p.m., 3 large trucks drove up from the street. When Lin Feng saw the 4 large characters, Ehan Group, on the car, he instantly understood Chu Ling Shuang's trickery. Grass. 3 truckloads of goods. Is this woman trying to work him to death? Lin Feng was furious, but seeing Zhang Xiaohua happily counting her money, he didn't say anything more. Zhang Xiaohua hadn't expected so many goods to arrive. She hadn't hired anyone in advance, and now Lin Feng was the only capable person in the shop. Seeing the 3 large carts full of goods, Zhang Xiaohua even called the old man from the tea shop next door. As a result, 4 people were gathered. Apart from Lin Feng, the remaining 3 are all elderly and weak. When will we be able to move here? Judging from the current level of popularity, it seems like even more people will come tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua found Lin Feng and said anxiously, Xiao Feng, do you have any classmates who can come and help? I can't find anyone else right now. If this continues, we won't be able to open the shop normally tomorrow morning. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, Aunt Zhang, don't worry, let me think of a way. Okay, Zhang Xiaohua responded generously. See if anyone is willing to come. We have a lot of customers these days. If you work for a week, I'll pay you 1,000 yuan a day. No problem, you can leave it to me, Lin Feng replied. Then Auntie will go cook now. You do your best. I'll leave these things to you. Zhang Xiaohua patted Lin Feng's shoulder happily, finally finding some time to cook a meal. Lin Feng opened his phone, pondering Chu Ling Shuang's intentions. She's doing all this just to make me back down and come to her for help. But things aren't that simple. He'd had enough of this crazy woman's torment. He'd rather die than go back. Isn't it just an attempt to make things difficult for him by forcing him to move goods? Then he'll just play along. After thinking for a moment, he called Li Hao and then searched for and joined several nearby group chats. At 9:30 p.m., when Li Hao rushed over, he was stunned to see the trucks piled up at the door. Brother, you didn't say that much. Li Hao's mouth twitched. At this rate, they couldn't finish moving everything even if they worked themselves to death. Don't worry, there are still others. Lin Feng smiled and patted Li Hao on the shoulder. Li Hao frowned. I'm not kidding. This would require at least 20 people, and we'd have to sort all the goods and put them on the shelves. It's not something the 6 of us can handle. Before he could finish speaking, a group of college students aged 18 or 19 rushed into the store. Lin Feng stepped forward with a smile and immediately began giving instructions. Come on, everyone stand in line. Let me assign tasks. The 5 of you will unload the goods from the truck, the 10 of you will form a human ladder to receive the goods, and the remaining 5 of you will divide the work in the store and put all the goods on the shelves. As he spoke, he added, time is tight tonight. Your dorm has an 11 p.m. curfew, so let's work hard from now on. If we do well, we can come back as usual tomorrow. We'll pay you daily, 500 yuan per person per day. $500. Daily pay. Upon hearing the last three words, the eyes of the 20 strong and energetic students widened in surprise. Following Lin Feng's instructions, everyone carried out the moving operation in an orderly manner. Li Hao stared wide-eyed and asked incredulously, "Brother, they've all finished. What are we going to do?" "Check the goods." Lin Feng took out 2 ledgers, handed one to Li Hao, and said with a grin, "We too can handle the registration." Li Hao instantly perked up, immediately bringing out 2 stools from inside the house, one for himself and one for Lin Feng. They sat down and, like lords, began jotting things down in the ledger. Chapter 46. She absolutely cannot let Lin Feng get away with things so easily. Zhang Xiuhua, who had just finished cooking, came out and saw this scene. Her lips twitched, and she quickly pulled Lin Feng to the side. "Xiao Feng, where did you find so many people?" "College student part-time job group." Zhang Xiuhua's lips twitched, a hint of difficulty in her voice. "So many people, what about wages?" Before she finished speaking, Lin Feng knew what she meant. He smiled and said, "Aunt Zhang, don't worry. Yihan Group is a big company, the most famous in Beijing. After partnering with them, your store will only have more customers, not fewer. You can just relax and be a big boss and count your money." Hearing him say that, Zhang Xiuhua's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a little. "If you say it's okay, then it's okay." Zhang Xiuhua looked at Lin Feng with exceptional trust and said domineeringly, "From now on, I'll leave the shop's inventory to you. Just tell me how much money you need, and I'll transfer it to you." "Thank you for your trust, Aunt Zhang. Leave this to me," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Once you've earned your first sum of money, you can consider expanding the shop. In the future, you can open a big supermarket, hire a dozen or so people, and you can retire early." These words made Zhang Xiuhua's face shine with oil. Early retirement was something she never dared to dream of in the first half of her life. She originally thought that she had done enough by taking over a convenience store in Beijing and working there for so long, but she never expected that there would be such a thing as making a fortune in old age. "Annie was right about you. A top student really makes a difference." Zhang Xiuhua patted Lin Feng's shoulder excitedly, her eyes brimming with joy. "Annie didn't go to school much, and this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do with all this trouble. You are truly my lucky star. Since you came, everything has gone smoothly for me, and my life has become so prosperous." Zhang Xiuhua couldn't stop smiling and kept praising her. This made Lin Feng a little embarrassed, and he gave an awkward smile. What could he say? "Are you saying that all of this was a scheme devised by Chu Lingshuang to make things difficult for him?" However, to his surprise, Chu Lingshuang did not send anyone to forcibly take him away this time. "But do you expect him to go back and beg her?" "Impossible. The joint contract is now a done deal. Even if Chu Lingshuang breaches the contract and withdraws the goods, she will still receive a substantial amount of compensation. Zhang Xiuhua is guaranteed to make a profit. Since she doesn't want to let him off so easily and wants to make things difficult for him, then so be it. He's never been afraid of anyone." Lin Feng's eyes were firm, and his thoughts gradually became clear. He gripped the notebook and smiled. "Aunt Zhang, I'm going to check the goods first. We'll talk again later when I'm done." "Okay." Aunt Zhang nodded and smiled. "It's not easy for these kids to come and help so late at night. Tell them that from now on, when they come to work in the evening, I'll cook a big meal for them, and we can eat together before they go home." "Okay." Lin Feng smiled and agreed, then sat down at the shop entrance to clear out the stock. The 20-odd college students worked quickly and efficiently, and because they were pressed for time, they finished the job in less than 2 hours. Every college student was excited to see their salary arrive in their account. Lin Feng's smile never faded as he looked at the extra 10,000 yuan in his account. "These college students are so cheap," he said with a smile. "Those who come to work tomorrow night will have their meals provided." His shout made the college students extremely happy. Not only does it pay 500 yuan a day, but it's also paid daily, meals are included, and you can get exercise. This is much better than running at night, every day. More than 20 people swarmed up, all clamoring to add Lin Feng as a friend. As they left, they all said sweetly, "Thank you, Brother Lin. I'll come again tomorrow. I've moved almost 50 boxes today." "TCH, you're bringing that up?" "I moved 87 boxes today." Everyone stepped back a little. "I've carried 100 boxes and I haven't said a word yet. What are you all showing off for?" "Brother Feng, just let us know in the group chat tomorrow, and we'll come right after class." "See you tomorrow, Brother Lin." After seeing off this group of college students, Lin Feng transferred another 1,000 yuan to Li Hao and casually asked with a smile, "Are you coming again tomorrow?" "Come on. Of course I'll come." Li Hao quickly checked the payment receipt and said with a grin, "This is much better than what I do at the company. In just a short while, I only did some bookkeeping, and I made so much money. I have to come no matter what." Lin Feng smiled and put his arm around Li Hao's shoulder. "Come on, it's my treat today. Let's go for a barbecue." "Really? Brother Lin?" Li Hao's eyes lit up instantly. "How could this be fake? Let's go, let's have a good time." As Lin Feng said, for a week straight, thanks to the viral trend on social media and the presence of numerous online celebrities, the customer traffic at Nuanyuan convenience store has only increased. Lin Feng recruits college students to help him move goods every day in the group chat. The excellent benefits and perks have made the part-time job groups of surrounding colleges go crazy. Every day, many students ask in the group whether we still need more people. Lin Feng has absolutely no trouble finding people. Under his design, Nuanyuan convenience store even launched a membership system. This sparked a frenzy among customers to top up their cards. There's no other reason than that Yihan Group, one of the most famous companies in Beijing, is extremely difficult to get into. Moreover, the company offers good benefits and high welfare, and more importantly, the company's directors are mostly beautiful women. This first collaboration with a convenience store has attracted a large number of shoppers, all eager to see what Yihan Group is up to and to become familiar with the brand. These days, who wouldn't want to build connections with a big company? So, one morning a week later, even Fang Mingho drove over. "Brother-in-law, I was wondering why you haven't been at the company lately. Turns out you've been here all this time." Lin Feng, who was greeting guests, caught sight of someone entering through the door, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. Why is that bastard so persistent? Fang Mingho stared longingly at Lin Feng, then jogged forward with a fawning smile. "Brother-in-law, why didn't you tell me you were coming to work here? I could have called my brothers over to support you." "I'm not your brother-in-law. Your sister and I have already broken up." Lin Feng said this in an unfriendly tone, showing he had no intention of paying any attention to him. Unexpectedly, Fang Mingho's eyes flashed, and he grabbed a huge pile of snacks and ran to the checkout counter, just to take advantage of the time to exchange a few words with Lin Feng while paying. "Brother-in-law, please don't do this. My sister regrets it now. We even went to your company to look for you a few days ago." Lin Feng swept the goods with a cold face, his movements swift. 563 yuan. "Wait, I'll go get some more." Fang Mingho left with a remark and hurriedly grabbed a small basket to browse the supermarket. A minute later, he returned with a large pile of items. He buys, he sweeps. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. Whoever it was, they were just throwing money at him, so why not take it? Lin Feng continued his shopping spree with a cold expression. Fang Mingho chuckled and said obsequiously, "Brother-in-law, isn't Yihan Group planning to open a chain of supermarkets soon? Can you give me a heads up? I'll have my sister open one too." A total of 890 yuan. Lin Feng glanced at him coldly. "And this too. Count this one. I'll take them all." Fang Mingho pointed at the chewing gum on the counter, grinning and craning his neck. "Brother-in-law, can you at least give me a heads up?" 1035. Seeing that the people queuing behind him to pay were getting impatient, Fang Mingho quickly took out his phone and showed them his payment code. Without a word, Lin Feng scanned the money. Upon hearing the payment notification, he immediately said, "Next." Fang Mingho, carrying a large pile of things, ignored whether Lin Feng paid any attention to him and shouted, "Brother-in-law, I'll bring my sister tomorrow, okay? Let's settle this." Lin Feng's lips twitched, too lazy to pay attention, and continued to busy himself with settling the bill. Looking for college students. You're really something. At the Ziguang Mansion Villa, Chu Lingshuang looked at the news report Yu Shui Yin sent to her on her phone about Lin Feng these past few days, and a rare crack appeared on her usually cold and arrogant face. She never imagined that Lin Feng would come up with such a despicable trick. Moreover, he takes a cut of 500 yuan with each transaction, and over the past few days, he's made at least 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. This man is absolutely shameless. Chu Lingshuang was so angry she gritted her teeth. She couldn't imagine how anyone could actually be willing to do such a menial job as moving goods, a job that was utterly beneath them. And only 500 yuan a day? Are these people crazy? Chu Lingshuang couldn't understand these people's thought process. She felt like they were out of their minds, working themselves to the bone for just a few hundred yuan. Now look what's happened. These people are working for Lin Feng, and he's acting like a big shot, not having to do anything. When will he finally give up? Chu Lingshuang gritted her teeth. She absolutely could not let Lin Feng get away with this so easily. She narrowed her eyes slightly and sent a message to Yu Shuyin. Get a car ready tomorrow afternoon. Come with me to that convenience store. Chapter 47. Miss is going to walk there. Hey, I remember you were a security guard at Yihan Group. What are you doing here as a cashier? The next morning, Su Jiqing looked at Li Hao behind the cashier with some surprise. Li Hao, who was busy scanning the barcodes of the goods, looked up and caught sight of the beautiful woman in front of him, and was immediately stunned. Isn't this the sister of the guy who got beaten up by his brother last time? Su Jiqing looked surprised and hurriedly asked, Is your company planning to open a chain of supermarkets? Why did you end up working here? Even though he's been fired, the thought of this beautiful girl's brother peeping at girls while they change clothes makes Li Hao feel disgusted. There's an old saying that goes, people who aren't family don't enter the same door. Even though the person in front of him was a great beauty, Li Hao's attitude wasn't very good. 358 yuan, cash or card? Su Jiqing was clearly stunned. Apart from Lin Feng, this was the first time someone had ever been so indifferent to her. He's the CEO of the Su family, and he's just a cashier. What's with the attitude? In front of so many people, wasn't this clearly making it difficult for her to save face? Su Jiqing's expression instantly turned somewhat unpleasant. But considering that Yihan Group had partnered with this convenience store, and now even their employees were coming to work at the cashier, and that her father had told her to maintain a good relationship with Yihan Group, Su Jiqing held back. I'll get a membership. She took out her phone's payment code, but her eyes lingered on the convenience store. There was still a large group of people next to the shelf. Li Hao moved swiftly, quickly scanning the code, then deftly pushed Su Jiqing's things aside and asked, Number? Su Jiqing was taken aback and quickly read out her number. Seeing Li Hao registering information, Su Jiqing couldn't help but ask, Is Lin Feng still at the company? She felt resentful. Xiao Jia was still lying in the hospital bed, and her parents stayed up all night to take care of him. But until now, she hadn't received any news that Yihan Group had fired Lin Feng, which left a thorn in her heart. Li Hao glanced at it, and immediately realized that this person probably wanted to cause trouble for Lin Feng. In a moment of desperation, he blurted out, Stop looking, he's not here. Isn't this just like trying to hide something obvious? Su Jiqing immediately understood the meaning behind those words. She wanted to ask a few more questions, but was pushed by the person behind her. It's my turn to pay the bill. Miss, please move aside. There were so many people in the store that the checkout line stretched outside. Su Jiqing looked around for a long time, but couldn't find a chance to strike up a conversation. However, based on Li Hao's words, she probably knew that Lin Feng was also in this convenience store. She pondered for a moment, then picked up her things and walked out of the store. She can't run away from here. She can just come back when she's less busy in the evening. Injuring Xiao Jia is not the end of the matter. Although Xiao Jia is kind-hearted and has been speaking well of Lin Feng since waking up, no matter what, she has to make Lin Feng apologize to Xiao Jia in person. The shop was so busy that Li Hao didn't even have time to eat until 1 p.m. when he finally had a chance to catch his breath. Lin Feng, Zhang Xiuhua, and Li Hao are currently taking turns guarding the shop. Zhang Xiuhua had already prepared a large pot of food and warmly invited Li Hao to come and eat while she went to cover his shift. When they got to the back warehouse, Li Hao saw Lin Feng sitting shirtless eating. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Hey bro, you're pretty relaxed. Do you know that the guy you beat up last time, his sister is here? Question mark. Lin Feng paused in his hand, which was holding a piece of meat. Su Jiqing is here? It should be her. I don't know her name. She looks like she came here specifically to see you. Li Hao scratched his head, ladled some meat from the pot, and casually said, but I didn't betray you. I told her you weren't here, and she just bought a membership and left. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's lips twitched. This hasn't even betrayed him yet. Who could believe that? However, Lin Feng did not blame Li Hao. After all, he was now working as a cashier at a convenience store. Yihan Group had a great reputation and many customers. Who knew when Su Jiqing might come over? Didn't the Su family just secure a contract with Yihan Group? Just to maintain good relations, the Su family had to send someone over to save face. Meeting Su Jiqing is only a matter of time. Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and he didn't say anything more. He just picked up a soup spoon and scooped a spoonful of meat for Li Hao, saying, "You've worked hard. Eat more." "All right." "Xiao Hao, are you sure this is the convenience store?" In the working-class neighborhood near the university town, Fang Mingho drove a second-hand Santana with Fang Ziyue in the back, struggling to navigate the narrow streets bustling with people. "That's right. I saw him last time, and my brother-in-law was in this convenience store," Fang Mingho said excitedly, glancing at Fang Ziyue every now and then. "Sis, you really have to have a good talk with my brother-in-law this time. Your brother's dowry money is all up to you." Fang Ziyue glanced at it and replied in an unfriendly tone, "I know. If I can win over Lin Feng, that Rolls-Royce alone is worth 100 million yuan. Then, I can not only get my brother's dowry, but even an apartment in Beijing. She too can transform into a wealthy socialite." This is something Fang Ziyue has dreamed of since she was a child. "After all, I'm not so good-looking for nothing." Lin Feng probably still has some lingering issues with himself, but 3 years of relationship can't just disappear like that. This is probably a test from Lin Feng. As long as she sincerely apologizes, Lin Feng will definitely forgive her. Relationships are complicated, and it's not a big mistake that she said something harsh. Fang Ziyue became more and more relaxed as she thought about it, and even couldn't help but urge Fang Mingho to drive faster. Fang Mingho also wanted to drive faster, but the street was already narrow, and now there was a popular photo spot, making it almost impossible for the car to pass. "Miss, there's a traffic jam ahead. It'll probably take about 20 minutes to get through." On a street in a working-class neighborhood, a prestigious yet understated Porsche was parked by the roadside. Inside, Yu Shuiyan frowned and cautiously asked Chu Lingshuang a question. Glancing at the old buildings and congested roads ahead, Chu Lingshuang's expression suddenly turned cold. If it weren't for Lin Feng, she would never have set foot in this wretched place in her entire life. She recalled her first encounter with Lin Feng, which was also in a dilapidated warehouse. She gritted her teeth, grabbed her hat, mask, and sunglasses, and said coldly, "Get out of the car." Yu Shuiyan was stunned. "Miss, you're going to walk there. It's early spring, and the weather is gradually warming up. It's midday, and the sun is so strong outside. Why is the young lady going to walk over there?" This was the first time she had ever seen her young lady make so many exceptions for a man. If Chu Lingshuang hadn't actually been sitting in the back seat, Yu Shuiyan would have seriously suspected that her young lady was possessed. Chapter 48. His mouth is so annoying. Surprised as she was, Yu Shuiyan dared not disobey Chu Lingshuang's orders. She quickly grabbed the sunshade from the passenger side dashboard and got out of the car. She held up the umbrella and opened the car door for Chu Lingshuang. The huge parasol completely covered Chu Lingshuang, and because Chu Lingshuang was well covered up and wearing dark casual clothes, no one recognized her. And so, Yu Shuiyan, holding an umbrella, walked side by side with Chu Lingshuang toward the Nuan convenience store. It's lunch break time now, and as I turned into the alley, there weren't many people in front of the convenience store. As they approached the convenience store, Chu Lingshuang grabbed the umbrella and coldly ordered, "Go and call him out." "Yes." Yu Shuiyan nodded hurriedly and was about to go in when she heard Chu Lingshuang's voice again. "Wait." Yu Shuiyan was taken aback and quickly stopped. Chu Lingshuang slightly raised her parasol, tilted her head up, and glanced at the convenience store sign through her sunglasses. The next second, she handed the umbrella to Yu Shuiyan and said coldly, "You wait for me here." "Miss." Yu Shuiyan's face contorted in shock. She quickly took the parasol and replied, "Yes." Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes, walked to the store entrance in her high heels, raised her hand, and pushed the door open. She glanced indifferently at Lin Feng, who was busy processing payments at the cashier, her red lips slightly upturned beneath her mask. After many days apart, Lin Feng's neck had improved. He changed into a white shirt, revealing his wheat-colored neck with a few faint red marks, which caught Chu Ling Shuang's eye. She sneered and walked straight to the front of the checkout line. "Hey, why are you cutting in line? Don't you have any sense of public morality?" The two customers who were paying their bills closest to each other looked unhappy and were about to complain when they saw the extremely beautiful woman's stunning figure in front of them. The two of them froze instantly, their eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Feng, who was shopping, looked up slightly and was stunned when he saw who it was. "Miss, please join the queue at the back," he casually remarked. The rule at the convenience store is that anyone who cuts in line is counted as last. It's all right. This beautiful lady must be in a hurry. Let her get married first." The older man at the front of the line smiled shyly, scratched his head, and voluntarily moved to the back of the line. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't say much. He simply asked, "Miss, what would you like to buy?" It's only been a few days, and Lin Feng doesn't even recognize her anymore. Chu Ling Shuang felt a surge of anger welling up inside her for no reason. He could understand desperately trying to escape her, but now she was standing right in front of him, all the way from the street, and he didn't even recognize her. She gritted her teeth and said coldly, "What? You don't recognize me anymore?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. That voice sounds vaguely familiar. Wait a minute, why would a rich heiress like Chu Ling Shuang personally come to a small convenience store? He felt he was overthinking things. After all, quite a few people have come to see him these days. Some of them might be his close friends or something. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face showed a hint of impatience, and he spoke rudely. "Miss, if you're here to buy something, hurry up and pay. There are so many people behind you. Don't delay everyone so they can't pay." Behind her sunglasses, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes were practically blazing with fire. "Well, Lin Feng, it's only been a few days and you can't even recognize her voice anymore. It seems her previous punishment wasn't enough. He's practically asking for death." Chu Ling Shuang gritted her teeth, raised her hand, and tore off half of her sunglasses, her fiery eyes glaring fiercely at him. "Do you recognize me now?" When Lin Feng saw those slightly upturned phoenix eyes, his eyes widened instantly. It really is her. No, this woman is really crazy. He's already run all the way here, and she actually disregards her status and chases after him. Lin Feng frowned as he glanced at the large group of people behind him paying their bills. "We absolutely must not let these people know that the person in front of us is Chu Ling Shuang. The current revenue is just right. If other people knew that Miss Chu was coming in person, a huge crowd would swarm over, and Aunt Zhang's little shabby shop would probably be trampled to pieces." He quickly shouted, "Aunt Zhang." Zhang Xiuhua, who was sewing clothes for Zhang Xianwan in the back, came out upon hearing the noise. Lin Feng quickly said, "Aunt Zhang, a friend of mine is here. Could you please help me settle the bill?" Okay. You go ahead and do your work. I'll take over." Zhang Xiuhua agreed without hesitation and took over Lin Feng's position. Lin Feng glanced at Chu Ling Shuang with a complicated expression and said in a deep voice, "Come with me." Chu Ling Shuang sneered as she pulled down her sunglasses, put on her high heels, walked around the cabinet, and followed Lin Feng to the back warehouse. The afternoon was Li Hao's break time, but he wasn't there. Zhang Xianwan had gone to class and hadn't returned. With the warehouse door closed, only Lin Feng and Chu Ling Shuang were left inside. Seeing that no one was around, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Chu Ling Shuang calmly removed the covering from her face, instantly revealing her stunning beauty. "I never expected that you wouldn't even recognize me after just a few days." She sneered, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Instead, a hint of barely perceptible anger appeared on her aloof face. After being busy these past few days, Lin Feng had completely let loose and said dismissively, "You're nobody to me. Why should I have to recognize you?" "Good. Very good." Chu Ling Shuang was completely enraged by his words. She finally understands what it means to release a tiger back into the mountains. Only a few days. His speech has become even more fluent. Lin Feng warned, "There are plenty of people outside. If you dare to touch me, someone will definitely call the police for me." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and a wicked smile appeared in his eyes without the slightest fear. "Miss Chu, you don't want others to know you're here, do you?" Instantly, Chu Ling Shuang's eyebrows shot up. She gritted her teeth and said coldly, "You'd better know who you're talking to." "Of course I know." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Miss Chu, who in Beijing doesn't know her?" His mouth is so rude. Zhang Xiuhua never stops when she gets busy, and she skillfully collects the accounts. While she was busy, she heard a shout coming from the shop entrance. "Auntie, is Lin Feng here? Looking for Xiaofeng?" Zhang Xiuhua was so busy that her hands couldn't stop. Thinking that Lin Feng's friend had arrived, she hastily pointed and said, "Xiaofeng is in the warehouse in the back. You can go over there." "Thank you, Auntie." At the shop entrance, Fang Mingho hurriedly said to Fang Ziyue, "Sis, you go ahead. I'll wait for you outside. Your husband is probably behind you right now. What a great opportunity for just the two of you. You have to make the most of it. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here." Fang Ziyue cursed unhappily and walked toward the back warehouse on her own. Fang Mingho clenched his fist at Fang Ziyue and whispered, "Sis, you can do it. Stop talking nonsense. Do you really think you're the king of heaven?" Lin Feng was also angered by Chu Ling Shuang's words. "Oh." Chu Ling Shuang sneered and slid her hand down the aisle. Just as things were about to, a piercing knock sounded on the door. Chapter 49, she actually kind of liked his initiative. "Lin Feng, you're inside, aren't you?" "It's me, Fang Ziyue. I need to talk to you about something. Could you open the door?" Fang Ziyue's voice echoed outside the door, and Lin Feng gasped. Fortunately, he had a habit of locking the door when he was alone in the warehouse. Otherwise, if Fang Ziyue had rushed in and seen this scene, he probably wouldn't have been able to explain himself at all. "Oh, a girl." Upon hearing a woman's voice, Chu Ling Shuang immediately curled her red lips and looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng quickly lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Go hide over by the desk first." Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered, and she looked at Lin Feng with amusement. "Hide? Why should I hide? You, the dignified eldest daughter of the Chu family, aren't you afraid of being seen by others?" Lin Feng was furious. How could this woman not understand what was right and wrong? Is this the kind of situation she can afford to be reckless with? "Lin Feng, I know you're in there. The auntie at the door told me you're in the warehouse. Could you please open the door? I have something I want to tell you." The knocking continued, and Fang Ziyue's somewhat ingratiating voice came in. Chu Ling Shuang's smile grew even more unrestrained. "Your old feelings haven't ended, have you?" She squinted at Lin Feng, looking at him with a mocking expression, and then added, "Or is it a resurgence?" "You dead ashes my foot." Lin Feng cursed angrily, grabbed Chu Ling Shuang's arm, and pushed her behind the cabinet. Chu Ling Shuang didn't struggle, looking at Lin Feng with amusement, letting him push her behind the cabinet. Seeing that she stood there obediently, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there are many people outside right now. If Fang Ziyue continues to linger outside, it will attract a lot of attention, and then things will get bad. He turned around and opened the warehouse door. Sure enough, Fang Ziyue was standing at the door. Seeing Lin Feng open the door, Fang Ziyue rushed in and gave him a sweet smile. "Xiaofeng, I'm here to apologize." Lin Feng frowned, clearly displeased with Fang Ziyue's abrupt entry. He said coldly, "This is the convenience store's warehouse. No unauthorized personnel allowed." He had made his point very clear. He asked Fang Ziyue to leave. But the other person seemed not to hear her, still smiling sweetly. "Xiaofeng, don't be angry. I already know I was wrong. After you get off work later, I'll cook for you myself, okay?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt like punching someone. Didn't Fang Ziyue understand? He doesn't welcome her, nor does he want to accept her apology. Just as he was about to speak and forcefully push Fang Ziyue out, he heard Chu Ling Shuang's amused voice behind him. His heart skipped a beat. "Cooking yourself?" Chu Ling Shuang's voice rang out leisurely, followed by a slightly jealous remark. "Lin Feng, You're really lucky. The moment her voice rang out, Fang Ziyue was stunned. She stared in shock as a slender, shapely woman emerged from behind Lin Feng. Her small face was covered by a black mask, revealing only a pair of stunningly beautiful phoenix eyes. Fang Ziyue couldn't even imagine how beautiful the face beneath that mask could be. Compared to her, Fang Ziyue instantly felt like a rat in a stinking ditch. Her only remaining asset, her looks, had been completely destroyed. Lin Feng, however, was completely enraged. She didn't understand, did she? What's she doing running out now? Are you afraid people won't recognize her as the eldest daughter of the Chu family? She wasn't afraid, but he was. If they were recognized, the doorstep of this convenience store would be worn down by people walking all over it. Lin Feng glared at her, about to hurl insults. But then he noticed that Chu Ling Shuang was wearing a mask, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems this woman isn't so crazy after all. Fang Ziyue asked incredulously. Xiao Feng, who is she? She spoke haltingly, her whole body tense, and her voice trembling. Me? Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes, glancing at Fang Ziyue with amusement. She grabbed Lin Feng's arm and asked with a cold smile, Who do you think I am? My arm was suddenly pulled up. Whether Chu Ling Shuang was deliberately retaliating or not, Lin Feng's elbow was being gripped tightly by her, and intense pain spread throughout his body. Fang Ziyue's face was filled with disbelief. Xiao Feng, you already have a girlfriend? Although Lin Feng didn't want to have a relationship with this crazy woman, given the current situation, pretending to be her boyfriend would be enough to dissuade Fang Ziyue. Fang Ziyue is such a nuisance. If she knew where I worked, wouldn't I be harassed every day? Lin Feng decided to play along. Why not take advantage of a girlfriend who's offered herself up? He endured the pain, turned his head, and grabbed Chu Ling Shuang's chin. Her delicate jawline was visible through the mask. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes widened, as if she hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so proactive. The next second, through the mask, Lin Feng aimed directly at her red lips and kissed her. As swift as a dragonfly skimming the water, Lin Feng's unique aura swept over her like a heat wave. Even with a mask on, Chu Ling Shuang blushed, and her heart raced. No one has ever dared to treat her like this before. But this feeling seems pretty good too. Chu Ling Shuang licked her lips with lingering satisfaction, thinking it would have been even better if there hadn't been a mask between them. She actually quite liked his initiative. Seeing the two people in front of her behaving so intimately, right in front of her, and the other person being a stunning beauty 100 times more beautiful than her, Fang Ziyue completely lost her composure. She had been searching for Lin Feng for so many days, and had done nothing wrong. She had gone through all the trouble to come and apologize, but not only did he not appreciate it, he also had someone else in front of her. Fang Ziyue's smile finally faded. Her face darkened, and she glared fiercely at Lin Feng, gritting her teeth as she said, Lin Feng, I never thought you were this kind of person. You seamlessly transitioned to another role, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback. Seamless transition. You're the one who seamlessly transitioned. Fang Ziyue continued. I told you I wanted to break up with you back then, but you didn't react at all. You, Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to have already found someone else. Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint in them. She didn't like hearing that. Why does it sound like she's just a backup option? She lowered her gaze furrowed, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Lin Feng was amused by Fang Ziyue's words. I've already broken up with you. Why are you still making such a fuss? The implication is that we have nothing to do with each other, so why are you so concerned? Fang Ziyue glared at Lin Feng and blurted out. You seamlessly transitioned into your new role, and now you're saying I'm going too far? At least I know I should apologize when I do something wrong. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Lin Feng almost burst out laughing. This Fang Ziyue really has something wrong with her. Chapter 50, You Should Learn to Like. He was too lazy to argue with Fang Ziyue, so he simply hooked his arm around Chu Ling Shuang's shoulder, asserting his ownership while staring at her with a smug look on his face. So, can you get out now? Lin Feng uttered a cold laugh, his eyes devoid of any emotion. The sudden, forceful tug startled Chu Ling Shuang, but she quickly and cooperatively hooked the buckle on Lin Feng's belt, saying in a gentle and seductive voice, When can we finish this? You didn't satisfy me yesterday. Lin Feng shuddered instantly, and a tingling sensation spread throughout his body from the waist down. In front of his ex-girlfriend, he actually got aroused by Chu Ling Shuang. Damn it! This devilish woman. Is she really that impatient? Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng's anger flashed only briefly before he turned his head to meet him, lowering his head slightly, and said in a gentle voice, "Okay, baby, I'll definitely satisfy you today." Seeing such a wild and unrestrained scene, Fang Ziyue was so angry that her heart was in knots. You two shameless lovers. She was hurling insults without restraint, spitting out her own saliva in anger, just like a shrewish woman in the street cursing. Lin Feng was utterly disgusted. How come he didn't realize Fang Ziyue was so disgusting before? He was blind to have fawned over Fang Ziyue for 3 years. Now he wants to take apart his brain to see what was inside it back then. The phrase dog couple instantly ignited Chu Ling Shuang's fury. The murderous intent in her eyes could no longer be concealed. She stared straight at Fang Ziyue with a blatant, bloodthirsty gaze, and Fang Ziyue instantly wilted. She still couldn't swallow her anger, and pointed at Lin Feng's nose, yelling, "Lin Feng, you wait, I'm not done with you yet." After uttering those harsh words, Fang Ziyue left with a face full of anger, without looking back. The warehouse door was closed, and Lin Feng quickly locked it again. Then, expressionless, he pulled the arm that Chu Ling Shuang was holding from his grasp. He said calmly, "Miss, the play is over. The implication is that you can get lost too." But Chu Ling Shuang wasn't about to let him off so easily. That slight touch had already ignited the anger she had been hiding in her heart all this time. She needs someone to put out the fire. Chu Ling Shuang crossed her arms, her red lips beneath the mask curving into a wicked smile as she looked at Lin Feng. "Didn't you say you were going to satisfy me? What? You're turning your back on me now that you've done your job?" He was just joking, and she actually took it seriously. Lin Feng pursed his thin lips and said calmly, "It's just acting. Why take it so seriously?" "So, you're treating me like a fellow actor?" Chu Ling Shuang still looked at Lin Feng with a smile, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. "You can think of it that way," Lin Feng replied coldly, adding, "Wasn't this all staged by Miss Chu first?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Ling Shuang lifted her leg, her slender high heels touching the ground, and she slowly took 2 steps forward. Lin Feng frowned and subconsciously stepped back. But Chu Ling Shuang continued to press on relentlessly, until his lower back was pressed against Zhang Xianwan's desk. There's no turning back. Chu Ling Shuang, however, seemed not to notice and continued to approach. She walked slowly, but closely followed Lin Feng. The two were so close they were practically touching. They could even smell each other's unique fragrance. "What exactly do you want?" Lin Feng's anger had reached a breaking point. But Chu Ling Shuang slowly raised her hand, her slender fingers adorned with nude pink manicures that outlined Lin Feng's belt. Lin Feng gasped, about to explode in anger, when he felt a gentle tug on his waist. He leaned forward slightly involuntarily, and then he heard Chu Ling Shuang's voice, which sounded like a half-smile. "Once a stage is set up, the play has to be performed, right?" Chu Ling Shuang retorted, her voice soft and alluring, with a subtle yet captivating charm. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as if all the bones in his body were about to melt. But he forced himself to remain calm, and in the brief moment his rationality returned, he said sternly, "This is a convenience store. There are so many people outside. Has Chu Ling Shuang gone mad to do this in such a poorly soundproofed and dilapidated environment?" "So what?" Chu Ling Shuang asked casually, her other hand already resting on Lin Feng's collar. The faint red marks on his neck constantly fueled Chu Ling Shuang's anger. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Feng grabbed Chu Ling Shuang's restless hand and squeezed her wrist tightly. "Miss Chu, I advise you to calm down. If something like that really happened in the convenience store, especially with Zhang Xianwan's desk right behind him, at midday, Li Hao would still be eating at the table next to him. How was he supposed to face them after this?" Chu Ling Shuang leaned slightly closer, tilting her head back, and glanced up at Lin Feng's abstinent Adam's apple. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he spoke. It bounced back and forth on his bulging throat, just like a fish desperately leaping out of the sea. She couldn't resist licking her red lips. And so, through the mask, she grabbed Lin Feng's collar and pulled his neck down. The next second, her red lips, even through her mask, were pressed against his Adam's apple. The heat surged, and Lin Feng's whole body tensed instantly. He was about to push her away when he realized that Chu Ling Shuang was actually using her teeth. She bit his Adam's apple right through his mask. Hiss! The neck, which had finally healed, was once again marked with a red mark, and it was quite a large tooth mark. Lin Feng instinctively cried out in pain and pushed her away. A hint of amusement flashed in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes. She smiled, licked her red lips, and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. It looks great. She stared at her perfect masterpiece and praised herself without saying a word. Lin Feng gritted his teeth so hard they almost bled. He clutched his neck, picked up a small mirror from Zhang Xianwan's desk behind him, and looked at himself. The teeth marks were clearly visible. It's just like what happens between young couples. He was furious. You pervert. I finally don't have to wear turtlenecks anymore. Are you sick in the head? Despite being insulted so fiercely, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes showed no anger. Instead, she glanced at him with a smile. You should learn to like things. He loves everything she brings him, including the experiences. Lin Feng knew he couldn't reason with this woman. He put down the mirror, his face suddenly turning cold, and said sternly, Have you had enough fun? Please leave. I have to go to work. As he spoke, he prepared to open the warehouse door. He had figured it out. The fact that Chu Ling Shuang was wearing a mask meant that she didn't want others to see her. Since that was the case, he was determined to do it. He can't let her manipulate him like this anymore. He wanted to see if Chu Ling Shuang would get anxious once others discovered her identity as the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Chapter 51. Could it be that her young lady has fallen in love? Etc. As expected, Chu Ling Shuang spoke. Lin Feng paused, a slight smile playing on his lips. He was right. Chu Ling Shuang was indeed afraid. He turned around, met her gloomy eyes, and smiled. Then please leave, Miss Chu. Chu Ling Shuang's lips were tightly pursed beneath her mask. She strode forward, tilted her head back, and said coldly, Come back with me. Go back. Lin Feng chuckled. This is my home. Where else would I go back to? Chu Ling Shuang glanced at Lin Feng with a complicated expression, half-threateningly saying, Are you sure you want to act childish with me? That makes it sound like Lin Feng is being unreasonable. He scoffed. Miss Chu, what are you saying? How could a grown man like me do such a thing? Chu Ling Shuang gave Lin Feng a deep look and continued. Really? You're sure you don't want to come back with me, right? That's right. Leaning against the wall, Lin Feng turned his head and nodded with a smile. This is his territory now. Chu Ling Shuang came alone. He doesn't believe that this woman can forcibly abduct him in public. Very good. Instead of getting angry, Chu Ling Shuang laughed, her eyes sharp as she looked at Lin Feng, and threateningly said, I'll give you 3 days. If I don't see you at the manor after 3 days, I will destroy this place with my own hands. As she spoke, she gave Lin Feng a cold glance, opened the door, and left. Lin Feng knew she wasn't lying. This woman has always been vengeful, and with the power of her Chu family, she can indeed do whatever she wants. She can make this place prosperous, and she can also bring it to ruin. Damn it. He finally found a stable place, but now she's threatening him like this. Does he really have to move? Lin Feng frowned, looking at the balance in his account. Leaving here doesn't seem like an impossible option, but want him back to the manor? Dream on. He is not a lamb to be slaughtered. Xiaofeng, hurry up and go take your shift. Auntie can't hold it anymore. I need to go to the bathroom first. Zhang Xiuhua, clutching her lower abdomen in pain, rushed over. Lin Feng nodded quickly and walked towards the checkout counter. Miss, where are we going? In the car, Yu Shuiyan looked at Chu Ling Shuang nervously and began to stutter as she spoke. From the moment she left the convenience store, her saleswoman had a gloomy face, her eyes seeming to want to devour her. Trembling, she followed her into the car, and since she didn't know their destination, she finally spoke. Back to the company. Chu Ling Shuang's cold and fierce voice rang out, carrying a hint of killing intent. Yes. Yu Shuiyan was startled and quickly responded, stepping on the gas. Bypassing the bustling, working-class neighborhood, The scenery outside the window sped by, and Chu Ling Shuang's eyes darkened. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch the mask around her lips, her eyes slightly unfocused. A tender flame gradually rose within her, and the places where Lin Feng had touched still retained his presence. As she recalled his sudden initiative and his handsome, almost ascetic face drew closer to her, her body temperature began to rise uncontrollably. An unnatural blush crept onto her cheeks beneath the mask. Hiss. For some reason, she felt like she was starting to like this feeling. No one had ever given her such a unique experience before. She felt that there was still more to enjoy. Miss, would you like me to open your car window to refresh you? Yu Shuiyan's voice rang out from the front. This instantly brought Chu Ling Shuang back to her senses. Her eyes instantly darkened, and her voice turned cold, tinged with displeasure. Focus on driving. Yes. Yu Shuiyan didn't dare to say anything more, and she didn't even dare to look in the rearview mirror. The young lady's impatience was practically palpable. She didn't mean to speak up. Chu Ling Shuang was usually very busy with work and would sometimes feel sleepy while traveling by car, but the young lady would often remind her to open the window at those times in order to stay awake. Therefore, when Yu Shuiyan was driving, she would often pay attention to Chu Ling Shuang's expression and ask if she wanted to open the window. But the young lady had never been impatient before, yet now, not to mention Yu Shuiyan was confused. Chu Ling Shuang, who had come to her senses, was also shocked. She couldn't understand it. She wasn't drugged this time, so why couldn't she control herself? When facing Lin Feng, she didn't even need to lift a finger. Just by standing there and smelling his unique scent, she was easily ignited with passion. She was very hungry. She had been hungry for many days. If that food were in front of her now, she probably wouldn't be able to resist grabbing it and eating it without thinking twice. It's not that they're indiscriminate in their eating habits. She just wanted to eat that one kind of food, the only food that could fill her stomach. After so many days, she had almost forgotten what an amazing experience it was to finally eat the perfect food she had been craving. Chu Ling Shuang couldn't resist licking her red lips, a hint of hunger flashing in her eyes. But she quickly calmed down. After all, the longer you're hungry, the more delicious the food will be. Just like taking a sip of ice-cold beer after a long, tiring day, so refreshing and satisfying. Especially with such top-notch food, she didn't want to miss this amazing experience. She squinted at Yu Shuiyan and coldly ordered, "Investigate someone." "Who is it?" Yu Shuiyan quickly responded, looking completely bewildered. Chu Ling Shuang glanced at the rearview mirror and said in a serious tone, "Feng Ziyu." "Her." Yu Shuiyan exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly said, "Miss, didn't we already investigate? Feng Ziyu is Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend, and they've already broken up." The main target of the initial investigation was Lin Feng. The other passers-by were only briefly mentioned in the investigation materials. But now, the young lady is directly asking for an investigation by name. Or is she Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend? Has her young lady gone mad? "I need more details," Chu Ling Shuang said coldly. "Details of everything that happened between them, including their conversations." Exclamation point. Yu Shuiyan nodded, speechless with shock. Why does it sound like there's a hint of sourness in what the young lady is saying? Could it be that Miss is worried Lin Feng is rekindling his old flame with his ex-girlfriend? That's impossible. These days, what man would be stupid enough to abandon his girlfriend for a former girlfriend he'd already broken up with? Besides, even disregarding family background, in terms of looks alone, this girl completely outshines her, okay? Thinking of this, Yu Shuiyan couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror subconsciously. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang deep in thought, she subconsciously swallowed. This behavior of the young lady is completely unlike her usual decisive and efficient self. That can't be right. Could it be that her young lady has fallen in love? Chapter 52. Brother Xiaofeng, can you come pick me up? After a busy day, Lin Feng returned to his dormitory and looked at his savings. Balance, 63,000. Aside from his daily wages, most of this came from a cut taken from those college students. Although what he did was very unethical, the price he offered was already the best in the area. Zhang Xiahua also cooks large meals regularly, which is a great job because it's a way to get exercise. These days, Even many graduates have come to him asking if he's hiring. As things stand, Zhang Xiuhua's shop is now up and running. He's decided that after he leaves, he'll leave Li Hao here to help out. After all, Chu Ling Shuang was only targeting him personally. She probably wouldn't make things too difficult for Li Hao, who had already been expelled. He was thinking about taking Zhang Xianwan out for a walk to broaden her horizons, when a message from Xia Qingqing popped up on his phone. Brother Xiaofeng, can you come pick me up? It's already past 10 p.m., and Xia Qingqing still hasn't gone home? Lin Feng frowned and replied, Aren't you home? No. I was at Golden Time Bar. I drank a bit too much. Xia Qingqing sent a message, and then she sent another one. Never mind. Sorry to bother you. Brother Xiaofeng, you should go to sleep early. I'll just take a taxi home myself. These two sentences made Lin Feng frown deeply. Although he didn't really want to get involved with Xia Qingqing, her positive and optimistic personality did attract him somewhat. He also treated Xia Qingqing like a little sister. Although he wanted to distance himself, Lin Feng felt it wasn't appropriate to leave her alone in a bar, especially so late. Moreover, Xia Qingqing's words made it seem as if she had suffered some injustice. It's not safe for a young girl like her to be drinking alone in a bar so late at night. The message has already been sent to him, so he can't just sit idly by. Lin Feng typed a short message. Stay there and don't move. Wait for me. After sending the message, he quickly got dressed and went out. Golden Time Bar. Xia Qingqing was drunk and slumped on the bar, her eyes blurry as she held her phone, barely making out the words, wait for me. Her heart warmed instantly. As if someone was thinking of her, her calm heart suddenly started racing. She rubbed her cheeks excitedly, forced herself to sit up, and said to the bartender, Another cocktail, please. Miss, you seem to be drunk. Drinking any more will be bad for your health. Xia Qingqing vaguely heard a male voice coming from beside her. It wasn't the waiter in front of her. She saw him already go and mix her a drink. She turned her head slightly, somewhat bewildered, and caught sight of a large-bellied man sitting beside her. The man wore glasses, had a pockmarked face with a fat head and big ears, and exuded the greasy feeling of a middle-aged man. Seeing this, Xia Qingqing almost threw up her dinner from the night before. She bared her teeth and yelled at him. What's it to you if I drink? The man pushed up his glasses with a smile, looking at Xia Qingqing with a malicious expression. Just as the waiter brought the wine glass over, he snatched it and drank it all in one gulp. Xia Qingqing was immediately enraged and shouted, This is my wine. Why are you drinking my wine for no reason? She was very dizzy, her speech was unsteady, and her words were somewhat unclear. The man smiled and looked at the bewildered waiter. Sorry, my girlfriend is in a bad mood today, so I'll pay for her bill. Who's your girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingqing became furious, shoved the man aside, and said to the waiter, I don't know him at all. The waiter looked bewildered. Although such things often happened in bars, and he, as a waiter, didn't need to concern himself with them, he still had to intervene when something happened in a bar. Just as he was about to ask, the middle-aged man smiled and said, It's nothing. It's nothing. We had a fight today. My name is Zhao Fei, and this is my girlfriend, Xia Qingqing. As he spoke, he called out to Xia Qingqing. Qingqing, stop fooling around. Let's go home first. I finally managed to find you. Xia Qingqing could hardly believe her ears. She sobered up a bit and looked at Zhao Fei in disbelief. Seeing this, and knowing that they could call each other by name, the waiter decided not to interfere further and turned to leave. Instantly, Xia Qingqing's heart panicked. She racked her brains, but couldn't recall anyone named Zhao Fei. How could he have called her name so readily? Zhao Fei grabbed Xia Qingqing's shoulder and forcefully dragged her to her feet. Xia Qingqing had drunk too much alcohol, and her body was so weak from the alcohol that she was completely out of control. She could only let the man help her up. Let me go? I don't even know you. What, Zhao Fei? Are you crazy? Xia Qingqing struggled desperately, cursing under her breath. But her weak force felt like a tickle when it hit Zhao Fei. It barely even bounced his round belly. This situation also attracted the attention of many people in the vicinity. But the way they supported each other looked just like a young couple. Especially Zhao Fei, with his arm around Xia Qingqing's shoulder, was smiling and apologizing to those around him. Sorry, my girlfriend had too much to drink. We had a fight. This kind of thing happens all too often in bars, and nobody seems to care. And so, Xia Qingqing was dragged out of the bar by Zhao Fei. As soon as she stepped outside, the cool air rushed in, and Xia Qingqing instantly sobered up considerably. She shoved Zhao Fei away with all her might. Then, swaying and leaning against a large pillar outside the door, angrily shouted, "Are you crazy? Don't touch me, or I'll call the police." Her swaying, precarious posture resembled that of a frightened rabbit. Zhao Fei grinned. "I've been watching you for a long time, Miss Xia. You'd better come with me obediently." "You're insane." Xia Qingqing angrily searched for her phone, but after searching for a long time, she found that her phone was not on her at all. They were currently at a corner near the bar entrance, but everyone inside was having a great time, and there was no one at the entrance at all. At that moment, she completely panicked. She never imagined that the kind of story she only saw in TV dramas would actually happen to her. "Don't worry, Miss Xia. As long as you behave, I'll give you whatever you want. My Zhao family is never short of money." Zhao Fei stepped forward with a grin, about to grab Xia Qingqing's slender wrist. The next second, a sharp male voice rang out behind him. "I advise you not to touch her." Chapter 53. You're staying with me today? Xia Qingqing, who was almost in despair, was stunned for a moment. When she saw the person behind her, she burst into tears of joy. "Brother Xiaofeng." She shouted something indistinctly, yet with extreme excitement. Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Fei turned around instantly, cursing under his breath, "Which son of a bitch dares to ruin my good time?" When he saw Lin Feng, who was a head taller than him, he was momentarily stunned, then pointed at Lin Feng's nose and cursed. "Get lost if you know what's good for you. Can't you see I'm picking up girls? Damn it." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng grabbed his fingers and bent them backward. In an instant, intense pain spread from his fingertip. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Zhao Fei was in so much pain that he leaned back, furious and angry, but he still cursed. "You son of a bitch, let me go. Do you know who I am?" The more he cursed, the more ruthless Lin Feng became. Lin Feng had already broken his finger in half. The finger was obviously misaligned, and the back of the finger was almost touching the back of the hand. The twisted pain emanated from his fingers, and Zhao Fei was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. Lin Feng, however, still felt unsatisfied and kicked him in the groin. The black leather shoe he knew kicked him, and in an instant, Zhao Fei cried out in pain. Big brother, big brother, big brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me." Zhao Fei was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face, and his forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Seeing that Xia Qingqing was unsteady on her feet and almost fell over, Lin Feng didn't bother to get entangled with her any longer. With a burst of strength, he flung Zhao Fei aside and strode towards Xia Qingqing. "Let's go. I'll take you home." He stepped forward and put his arm around Xia Qingqing's shoulder. Still shaken, Xia Qingqing felt the touch of a familiar person, and her heart instantly calmed down. Feeling Lin Feng's strength, Xia Qingqing felt dizzy, and her cheeks flushed instantly. She lowered her head and whispered, Ignoring Zhao Fei, who was lying on the ground screaming in pain, Lin Feng helped Xia Qingqing to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Zhao Fei watched them leave helplessly, his body aching terribly. Especially the second child. He grimaced and covered his face, then pulled out his phone and pressed a few buttons. He then roared into the phone, "Damn it, fourth brother, bring more men to Golden Age." Inside the taxi, the windows were tightly closed, and the temperature gradually rose in the enclosed space. Just as the effects of the alcohol began to subside, Xia Qingqing's body went limp and she collapsed to the side. Lin Feng was right beside her, and Xia Qingqing's head was already pressed against his shoulder, her weight pressing down on her, along with the strong smell of alcohol. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Just how much did this little girl drink to get this drunk? Smelling the fragrance emanating from Lin Feng, Xia Qingqing felt extremely at ease. With an acquaintance nearby, and the car unusually warm, she fell asleep without realizing it. The taxi drove on the overpass and soon arrived at Xia Qingqing's residential area. Lin Feng paid the bill and saw that Xia Qingqing was sleeping soundly, and he probably wouldn't be able to wake her up for a while. He sighed and resignedly picked her up. But the moment he picked her up, Chu Ling Shuang's face flashed uncontrollably into Lin Feng's mind. Did I give you permission to touch other women? Her words lingered in Lin Feng's mind like a spell. Lin Feng's hand trembled involuntarily. Then he found it ridiculous. Hasn't my goal always been a leisurely and carefree life? Why did I react so strongly to her words? She said no, but does he really have to do it? Joke. Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and he picked up Xia Qingqing and walked into the residential area. Xia Qingqing wasn't heavy, probably only around 90 pounds. Lin Feng, who worked out regularly, could easily lift her up, but her protruding bones made him feel a little pain. Before long, he arrived at the door of Xia Qingqing's room. Unable to find the key in her bag, and not wanting to take advantage of her vulnerability by touching her pockets, Lin Feng could only try to wake her up gently. Xia Qingqing. In her arms, Xia Qingqing squirmed restlessly, pouting as if her sweet dream had been disturbed and she wasn't very happy. He can't do it without the key. He can't possibly stand in the hallway all night holding Xia Qingqing. Lin Feng sighed and called out again. Xia Qingqing, wake up. We're home. Where's your house key? Xia Qingqing muttered in dissatisfaction, opened her eyes somewhat groggily, pointed to her pants pocket, and muttered, in my pocket. Well, in the end, will he still have to do it himself? The problem is that both of his hands are occupied now, so how can he free up a hand to hold the keys? Lin Feng said helplessly, Xia Qingqing, please take it yourself. I don't have a free hand, and it's inconvenient for me. Xia Qingqing lowered her eyes, blinked somewhat dazedly, and reached into her pants pocket, pulling out a key. Lin Feng raised the hand that was behind her knees to catch the key, and inserted it with some difficulty. The door was finally opened. Lin Feng quickly entered the room and laid Xia Qingqing flat on the bed. But before he could even catch his breath, Xia Qingqing's arms wrapped around his neck, and she pulled him down forcefully. If he goes any further down, he'll be lying face down on the bed. Lin Feng quickly said, Xia Qingqing, you should rest now. I have to go back. Xia Qingqing murmured something, slowly waking up, but her mind seemed still fogged up. She mumbled incoherently, I don't want to sleep with me. Lin Feng. First of all, he is not a despicable person who takes advantage of others' misfortunes. Secondly, he genuinely had no romantic feelings for Xia Qingqing. He simply regarded her as a little sister. If this situation continues, something bad is likely to happen. Lin Feng quickly made an excuse. Your door isn't closed yet. Let me go close it. As he spoke, he forcefully broke free from Xia Qingqing's arm. But this violent movement instantly sobered Xia Qingqing up. She propped herself up, her head still spinning, and grabbed Lin Feng's sleeve tightly. I'll go with you. Well, she acted as if she was afraid of running away. Lin Feng sighed. You should get some rest. Let's talk about it tomorrow when you're sober. No. Instantly, Xia Qingqing shook her head like a rattle drum. She stared at Lin Feng with her round eyes and insisted. No, Brother Feng, I want to go with you. You have to stay here with me today. Lin Feng, huh? As if touched upon something painful, or perhaps fueled by the alcohol, Xia Qingqing's eyes instantly reddened. Then, unable to contain herself, she began to speak again. Chapter 54 Fourth Brother, didn't you say there would be a fierce battle? Brother Xiaofeng, I've known you and Brotherly since the company, but ever since Brotherly left, I haven't been able to reach you. You hardly ever reply to my messages. Lately, my boss has been acting strangely, making things difficult for me in all sorts of ways. He dumps all the dirty and tiring work on me. Just this afternoon, he even made me clean the restrooms. Xia Qingqing seemed to have suffered a great injustice, and she held on to Lin Feng tightly and wouldn't let go. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback. Even a fool could figure out what she was saying. It must have been Chu Ling Shuang's orders. He hadn't expected that even after Li Hao was fired, Chu Ling Shuang would still make things difficult for Xia Qingqing like this. Lin Feng clenched his fists in anger, and Xia Qingqing's muttering voice rang out again. Brother Feng, why don't I quit my job too? Take me with you. Don't just take Brotherly. She was already delirious, and her words were incoherent. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, No. Didn't you also say that this job was found with great difficulty through family connections? It's not good to quit suddenly. Xia Qingqing shook her head, feeling dizzy. Hearing the word family seemed to trigger a key phrase. She quickly lowered her head and hurriedly rummaged through her pockets for her phone. She searched for most of the day but couldn't find it, and she panicked instantly. Oh no! In a sudden burst of lucidity, Xia Qingqing blurted out, "Brother Xiaofeng, I think I left my phone at the bar." "Well?" Lin Feng was taken aback, then quickly said, "Then you rest first. I'll go get it." "I'll go with you." Xia Qingqing kept pulling on Lin Feng, insisting on getting up. "She's so drunk. How can we let her go out with us?" "He'll have to send her back then." Lin Feng pushed Xia Qingqing away forcefully and draped the blanket over her. "You wait here, I'll go get it." "Don't be silly." His tone was so harsh that Xia Qingqing was startled and quickly pulled up the blanket to cover herself. Lin Feng sighed, not intending to explain, grabbed the key from the bedside table, and left, locking the door behind him as he went. He then took a taxi to Golden Age. It was already past 11 p.m., and the bar was bustling with activity. He went to the bar and asked a waiter, and indeed, Xia Qingqing's phone was there. He thanked her, picked up his phone, and walked outside, but before he had taken 2 steps, his phone vibrated. Thinking it was a phone call, Lin Feng was about to hang up, since it wasn't right to peek at someone else's phone. But when he saw the phone screen, he was stunned. "It's a reminder set for the current day in my phone's calendar. Tomorrow is my brother's 25th birthday. Happy birthday to my lost, silly brother. P.S. Remember to ask for leave to come home. 25 years old." Lin Feng frowned instantly. He was too sensitive to this word because he was also 25 years old this year. His eyelids were twitching badly. Could it really be such a coincidence? He recalled that his earliest memories were from his childhood in an orphanage, but he couldn't remember anything before that. "All I remember is that a couple handed him over to a middle-aged man. After that, he couldn't remember." For some reason, Lin Feng felt that this was not a coincidence. His heart was pounding, and he felt that he would not have such nervous feelings for no reason. Otherwise, how about we get a DNA report done first? The thought popped into Lin Feng's mind. Why not just take a test and find out? There's no point in doubting him all this time. It's just making him anxious. Lin Feng gripped his phone tightly, bought a box of cling film on the roadside, and took a taxi back to Xia Qingqing's residence. Xia Qingqing was already asleep. He placed his phone next to her pillow and, without hesitation, plucked a few strands of her hair and wrapped them in plastic wrap. "I'll send it for testing tomorrow." With that thought in mind, Lin Feng stuffed the few hairs mixed with plastic wrap into his pocket and left. As soon as Lin Feng got downstairs, he saw a dozen burly men walking towards him. The leader had dyed red hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and a roguish grin on his face. Lin Feng frowned instantly. "So you're the one who hit our general manager Zhao?" Red Hair stepped forward with a sneer, spat out his cigarette butt on the ground, and then stomped on it a few times with the tip of his shoe. "The general manager Zhao he mentioned is probably the man who bullied Xia Qingqing." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, calculating the odds of winning this battle in his mind. Seeing that he didn't respond, the red-haired man instantly became furious and shouted, "Damn it! I'm asking you a question. A dozen or so people should be easy to deal with. But the fact that they were able to find this place proves that boss Zhao has considerable influence, and sooner or later he will come back to cause trouble for Xia Qingqing." Lin Feng felt a little guilty that Xia Qingqing was being harassed by her boss because of him. Why not help her solve this problem, and then they'll be even? Lin Feng raised his forehead and said calmly, "Yes, it's me." Unexpectedly, Lin Feng readily admitted it, and Red Hair immediately laughed. "Fine. You've got guts. If you know what's good for you, come with us, or we'll have to take action." This is exactly what Lin Feng wanted. What's the point of dealing with these petty thieves? To truly solve the problem, we need to head straight for the lair and catch the big boss. Lin Feng nodded. "Okay, lead the way." Red Hair, who had assumed Lin Feng would refuse to resist and was ready to call his brothers to attack, thought, ? He looked at Lin Feng with a hint of disbelief. This job went so smoothly. Even the red-haired guy, whose temper had just been stirred up, was at a loss. He pointed blankly at the black car next to him and said, "Then get in." Lin Feng, Then, right in front of a dozen burly men wielding sticks, he opened the back door and got into the car. Red Hair, "Fourth brother, wasn't it said there would be a fierce battle?" The man in black behind the red-haired man couldn't help but ask a question. Fight my foot. This neighborhood is full of surveillance cameras. Are you an idiot? Red Hair cursed angrily and rolled his eyes. His original plan was just to scare Lin Feng, and if that didn't work, drag him to a corner, put him in a black sack, and take him away. But instead, Lin Feng got into the car on his own. There are many people from big companies around here, and he didn't want to cause trouble, so he said, "All right, get in the car quickly. Mr. Zhao is waiting." The group quickly got into the car. With a gloomy face, Red Hair got into the passenger seat of Lin Feng's car. He turned his head and said to Lin Feng with a malicious look, "Brother, you can't go like this." Lin Feng looked puzzled. "Then what should we do? Your hands are not behaving properly. We have to tie them up." Red Hair grinned slyly and took out a rope that he had prepared beforehand, his face saying that if you don't comply, he will have his brothers forcibly take your hands. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng naturally extended his hand and calmly said something. "Here, tie it up." Red Hair. Chapter 55. Fourth Brother. Is this what you've accomplished? This completely baffled Red Hair. In all his years of dominating the battlefield, this was the first time he had encountered such a compliant character. He pointed at the two men in black beside Lin Feng. "You too. Are you just here to vent your anger? Why don't you hurry up and do something?" Upon hearing the sound, the two quickly took the rope, put it on Lin Feng's hands, and tied a rather unprofessional knot. Lin Feng curled his lip, glancing at the rope on his wrist. This thing wasn't even as sturdy as Chu Lingshuang's handcuffs. No, why is he thinking about that crazy woman again? Lin Feng was a little annoyed. He should hate her, but for some reason, Chu Lingshuang's words and actions kept popping into his mind. Could it be that he has actually developed feelings for that woman? Hiss! Lin Feng gasped. What a joke. He's not a pervert. That woman is crazy. How could he like someone like that? He hated his own muddled thinking. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing fiercely as he looked to the side and shouted angrily, "Open the window. I need some fresh air." The driver was driving along just fine when Lin Feng suddenly yelled, startling him so much he almost crashed into a tree. Luckily, he was a skilled driver and managed to swerve in time. The voice was ruthless, and the red-haired man in the passenger seat felt a chill run down his spine, as if his skull would be smashed open at any moment. Red Hair instinctively touched his head and hurriedly ordered, "Open it for him." The men on either side of Lin Feng quickly rolled down the car windows. Instantly, a refreshing breeze rushed in from outside the window, clearing Lin Feng's mind. He took a deep breath, and his emotions finally calmed down. The car was traveling on the highway, and in just half an hour, it stopped in a villa area. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow as he scanned the sign at the entrance of the residential complex. Oh, is this the villa district in the south of the city? He remembered that this place was home to elites who earned tens or even hundreds of thousands of yuan a year. He had come here to discuss business before when he was with the Su family, but he never expected that this general manager Zhao would be so capable. The car stopped in front of Villa number 6. Red Hair opened the car door and got out first, followed closely by Lin Feng. Led by Red Hair, the group entered the room. As soon as Lin Feng entered the house, he saw Zhao Fei sitting on the sofa, grimacing, while a maid was kneeling next to him, carefully applying medicine to his wound. This Rolls-Royce certainly knows how to enjoy life. Lin Feng pursed his lips and stood at the door. "Boss, the person has been brought." Red Hair stepped forward with a beaming smile, adopting a fawning and complimenting expression. Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Fei looked up and caught sight of Lin Feng standing at the doorway, and his anger flared up instantly. He didn't even care that he was still applying medicine. He got up and rushed towards Lin Feng. "You little brat, you dare to ruin my plans. I'll kill you today." As he spoke, Zhao Fei raised his hand to slap Lin Feng across the face. Lin Feng immediately stepped back, and Zhao Fei's slap landed directly on the face of the burly man next to him. A loud bang. The burly man stared wide-eyed in astonishment, covering his face and looking aggrieved. "Boss, why did you hit me?" Zhao Fei was also stunned. He had just seen that Lin Feng's hands were tied up, and his two henchmen were standing next to him. No matter what, the slap should have landed on Lin Feng's face. But now, "You two useless pieces of trash, why didn't you hold him down?" Zhao Fei cursed angrily. Before he could react, he saw the two people next to him lean back and fall to the ground. The next second, Lin Feng's voice rang out like a curse. If you don't know how to use ropes, then don't bother. Your rope tying skills are terrible. He rubbed his arms, looking at Zhao Fei calmly. Zhao Fei never expected that Lin Feng would actually break free. Lin Feng was standing right in front of him now. Although he looked calm, his eyes were as fierce as when he had just beaten him up. Zhao Fei instinctively covered his second penis, pointing at Lin Feng in a panic, and said, "Fourth brother, is this what you did?" Red Hair panicked too. He never imagined that someone could break free even when tied up with ropes. He said that this kid was so obedient when he first arrived, but it turns out he was hiding something big. He immediately shouted, "Someone come here. Protect General Manager Zhao." Lin Feng wasn't about to give them a chance to come in. He went straight up, wrapped the rope around Zhao Fei's neck, and used so much force that Zhao Fei's lips turned blue. The moment the dozen or so men in black rushed in, they saw this scene. Seeing Zhao Fei's face grow increasingly grim, his wide eyes revealing endless pain and helplessness, Red Hair grew anxious. "You son of a bitch, let go of our general manager Zhao." Zhao Fei felt a suffocating sensation as the rope tightened around his neck. He gripped the noose around his neck with both hands, his mouth opening and closing but unable to utter a sound. The suffocating feeling of being on the verge of death completely terrified him. He frantically waved his hands, signaling to his underlings not to come forward. Lin Feng replied calmly, "Can we talk now?" The sound came from beside my ear, like a curse that pierced through hell. Zhao Fei nodded frantically, using all his strength. Lin Feng loosened his grip slightly. The next second, Red Hair seized the opportunity, pointed at Lin Feng, and roared, "Brothers, let's go. Rescue Boss Zhao." A dozen or so men in black quickly stepped forward. Lin Feng raised his eyes slightly and knew what was going on. He loosened the rope and kicked Zhao Fei in the buttocks, sending the man sprawling to the ground. Immediately afterwards, he engaged in a fierce fight with these people, throwing punches and kicks with ease. Anyway, none of these people were good people, so Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to the rules and used all sorts of underhanded tricks. They threw chairs, tossed tea sets, smashed tables, and, along with Lin Feng and Hong Mao, nearly 15 people turned the clean and tidy villa living room into a complete mess. The ground was covered with glass and ceramic shards. In just 10 minutes, some of these people were clutching their genitals, others their chests, and they were all lying on the ground, unable to get up. Lin Feng touched his cheek, which had been accidentally scratched, glanced indifferently at the blood on his hand, and licked his lips with lingering satisfaction. He strolled over to Zhao Fei, who was squatting on the ground, dumbfounded. He pulled up the only surviving intact stool, raised his head slightly, and asked, "Now, can we talk properly?" Zhao Fei was completely stunned. Little did he know he'd messed with such a formidable fighter. Was this guy a retired soldier? He nodded hastily, his face full of flattery. "Yes, yes, yes." After saying that, he turned to the maid who was stunned by the scene and said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pour this gentleman some tea." "Miss, Lin Feng has been kidnapped." It was already late at night. Chu Ling Shuang, who had just gotten into bed to rest, glanced at the text message sent by Yu Shuiyan on her phone and immediately looked up. Chapter 56. Keep an eye on Lin Feng. Don't let him lose a single hair. Who is it? Chu Ling Shuang tapped a few times on her phone with her slender fingers. The next second, Yu Shuiyan replied, "It's Zhao Fei, the son of the CEO of Zhao's decoration company." Immediately afterwards, she sent another message. The security guards at Baohua Community saw more than a dozen men go in and, feeling it was unsafe, reported it to the surrounding companies. Baohua residential area? Chu Ling Shuang frowned. Wasn't that the neighborhood where Xia Qingqing rented an apartment? She glanced at the time. It was 12:30. That's interesting. Chu Ling Shuang slightly curled the corners of her lips, a ruthless glint flashing in her eyes. She had warned Lin Feng just a few hours ago, but she never expected him to be so restless and go to Xia Qingqing's house in the middle of the night. Very good. This man is really dancing on her sensitive spots every time he touches her. Yu Xian, who had been waiting for a reply for a long time without success, became a little anxious and hurriedly sent a message. "Miss, there were more than a dozen men on the other side. The surveillance footage shows that Lin Feng got into the car, I'm afraid. She was indeed a little anxious. After all, Lin Feng was currently very popular. Yu Shuyan wasn't stupid. Just by observing her mistress's unusual behavior these past few days, she knew that her mistress had developed different feelings for this man. Miss has never treated anyone else like this before. If something were to happen to Lin Feng at a time like this, she would probably have to endure her mistress's gloomy mood for a long time to come. Upon seeing the message, Chu Lingshuang immediately sneered. What a joke. He could deal with the Chu family's secret guards even with his hands locked, so what's he afraid of? However, a dozen or so people is indeed a bit too many. If Lin Feng gets injured again, that would be unpleasant. Chu Lingshuang narrowed her eyes and typed, send a few people over, but don't show yourselves. Just make sure he's safe. The meaning behind this statement is quite intriguing. Yu Shuyan immediately understood, quickly opened her contacts and dialed a number, ordering, Zhang Peng, send a few skilled fighters to the Zhao family. Don't show yourselves. Keep a close watch on Lin Feng, and don't let him lose a single hair. Inside the Zhao family's villa number 6, Lin Feng sat like a lord, with a small table next to him. He took a sip of tea and looked at Zhao Fei with a cold smile. Zhao Fei was so frightened that he pressed his back against the villa wall. He looked at Lin Feng with trepidation and asked in a trembling voice, Brother, what do you want to talk about? Just tell me. Lin Feng smiled and put down the cup. The maid next to him knelt on the ground and quickly refilled it for him. Lin Feng looked up and thought, wow, this service is really thorough. It feels pretty good to be waited on like this. He wasn't in a hurry to drink anymore. Instead, he smiled kindly at Zhao Fei and asked, how did you know Xia Qingqing's address? I don't know. Zhao Fei immediately cried out. The security cameras in that neighborhood are very strict. I don't have access to that area. Oh. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, picked up the cup on the table, and smashed it on the ground. With a loud bang, the sound of a huge glass shattering echoed in the living room. The maid next to her tilted to the side and squatted down on the ground, her head down and her whole body trembling. Zhao Fei was so frightened that he wet himself. He trembled and begged for mercy. Have mercy, brother. I'm not lying to you. That area is full of big companies. Even if I wanted to investigate, it would take me several days. Judging from his pale face, he probably wasn't lying. Lin Feng continued. So how did you find me? Fearing another beating, Zhao Fei curled up his legs and shouted, I wrote down the license plate of your taxi, and then I asked around in the taxi group. Big brother, I'll never do it again. Please forgive me. Lin Feng pursed his lips. He's a rather chubby guy, but he's crying like a child right now. Since he doesn't know Xia Qingqing's exact address, that's fine. There are many people from Yihan Group living in that area, and judging from Zhao Fei's words, he wouldn't dare to mess around there. Lin Feng cracked his neck, slowly stood up, and said coldly, I'm warning you, if you dare to cause trouble for Xia Qingqing again, it won't be as simple as it is today. Yes, I'll never do it again. I'll never do it again. Zhao Fei quickly responded, nodding his head like a rattledrum. Lin Feng snorted coldly, glanced at Zhao Fei indifferently, and left the villa directly. Judging that Lin Feng had already left the gate, Zhao Fei roared furiously. Fourth brother, what the hell have you done? You can't even tie someone up properly. The red-haired guy, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, hurriedly crawled over, crying, Big brother, it's a misunderstanding, big brother. I really didn't know he could break free. Waste. Zhao Fei roared and ordered through gritted teeth. Find out his identity. He dared to hit me. I'll make him regret it. If he can't handle Xia Qingqing, he can't handle Lin Feng either. Yes. Red Hair nodded hurriedly, struggled to stand up, and shook his men lying on the ground awake one by one. Zhao Fei's face turned ashen with anger. Glancing at the maids sitting there dumbfounded, he felt a surge of anger for no reason. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and find me a pair of pants. Lin Feng had just arrived at the villa area in the south of the city when he saw a white car drive in. He hadn't paid any attention to it and moved his body to the side, but then the white car stopped right in front of him. Lin Feng was taken aback when the car window was rolled down. Chao Siyuan? Old Lin, what a coincidence. Chao Siyuan looked at Lin Feng with surprise. Lin Feng smiled and said, I'm here to take care of some business. Oh. Chao Siyuan nodded, as if he had thought of something, and said, "Old Lin, I've heard about what happened in your family. How have you been lately?" His face showed mostly concern, which Lin Feng could also see. "That's not my home anymore. Thank you, Lao Chao." As if he were talking about something unrelated to himself, Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. Chao Siyuan gave a meaningful look and didn't bring up the matter again. Instead, he laughed and said, "Sigh. If you ask me, the Su family is nothing without you. I had a meeting with Su Jie the other day, and that guy, he had no manners at all. I really don't know what to say." Lin Feng hadn't expected Chao Siyuan to say these things, and he didn't want to talk too much about the Su family, so he changed the subject. "Let's not talk about that. How's your company doing these days?" "That's all. We only made a little money by signing a contract with you guys when you were here," Chao Siyuan replied. "Sigh, these days, nothing's easy to do. My factory's orders are getting worse every season." Factory. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that Chao Siyuan did indeed own a factory, specifically a food processing plant. With the recent surge in popularity of milk tea and snacks, the Su family, which he led, was in logistics and signed a contract with Chao Siyuan, resulting in both families making a fortune. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Old Chao, is your factory short-staffed? Let me in to earn some extra money." Chapter 57. In this world, no one but her can touch Lin Feng. Chao Siyuan was taken aback. "Huh." Then, he looked at Lin Feng with some disbelief. "You want to go to the factory?" Lin Feng nodded. He remembered that Chao Siyuan's factory was in the suburbs of Haisher, which was a good place for him to hide. Even if Chu Ling Shuang wanted to go there to find him, it wouldn't be a short time before she arrived, unless she takes a helicopter. However, Lin Feng felt that Chu Ling Shuang wouldn't be so flamboyant. After all, wasn't she also afraid of being recognized when she was in the convenience store? Chao Siyuan looked Lin Feng up and down and couldn't help but say, "Working in a factory isn't as carefree as starting your own business. With your skills, you can easily make a comeback. You don't know, just last month when we had our bosses get together, a lot of brothers were asking about you." He couldn't understand why someone as insightful and capable as Lin Feng would be so sought after wherever he went. Take him for example. They've been looking for Lin Feng for several days, trying to hire him, but in the end, he only wants to work in the factory. "No, no, no." Lin Feng waved his hand and laughed. "I've decided to leave the business world. It's too tiring with all the backstabbing and infighting." He was telling the truth, and that was his thought from the very beginning. However, now there is one more obstacle. Chu Ling Shuang. If Chu Ling Shuang knew he was starting a business again, who knows what kind of dirty tricks she would use to torment him. The Chu family is incredibly powerful. She could easily finish him off with a wave of her hand. The money he has now is what he has painstakingly saved up over this period of time. How can he afford to lose it all? He can't even find food and shelter. Chao Siyuan gave Lin Feng a deep look, then nodded knowingly. "That's true. This industry is too tiring. All the socializing every day is almost ruining my health." After saying that, he looked at Lin Feng, took out his phone, and said, "Well then, brother, you can come to my factory, and I'll give you a manager position. The work will be relatively easy. We can discuss it further when you want to start your own business in the future." "No need." Lin Feng quickly waved his hand. "I can just work on the assembly line. I have savings and don't plan to do this for long." Chao Siyuan paused, realizing that someone as talented as Lin Feng wouldn't spend his entire life in a factory. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay, then you tell me a time, and I'll let the factory manager know." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded, waving his phone and saying, "I'll message you when I'm done with things here." "Okay." Chao Siyuan nodded and waved his hand, saying, "Then I'll head back first, brother. See you another day." "See you another day?" Lin Feng nodded and watched Chao Siyuan's car drive into the residential area before he came out of the complex. He hailed a taxi at the entrance of the residential area and returned to his rented room. The strenuous exercise he had done that night had left him exhausted, and he fell into a deep sleep shortly after lying down on the bed. "Miss, he himself is fine," and walked out safely, but Zhang Peng said he had a cut on his face. In the study of Lakeview Villa, Yu Shuyan was reporting to Chu Ling Shuang via video link. When she heard the first half of the sentence, Chu Ling Shuang's lips were still upturned, but when she heard the second half, Her eyes instantly darkened. "You're disfigured?" she asked in a cold voice. Yu Shuyan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said, "No. Zhang Peng said it's just a common knife wound, and if I apply the medicine properly, it shouldn't leave a scar." "That won't do either." Chu Ling Shuang's sharp voice rang out instantly, as if she had been provoked and unusually ordered. "Go over there now and bandage him. If there's even a scar, I'll hold you responsible." Yu Shuyan was suddenly stunned. "No, miss, it's the middle of the night. You expect her to run to a man's house in the middle of the night to apply medicine to him? It's a dilapidated rental house in an old residential area?" She forced out the words, her expression one of astonishment, and couldn't utter a sound for a long time. Seeing Yu Shuyan's dazed expression in the video, Chu Ling Shuang's anger flared up instantly, and she shouted sharply, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go." "Yes, yes, yes." Yu Shuyan nodded hurriedly and quickly ended the video call. Even through the internet cable, she could practically feel the anger emanating from her young mistress. She instinctively shivered, threw on some clothes, grabbed her first aid kit, and rushed out. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes turned sinister as she glanced at the monitor that had been disconnected. Anyone who dares to hurt her deserves to die. No one in this world can touch Lin Feng except her. Her eyes flashed with rage as she gripped her phone and sent a message to Lu Tianhan. "Starting tomorrow, I don't want to hear any more news about the Zhao family in Beijing." A moment later, Lu Tianhan replied, "Received." Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes, her thumb pad constantly rubbing the phone screen. Next, she needed to think about how to deal with Feng Ziyu, who had insulted her. My God, is this a place where people can live? Yu Xian, who had just gotten out of the car, glanced at the dark stairwell with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, her hands trembling as she carried her suitcase. Just then, her shout caused the motion-activated lights in the hallway to turn on. Yu Shuyan's eyes flashed, and she was startled. "I'm really fed up with this guy. Wouldn't it be better to just listen to his mistress and live in a big villa? Living in this shabby place, she doesn't even have a place to wear her high heels." But since it was Mrs. Order, Yu Shuyan was just about to take a deep breath to calm herself down when dust in the stairwell entered her nostrils, and she choked a few times. Cough, cough, cough. On the second, third, and fourth floors, the motion-activated lights immediately turned on. Yu Shuyan. If it weren't for the young lady's orders, she would never have set foot in such a dilapidated place in her entire life. She covered her mouth and nose, glanced disdainfully at the pile of electric bikes in the stairwell, and went upstairs in her high heels. She was already angry, and when she saw that Lin Feng's room door was a wooden door, she didn't hold back and kicked it directly, the sole of her shoe hitting the door panel. With a bang, the mortise lock on the wooden door popped open. Upon catching a glimpse of the room's layout, her disdain was practically overflowing. But remembering the young lady's terrifying gaze, she resigned herself to her fate and went inside. Inside the room, Lin Feng was fast asleep. After all, such a fierce fight had just taken place not long ago, and his stamina had long been exhausted. Yu Shuyan grinned and strode forward. She looked around the room and found there wasn't even a place to put her precious first aid kit. She suddenly closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and raised her free hand to slap Lin Feng on the back. "Hey, wake up, get up and apply the medicine." Such a fierce shout woke Lin Feng up. He turned around somewhat blankly and saw Yu Shuyan standing by his bedside wearing a white coat. Lin Feng suddenly woke up. Hiss! He sat up straight instinctively, staring blankly at Yu Shuyan. "Wait, why are you here?" Yu Shuyan's pretty face was filled with anger. "Miss ordered me to apply the medicine for you." As she spoke, she picked up her suitcase and placed it directly on the only relatively clean blanket in Lin Feng's room, angrily saying, "Hurry up and stick your face out." Chapter 58. What is this? Lin Feng's lips twitched violently. A man in white suddenly barging in the middle of the night, he thought he'd encountered a ghost. He raised his hand, touched the light cord by the bedside, and pulled it hard. The dim light came on, and he saw Yu Shuyan say with a speechless expression, "Not even as bright as the flashlight on my phone." Lin Feng glanced at it, leaned against the bed, and lazily said, "What else? You, a young lady, use only brand-name products. How can someone like us compare?" Yu Shuyan rolled her eyes, opened the first aid kit with her other hand, and muttered, "You're such a chatterbox." Lin Feng shrugged indifferently and leaned his head back against the worn-out headboard. Yu Shuyan moved with practiced ease, taking out an ampoule and deftly cracking it open to draw up the medicine with a syringe. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately raised an eyebrow. "You're going to give me an injection for this external injury?" "Shut up. This is a highly effective anti-inflammatory drug." Yu Shuyan cursed. After the injection, he saw Yu Shuyan open the medicine bottle again and pour some powder onto the gauze. She held up the gauze, glanced at Lin Feng, and frowned. "Could you move forward a little?" "What? Do you want me to lie on top of you?" She was already annoyed to be out in such a rundown place in the middle of the night bandaging someone up, and now seeing Lin Feng like this, she was even more annoyed. A doctor given away for free? Why not take it if it's free? Lin Feng raised his face and leaned forward. Yu Shuyan narrowed her eyes and quickly applied the gauze mixed with medicinal powder to the wound. Just like last time, she did not hear Lin Feng cry out in pain. Her gaze shifted downwards, catching a glimpse of Lin Feng's neck. "Hiss! Who did this to you?" Yu Shuyan screamed in surprise. Lin Feng realized what was happening, and the image of that crazy woman, Chu Ling Shuang, flashed through his mind. He curled his lip. "Dog! Dog!" Yu Shuyan yelled. "How could a doctor like me not be able to tell a person from a dog?" Her voice was filled with panic as she hurriedly asked, "Don't joke around. Tell me who did this. Who else could it be?" Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and he pursed his thin lips, remaining silent. He was speechless. Wasn't this all caused by your young lady? Why did he have to say it? How embarrassing would that make him lose face? Yu Shuyan panicked completely. Given how much Miss cares about Lin Feng now, if she knew he was. Hiss! Yu Shuyan quickly secured the gauze with 2 strips of tape, then took out another bandage and covered it, anxiously instructing. "Take good care of yourself. It'll go away in a few days. I'll leave you some extra bandages. Remember to change them." As she spoke, she looked directly at Lin Feng, her face full of caution as she warned, "Don't let anyone else see you, or you'll die a horrible death." Oh, Lin Feng was taken aback. This was perfectly normal. But as long as he doesn't say anything, who will know that it was Chu Ling Shuang who did it? He curled his lip and said nonchalantly, "What's the big deal? What's there to be afraid of?" Yu Shuyan was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth. She slammed the first aid kit shut in a huff. "Fine, I don't care what you do. Respect the fate of others and let go of the urge to help others." She'd already gone this far, but Lin Feng was still ungrateful. Fine, fine. She wouldn't care anymore. She picked up her medical kit, turned around, and left. Looking at his door that had been forcefully broken open, Lin Feng was speechless. It seemed that he would have to ask the old man at the door for compensation for the door repair fee when he moved out tomorrow. He got up and grabbed a stool to block the door. Back in bed, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He wasn't surprised that Yu Shuyan had managed to find him. But has Chu Ling Shuang lost her mind? She actually sent someone over to apply medicine to him. It's probably like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken. It's up to no good. Thinking back to the torment she had inflicted on him in the villa with such domineering behavior, Lin Feng felt a surge of hatred. It seems he really needs to leave here as soon as possible. Thinking this, he drifted off to sleep again. The next morning, Lin Feng took Xia Qingqing's hair to the city hospital early in the morning. After submitting 2 hair samples to the testing center and paying extra for expedited processing, he left. With today's advanced technology, DNA testing can be expedited, with results available in just 5 days. Notifications are sent directly via SMS, and the report can even be mailed directly to the person being tested. This saved Lin Feng a lot of trouble. Upon returning, he told Zhang Xiuhua that he wanted to leave. Although Zhang Xiuhua was reluctant, she knew from the beginning that Lin Feng wouldn't stay here forever. These days, which young person doesn't go out and explore the world? But Lin Feng's arrival brought tremendous changes to her life. Before leaving, she specially transferred 20,000 yuan to Lin Feng and told him to come back and visit often. Lin Feng never expected to be cared for again. A surge of warmth welled up in his numb heart. Li Hao, who was stocking the store, also heard the news that Lin Feng was leaving. However, he was now a permanent employee of the store and was quite familiar with Zhang Xiuhua, in Zhongshanwan. He was living a very comfortable life, even more so than when he was a security guard. He didn't leave with Lin Feng. Zhang Xiuhua also needed help, so Lin Feng naturally didn't insist. He directly transferred all the college student group chats to Li Hao's name, sent a message to Chao Siyuan, and then boarded a bus to Haishur. Mom and Dad, you've been fired from your jobs? Fang Ziyue, who was putting on makeup and getting ready to go out, looked at Jiang Yahue and Fang Jiansheng, who had returned early in the morning, with disbelief. Jiang Yahue stood at the doorway, her face pale and her expression lost, without uttering a word. I don't know what happened. The company suddenly started laying off employees. Fang Jiansheng said after holding back for a long time. Fang Ziyue instantly lost her composure. She abruptly stood up. Where's the contract? You should have received compensation for being laid off so suddenly, right? It's no use. The company said we're incompetent. Even if we take legal action, we won't be able to pay next month's mortgage. Jiang Yahui explained, her face pale. What about my allowance this month? Mom and Dad, now that you're both unemployed, what am I going to do? Who would have thought that when their daughter, whom they had raised for many years, heard the news of their layoffs, her first reaction was to think about her allowance? Fang Jiansheng was instantly enraged. Ziyue, you're 24 this year. You're at a perfectly good age, and you're not going to work. Do you expect your mother and me to support you for the rest of your life? Never mind, never mind. Jiang Yahui waved her hand and quickly pulled Fang Jiansheng back. She looked at Fang Ziyue with a pale face. Daughter, everything has been going wrong for our family this year. Ask Lin Feng for some pocket money these days, and we'll pay him back when we're better off. Chapter 59. Her son-in-law is truly capable. Lin Feng. Fang Ziyue screamed in surprise. Jiang Yahui quickly replied, Yes. You and Xiao Feng get along quite well, don't you? As she spoke, she stepped forward and grabbed Fang Ziyue's arm, saying mysteriously, Given our family's current situation, why don't you tell him about it? Then Mom will play the bad cop and ask him for more dowry. Fang Ziyue's eyes widened as images of Lin Feng and the masked beauty behaving intimately flashed through her mind. Her eyes immediately filled with grievance. Mom, what do you know? Lin Feng broke up with me, but he's already moved on and has a new girlfriend. What did you say? Seamless transition. Jiang Yahui stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Yeah, those two scoundrels, they've made me look like the other woman. Mom, how could you still let me go see him? Fang Ziyue was furious. They had humiliated her so badly in a public place like a convenience store. How could she not feel wrong? Just as Jiang Yahui was about to speak, she saw her precious daughter running crying towards the bedroom, and she immediately became furious. Lin Feng usually seems like a well-behaved kid. How could he do something like this? Jiang Yahui turned around and looked at Fang Jiansheng, who was squatting by the door smoking. She lunged forward, snatched the cigarette from Fang Jiansheng's hand, and slammed it to the ground. Hey old man, our daughter has suffered so much, and you still have the mind to smoke? Seeing his last cigarette being thrown away, Fang Jiansheng picked up the cigarette, but with a pained expression, blew on it, and said angrily, What's it to you if I smoke? Jiang Yahui, who was already in a bad mood because of being laid off, became even angrier when she heard this. She slapped Fang Jiansheng on the back, cursing, Look at you. Do you even act like a father? Others are letting our daughter be their mistress, and you're still here making sarcastic remarks. All right. Fang Jiansheng took a deep breath, his eyes darkening. Is this the time to worry about whether our daughter is a mistress or not? Neither of us has received our salaries this month, and I only have 3,000 yuan left. Tell me, how are we going to pay the mortgage this month? His words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the anger that had been burning in Jiang Yahui. Ask Lin Feng, she said through gritted teeth, her brows furrowed. He's been dating our daughter for so long, and now he's cheated on her. He has to give our family some compensation. I think it's a good idea. Fang Jiansheng nodded, reluctantly holding onto the cigarette, but although that kid was fired by the Su family, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. He must still have money. Fang Jiansheng squinted and pondered. Then where do we find him? Let's ask Xiaohao first. If that doesn't work, I'll go myself, Fang Jiansheng said, taking out his phone. Just seconds after the call connected, Jiang Yahui heard Fong Jianqing exclaim in surprise. What? You mean Lin Feng drives a Rolls-Royce? Jiang Yahui was stunned for a moment and rushed forward, yelling into the phone. Son, are you serious? He can drive a Rolls-Royce. It's true. I couldn't find my brother-in-law at the convenience store, and I don't know where he went. Fong Mingho's voice came from the phone. Jiang Yahui snatched the phone and hurriedly said, Son, quickly ask your friends for help and find your brother-in-law. Tell him we're inviting him to dinner. After saying that, Jiang Yahui hung up the phone. She looked at her husband excitedly. Quick, honey, you go look for him too, and I'll contact my colleagues too. Fong Jianqing was also extremely excited. A Rolls-Royce. How could he possibly be short of cigarettes? I'll go right now. He nodded, took his phone, and went to the restaurant. He also took out a cigarette, lit the last one, and threw away the pack without hesitation. Jiang Yahui was absolutely ecstatic. She was right. Her son-in-law is indeed capable. So what if she's a mistress again? As long as Lin Feng gives the word, she'd even bring her daughter to his home to help him during his postpartum period. Hello, I'm Qian Yiping. You must be the new recruit that General Manager Chow assigned to me. In Shanghai, at the Kaopingshan food processing plant, a bespectacled man in a black suit smiled and asked Lin Feng. Yes. Lin Feng nodded and said with a smile, Which part of your business do you need people for? I can start working right now. No. Qian Yiping hurriedly waved his hand. What a joke. This guy was personally ordered by General Manager Chow. He wouldn't actually let him work on the assembly line, would he? Our packaging area is short of a deputy manager in charge. I'll arrange for you to go there right away, Qian Yiping said, quickly taking out his phone to call for help. Lin Feng quickly waved his hand. No. I'll work on the assembly line. Upon hearing this, Qian Yiping paused, looking at Lin Feng in surprise. You want to work on the assembly line? I probably won't be able to do this for very long. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't know if Chu Ling Shuang would cause trouble for him this time. More importantly, she had given him 3 days. If she really destroyed Nuan convenience store after 3 days, he would definitely go back to it. Qian Yiping's lips twitched as he looked Lin Feng up and down. These are probably Mr. Chow's brothers who have come here to experience life. Even if Lin Feng said that, he wouldn't dare actually put him on the assembly line. What if he overworked Chow's brother again? Would he still be able to keep his job as general manager then? He hurriedly said, How about this? I think you have a good image. Our factory has a promotional event recently, and there's a section dedicated to live streaming to speed up production. Why don't you go to that section? Live streaming. Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Chu Ling Shuang could easily find out that he was currently in High City, but he was genuinely worried that she wouldn't investigate him within the next 3 days and would instead wait for him to return to the villa. If Chu Ling Shuang were sitting in front of the live stream camera and saw him come here, she probably wouldn't make things difficult for the convenience store anymore. That's a great idea. Lin Feng nodded quickly. Okay, no problem. Qian Yiping finally breathed a sigh of relief and took Lin Feng to his workplace. From a great distance, Lin Feng spotted a blond young man sitting next to the conveyor belt, lounging lazily in a rocking chair, rocking back and forth. Lin Feng's lips twitched. This assembly line work is this easy. As Qian Yiping arrived at the conveyor belt, the blond young man who had been leisurely strolling around hurriedly stood up. Manager Qian, what brings you here? Qian Yiping glanced at it and immediately ordered, Xiaozhou, you'll be working on the assembly line from now on. What? Zhou Tian was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, Manager Qian, didn't you say I was the most photogenic person in our factory? His gaze shifted back, landing on Lin Feng, and he instantly fell silent. All right, get back to work and stop getting in the way. Qian Yiping called out and pulled out a chair, smiling at Lin Feng. Come on, you can sit here from now on. The live stream will start when we get to work, you just need to face the camera. Not going to work. Lin Feng was taken aback. Of course, he grabbed a handful of loose straws from the side and handed them over. Here, put straws in the snack box. Chapter 60. Well, there are solutions, it's not that there aren't. Lin Feng. Forget it, dealing with Chu Ling Shuang is the most important thing. Lin Feng sat down directly in the chair. Before long, the machine started running, and several uncles nearby placed the finished snack boxes onto the conveyor belt one after another, and the live broadcast officially began. A stream of viewers began to enter the live stream room. A fan of snail rice noodles commented, "This guy is pretty handsome today. Cat lover," sending a little heart. Suddenly rich and swamped with wealth. "Holy crap, a new delivery guy? I'm a keyboard warrior, see? Someone this handsome is already working in a factory, don't you understand? They slacker maniac. Stop looking. She's got a strawberry already. She's taken. Blooming flowers and wealth. Young man, what do you know? This is exciting, /red lips." A Porsche was given as a gift in celebration of wealth and prosperity. Originally, there weren't many viewers in Chao Pinxian's live stream room, but Lin Feng's striking good looks attracted a few female fans who frantically forwarded and shared the content. In no time, the number of viewers in the live stream, which initially had only a few hundred, surged to several thousand, and the popularity was still increasing. Lin Feng was completely unaware of this. He was focused on counting the straws to make sure no box was missing any, and didn't even glance at his phone, which was half a meter away from him. Yu Xian, who had finally managed to steal half a day of leisure, was idly scrolling through short videos when, in the next second, her hand slipped and she stumbled into a live stream of assembly line factory workers playing music. Her lips twitched. How could she have come across this on her expensive phone? Just as she was about to swipe away, she noticed that the people in the live stream looked familiar. She clicked on it and zoomed in for a look, and instantly, she was horrified. Lin Feng. She caught a glimpse of the hickey on Lin Feng's neck and suddenly jumped up from her chair. Doesn't he know what will happen if the young lady sees him? He's really bold. Yu Shuyan even imagined Lin Feng's miserable state in her mind, but the next second, her phone popped up with a call from Miss, and Yu Shuyan shuddered. Oh no, Miss must have seen it too. Lin Feng. Oh Lin Feng, what can I say about you? Good luck. She answered the phone with a sympathetic look. Mississippi. Why did he end up in Haishur? On the other end of the phone, Chu Ling Shuang's voice was filled with anger, as if she would reach through the phone and crush Yu Shuiyan's skull at any moment. Yu Shuiyan couldn't help but shiver. She knew it. This guy's asking for trouble, so he can't blame her for not warning him. She hurriedly said, Miss, should I bring some men to bring him back now? On the other end of the phone, Chu Ling Shuang's voice paused noticeably. After a moment of contemplation, she said coldly, No need. You know what to do. Oh. Yu Shuiyan froze instantly. What to do? How would she know what to do? This guy's already fooling around with other women, and you still say you don't need it, miss? Could it be that the prostitute did it? Hiss. Thinking of this, Yu Shuiyan gasped. Lin Feng even called it a dog. Goodness, are they playing such elaborate tricks? She quickly shook her head, deciding that she should just ignore her mistress's quirks. But what does Miss mean by that? Yu Shuiyan was a little confused. Ever since she grew up with her young mistress, she had long understood Chu Ling Shuang's meaning. She could tell what her young mistress meant with just a glance. But now, for the first time, she did not understand her young mistress's instructions. Yu Shuiyan took a deep breath and said nervously, Miss, I didn't understand. Chu Ling Shuang's anger seemed to have subsided. On the contrary, her voice was filled with amusement as she patiently explained, just like last time, place a big order, but don't let them hire any more people. After saying that, the phone was hung up. Yu Shuiyan stared blankly at her phone. Still going to put up a joint signature? That's probably not it. The other party is just a factory. Even if they put up a joint brand, it wouldn't make much difference. The young lady probably means she wants them to complete a huge order within a few days. She thought for a moment, then picked up her phone and called Lu Tian on. Since the change of personnel, the live broadcasts of Chao Pinxian Food Factory have been surprisingly good. Many female fans flooded into the live stream, but even more were wealthy women who showered the room with gifts, all in an effort to get Lin Feng's contact information. However, the factory live stream was just a marketing tactic. In reality, no one was monitoring it, and Lin Feng left work on time. Time quickly moved to the next day. Lin Feng, who had just arrived at work from the staff dormitory, was surprised to see Chao Siyuan at the factory. He was pointing at Qian Yiping and launching into a tirade of angry curses. What's wrong with you? Didn't you even read the contract carefully before signing? What kind of mess are you making? This is a year's worth of goods. Our factory only has so many people. How can we possibly finish all this in a week? Qian Yiping looked aggrieved. President Chow, I didn't notice either. Who knew Yihan Group would tamper with the contract? I was just too happy when I saw it. Upon hearing the words, Yihan Group, Lin Feng realized that Chu Ling Shuang had come looking for him. He frowned slightly, then strode forward. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, Chao Siyuan hurriedly said, Old Lin, you've come at the right time. Quickly help me figure out what to do with this contract. As he spoke, he handed over the contract from Yihan Group. Lin Feng took it, glanced at the first page, and was immediately stunned. 50 million worth of goods? Isn't this a good thing? Good thing my foot. Chao Siyuan, cursing, flipped to the middle page of the contract and pointed at Qian Yiping, yelling, This kid signed the contract without checking it. Yihan wrote that I have to finish these goods within a week. My factory only has about 70 people, and they want to guarantee quality and won't let me add any more people. What am I supposed to do now? If I can't deliver it, forget about 50 million. I'll have to pay over 100 million in breach of contract fees alone. Chao Siyuan was so angry that his face turned red. Although his business was not doing well, he could still make ends meet. He could usually earn several $100,000 a month without any problem. But now, he was afraid he would go bankrupt. He gets really angry when this is mentioned. Lin Feng did indeed see the contract. To ensure product quality, the supplier's factory must maintain the current shipment schedule and is prohibited from hiring new employees. His lips twitched. He knew Chu Ling Shuang would make things difficult, but he didn't expect her to be smarter this time and even add conditions. Mr. Chow, it's my fault. Please don't fire me. I have elderly parents and young children to support. I'll think of a solution. I'll go think of a solution right away. Qian Yiping also panicked and clung to Chao Siyuan's arm, crying and sobbing. Chao Siyuan angrily shoved him away. With your pig brain, what solutions could you come up with? Get out of my way. He glared at Lin Feng, cursing, and pleaded, Old Lin, please help me think of something. I'm truly at my wit's end. Lin Feng rested his chin on his hand and carefully scanned the contract from top to bottom. After a long silence, he said, Well, there is a way. As soon as he opened his mouth, Chao Siyuan and Qian Yiping looked at him with hopeful eyes. Chapter 61 Xia Qingqing really is his own sister. Lin Feng changed the subject, closed the contract, and looked at Chao Siyuan. However, Lao Chao, you probably won't make much of this money. As long as there's a solution that doesn't make me pay the penalty, Chao Siyuan said hurriedly, looking at Lin Feng with hopeful eyes. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, I remember there are at least 7 food processing plants in Haishur. With your plant, that's nearly 1,000 people. If we work together, I believe we can definitely finish within 7 days. Chao Siyuan's eyes widened instantly. You mean you want me to outsource the orders? It's so easy to talk to smart people. Looking at Qian Yiping's expression of sudden realization, Lin Feng knew that he hadn't understood what he was talking about. He nodded. Yes, I believe no factory would be unwilling to take on an order from Yihan Group. But I'll have to make things difficult for you these next few days. No problem. Chao Siyuan quickly responded and excitedly patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. You're the one with the best ideas. I didn't even think of this method, he said, turning to Qian Yiping. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and get the car ready. Yes. Qian Yiping immediately agreed, and the two hurriedly left. Lin Feng returned to his post. The volume of goods had increased significantly today, but his work tasks remained the same, so he wasn't feeling tired. Under Lin Feng's guidance, Chao Siyuan quickly invited the heads of major factories in the surrounding area to a dinner party. It still bears the title of Order from Yihan Group. Once this news got out, not only the 7 food processing plants in the surrounding area, but also several factories from another district followed suit. Old Chao, I never expected you to assign this job to us. Yes, it's such an honor to cooperate with Yihan Group. Old Chao, you're really a friend. Come on, Mr. Chao, I'll toast you. In the future, if there are similar matters, just let me know, and we'll use electronic contracts. No question about it. Our factory guarantees to complete the task. Don't worry. The matter was resolved over a meal. Chao Siyuan breathed a sigh of relief and was also relieved that this was a deal from Yihan Group. These days, who wouldn't want to cooperate with a big company? That's one of the top 3 companies in Beijing. If it were another company, things probably wouldn't have gone so smoothly. President Chow, I've calculated it. Excluding outsourced orders, our factory alone can make a profit of 5 million. In the passenger seat, Qian Yiping, who knew he had made a mistake, had been calculating revenue ever since he finished eating, and now he had finally finished. Yes, yes. Chao Siyuan's face was beaming with joy. Normally, he only made 1 or 2 million a quarter, and the highest he ever made was 2,800,000, not even 3 million. Now he earned almost 2 quarters worth of money in a week. What more could he ask for? We have to thank Lin Feng for all of this. Chao Siyuan sighed with emotion. Lin Feng was indeed capable, far superior to Su Jia. Although he was an adopted son, the Su family was truly blind to have driven such an outstanding person out of the family. Upon receiving the news, other factories quickly prepared all their machines within a day. Since they were all in the food processing business, they all had a considerable amount of inventory in their factories. Normally, the competition among us is fierce, but now everyone is united and striving for a common goal. No one wanted to miss this rare opportunity to collaborate with Yihan. Although they were all outsourced, Yihan had never cooperated with a food factory before. The only one who was chosen was Chao Pinxian, and he shared this opportunity with everyone. And he didn't delay payment, but directly paid them the full amount. As long as the target is achieved within the stipulated time, each factory can earn a considerable profit. To ensure product quality, factory owners have been generous, jointly raising their wages to 50 yuan per hour for the past few days. Upon receiving the notice, all the factory workers were filled with enthusiasm and worked quickly and efficiently. The next day, factories in the suburbs of Haishur began preparing for shipments and started working overtime. Chao Siyuan's name became an instant sensation in the industrial community. Whether they had a grudge or not, everyone praised Chao Siyuan for his generosity. More than a dozen factories worked together and prepared all the goods in just 5 days. On the very day that everyone had prepared the goods and were about to transport them to the designated location of Yihan Group, Lin Feng received the DNA test report. The report states, the probability that the 2 parties are related is 99.99%. In other words, Xia Qingqing really is his biological sister. Looking at his phone, Lin Feng's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that his one whim had actually led him to find it. This all happened so fast. He found it hard to accept. After all these years, he thought his biological parents had long since. But if all of this is true, then why did they send him to the orphanage in the first place? Were they really so poor they couldn't afford to feed him? If that's the case, then you shouldn't have had him at all. Lin Feng closed his eyes in pain. His initial desire to simply lie down was now wavering. He really wants to ask Xia Qingqing's parents why they did what they did back then. No. Go now? Just as Chao Siyuan was heading towards Lin Feng's dormitory, intending to call Lin Feng to celebrate the successful completion of the order and to express his gratitude, Lin Feng announced that he wanted to leave. Chao Siyuan didn't say much. After all, he didn't expect Lin Feng to stay here for long. Brother, I won't thank you enough. I've transferred some money to you via my phone. Keep it as your wages, plus my thank you fee. Lin Feng was in a hurry to find Xia Qingqing, so he didn't listen carefully to what Xia Qingqing was saying. He nodded to himself and left. Seeing Lin Feng's distraught appearance, Chao Siyuan felt a pang of unease. Lin Feng not only helped him a lot, but the factory's recent live streams have also made him a fortune. Moreover, the surrounding factories are now unusually harmonious, which is the first time he has seen this in his career. This event could even be considered a joint honor for all of these small factories. Lin Feng brought him such great luck. How could he not do something about it? Watching Lin Feng walk away, Chao Siyuan called out to his retreating figure, Old Lin, keep in touch. If you ever need anything, just tell me, and I'll do anything for you. Not hearing Lin Feng respond, Chao Siyuan only saw him wave at him. He sighed and left. After leaving the factory, Lin Feng opened Xia Qingqing's chat box and saw the nickname Xia Qingqing, which made his heart skip a beat. This is my younger sister. With mixed feelings, he typed a message and sent it. Qingqing, where are you now? Upon seeing Lin Feng's message, Xia Qingqing, who had taken the initiative for the first time, immediately replied, I'm at home. My mother had another attack, and I'm taking care of her. Chapter 62. In any case, the choice is in his hands. Mom has an attack. These words pierced Lin Feng's heart like needles. He had no feelings for them, and he couldn't explain his current thoughts. His only goal was to ask them why they had sent him away in the first place. He paused for a moment, then typed a message. I need to talk to you about something. Send me your address. Soon, Xia Qingqing sent her location, along with a message. What's up, brother Xiaofeng? Lin Feng did not answer. Following the location, he hailed a taxi at the factory gate and arrived at Pingyang County Hospital. On the 7th floor of the inpatient department, he stood at the door, showing no signs of tension, only calmness. He knew that once he pushed open this door, he would know the answers to everything from the past. To be honest, he felt a little excited at the thought of learning about his past. He shook his head, took a deep breath, and pushed open the ward door. Inside was a single room. Xia Qingqing was sitting on the edge of the bed with a bowl of porridge in her hand. On the bed lay a haggard woman, thin as a bone. Just by looking at her, you could tell that she had been tormented for many years. Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly. The person on the hospital bed was too thin, so thin that he could hardly see any resemblance between her and himself. He even began to doubt whether this person was actually his biological mother. Hearing the door open, Xia Qingqing turned around and saw Lin Feng. Her face immediately lit up with a smile. Brother Feng, you're here? She put down her bowl, leaned close to her mother's ear, and whispered, Mom, the little Feng brother I told you about is here. Please wait a moment. On the bed, Xia Caoyan's eyes were lifeless, and she moved her head with some difficulty to look towards the door. When her gaze fell on Lin Feng, a touch of tenderness appeared in her lifeless eyes. You must be Lin Feng? Her voice had a very womanly quality, with a gentle and kind tone, and despite her thin face, she exuded an air of nobility. Even Lin Feng was stunned when he heard this voice. She couldn't believe that such an elegant woman came from a small county town. He bowed very politely to Xia Caoyan. Hello, Auntie, I'm Xia Qingqing's colleague. His humble yet assertive demeanor drew admiration from Xia Caoyan. Thank you for helping Qingqing out of that situation last time. I was always worried about her being alone in another city. Luckily, you were there for her. Xia Caoyan smiled and thanked Lin Feng. Then, as if remembering something, she looked at Xia Qingqing with a gleam in her eyes. If your brother were here, he'd definitely scold you again. You really are something, going out drinking in the middle of the night. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback. Elder brother, didn't she say last time that her brother went missing when he was very young? Has he been found now? Seriously? At a time like this, there's no way someone would still be impersonating him. Lin Feng hurriedly asked, her brother? Yes, her brother is at home, but he's busy with work and we haven't had a chance to meet. Otherwise, I would have had the opportunity to introduce you to. Xia Caoyan continued. But Xia Qingqing's expression grew increasingly grim. She quickly said, Mom, I have some work to talk to Brother Xiaofeng about. I'll come in and feed you later. After saying that, she immediately stood up and pulled Lin Feng towards the corner of the wall. Lin Feng was completely bewildered. He was just standing there, and suddenly another older brother appeared out of nowhere. He couldn't hold back any longer and asked, Didn't you say your brother went missing a long time ago? Seemingly surprised that Lin Feng would be interested in her family affairs, Xia Qingqing trusted Lin Feng completely and spoke her mind freely. Yes, my brother is missing and hasn't come back yet. My mother has always been mentally unstable. Last time, I overslept and came back late after celebrating my brother's birthday, and she had a seizure. She only just regained consciousness the day before yesterday, and now she's like this. Xia Qingqing's face was full of self-reproach. The doctor said my mother is hallucinating because she's lovesick, which is why she keeps thinking my brother has come back. I see. Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He said that even he had just heard the news, and that he was just an ordinary person now, so who would have the time to impersonate him? However, on the other hand, if missing him so much was the cause of his illness, why did you send him to an orphanage in the first place? Thinking about this made Lin Feng a little angry. He suppressed his anger and asked, Can I talk to your mother? Of course. Xia Qingqing nodded immediately, without hesitation. The doctor said that it's good for my mother's health to chat with people more. Lin Feng nodded and turned to go to the bedside. Seeing them approach, Xiao Salian smiled and asked, "Have you finished talking?" Lin Feng took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "Yes, Auntie, I have a question I'd like to ask you." Xia Qingqing also came to the bedside, picked up the bowl, and carefully scooped a spoonful of rice water to her lips and blew on it. "Go ahead and say it," Xiao Salian replied with a smile. Lin Feng decided to get straight to the point. "Annie, I heard from Qingqing that her brother went missing when he was little. What happened?" Instantly, Xia Qingqing's hand froze. She stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. "Brother Lin, is this how you talk to someone? You're just poking at their wounds." Lin Feng stared intently into Xia Salian's eyes with a serious expression, for no other reason than to know the answer to this question. If he is not satisfied with the answer, he doesn't care whether he acknowledges this family relationship or not. After all, they never raised him, and now only he knows about his background. Therefore, the choice is in his hands. The atmosphere froze instantly, and Xia Qingqing felt as if the air was suffocating. However, Xia Salian was not angry. Instead, she smiled and replied naturally. "You mean Brother Qingqing? He was born with a weak constitution and was anemic. He was raised by an old Chinese medicine doctor. He just recovered recently and came back." Considering that Xia Qingqing had just told him that Xia Salian had delusions, Lin Feng knew that he could only believe half of what Xia Salian said. So it seems like it all makes sense now. The Xia family said he was lost and had congenital anemia. They were afraid that the family that found him thought he was hard to raise and sent him to an orphanage. Lin Feng has probably pieced together the whole story. Wait, he has congenital anemia? He himself seems unaware of it. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. However, despite saying that, he still couldn't feel any affection for them. Seeing Xia Salian's current situation, he felt it was best not to tell her about his blood relationship with Xia Qingqing, so as not to further upset her. Moreover, only he knows about this matter now. No matter what happens, the choice is always in his hands, and he will not suffer a loss. He didn't ask any more questions. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't speak and his expression was very serious, Xia Qingqing quickly smiled and said in an attempt to ease the atmosphere, "Brother Feng, the doctor said my mom can be discharged tonight. Do you want to come to my house? I'll cook something delicious for you." Chapter 63, She is the one in control. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Qingqing subconsciously bit her lower lip. Lin Feng has always been difficult to approach. Several times before, she had tried to invite Lin Feng to dinner, but he refused outright. Speaking out so abruptly now, especially in front of his mother, seems a bit like forcing someone. Thinking of this, Xia Qingqing quickly explained, "Brother Xiaofeng, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that. I just..." Before she could finish speaking, she heard Lin Feng's voice. "Okay." Xia Qingqing's eyes widened immediately. Before she could recover, Lin Feng asked again, "Is there anything I can help you with?" No. Xia Qingqing became excited and hurriedly said, "I'll take Mom home after she finishes this 4-drip. After saying that, she raised her arm and said excitedly, "Brother Xiaofeng, just wait for the big meal tonight." Seeing her adorable appearance, Lin Feng slightly curled the corners of his lips. It was quite nice that his sister had such an innocent and lively personality. Her invitation was exactly what he wanted. He wanted to see what his sister's home was like. He waited for Xia Salian to receive her 4-drip on the chair next to her hospital bed. With Xia Qingqing feeding her, Xia Salian only ate half a bowl of porridge before falling asleep. Lin Feng frowned, recalling the memo he had seen on Xia Qingqing's phone. 25 years old. So, my actual birthday was a few days ago. Xia Qingqing is only 1 year younger than him, which means that Xia Salian has been celebrating his birthday ever since she was too young to remember. Perhaps Xia Salian had nothing to do with him getting lost. He suddenly realized that his previous thought had been a bit too heartless. But, no matter who has experienced that kind of life, subconsciously, it's impossible to empathize with them anymore. He comforted himself with this thought as he saw Xia Qingqing packing her things. After tidying up, she got up to wake Xia Salian, who was fast asleep, and Lin Feng was immediately taken aback. "You're just leaving like this?" Xia Qingqing paused. "That's right, Brother Xiaofeng. Wait for me here for a moment." I'll take Mom home first, and then come back to pick you up. Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he asked in surprise, You didn't prepare a car? My car is in Beijing. Xia Qingqing responded subconsciously, then smiled and said, It's okay, brother Xiaofeng. My mother just has a little mental problem. Actually, she knows to hold on to me when she's on my electric scooter. Lin Feng, this is outrageous. A patient has to take an electric scooter to get home from the hospital? He didn't know before, but now that he's sitting right in front of him, how could he just stand by and do nothing? Even if they are friends, we should do something. Lin Feng stood up and said, Don't call her yet. I'll find you a car. Before Xia Qingqing could respond, Lin Feng left the ward on his own. In Pingyang County, if he wanted to borrow a car, he would have to ask Chao Siyuan. With that in mind, he dialed Chao Siyuan's number. Old Chao, lend me a van, I'll send you my location. Upon receiving Lin Feng's call, Chao Siyuan was incredibly excited. Without hesitation, he sent Lin Feng a van with a driver. The car arrived in less than an hour. Lin Feng asked Xia Qingqing to get the things, while he picked up Xia Salian in his arms. The moment they made contact, Lin Feng's brows furrowed. Xia Salian was too thin. She looked like she hadn't eaten her fill in many years, her body emaciated. The bones in his body were hurting his hands. He pursed his lips and carried her into the elevator. After leaving the hospital, he settled Xia Salian in the nanny van, and then got in the car with Xia Qingqing. As the car started moving, Xia Qingqing looked at the interior with great excitement, as if she had never seen it before. Lin Feng, however, remained silent with a solemn expression. The car quickly arrived at Anshin village. Glancing at the scene outside the window, Lin Feng was somewhat incredulous. He never expected that Xia Qingqing's family was actually in a small village. Didn't she say that she got into Yihan Group through connections? Soon, the car stopped in front of a self-built house. Lin Feng picked up Xia Salian and, under Xia Qingqing's direction, brought her into the house. The house is quite nice, a small two-story self-built house in a very elegant environment. The facilities inside are also complete. In the village, it would be considered an above-average family home. Arriving at Xia Salian's bedroom on the second floor, Lin Feng laid her flat on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Xia Qingqing took things out of the car one trip after another and carried them into the house. Just as Lin Feng came out of the living room, Xia Qingqing finished her work. She looked at Lin Feng with great gratitude and said, Brother Xiaofeng, thank you so much for today. It's nothing. Lin Feng waved his hand, suppressing his doubts, and asked, Is it just the two of you at home? My grandparents are at the factory. They won't be back until tonight. Xia Qingqing casually responded, seemingly noticing Lin Feng's confusion. She smiled and said, Brother Xiaofeng, are you trying to ask me how I got into Yihan Group? Lin Feng nodded, somewhat surprised. Was his expression that obvious? It was my maternal grandfather who asked Kong County for help, Xia Qingqing said with a smile, her eyes filled with admiration. My maternal grandfather is amazing. He opened a factory in our village and helped everyone in the village get involved. Now our village is a major taxpayer in the county. That's really impressive. Lin Feng also admired his maternal grandfather somewhat. He had led the Su family before and knew how difficult it was, especially in a village with inconvenient transportation. Okay, Brother Xiaofeng, my mom's asleep. Don't worry about her for now. Let's go buy groceries. Xia Qingqing said, waving her car keys and smiling. Let's go. I'll give you a ride on my electric scooter. Sitting on Xia Qingqing's little electric scooter, Lin Feng leaned back as she turned the handlebars, and the scooter slowly and bumpily set off on the gravel road. Outsourcing was indeed the idea he could come up with. Chu Ling Shuang's lips twitched as she looked at the report sent by Yu Shuiyan. It seemed that there was really no way to deal with the 50 million worth of goods. Distribute it to all companies as a benefit, she ordered. Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes slightly upon seeing Yu Shuiyan's reply. This won't do. It's happened twice already. No matter what tricks she uses, Lin Feng will always find a way to deal with it. She truly hadn't expected Lin Feng to have so many ruthless tactics. This made it impossible for her to find any fault with him. If Lin Feng is allowed to continue like this, he might even think he has her cornered. More importantly, she felt empty inside these past 2 days. Seeing the footage of his live stream rerun after less than 24 hours going viral online, with women frantically sending him gifts, she felt inexplicably angry. I'm angry that he shows himself to those women like that. I'm angry that he makes me angry. He's clearly not here. Perhaps it's because he's not here. It shouldn't be like this. She is the one in control, and she will not allow Lin Feng to turn the tables. Chapter 64. Send a small team to bring him back. Is he still at the factory? Chu Ling Shuang typed a message and sent it to Yu Shuiyan. Yu Shuiyan quickly replied, "No, he left yesterday." Zhang Peng said, "He went to visit Xia Qingqing's mother and then went to Xia Qingqing's house." It's Xia Qingqing again. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes were practically spitting fire. Doesn't he know that he can monitor him anytime, anywhere? Could it be that he did this on purpose, using Xia Qingqing as a shield to provoke her? Even after all this time, he still wants to sever ties with her, even going so far as to hook up with other women. Damn it. What is it about me that I can't compare to Xia Qingqing? How could he run into someone else's house in broad daylight? Unforgivable. Chu Ling Shuang was furious. Send a squad to bring him back. If you flirt with other women right in front of her, you should think carefully about the consequences. Disobedient wild beasts should be locked in cages and tortured properly. Yu Shuiyan. Yes, Mississippi. Pingyang County Vegetable Market. Because they had a lot of things to buy, Lin Feng and Xia Qingqing split up at the entrance of the market to save time. Lin Feng was responsible for buying the heavier items like fish and meat, while Xia Qingqing went to buy the vegetables. After browsing 2 stores, Lin Feng, carrying a sea bass and a crucian carp, was about to head to the next store when he suddenly heard his phone vibrate in his pocket. He answered the phone without even looking closely, using one hand to free up a hand. On the other end of the phone, accompanied by the loud music from the nightclub, Su Pansy's voice rang out. "Lin Di, what are you doing working in a factory?" Lin Feng frowned. Hadn't he made himself clear last time? "None of your business," he cursed, and prepared to hang up the phone. Unexpectedly, the music on the other end gradually faded out, and Su Pansy's voice rose a notch. "How can it not be my business? Everyone who came to study abroad with me knows you're my brother. They've all seen the video of you going to the factory. Now the entire study abroad community is laughing at me." Then, she began to command forcefully, "Get out of here right now. Stop doing live streaming. Do you think I'm not embarrassing enough already?" Su Pansy gets angry just thinking about it. She had just received her living expenses and paid her tuition fees. She finally had a few days of peace and quiet, and made plans to go shopping with her classmates. However, before she could buy anything, she met some classmates who told her not to buy anything so expensive because her younger brother was already working in a factory. Afterwards, I even showed her the screen recording. It was one thing for him to work as a security guard at Ihan Group, but now he's even working in a factory. Everyone who studies abroad is rich. She worked so hard to create the image of a rich heiress, but this one video has made everyone think she's drained her family's wealth. Now they look at her with disdain and contempt. How could she possibly accept this? Su Pansy was furious. She couldn't even explain that Lin Feng had been kicked out of the Su family. Many people in her circle knew that Lin Feng was the largest director of the Su family. In the past, when people mentioned Lin Feng, they envied her for having a smart and capable younger brother. Now, however, she can't even explain herself. Hearing Su Pansy's commanding tone on the phone, Lin Feng found it amusing. He's already left the Su family. What he does is none of her business. If that's really the case, then he's wrong to even breathe now. There's no way the world could be so ridiculous. Without hesitation, he turned sarcastic. "What? Miss Su, have you forgotten that I've already left the Su family? Even if I leave you, I can't do that kind of low-class work. Don't you know that the overseas student community is full of rich people? If you do this, where will your sister's face be? And she keeps calling me sister? That's hilarious." Lin Feng laughed without any politeness. "If you're so capable, then make me disappear completely. You have no ability whatsoever, but you're quite good at ordering people around. I used to eat and drink all the food and drinks for you every day, but now that I've left the Su family, where do you get the nerve to order me around?" After grumbling and cursing for a while, Lin Feng added, as if he wasn't satisfied, "If you're so capable, then don't ask your family for money. You're always the one causing all the trouble." After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving Su Pansy a chance to reply. What a joke. He had no intention of causing trouble at the Su family's place, but the family started ordering him around first. How come he never realized before that the Su family was the most shameless family in the world? At this moment, Lin Feng was extremely grateful that he was not a member of the Su family. Otherwise, the thought of carrying the genes of this scoundrel would make him want to stab himself. However, if he were to inherit this gene, he probably wouldn't even realize it. Never mind, buying groceries is the priority. He put his phone in his pocket and walked toward the butcher shop ahead. Lin Feng spotted a pig's hind leg hanging on the railing and was about to ask the owner to cut it up and pack it up when a man's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Mr. Lin, please come with us. Lin Feng turned around and caught sight of a muscular man standing behind him, with two henchmen beside him. The three of them were staring at him menacingly. Where did this enemy of his suddenly appear from? Sent by the Su family. But he'd never seen anyone like that in the Su family before. Lin Feng frowned. Who are you? The man in the lead was quite polite. He bowed slightly and said, Miss, please go back. Lin Feng instantly realized that this was sent by Chu Ling Xuan. Joke. He's already out. Why would he go back with them? Tell your young lady that I'm busy right now and don't have time. After saying that, Lin Feng ignored him and prepared to buy meat from the shop owner and leave. But the man continued, Mr. Lin, please don't make things difficult for us. Miss only wants you to go back. Please come with us quickly. Hearing this, Lin Feng asked the shop owner to wrap up the leg meat he had his eye on. While the boss was busy, he pondered that if Chu Ling Xuan really wanted to do something to him, this man probably wouldn't have been so polite. It's just that his attempt to make things difficult for him failed last time, and Chu Ling Xuan couldn't do anything about it. Judging from this person's tone, Chu Ling Xuan probably doesn't know that she has undergone DNA testing. However, if she wants to investigate, given the Chu family's strength, it's only a matter of time. If Chu Ling Xuan finds out about Xia Qingqing's relationship with him, things will probably get even more complicated. Lin Feng carefully considered the pros and cons, and finally said, I can go with you. But the leading man's eyes lit up immediately, and he hurriedly asked, But what? Lin Feng, holding the leg of meat, pointed to the smiling shopkeeper and said, Go and pay for it for me. After I finish buying the groceries, I'll naturally go back with you. The man in the lead twitched his lips and pulled out his phone with a helpless expression. There was no other way. Before leaving, Miss Yu had specifically instructed them to be polite to Mr. Lin and absolutely not to forcibly hurt him. Miss Yu's meaning was, in essence, the young lady's meaning. Chapter 65. A new location unlocked? Sir, how much more do you want to buy? Zhang Peng followed behind Lin Feng with two other people, each carrying 4 or 5 large bags filled with chicken, duck, fish, beef, and mutton. Other things aside, the seafood wasn't cheap king crab, bluefin tuna, blue lobster. Originally, Pingyang County only had one luxury seafood restaurant, but Lin Feng managed to clear out their entire inventory in one trip. In just a short while, nearly 60,000 yuan had been spent, and Zhang Peng's face turned pale. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't respond and his eyes were fixed on a large refrigerator priced at 40,000 yuan, Zhang Peng almost ground his teeth to dust. Be very careful this time. Just agree to whatever he says as long as you can bring him back. Remember, whatever you do, don't hurt him, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Yu Xuanyin's earnest words came to Zhang Peng's mind. He always takes direct action when he goes out to arrest people. He's never encountered a job like this before. I don't know what Miss Yu is trying to do. Why didn't she just knock him out and take him back? This has almost cost him a month's salary. Let's take this one. Lin Feng patted the refrigerator lid with satisfaction and pointed at Zhang Peng, saying, Boss, wrap it up. He'll pay. This was like meeting a super rich person. As Lin Feng and his group walked along the street, everyone's eyes were glued to them. I've never seen anyone buy things like this in this small county town. The shop owner immediately greeted him with a smile, saying, All right, sir, please fill in the address and we'll deliver it to you. Lin Feng waved his hand magnanimously and laughed. Hey, no need for gifts. I brought people with me. As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Peng and said with a smile, Brother, you've worked hard. Let's start moving. Zhang Peng's lips twitched. Although he knew that Lin Feng was deliberately making things difficult for him, he could only resign himself to his fate and call for reinforcements. The owner originally thought the refrigerator was too big for the four of them to move, but in no time, nearly 10 strong young men came to the store. With everyone pitching in, they easily carried the refrigerator away. After paying, Zhang Peng, looking dejected, asked Lin Feng, "Sir, can we go back now?" Seeing that his attitude was not bad and he hadn't gotten angry along the way, Lin Feng was even more certain that Chu Ling Shuang didn't know about the DNA test. Otherwise, with so many people coming, wouldn't it have been easy to just knock him out or threaten him with Xia Qingqing, and he would have given in immediately? He glanced at the packages in Zhang Peng and the other's hands, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll give you the address. Send a few people to deliver these things to me. After that, I'll go back with you." Having overcome this first major hurdle, Zhang Peng naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request. He nodded quickly and instructed, "All right, you guys go now." "Yes." While waiting, Lin Feng casually found a snack shop and ate something to fill his stomach. After all, anything could happen once he entered the Chu family, so he needed to conserve his energy for any eventuality. Zhang Peng's men rushed back as soon as they finished eating. At the same time, Xia Qingqing also sent a message. "Brother Xiaofeng, why did you buy so much stuff? Where are you? You promised to try my cooking." Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and he replied, "Something came up, and I bought a bit too much stuff for Annie to eat. I'll go again next time." Xia Qingqing, "Okay," disappointed. After replying to the message, Lin Feng kept his word and got into Zhang Peng's car. "Sir, we need to blindfold you and tie your hands as well. You have no objection, do you?" As soon as he got in the car, Zhang Peng spoke very politely to Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "I already know the location of Lakeview Villa, so there's no need to blindfold me." He could understand tying her hands up. It was just that the incident of him pinching Chu Ling Shuang had given her a psychological trauma. But blindfolding her was just unnecessary. Zhang Peng shook his head and said, "Sir, you need to go to the villa where Miss works this time. Miss doesn't like outsiders to know the address of her villa." "Hey, a new location unlocked." Lin Feng's eyes flickered. As Chu Ling Shuang's home, Lakeview Villa was under constant surveillance, while her workplace was a villa where there shouldn't be too many people watching her. As for being blindfolded and not knowing the way, that doesn't matter. As long as he gets a car with gas, he can drive all over the city and won't have trouble finding a way out. Lin Feng had no objections. Before getting into the car, he had hidden a piece of wire in his palm, so handcuffs were just for show for him. He simply stretched out his hand and said, "Here, tie it up." Zhang Peng breathed a sigh of relief and gestured to the people on either side of Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng's eyes were blindfolded and his hands were shackled. The moment the lock was engaged, with a ding, Lin Feng's heart sank. Damn it, why is there still sound? Could this thing be an electronic lock? His heart skipped a beat, but with his arms held captive and his eyes blindfolded, he couldn't remove the blindfold to check. He could only take a deep breath and pray that Chu Ling Shuang wasn't that clever. Chao Pension Food Processing Plant. "Mr. Chao, if you are willing to fire Lin Feng, our Su family is willing to cooperate with your factory at half price. We can sign the contract now." In Chao Siyuan's office, Su Jiqing, holding a cup of tea, crossed her legs and haughtily uttered a remark. Chao Siyuan, however, looked at Su Jiqing with hostility. He had thought something serious had happened that made the Su family rush over, only to find out it was just to get him to fire Lin Feng. Joke. Lin Feng is his good brother, and he helped him so much. Now everyone says Chao Siyuan is generous. Moreover, Lin Feng didn't want anything in return. He gave him all the good reputation. How could he possibly betray him? Even if Lin Feng had left long ago, or even if he were still in his factory, Chao Siyuan would never do something like discarding a used tool after it has served its purpose. Seeing that Chao Siyuan did not respond, Su Jiqing assumed that he had not carefully calculated the profits during this period, so she kindly explained the data she had calculated on the way. "Mr. Chao, assuming you ship goods in bulk, the minimum transportation fee for each item is 5 yuan. If we cooperate, the Su family can directly cut the fee in half, charging 2.5 yuan per item. Although it may not seem like much at first glance, we can offer contracts starting from 3 years. You can calculate how much you can save during this period. Su Jiqing tilted her head back, her face both arrogant and smug. This was the first time she had ever calculated something so precise. There was no other reason than that her only purpose in coming here was to drive Lin Feng away. She needed to take over and calculate these things. She also believed that with such a favorable offer, Chao Siyuan would definitely agree. Unexpectedly. Chapter 66. This is practically an enlarged cat cage. Chao Siyuan directly and ruthlessly refused, saying, "Miss Su, I cannot meet your request. Please leave." Su Jiqing's smug expression crumbled. She abruptly stood up and exclaimed incredulously, "President Chao, what do you mean by this?" Her voice was shrill, showing signs of a breakdown, somewhat like a shrew yelling in the street. Chao Siyuan curled his lip, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. "It means exactly what it says. I would never betray my good brother for a little profit." Chao Siyuan's words were pointed, clearly a dig at the despicable things the Su family had done. Su Jiqing's face turned deathly pale instantly. It was one thing for them to be family, but for an outsider who had absolutely no connection to their family to dare to interfere? Wasn't this clearly an attempt to make trouble for the Su family? She immediately lost her temper and pointed at Chao Siyuan, cursing. "Our Su family just got a contract from Yihan Group. As long as the Su family speaks, absolutely no one in Beijing will dare to take your factory's contract. I advise you to think it over." Her words were already a veiled threat. Although the Su family isn't among the top in the logistics industry, they still have some influence, since they are currently cooperating with Yihan Group. The implication is that if you go against the Su family, you're going against the Yihan Group. Upon hearing this, Chao Siyuan immediately burst into laughter. "Ms. Su, what a coincidence. Our factory just completed an order with Yihan Group, in collaboration with several surrounding factories. Do you think we would lack logistics partners?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiqing's face turned pale instantly. How could such a rundown factory cooperate with Yihan Group? How come she didn't know about this? Seeing Su Jiqing's face grow increasingly grim, Chao Siyuan sneered. "Miss Su, I shouldn't interfere in your family affairs, but I have something to tell you. Leave a way out for others, so you can meet again in the future. Ruthless destruction is not the way of humanity." He made a veiled attack, implying that the entire Su family wasn't even worthy of being called human. But Su Jiqing had no mind to think about these things anymore. After leaving the factory and getting into the car, she was still in a state of disbelief. Has Yihan Group gone mad lately, searching for partners everywhere? If you think about it carefully, the places they're cooperating with are all in Lin Feng's area. Could it be that Lin Feng has really gotten on the good side of someone in the Yihan Group? No. For a large company to complete a contract, it must at least go through the board of directors discussion. At least that's the case with Su's company. Even if Yihan Group is one of the top 3 companies in Beijing, it wouldn't be foolish enough to throw money around recklessly. It can't even get past the board of directors. This must be just a coincidence. As Chao Siyuan just mentioned, several factories around Haishur have joined forces, and she doesn't dare to take action against them now. It seems we'll have to wait for another opportunity. Su Jiqing bit her lower lip. No matter what, she had to find Lin Feng and make him apologize for injuring Xiaojia. "What did you say?" "My brother-in-law quit his job." Just as one batch left, another arrived, causing Chao Siyuan to rub his forehead in exasperation. I've never seen his brother have so many friends before. Where did this girlfriend's brother and family come from? Yes, he resigned this morning and isn't here, Chao Siyuan said truthfully, looking at Fong Mingho and the others. Fong Mingho's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately leaned forward obsequiously, whispering, "Boss, have you seen what kind of car my brother-in-law drives?" "Car? What car? Didn't he come by car?" Chao Siyuan was taken aback. "Car?" Fong Mingho was instantly blown away. He exclaimed, "My brother-in-law is amazing. He'd rather take the bus than ride in such a nice Rolls-Royce." Beside her, Jiang Yahui patted Fong Mingho on the shoulder and said with a face full of praise, "Xiao Hao, you should learn from your brother-in-law. Look at your brother-in-law, how low-key he is." Exactly. When conducting field research in the countryside, you have to keep a low profile. Learn from your brother-in-law. You have to endure hardship to enjoy happiness. Fong Jianxing couldn't stop praising him from the side. That's right, that's right. It has to be my brother-in-law who's awesome. Fong Mingho replied with a smile. Chao Siyuan looked at the three of them as if they were idiots. No, although his factory was in the suburbs, it was still in Haishur. Although it couldn't compare to Beijing, coming to Haishur was considered suffering. What does that even mean? You suffer the most hardships in the first half of your life, and then you become a superior person in the second half, right? Fong Mingho's eyes flashed, as if he had just thought of something, and he said, Wait a minute, Mom and Dad, how do we contact my brother-in-law now? Jiang Yahui was taken aback and quickly looked at Chao Siyuan. Before she could even ask, Chao Siyuan quickly waved his hand. He only worked for less than 5 days. I don't have his contact information. Chao Siyuan felt that these three people were a bit off, and judging from their expressions, his brother probably didn't want to contact them either. Yes, his brother did nothing wrong. He wouldn't want to deal with them either. What a bunch of idiots. Jiang Yahui looked disappointed. Fine. She pulled Fong Jianxing out, with Fong Mingho following closely behind. The office finally returned to calm. Chao Siyuan breathed a sigh of relief, poured himself a cup of tea, and edited out everything that had happened that day before sending it to Lin Feng. The car traveled for about 2.5 hours. Without much thought, after such a long drive, he had probably returned to Beijing. After driving for another 10 minutes or so, the car finally stopped. Lin Feng heard the doors on both sides being opened, and he was helped out of the car. He was carried the whole way until he stepped onto the smooth floor, and then he realized that he was already inside Chu Ling Shuang's villa. Unaware of anything unusual about the people around him, he only felt that the air around him was a little cold, as if it had suddenly stopped. He heard Zhang Peng ask, Miss, Mr. Lin has been brought back. What should we do with him? It was very quiet around us, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lin Feng heard the sound of flowing water, which was very fast, followed by the sound of a cup being placed on the table. As soon as these fragmented sounds ceased, Chu Ling Shuang's clear, aloof voice suddenly rang out. Deliver it to the bedroom. Those 3 simple words struck Lin Feng's heart directly. Before he could react, his arms were grabbed, and he was dragged toward the bedroom. He could feel the leader push him, and he fell onto the bed with a thud. The next moment, there was a click sound as the lock beside him clicked shut. Then came the sound of their footsteps as they left. The room returned to silence. Finally free from control, Lin Feng raised his hand and lifted the blindfold, revealing an enlarged iron cage. At this moment, Lin Feng was sitting on the bed, which was surrounded by cages. In the only gap between the bed and the cages, there were 2 small basins. This is practically an enlarged cat cage. Damn it. Chu Ling Shuang is really sick. Seriously, who would keep something like that in their home? Chapter 67. It seems I've been too good to you. He cursed and fumbled for his phone in his pocket, only to find that it had been taken away some time earlier. He gritted his teeth and tried to unlock the handcuffs on his hands. When his gaze fell on his wrist, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Electronic shackles made entirely of titanium alloy. Without a doubt, this was specially designed for him by Chu Ling Shuang. It cannot be opened without a password. In just a few days, her equipment has actually been upgraded. But Lin Feng knew that he could not sit idly by and wait for his death. If Chu Ling Shuang doesn't let him out, wouldn't he have to eat, drink, and relieve himself in this cage all the time? His gaze swept over the 2 basins at the foot of the bed, and his lips twitched violently. How is this any different from keeping a pet? He's a living, breathing person. How could he willingly lie here and be her personal pet? He got up and began to check the lock on the cage. Unsurprisingly, the lock was electronic. He had no tools on him, only a wire he had brought with him before getting on the vehicle. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He knew he couldn't panic. He carefully considered Chu Ling Shuang's purpose. She simply wanted to lock him up here. But didn't she do the same thing before? Didn't she agree to let him go after he negotiated his terms? Once it happens, it will happen again. As he thought this, his emotions gradually calmed down. Lin Feng lay on the edge of the bed, arms crossed, staring intently at the bedroom door, waiting for Chu Ling Shuang to arrive. Time passed by, and a few minutes later, he heard the sound of the door lock sliding. As the door opened, Chu Ling Shuang, dressed in a black leather jacket, wearing slender leather shoes, and a belt around her waist, walked gracefully toward him with her alluring figure and tightly pursed red lips. Lin Feng remained still, quietly watching her. He couldn't speak first. If Chu Ling Shuang saw that he was anxious, she would only become more smug. Seeing Lin Feng's calm expression, Chu Ling Shuang was slightly taken aback, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She casually pulled over an office chair, held onto the back, and with a slight turn of her slender wrist, the chair spun around so she was facing him. She sat down and casually crossed her legs. She crossed her arms, her eyes slightly cold, and suddenly spoke, seafood, beef and mutton, chicken, duck and fish, and a refrigerator. She raised her right hand, counting on her fingers, her tone ambiguous, as if she were neither angry nor not. Lin Feng pursed his lips and remained silent. Chu Ling Shuang counted, her eyes suddenly turning cold, a hint of mockery in them, and she said sarcastically, "In such a short time, you've already spent 100,000 yuan. You're really something." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng sneered. 10,000 yuan is nothing to Miss Chu, is it? If he comes back, how can he not bleed a little? Miss Chu, your daily tea expenses must be more than this, right? Is this considered a lot of money? That's nothing, of course. Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes, staring intently at Lin Feng, and said, suppressing her anger, "If you spent these things, I naturally wouldn't care, but you've already sent all these things to the Xia family." That's the crux of the problem. It seems that Chu Ling Shuang truly did not know that Xia Qingqing was his biological sister. That makes sense. After all, Chu Ling Shuang said before that she would remove the surveillance around him. It's just that she would take the initiative to inquire and investigate, and then her subordinates would report back. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly stood up, her high heels hitting the floor. Bang, bang, bang. These sounds struck Lin Feng's heart like a hammer blow. He just watched her approach and stand by the cage. Lin Feng's heart sank, and he shrank back. Fortunately, the cage was quite spacious, so Chu Ling Shuang wouldn't be able to touch him unless she came in. He didn't intend to reach out and grab her. After all, Chu Ling Shuang probably knew some martial arts, and if he lost, the consequences would only be more serious. Chu Ling Shuang stared intently at Lin Feng, her eyes blazing with boundless rage. She gritted her teeth and said, word by word, "You've really got some nerve. You actually dared to use my money to buy things for other women. Damn it." Lin Feng curled his lip. Since she couldn't touch him anyway, his tone became arrogant. "Miss Chu has to give me something in return if she wants me to come back, right? Besides, what business is it of Miss Chu who I buy things for?" The more he acted like this, the angrier Chu Ling Shuang became. Her pet, spending her money, that's only right. But her pet was spending money on another woman, using her money, and even making sarcastic remarks in front of her. How could she not be angry? "It seems I've been too good to you, making you forget your place." Chu Ling Shuang gritted her teeth and spoke in a cold voice, looking down at Lin Feng through the iron cage. Lin Feng wasn't intimidated at all and said nonchalantly, "Go ahead and kill me if you dare. I'm just a worthless life anyway. It's better to die than to be trapped here." He stopped looking at her and shifted his gaze to the other side. That's how it is. Once you try to force him, he puts on this nonchalant attitude, leaving her helpless. In short, he never had her in his eyes. Chu Ling Shuang was furious. She didn't know why she was like this. Seeing his indifferent attitude, a fire of anger welled up in her heart. She desperately wanted to grab his chin, force him to look at her, to make him see only her from then on, to see the look of despair and heartache in his eyes when he couldn't have her. The image popped into her mind, and her heart even started racing. That look in his eyes, as if he would die without her, that yearning yet possessive expression, that repeated pleading in her ear, "Don't leave." Hiss. She bit her lower lip hard, the pain instantly calming her down, but replaced by a desire for more control. Chu Ling Shuang took a deep breath. She knew she couldn't do that yet. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall, let alone someone who is indifferent to life and death. She clenched her fists, narrowed her eyes, and asked coldly, "Are you sure you want to do this?" "It doesn't matter," Lin Feng said indifferently, glancing at the beautiful scenery outside the window. He slightly curled his lips. "Anyway, the first half of my life has been exciting enough." His eyes turned to the side, showed no trace of lingering attachment to this world. As he spoke, he seemed to become ethereal, like time itself about to slip away, so clear, yet elusive. Chu Ling Shuang's heart tightened for no apparent reason. Damn it! How could she possibly have any pity for him? She quickly crossed her arms and inadvertently pressed her rapidly beating chest. It was only then that she realized that she had unconsciously been swayed by his emotions. Fortunately, she realized what was happening in time. Otherwise, she would have been led by the nose by him. After calming down, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes darkened. She gave Lin Feng, who was giving up, a deep look and walked straight out of the house. The moment the door opened, Lin Feng heard half of her cold command voice. Let's starve him for a week and see if he's still so stubborn after a week. Chapter 68, He's already dead. I'll knock. This is no longer just imprisonment. It's a form of torture. He originally thought Chu Ling Shuang was crazy enough, but he never expected her to have such a torturous hobby. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was in the room, he tried to cover the two pillars of the iron cage with a pillowcase and twisted them a few times. Without a fulcrum or something solid, he simply couldn't twist it. He tried for a long time. His hands were almost bleeding from twisting, but Taiju didn't budge. It seems he's really going to starve to death here. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a little fortunate that he had eaten something before coming. He still had food in his stomach, enough to last for at least 2 days. But what about the remaining 5 days? He doesn't even have a cell phone. How can he ask for help from the outside world? This woman is absolutely ruthless. He simply lay in bed to conserve his energy. 7 days. He'd try to endure it if he could, and if not, he'd leave it to fate. The Xia family. When Xia Qingqing's maternal grandparents, Xia Ziqiang and Zhao Hong, returned home, they were both incredulous to see the newly added refrigerator and a large table of food. Qingqing, keep your money for yourself. You've only been working for a few days, and you've already bought such an expensive refrigerator. Do you have too much money to burn? When Zhao Hong saw the price tag of over 40,000 yuan on the refrigerator, she couldn't help but start criticizing it. Xia Ziqiang said with a smile. Hey, Qingqing meant well. Don't be such a spoilsport, old woman. No, even if she's filial, she can't spend money like this. Silian is still sick, and who knows how much medical expenses she'll need in the future. Zhao Hong sighed as she spoke, her tone softening. Xia Qingqing awkwardly touched behind her ear. Grandpa and Grandma, I didn't buy this. What? Who bought it? The two elders were stunned for a moment, then cried out in surprise. He's a colleague of mine, a really nice guy. Xia Qingqing quickly explained. He came to see me today, and even lent me a car to help me bring my mom back from the hospital. Everything in the refrigerator was bought by him. Then why didn't you offer to invite them to have a meal? That's right, you're such a kind-hearted kid. Let's invite him to stay for a meal so we can thank him. No, Grandpa and Grandma. He was supposed to stay for dinner, but something came up and I didn't feel comfortable asking him to stay. Xia Qingqing quickly explained. She didn't notice the ambiguous look in Zhao Hong and Xia Ziqiang's eyes when they looked at each other. The two elders sat down at the table. As they picked up some food, Zhao Hong looked at Xia Qingqing with a smile and said, Qingqing, tell your grandma honestly. What kind of person is this boy? How many people are in his family? Grandmother. Xia Qingqing shouted, instantly understanding her grandmother's meaning, and her face turned bright red. Xia Ziqiang chimed in. What's there to be shy about? You're not young anymore. It's time to find someone. Tell us honestly. Your grandma and I are very open-minded. Xia Qingqing awkwardly picked up a mouthful of rice and put it in her mouth, chewing it in small bites. Seeing her granddaughter remain silent, Zhao Hong asked with concern. Qingqing, is it because of your mother's matter that you're affected? As she spoke, she nudged Xia Ziqiang with her elbow. He immediately reacted and hurriedly said, Actually, your mother wasn't exactly unlucky in love. Your biological father was very good to her, even though he died young. Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Hong jabbed his elbow. But it was too late. Xia Qingqing had already heard it. She immediately put down her chopsticks and exclaimed incredulously, He's already dead. Zhao Hong glanced at Xia Ziqiang, who was covering his mouth after saying the wrong thing, and sighed. Never mind, the child is grown up now, and there are some things she should know. After saying that, She looked at Xia Qingqing. Your biological father is named Lin Jinyong. He was the captain of a special forces team dispatched overseas in his early years. He and your mother were classmates and fell in love, but they rarely saw each other. Later, during a mission, she didn't continue speaking, as if lamenting the injustice of fate and pitying her daughter's tragic fate. As she spoke, Zhao Hong's eyes reddened. Xia Qingqing could hardly believe her ears. She jumped to her feet and roared. Then what happened when you said he would transfer living expenses to me every year? Could it be that you? No, Xia Ziqiang shook his head and sighed. Your mother is from our village. The Lin family looked down on your mother's background, but your parents had a very good relationship and secretly got married. After your father passed away, they found out about you. To shut your mother up, the Lin family sent money every year. Your grandfather and I took this money, but we didn't spend a single penny of it. We've saved it all for you. Zhao Hong explained from the side, and then added, Qingqing, don't feel that this money is not worth spending. After all, you are Lin Jinyong's bloodline, and you should spend their family's money. Xia Ziqiang sighed and said slowly, if you want to go and meet your relatives, we won't stop you. You're all grown up now, and it's time for you to make your own decisions. Listening to her grandparents' description, Xia Qingqing felt her mind go blank. What Lin family? She'd never even heard of that name before. She used to think that although she had never met her biological father, with her maternal grandparents around, her life, though tight, was at least getting better now. But now, so many things she had never heard of before suddenly appeared, and her grandfather even brought up the matter of recognizing relatives. A sense of panic welled up from the bottom of her heart and instantly overwhelmed her. Grandpa and Grandma. Xia Qingqing stood there stunned, her nose stinging, her eyes red as she looked at them, and a sob escaped her lips. Don't you want me anymore? She was scared. She was afraid that after all that her grandparents had said, they would say things like, they've raised her all these years. She doesn't want to acknowledge her relatives, and she doesn't want to leave this place. They gave birth to her, but never raised her. What right does she have to go back to such a heartless family? How could that be? Zhao Hong was stunned, then quickly stood up and hugged Xia Qingqing tightly. My dear granddaughter, that's not what Grandpa and Grandma meant. The sudden hug caused Xia Qingqing, whose emotions had already collapsed, to burst into tears instantly. She hugged her grandmother, sobbing uncontrollably, murmuring, I don't want to leave you. You raised me with so much difficulty. Now it's my turn to repay you. I don't want to leave. I don't want to acknowledge any relatives. Who would have thought Xia Qingqing would say that? Xia Ziqiang's serious face also showed emotion. His eyes reddened as he said, Don't worry, my good granddaughter. As long as your grandmother and I are still able to work, we will never let you and your mother suffer any injustice. After crying her heart out, Xia Qingqing gradually calmed down. She served some food to her grandparents and was wiping away her tears when she suddenly heard her grandmother say something else. Qingqing, now that we've come this far, when are you going to bring that boy back so we can see him? Chapter 69, this is probably what Miss wants to hear, right? Xia Qingqing had just stopped crying when she heard these words, and her lips twitched. Hey, that boy works for your company too, right? If this works out, you two can work hard together, and your grandma and I will help you with your dowry. You can settle down in Beijing. Wouldn't that be great? That's right. Qingqing, don't be afraid. Although your mother is still sick, we've already prepared your dowry. As long as the boy treats you well, we can discuss the bride price and other details. Seeing that her grandparents' words were getting more and more outrageous, Xia Qingqing couldn't hold back any longer. Grandpa and Grandma, we're just colleagues. Besides, she might not even be interested in me. Xia Qingqing bit her lip, Lin Feng's indifferent expression echoing in her mind. When she thought of his help that night, Xia Qingqing couldn't help but blush. I never imagined that a scene I'd only ever seen in TV dramas would actually happen to me, and it was Brother Xiaofeng who saved me. A feeling she couldn't quite describe welled up inside Xia Qingqing. She ate her meal silently, her cheeks flushed. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hong and Xia Ziqiang exchanged a glance. They were all experienced people. How could they not see Xia Qingqing's expression? This girl was clearly in love. Zhao Hong placed a piece of meat in Xia Qingqing's bowl and said with a smile, Qingqing, find some time to invite them over for a meal. Putting everything else aside, We should thank them properly for buying things. That's right. Those things are worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. Our Xia family can't do something so heartless. Xia Qingqing took a bite of meat and nodded silently. Zhao Hong and Xia Ziqiang smiled contentedly. The room was filled with warmth. I'm thirsty. Lin Feng clutched the blanket and licked his dry lips. He ate lunch and drank a bottle of carbonated beverage, and now his mouth is dry. Sure enough, the drink didn't quench my thirst. Lin Feng licked his lips, looked at the incredibly sturdy iron cage, and took a deep breath. Before the first day was even over, he had almost forgotten that he was thirsty. He wrapped himself tighter in the blanket, squinted at the pitch-black sky outside. Never mind, I'll take a nap first. These are the company's financial statements for this week. Miss Yu Shuiyin was writing a report and had already finished summarizing what she had said when, during the video call, her young mistress was sitting there in a daze, which made Yu Shuiyin call out to her softly a few times. Chu Ling Shuang turned her head slightly, her gaze shifting. I have compiled this week's company financial statements and next week's business plan into a file and sent it to your email. Yu Shuiyin took a deep breath and repeated it. She's completely lost her way, still at work, and she's even spacing out. The company is currently operating normally, and its profits have increased by 5 percentage points compared to this time last year. After giving her long and detailed report, she took a big gulp of water to moisten her throat, but the next second, Chu Ling Shuang's words made her spit out the water in her mouth. Lin Feng has been back for several days now. Puff. Yu Shuiyin looked dumbfounded. She was reporting on her work here, and the young lady was bringing up Lin Feng at this moment. Wasn't he locked in the bedroom by you, sir? Yu Shuiyin quickly counted on her fingers. 3 days, right? As of noon today, it's been exactly 4 days. Oh. On the other end of the video call, Chu Ling Shuang responded calmly, then asked, Shui Yin, tell me, how many days can a person survive without food and water? I haven't tried that before. Yu Shuiyin's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly said, but if we only drink water, it will last about 7 days. What if you don't go to the toilet? Yu Shuiyin carefully observed Chu Ling Shuang's expression in the video, trying to decipher it for a long time, but she still couldn't figure it out. That's not right. Why is Miss asking Lin Feng at this time? As she was pondering, she heard Chu Ling Shuang's voice ring out again. Shui Yin, do you think I'm cruel? Her voice was cold, as if she were talking about something unrelated to herself. Based on her understanding of Chu Ling Shuang, Yu Shuiyin quickly shook her head. No. I think Miss is the kindest person in the world. It's just that Lin Feng is too ungrateful. Nonsense. How could she dare say anything bad about her in front of Miss? However, the young lady's decision to withhold food and drink was indeed a bit extreme. Yu Shuiyin subconsciously swallowed, secretly glancing at Chu Ling Shuang's expression. There wasn't much change, except that Chu Ling Shuang's eyes held a hint of anger. She turned her head and stared straight at Yu Shuiyin, as if she would reach through the phone and kill her at any moment. Did I say something wrong? Yu Shuiyin's heart skipped a beat, and she said tremblingly, Miss, actually I don't think it's right for you to simply starve him like this. Sometimes stubborn people won't take it this way, and in the long run, he might even resent you. This was something her advisor had mentioned when she was minoring in psychology. Unrelenting exploitation will only lead to mutual destruction, but if you give them small favors while exploiting them, they will not only get used to it over time, but they will even be grateful when you give them handouts. This time, she seemed to have struck a chord with Chu Ling Shuang. Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes slightly and asked with interest, Then what do you suggest we do? Yu Shuiyin took a deep breath and secretly observed Chu Ling Shuang's expression. She felt that the young lady was trying to get her to say something. She hesitated for a moment, then said, Why don't we let him out to use the restroom first? If he behaves, Miss can reward him with something to eat. Is this what you want to hear, Miss? Yu Shuiyin was also unsure. She saw in the video that Chu Ling Shuang frowned slightly, and after a moment, said, Go and do it. Yes. Yu Shuiyin finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the financial statements in her hand, threw them aside, and thought, at a time like this, why even mention work? She immediately left the company and drove to Chu Ling Shuang's villa. The villa was quiet. The young lady should be in the master bedroom right now. Yu Shuiyin took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the bedroom on her right, where Lin Feng was imprisoned. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Lin Feng lying on the bed, his face deathly pale. His hands were resting on his lower abdomen, and his body was barely moving with each breath. He looked as if his life hung in the balance. Yu Shuiyin panicked and immediately ordered Zhang Peng to open the cage. She quickly stepped forward and raised her hand to check Lin Feng's breath. But the next second, her wrist was pressed down, and a strong force spun her body around. In a dizzying moment, she found herself being held down tightly by Lin Feng, who had just been on the verge of death. Chapter 70. You won't die without my permission. He seemed to be extremely hungry, and had used up all his remaining strength, pressing his entire body down. Even so, his 1.9-meter height made her feel like she couldn't breathe. Holy crap, that's awesome. Zhang Peng was dumbfounded. He had personally delivered this man in, and it had been 4 days already. How could he still have the strength to resist? Yu Shuiyin had never encountered anything like this before. Shocked, she quickly looked at Zhang Peng and said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pull him up." Hearing Yu Shuiyin shout, Zhang Peng finally reacted and rushed forward to grab Lin Feng's shoulder, forcibly pulling him up. Although he managed to lift his body, Lin Feng's hand gripped Yu Shuiyin's wrist tightly. It was as if they were glued together. Even though the two of them used a lot of force, they couldn't pry his hands apart. Yu Shuiyin's wrist was almost broken by the squeezing, and she hurriedly shouted, "Lin Feng, let me go. Miss is going to let you out." Lin Feng remained silent, his eyes tightly shut, his clenched hands showing no sign of loosening, as if he wanted to take someone down with him even in death. Yu Shuiyin was in so much pain that tears were almost falling. This was Mrs. Man, and she dared not hurt him. She looked at Zhang Peng with tears welling up in her eyes and shouted, "Go next door and get my first aid kit." "Yes." Zhang Peng responded and rushed out immediately. A moment later, the first aid kit was brought over, and the two men carried Lin Feng to a sofa. "Can you let go of me now?" Yu Shuiyin opened the first aid kit with one hand and said to Lin Feng, "I need to give you 4 drip of glucose. If you keep holding me like this, I can't give you the injection." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng opened his eyes slightly a crack a moment later, realizing that he had been taken out of the cage, and only then did he loosen his grip slightly. Yu Shuiyin quickly took the opportunity to pull her wrist away. Lin Feng had already gripped her wrist so tightly that it left red marks, and she was wincing in pain. But compared to Lin Feng's experience, she still sighed. The man in front of us is the real victim. She rubbed him for a while, then began to give Lin Feng an injection. After administering the injection and preparing the 4 bag, she slowly stood up and said to Zhang Peng, "Find a few people to watch over him. Help him take a bath later. I'll go report to Mississippi." "Yes." Zhang Peng nodded, glanced at Lin Feng with some sympathy, and took out his phone to call over a few of his men. After nearly 40 minutes of intravenous infusion, Lin Feng's spirits finally recovered somewhat. He looked around the room. Zhang Peng and one of his men were standing at the bedroom door. His eyes then turned to the window. If he could jump out the window now, it would be the best time to escape. But now his body felt like it was filled with lead, so heavy that he couldn't even lift his arms. When the 4 drip was empty, he saw Yu Shuiyin come in and remove the needle. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Peng and several other men dragged him to the bathroom. They didn't make things difficult for him. Seeing that Lin Feng had recovered some strength and could stand up and walk on his own, they waited at the door and let Lin Feng wash himself. After finally using the restroom and taking a bottle of glucose, Lin Feng felt relatively unaffected, except for dizziness. "I just really want to eat." He was soaking in the bathtub, the steam rising, when he felt his head spinning and the dizziness intensifying. He tried to get up, but his hands and feet slipped at the bottom of the tub. With a thud, his body sank underwater, and it felt as if his body was sealed off. He was already weak, and now he couldn't even lift his arms. He felt his consciousness becoming somewhat blurred, and his breathing became difficult. Is he going to die here? Well, so be it. Death might actually be a relief. However, he really wanted to see what kind of expression that crazy woman would have if he died. That must be very interesting. Unfortunately, he probably won't live to see it. "Miss." Outside the bathroom, Zhang Peng and his men stood up straight, looking straight ahead. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes were indifferent as she glanced at the cage. Apart from the messy blankets, everything else was the same as before. "Miss, I've already ordered someone to cook porridge. What are you all doing outside? Didn't I tell you to help him bathe?" Yu Shuiyan rushed over, but when she saw Zhang Peng and the others standing at the door like pillars, she immediately screamed. Zhang Peng scratched his head and hurriedly explained. "Mr. Lin said he needed to use the restroom, and he has the strength now. Don't worry, Miss Yu. This bathroom only has one exit. With us brothers guarding this spot, not even a mouse can escape." As he said this, he patted his chest confidently, saying that this was the simplest job he had ever done. "You're all so stupid." Yu Shuiyan was so angry that she tied her knots. She went straight up to Zhang Peng, pushed him aside, and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Those knocks on the door seemed to strike Chu Ling Shuang's heart. She snapped out of her daze, glanced at Yu Shuiyan, and said coldly, "Shuin, what's wrong?" "It's over, it's all over." Hearing no sound from inside except for the running water, Yu Shuiyan murmured in panic, "Miss, Lin Feng has been starving for 4 days. How can someone who is extremely hungry take a bath?" Chu Ling Shuang reacted instantly, quickly stepped forward, and kicked the door. With a loud bang, the bathroom door remained firmly shut, and inside the bathroom, apart from the sound of running water, there was no other sound. Seeing this, Chu Ling Shuang completely panicked. She snapped at Zhang Peng and the others. "What are you standing there for? Open the door." Zhang Peng and the others were stunned. They immediately stepped forward and kicked the bathroom door to pieces in an instant. Yu Shuiyan stood at the doorway, unsure whether to go in or back out. Afraid of seeing a bear scene, she stepped aside and looked at Chu Ling Shuang. "Miss." Before she could finish speaking, Chu Ling Shuang rushed inside. Zhang Peng and the others wanted to rush in to see what was going on, but Yu Shuiyan grabbed them, saying, "Miss didn't say anything, so let's wait here." She advised that, given the current situation, it was clear her young mistress had fallen for Lin Feng, perhaps without even realizing it. To be on the safe side, she shouldn't get involved. Matters of the heart were far too complicated. Zhang Peng and the others nodded and stood guard at the door without going in. As Chu Ling Shuang rushed into the bathroom, she immediately saw Lin Feng soaking in the bathtub. The foam on the surface of the water had already submerged his nose, and Lin Feng lay there with a deathly pale face, as if he were already a corpse. Damn it, he actually dared to try to kill himself. Chu Ling Shuang was completely panicked. She strode forward, grabbed Lin Feng's shoulders with both hands, and pulled his upper body directly out of the water. The next second, her voice, a mixture of anger and panic that she herself didn't even realize, rang out. "Lin Feng, you're not going to die without my permission." Chapter 71. If anything happens to him, I will make you all pay with your lives. Lin Feng kept his eyes tightly closed, motionless, his face deathly pale, and his thin lips bloodless. Chu Ling Shuang felt her heart clench, and then the fear and panic that suddenly arose in her heart spread to her limbs. Unable to control herself, her hands were trembling. "Where is she? Yu Shuiyan, get back here right now." With an almost frantic roar, Yu Shuiyan trembled at the doorway and rushed into the bathroom, instinctively covering her eyes, afraid of seeing something she shouldn't. Miss? Yu Shuiyan spoke hesitantly, wanting to ask if Lin Feng was dressed. But what greeted her was a burst of laughter. "What are you standing there for? Help!" Chu Ling Shuang roared and grabbed the bath towel next to her, throwing it into the bathtub. Yu Shuiyan peeked through a crack in her finger and saw a pile of foam in the bathtub, along with the bath towel. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly went over to check Lin Feng's breath. Chu Ling Shuang swayed slightly, staring intently at Lin Feng with a tense expression. Her face was extremely pale. The rising steam in the bathroom did nothing to affect the oppressive aura emanating from her. She pressed her lips together tightly, her face pale with panic. She bit her lower lip and walked to the bathroom door. Outside the door, Zhang Peng watched with trepidation as the young lady walked towards him step by step. He had never seen the young lady so furious. Zhang Peng chickened out, and he called out in a trembling voice, Miss, smack." Before he could finish speaking, A clear slap echoed throughout the bathroom. Zhang Peng covered his cheek in disbelief, but when he looked back and met Chu Ling Shuang's gaze, he lowered his head in fear. Despite the pain in his cheeks, he dared not complain, because he knew he had done something wrong. He thought that someone who had been starving for 4 days was already superhuman for being able to resist, so he didn't think much of Lin Feng's words and completely ignored the fact that Lin Feng was a living, breathing person. He'd been starving for so long. How could he let him take a bath alone? Zhang Peng knelt down with a plop, and several of his men next to him were also stunned by the scene and quickly knelt down as well. Zhang Peng clenched his fist and admitted his mistake. "Miss, it's my fault. Please punish me." "Punish?" Chu Ling Shuang's voice, as cold as hell, rang out, accompanied by boundless rage. "Are you worthy?" Smack! Another slap landed on Zhang Peng's face. Zhang Peng groaned, clenching his teeth. Although it hurt, he didn't make a sound. He lowered his head and heard Chu Ling Shuang's chilling voice ring out again. "If he's all right, then so be it. But if something happens to him, I'll make you all pay with your lives." These words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Zhang Peng's heart. He couldn't help but tremble. He knew that the young lady was not joking. As a member of the Chu family's guards, he knew better than anyone how extreme the Chu family's methods were for those who made mistakes. This is one of the reasons why the Chu family has been able to maintain its position at the top. Without extraordinary skills, how could one possibly reach the pinnacle? Yes. Zhang Peng nodded silently. At this moment, he finally understood why Miss Yu had told him to be polite to Lin Feng. This young master was the apple of her eye. He lowered his head, silently praying that Lin Feng would be all right. "Zhang Peng, quick, help me lift him up so he can spit out the water." From the bathroom, Yu Shuiyan's anxious shouts rang out, and Zhang Peng immediately got up and rushed in. Overwhelmed by fear of Chu Ling Shuang's methods, Zhang Peng was practically on an adrenaline rush. He picked up Lin Feng with one hand and placed him on the massage bed in the bathroom. He turned Lin Feng around and made him lie face down on the massage bed. Following Yu Shuiyan's instructions, he began to pat Lin Feng's back. "You guys go prepare a bowl of honey water, a sugar cube, and if the porridge is ready, bring it over too. Also grab my first aid kit. Hurry up." Knowing that Lin Feng absolutely could not be harmed, Yu Shuiyan immediately began to direct everyone. Everyone quickly responded and went about their own business. She took out 2 cotton swabs, pried open Lin Feng's mouth, and inserted the cotton swabs directly into his mouth. Vomit. When the cotton swab touched his throat, Lin Feng unconsciously spat out a mouthful of water. "It's good that you threw up. It's good that you threw up," Yu Shuiyan murmured, patting Lin Feng's back repeatedly. Seeing this, Chu Ling Shuang's tense expression did not relax. When she saw Lin Feng's bloodless face, she almost bit her lower lip until it bled. "You, Lin Feng, are willing to die just to leave. Do they really look down on Chu Ling Shuang that much?" The more she thought about it, the angrier and angrier she became. Realizing that she had been swayed by Lin Feng's emotions, her mood did not calm down. Instead, she was furious. She had never wanted anyone so much before. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. "Wanna die? Not so easy. Unless she gets tired of him, she won't let him go, even if it means death." Vomit. Seeing that Lin Feng, who hadn't eaten anything, vomited up a lot of bile, Yu Shuiyan breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "He's vomited enough. Zhang Peng, help him put on his clothes and carry him to the bed. I'll give him acupuncture." "Yes." Zhang Peng nodded, grabbed the bathrobe next to him, quickly wrapped it around Lin Feng, and carried Lin Feng outside on his back. "Miss, we can't stay in this bedroom any longer. If Lin Feng sees this after he wakes up, he might have psychological problems." Upon entering the bedroom, Yu Shuiyan looked at Chu Ling Shuang with a solemn expression. She was willing to accept the criticism, but the real issue was preventing any further trouble for Lin Feng. The young lady already has some psychological issues. If another one with psychological problems comes along, will she even want to live? Chu Ling Shuang slightly raised her forehead, glancing at her bedroom. "Go to my room." "Yes." Yu Shuiyan breathed a sigh of relief, helped Zhang Peng support Lin Feng, and the two of them carried Lin Feng into Chu Ling Shuang's room. After laying Lin Feng flat on Chu Ling Shuang's large bed, Yu Shuiyan quickly gave him an injection and hung up the foredrip. She then took the honey water handed to her by her subordinate and fed it to Lin Feng spoonful by spoonful. However, the action did not go smoothly. Lin Feng pursed her lips tightly, holding a bowl in her hand, the honey water in the spoon flowing down Lin Feng's cheek onto the pillow. Seeing this situation, Chu Ling Shuang became anxious. She strode forward, snatched the bowl from Yu Shuiyan's hand, and said angrily, "I'll do it." "Yes." Yu Shuiyan dared not say no and quickly helped to pry open Lin Feng's mouth a crack. And so, Chu Ling Shuang fed him spoonful by spoonful with a tense expression. Before long, the bowl of brown sugar water was empty. With a sugar cube in his mouth and the four-drip bottle lowered by half, Lin Feng's breathing gradually stabilized. Zhang Peng and Yu Shuiyan silently wiped away their sweat. Thankfully, this guy wasn't in any serious trouble, otherwise they would have been finished. "Miss, he'll be fine after you feed him some porridge when he wakes up. I've already prepared the medicine. Just give it to him later." Yu Shuiyan thoughtfully divided the medicine and placed it on the bedside table. Seeing that Chu Ling Shuang didn't speak, she glanced at Zhang Peng, gathered everyone, and left the bedroom. Chapter 72. Killing you would tarnish my life. The room fell silent instantly. Chu Ling Shuang sat on the edge of the bed, staring intently at Lin Feng's face. A faint color returned to his pale face, and his breathing gradually stabilized. She pursed her lips and touched Lin Feng's cheek with one hand. It felt slightly cool to the touch. Her hand moved slowly, her fingertips landing on his tightly pursed lips. He had just finished a bowl of honey water, and his lips were already slightly moist. Chu Ling Shuang gritted her teeth, her hand sliding upwards until it landed on the corner of his eye, her gaze becoming increasingly fierce. An overwhelming desire for control suddenly welled up inside her, almost driving her crazy. Thinking about what had just happened, she wished she could crush Lin Feng and embed him into her body. She didn't know what was wrong with her. At first, she just wanted to see Lin Feng beg for mercy, but now it had evolved into a control that even she herself was afraid of. But she knew that the only way she could satisfy herself was to keep Lin Feng by her side. She wouldn't care even if it meant being forced. Chu Ling Shuang took a few deep breaths, her fingers trembling as she tried to apply more pressure, but was afraid of hurting him again. She pressed her lips together, rubbing his cheek, and muttered fiercely, "Lin Feng, you'll never leave me." Well, he slept for a very long time, as if the world was spinning. Lin Feng, who had suddenly fallen into darkness, slightly moved his eyelids. He twitched his fingers a few times and slightly opened his eyes. What met his eyes was a warm yellow light, and the woman he hated to the core, Chu Ling Shuang. She sat demurely in front of him, but her beautiful eyes were bloodshot as she stared intently at him. "Woke up." Her voice, which sounded neither angry nor indifferent, echoed, tinged with a hint of weariness. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Feng suddenly woke up. This woman almost killed him. He had just woken up and hadn't eaten anything. But somehow he had the strength to suddenly stand up and pounce on Chu Ling Shuang like a ferocious tiger. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered, but she showed no sign of panic. He pounced on her, pinned her to the mattress, and gripped her shoulders so tightly he almost broke her bones. Chu Ling Shuang winced in pain, but didn't cry out. She frowned and asked in a flat tone, "Aren't you hungry?" "Hungry." Gurgle. The word had barely crossed Lin Feng's mind when his stomach started growling uncontrollably. Immediately afterwards, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his limbs felt extremely tired, though the strength in his hands had diminished considerably. Hearing his stomach growl and feeling the grip on her weaken, Chu Ling Shuang smiled slightly. "Eat something first. I've already had the porridge heated up." That same mocking expression again. Didn't she know he almost lost his life just now? Does she treat a life like a game, or has she never considered him a human being at all? Lin Feng was enraged. He raised his hand and grabbed Chu Ling Shuang by the neck, saying viciously, "I'll eat your mother's ass. I'll strangle you to death, you son of a bitch." As he spoke, he began to exert force with his hands. He had been filled with hatred for 4 whole days, plus the hatred that had almost cost him his life, so he went all out from the start. Chu Ling Shuang instantly felt short of breath. Her brain was congested with blood, and her entire face turned bright red. If you kill me, you won't live either. She barely managed to utter those words before a sudden wave of dizziness caused her vision to go black. A life for a life. I'd trade my worthless life for you, Miss Chu. It's worth it. Lin Feng was furious. Ignoring the dizziness in his head, he pinched her with all his might. Chu Ling Shuang's slender neck was almost snapped, her eyes bulged slightly, and her mouth opened and closed. Even though the fear of death was looming over her, Lin Feng saw the corners of her mouth turn up in a smile. It was as if she was just waiting for him to strangle her. He suddenly calmed down and abruptly let go. Wrong. If he really makes a move, then what difference is there between him and Chu Ling Shuang? Chu Ling Shuang is crazy, but he isn't. He was a perfectly normal person. All he wanted was the simplest, free life. He couldn't just fall into the world of madness. He is not powerless to influence other people's lives, but he can control himself to avoid interfering with others. He needs to be himself. He is the master of his own emotions. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng's sudden release caused Chu Ling Shuang to cough violently. She gagged a couple of times, but her expression gradually calmed down. She covered her throat, looking at Lin Feng with considerable surprise. Why did you suddenly stop? She didn't understand, her eyes filled with an eager curiosity to know. Killing you would tarnish my life. Lin Feng responded indifferently, leaning on the mattress and half lying back, looking at Chu Ling Shuang with contempt and amusement. You are not worthy of me doing this. He was half lying down, and his words, which were so calm and uneventful, instantly enraged Chu Ling Shuang. How could he look at her with such pitying and sorrowful eyes? She was the eldest daughter of the Chu family in Beijing. He had ignored her time and again, which was bad enough, but now he was staring at her with such pitiful eyes. What does he take him for? Is he a great saint who sympathizes with and loves all people? Chu Ling Shuang had never been looked at like that before. For the first time, she felt her self-esteem being trampled on. This was even more painful for her than killing her. I won't allow you to look at me like that. Take your pleading gaze away. She went mad, crawling up to Lin Feng in a morbidly violent manner, so angry that she straightened her chest, grabbed his collar, and glared at him. Even though she was in a superior position, looking down from above, with the one in power scrutinizing her, Lin Feng, with his face raised, still looked at her with that mocking yet pitying gaze. This is not what she wanted. For some reason, from that moment on, even though he was right in front of her, she felt that he no longer belonged to her. Chu Ling Shuang was practically driven mad by that look. She gritted her teeth, silently took out a pill from her sleeve pocket, and threw it into the porridge bowl when Lin Feng wasn't looking. She brought over the bowl of porridge, her tone softening slightly. Holding the bowl up, she commanded, "Drink the porridge first." "Do you think he's an idiot?" Lin Feng sneered. "Do you think I would eat the food you send me? Don't make me angry." Chu Ling Shuang gritted her teeth and spoke sharply, shoving the rim of the bowl between Lin Feng's lips. Lin Feng pursed his lips, turned his head to one side, his Adam's apple bobbing, and uttered a single word, "Get lost." Chu Ling Shuang stared intently at Lin Feng, who refused to cooperate. She could no longer suppress her anger. She held the bowl of porridge, took a big gulp, and with her other hand, grabbed Lin Feng's chin, aimed at his thin lips, and pressed them hard against his. Chapter 73. You forced me to do this. Lin Feng didn't even have time to react. Just as he was about to hurl insults, the warm porridge slid down his throat. He took a bite, and although he coughed a few times because he choked, he swallowed quite a lot. Chu Ling Shuang wiped her mouth, wanting to do it again, but Lin Feng raised his hand and slapped it onto the bowl. With a loud bang, the sound of the bowl shattering echoed throughout the bedroom. "Miss, what happened?" Outside, Yu Shuiyan's anxious voice rang out. Chu Ling Shuang stared at Lin Feng and coldly ordered, "Bring another bowl of porridge." "Yes." Yu Shuiyan responded, and soon, her hurried footsteps could be heard outside the door. Lin Feng wiped his mouth, the aroma of porridge filling his mouth, making his stomach rumble. He could hold on a little longer before, but now he was practically starving. Gurgle. His stomach was growling loudly. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and shoved Chu Ling Shuang away. "Get out of my way. I don't have time to play with you anymore." Surprisingly, Chu Ling Shuang did not stop him. Instead, She sat upright on the bed and stared at him with an icy gaze. Lin Feng opened the door and happened to run into Yu Shuyan, bringing over some porridge. The aroma emanating from the bowl filled his nostrils, and Lin Feng's stomach growled wildly. "Sir, please drink your porridge first. You are weak right now, and it is not advisable for you to move around." Yu Shuyan spoke very politely, and she pushed the bowl towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng noticed that a maid was following behind her, carrying a pot full of porridge. It looks like it was cooked and then reheated many times. He was indeed extremely weak. It was estimated that this place was probably in the suburbs, and it would probably take more than 20 minutes to drive to the city. With his body in such a state, he couldn't concentrate on driving. Besides, it's not even certain if there are any cars outside. Lin Feng took a deep breath, stared at Yu Shuyan for a long time, and finally picked up the bowl of warm porridge and gulped it down. With some food in his stomach, he lifted his foot to walk outside. But Yu Shuyan stepped aside to block him, saying, "Sir, you need to rest now. It's best if you don't leave for the time being." As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward Chu Ling Shuang's position inside the room. It seemed as if he was signaling something to Lin Feng with his eyes. Lin Feng didn't care about any of that. He took a deep breath and said calmly, "What else do you want? I almost died here, and you're still not done playing?" Yu Shuyan's lips twitched. This had nothing to do with her. It wasn't her who wanted to shut it off. She held the door, and Zhang Peng and the others came over behind her. 7 or 8 people stood at the door, blocking Lin Feng from leaving. He had only eaten a little something, and his body hadn't fully recovered yet. How could he possibly be a match for these people? But he was going to die either way, and he had experienced the taste of death before. Lin Feng lowered his eyes, preparing to fight to the death. However, just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly felt dizzy. Immediately afterwards, his body felt like it was being scorched by a raging fire, and the heat made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The abnormality in his body made him realize instantly that it was that bowl of porridge. He grabbed Yu Shuyan's shoulders and demanded sharply, "What did you put in the porridge?" "Ah." Yu Shuyan was taken aback. The strong clamp on her shoulder hurt. She frowned. "This is just normal porridge. I just had some." As she spoke, she looked at Lin Feng, and when she saw the extremely unnatural blush on his face, she instantly understood. Before Lin Feng could speak, Yu Shuyan shoved him into the bedroom and locked the door tightly. "It's you." Lin Feng turned around abruptly, his eyes wide open, even showing a few blood vessels. Chu Ling Shuang was also feeling unwell. She had swallowed some of the porridge, and now that she was feeling better, her cheeks were flushed. "It's me." She gave a casual reply, then began to tug at the sash of her clothes. Lin Feng was startled by her decisive action. He instinctively stepped back, gripping the buttons on his collar tightly. You're crazy." Doesn't she have any shame? Having just gone through such a life-or-death situation, she's still thinking about doing these things? Chu Ling Shuang's face was flushed, and her outer garment had been pulled down a bit. She was breathing heavily, as if she had her eyes fixed on her prey, her eyes locked on Lin Feng. The next second, she lifted her legs, and her fair little feet landed on the carpet. She stood up and approached Lin Feng step by step, like a vampire. "It's not the first time. What, are you shy?" She raised an eyebrow, watching Lin Feng clench his fists in pain, huddled on the sofa in the corner. A surge of indescribable joy welled up in her heart. She was also getting a little too hot to stand. Lin Feng's back was already pressed against the wall, and the sofa was to his left. He really wanted to lie down, but reason told him he couldn't. He absolutely cannot let Chu Ling Shuang succeed like this. His head was numb from the heat, and his bloodshot eyes scanned the room. Finally, he spotted the teapot cooling on the coffee table not far away. Lin Feng took a deep breath, mustered his last bit of rationality, shoved Chu Ling Shuang away, grabbed the teapot, and gave himself a thorough blast of cold water. Splash! The icy water poured down, and he finally regained some of his senses. However, Chu Ling Shuang, who had been pushed onto the sofa, stared intently at him. She then slowly got up and walked towards Lin Feng. It's just like a hungry ghost demanding your life. Lin Feng couldn't dodge in time, and was caught by Chu Ling Shuang's hand. This time, she didn't give Lin Feng a chance to resist at all. She stood on tiptoe and pressed herself against Lin Feng. The moment the smooth, jelly-like texture surged through him, Lin Feng froze completely. In the dim light, he vaguely saw that Chu Ling Shuang had let go of him. Where they were just moments ago so close, a delicate branch now connects them. In an instant, the flames that surged in his heart engulfed Lin Feng. He knew that a mutation was necessary in his now fiery genes. He couldn't take it anymore. Lin Feng grabbed Chu Ling Shuang's shoulder with his other hand and said through gritted teeth, "You forced me to do this." Chu Ling Shuang's eyes were glazed over, and her mind was foggy. She couldn't hear what Lin Feng was saying at all. She was very hungry. Outside the villa, it was pitch black. The howling wind swept through, colliding with the darkness, tearing apart the silent sky with its roar, until finally, in the dead of night, it created a sky full of stars. For the first time, Chu Ling Shuang slept until noon. When she awoke, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction filled her entire body, and she raised her hand to touch her side with great satisfaction. However, this touch jolted her awake. The room beside her was empty. Lin Feng was nowhere to be seen. She abruptly got up and hurriedly got out of bed. The moment she rushed out of the bedroom, the scene that greeted her made her lips twitch. Lin Feng sat at the dining table in the living room, where various delicacies were laid out, and he was wolfing down his food. Chu Ling Shuang felt a sense of relief and quickly walked to the dining table to sit down opposite Lin Feng. Seemingly regaining her senses, after a long silence, she took the initiative to say, "To express my apology, I can grant you one request." Lin Feng gripped a large chicken leg, took a big bite, and sneered, "No need. Try to negotiate with him. It's too late. Now, either let him go or kill him. Don't even think about getting him to compromise." Chapter 74. As long as he obeys, his sister will rise to prominence. She kindly offered a suggestion, but unexpectedly, Lin Feng retorted again. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes darkened, and her light voice rang out again. "You did well yesterday. It means it's a reward, so don't take advantage of it." Lin Feng understood perfectly well. He sneered, showing no mercy to Chu Ling Shuang. "If you hadn't used tricks, do you think I would have wanted to touch you?" Okay. Chu Ling Shuang was amused by his stubborn response. She curled her lips, rested her chin on one hand, leaned forward slightly, and looked at Lin Feng with amusement. "I don't mind using that kind of thing as your daily food." In other words, she could make him eat something good every day. That thing really works. It was an unprecedented experience. Chu Ling Shuang was very satisfied. Unlike the soreness she felt the first time, she felt like she was getting a little addicted. "I'm addicted to him." Lin Feng silently put down the half-eaten chicken leg in his hand and glanced at Chu Ling Shuang with an indifferent expression. "Does Miss Chu think I'll stay here obediently?" As he spoke, he stood up straight. He had eaten a lot, and with the medicine Yu Shuiyan prescribed, his body had fully recovered. Now, even if Zhang Peng brought people over, he felt he could fight them with all his might. Without giving Chu Ling Shuang a chance to speak, Lin Feng turned around and prepared to leave. But the next second, Chu Ling Shuang's voice suddenly rang out, with a hint of playful mockery. "So you're saying you don't care whether Xia Qingqing lives or dies?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. He turned around abruptly, trying his best to calm himself down, and said indifferently, "She and I are just colleagues. What she does is none of my business." He had to try his best to remain ruthless towards Xia Qingqing. If Chu Ling Shuang found out that Xia Qingqing was his sister, he would only be threatened even more severely. Before Chu Ling Shuang finds out about this, he must sever ties with Xia Qingqing. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Ling Shuang's face instantly revealed a wicked smile. "Is that so?" she asked casually, placing one hand on the table and tapping her 5 fingers on it, looking at him with an even more amused expression. "Even if Xia Qingqing is your own sister, is it none of your business?" She smiled faintly, her words like those of a demon from hell. Lin Feng was instantly stunned. He turned around incredulously, exclaiming in shock, "You already knew? If I want to know something, there's nothing I can't find out." Chu Ling Shuang stared at Lin Feng with an expression of complete confidence. At first, she was indeed unaware of the situation. But after picking up Lin Feng, she heard that he had bought so many things for Xia Qingqing and even went to her house, which instantly made her jealous. She ordered her men to investigate everything about Lin Feng and Xia Qingqing, but unexpectedly, they received this unexpected good news. How will Lin Feng react to this complete stranger who claims to be his younger sister? It's going to be really fun. Chu Ling Shuang squinted at Lin Feng, who was shocked and at a loss, and felt thoroughly satisfied from head to toe. He hadn't expected Chu Ling Shuang to actually investigate. He had anticipated this outcome, but he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Lin Feng clenched his fists, pressed his thin lips together, and remained silent. Chu Ling Shuang's smile deepened. She raised an eyebrow slightly and said with a grin, "If you promise to obey me from now on, I can guarantee your sister a life of comfort and security." "Certainly." She changed the subject, still smiling slightly, and said, "I've seen your sister's resume. Although she doesn't have much work experience, she's truly outstanding. It's a bit of a waste for her to be an intern. I just remembered there's a department manager position that's still vacant." She seemed to be implying something. Chu Ling Shuang's words were quite clear. As long as he obeyed, his sister would rise to prominence. Regardless of the department, any manager at Yihan Group can earn over 100,000 yuan a month. Without a doubt, this is the best option to improve Xia Qingqing's family's financial situation. But, meeting Chu Ling Shuang's confident gaze, Lin Feng sneered. "What makes you think I would help a complete stranger?" His words, spoken slowly and deliberately, reached Chu Ling Shuang's ears. This time, it was Chu Ling Shuang who was surprised. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly as she looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. "She's your own sister. Isn't the paternity test report 99.99%? What does that have to do with me?" Lin Feng remained calm and unhurried. He pulled over a chair, placed his hands on the back of the chair, and looked at Chu Ling Shuang with a smile. "Do you think my relationship with her is so good that I would give up my own freedom for her? It's just a report. Can it replace my more than 20 years of personal experience?" His words were like pebbles, each one striking Chu Ling Shuang's heart with devastating force. How is that possible? He actually doesn't want the biological family he finally found. Abandoned by the Su family and deceived by his ex-girlfriend, shouldn't he yearn for true family affection even more? Or is it that he has become so independent that he no longer needs anyone to comfort him when he is tired? At this moment, Chu Ling Shuang no longer wanted to conquer him, but rather wanted to understand him. She wanted to know what kind of person this man was. He stood before her, calmly gazing at her, yet he exuded an aloofness, like a lonely ruler, keeping strangers at bay. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang remain silent, Lin Feng knew that his words had worked. Although his words were somewhat harsh, that was truly what he thought. Why should he feel sympathy for a family that has never raised him? From the time he could remember, he lived in the orphanage. Unlike other children who longed for family affection, he always knew that in this world, he could only rely on himself. Therefore, during his many years in the Su family, he remembered to study hard. He knew from the beginning that his relationship with the Su family was nothing more than mutual benefit. Therefore, when he was kicked out of the Su family, he never thought of revenge. Profits come quickly, but relationships end when they run their course. He has always been alone in this world, and the events of a month ago made him realize that he will only live for himself in this life. Because, in his life, the world must revolve around him. If Miss Chu has nothing else, I will take my leave. I have made my point very clear, and I hope that Miss Chu will not bother me again in the future. Lin Feng repeated the sentence in a deep voice, thus expressing his attitude. Unexpectedly, this time, Chu Ling Shuang didn't have anyone stop him, but she made a request. "I can leave you alone, but you have to promise me one thing." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Miss Chu, please tell me." Chu Ling Shuang crossed her arms and looked at Lin Feng meaningfully. "There's a grand banquet the day after tomorrow. You'll come with me. Afterwards, I'll naturally let you leave. Chapter 75. You only live once in your life. A lavish feast?" Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, and a thought flashed through his mind. She wouldn't be thinking of. "If you're willing to come with me, I'll naturally let you go." Chu Ling Shuang's voice rang out again, accompanied by an inscrutable glance at him. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, "Miss Chu, you wouldn't be asking me to attend as your male companion, would you? If that's the case, Wouldn't everyone outsiders know about his relationship with Chu Lingshuang? When the time comes, with all the news coverage, he won't be able to leave as easily as he wants. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng wasn't stupid enough to think of this. Chu Lingshuang curled her lips and said, "Don't worry, you only need to attend as my bodyguard." Her ambiguous words were full of hidden meaning, but the meaning behind those words was quite clear. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Okay, I promise you. But I hope that Miss Chu won't go back on her word after this is over." "That's natural." Chu Lingshuang nodded slightly, watching Lin Feng leave the villa, her lips curving upwards in a smile. She did promise to let him go, but she didn't say she would let his sister go. She lifted her right leg and placed it on top of her left, a feeling of relaxed comfort spreading throughout her body. She hadn't had enough of this rare experience yet, so how could she let him go so easily? Chu Lingshuang raised her eyebrows and called out in a cold voice, "Shui Yan." Yu Shuyan, who had been working in Chu Lingshuang's study, suddenly rushed out. "Miss, what are your orders?" "Go and have Tianhan adjust Xia Qingqing's position, and by the way..." She paused, as if she had thought of something, and added, "Find her a place near the company." Yu Shuyan was taken aback and looked at her young mistress in surprise, while Chu Lingshuang had an expression that said, "You know what I mean." "My goodness, this is a big deal. A promotion and a house as a gift. Xia Qingqing is really lucky." She quickly replied, "Yes, miss, I'll go right away." Seeing her leave, Chu Lingshuang got up and went to the bathroom, where Lin Feng's scent still lingered. She squinted, the tenderness of last night flashing through her mind. Hiss! It was truly an amazing experience. She looked at herself in the mirror and a faint, wistful smile slowly appeared on her face. After leaving the villa, Lin Feng was drenched in sweat. He walked along the road for nearly 15 minutes before finally reaching the national highway. After waiting for a few more minutes, he was able to hail a taxi. "Young man, where are you going?" As soon as Lin Feng got in the car, the driver asked him a question. Lin Feng suddenly came to his senses. "Yes, where did he go?" "He's already given up the rental apartment there. He had originally planned to stay longer since the factory provided meals and accommodation, but now he's left." He had just said those things to Chu Lingshuang, so he couldn't go to Xia Qingqing's house now. He checked his phone balance and found he had 63,000 yuan left. He thought for a moment and said to the driver, "Let's go to the Hill Hotel. Anyway, a day or two won't make a difference." So he decided to just enjoy a king-size bedroom and make up for the torment he had endured over the past 2 days. After all, we only live once in our lives. "All right." The driver agreed and stepped on the gas, sending the car off like an arrow. Less than half an hour later, at the entrance of the Hill Hotel, Lin Feng paid the fare and got out of the car. After registering and paying at the front desk, he took his room key and went upstairs. His attention was completely focused on his phone, and he didn't notice the person who came out of the elevator when the doors opened. Lin Feng." Fang Ziyue exclaimed in surprise, then quickly realized what was happening and covered her mouth. Yeah, what are you saying?" The man who then stepped out of the elevator smiled and put his arm around Fang Ziyue's shoulder, curiously looking into the elevator following her gaze. At that moment, the elevator doors had already closed, and the man hadn't seen anything. "No, it's nothing." Fang Ziyue hurriedly shook her head, her face pale, and clutched the man's sleeve, saying, "Young master, let's go eat quickly. I'm so hungry." "Sure, order whatever you want to eat. It's on me today." Sun Xiaoyu waved his hand generously, smiled, and hooked his arm around Fang Ziyue's shoulder as they walked out. Fang Ziyue was still pale. She kept her head down and secretly glanced at the elevator, which had already closed its doors. She never expected Lin Feng to appear here. The last incident was a big blow to her. Although she had come to terms with it afterward with her mother's comfort, she realized that the mistress didn't matter, and getting the money was the only thing that mattered. But Lin Feng had changed jobs, and she couldn't contact him no matter how many times she called. She also needed to eat and drink because her living expenses had been cut off these days, so she had no choice but to turn to Sun Xiaoyu again. However, she also learned that Sun Xiaoyu would be representing the Sun family at a grand banquet the day after tomorrow, and that Sun Xiaoyu was missing a female companion. This is why she agreed to open a hotel with Sun Xiaoyu. This lavish banquet is a crucial opportunity for her to change her destiny. She could easily hook up with a rich man, and her family would be able to squeeze into the elite circle. Maybe even Lin Feng would bow down and beg for mercy from her. These past few days, she felt she had been humble enough towards Lin Feng, but all she got in return was his merciless mockery. She couldn't swallow this insult. She was clearly the leading lady who was born to be in the center, so why was she repeatedly insulted by Lin Feng? Feng Ziyue clenched her fist, hooked her arm tightly around Sun Xiaoyu's, and smiled sweetly. "Young Master Yu, I heard there's a banquet coming up soon." She chatted casually, but the meaning behind her words was already quite clear. Sun Xiaoyu's eyes flashed, and he said knowingly, "You want to come with me, right?" Feng Ziyue immediately perked up and nodded vigorously. "That's right. Brother Xiaoyu, you're still missing a female companion for the banquet, right? I'll dress up nicely and definitely won't embarrass you." She spoke with a smile, making an adorable face, her big eyes sparkling. Her innocent appearance combined with her pitiful expression made Sun Xiaoyu's lower body tense. He hooked his arm around Feng Ziyue's shoulder and said with a wicked grin, "We'll have to see if you can satisfy me tonight." Feng Ziyue blushed, gently patted Sun Xiaoyu's arm, and muttered, "Brother Xiaoyu, you're so naughty. How can I get your love if I'm not bad?" Holding Feng Ziyue in his arms, Sun Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy, his mind already racing with countless unbelievable movie scenarios. Lin Feng, who was comfortably nestled in his hotel room, ordered several takeout meals, and then took a long, refreshing shower. He was scrolling through short videos while waiting for his takeout to arrive when he noticed a pop-up window appearing at the top of his phone. At the same time, Chu Ling Shuang held the gilded invitation in her hand, her eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. Chapter 76. Are they really using him as cannon fodder? It was a message from Chao Siyuan. "Hey bro, where have you been working lately?" Thinking that Chao Siyuan had also helped him a lot and had helped him drive away the Su and Fong families, Lin Feng told the truth. "The Hill Hotel is just sitting around doing nothing." "Setting up again?" Chao Siyuan quickly replied, along with a speechless emoji. Lin Feng, "Yeah, these days, what's more comfortable than just lazing around at work?" "That makes sense," Chao Siyuan replied. "But brother, it's good to slack off when you have money. But if you don't have money and slack off for too long, you'll easily get anxious." Lin Feng frowned slightly, feeling as if Chao Siyuan wanted to say something to him. He got straight to the point. "Old Chao, just say what you want to say. There's no need for all this beating around the bush between us brothers." Chao Siyuan quickly responded, "To be honest, your live stream on my channel last time was so successful that several agents contacted me saying they wanted you to play a cameo role, a minor supporting role, or an extra." Before Lin Feng could reply, he sent another message. "Aren't you at the Hill Hotel right now? There's a film crew nearby. You're free anyway, so why don't you go over and earn some pocket money? You didn't accept the transfer I gave you last time, and I still feel bad about it. Anyway, you're just slacking off. They said they mainly like you because of your looks and want you to go through the motions." Upon seeing the long message from Chao Siyuan, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised that Chao Siyuan was still thinking about this. The last time Chao Siyuan sent him a transfer of more than 50,000 yuan, he felt embarrassed to accept it since he had only worked for him for less than 5 days, and they were brothers. He didn't expect Chao Siyuan to feel bad about it too. This made them both feel guilty. Lin Feng smiled, a rare occurrence, feeling a warm glow in his heart. As for what Lao Chao said, it's a good idea. He is currently unemployed and only has 60,000 yuan in hand. It would be good for him to do some odd jobs to earn some pocket money after attending the banquet the day after tomorrow. However, the entertainment industry is a very complicated place. Although he is just an extra, he has never been in this industry before. If he gets tricked into it, that would be a real problem. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then replied, "Is it reliable? Why would I recommend someone unreliable to you?" Chao Siyuan replied, "There's someone who graduated from the same university as you. His nickname seems to be Zhengbo Chao." "Zhengbo Chao?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. He felt that the name sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it for the moment. However, since it was Chao Siyuan who recommended him, he had no worries. He replied, "Okay, Then please tell him that I'll finish what I'm doing and head over on time the day after tomorrow. Chao Siyuan responded with an okay sign. Just then, the takeout arrived. Lin Feng put down his phone, took the takeout in, and ate a couple more bites of rice. Lin Feng wondered if he had been too hungry a few days ago, because he felt his appetite had increased again. Even though he had eaten so much at Chu Lingshuang's place, he was hungry again after only sitting in the car for a short while. However, he didn't finish his takeout. He simply lay down on the bed and fell asleep in no time. He hasn't gone out these past 2 days, ordering takeout when he's hungry, and always having the cleaning staff come in to clean the house in the afternoon. It was the afternoon of the 3rd day. At 5 o'clock sharp, he received a message from Lu Tianhan. Sir, please send me your address, and I'll come pick you up right now. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and sent his location directly, praying that today's events would end quickly so he could be free. At 5:30, Lu Tianhan knocked on the door on time and brought a set of clothes with her. Lin Feng didn't say much. He went to the bathroom to change his clothes, and after checking out of the hotel, he got into Lu Tianhan's car and headed to the Intercontinental Hotel. The banquet hall is on the top floor of the hotel. As Miss has instructed, I will take you upstairs in a moment. When Miss is about to dine, you will need to taste the dishes beforehand. You will need to stay by Miss's side the whole time to ensure her safety. In the car, Lu Tianhan talked at length to Lin Feng about the duties of a bodyguard. Lin Feng's lips twitched. Wasn't this just like the eunuchs serving the emperor in ancient times? He even had to taste the dishes. Are they really using him as cannon fodder? However, that's all the trouble he has to offer. After tonight, he'll be free again, so it's nothing to worry about. The car drove very fast and arrived at our destination in no time. After the car came to a stop, Lin Feng got out and glanced at the magnificent hotel building in front of him, but he wasn't too surprised. He had been to this Intercontinental Hotel before. It has 8 floors and extremely luxurious facilities. The beach view alone justifies the hotel's room price of 180,000 yuan per night. The room facilities are extremely luxurious, all bearing high-end labels, making it one of the top 3 hotels in China. Lu Tianhan got out of the car as well, and the security guard at the entrance immediately came to greet her. Lu Tianhan handed over the key and walked into the hotel first. Lin Feng followed closely behind. As soon as he stepped into the hotel's outer gate and walked into the garden, he saw a red carpet stretching from the inside to the outside. The surrounding area is decorated with expensive flowers, and there are dozens of security guards on the side. It is no surprise that this place will welcome extremely distinguished guests tonight. Follow Lu Tianhan as she walks down the red carpet and enters the hotel lobby. While waiting for the elevator, a young man in a suit walked up to me with a smile. Hello, Ms. Lu. I am Sun Xiaoyu from the Sun Group. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sun Xiaoyu smiled and handed over a business card. Upon hearing this name, Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. Sun Xiaoyu? Could it be the young master Yu that Feng Ziyue mentioned? He was surprised to look Sun Xiaoyu up and down. Judging from his roguish smile, he knew Sun was a rich second generation who was good for nothing. It really suits Feng Ziyue's taste. Lin Feng rarely gets to witness his own gossip. Beside her, Lu Tianhan didn't even turn her head once, and led the way into the elevator as soon as the doors opened. Just as Lin Feng was about to go in, Sun Xiaoyu stopped him with a grin and a fawning expression. Brother, please pass on my business card to Miss Lu. Thank you. Lu Tianhan isn't even accepting them, so why would he want them? Lin Feng clicked his tongue, ignored him, and went straight into the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, he saw Feng Ziyue, dressed in a white evening gown, walking towards him with an elegant smile. However, just as the elevator doors closed, he caught a glimpse of Feng Ziyue's smile freezing on her face, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could he be here? Feng Ziyue stammered and couldn't even finish her sentence. Standing to the side, Sun Xiaoyu, who had been given the cold shoulder twice in a row, was not angry. Instead, he pressed Feng Ziyue's shoulder with surprise and urgency. Yeah, you know them? Feng Ziyue looked at Sun Xiaoyu nervously. She bit her lower lip and made up an excuse. That guy just now was my college classmate. Chapter 77. You're the only bodyguard by Mrs. side today. She stared intently at Sun Xiaoyu's expression, as if afraid he would become angry at any moment. Unexpectedly, Sun Xiaoyu exclaimed with delight. That's great. Yeah, could you find a chance to hand him my business card and have him give it to Miss Liu? Fang Ziyue, huh? Yeah, let me tell you. That woman who just went in is Director Liu of Ihan Group. If we can get to know her, my son family can jump a social class. And then I'll definitely marry you in a grand and glorious way. Sun Xiaoyu was extremely excited. When his words reached Fang Ziyue's ears, the second half of the sentence wasn't so important. What mattered was the first half. What did he say? The woman accompanying Lin Feng is Director Liu of Ihan Group. In an instant, the doubt that had been lingering in my heart for many days was finally resolved. She said that it was impossible for Lin Feng, who had been kicked out of the Su family, to have entered Ihan Group so easily and drive a top-of-the-line sports car. It turned out that he had gotten close to Director Liu of Ihan Group. So, does that mean the woman I saw in the convenience store warehouse a few days ago was also this Director Liu? She bit her lip hard. She could never have imagined this. Lin Feng, you're incredibly capable. She bit her lip hard, looking troubled, and said, Brother Xiaoyu, I am. She wanted to say that her relationship with him was too complicated, and that it would be difficult for her to handle this matter. But Sun Xiaoyu was already too excited. He grabbed Fang Ziyue's shoulders without regard for his image and said urgently, It's okay. Yeah. Weren't you the campus belle of Shaota University? It's just a small favor. As long as you ask, I'm sure he'll be willing to help. School beauty. This word seemed to awaken Fang Ziyue's memories. Really? Back then, who at the university didn't know her name, Fang Ziyue? Moreover, she and Lin Feng dated for 3 years, and those 3 years of feelings were unforgettable. Everything Lin Feng is doing now is just to show off to her. She doesn't believe that 3 years of relationship can just disappear like that. Normally, she's the one who rushes to please Sun Xiaoyu. But now, Sun Xiaoyu is practically begging her, isn't this exactly what she wants? Besides, it was just asking Lin Feng to hand over a business card. She didn't believe that after so many years of friendship, he wouldn't be willing to help with such a small favor. Fang Ziyue suddenly felt confident. Marrying into the Sun family was nothing compared to her ambitions. She raised an eyebrow, took the business card from Sun Xiaoyu's hand, and said sweetly, Okay, then, if this matter is successfully completed, how will Brother Xiaoyu reward me? Didn't you take a liking to that Yushan coffee shop? I'll buy it right now and give it to you after it's all done. Sun Xiaoyu didn't hesitate either, hitting the vital point directly. Although Yushan Coffee is not in the city center of Beijing, its status changes once it owns its own store. Fang Ziyue's lips curled up, her smile becoming even brighter. No problem, leave it to me. This banquet wasn't very good. Inside the ascending elevator, Lin Feng twitched his lips and muttered a complaint. He thought it was some high-class banquet, but he never expected Fang Ziyue to squeeze in. The Chu family must be starving. They'll attend any kind of shabby banquet. Glancing at Lin Feng, Lu Tianhan naturally understood what he meant, and she retorted, They're not on the invitation list for this banquet. So they can come in too. This surprised Lin Feng. Only the top floor is the main venue for the banquet. These people are just here because they heard there was a banquet, and they're all crammed in to join in the fun. Lu Tianhan curled her lip, seemingly used to this kind of thing. Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he rolled his eyes. I thought it was some high-class banquet. It's nothing special that some Tom, Dick, and Harry can sneak in. His dismissive tone completely ignited Lu Tianhan's anger. The Chu family is just making an appearance. Who knows what kind of trouble that Gu guy is up to? She was only ordered to bring Lin Feng here. I don't know if Miss has lost her mind or what, insisting on attending such a lousy banquet. I really don't understand. Someone surnamed Gu? Lin Feng instantly caught the key words in Lu Tianhan's words. Yes. Lu Tianhan chattered on and on. I heard that Gu Wenshuan, who studied abroad, is back. It just so happens to be his birthday. So the Gu family patriarch specially hosted a banquet and invited a whole bunch of people. As she spoke, Lin Feng frowned. He had heard of the Gu family. They were one of the 4 major families in Beijing, and they were very successful in the business world. He had the honor of attending an auction held by old Master Gu when he led the Su family, but it was only a brief encounter. There was no other way. He had only been starting from scratch for less than 3 years, and as an outsider, the difficulties he faced were unimaginable. But The Chu family is a force to be reckoned with, easily defeating the four great families. She, Chu Lingshuang, was actually willing to attend this kind of banquet. That's really rare. Or was she doing it on purpose? The moment the thought popped into his mind, Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. As the elevator doors opened, revealing an extravagantly luxurious interior, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that Chu Lingshuang's promise to let him go was merely the beginning of another game. Come on, what are you daydreaming about? Miss is still waiting inside. Seeing Lin Feng standing there, Lu Tianhan couldn't help but mutter, "You're Miss's only bodyguard today." These words swirled in Lin Feng's mind like a curse. But at this point, it was like an arrow already on a bowstring, ready to be released. He took a deep breath and stepped into the banquet hall. There were already quite a few people waiting in the main banquet hall, all dressed up, some with female companions. Lin Feng could recognize the real young masters and ladies from noble families, but there were only 7 or 8 of them. The rest were bodyguards or servants, and there were nearly 40 or 50 of them, showing how grand the scene was. After exiting the elevator, Lu Tianhan took the VIP passage and went directly to a private room. Pushing open the door, he saw Chu Lingshuang sitting elegantly on a leather sofa, dressed in a light green evening gown, with a string of valuable emeralds adorning her slender neck. Her long, slender, and fair legs were casually draped over the low coffee table in front of her. Despite her unrestrained sitting posture, her elegant figure made her appear exceptionally noble, exuding an air of nobility in every gesture. "Miss, the person has been brought." Lu Tianhan stepped forward and bowed her head to report. Chu Lingshuang slightly raised her eyes, her indifferent gaze falling on Lin Feng, with an added air of incomprehension. He was still as robust as ever after just 2 days. She curled her lips into a slightly satisfied smile, raised her hand playfully, and her fingertips trembled slightly in the air. Lu Tianhan immediately understood and withdrew. At this moment, only the 2 of them remained in the large private room. Chapter 78, Is Our Relationship Something That Can Be Shown to Others? Lin Feng didn't bother to talk to her anymore. He went straight to the sofa and sat down like a big shot. Seeing his casual movements, Chu Lingshuang raised her eyebrows slightly, but didn't say anything more. Leaning back against the sofa cushions, Lin Feng asked indifferently, "When do we enter, and what time does it end?" This is what he cares about most. He wanted this unpleasant ordeal to end as soon as possible. He'd had enough. "It starts at 7 o'clock. Chu Lingshuang slightly curled the corners of her lips, then suddenly changed the subject. "However, I have no idea when it will end." That's how banquets are always. As long as the host is willing, they can go on until dawn. Lin Feng understood this, but, "Are you out of your mind? It starts at 7. Why do you want me to come so early? It's not even 6 yet." He complained that the earlier he arrived, the longer he would have to spend alone with Chu Lingshuang. If he could, he would have preferred to arrive right on time. Chu Lingshuang remained unhurried, staring intently at Lin Feng, a mocking smirk still playing on her lips. "You can certainly do a lot in an hour." As she spoke, she gently placed her raised legs on the plush carpet. She curled her lips into a smile, her flirtatious gaze falling on Lin Feng. She raised her hand, her fingertips slightly hooking in the air. "Come sit here." She was giving him orders. He was already sitting on the sofa to her left. This distance wasn't far. Did he need to get any closer? Although this is a private room, it's still within the main banquet area. Has she become this thirsty after only 2 days apart? Seeing the hungry gleam in her eyes, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with disdain. "Miss Chu, you can't be that hungry, can you?" He spoke very directly, which was a direct slap in the face. He was forced to come here, so it was impossible for him to use a nice tone. But Chu Lingshuang didn't seem angry. Instead, she looked at him teasingly. "Aren't you a great sage? How come?" As she spoke, she suddenly stood up, and as she walked slowly in her high heels, the diamonds on her skirt swayed gracefully. "It's a bit dazzling." This was Lin Feng's direct feeling. He squinted as he watched Chu Lingshuang approach step by step. "Anyway, since we're in the banquet hall now, if he shouts a few times, someone will rush in from outside. No matter how crazy this woman is, she wouldn't torture him here." So he simply lay sprawled on the sofa and didn't move. Chu Ling Shuang approached step by step until she stopped in front of Lin Feng. She suddenly bent over, the expensive emerald necklace around her neck dangling in the air, swaying back and forth, then downwards. No. Lin Feng gasped, turned his head away, and restrained himself from looking down. After all, he had suffered the same loss last time. Catching a glimpse of his subtle movement, Chu Ling Shuang's smile deepened. She suddenly moved closer, resting her ear on Lin Feng's ear, which was positioned in front of her as he turned his head. She said softly, "Seeing me like this, shouldn't you, a great sage, be hungry and thirsty?" The warm breath she exhaled as she spoke sent a shiver down Lin Feng's spine. His health is indeed very poor. But the hatred in my heart was far more intense than this reaction. Lin Feng sneered in a hoarse voice. "Miss Chu, are you seeing things? Where am I supposed to find you a meal these days?" Seemingly satisfied with Lin Feng's reaction, Chu Ling Shuang mischievously blew a breath, accompanied by a teasing laugh. "Should we look for it?" A hint of doubt flickered in her eyes, and she restlessly tapped one leg on the sofa cushion, her meaning clear. "Don't you keep it close to your body?" Lin Feng instantly understood her metaphor. This woman is like a starving wolf. She can't be satisfied no matter how much you feed her. He bit his lip, the pain instantly bringing him to his senses. He tilted his head back, adopting a completely nonchalant posture, and stopped looking at Chu Ling Shuang. "Then you can go hungry. I'm not in the mood right now." The first half of the sentence was fine. Chu Ling Shuang hadn't really intended to do any of this. However, the second half was quite jarring. Unless she is unwilling, there's no reason for him to refuse. She raised her hand, grabbed his chin, forced him to turn his head to look at her, and then rubbed his cheek with her fingertips. "It feels good." She licked her lips with satisfaction. "Looks like you still haven't learned it after all this time." This action truly represents a role reversal. Lin Feng, who was about to become a free man, could not bear such an insult. He slapped Chu Ling Shuang's arm away, stood up, and pulled up his pants. Then he turned around and sat down at the other end of the sofa. Seeing his actions, Chu Ling Shuang's smile spread to her eyes. She didn't make things difficult for him anymore and sat down where Lin Feng had been sitting. Surprised that she didn't cause him any more trouble, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and changed the subject, asking, "Who is the main character of this banquet?" He didn't betray Lu Tianhan, and he also wanted to know if Chu Ling Shuang would tell him the truth. Chu Ling Shuang quickly responded, "Gu Wenxian. Is it the Gu family, one of the 4 great families?" Lin Feng feigned surprise upon hearing the news, then asked with some doubt, "Does the Chu family need to attend this kind of banquet?" Mentioning this, a shadow crossed Chu Ling Shuang's eyes. She picked up the exquisite teapot in front of her, poured herself a cup of water, took a sip, and then slowly said, "It was arranged by my mother." "Your mother?" Lin Feng froze, looking at Chu Ling Shuang in surprise. He could hardly believe his ears. This lunatic would listen to his family. That's really rare. Seemingly seeing through Lin Feng's doubts, Chu Ling Shuang casually said, "She arranged for me to go on a blind date with Gu Wenxian." She spoke as if it were something unrelated to her, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, as if she really wanted to know his reaction. This was Lin Feng's turn to find it unbelievable. So, this banquet, supposedly Gu Wenxian's birthday celebration, was just a pretext. The real reason was to arrange a blind date with the eldest daughter of the Chu family. But wait, that's not right. How could the Chu family possibly look up to a nobody like the Gu family? Lin Feng stared intently at Chu Ling Shuang, and recalling the insane torment she had inflicted on him, he seemed to suddenly understand. Perhaps Chu Ling Shuang's parents also know that their daughter is so crazy that she will never be able to get married? In the capital, only members of the 4 great families could catch the Chu family's eye. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's lips twitched. Every family has its own troubles. But then another problem arises. "No, this is your blind date party. What's the point of bringing me here?" Lin Feng spoke up directly. "Please, is our relationship something you can show to others? It's one thing to try to hide it, but now, not only are they taking him to a blind date banquet, but they're also only bringing him along. Could it be that she's planning to reveal her scandalous affairs with him at the banquet? Then she even said she'd let him go afterward. Isn't this a disguised form of countermeasure? Chapter 79 The Banquet Begins. In contrast to Lin Feng's disbelief, Chu Lingshuang calmly sipped her tea, her thoughtful gaze lingering on Lin Feng. Feeling a little uneasy under her unbridled and all-seeing gaze, Lin Feng simply turned his head away and stopped looking at her. He was calculating Chu Lingshuang's purpose in his mind. He felt he had figured out the reason for the blind date, but the fact that she brought him along and acted so ambiguously made it hard for him not to overthink things. If she really reveals those things at the banquet later, how should he deal with it? Are we just going to suffer this in silence? No. Lin Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes. No matter how crazy Chu Lingshuang was, it couldn't be more than this. Once their relationship was made public, it would only bring harm to Chu Lingshuang. He was just someone who had been kicked out of his home. What kind of status did the Chu family hold? Recalling Chu Lingshuang's behavior at the convenience store last time, where she didn't want outsiders to know, he felt that he shouldn't be the one worrying about this. Perhaps it was because I was too eager to escape Chu Lingshuang's clutches. Lin Feng comforted himself in this way, and his anxiety eased considerably. Time flies, and soon there was a knock on the door. Miss Chu, the banquet has already begun. Old Master Gu requests your presence at the main venue. A man's voice came from outside the door. Chu Lingshuang put down her teacup expressionlessly and responded with a cold mm. She stood up, glanced at Lin Feng who was still sitting, and a cold smile suddenly appeared on her icy face. Still sitting? My bodyguard. Lin Feng took a deep breath, glared fiercely at Chu Lingshuang, and resignedly got up. Take that gift box. Chu Lingshuang gave a brief instruction and then turned to walk outside. Lin Feng lowered his eyes, picked up the beautifully packaged gift box from the table, and followed behind Chu Lingshuang. Her figure was truly exquisite. The light green dress made her look even whiter, like a princess fleeing from the forest. Her long hair cascaded down her back, revealing her slender waist. As she walks, the flowing mermaid skirt accentuates her perfect figure, while the swaying hem is adorned with sparkling diamonds. Wherever she goes, she becomes the star. Those attending this banquet were all prominent figures in Beijing, and their female companions were all dressed in their finest attire. But wherever Chu Lingshuang went, they all paled in comparison. Miss Chu, is that really Miss Chu? I didn't expect the Gu family to actually invite Miss Chu. Everyone says the eldest daughter of the Chu family is stunningly beautiful. I thought it was just a rumor. Oh my god. Wow, the Gu family is really impressive. Miss Chu is personally attending. This kind of treatment is truly one of a kind. As he walked, Lin Feng heard the whispers of the people around him, their voices neither too loud nor too soft. His lips twitched. Indeed, he was stunned by her beauty at first glance. But who could have imagined that such a beautiful exterior concealed a near-perverted madman? Listening to those unusual words, Lin Feng truly didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. As Chu Lingshuang stepped onto the home field steps, old Master Gu, who was sitting in the middle of the field, immediately stood up and said with a smile, "It's been a long time since I've seen Miss Chu. She has really grown up a lot." His words traveled through the room, and the implication was clear. "I've known you since I was a child." This old man is trying to pat himself on the back. It seems that even the most powerful people are no different from this. Lin Feng did his best to fulfill his role as a bodyguard. He followed behind Chu Lingshuang with a serious expression, not saying a word, silently scanning the faces of everyone in the venue. Fortunately, he didn't know any of these people. Chu Lingshuang ignored old Master Gu's flattering remarks and politely offered a smile. "Greetings, Mr. Gu. This is a birthday gift from your junior to young Master Gu." She bowed slightly, her every gesture exuding elegance and poise. Lin Feng understood and presented the gift, while Gu Wenshuan, dressed in an expensive white suit, appeared behind old Master Gu. He stepped forward with a smile, accepted the gift box with both hands, and thanked Chu Lingshuang with a smile. "Thank you, Miss Chu." Chu Lingshuang's smile vanished abruptly, replaced by arrogance and coldness. Gu Wenshuan, who was closest to him, froze on his smile, a hint of gloom appearing in his eyes. Grandpa Gu was all smiles, and didn't care about Chu Lingshuang's expression. He quickly called out, Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my grandson's birthday banquet. My son and daughter-in-law are still on their way and will arrive shortly. Beside him, Gu Wenshuan, holding a gift box, added with a smile, "Please enjoy your meal first. I hope you all have a good time." Immediately, melodious and elegant piano music began to play, and the guests at the lower tables of the banquet started chatting and laughing. For these people, Gu Wenshuan's birthday banquet was not important. They were just using it as an opportunity to conduct business or socialize. Seeing that the audience was already making noise, Old Master Gu smiled and looked at Chu Ling Shuang. "Ling Shuang, this is my grandson Gu Wenshuan. He just returned from studying abroad this year. He is about the same age as you. Perfect. Take this opportunity for you young people to chat more." As he spoke, he patted Gu Wenshuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Wenshuan, why don't you take Miss Chu inside to talk? The implication is that there are too many people here, and it's too chaotic." As if he had been prepared for this, Gu Wenshuan gestured for the inner hall to enter, a gentle smile on his face. "Miss Chu, please." Chu Ling Shuang didn't hesitate, slightly raising her head to agree, and took the lead in walking towards the backstage. Grandpa Gu rubbed his hands excitedly and casually ordered the person beside him, "Go and tell them that no one is allowed to enter the backstage area." "Yes." In front of the inner hall after the banquet, Gu Wenshuan took the lead, opened the door, and gently gestured for people to enter. Chu Ling Shuang glanced indifferently at the interior of the main hall, then stepped in with a haughty air. Lin Feng was about to step forward when he was stopped by two security guards at the door. "Sir, please wait outside the door." Lin Feng couldn't bear not going in, so he immediately pulled his foot back and stood in front of the door. Chu Ling Shuang, who had just entered, turned around and instantly understood the security guard's intention. She stopped and looked directly at Gu Wenshuan, who had a gentle expression. "What does young Master Gu mean by this?" Gu Wenshuan wasn't stupid and naturally understood what Chu Ling Shuang meant. He smiled and said, "Miss Chu, don't worry, I'll arrange whatever you need. Grandpa said that we two should have a good chat, and no one else needs to come in." Yes, yes, yes. Lin Feng nodded frantically in his mind. He was just some random nobody. He shouldn't be allowed in. "Little Gu, hurry up and show us your amazing powers, and subdue this demon." Chapter 80 dragged that bodyguard out. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes instantly darkened, a sinister glint reflected in them. Before Gu Wenshuan could invite her again, she said coldly, "If you don't let him in, then I don't need to go in either." Joke. They even kept her bodyguards outside, leaving her alone in a room with a grown man. Does she need to explain what I mean? Do they really think she, Chu Ling Shuang, is a fool? Lin Feng panicked and said, "No, Miss Chu, I don't want to go in and be a third wheel." This was clearly a slap in the face to Gu Wenshuan. A shadow crossed his eyes. Then he smiled and waved to the security guard at the door. "All right, this is Miss Chu's personal bodyguard. Let him through." "Yes." The two security guards at the entrance quickly responded and gestured for them to enter. Lin Feng's lips twitched, inwardly complaining. This Gu guy isn't any better, letting him through so easily? A man can't succeed without being ruthless. That's what he thought, but Lin Feng still gritted his teeth and went inside. As Gu Wenshuan closed the door, he quickened his pace and walked over, gesturing for the sofa to open. Chu Ling Shuang touched her waist, and the hem of her skirt clung to her back. It was just a slight movement, but it revealed her exquisite figure. Gu Wenshuan's cheeks flushed as he watched, and he subconsciously swallowed. And so, Chu Ling Shuang sat upright on the sofa, exuding an air of nobility and indifference. Gu Wenshuan hurriedly made tea for Chu Ling Shuang, and then opened the glass lid of the dessert that had been prepared on the coffee table and pushed it in front of Chu Ling Shuang. Having learned of Miss Chu's personal arrival, we were unable to prepare much. Please do not find these dishes offensive. Chu Ling Shuang glanced at it indifferently, but did not touch it. What? Are we asking him to taste the dishes now? Lin Feng, who was acting as a young lady's bodyguard for the first time, was a little reserved. Remembering Lu Tianhan's instructions in the elevator, he stared at the exquisite dishes on the coffee table. This is so little, it's not even enough to fill a gap between his teeth. Are you sure it will be enough for Chu Ling Shuang after he tries the food? He decided to wait for Chu Ling Shuang to speak. Chu Ling Shuang shifted her body back, leaning against the sofa cushions, her posture languid, yet exuding an air of nobility. Gu Wenxuan stared wide-eyed, not caring whether Chu Ling Shuang paid any attention to him or not. He took the lead and delivered a pre-prepared opening speech. Miss Chu, I won't say any more. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gu Wenxuan. I graduated from the Capital University's junior class at the age of 17. I then went abroad for 8 years of further studies and have now obtained my doctoral degree. I just returned a week ago. Hey, this kid's not bad. He's a bona fide overseas PhD. Although his family background isn't as good as Chu Ling Shuang's, his academic qualifications are more than enough to match hers. Lin Feng desperately wanted this kid to get rid of Chu Ling Shuang as soon as possible, or at least divert her attention so he wouldn't have to bear this devil's attack alone. Unexpectedly, Chu Ling Shuang glanced at it casually and said coldly, "Isn't what young Master Gu said just common knowledge? The implication is that you shouldn't waste time talking nonsense." But Gu Wenxuan seemed not to understand and asked with considerable surprise, "Miss Chu has already investigated my personal information?" Lin Feng. Chu Ling Shuang frowned slightly. With just that one sentence, she instantly lost the desire to continue talking to Gu Wenxuan. "Young Master Gu, let's get straight to the point." Chu Ling Shuang had no intention of wasting any more time, and her cold tone rang out directly. "My mother's original words were that I come to meet the young master of the Gu family. I'm sure the young Master Gu understands what my parents meant. Now that we've met, I have work to do, so I won't bother you any longer." As she spoke, she prepared to get up. Gu Wenxuan was not about to let such a good opportunity slip by. He quickly got up and grabbed Chu Ling Shuang's arm. Instantly, Chu Ling Shuang's face darkened, and she exuded an unprecedented chill. "What did you cook?" she shouted angrily, her cold eyes sweeping over Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he remembered his duty as a bodyguard. He was about to step forward and slap Gu Wenxuan's hand away, but Gu Wenxuan was the one who let go first. He apologized to Chu Ling Shuang with a face full of remorse. "I'm sorry, Miss Chu. I got agitated." As he spoke, he bowed again and gestured to the sofa. "Miss Chu, this is what my grandfather instructed. If we leave now, it might disappoint our elders. I suggest we chat a little longer." His words were very tactful, both expressing his own meaning and taking into account the feelings of the elders. Chu Ling Shuang didn't want to put her mother in a difficult position, so after thinking for a moment, she finally sat down. Gu Wenxuan lowered his head, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. The moment he looked up, he put on a kind smile and considerately pushed the plate in front of him toward Chu Ling Shuang. "Miss Chu, you've been here for so long. You probably haven't had dinner yet. Why don't you eat something to tide you over?" Indeed, Chu Ling Shuang was also a little hungry, so she didn't refuse Gu Wenxian's kindness. She glanced at Lin Feng out of the corner of her eye and raised her hand in acknowledgement. "This is how you let him try the dishes." Lin Feng immediately understood, took the initiative to step forward, picked up a fork, and tried each of the dishes in front of him. Seeing his actions, Gu Wenxuan didn't say much. He just picked up the tea that had been brewed on the table, took a sip, and smiled as he watched Chu Ling Shuang eat the dishes that Lin Feng had tasted. She was probably really hungry. In no time, they had finished off the little food on the table. During this time, they didn't chat anymore. Gu Wenxuan took out his phone and seemed to be playing something. Lin Feng, who had tasted the dish, stood behind Chu Ling Shuang with a twitching mouth, glancing at Gu Wenxian, utterly speechless. He thought a reliable guy had come to save his life, but after only a couple of sentences, he started playing on his phone. Sure enough, people who have studied abroad are different. He didn't even flinch at the sight of such a beautiful woman sitting right in front of him. Lin Feng instantly realized that his self-control was too weak, and he should really learn from him. Seeing that it was almost time, Chu Ling Shuang was about to get up. However, she had only managed to stand up halfway when she collapsed completely. The surge of heat within her body instantly brought her back to her senses. "You put something in the food." Hearing the sound, Lin Feng was startled. "Huh, something?" He touched his cheek blankly. It wasn't hot. How come he hadn't felt it? Gu Wenxuan slowly put down his phone, his previous gentle expression vanishing. He looked at Chu Ling Shuang with a roguish grin. How can I get Miss Chu to bow down without offering something in return? He suddenly stood up, looking at Chu Ling Shuang with a smug expression. Miss Chu, don't blame me. Blame your Chu family for being so powerful and wealthy, and for you being a woman. He smiled brightly, and then gently patted the door open. Instantly, two men in black who had been lying in ambush in the back toilet rushed out. Drag that bodyguard out. Gu Wenxuan gave the ruthless orders. He had long disliked that bodyguard. Like a damn light bulb, it's utterly disgusting. His face was filled with an expression of absolute certainty as he looked down at Chu Ling Shuang, who was too weak to rise, and said greedily and smugly, I want to see how the incredibly noble eldest daughter of the Chu family, without an antidote, will grovel and beg me. Chapter 81 unlocks his key. Lin Feng was stunned, frowning as he looked at the scene before him. He hesitated. I haven't decided yet. Is he faking being unconscious? Or is he actually capable of fighting? As the two men in black approached, Chu Ling Shuang sneered. So, this was all a scheme set up by your Gu family from the very beginning? Her face was flushed, and her breathing became noticeably heavier. That's right. Gu Wenxuan laughed even more unrestrainedly, and he boasted shamelessly. Taking you down is the same as taking down the Chu family. This banquet today was arranged specifically for you. As he spoke, a smug look spread across his face. Someone will come first thing tomorrow morning. When you're with me, even if you have 1,000 mouths, you'll have no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. This was something his grandfather had specifically instructed him to do. As the most prominent family in Beijing, the Chu family may not be frequently in the public eye, but once such a scandal breaks out, the Chu family will inevitably suffer for the sake of their reputation. After all, this was personally approved by Chu Ling Shuang's mother, and the ultimate purpose of this banquet was to arrange a blind date between him and the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Once I truly win over Chu Ling Shuang, the rest will be nothing more than minor matters, and I can handle things however I want. Oh, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly sneered. Despite the scorching heat, she still tried her best to restrain herself. She glanced at Lin Feng out of the corner of her eye. Aren't you going to make a move? Lin Feng subconsciously pursed his lips. It seemed he had underestimated them. The Gu family had been holding back for so long. It turned out they were preparing a big surprise. With the Gu family entangled with him, wouldn't this be a perfect opportunity for him to escape? He squinted at the two men in black who had approached, then slumped to the side, feigning weakness, and collapsed onto the sofa. Miss, I can't take it anymore. I'm dizzy too. Lin Feng shamelessly feigned weakness, allowing the two men in black to hold his arms. Chu Ling Shuang's expression shifted dramatically, and her eyes instantly flashed with unprecedented fury. Damn it, he actually dared to pretend to faint. She was furious, but the fire in her body burned ever more fiercely. Ha ha ha. Seeing that he was sober, Gu Wenxuan burst into laughter. Chu Ling Shuang, have you forgotten that your bodyguard tasted the dishes for you? Chu Ling Shuang bit her lip hard, the pain bringing her back to her senses, and a murderous rage erupted in her eyes. Convenience stores, factories, DNA. She pursed her lips tightly and uttered a few words, one by one. Gu Wenxuan, however, seemed to have heard a hilarious joke. He laughed so hard he clutched his stomach, tears welling up in his eyes. Miss Chu, you've really gone mad. You're talking nonsense. Ha ha ha. Little did he know how important those words were to Lin Feng. This is undoubtedly the key word to awaken Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was pretending to be dizzy with his head down, gritted his teeth and said, Fine. You're going to play me like this, huh? Miss Chu, let me help you. I think you've lost your mind. He watched Gu Wenxuan approach step by step, laughing loudly, and suddenly clenched his fists. Just as Gu Wenxuan's hand was about to touch Chu Ling Shuang, everything went black before his eyes. Immediately following were two piercing screams. Hiss! Oh! When Gu Wenxuan came to his senses, he was shocked to find that Lin Feng was standing in front of him, while the two men in black were lying on the ground, clutching their stomachs and looking pained. You're not, He wanted to ask if Lin Feng had also eaten that dish, But the other party didn't give him a chance to finish his sentence and grabbed his wrist. Gu Wenxuan winced in pain and tried to pull his hand back, but then he felt a sharp pain in his calf, as if his knee had been shattered, and he knelt on the ground in pain. The next second, his wrist was grabbed and forcefully pulled backward, deforming it. The intense pain in his limbs was excruciating for Gu Wenxuan. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief, about to ask another question, when Lin Feng slapped him so hard that he saw stars. Clap, clap, clap. After a few blows, blood was drawn from the corner of Gu Wenxuan's mouth, and his face was swollen like a pig's head as he lay unconscious on the ground. Lin Feng touched his numb hand from hitting someone, then unbuttoned his coat and threw it at Chu Lingshuang. After a smooth series of moves, he said coldly, "Is this enough, Miss Chu? It smells like Lin Feng." The jacket that was draped over him carried a clean, masculine scent, which made the already scorching fire burn even more intensely. Chu Lingshuang's eyes were bloodshot, and she didn't even notice what Lin Feng was saying. Her eyes were fixed fiercely on the people on the ground, and she said in a sharp voice, "Kill them." Lin Feng was stunned. "Go all out. Let him have it." He was made to kill the Gu family, one of the 4 great families. "Please, you're Miss Chu. Someone should be there to clean up your messes. Why should I do it? Does that mean I'll be hunted down to the ends of the earth?" He was supposed to be free after attending this banquet, but now this has happened, and he's not having it. "If you want to kill me, do it yourself. I don't want to be hunted down." He rolled his eyes. "If it weren't for your threat, miss, I would have just pretended to faint and run away, okay? Waste." Chu Lingshuang cursed angrily, no longer having the rationality to think about those things. She pointed to the ropes Gu Wenxuan had prepared and said, "Go tie them up." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded and began to put ropes on the 3 of them, tying a very professional knot. He hit them a little too hard just now. These people won't wake up for a while, and they're tied up anyway. Even if they do wake up, they'll just be filled with impotent rage. At least Chu Lingshuang is very safe now. Lin Feng pursed his lips, wondering if it was because he had overexerted himself and his blood was surging, but he felt a little strange in his body. He instantly realized that it must be something he had just eaten. No wonder. He only ate a little, while Chu Lingshuang ate almost the whole thing, so his attack was slower than Chu Lingshuang's. If we don't leave now, something really bad is going to happen. He clenched his fist and said coldly, "All right, Miss Chu, do as you please. I'm leaving." After saying that, he turned to leave. However, before he could even reach the door, Chu Lingshuang's voice rang out again, "Leave?" Her eyes were bloodshot as she propped herself up to sit, staring intently at Lin Feng. "If you dare to leave, I will kill you wherever you go." Hiss. Lin Feng was so angry, he was practically tangled up. He turned around abruptly and asked angrily, "What else do you want? Carry me inside." Chu Lingshuang raised her hand and pointed directly to the bedroom in the inner hall. "This is the only bedroom here." Without a doubt, this was a place that Gu Wenxuan had specially designed and prepared. "Carry her." "Are you kidding me?" In their current state, if they were to encounter each other, it would be disastrous, especially once that energy builds up. Right now, all he wants is to find a place to take a cold shower. Chapter 82. So, this was just a test? I don't. Lin Feng retorted defiantly, then turned and went into the bathroom inside, where he filled a large basin with water. To avoid everyone finding it unbearable, "Miss Chu, please bear with it." As he spoke, he poured the entire basin of water directly onto Chu Lingshuang. Splash. A bucket of cold water was poured over Chu Lingshuang's head, temporarily covering the burning heat in her body with ice. And Chu Lingshuang's rationality returned a little. She didn't blame Lin Feng. She wrapped the men's jacket tighter around herself, gripped the fruit knife in her hand, and walked towards Gu Wenxuan with her red lips pressed together. Lin Feng had just given himself a refreshing drink with the remaining water when he came to his senses and saw Chu Lingshuang's actions. Before he could even utter a sound, he saw Chu Lingshuang grip the fruit knife and stab it fiercely at Gu Wenxuan's wrist. Like being slaughtered during Chinese New Year, Gu Wenxuan was jolted awake by the pain. Yeah. He let out a scream. Gu Wenxuan struggled desperately, only to find himself completely bound. However, Chu Ling Shuang in front of him was like a devil, gripping a fruit knife and slashing at his wrist. Ouch! 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 What are you doing, you crazy woman? Gu Wenxuan roared without regard for his image, his face contorted in pain. Brother, you're only just realizing she's crazy? Lin Feng gasped, already used to this kind of situation. He rubbed his wrist, shrank his neck, and hurriedly rushed into the bathroom to get water. The rushing water couldn't drown out the agonizing screams outside, like pigs being slaughtered. Lin Feng came out with water and saw Chu Ling Shuang still slashing with a knife. He couldn't help but say, Miss Chu, this place doesn't seem to be very soundproof. He heard everything clearly in the bathroom, and there were security guards outside. If Chu Ling Shuang continued like this, the people outside would probably rush in soon. When people see this scene, I'm afraid no one will be in a good position. At least he's still rational now. Chu Ling Shuang has eaten too much. She might not be able to think of this. Don't worry. Chu Ling Shuang's voice suddenly rang out, but her hands, covered in bright red blood, did not stop. She curled her lips and smiled. Do you think the Gu family would dare to do something like this without having a complete plan? Hiss. That seems to make sense. Lin Feng realized that this hall was indeed soundproof. Miss Chu, please have mercy on me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Gu Wenxuan's face contorted in pain as he watched his hand almost fall off. He was in pain and terrified. This is his right hand, the one he uses to eat and write. But now, all he can do is beg for mercy. Hearing his heart-wrenching cries of pain, Chu Ling Shuang acted as if she hadn't heard them, continuing to scold. Where's the water? They're here. They're here. Lin Feng, who had been preparing all along, poured cold water on his enthusiasm once again. There was no other way. He and Chu Ling Shuang both needed this water to survive. As the water washed away the blood on the carpet, Lin Feng's lips twitched. He suddenly felt as if this scene resembled something out of a murder mystery. They really do look quite alike. Just as Chu Ling Shuang finished scrambling, Gu Wenxian had already fainted from the pain. She casually tossed the knife next to Luo's severed hand and abruptly stood up. The blood and qi are still surging. Suppressing the flames, she saw Lin Feng return to the bathroom to get water. Squinting her eyes, she took off her high heels and stepped inside. Lin Feng, who was getting water, felt a burning sensation all over his body. He didn't know what this thing was. He had only eaten a small amount, yet it had such a powerful effect. Just as he was about to give himself a cold shower, he was suddenly pushed on the back. He lost his balance and fell directly into the bathtub. Lin Feng's bones were cracking from the pain. He finally managed to turn over, but before he could even stand up, everything went black and Chu Ling Shuang fell straight at him. The moment the warmth rose in his palm, Lin Feng was completely overwhelmed by the heat. In his last moments of consciousness, he mustered all his strength to turn on the bathtub faucet. And then, he knew nothing more. In the remnants of his consciousness, there were only splashing water and overwhelming absurdity. When he regained consciousness, Lin Feng felt that his hands and feet were peeling from being soaked in water, and Chu Ling Shuang was standing in front of him. She's on the phone. Okay, take care of the outside. Foolish. Just say there's been a kidnapping and seal off the hotel. Seemingly hearing the sound of flowing water behind her, Chu Ling Shuang hung up the phone and her expression returned to normal. However, her eyes remained cold. She pressed closer, saying, I never expected you to think of running away at a time like this. Lin Feng, who was about to get up, asked, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly stepped forward, placed one foot on the edge of the bathtub, and bent over to look directly at him. I just wanted to test you, but I didn't expect that after all this time, you would still be the same. What's the meaning? Lin Feng was a little confused. Was he still half asleep? That's not right. Does she mean that her attendance at this banquet was merely a test for him? Lin Feng suddenly realized. But this isn't your mother. Of course I will listen to what she says. It's just a side effect. Chu Ling Shuang spoke without changing her expression, but her gaze on Lin Feng became even more ruthless. Lin Feng immediately understood. He wondered why Chu Ling Shuang would agree to attend such a banquet and bring him along so readily. Turns out, she was waiting for him all along. But so what? What's the point of you testing me? Don't you already know what I want? He stood up, holding onto the edge of the bathtub, and pulled a towel over himself. All he ever wanted was freedom. He had no interest in the Chu family's eldest daughter. No matter how much Chu Ling Shuang tested him, that was all he did. However, perhaps because he was being too lazy, Chu Ling Shuang frowned at his words. If he hadn't known Lin Feng's weakness, he probably would have left as if it were none of his business, just like the first time. After all this time together, he never even tried to win her back. This man is truly extraordinary. Chu Ling Shuang seemed to understand a little. She put her legs down and looked Lin Feng up and down. Feeling uneasy under her gaze, Lin Feng stepped out of the bathtub and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you staring at me like that?" He was changing his clothes when he tripped and fell, his head throbbing terribly. Chu Ling Shuang, on the other hand, had already woken up and put on her clothes long ago, even though she had fallen on him. This made him a little embarrassed. Just as Lin Feng was about to put on his wet clothes, he heard Chu Ling Shuang's inscrutable voice. "I just want to know, what can I do to make you remember me?" Chapter 83. If you say another word, I'll send you to Indonesia. Young miss, is it possible that I've already remembered you? Lin Feng's lips twitched as he asked a question in return. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes lit up. Really? Nonsense. Lin Feng cursed. Anyone who's had those crazy experiences over the past few days will remember them vividly. This Miss Chu was the first crazy person he had ever encountered in his life. He never wants to experience that again. Chu Ling Shuang stared intently at Lin Feng's movements as he dressed, her eyes gradually deepening. After a long while, she suddenly spoke. "That's not right." "What's wrong?" Lin Feng had already changed his clothes. The wet feeling was indeed unpleasant, and he was in a hurry to go out and change into something cool. However, Chu Ling Shuang was right in front of him, saying things that left him completely bewildered. "That's not how it feels." Chu Ling Shuang murmured, her eyes narrowing slightly. For some reason, seeing Lin Feng's indifference always made her feel uncomfortable. This unease would rise up and always cause her heart to ache. She didn't know what this feeling was. She wanted him to only have eyes for her, to be obsessed with her. But he acted so indifferently, which made her very angry. I was both angry and anxious. She has so much, yet she can't win Lin Feng's attention. This feeling of being out of control was almost tearing her apart. Staring at the silent Chu Ling Shuang, Lin Feng didn't bother to care what she was saying. In a hurry to change his clothes, he picked up his wet phone and said, "If Miss Chu has nothing else, I'll be leaving now." After he finished speaking, he added, "I hope Miss Chu will not go back on her word." Chu Ling Shuang remained standing in place without saying another word. She watched calmly as Lin Feng turned and left. The sound of the bathroom door slamming shut woke her up. Chu Ling Shuang pressed her trembling hand to her heart, which was beating very fast. She has never had the urge to get someone. She bit her lip hard, her eyes dark and brooding. She felt she really needed to calm down. Just as she was about to turn on the shower to give herself a refreshing shower, her phone vibrated. After glancing at the caller ID, Chu Ling Shuang's face darkened, and she answered the phone. "Sis, I heard Mom arranged a blind date for you." A curious and surprised female voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Chu Ling Shuang didn't respond, but on the other end of the phone, the woman seemed very excited, her clear and melodious voice echoing through the phone. "Did you go? How did the guy go? Sis, you didn't even tell me about something so fun. Where are you guys now?" "I'm at the Beijing airport. I'm coming to find you right now." "Ms. Ranran, you have to appear at a press conference later, so your schedule for today is probably—" "Shut up. The press conference was canceled because I had something come up here." Her excited voice had barely faded when a frantic female voice came from the other end of the phone, followed by the sound of two people arguing. Chu Ling Shuang felt a headache coming on. She frowned, rubbed her forehead, and said coldly, "Chu Yunran, just listen to Qin Shui. If you say another word, I'll send you to Indonesia." "No, sis, please tell me. You only have me as your sister. How can you be so heartless?" Too lazy to listen to Chu Yunran's pig-like screams, Chu Ling Shuang hung up the phone without hesitation. Chu Ling Shuang's head ached from Chu Yunran's incessant chatter. A gust of cold wind blew through the slightly ajar bathroom window, and Chu Ling Shuang's face turned pale from the cold. She wrapped herself in a dry bathrobe and had just stepped outside when she saw Lu Tianhan and the rest of the group already standing there. "Miss, the banquet ended at midnight last night. Everyone else has left, and the security guards from the Gu family outside have been dealt with. However, Old Master Gu is still staying downstairs." Lu Tianhan lowered her head and reported to Chu Ling Shuang with a solemn expression. There was no other reason than that she smelled the blood in the air. Chu Ling Shuang's face was gloomy, and she said coldly, "Clean them up and tell Gu Zhang that I'll be waiting for him at Ziguang Mansion." Gu Zhang is the name of Old Master Gu. Chu Ling Shuang is not someone who disrespects elders, but now she has blurted out Gu Zhang's full name. Without a doubt, Chu Ling Shuang is furious. Lu Tianhan dared not delay and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, miss, I'll take care of it right away." Then, she led her men and rushed into the inner hall. "My sister is so heartless. She actually said she's going to send me to Indonesia. How awful." In the VIP lounge at Beijing Airport, after Chu Ling Shuang ruthlessly hung up on her, Chu Yunran was so angry that she almost threw her phone away. Qin Shui stood beside her, looking helpless, and said, "Miss Ran, you need to leave quickly. There's still half an hour before the press conference starts." Press conference, press conference. All you know is press conference." Chu Yunran angrily threw the pillow next to her away. The pillow landed squarely on Qin Shui. But Qin Shui seemed used to this situation. She simply picked up the pillow and put it back on the sofa. Chu Yunran grabbed another one and threw it out. She throws it, and Qin Shui picks it up. After several repetitions, Chu Yunran's anger noticeably subsided. She calmed down, looked at her phone, then at Qin Shui, and suddenly asked, Shui, you said the other day that my sister picked up a guy. Is that true or not?" Qin Shui was taken aback and frowned, saying, "It was Xuyan who unintentionally revealed it during a chat, but she stopped halfway through, as if Miss Ling Shuang didn't want anyone to know." "Oh." Chu Yunran drew out the last syllable of her reply, raised an eyebrow, and said with a playful smile, "That's really interesting." "What's interesting?" Qin Shui didn't understand. Seemingly used to explaining things, Chu Yunran said with a smile, "My sister picked up a guy and brought him home, and now my mom is arranging blind dates for her. Tell me, how can this not be interesting?" Qin Shui's lips twitched, unsure of what to say. However, Chu Yunran seemed to have a plan. She narrowed her eyes and revealed an inscrutable smile. She rolled her eyes and muttered, "Looks like Mom doesn't know my sister brought a man home." As she spoke, she looked at Qin Shui, her eyes darting around, and put on a pitiful expression, saying, "Sister Shui, could you help me find out who that man is?" As a member of a popular girl group, Chu Yunran has gained a large number of fans with her pretty face. Unlike Chu Ling Shuang's cold arrogance, she is charming and cute, and every move she makes is full of quirky and cleverness. Qin Shui could never resist Chu Yunran's coquettishness. But since it concerned Chu Ling Shuang, she dared not agree rashly, and only said, "Miss Ran, this is Miss Ling Shuang's matter, I'm afraid." "Wah!" Chu Yunran's eyes instantly reddened. She pouted and sobbed. "How could a guy you picked up on the street be reliable? I was just worried that you'd be scammed. Sister Shui, you're the best. Please help this person." Chapter 84. Money is so easy to make. To say I'm not at ease is a bit of an exaggeration. My curiosity is the real reason. She was so curious. Although she went abroad after she became an adult and didn't often travel around Beijing, she still had a very good relationship with Chu Ling Shuang. The Chu family was large and powerful, but they only had 2 children, the sisters. It was precisely because Chu Ling Shuang displayed amazing self-discipline and academic talent from a young age that her parents valued her and groomed her to be their heir. She, who is not a top student and always ranks at the bottom in academic subjects, doesn't feel that much pressure. Chu Yunran knew very well that it was because of her older sister that she could live such a leisurely life. However, her sister has always been averse to men, and it can be said that she has never had any men around her. Apart from bodyguards, even the servants in the villa are all women. But now she's brought a man home. When she received the news, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. She immediately canceled all her performances just to come back and see the man's true face. Before she even boarded the plane, she heard about her mother arranging a blind date for her older sister. She was extremely anxious and immediately made a phone call after getting off the plane. She desperately wanted to know who this man was. Faced with Chu Yunran's all-out coquettish mode, Qin Shui could only smile wryly and rub her forehead. She sighed helplessly. All right, I'll go investigate. But Miss Ran, if we don't leave soon, we'll really be late. Having said all that, Chu Yunran naturally had no intention of delaying any longer. She stood up excitedly and walked towards the door first, her eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Let's go. Let me see just how deep the waters are in Beijing's entertainment industry. Lin Feng, who had just returned to the Hill Hotel, finally changed out of his soaking wet clothes. He was charged an extra 50 yuan for cleaning by the driver just because he was wearing wet clothes on the bus. Looking at his phone, which was wet and wouldn't turn on, Lin Feng sighed. He should have asked Chu Lingshuang to send him a car. This phone is now ruined. Fine. Now that he has escaped the Chu family's cage and finally gained his freedom, as for the phone, he can just get a new one. Out with the old, in with the new. Lin Feng took the SIM card and went directly to the nearest chain mobile phone store. I just bought a brand new phone, changed the SIM card, and turned it on. After paying, Lin Feng noticed several missed calls and WeChat messages popping up on his phone. Xia Qingqing, brother Xiaofeng. I got promoted to department manager. My boss said I did a good job and even gave me an apartment. Chao Siyuan. Brother, I called you but you didn't answer. Where are you? Zheng Buochao called to ask me to come for an interview at 10 o'clock today. Lin Feng frowned upon seeing Xia Qingqing's message. Promotion and raise are one thing, but getting a house too. Could this be another of Chu Lingshuang's tricks? He saw that the message was sent on the day he left the Chu family, right after he had finalized the terms with Chu Lingshuang. Moreover, Lu Tianhan and the others didn't stop him from leaving today. It should have nothing to do with him anymore. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a casual congratulations. Xia Qingqing seemed to be busy and didn't reply immediately, so Lin Feng switched to Chao Siyuan's chat interface. Coming. I had a few drinks yesterday and overslept. My phone isn't charged. Shall I come over now? He sent a message. Chao Siyuan called soon after, and Lin Feng answered. Brother, you're finally alive. I'll send you the address. Go there now, and just look for Zheng Buochao when you get there. Okay, thank you. No need to thank me. We don't talk like that between brothers. By the way, what about those two groups of people from before? Mentioning this, Lin Feng's eyes flickered. It's nothing, just ignore them. All right. Chao Siyuan's laughter came through the phone. I knew you didn't want to deal with it, brother. I chased them away last time they came. Don't worry. You and I know you're doing extra work. Nobody else knows. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Putting everything else aside, his good brothers really understand him. He said gratefully, thank you. Look at you, saying that again. All right, that's enough. I got an order from the factory. I have to go now. Let's meet up for a drink sometime. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng saw the location and a phone number sent by Chao Siyuan. Seeing that the location was less than 5 kilometers away, he didn't hesitate, checked out of the Hill Hotel, and headed straight there. When he arrived at the location, he saw a sign that read, Chengxin Entertainment Culture, hanging on a tall building. This should be the place. He took out his phone and dialed the number. The call was answered quickly. Following Zheng Buochao's directions, Lin Feng arrived at the 15th floor of the high-rise building. The moment the elevator doors opened, he saw an ordinary-looking boy wearing a plaid shirt standing outside, holding a mobile phone in his hand. When he saw Lin Feng, he showed a surprised expression. Lin Feng, it's actually you. Lin Feng was also stunned. A scene from his university days flashed through his mind. The Minister of Culture at that time had the same face. The image in my memory merges with the name Zheng Buochao. Lin Feng finally realized why the name Zheng Buochao sounded so familiar back then. I never expected you to look so different. I didn't even recognize you with the beauty filter on the internet. Zheng Buochao chuckled and pulled Lin Feng inside, saying as they walked, Hey, how come you ended up working in a factory after graduation? That's all in the past. Lin Feng smiled and replied casually. Seeing this, Zheng Buochao didn't say anything more. He smiled and pulled Lin Feng into the office. We're all old acquaintances, so I won't say any more polite words. I'm currently preparing a program, and I'm short of a male guest. Perfect. Your image is a perfect fit. Lin Feng was taken aback. Didn't you say extras? What extra? Zheng Buochao patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, his face full of emotion, and said, I'm saying, it's such a waste for someone with such a good appearance to be an extra. Then he added, besides, we're old classmates. Would I find you a bad job? I didn't expect Zheng Buochao to be so kind. Extras only make 200 yuan a day, but I'll give you at least that much if I sign you for this variety show. As Zheng Buochao spoke, he held up 3 fingers. Lin Feng was taken aback and asked in surprise, 30,000? Hey kid, have some guts. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. 300,000. Right. Zheng Buochao's face was beaming with joy, and he nodded repeatedly. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, Lao Zheng. I'm just a complete newbie, and you're asking for such a high price. Whether it's new or not doesn't matter, right? My show is all about looks, and I've already talked to an agent about a mystery guest coming on stage. Zheng Buochao chuckled as he poured himself a cup of tea, then hooked his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder and whispered, to be honest, brother, once you get into this industry, you'll know how incredibly easy it is to make money. Chapter 85. His grandson lost a hand. Lin Feng's lips twitched. He knew that the times had developed rapidly in recent years. He originally planned to take the Su family on a whim in e-commerce, but then he was kicked out of the Su family, and this initial goal was abandoned. He had never been in this industry before, but Zheng Buochao said it was easy, so he might as well give it a try. Okay, let's draft the contract then. Lin Feng didn't say anything, since they were introduced by acquaintances and there weren't many formalities. No problem. Zheng Buochao smiled and took out the contract he had prepared beforehand, explaining with a grin. This contract was originally for another newcomer, but he had something to do and hadn't signed his name yet. So it's you. Lin Feng took the contract from Zheng Buochao and carefully flipped through it page by page. Seeing Lin Feng's actions, Zheng Buochao's eyes flickered, and he said somewhat awkwardly, What's wrong, brother? Are you afraid I'll tamper with the contract? No, that's not it. Lin Feng stared at the contract, shook his head with a smile, and explained as he carefully examined it. It's precisely because we're brothers that I need to look at it more carefully. Otherwise, if something happens in the future, it will affect our relationship. Zheng Buochao, who felt suspected after seeing Lin Feng's expression, was a little unhappy. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood, and his inner turmoil eased. He nodded in support. Brother, you're right. Take a closer look, and we can discuss anything that's not right. Lin Feng didn't say anything more and carefully checked the entire contract. There was nothing wrong with it, except that he was invited to participate in a program. The program was to be filmed on a scenic island, where 4 men and 3 women would spend a week in a hellish environment. The show is broadcast live. Every night, male and female guests can vote to choose a person of the opposite sex to spend time with. If both choose each other, they will have the opportunity to enjoy a villa trip arranged by the production team. Just looking at the program's description, Lin Feng's brows furrowed in dismay. Isn't this the dating reality show that's been trending online lately? 4 men and 3 women. No matter how you choose, 1 man is bound to fail. However, the prospect of earning 300,000 yuan in a week made Lin Feng overjoyed. Putting aside who participated, just based on that salary, you could film a survival movie on your own. After the inspection was completed, Lin Feng signed his name on the contract and pressed his fingerprint on it. When will recording begin? He asked. Everyone else has already been negotiated. Only yours is left. Zheng Buochao put the contract away and called out, Xiao Lu. Soon, a boy wearing glasses rushed in from outside. Director Zheng, what are your instructions? Go arrange a place for our 4th male guest to stay, and while you're at it, get his outfit ready for tomorrow's appearance. Zheng Buochao gave the instructions, then turned to Lin Feng and said, Brother, if you have anything to do, finish it tonight. Once we're on the cruise ship tomorrow, we won't be using our phones anymore. Okay. Lin Feng had no objection to this. Faced with a huge sum of 300,000 yuan, what was a big deal about not using a mobile phone for a week? Led by Xiao Lu, Lin Feng arrived at a private room on the 14th floor. The room had the same facilities as the hotel, and everything was complete. After Lin Feng entered, Xiao Lu said. Mr. Lin, please get some rest tonight. Please come downstairs at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will arrange a car for you to go to the ferry. Lin Feng nodded, followed Xiao Lu out, closed the door, and took a long, hot shower. Afterwards, he ordered takeout to tide him over. Perhaps because the events of the previous night were too thrilling, Lin Feng lay down on the bed after filling his stomach and fell asleep in no time. Chu Ling Shuang, how dare you lay a hand on my grandson? Ziguang Mansion Villa. Gu Zhang stormed into Chu Ling Shuang's office, and as soon as he stepped inside, he roared furiously. He woke up early in the morning to a servant reporting that his beloved grandson had been admitted to the emergency room and was on the verge of death. He rushed to the hospital without even changing his shoes, only to be told by the doctor that his son had lost too much blood and was being resuscitated. His severed hand had become necrotic and could not be reattached. According to the doctor, it was severed by a knife. Gu Zhang nearly fainted from anger. Then his subordinate came to report that Chu Ling Shuang was still waiting for him at the villa. Seeing his son and daughter-in-law receiving blood transfusions and caring for their grandson with red eyes at the hospital, he rushed over, seething with anger, only to find the culprit leisurely drinking tea in his office. He was absolutely furious. Shut the hell up. You dare touch anyone from the Gu family? Do you think your Chu family can control everything? Gu Zhang was furious, but in front of him, Chu Ling Shuang's bodyguards were all staring at him menacingly. Chu Ling Shuang slowly put down her coffee cup, her gaze sweeping over Gu Zhang with a sinister look. Her gaze was like pitch-black ink, carrying a cold indifference that seemed to see through everything. Even Gu Zhang, who was old and had seen a lot, felt a tremor in his heart. He did see Chu Ling Shuang once when she was a child, but Chu Ling Shuang was too young to tell anything. Yet, in just over a decade, she has changed so much. The sheer ferocity emanating from a single gesture is enough to command respect and power. Gu Zhang understood that although the girl in front of him was a young girl, she was not easy to fool, but this matter concerning his grandson was definitely not over. He would not give up until the Chu family was severely punished. What are you looking at? You're just a little girl, yet you're so heartless. What did my grandson do wrong that you had to cut off his hand like that? If your Chu family doesn't give my Gu family an explanation, nobody's going to get away with this. Gu Zhang was so angry that he was fuming. If he hadn't been being watched, he would have torn Chu Ling Shuang's face to shreds. Chu Ling Shuang slightly raised her eyes, a cold smile curving her red lips. She crossed her legs and said indifferently, "What the Gu family has done, don't you, Gu Zhang, know perfectly well?" You. Gu Zhang was stunned for a moment, then instantly realized what he meant. So what? No matter what, you shouldn't have been so ruthless. It's just downloading something, isn't it? If Chu Ling Shuang doesn't wanna, why not just refuse? His grandson lost a hand. Oh. Chu Ling Shuang was amused by these words. Her eyes darted around, and her tone instantly turned sharp. I've already been merciful by not killing him. Gu Zhang, if you say another word, believe me, I'll make sure your Gu family is kicked out of the 4 great families within 3 days. Gu Zhang never expected Chu Ling Shuang to be so domineering, but no matter what, she had only taken over the family for less than 3 years, while the 4 major families had already secretly joined forces. The Chu family is powerful, but Chu Ling Shuang alone cannot bring down the Gu family. Thinking of this, Gu Zhang calmed down. He glared at Chu Ling Shuang and sneered. Miss Chu, you are far too confident. You have only been in charge for less than 3 years. Do you think you can stand up to the 4 great families with your abilities? Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes and glanced at the message that popped up on the phone screen on the table. She immediately smiled. Oh, is that so? Chapter 86. We really have to thank Lin Feng for this. Following Chu Ling Shuang's gaze downwards, Gu Zhang's heart skipped a beat. The next second, his assistant rushed in from outside, looking extremely anxious. Sir, the employees at our warehouse in the suburbs of Beijing have suddenly gone on strike and refused to work. What? Gu Zhang's eyes widened instantly, and he slapped his assistant across the face. A sharp smack rang out, accompanied by Gu Zhang's furious roar. Useless trash. How could they all go on strike? Everything was fine before this. I don't know either, the assistant cried, covering her face. Not only the employees, but all the department managers have gone on strike. The factory is now at a standstill. Our payment deadline is the day after tomorrow, and even if we frantically try to find people, it's too late. Hearing his assistant's tearful report, Gu Zhang's vision went black, his body trembled violently, and he fell backward. The assistant reacted quickly and reached out to help Gu Zhang up, preventing him from falling to the ground. Gu Zhang clutched his chest, staring wide-eyed at Chu Ling Shuang, and exclaimed incredulously, "What on earth did you do?" "It's nothing." Chu Ling Shuang crossed her arms, leisurely looking at Gu Zhang, and smiled. "It's just a little trick, nothing more." At this point, her expression changed, and her tone turned sinister. "I originally thought that old Master Gu had come to apologize, but I didn't expect you to come and blame me. Then don't blame me for being ruthless." She looked at Gu Zhang with a cold smile, and to Gu Zhang's shocked gaze, she raised her arm, stopped in midair, and waved it lightly. "Let's carry Grandpa Gu out. Don't let him have a heart attack here, and then blame me for not saving him." "Yes." Zhang Peng and the others accepted the order and immediately stepped forward. Several bodyguards grabbed Gu Zhang and the others and dragged them outside. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang's ruthless expression, Gu Zhang finally realized that she wasn't lying. He was panting heavily, his mouth wide open, but he couldn't say a word. He was dragged out of the villa by Zhang Peng and the others. The office returned to silence. Chu Ling Shuang picked up her phone, typed a message, and sent it to Lu Tianhan. "Tell those people that they can proceed with the contract now." Lu Tianhan quickly replied, "Yes." Putting down her phone, Chu Ling Shuang raised the corners of her lips. Originally, she really couldn't do anything about the Gu family. At most, she could only serve as a warning. But she hadn't expected that a raise would be such a useful condition. She simply had Lu Tianhan promise that as long as the workers agreed to strike, the Chu family would pay them 3 times their original monthly salary. After the Chu family completely absorbed the Gu family, long-term employees would be able to unlock the right to purchase company shares. To my surprise, these people agreed immediately, as if they had gone mad. This was the first time she had done something like this, and she hadn't expected the workers to have such great energy. "We really have to thank Lin Feng for this. If it weren't for Lin Feng, she would never have considered starting from the bottom." She then sent another message to Yu Shuyan. "Tell the other 3 major families about the dirty deeds the Gu family has done." Her meaning was clear. As long as they didn't interfere, the Chu family wouldn't target them. Soon, news of the strike at the Gu family factory spread throughout Beijing's elite circles, and the top management collectively caught wind of it. However, no one moved. Without a doubt, this was done by the Chu family. For many years, although the Chu family had been superior, they had always maintained harmonious relations with the 4 major families. Now that this incident has occurred, the other 3 families are feeling a bit uneasy. Within half an hour, the heads of the Wei, Wu, and Lin families held a discussion meeting. What exactly does the Chu family mean by this? Has Chu Ling Shuang gone mad? She's only just taken over, and she's already going this far. Before he could even sit down, Wei Chengfeng couldn't help but shout, "Old Wei, look at you, always in such a hurry." Wu Tianhai said with a smile, gesturing for Wei Chengfeng to sit down. "This matter hasn't been investigated yet. What's the rush? What's the panic? How can I not be panicked? She's targeting the Gu family now. If we don't unite, who knows who will be next?" Wei Chengfeng couldn't calm down. Even sitting down, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. On the other side, Linda was also very calm. He took the phone handed to him by his assistant, glanced at it, and said, "Old Wei, don't panic. Take a look for yourself. This matter is purely Gu family's own doing. The Chu family said that as long as we don't get involved, it has nothing to do with us. At a time like this, you still believe that girl? Hey, I think old Lin is right. This is exactly what the Gu family brought on themselves. They were greedy and couldn't swallow an elephant. I think we should take this opportunity to divide it up." Wu Tianhai's eyes crinkled with laughter. Wei Chengfeng calmed down, carefully reviewed the report his assistant had prepared, and after a moment of silence, he perked up. "It's possible to take some, but this girl's methods are truly ruthless. She doesn't even care about her own interests." "What are you saying? Aren't we getting paid a lot?" Linda added, unusually. "Even if she raised the wages, She's still making a lot of extra money. But I think this should serve as a warning to us. Wei Qingfeng, what? Linda suggested. Let's raise the employees' salaries a bit. We've been around for so many years, we're not short of money. Wu Tianhai nodded in agreement. Old Lin is right. It will save this girl from using this trick against us in the future. Okay. Wei Qingfeng nodded, taking out his phone. I'll have my assistant talk to Swiss company now. The day after Lin Feng handed in his phone and boarded the cruise ship, several trending topics on the Economic Daily website surged onto the scene. Hashtag Gu Family Bankruptcy Hashtag. Hashtag Other Families Seize the Opportunity to Divide Up the Spoils Hashtag. Hashtag 3 Companies Announce Price Increases Hashtag. Did you get a raise? Such incidents continued to trend on social media, and the situation was still developing, while Lin Feng was still taking a nap in his cabin on the cruise ship. The economic rankings are buzzing, and the entertainment rankings are just as lively. At 10 a.m., the recording of Hell or Heaven began in live mode. With the previous hype, nearly 100,000 people flooded in the moment it started broadcasting. As the first few people were introduced, Lin Feng was also awakened by a knock on the door. He sleepily opened the door, and outside, Xiao Lu's anxious exclamation rang out. Hey brother Lin, why are you still asleep? The guests have already arrived. Lin Feng stretched and replied, Oh, let's go then. My goodness. Xiao Lu shouted, and pushed Lin Feng into the private room. Hurry up and change your clothes. You can't show up in your pajamas, can you? The previous guests were all dressed up meticulously, so why is this guy he's with so casual? Lin Feng snapped out of his daze, looked down at his gray-white pajamas, nodded, closed the door, and began to change. On the island, as the last female guest appeared, Zheng Buochao excitedly slapped the photographer, yelling, Quick, camera, focus, lights. Chapter 87 Who do you think will be eliminated on the first night? The surrounding staff immediately sprang into action, some setting up lights, others pulling up sunshades, and still others playing built-in sound effects. On the steps of the island, a girl wearing an orange tank top and orange shorts made a dazzling appearance, carrying a large teddy bear. The girl's long platinum blonde hair cascaded down to her waist, and her exquisite makeup and playful, cute appearance instantly sparked heated discussions in the live stream. Kawashima 007. Holy crap, the mystery guest is actually Xiao Ran from Black. Gossip King. Is it the one with powerful connections? I heard Xiao Ran has really strong backing, and she peaked right from her debut. Sailor Moon. The production team is amazing. They even managed to get Miss Xiao. 8 directions bring wealth. Although this is a romance reality show, her hugging the bear seems a bit. The live stream chat instantly exploded. Xiao Ran smiled and waved at the camera, then walked towards the wooden bench following the route designated by the production team. 2 girls were already sitting on the wooden bench. They are beauty blogger Miao Ryu and internet celebrity Gao Yakin, who has millions of followers. The 2 were initially very popular when the show was first announced, but the moment Xiao Ran appeared, they were instantly overshadowed. There's no other reason than that Xiao Ran is currently the most popular girl group leader. Her playful appearance and quirky dance moves are loved by everyone. More importantly, it's rumored that Xiao Ran has an unshakable backer. This is even a dimensional reduction attack. Although Xiao Ran has been active abroad, she is very popular. Now that she has returned, she has sparked heated discussions among netizens. Soon, Xiao Ran topped the trending searches on the entertainment list. Hashtag the mystery guest is actually Xiao Ran hashtag breaking news. In the live broadcast, as Xiao Ran sat down on the wooden stool, the 2 female guests next to her, who were exquisitely made up and evenly matched, were instantly overshadowed. Simply put, in contrast to heavy makeup, Xiao Ran's long platinum blonde hair, pure and lovely appearance, and delicate charm with just a touch of powder stood out. It was a complete rout. Both of them looked rather unwell, but they tried their best to keep smiling for the sake of the camera. Lin Feng, who had just disembarked, was on his way. Brother Lin, can you walk a little faster? Director Zheng has been urging us several times. Xiao Lu, who was leading the way, was frowning deeply. What terrible luck he's had to run into such a person. Everyone else had already made their appearance, but the person he was serving was still fast asleep. Hello. Director Zheng? Okay, I understand. While complaining, Xiao Lu received a phone call, and his furrowed brows immediately relaxed. He slowed his pace and turned to look at Lin Feng. Brother Lin, there's no need to rush. Director Zheng said you'd be the last one to appear. That's great. Lin Feng nodded, and his pace slowed down as well. Xiao Lu was speechless. What a load of rubbish. If you hadn't overslept, would we have been last? Those who appear last are always the grand finale. Ahead, the production team briefly played a pre-recorded trailer, and then the male contestants took the stage. He Ziyuan is the owner of a chain of gyms. He works out regularly and is a muscular man. Zhu Qiming, CEO of Fanyuan Chain Group, is a pillar of the company and a refined man with glasses. Ma Yanbin, son of a real estate developer, is a rich second-generation heir with a cynical and irresponsible personality. With the three of them appearing on stage, the show entered its most intense phase. Although this show follows the old formula of dating reality shows, it has been given a fresh twist this time. 4 men and 3 women, and all 6 of them are so outstanding, with good looks and money. It's hard to imagine which man will be so unlucky in the end. Hey, the last male guest to appear is probably the grand finale, right? It must be. The previous ones were all so outstanding. They had to be the grand finale. I mean, did the production team invite all the award-winning actors? Very likely. The live stream viewers have already started discussing it. Just as Zheng Buoqiao couldn't help but call again to urge him, Lin Feng finally appeared at the top of the steps. He breathed a sigh of relief and gestured for the photographer to turn the camera around. In an instant, Lin Feng appeared in a sharp suit. He was tall and slender, with his bow tie buttoned up tightly, his thin lips pressed together, and he exuded an indifferent and aloof aura, full of asceticism. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Xiao Ran, who was sitting by the wooden bench, was slightly taken aback. Then, she curled her lips, and her smile deepened instantly. The live stream instantly became a hot topic. Holy crap, isn't that the factory worker who was all the rage before? What the production team did. They actually hired someone who was just a hired hand. I think this is hilarious. Everyone's either a boss or a CEO, and now we have a factory worker, a factory dummy no less. I'm dying of laughter. You really know how to play this show. Hey, putting everything else aside, this factory worker is really good looking. May your fortune bloom and you be blessed with wealth, for example, by gifting you a Porsche. Lin Feng couldn't see the phone's live chat from his position, otherwise he would have been speechless. Following Zheng Buoqiao's suggestion, Lin Feng also walked towards the wooden bench. Compared to the impressive identities of the previous 6, Lin Feng was utterly humiliated. While the others chatted and laughed after taking their seats, Lin Feng didn't even get a chance to strike up a conversation. Unsurprisingly, the final clown in this dating reality show has already been chosen. The production team is quite savvy. After the 7 people appeared, they started the voting process. Hashtag who do you think will be eliminated on the first night? Hashtag. The 10-minute voting session ended quickly, and without a doubt, Lin Feng won first place. Nonsense. Who would turn down 3 talented and wealthy business owners to choose a factory worker? Lin Feng was completely unaware of this, and since no one was paying attention to him, he was too lazy to communicate any further. He was only here to get money as a temporary measure. Having just woken up and not eaten breakfast, he grabbed the untouched fruit plate from the table and began to feast. His action caused the entire live stream chat to burst into laughter. It's me. I'll eat the fruit platter when I go up there. The big boss doesn't even look at that stuff, but I drool over it. So relatable. No wonder he's a factory worker. Seeing the soaring popularity and barrage of comments in the background, Zheng Buoqiao finally smiled. He had originally planned to find a minor celebrity to settle for, but Lin Feng's factory worker status unexpectedly sparked a heated discussion. He clapped his hands, stood up, and said, "Welcome everyone to hell or heaven. Please make use of the resources we have provided for you to spend a week on your journey. We hope you all have a great time." After saying that, Zheng Buoqiao winked at Lin Feng and left the island first. Aside from the person in charge who needed to film, he and half of his staff left on a cruise ship. The live stream is still going on. Everyone here must have signed a contract, right? Zhu Qiming adjusted his glasses, his CEO-like demeanor instantly becoming apparent as he spoke. Chapter 88, I want to live with this older brother. Yeah, I was bored and this show was interesting, so I thought I'd come and join in. Ma Yinbin grinned slyly, spread his legs, and looked completely nonchalant. Zhu Qiming nodded and spoke first. Then let's see what they left us, so we can divide it up. Otherwise, we won't be able to survive a week. As he spoke, he stood up and began to count the supplies. Let's separate the girls' things first, ladies first. Yuan responded, then stood up and deliberately rolled up the sleeves of his short-sleeved t-shirt to just above his shoulders. This seemingly intentional or unintentional display of muscle left Lin Feng speechless. He picked up the last half of the watermelon, found a good angle, and prepared to watch the show. He didn't notice that Xiao Ran, sitting diagonally opposite him, was staring at him intently, her eyes brimming with amusement. Zhu Qiming quickly checked the supplies, but when his gaze fell on the tents, he frowned. The production team only prepared 3 tents for us. Yuan was taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward to check. After confirming that there were 3 tents, he was also stunned. Could it be that the production team sent the wrong ones? How are we going to distribute 3 tents? How do we divide them? Ma Yinbin said with a wicked grin. Do we even need to divide them? Aren't there exactly 3 pairs? From the very beginning, he never considered Lin Feng as a human being. 3 men and 3 women make a perfect pairing. What chance does this factory worker have? His words, however, provoked dissatisfaction among others. Everyone understood what he meant. Of the 6 people present, none of them were incompetent. The only one who was mediocre was Lin Feng. Although Yuan and Zhu Qiming disagreed, they did not refute it. They exchanged a glance and looked at the girls. Miao Ryu bit her lip and spoke first. I think these tents should be reserved for people who stay on the island. Isn't it supposed to be an option? Yes. Gao Yakin nodded in agreement. Even if we don't end up matching up, the 3 of us should be able to squeeze into one room without any problem. The boys didn't respond, but instead looked at Xiao Ran in unison. At the same time, Xiao Ran pulled out 2 lollipops from somewhere, unwrapped one, and put it in her mouth, then handed the other to Lin Feng with a smile and said something. Brother, I've seen you eating watermelon the whole time. Are you hungry? Everyone was stunned. Lin Feng, huh? Xiao Ran smiled, her eyes crinkling, and then added, Brother, eat this to replenish your strength. The sun is too strong here. It wouldn't be good if you unfortunately fainted from the sun. The first half of the sentence was quite normal, but when Lin Feng heard the second half, he got goosebumps all over his body. He felt a strange sense of morbid humor in that tone was somewhat familiar. But upon closer inspection, Lin Feng saw Xiao Ran's exquisite makeup and her adorable appearance while holding the teddy bear. He took a deep breath. No, she just looks a bit like her. He was silent for a moment, then took the lollipop and put it in his pocket. Xiao Ran's smile deepened. She hugged the plush bear tightly, blinked, and raised the corners of her mouth in a half-smile. Her adorable appearance instantly aroused the protective instincts of the other 3 men. Cute and I want to. As the thought flashed through his mind, Ma Yinbin greedily licked his lips. Cough, cough. Zhu Qiming cleared his throat, instantly exuding the aura of a leader. I think we should split the tents. The 3 girls can make do with 1 room, and the 4 of us can share 2. Does anyone have any objections? Miao Ryu and Gao Yakin nodded naturally in agreement. Ma Yinbin, however, was somewhat impatient. Then I'll share a room with you. The implication was that she didn't want to live with Lin Feng. What's the point of talking to a lowly laborer? Zhu Qiming looked at Yuan with some difficulty, while the other party nodded helplessly. Just as Zhu Qiming was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Xiao Ran's voice rang out. I want to live with this older brother. Following Xiao Ran's pointing finger, everyone was immediately stunned. Lin Feng was stunned, then pointed at him. Me? The leader of a top girl group is actually sharing a room with a factory worker. At the same time, the live stream chat exploded. Holy crap, they're going for this high octane right off the bat. I just saw it. Xiao Ran kept staring at Lin Feng. No way, they live together? Does that mean the vote still has to go on tonight? Since both the male and female guests are interested, we probably don't need to go through the formalities, right? Damn, this is amazing luck for working people. Can you open the registration channel? I want to participate too. That kid got incredibly lucky. On site, Zhu Qiming, who was the first to recover from the shock, stammered, Ms. Xiao, the program has only just started. Isn't it inappropriate for you to act like this? Yeah. Why do we have to live with him? Let's share a room. Ma Yinbin was so angry, he almost ground his teeth to powder. He was just looking forward to seeing Lin Feng make a fool of himself. But he was the first one to be chosen. How could he save face like that? Miao Ruyu and Gao Yakin looked somewhat pale. As female guests, Xiao Ran had already chosen a man to share a room with. If they continued to hide their relationship, they would probably be criticized for being pretentious. The two of them looked at the other three men at the same time, wondering which one they should choose later. I can live with whoever I want. Why are you so nosy? Without giving Zhu Qiming any face at all, Xiao Ran directly confronted him, completely different from her playful and cute demeanor just now. This sudden change of expression stunned everyone. After recovering from watching the drama unfold, Lin Feng swallowed hard. Clearly, Xiao Ran's actions had put him in the spotlight. No, he's just a worker, here to earn a living. Why are you so fixated on him? Having finally escaped from that devil Chu Ling Shuang, he didn't want to be targeted again. Lin Feng casually tossed away the melon rinds and, in front of everyone, spent a long time rummaging through them before finally pulling out a hammock. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, he calmly said something. You guys sleep, I'll sleep in the tree. With that, he took the hammock directly into the woods, and soon hung it up, climbed in, and began to doze off. Everyone was dumbfounded. The live stream chat was also filled with scrolling comments. They actually refused? Holy crap. Xiao Ran has a powerful background. He probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble. It's not easy being a working person. You finally get to participate in a show, and then you have to be bullied by a big shot. They've crowded the factory workers up to the trees. Xiao Ran stared intently at Lin Feng, who was dozing off not far away, her eyes flashing with an inscrutable expression. They actually refused. This guy is really interesting. Chapter 89. What? He was on a TV show? Xiao Yugij is so amazing. Yeah, is still the best. Oh, right, that's it. Two murmurs echoed in the VIP suite of the Hill Hotel. A short while later, the man roared angrily, and the room fell silent. Afterwards, Sun Xiaoyu lit a cigarette, leaned against the headboard, his tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and exhaled a puff of smoke, feeling quite content. Fang Ziyue giggled and pulled the blanket over herself, then nestled on Sun Xiaoyu's lap. Sun Xiaoyu stroked Fang Ziyue's head with his free hand, took a few puffs of cigarette smoke, and then spoke with satisfaction. Yeah, how did the task I asked you to do last time go? Mentioning this, Fang Ziyue's eyes suddenly darkened. She bit her lip, feigning anger, and said, It's better not to talk about this. It just reminded me that my old classmate changed his number after graduation, and I haven't been able to contact him yet. What? Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoyu instantly snapped out of his daze. Forgetting about his cigarette, he threw the butt into the ashtray and sat up straight. Is there any way to contact him? We need to get this done as soon as possible. I've already talked to my dad and the others. Seeing that Sun Xiaoyu was obviously anxious, as if he would get angry at any moment, Fang Ziyue quickly said, Don't worry. I'll just ask other classmates for his contact information. Sun Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and earnestly instructed, This matter must be handled as soon as possible. As long as we can secure the orders from Ihan Group for the second half of the year, even if it's just a small one, the Sun family's reputation will be greatly enhanced. Fang Ziyue nodded obediently, her lowered eyes gradually darkening. Sun Xiaoyu only knew to tell her to go find Lin Feng. He had no idea how difficult this matter was. She took the opportunity to go up to the banquet last time, thinking that as long as she ran into Lin Feng, she would be fine. However, as soon as she got out of the elevator, she was stopped by two security guards at the door. They said the top floor had been booked by the Gu family, and no one could enter without an invitation. She said she was just delivering something, but those two people wouldn't let her in no matter what. Coupled with the news she'd been reading lately, it's obvious that the higher-ups have taken some action. However, she was completely unaware of all this, and Lin Feng squeezed in at that very moment. Sun Xiaoyu was anxious, and so was she. What could she do if she couldn't see Lin Feng? Fang Ziyue bit her lip tightly. She couldn't accept it. In just over a month, even seeing Lin Feng had become difficult. Thinking back, she didn't even need to make a phone call. Lin Feng would come to her door on his own. This torment of being out of control and powerless was driving her crazy. No, she had to find an opportunity. Lin Feng was just one of her admirers. She was the main character. As she was pondering this, she heard her phone ring. Fang Ziyue quickly got up, glanced at it, and saw that it was her younger brother calling. She immediately smiled apologetically at Sun Xiaoyu, and then went to the bathroom. The call connected, and Fang Mingho's voice rang out instantly. Sis, have you seen the trending topics? Your husband is on a TV show. Fang Ziyue was stunned. What? My brother-in-law is on a dating reality show, and it's all over the internet right now, super popular. Fang Mingho's anxious voice echoed, and he hurriedly added, Sis, you need to think of a way to contact him. He's about to become an internet celebrity. Fang Ziyue's mind went blank. She quickly clicked on the trending topics and glanced at them. Instantly, everything went black. Wait, how did he end up on the show? Fang Ziyue bit her lip, watching the familiar and handsome face in the live replay. After many days, Lin Feng has changed completely, and compared to before, he has a more indifferent and aloof feeling. His handsome looks sparked heated discussions among netizens, with many girls drooling with envy. As Fang Ziyue scrolled down the comments, she became increasingly angry. This face, originally belonged to her, but now. Sis, your husband has become an internet celebrity now. He must have a lot of money. Mom and Dad said you need to find a way to win him back. Fang Mingho's anxious voice rang out again. Fang Ziyue snapped back to reality, clenching her teeth, her voice firm. Definitely. Tell Mom and Dad. I'll find a way to make him change his mind. After saying that, she hung up the phone. She scrolled through the photos on her phone and suddenly remembered that Lin Feng had given her many gifts in an attempt to please her. Although she can't contact Lin Feng now, we live in the internet age. As long as she puts these things online, she believes that when Lin Feng sees them, he will remember all the little things they shared. Even if they argue fiercely this time, Lin Feng will definitely turn back. Thinking this, she opened her Weibo account and posted a message as Factory Boy's girlfriend. The weather is sunny today. I tidied up the cabinet and saw many things from the past. So, do you still remember the little things from those years? The accompanying picture shows a handmade bracelet that Lin Feng once gave her, as well as a bottle of origami stars with 520 stars. Big sister, why is Xiaofeng on TV? Su Jiqing, who works at Su's logistics company, received a call from her third sister, Su Noor, just after finishing her work. She was slightly taken aback. He was on a TV show? Yes, it's all over the internet. Big sister, didn't Dad kick Xiaofeng out? Su Jiqing didn't speak, quietly looking at the trending topics on her phone. Su Noor's cautious voice rang out again. Sister, did he apologize for hitting Xiao Jie last time? No, I can't get in touch with him. When this was mentioned, Su Jiqing closed her eyes sadly. After a while, she opened her eyes again, her tone becoming somewhat annoyed. Dad already said that he's an ungrateful wretch who holds grudges and doesn't remember kindness. Dad is right. We've raised him for so many years. It's one thing for him to frame Xiao Jie, but to actually beat him up. Su Noor's voice rang out again, this time with a hint of urgency. Big sister, why don't you pull some strings and see if I can get on this show too? That way I can confront him face to face. When she said this, Su Noor was actually a little anxious. She has always been passionate about acting and has longed to be a top-tier actress since childhood, with a bunch of people serving her. Lin Feng has always known this. So, after graduation, Lin Feng used his connections to get her into the entertainment industry. But after struggling for 3 years, she was still a nobody, only able to get supporting roles. She always thought it was her own fault. As a result, Lin Feng became incredibly popular as soon as he appeared. She then realized that the problem wasn't with her. It was probably that Lin Feng knew he wasn't the Su family's biological son, so he had never seriously considered her, his adopted sister's, needs. Chapter 90 Factory Boy, you'd better seize this good fortune. That's why she was both anxious and angry. With such great traffic, she has to find a way to get a share of it. Moreover, she is Lin Feng's adopted sister. No matter what, as long as she goes on stage, Lin Feng's true colors will be exposed. Her words seemed to make Su Jiqing realize something. That's a really good idea. Su Jiqing's eyes flashed, and she quickly said, That's right. Noir, when you go up there, expose all the things he's done. I don't believe that under the pressure of public opinion, he won't apologize to Xiao Jie. Yes. Su Noir nodded in deep agreement. Then, big sister, I'll leave this to you. I'll switch shifts here too. Okay. Su Jiqing hung up the phone and immediately contacted the program director. No matter what, the Su family is considered a small family in Beijing. After she explained her purpose, the person on the other end of the phone quickly agreed to help her contact Director Zheng. Not long after, she got through to Zheng Buqiao on the phone. Su Jiqing got straight to the point. Director Zheng, my sister also wants to participate in your program. Could you do her a favor? Don't worry about the registration fee. The idea of 4 men and 3 women was just a gimmick. Zheng Buqiao originally intended to find another female guest later, but he didn't want to find someone from the Su family. Chao Siyuan had mentioned Lin Feng's matter to him. He didn't know much about business matters, but he couldn't possibly betray his brother. The Su family is. The show is currently enjoying unprecedented popularity, so there's no need for him to make things difficult for himself, is there? After thinking about it, Zheng Buqiao politely declined. We have enough people at the moment. If we need to add more people later, I will notify you first. Please be patient, Ms. Su. He gave a very official reply, and to avoid Su Jiqing from bothering him further, he hung up the phone immediately. Hearing the beeping sound from her phone, Su Jiqing's face turned pale. She had only been in office for a few days. Although she had signed a deal with Yihan Group a few days ago, and the companies that had previously been on good terms with the Su family treated them as usual, she still felt that something was missing. In particular, she made 2 thorough preparations, even offering conditions that would harm the Su family, to seek help in taking revenge on Lin Feng, but they refused without hesitation both times. Could it be that the Su family did something wrong? No. Su Jiqing quickly shook her head. The Su family had never done anything immoral. Their refusal was their problem. It was simply because they had a good relationship with Lin Feng. It seems Zheng Buqiao must be connected to Lin Feng. Otherwise, how could Lin Feng, an ordinary person, have gotten on the show so easily? Thinking of this, Su Jiqing's expression improved. She pondered Zheng Buqiao's words. Although he had refused, his tone left no room for negotiation. She realized what was happening and immediately told her assistant to take 1 million from the company's fund. She had already prepared the money and was now just waiting for Zheng Buqiao's call. On the island, Zhu Qiming and He Ziyuan had already started preparing the meal. They had all arrived early in the morning, and most of them hadn't eaten anything. Fortunately, the production team left quite a few supplies, so there was no need to worry about starting a fire or cooking. However, the variety of food was limited, consisting mainly of instant noodles, eggs, canned goods, and other fast food. Compared to their previous lives, it was like heaven and earth. But since we're not here to eat, it's not unacceptable. Soon, Zhu Qiming cooked 3 bowls of instant noodles and added 3 poached eggs, placing them in front of the 3 girls. Among these people, he was considered capable. Seeing his actions, the comment section was full of praise. However, looking at the rather simple instant noodles in front of them, Miao Ryu and Gao Yakin showed a troubled expression. Nonsense. They all came here with beautiful makeup on, and eating instant noodles here is just beneath them. Besides, instant noodles are so oily. What if they get my clothes dirty? Slurping noodles like that in public isn't that embarrassing for them. The 2 looked at each other, but neither of them picked up their chopsticks first. This made Zhu Qiming's face turn somewhat ugly. He had worked so hard to cook the food, and he had carefully torn open the packaging for each bowl himself, but they wouldn't eat it. Just as Zhu Qiming couldn't help but speak, Xiao Ran, who was standing to the side, picked up the bowl first. Without the bear, her entire figure was on full display, and what caught the eye was her size. He Ziyuan and Ma Yanbin were stunned. Zhu Qiming's eyes lit up. As expected of the goddess he had his eye on, she didn't mind at all. He became smug. However, before he could finish being excited, the next second he saw Xiao Ran carrying a bowl and walking towards Lin Feng. Big brother, wake up. I saw you were eating melon seeds the whole time. You must be starving. Go eat some instant noodles to fill your stomach. Lin Feng, who had just dozed off, was jolted awake by the aroma of instant noodles. Those fruits alone couldn't possibly fill him up. He was indeed starving. But just as he was getting excited and preparing to take it, he felt several murderous gazes. Lin Feng looked up, and his gaze fell on Xiao Ran's innocent smiling face, and he immediately got goosebumps all over his body. This little girl is trying to kill him. He swallowed hard and loudly refused. Thank you, but I won't eat it. The comments section exploded instantly. Eat up. You fucking eat right now. So what if I eat it? It's instant noodles with an egg. Emma, I can't take it anymore. Factory boy, what are you afraid of? They're not going to kill you, are they? Yeah, we're all on an island. Who can be more noble than whom? Factory boy, you'd better seize this opportunity. Backstage, Zheng Buochao saw that the comments were clearly not satisfied, and his heart sank. It was rare for Xiao Ran to be so proactive, and he couldn't let such a good opportunity for publicity slip by. He immediately called the staff. Quickly, tell Lin Feng that I said that as long as he accepts Xiao Ran's request, I will give him more money. On the island, Xiao Ran wasn't angry at being rejected. She bent down and put the bowl on the ground. This action, along with the accompanying scene, was even more eye-catching to Lin Feng. OMG, wow, isn't she tired of being this big? Okay, brother, I'll leave it here. Remember to eat it later. Xiao Ran winked playfully, took a few more bites of her lollipop, ran back to hug her teddy bear, and sat down on the tree stump next to Lin Feng. Brother Zhu, you've worked hard. I'm not very hungry, you eat first. Brother He, you've worked hard too. I'm not hungry, you eat. Miao Ryu and Gao Yakin also took the opportunity to give away the instant noodles. The two men looked visibly upset, but since things had come to this point, they couldn't say anything more and could only sit down and eat their noodles. Seeing that everyone was already eating, Ma Yinbin panicked. Wait, brothers, what about mine? Chapter 91. She lost her mind once again because of Lin Feng. Zhu Qiming pointed to the pot and the pile of instant noodles. Ma Yinbin. Let him cook for himself. That won't do. Ma Yinbin couldn't sit still any longer and stood up abruptly. Isn't there still a bowl that no one has eaten? Just then, the staff member in charge of photography came forward and whispered something in Lin Feng's ear, and Lin Feng's eyes widened immediately. Just as Ma Yinbin walked over and was about to ask for instant noodles, he saw Lin Feng flip off the hammock. I am indeed a little hungry. Before Ma Yinbin could even reach out, Lin Feng said something, then directly scooped up the instant noodle bowl and started slurping the noodles. Exclamation point. Ma Yinbin's hand froze in midair, and he was really embarrassed. No, he doesn't eat unless he comes. But as soon as he arrives, he starts eating. Is this kid deliberately trying to make things difficult for him? Seeing Xiao Ran eating a lollipop and staring at Lin Feng with a smile, he couldn't say anything more. He glared fiercely at Lin Feng, then turned back to the wooden bench and started cooking instant noodles for himself. The comments section also started buzzing with discussion. That's right, eat. Such good instant noodles, it would be a shame not to eat them. Let's eat that bastard. Brothers, I've had my fill. I think this factory worker is a natural-born protagonist, huh? Backstage, Zheng Buochao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everything else was secondary. The main thing was to make sure the audience enjoyed the show, right? Besides, since his brother is participating in the show, shouldn't he treat him well? But the extra budget was something he hadn't considered. In his excitement, he had almost forgotten about it. Seeing Lin Feng wolfing down his food, Zheng Buochao's lips twitched. Brother, since that's how it is, don't blame me. He stared at his phone for a long time before finally dialing Su Jiqing's number. After discussing with Su Jiqing, Zheng Buochao agreed to pay Su Nor 600,000 yuan to be a surprise guest who would enter the show on the fourth day after it started airing. Mr. Lin He. In the Ziguang Mansion Villa, Yu Shuiyan rushed into Chu Lingshuang's office and was only halfway through her sentence when she saw the program, Hell or Heaven, flashing on the computer screen in front of Chu Lingshuang. She held back her words. Chu Lingshuang turned her chair around, her expressionless face revealing no emotional fluctuation. Yu Shuiyan's heart skipped a beat. There's an old saying that goes something like this. The sea is always calm before a storm. She swallowed hard, then chuckled awkwardly. Miss, huh? You're watching this show too? Chu Ling Shuang remained expressionless and slightly raised her eyes. Although it was just one word, it struck Yu Shuiyan's heart like a stone. She asked nervously, Miss, should I put pressure on the production team to bring Miss Ranran back? Surprisingly, Chu Ling Shuang waved her hand. No need. Why? Yu Shuiyan was extremely surprised. Ever since her young mistress met Lin Feng, she had almost been unable to guess what her young mistress was thinking. What's going on, miss? You can leave now. Chu Ling Shuang calmly uttered a sentence, touched the ground with her toes, and turned the chair back. Yu Shuiyan took a deep breath and nodded. Yes. She responded and left, and the room returned to silence. Chu Ling Shuang stared intently at Lin Feng slurping noodles on the screen, her face expressionless. He was so happy away from her that he even ate the coarse, unpalatable food with relish. A hint of anger flickered in her eyes, but it quickly dissipated. Besides being busy wrapping up things at the Gu family's place these past few days, there was an even bigger anxiety weighing on her mind. After he left, her life returned to normal. Even though her life was exactly the same as before, she felt extremely bored. He tossed and turned all night, unable to eat or drink, his mind constantly filled with Lin Feng's face and all the little moments he had shared with him. These thoughts made her want to keep Lin Feng by her side all the time. But he said those weren't what he wanted. So what exactly does he want? What method can she use to make him remember her completely? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, a hint of anxiety clearly appeared in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes. Ranran is right beside him now. Chu Ling Shuang was perfectly aware of what Chu Yun Ran wanted to do. Her younger sister was a heartthrob since school, with a lively and playful personality. Although she was a little spoiled at times, her looks made her even more lovable than disliked. Her parents always told her to learn from Ranran and to be a little more outgoing, but due to family matters, she didn't have much time to care about these things. But now, she was thinking, perhaps Lin Feng would like Ranran's personality? She rubbed her forehead and pressed the bridge of her nose, but her eyes remained fixed on Lin Feng in the image. Why not let Ranran give it a try? Thinking of this, the domineering look in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes instantly vanished. She narrowed her eyes and touched her red lips with her fingertips. If he never likes her, and if she never finds his love, she wouldn't mind keeping Lin Feng trapped here for the rest of his life. Even if it means it. No matter how filthy, she was determined to make Lin Feng remember her. She took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and then picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. However, the next second, when her eyes fell on the computer screen again, an endless rage instantly erupted. In the scene, Chu Yunran smiled and raised her hand to wipe Lin Feng's mouth after he finished slurping noodles. Lin Feng, on the other hand, looked completely flattered and was enjoying himself. Damn it, how dare he enjoy it? Chu Ling Shuang was so angry that she smashed the cup on the ground. A loud bang echoed in the room. Outside the door, Yu Shuiyan's anxious voice came. Miss, what's wrong? Are you all right? Roll. Chu Ling Shuang trembled with anger. She stared fiercely at the screen, picked up her phone, tapped on Chu Yunran's profile picture, and pressed the voice call button. Her angry voice rang out sharply. Chu Yunran, how dare you touch my people? You'd better get back here tonight, or I'll send you to Indonesia. You bastard. Chu Ling Shuang was furious and sent 3 messages in a row, but the next second, Qin Shue's message popped up. Miss Ling Shuang, is there something you need? Miss Ranran is participating in a program, and her phone is with me. The moment the message caught her eye, Chu Ling Shuang realized what was happening. Damn it. She had completely forgotten that Chu Yunran was currently participating in a program. She snapped back to her senses and instinctively covered her chest with her hand. She was stunned when she felt her heart pounding violently. She actually lost her mind again because of Lin Feng. Chapter 92. How could she possibly like it? No, this shouldn't be the case. Chu Ling Shuang looked at her trembling hands, which were suspended in midair. For the first time, a look of shock appeared on her usually cold and arrogant face. She looked at her palm in surprise, then glanced at the image of Lin Feng on the screen. Could it be? Could it be that she has fallen for him? No, that's impossible. How could she possibly like that? In her world, nothing ever catches her eye. Anything or resources that match her are merely equal exchanges of interests. She could never like it. The word like doesn't even exist in her dictionary. After sorting out her own logic, Chu Ling Shuang gasped for breath, and after several attempts, her emotions finally calmed down. She was just wiping her mouth. She reassured herself, completely unaware of the unconscious clenching of her back teeth. Next time, she'll do the same. Very good, she has learned a trick. From now on, she will help him wipe it properly. Seeing Chu Yunran's sweet smile, Chu Ling Shuang felt increasingly irritated. The hand that kept waving around while wiping Lin Feng's mouth made her angrier and angrier. Like a fly buzzing around, she had reached her breaking point. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Her eyes gradually hardened. She gripped her phone, pressed the voice call button, and gritted her teeth as she ordered Qin Shui. I don't care what method you use. Tell Chu Yunran immediately that if she dares to touch my things again, I'll make her regret it. On the other end of the phone, Qin Shui listened to the voice message, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. The phone was playing Chu Ling Shuang's raging fury. It's all over now. With tears welling up in her eyes, she picked up her phone and quickly sent a message to Zheng Buochao, asking him to get Chu Yunran to call her back as soon as possible, off camera. The live stream chat was also scrolling wildly. Wow, they even wiped his mouth for him. Xiao Ran is so beautiful. Ah, she's so gentle. What good fortune does that factory boy have? He deserves to die. Why wasn't it me who participated in the show? Because you're not as handsome as him. Seriously, is there even a need for a vote? I bet Xiao Ran already has someone in mind tonight, right? Not necessarily. Maybe Xiao Ran is just putting up a smokescreen. Let's wait and see. On the island, Lin Feng subconsciously wiped his mouth and smiled. Thank you, thank you. Xiao Ran's smile deepened slightly. She rested her chin on the top of the plush bear, tilted her head, and said sweetly, Little brother, if you eat my noodles, you have to sleep with me tonight. Instantly, Lin Feng was enveloped by several gusts of cold air, and he stared at Xiao Ran in disbelief. No way, why does such a cute girl always want to sleep with him? Not to mention him, even the chat in the live stream was shocked. So direct. She's serious? She came out all out like that. Damn, what luck he has to actually get Xiao Ran's attention. Why wasn't I the one sleeping with Xiao Ran? On sight, Xiao Ran's words were clearly transmitted, which made Miao Ryu and Gao Yakin's expressions somewhat unpleasant. It's now clear that they're being led by the nose by Xiao Ran, and they've been in a passive position the whole time, leaving them speechless. Ma Yinbin was the first to jump out and refute. Miss Xiao, why did you choose him? He's just a lowly laborer. Beside him, Zhu Qiming stopped him, his face also full of disapproval, saying, Miss Xiao, today isn't over yet, and it's not time to pick people. Let's sort out the accommodations first and see how we'll survive in the future. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Ran interrupted him. Who I sleep with is none of your business. She yelled, her cute face filled with impatience, and threw the lollipop on the ground, stomping it to pieces. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Xiao Ran turned her head, the anger on her face vanished, and a sweet smile returned as if it had never happened. Brother, let's stay together tonight, okay? She was clearly acting coquettishly, and with that playful and cute face, she was simply an irresistible little devil. Lin Feng swallowed hard, then frowned. He had originally hoped these people would step in and stop him, but Xiao Ran just snapped at him like that. Seriously? Is he really going to stay with Xiao Ran tonight? Thinking of this, Chu Ling Shuang's image flashed through Lin Feng's mind instantly. Hiss. Wrong. He has already left the Chu family, and Chu Ling Shuang has said she would let him go, so what is he afraid of? Besides, Zheng Buochao said that he would pay more if he agreed. What I lack most right now is money. If he can just get through these 7 days, he can take the money, find a village to live in, and live a carefree life for the rest of his days. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Thinking of this, amidst the astonishment of the crowd and the eager anticipation of the viewers in the live stream, he nodded. Okay. The comments section erupted in excitement. Awesome. Factory kids are awesome. Agreed. The first couple has been chosen. I, the factory worker, am just blessed with protagonist Halo. Okay. Lock it down completely. At the scene, Zhu Qiming and the others looked pale, especially the other two girls. Xiao Ran chose the first one, which meant they also needed to hurry. Miao Ryu took the initiative. Brother Zhu, let's go together tonight. Not to be outdone, Gao Yakin asked. Then, Brother He. Unsurprisingly, the two agreed immediately. Nonsense. Even if Xiao Ran didn't choose her, there are still other girls, right? Even though I didn't get Xiao Ran, as long as I don't become that clown, that's fine. Seeing that 3 couples had already formed, Ma Yinbin panicked. No, what about me? You've all gone out, so am I supposed to stay on the island tonight? But the other 3 groups were all busy getting to know each other, so who had time to pay attention to him? Ma Yinbin watched them pair up, and he was filled with rage. He directly targeted Lin Feng. He's just a lowly laborer. Why should I compete with him for people? Seeing that Lin Feng and Xiao Ran were already walking side by side towards the shore, he became anxious. Miss Xiao, sleep with me tonight. After the show airs, I'll get my dad to invest in your performance. He rushed forward and impatiently pulled Xiao Ran's shoulder. However, the next second, Xiao Ran turned around, pouting, her round eyes filled with tears. She grabbed Lin Feng's arm and said in a wrong tone, Brother, you have to protect me. This big brother is so fierce. He's pulling my shoulder so hard it hurts. Chapter 93 In this world, no one is anyone's only one. Hiss. Tears welled up on her tender face. Her eyes were blurry. Her pink lips pursed as she mumbled something, and she clenched her fist tightly around the teddy bear. Seeing this delicate and charming scene, Ma Yanbin stood up. I really want to bully him. If this were in the room, he would have loved to just start doing it. Fortunately, they were at the beach, and the cameras hadn't caught up yet, so his reaction wasn't captured on camera. Lin Feng was also taken aback by the girl's 2 faces. A sensation rose in his arm, and his heart tightened. It's hard to collapse. He felt that her tone was familiar, but he couldn't confirm it. There was nothing he could do. He knew too little about the Chu family. In Beijing, only the 4 most powerful families were widely known, and while people knew about the Yihan group, they knew very little about the Chu family. After all, a prestigious family like the Chu family is not something ordinary people can come into contact with, and the Chu family would not openly expose themselves to the public eye. The girl in front of me is nothing more than a young lady from a family with some background. Lin Feng took a deep breath and asked in return, Then what do you suggest we do? Xiao Ran turned her head to the side, sobbing, and said in a pitiful voice, Brother, beat him up. Her adorable face, paired with such fierce words, creates a striking contrast. Thinking Xiao Ran was joking, Ma Yinbin immediately took it to heart, hastily withdrawing his hand and saying with a slightly apologetic laugh, sorry, I just accidentally used too much force. He was apologizing very sincerely, but Lin Feng felt something was wrong. The sly glint in her eyes told him that she was doing it on purpose. But didn't Zheng Buochao say that if he listened to her, he would get paid? Since that's the case, then we can't blame him. He'll play along with this young girl. He wants to know what she's really up to. Lin Feng curled his lips into a smile and unexpectedly said, Okay. Well, Ma Yinbin was stunned. Before he could even start cursing, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. When I looked up again, Lin Feng had already delivered another flying kick. Ah! Ma Yinbin screamed in pain, never expecting Lin Feng to actually get serious. His body was knocked off balance by the force of the kick, and he staggered backward. However, Lin Feng did not give him a chance to react at all. He delivered a flying kick, and the hard toe of his leather shoe slammed into his face. With a thud, Ma Yinbin fell to the ground. As he fell, the sparse sand on the beach was swirled in the air. Ma Yinbin covered his face with one hand and his stomach with the other, writhing in pain. You son of a bitch, you actually dared to hit me. I'm going to get my dad to kill you. Xiao Ran was also stunned. She never expected that Lin Feng would actually take action after she just said it casually. No wonder her sister brought this man home. This man is indeed extraordinary. The photographer on the other end saw this and immediately rushed over. Mr. Ma, are you all right? Quickly, call 120. Hurry. The camera then panned across the scene. Assault incidents are not uncommon. But what is uncommon is that someone openly resorts to violence on a TV show. The first comments to flood the screen were accusations against Lin Feng. But soon, when the camera focused on Xiao Ran's misty eyes, the tide turned. Serves you right. Xiao Ran didn't even choose you. So why are you jumping around like that? Yeah, you even bullied my Xiao Ran until she cried. You deserve to die? Hitting you is too lenient. Well done, factory worker. That's so satisfying, damn it. Don't be afraid of retaliation, factory boy. Charge forward. Factory fans will always be with you. Hurry and get him to the hospital, or the wound will scab over. This sudden turn of events left Zheng Buochao, who was watching the play backstage, completely stunned. Ma Yanbin is the son of a real estate developer known for his shady business practices. If something were to happen to him on the show, would the show even survive? He panicked and immediately called the photographer to contact the nearest medical team to arrange for Ma Yanbin to receive medical treatment. Unexpectedly, his brother was so easygoing. Zheng Buochao frowned and was about to call Lin Feng to talk to him when he saw Xiao Ran looking aggrieved and saying something to the staff in the camera. He immediately turned the speakers up to full blast. My arm is swollen too. Brother Xiaofeng has agreed to sleep with me. Can we leave here now? She pouted, her little hands gripping Lin Feng's arm tightly, pitifully leaning half her face against his arm. The photographer was also charmed by the scene. While he was still in a daze, he saw a message from Zheng Buochao. Let the two of them go first, then cut the camera to the other two couples. With Director Zheng's words, the photographer quickly nodded, picked up his camera, and said to Xiao Ran, "Okay, then please, Miss Xiao and Mr. Lin, proceed to the Seaside Villa Hotel." As he spoke, he took out his phone and asked the staff to bring over a small sightseeing boat. The camera angles switched directly. As the small boat approached, Lin Feng's lips twitched. So there was a new scene to discover. He thought they were going to spend 7 days on this deserted island. Beside her, Xiao Ran tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, her kind smile returning to her face. "Brother, the boat's here, let's go." Lin Feng didn't refuse and nodded directly. "Okay." And so, they became the first couple to unlock the next location. Since there were no cameras during the location changes, Lin Feng, after boarding the boat, naturally pulled Xiao Ran's small hand away, sat down by the side of the boat, crossed his arms, and quietly enjoyed the beautiful sea view. His deliberate aloofness caused Xiao Ran to raise an eyebrow slightly. Oh, so he was just playing along with her earlier? She had no time to appreciate the surrounding scenery. A strong sense of amusement rose in Xiao Ran's eyes. She turned around slowly, facing Lin Feng sideways, and suddenly bent over, tilting her head to look at Lin Feng. "Brother, don't you like me?" Her words were very straightforward, more so than any woman Lin Feng had ever met. But, looking past her face, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of the seagulls flying in the sky. They spread their wings, flocks of them, hovering and fluttering low over the pier, not far away. He suddenly recalled that line of poetry that he remembered vividly and that had enlightened him. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. Under this vast expanse of heaven and earth, he now sat on the boat, possessing an invaluable absolute freedom. He is occupying his own free space. Lin Feng's eyes gradually deepened, filled with the satisfaction he had gained. Wealth? He had experienced that kind of extravagance before, and he didn't like it. Power? He had some, but he despised it. A woman? No. Everything related to people will eventually betray you. In this world, no one is anyone's only one, and no one will be unconditionally good to anyone else. Any unexpected surprises or romance are nothing but planning and calculation, just as he was born into this world as a blank slate. All his knowledge is merely what certain people want him to know. His gaze shifted back to Xiao Ran's face, meeting her curious yet pitiful eyes, and he spoke. "I help Miss Xiao, so Miss Xiao should help me clean up the mess, right?" Chapter 90, For I Can't Beat Him. Xiao Ran was stunned. Was it because she wasn't pretty enough? Or perhaps it was because her figure wasn't good enough that she failed to win his favor. From birth, she was praised by countless relatives. When she attended a prestigious academy, she unsurprisingly stood out among the young ladies, even without the Chu family title. She received countless invitations from men, including love letters, roses, and invitations to dinner. She doesn't even need much physical contact. A flirtatious glance or a sweet smile is enough to make the other person blush and their heart race. as she shone brightly on stage. Amidst the frenzied screams of thousands of male fans during her concert, she even had the illusion that if she were to slip and fall, she would become pregnant. But he had absolutely no interest in her. It's an act. He must be faking it. Since childhood, there has never been a man that Chu Yunran couldn't win over. Xiao Ran's eyes held a hint of amusement. What era is this? Trying to play hard to get with me? Oh, she wanted to see just how high this man's level was. Xiao Ran blinked, rested her chin on the head of the plush bear, drooped her eyes slightly, and stared straight at Lin Feng, saying in a soft, sweet voice, "But I like you, brother." She blinked sweetly and pouted. "I've liked you from the first moment I saw you. I want you to be my boyfriend." Her tone gradually softened, her voice lowered, and she exuded a pitiful, pleading air, as if showing weakness. Clearly, she chose to go straight for the kill, based on what she perceived as Lin Feng's feigned indifference. With her pretty and cute face, no man could resist this combination. For example, the commissioner who was steering the boat couldn't help but turn his head. He was shocked at first, then clutched his chest in anguish, his mouth agape, his eyes full of unspeakable envy. That's how he confessed his feelings. They had only just met, and this kid was incredibly lucky to have caught Xiao Ran's eye right away. Or is it the legendary love at first sight? When will it be his turn to have such unprecedented good fortune? However, Lin Feng was clearly not buying it. Looking at Xiao Ran, who was confessing her love to him so passionately, he calmly asked, "Is it really love at first sight? Are you sure you like me, and not just my face?" His words almost caused Xiao Ran's CPU to overheat. Who would have thought that even after she so directly tried to be coquettish, Lin Feng would still have the brain to think about it? It's often said that men are carnivores, and only one of them has the final say when it comes to their upper or lower body. But Lin Feng was not like that. No wonder his sister was able to take him in for half a month and even let him stay at Lakeview Villa. Once you win over a man like that, the sense of accomplishment is unparalleled. "Dear sister, let me try it first." Xiao Ran lowered her head, a faint smile flashing in her eyes. She was not discouraged. Instead, she raised her hand to wipe away the tears that had welled up in her eyes, tilted her head slightly, and spoke in a tone that still evoked pity. She said, "I've never been in a relationship before, and I don't know what love is, but when I saw my brother, my heart started racing. I've never felt this way before. I think this is love at first sight." Her moving words traveled on the ship and, with the flow of air, reached the ears of the crew. The crew member almost lost his balance and fell off. Test. Why doesn't he get to have such a good opportunity? If this aired, the show would explode. He quickly sat up straight, but couldn't help but eavesdrop with an envious look in his ear. As Xiao Ran spoke, she reached out her free hand and grabbed Lin Feng's hand, shoving it into the center of the plush bear. She murmured, "Brother, if you don't believe me, feel it. My heart has been pounding ever since it started. It's been beating so fast." "Don't." Lin Feng pulled his hand away with a strong pull. If this had happened before, he might have succumbed to such an invitation from a woman of such beauty. But things are different now. He has long since let go of the past, and he knows better than anyone that there are no free lunches. He wouldn't believe she was being so proactive without a purpose. After experiencing so much deception and betrayal, he finds it hard to trust anyone anymore. Faced with Xiao Ran's astonished gaze, he could only say, "You've just not experienced enough. I've never believed in love at first sight. But I believe it." Xiao Ran grew anxious and pleaded again, her tone hurried but desperate. "Brother, I like you. It's okay if you don't like me now. I just want you to give me a chance to get to know you." She was so anxious about being rejected that she momentarily forgot about her own status. Her words sounded like she was humbly begging for forgiveness. The crew had never seen such a pleading look before, especially coming from Xiao Ran, the leader of a top-tier girl group. Has this man ever poured cement? How can he be so heartless? He was envious, yet also seethed with hatred, but he could only resign himself to his fate and continue sailing the boat. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Ran with considerable surprise. He was now curious about her purpose in being so humble. However, none of this matters. He curled his lips into a smile and shook his head slightly. "Miss Xiao, you were just acting on impulse. I'm just a passerby in your life. You've seen me, been moved, and forgotten me. That's all. Just like every show eventually comes to an end. If you know the ending from the beginning, then there's no point in starting. This process is meaningless to him, isn't it? Lin Feng spoke without a moment's hesitation, only carrying a hint of indifference and detachment. He was sitting right in front of her, but Xiao Ran felt as if there was an insurmountable barrier between them. That was a barren area in her knowledge, a high level she had not yet encountered. In that instant, a thought popped into her mind. She couldn't outmaneuver him. No, it should be said that her level is completely different from his. Just like how she effortlessly broke into the diamond circle with her beautiful face, while Lin Feng is already at the king level, his heart sealed in cement. She subconsciously bit her lip. The vast difference in skill level made her hesitate. She realized that she wasn't good enough to flirt with Lin Feng right now. Forget it. Maybe we should leave this tough nut to her sister. Xiao Ran didn't say anything more, and before they knew it, the boat had reached its destination. The production team was generous, booking high-end venues. In front of the Seaview Villa Hotel, looking at the luxurious swimming pool set up not far in the courtyard, Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. Her eyes gleamed, as if some mischievous idea was popping into her head. Standing in front of the door, she pointed to the pool with a half-smile and said, turning her head, "Brother, since we're already here, it's not too much to ask us to go for a swim together, is it?" Chapter 95, He's glowing. Well, swim? Following her finger, Lin Feng also saw the luxurious swimming pool located in the hotel courtyard. It's possible, but I didn't bring a swimsuit. Lin Feng spoke very sincerely. However, the next second, a staff member stepped forward and handed over 2 swimsuits, saying, "Ms. Xiao, Mr. Lin, the swimsuits are ready." With a villa and a swimming pool, Zheng Buochao naturally couldn't let such a good opportunity for publicity slip by. Xiao Ran's eyes flickered, and without giving Lin Feng a chance to refute, she picked up the pink swimsuit and said sweetly, "Then, brother, I'll go change first." After saying that, she went to the changing room as directed by the staff. It's just swimming. He often goes to the pool when he works out, and speaking of which, it seems like he hasn't been in the water for a long time. Lin Feng picked up the swimsuit and headed to the changing room. A short while later, he came out after changing, while Xiao Ran had just opened the door to the changing room. Her figure, encased in a pink one-piece swimsuit, was on full display. Without the teddy bear in her arms, her skin was fair, her eyes filled with a naive charm, and her long, platinum blonde hair cascaded down to her waist, giving her a youthful and girlish look. She has an angelic face, but a devilish figure. The first thing you see is a huge, eye-catching honeydew melon. Lin Feng felt his blood boil, but thankfully, his gaze fell on her lovely face, which brought his thoughts back on track. He doesn't have that kind of peculiar fetish. As soon as they came out, Xiao Ran rushed to Lin Feng and grabbed his arm, pulling him toward the edge of the pool. Without the obstruction of clothing, Lin Feng felt a soft, sticky sensation that stirred his heart. Seeing that the cameraman had already brought over with his equipment, Lin Feng took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and followed Xiao Ran to the edge of the pool. The 2 men's amazing physiques were on full display in the footage, and the audience went crazy. This is amazing. I knew this show was something special. These 2 have such great figures. They're a perfect match. Once we're all hooked on, who cares about anything else? Miss Xiao, I'm sorry, I had to act impulsively. Bang! A loud bang echoed in Chu Ling Shuang's workspace. At the door, Yu Shuiyin instinctively shuddered. In just a short while, the young lady had already smashed 4 cups. Without a doubt, this is Lin Feng again. She had to admit that the young lady was truly in love. Yu Shuiyin silently clasped her hands together, now only hoping that her young lady wasn't a hopeless romantic. That stuff, combined with her young lady's crazy personality, is terrifying. Inside the room, enraged, Chu Ling Shuang picked up her phone and sent a voice message to Qin Shui. "You haven't notified her yet? I think you're asking for trouble." Less than a minute after the message was sent, Qin Shui replied quickly, "Miss Ling Shuang, I'm on my way and should arrive in about 10 minutes. A phone call. This show is so popular right now, Zheng Buochao might not even answer the phone if she calls." Qin Shui knew perfectly well that from those few voice messages, Chu Ling Shuang was extremely angry. If she didn't go there in person, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing the message Qin Shui sent, Chu Ling Shuang's anger only intensified. Tell her to wait 10 minutes. A baby can be conceived in 10 minutes. On the computer screen, Lin Feng and Xiao Ran were laughing and talking. Then they went into the water together. Chu Ling Shuang's overwhelming rage could no longer be contained. Yu Shuyan, she shouted sternly. The door to the room behind her was pushed open, and Yu Shuyan stumbled in, still shaken, and said, Miss, what are your orders? Notify Zhang Peng to prepare a cruise ship immediately to take me to the island. Yu Shuyan's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly replied, Yes. Wow, brother, you're amazing. You can even do the butterfly stroke. As Lin Feng swam past her, displaying graceful movements, Xiao Ran stared wide-eyed. At this moment, all her wicked thoughts were forgotten, replaced by eyes full of admiration. Among swimming strokes, the butterfly stroke is the most difficult, requiring a very high level of coordination, strength, and endurance from the swimmer. Lin Feng, however, performed it almost perfectly. Forgetting about recording the show, Xiao Ran splashed around in the water and paddled forward excitedly, saying, Brother, teach me quickly, I want to learn this. Well, Lin Feng frowned and said truthfully, This movement is quite difficult. I still suggest you learn backstroke first. Xiao Ran pouted a little disappointedly, but still nodded obediently. She relaxed her body, letting the density of the water lift her up, and lay half reclined on the surface. She held Lin Feng's arm with her small hand and said, Brother, is this right? Can you help me check? Xiao Ran's movements were quite skillful, indicating that she had learned them, but perhaps she had become a little rusty due to not practicing for a long time. Lin Feng nodded, put his hand on her shoulder, and helped her adjust her posture. Two melons floated halfway on the water's surface, while undercurrents surged beneath. The production team really knows what the audience wants to see. They even zoomed in on Xiao Ran's face with the camera. Wow, I'm not exaggerating, it's really big. Now I finally understand why she was hugging the bear. Factory Boy is so lucky. He's personally teaching Xiao Ran how to swim. I'm so envious. This factory worker is quite skilled. He can even do butterfly stroke. He must be someone important. In the pool, Lin Feng's attention was entirely focused on teaching Xiao Ran how to swim. Aside from the contact when he needed to adjust his posture, there were no other deliberate actions. He gave Xiao Ran very candid advice and set an example for her. His character instantly earned him praise from a large number of netizens. But Xiao Ran, who had finally reviewed the backstroke, belatedly realized that she was being touched by a hand that was trying to adjust her position. She felt a sudden numbness in her heart. However, when she tried to tease him again, she met Lin Feng's clear eyes and his earnest teaching. That's right, that's it. Once you master the technique, it's easy to do. Xiao Ran immediately bit her lip. Although she rarely compared herself to others, she knew the truth in her heart. Her looks and figure were absolutely stunning, yet Lin Feng showed absolutely no interest. Even under these circumstances, he remained steadfast in his convictions. In an instant, she felt as if the man was radiating light, enveloped in countless charms that shimmered before her eyes. Miss Xiao, yes, that's it. You did a great job. Lin Feng's voice of praise came over again. Accompanied by the rushing water, Xiao Ran felt a burning sensation in her head, as if something was bursting forth from the depths of her heart. Chapter 96. Why does he always encounter these abnormal people around him? Is that so? Xiao Ran asked in a hoarse voice, but her eyes revealed a longing to be praised. Watching her swim with such ease, Lin Feng nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips, and praised her again and again. Yes, you remembered it after I only said it once, Miss Xiao. You are really amazing. The moment the sound entered her ears, Xiao Ran felt every pore on her body leap with joy. It was an unprecedented and wonderful experience for her. She had naturally experienced being recognized before, but being praised by someone even more capable than herself, especially someone who was cold and aloof, was such an unprecedented contrast that it made Xiao Ran relax completely. She felt her breathing become much heavier. It wasn't the fatigue from swimming that bothered me, but the excitement from the stimulation. She couldn't explain what it was, but she really liked the feeling and wanted to experience it again. Seeing that Xiao Ran was floating motionless on the surface of the water, Lin Feng, who was a little hungry, couldn't help but call out, "Miss Xiao." He had meant to say that we'd had enough fun and should go upstairs for something to eat. But before he could finish speaking, Xiao Ran interrupted him. "Brother, could you please not call me Miss Xiao?" She blinked, put her hands in front of her and stroked the water's surface, and swam right up to Lin Feng. His eyes were immediately drawn to her large size, but seeing her pitiful eyes, Lin Feng sighed and unconsciously adjusted his swimsuit underwater, casually asking, "Then what should I call you?" "Call me Ran Ran." Xiao Ran responded quickly, her big eyes sparkling with a yearning for hope. Lin Feng swallowed hard. He really didn't want to refuse such a cute girl, especially since there was money to be made. He nodded naturally. "Okay, Miss Ran Ran you." Before he could finish speaking, he saw Xiao Ran suddenly approach and place her finger on his lips. Her red lips moved slightly, her eyes trembling slightly. "Brother, can you call me Ran Ran?" The voice carried a pleading, pitiful tone. Lin Feng tensed up, swallowed subconsciously, and nodded. "Okay. Then, brother." She looked at him pitifully, her small hands clasped tightly in front of her face, fingers interlocked, her face full of longing. Should I have him call her name? Lin Feng realized what was happening, but instantly felt that the girl seemed to be seriously ill. He pursed his lips, frowned, and hesitated before speaking. "Ran, Ran?" "Call." With that sound, the girl in front of him seemed to have been struck, her whole body relaxed, and a pleasant and comfortable look appeared on her face. "Well." Lin Feng's lips twitched. No, he only called her name once. Why did she react so strongly? Ever since he met Chu Ling Shuang, why has he always encountered these abnormal people around him? He shivered, but managed to get ashore by himself, supporting himself on the edge of the pool. "I'm going to get something to eat. I'm a little hungry." He tossed a sentence at Xiao Ran and walked towards the restaurant on his own. As Lin Feng reached the shore, the splashing water on his face brought Xiao Ran back to her senses. She quickly grabbed the ladder on the bank and followed closely behind. The two entered the restaurant together, and the staff brought out the food that had been prepared in advance. Lin Feng didn't say much and started eating immediately. This time it was no different from before. Xiao Ran was still staring at him as before, but Lin Feng felt that her gaze was different from before. There seemed to be an inexplicable sense of admiration. Never mind, I shouldn't think about that too much. Eating is the most important thing. Lin Feng quickly ate 2 bowls of rice and then devoured all the food on the table before patting his round belly with a satisfied expression. There wasn't much interaction during the meal. Lin Feng, who was focused on eating, was hotly discussed by netizens as a rice-eating maniac. Xiao Ran's elegant and noble movements amazed many netizens. After dinner, we played in the pool for a while, and soon it was evening. Lin Feng, who was known as the factory boy, became an internet sensation overnight. His intimate interactions with Xiao Ran were even turned into memes and posted online by netizens. Everyone was already eagerly anticipating the next day. That night, after finishing a day of filming, Lin Feng went into the room arranged for him by the staff, ready to get some rest. However, Xiao Ran hugged the teddy bear and followed closely behind him. "Ms. Xiao, today's filming is over. I need to rest." Lin Feng held the door open, looking helplessly at Xiao Ran standing at the door. "Brother, didn't you promise to call me Ran Ran?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Xiao Ran's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He could understand that they were inseparable during the recording of the show, but she would wait for him at the door even when he went to the toilet. Now that he was resting, she followed him around like a shadow. No way, they don't even give him rest time, do they? But looking at Xiao Ran's soft and adorable face, Lin Feng still sighed. "All right, Ran Ran, I need to rest now. You should go and rest too. Tomorrow." "Okay." Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Ran responded and then strode into his room. She sat directly on his big bed right in front of him. The soft mattress bounced a few times, and she excitedly patted the sheets next to her. "Brother, come quick, let's rest together." Lin Feng, does she really think he won't do anything to her? He took a deep breath and walked over with a hint of anger. Just as he was about to lecture her, he heard a piercing siren from downstairs. That voice sounds familiar. Lin Feng was taken aback. With a let's watch the show attitude, he went to the window. However, the next second, when he saw the person getting out of the car, Lin Feng was completely stunned. Surrounded by more than a dozen bodyguards, he recognized that slender figure all too well. Chu Ling Shuang, he exclaimed in surprise. Before he could think it through, Xiao Ran rushed over from behind, her anxious face pressed against the full-length mirror. Downstairs, the woman's face, clad in sunglasses, was slightly tilted upwards, causing the black umbrella above her head to sway slightly upwards as well. With just one glance, I spotted their floor's window. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a tremor run through his body. They're not here to see me, are they? The thought popped into Lin Feng's mind, but he quickly dismissed it, since he and Chu Ling Shuang had already made things very clear. As he calmed down, he was about to tell Xiao Ran to leave, but when he turned around, he saw the terror on Xiao Ran's face. She looked around the room, her gaze settling on the wardrobe. She rushed over even more anxiously than he did, slamming the wardrobe door shut. Her voice trembled with fear as she spoke. "Brother, please don't tell anyone I'm here. Please, please." Chapter 97, They really did come looking for him. Well, Lin Feng was stunned by what he saw. A person hiding in a wardrobe. No, Chu Ling Shuang is here. Why is she nervous? Could it be that the two of them have some kind of relationship? What does this have to do with him? Lin Feng didn't bother to think too much. He quickly stepped forward, opened the wardrobe door, and bluntly said, "Why don't you just go back to your room? What's the point of hiding here?" Xiao Ran huddled in the corner of the wardrobe, pulling on the bathrobe inside to cover her eyes. Her small hands clenched at the door, and her voice trembled with fear as she cried out, "Brother, close it quickly. It's too late." She pried at the sliding door, using all her strength, but it wouldn't budge. Frustrated, she grabbed Lin Feng's trouser leg and blurted out, "Why don't you come in too, brother? I'll squeeze in." No, is she sick? Chu Ling Shuang might not even be looking for him. Besides, he hasn't done anything wrong, so why should he avoid her? Lin Feng was truly speechless at Xiao Ran's antics. He bent over, ready to pull her out of the closet. Just as his hand was about to touch Xiao Ran's nape, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door, interspersed with the sound of high heels hitting the ground. The sound grew closer and closer, seemingly heading towards his room. Lin Feng's eyes darkened. He stared at Xiao Ran for a few seconds before finally pulling the wardrobe door shut with force. At the same time, a loud kicking sound rang out. The door, which Lin Feng had just partially closed, slammed against the wall with a loud bang. Lin Feng's body trembled as he heard a man's voice. Mr. Lin is staying in this room. They really did come looking for him." Lin Feng frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He turned to the side and looked towards the doorway. Outside the door, bodyguards stood scattered around, while Chu Ling Shuang, dressed in a minimalist black coat, stood in the middle of the doorway, her face obscured by sunglasses and a mask, her expression unreadable as she faced Lin Feng. Even through the sunglasses, her fierce aura was palpable. Lin Feng didn't say anything, casually sitting at the foot of the bed, calmly looking at Chu Ling Shuang. He wanted to know what she was up to now. The room fell silent. Chu Ling Shuang slightly raised her hand, and her fingers, covered by black leather gloves, gently swayed backward. The bodyguard immediately bowed and nodded before leaving, closing the door behind him. With a bang, the door slammed shut, leaving only Chu Ling Shuang and Lin Feng in the room. Through her sunglasses, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes narrowed slightly. She slowly lifted her foot, stepping into the doorway in her high heels. The overwhelming sense of oppression made Lin Feng subconsciously glance at the wardrobe out of the corner of his eye. The next second, she lifted his chin and her devilish voice rang out. "It's been a few days. You seem to be having a great time." Although it was a word of praise, there was a hint of suppressed, gritted teeth in her voice. Even through that voice, Lin Feng could sense her impending, overwhelming rage. "But this doesn't seem to concern you, Miss Chu." He raised his hand and directly grasped her fair and slender wrist, which was exposed through her gloves. The friction of the leather gloves rose on his chin, and Lin Feng could clearly feel her fingers gradually tightening. "It doesn't hurt." "Oh." Chu Ling Shuang's cold laughter escaped from her mask. She suddenly exerted force on her hand, forcing him to raise his face. "You're still as quick-witted as ever." She laughed, but her laughter sent chills down Lin Feng's spine. If this were any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal, but now, there's a third person at the scene whom Chu Ling Shuang doesn't know about. That person was currently inside the closet, watching this scene through the crack in the closet. Lin Feng couldn't help but breathe heavily. He tightened his grip, grabbed Chu Ling Shuang's arm, and forcibly pulled her hand down. "Miss Chu, I think we've already made things very clear last time. If you let me go, I'll let you go, and we'll be even. We'll settle things once and for all, and we'll be even." He controlled his racing heartbeat and tried to speak in a calm voice, implying that he wanted to remind Chu Ling Shuang not to break her promise. Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow slightly, stroking her wrist, which was slightly red from Lin Feng's grip, and said flippantly, "Is that so?" "Certainly." Lin Feng sat up straight, crossed his arms, and looked at her coldly, saying, "Miss Chu, are you perhaps going back on your word?" Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang did not respond further, but instead raised her hand and took off her sunglasses. An unobstructed gaze was fixed on Lin Feng. Her judgment was indeed excellent. With a little makeup, Lin Feng became even more handsome, especially his deep eyes, which held a hint of anger and a scrutinizing gaze as he tried to understand her. She rarely met his gaze. It was as if he were engaging in a contest of equal strength with her. "I want to trample him under my feet even more." An uncontrollable possessive glint welled up in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes. She licked her lips greedily, then suddenly lifted her leg, the tip of her high heel landing instantly beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng never expected her to do such a thing. Before he could react, she grabbed his collar. The overwhelming scent of roses, accompanied by her sharp voice, swept over us. "How dare you? You actually dare to fool around with other women." Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly. He was about to question her about what this had to do with her, but the next second, Chu Ling Shuang grabbed his collar and tackled him to the ground. Her knee was pressed against his side. Immediately afterwards, she grabbed his wrists with both hands, brought them together in front of her, raised her right hand, and lifted his hands above his head. The friction of the leather gloves on my wrists was uncomfortable. But none of that is the most important thing. The important thing is that there is another person squatting in the wardrobe on the side. Has she gone mad, starting with these kinds of things? He knew arguing with this woman was pointless, but in this situation, was it really okay for him to just not explain? I'm afraid the only way to bring Chu Ling Shuang to her senses is to tell her that there is a third person in the room. He didn't need to help Xiaoran hide it, did he? "Miss Chu, I advise you to calm down. There's more to this room than, He was speaking when he tried to break free from her grip. Before she could finish her rebuttal, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly bent down. Immediately afterwards, an overwhelming wave of soft and glutinous flavor swept over us. Lin Feng's words caught in his throat. He never expected this woman to be so direct, coming right off the bat. Feeling her hand making improper advances, his breathing suddenly quickened. No, he absolutely could not let Chu Ling Shuang succeed, at least not in front of a third party. Lin Feng's heart sank, and he used a lot of force to break free from her grip with almost no effort. He spun around, pinning her to his side and gripping her hands. Just as he was about to speak, he met her dazed, yet lingering gaze. Chapter 98. If she's not afraid, what is he afraid of? Stared at by such a burning gaze, Lin Feng's words were stuck in his throat. Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyebrows, brazenly and arrogantly scanning him. Her fingers brushed across her mask a few times, the leather gloves rubbing against the mask to generate heat, and the temperature between her lips rose even higher. "What? You want to take the initiative?" Her hand slowly rested on her concave waist, on the white sheets. Even though she was wearing a black leather jacket, her soft and alluring figure was still fully revealed. With a slight upturn of her lips, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes held a hint of anticipation, but her voice remained icy, tinged with a playful eagerness. "Then come on, let me see your initiative. Let me see your wild side after all these days." Faced with such a captivating scene, Lin Feng's body visibly tensed. This was the first time she had ever shown herself to him in such a charming and alluring manner. It was springtime, and the air conditioning was on inside, but Lin Feng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Only he himself knows the reason. It was restrained patience. She brazenly provoked him, still with that haughty look in her eyes. Normally, Lin Feng would not have been able to tolerate her contemptuous gaze, but now, there was a third person present. Regardless of their relationship, he had to be cautious. He gritted his teeth, his tone restrained as he spoke again. Miss Chu, you are currently in the recording studio of a program. I don't know if there are cameras in this room. Are you sure you want to continue here? He didn't reveal the fact that Xiao Ran was hiding in the closet. Although his words were an implication, they were also quite direct. There are other people present. Lin Feng knew very well that Chu Ling Shuang didn't want others to know about her relationship with him. For example, when he said he was going to open the door at the convenience store, Chu Ling Shuang still panicked. Besides, she wore sunglasses and a mask when she came here, didn't she? Lin Feng was certain that he was now absolutely certain of success. However, it's only exciting when there are cameras around. Her voice rose slightly, and a wicked pleasure lingered in her icy eyes. Damn it, he's a complete madman. Isn't she afraid that their videos will be leaked to various websites? Isn't she afraid that the reputation of her Chu family will be ruined? Lin Feng frowned deeply. He never expected that Chu Ling Shuang would say something like, it's a fight to the death to him. If that's the case, then fine. If she's not afraid, why should he be? Lin Feng flipped over and climbed on top of her, a smirk playing on his lips as he gripped her right shoulder from above. You said it yourself. Chu Ling Shuang did not resist, and calmly let him do as he pleased. She didn't respond, and just stared at him from below. In her cold and noble phoenix eyes, there was a faint scrutiny and a hint of elusive expectation. She could feel his burning grip on her shoulder. His stubbornness in trying to take control was more intense than her possessiveness at any time. Looking up at that face, Chu Ling Shuang's heart suddenly raced. She wanted this man's loyalty. It's this feeling of wanting to resist, yet having no choice but to accept, like Schrodinger's cat, a forced loyalty that persists no matter when or where, until the very end of his forbearance, and finally erupts. Damn it! She actually didn't dodge. Under Chu Ling Shuang's gaze, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He could see her eyes gradually deepening, and that arrogant look in them. Lin Feng didn't know what was wrong with him, but when he met her expression, he felt an overwhelming urge to pin her down and watch her beg for mercy. I want to see those noble yet disdainful eyes reveal a pleading look. Unable to control himself, he bent down, aimed at the mask, and pressed it against it, then bared his fangs menacingly. Hiss! Chu Ling Shuang's eyes widened immediately. He actually dared to. The pain that had been surging across her red lips spread throughout her body, and her eyes gradually darkened. Instead of pushing him away, she responded in kind. It seemed as if some deep-seated hatred had intertwined between them. It was as if they wanted to etch her into her very bones, so forcefully that she was deprived of oxygen. This embrace lasted a long time, and he showed no intention of stopping. In her suffocating state, Chu Ling Shuang felt overwhelmed by her emotions. In the instant of oxygen deprivation in the brain, the body succumbed. Chu Ling Shuang felt her heart beating very fast, like a reckless deer, each beat resonating within her heartstrings. The pain on her lips was like an independent variable, stirring the function called love in her heart on her aloof and noble coordinate axis. Within the area, the embers ignite, creating waves and ripples. Hiss! In the midst of the silence, a faint gasp escaped from the silence. Lost in the moment, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils darting around as she sharply scanned the area from which the sound came. There's someone in the wardrobe. She suddenly remembered Lin Feng's earlier reminder. There were more than just the two of them in this room. So, everything they've just done, and is doing now, has been under the watchful eyes of others. Her fierce movements froze instantly. Noticing her slight change, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, straightened his back slightly, and turned his head to touch her earlobe. Miss Chu, please continue. A hot breath wafted from his ear, accompanied by his teasing voice. Chu Ling Shuang immediately clenched her fists, the leather gloves making a squeaking sound as they rubbed together. She raised her hand, touched his thin lips with her index finger, and her voice turned cold. I don't have this particular fetish. Oh, she even knows. Lin Feng smiled slightly, his voice light. That's quite a coincidence. I don't have any either. As soon as he finished speaking, he got up and sat on the side of the bed. As he turned to the side, he unconsciously tugged at the belt around his waist. All right, Miss Chu, let's talk about this another day. I need to rest. His triumphant voice rang out. Chu Ling Shuang slowly stood up, her eyes sweeping over the wardrobe before finally settling on Lin Feng. His smug look is absolutely despicable. Did you think you had her under your thumb? Chu Ling Shuang sneered. Fine. She calmly adjusted her gloves, her shoes landing on the soft carpet. She slowly rose, walked around to Lin Feng, and casually raised her hand, her fingers landing on his chin. She lifted his face, a slight smile playing on her lips beneath her mask. She said jokingly, Perfect. I think the environment here is quite nice. As she spoke, she picked up her phone and dialed Yu Shuyan's number. The environment is nice? Could it be that she's planning to stay here for a few days? Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly, but before he could stop her, he heard Chu Ling Shuang's commanding voice. Send the documents here this week. Yes, to the room next to his. Clear out everyone on this floor. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Lin Feng, and she added with a strong hint of amusement. I don't like being stared at. Chapter 99 Sister, you absolutely must win him over. Since things had come to this point, Lin Feng couldn't say anything more. After all, although this was a filming location booked by the production team, given the Chu family's power, probably no one would dare to say no. Isn't this a hotel open to the public? Lin Feng didn't say anything more. He just watched Chu Ling Shuang leave in front of him. Her shoes stepped on the carpet, leaving a few small square marks on the plush carpet, but they quickly disappeared. As Chu Ling Shuang passed the wardrobe, she paused noticeably, but she didn't stay long, only glancing at it before pushing the door open and leaving. When the door slammed shut again, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he came to his senses, the scene from just now flashed through his mind. He didn't know what was wrong with him, that he would suddenly have the thought of conquering her. No, he's not crazy. He wouldn't even deign to look at someone as extreme as her, especially since she had tormented him so badly in the past. If that's the case, and you can be assimilated by such a madman, then you're really pathetic. Lin Feng chuckled self-deprecatingly. He got up, went straight to the wardrobe, and forcefully pulled open the sliding door. Splash. Xiaoran just rammed out sideways like that. It almost touched Lin Feng's toes. Although he didn't know the relationship between her and Chu Ling Shuang, Lin Feng was naturally averse to meddling in other people's business. Looking down at the back of Xiaoran's head, Lin Feng said coldly, Miss Xiao, you are safe now. The implication is that you can get lost. However, Xiaoran suddenly grabbed his trouser leg, knelt down on the ground, and abruptly looked up at him with anxious eyes. Why did you stop? Brothers, please continue. Keep going, you chicken. You just want to stir up trouble, don't you? Hiding in the closet watching the show, letting him face that devil alone. And you actually enjoyed it? Lin Feng coldly withdrew his leg, took 2 steps back, sat on the edge of the bed, and said rationally, Miss Xiao, you can leave now. No. Xiaoran crawled forward on her knees, her little hands gripping the edge of the bed, her eyes sparkling as she looked up excitedly, saying, Brother, how could you let me down at such a crucial moment? She was clearly extremely excited, gesturing wildly as she said, This is the first time I've ever seen my sister get the short end of the stick. Brother, you're amazing. You truly are the idol I chose. No, wait a minute. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine and said, Wait a minute. You just mentioned your sister? Yes, Xiaoran was excitedly about to chime in, but the moment she opened her mouth, reason returned. She suddenly realized her mistake and quickly interrupted. No, I meant I'm simply. Yes, simply. Lin Feng's lips twitched as he glanced at the awkward smile on her face. Please, these 2 words are different, okay? Do you really think he's a fool? Brother, you're amazing. I've decided that from today onwards, you're my idol. And I'm going to record this momentous occasion right now. Without saying anything else, Xiaoran excitedly got up and skipped out. The room returned to calm. But Lin Feng's heart was churning like a stormy sea. He had said that Xiaoran was not normal, but he never expected that she was Chu Ling Shuang's sister. The Chu family has kept things well hidden, Their second young lady is actually active in the entertainment industry. That's truly. It seems he not only needs to stay away from Chu Ling Shuang now, but this Xiao Ran is probably not a good person either. Lin Feng sighed, took off his shoes, laid down on the bed, leaned against the headboard, and squinted his eyes. What other shocking secrets does the Chu family hold that he doesn't know about? Miss Ranran. Miss Ling Shuang wants you to go to her room. Chu Yunran had just returned to her room when she encountered Qin Shui, who was waiting inside. Seeing Qin Shui's worried expression, Chu Yunran became excited instead. Shue, you have no idea what I just saw. My sister, that big devil, actually got her comeuppance, and by a guy no less. Ha ha ha. Compared to Chu Yunran's excitement, Qin Shui sighed. Miss Ranran, Miss Ling Shuang, she. Going to her room, right? Okay, I'm going right now. Watching Chu Yunran rush out excitedly, Qin Shui's worry only increased. She had warned her as Miss Ling Shuang had instructed, but Ranran didn't take it to heart at all. If she wasn't mistaken, Miss Ling Shuang also came out of that room. Now, Miss Ranran is even doing something like eavesdropping. It's over, it's really over. Chu Yunran excitedly pushed open the door to Chu Ling Shuang's room. As soon as she stepped inside, Zhang Peng and the others grabbed her. At the end of her line of sight, Chu Ling Shuang was standing with her back to her, slowly sipping her tea from her teacup. Chu Yunran panicked and shouted, Xiaozhang, you've got some nerve. You actually dared to pull me along. Be careful, or I'll fire you. Clearly, her intimidation had no effect on Chu Ling Shuang. Miss Ranran, the young lady has given instructions, and a private jet has been prepared for you. You will be departing for Indonesia in half an hour. Exclamation point. Chu Yunran panicked instantly, kicking her little feet wildly in the air as she desperately cried out, Sister, my dear sister, please don't. I have something important to tell you. Let me go. She struggled, but her strength was like that of a kitten to the well-trained bodyguard. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Chu Ling Shuang, with her back to her, raised her free hand and waved it in midair. Zhang Peng immediately nodded, glanced at his underlings, and then helped Chu Yunran walk out. Chu Yunran became extremely anxious and bit Zhang Peng's arm. A whoa! Hiss! Zhang Peng loosened his grip in pain. The next second, Chu Yunran scrambled to the desk. Hearing the commotion behind her, Chu Ling Shuang's anger flared up. Just as she was about to deduct Zhang Peng's bonus for the month, Chu Yunran's anxious voice rang out. Sis, let me tell you, you absolutely have to win over Brother Lin. I only want him to be my brother-in-law. Her clear voice echoed in the room, instantly causing Zhang Peng and the others at the door to overheat. Huh, she wants Lin Feng to be her brother-in-law. Wait a minute. Is this the lady's husband? Wait this. Chu Ling Shuang turned her head slightly, put down her cup, and raised her hand slightly, gesturing for Zhang Peng and the others to leave. Still reeling from the shock, Zhang Peng and the others immediately understood Chu Ling Shuang's gesture and hurriedly left the room without daring to think further. As the door closed, her cold gaze swept over Chu Yunran. At this moment, Chu Yunran gripped the edge of the table, her chin resting on the tabletop, staring at her intently like a kitten, her eyes filled with fervent adoration. Chapter 100. What else could this be but liking? Turning her chair around, Chu Ling Shuang sat down coldly, crossed her right leg over her left, crossed her arms, and glanced at her indifferently. Chu Yunran looked up excitedly at her older sister. Sister, let me tell you, with the looks of you two, your future children will definitely be beautiful. Brother Lin is also very talented. You definitely can't miss out on such a good man. Hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes darkened. She lowered her legs, bent over the table, raised her hand, and patted Chu Yunran's little face, coldly saying, Not awake yet? With two sharp taps, Chu Yunran's eyes shone even brighter. She grabbed Chu Ling Shuang's wrist and said with a grin, Sister, don't you like Brother Lin? This statement carried a somewhat probing tone, but Chu Ling Shuang was too preoccupied to notice any of that. Her mind was completely occupied by Chu Yunran's words, I like you. Like, does she like him? How could that be? He's just a kept man she set her sights on. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang remain silent, Chu Yunran's eyes instantly burned with fervor. Without her sister saying a word, she knew what was going on. It seems my sister is secretly delighted. Or perhaps she's unwilling to admit it. Chu Yunran's eyes darted around. Others might not know, but over the years, she knew it best. Her sister is good at everything and excels in everything, but she's incredibly stubborn. If she hadn't just witnessed that arousing scene while hiding in the closet, she would never have believed that her sister could fall for someone else. Lin Feng said one sentence, and her sister went out. Sometimes her sister was too lazy to listen to what her parents said, but now she was indulging a man like this. What else could this be but liking someone? Chu Yunran's smile deepened, and she said tentatively with a coquettish laugh, "Sister, I can tell that brother Lin likes you." Upon hearing this, Chu Lingshuang's heart skipped a beat. He liked her? She widened her eyes slightly. Impossible. Isn't what he wants most to escape from her? Could it be that all this time, he has actually been playing hard to get? The moment the thought crossed her mind, Chu Lingshuang couldn't help but ask, "You mean, all his acts of resistance were just an act?" "Yes." Chu Yunran nodded excitedly, then noticed the shock on her older sister's face. Her smile deepened, and she quickly continued, "Brother Lin actually likes you a lot. He's just doing this on purpose to get your attention." As she spoke, she added cautiously, "Sister, if you don't believe me, why don't you try it?" These words really struck a chord with Chu Lingshuang. She really wanted to know what Lin Feng meant to her. If he was really acting, then he was no different from those other men, except that her physical condition had deepened her feelings for him. But if he really is acting, that would be brilliant. Was he trying to manipulate her into falling into his trap? They deserve to be punished. A fierce glint flashed in Chu Lingshuang's eyes. She hoped he wasn't playing hard to get. Otherwise, if he dares to toy with her feelings, she'll really show him what she's capable of. How do we test it? She spoke in a cold voice, tapping her index finger on the table, making a thump, thump, thump sound. Interested? Chu Yunran's eyes flashed. She knew her sister had fallen for Lin Feng. "Sis, you're really being stubborn." Chu Yunran admitted that she was initially curious about Lin Feng, but after truly understanding him, she was somewhat interested in seeing his unexpected change in demeanor. Especially now, her mind was filled with images of Lin Feng being pinned down by her sister and then pushing back with gritted teeth, and Chu Yunran was extremely excited. The person she loves most and the person she admires are both extremely different. Is there anything more enjoyable than watching them pull through at their limits? More importantly, if Lin Feng really becomes her brother-in-law, he will be the only person who can keep her sister in check. Winning over her sister was too difficult, but winning over a man was quite easy. If she clings to Lin Feng's coattails, will her sister still be able to send her to Indonesia so easily? Thinking of this, Chu Yunran's heart suddenly raced, and her breathing became rapid. She was filled with boundless excitement, and suddenly tilted her head back to lean closer. "Sis, you could start by talking about his hobbies and interests." Chu Lingshuang asked in confusion, "Hobbies?" "Exactly." Chu Yunran nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "For example, you can give him whatever he likes, and see if he accepts it or not." Seeing Chu Lingshuang fall silent, Chu Yunran said again, "If he accepts, wouldn't that prove he likes you? Was he just acting all along?" Seeing that Chu Yunran spoke so logically, Chu Lingshuang quite agreed. This is indeed the quickest way to test whether Lin Feng likes him. But, seeing Chu Lingshuang's furrowed brows, Chu Yunran's excited face showed a hint of tentative inquiry. "No, sister. You don't know what brother Lin likes, do you?" She really didn't know. Chu Lingshuang answered the question in silence. She only knew that he wanted freedom, and what he wanted was the last thing she could give him. Seeing Chu Lingshuang remain silent, Chu Yunran felt that the smile on her face was about to burst. "Seriously, sis, are you even capable? After all this time, you still don't understand other people's interests and hobbies." That's true. Her sister has never been in a relationship. How could she possibly know these things? Chu Yunran waved her hand and pulled out her phone, saying, "Forget it, sis. I'll help you. I'll search online, and we'll pick one together to give to him." Chu Lingshuang remained silent, coldly staring at Chu Yunran, who was searching on her phone. Shortly after opening her phone, Chu Yunran suddenly widened her eyes and then let out a shout. "Wow!" She quickly shoved her phone in front of Chu Lingshuang's eyes, her eyes full of disdain, and said, "Sis, look, someone's trying to scam us." Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes and glanced at the trending topic on her phone screen. Hashtag girlfriend of factory worker shows off gifts hashtag. For no apparent reason, her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively reached out and clicked on the trending search terms. Inside was a post by a user with the username Factory Boy's Girlfriend, which included a picture of a jar of handmade origami stars with a bookmark that read Lin Feng Ziyu hanging next to it. In an instant, endless rage ignited in Chu Ling Shuang's heart. She knew that Feng Ziyue was Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend and had even met her before, but when their sweet little moments were shown to her, she still couldn't help but get angry. Send someone to remove this from the trending topics list and get the Feng family out of Beijing immediately. She roared in fury. On the other side, Chu Yunran hurriedly said, "Sister, I know you're angry, but don't be anxious." Chu Ling Shuang glared at her, the harsh sound of her grinding teeth ringing out. Chu Yunran blinked and leaned closer, saying, "I think this is a good thing, sis. You can see what he gave you, and you can cater to his tastes, right?" Chapter 101 Sis, you really have absolutely no romance. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes narrowed slightly. She had to admit that her younger sister's emotional intelligence was indeed higher than hers, and sometimes the quirky ideas that popped out of her little head were quite effective. However, giving handmade gifts is really quite tacky. Are you suggesting she fold 520 stars by hand and give them to him? She wouldn't stoop to doing something so tacky. Chu Ling Shuang's thoughtful gaze fell on Chu Yunran's small face. She crossed her arms, leaned back in her chair, and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Your idea is not bad. Right? You must have thought this through carefully before giving us the gift. This is a perfect opportunity for us to start our efforts." Chu Yunran was thrilled to receive praise from her sister, but the next second, Chu Ling Shuang's words froze her smile on her face. "Go ahead and do it. Once it's done, give it to him." "Oh." Chu Yunran was dumbfounded. "No, you want me to make the gift for your sweetheart?" How come she couldn't see that her sister was such a blockhead? Chu Yunran chuckled awkwardly. "Sister, this is a handmade gift. It only has value if the giver makes it themselves." She couldn't hold back any longer and couldn't help but remind him. However, Chu Ling Shuang sneered. "What's the use of something that wastes time and energy like this?" Chu Yunran. "Sis, you really have absolutely no romantic side." She really wanted to say those words, but when she met Chu Ling Shuang's cold and sharp eyes, she swallowed them back. Chu Ling Shuang's gaze fell on the phone screen, her eyes gradually deepening. In the silence of Chu Yunran, she suddenly spoke up. "All right, go tell Yu Shuiyin to prepare 520 diamonds of similar size, decorate them, and give them to him." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunran couldn't help but twitch her lips. This is indeed in line with her sister's style, and besides, gifts are never the same. Moreover, this was something her sister had rarely considered carefully. "Okay, I'll go right now." Chu Yunran immediately agreed, and as she hurried out, she turned back with a smile and asked, "Sister, you're not going to send me to Indonesia again, are you?" Chu Ling Shuang slightly curled her lips, her voice cool and a little playful. "It depends on your performance." Although she didn't get a negative answer, Chu Yunran knew very well that her sister had already let her go. She patted her chest excitedly, confidently saying, "All right, sis, you can rest assured." Emerging from Chu Ling Shuang's room, Chu Yunran smiled as she looked at the bodyguards standing outside the door. She patted Zhang Peng's shoulder and said with a grin, "Brother Zhang, my sister said she's not sending me to Indonesia." Zhang Peng blinked. Sure enough, it takes the second young lady to get angry to make the eldest young lady angry. He nodded quickly. "Yes, miss, I will inform them to cancel the charter flight right away." Chu Yunran nodded smugly, and on her way back to her room, she couldn't wait to dial Yu Shuiyan's number. Bayo Wali Diamond Store. The manager in charge of the loose diamond auction was leading his team in a flurry of activity, selecting diamonds. The sales assistants responsible for packing the items couldn't help but start discussing it. "The Chu family has come to buy goods again. Didn't they just take a batch a few months ago? How come they're all used up so quickly? Who knows? I'd be grateful to have one this big in my entire life." You only need diamonds for your wedding, right? Diamonds are for the super rich. I've even seen people use real diamonds for their manicures. Really? Real diamonds for nail art? Aren't you afraid of losing them? What's the big deal? They don't even care about that little bit. Just replace it with a new one. Do you think they come in with hundreds or thousands of items like they're buying wholesale? The group chatted amongst themselves as the goods were packed up. Yu Shuiyin arrived on time to pick up the goods. When she saw that the goods had been repackaged and divided as before, she hurriedly said, "Take off all the packaging boxes and put them in a bottle." Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang quickly said, "Miss, diamonds are quite brittle, and glass bottles don't offer any sun protection. If they're all packed together, they're prone to scratches. It's all right, just do as I say." Yu Shuiyin gave a casual remark, but in her mind, a million horses were galloping. It's one thing for the young lady to come to the island, but then she was asked to prepare so many diamonds to put in bottles. With her 5G internet speed, how could she not have seen that trending topic? This is clearly a copy of the gift given to Lin Feng. She felt it necessary to hire a few exorcists to thoroughly investigate what kind of evil spirit had possessed her young lady. At Yu Shuiyin's request, the manager sent someone else to repackage the items. Holding the gift box along with some documents, Yu Shuiyin took a cruise ship to the island overnight. The next morning, after spending the night together, the other guests also went to the island one after another by choosing their partners through notes, while Ma Yinbin was sent to the nearest medical room and has not yet returned. This also saves us the trouble of a major collision on the first night. An hour before the show started, He Ziyuan, who loves fitness, had already started a morning run with Gao Yakin. The two ran around the beach, with He Ziyuan in the lead, waving to Gao Yakin in a running posture, his breathing even. "Yakin, keep going. Just 100 more meters. Once you finish, you can start exercising." Gao Yakin was so exhausted that she could hardly breathe. Her hair, soaked with sweat, hung down and clung to her face, completely ruining her image. She looked at He Ziyuan speechlessly. She had only been chatting politely about fitness, but He Ziyuan immediately became excited and wanted to take her for a morning run. At 6 a.m. sharp, he knocked on her door. If she had known it would turn out like this, she would have preferred to choose Zhu Qiming. It's all Xiao Ran and Miao Ruiyu's fault. Why did they choose so early? Meanwhile, Miao Ruiyu, standing at the hotel entrance, was also speechless. Everyone who comes to participate in the show is supposed to be relaxing and on vacation. But at 6:30 in the morning, Zhu Qiming woke her up to read a book and sat right across from her, making it impossible for her to sleep even though she wanted to. Early morning is the best time for reading. "Miss Miao, you must enjoy reading too, right?" Miao Ruiyu's lips twitched, and she nodded speechlessly. "Love, I really do love you." Zhu Qiming smiled and nodded, pointing out with great pleasure. Books are the ladder of human progress. As the old saying goes, read 10,000 books and your writing will flow like a god's. "Miss Miao, you must persevere to reap the rewards." Miao Ryu. At this moment, Lin Feng and Chu Yunran were unaware of all this, both fast asleep in their respective rooms. Chu Lingshuang next door had already gotten up early, holding a cup of coffee, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, calmly looking at the sea outside the building. At the same time, a luxurious small cruise ship was sailing towards them, and its considerable value was immediately apparent. When it docked at the shore, Gao Yakin and He Ziyuan, who were closest to it, immediately stopped. "Didn't they say the production team booked this entire place? And there's a mystery guest coming?" He Ziyuan asked with some surprise, inwardly praying that if there were any new guests, it would be best if they were women. Chapter 102 Is Lin Feng's identity unusual? Gao Yakin, standing to the side, also looked surprised. Listening to He Ziyuan's words, she frowned. If the mystery guest were a man, it would be fine. They would have a new option tomorrow. If it were a woman, wouldn't that just increase the competition? Already exhausted and drenched in sweat, she thought of this and said angrily, "What's wrong with the production team? They didn't even notify us beforehand when they sent someone. They have no respect for people at all." He Ziyuan didn't say anything, but just stared intently at the cruise ship. Once the cruise ship reached the shore, Yu Shuiyin stepped out. Her destination was clear, a luxury villa resort hotel. He Ziyuan's eyes lit up when he saw her appear. Compared to the woman in front of them, Miao Ryu and Gao Yakin were completely outclassed. The noble air emanating from her was unmatched by any of the girls present. Only Xiao Ran could rival her. But Xiao Ran is not easy to win over. Seeing that the other party was about to enter the villa, He Ziyuan became a little anxious. He saw it first, so he had to go up and make his name known. Thinking of this, He Ziyuan abandoned Miao Ruyu and ran towards Yu Shuyan. "Miss, you must be our surprise guest? Welcome, welcome." He Ziyuan chuckled awkwardly as he stepped forward to greet Yu Shuyan. However, Yu Shuyan completely ignored her and quickened her pace. He Ziyuan was not discouraged and followed behind Yu Shuyan, saying, "Miss, I think you have a good figure. If you could get some professional training, that would be the icing on the cake." "Perfect timing. I'm a trainer at a gym. My name is He Ziyuan. Let's get acquainted. After the show airs, I can provide you with one-on-one coaching." He followed Yu Shuyan around like a shadow, chattering incessantly. Yu Shuyan didn't turn her head and walked straight into the hotel. At this moment, she was utterly speechless. Where did this weirdo come from? She was so unlucky. She should have asked Tianhan to deliver it. Upon entering the hotel, Miao Ryu and Zhu Qiming, who were at the entrance, also witnessed this scene. The two men had different expressions, but neither of them was in a hurry to get up. Yu Shuyan went straight into the hotel lobby, stopped at the elevator, and got on the elevator as the doors opened. He Ziyuan originally wanted to follow, but was stopped by the bodyguards at the elevator entrance. "Sir, this elevator is not currently in service. You may use another elevator." He Ziyuan watched helplessly as the elevator stopped on the 7th floor and immediately became anxious. "Why can't we go through? Wasn't the 7th floor also booked by the production team? What do you mean by doing this?" His angry words had no effect. The two bodyguards continued to raise their hands to block him, without responding further. "I'm going to find Director Zhang right now. You guys are being completely unreasonable." Just as things were getting chaotic at the elevator entrance, Miao Ryu and Zhu Qiming walked over. "Brother He, what's going on?" Zhu Qiming asked immediately as soon as he arrived. He Ziyuan said angrily, "A new guest just arrived and went to the 7th floor. I was thinking of welcoming him, but they stopped me from getting on the elevator." "Was that woman a new guest?" Miao Ryu, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. "Yeah, I really don't know what the production team is thinking. They didn't even notify us when the guests were coming." Gao Yakin, who had run all the way here, came out breathlessly, her pale face clearly showing anger. Miao Ryu glanced at Gao Yakin, then at He Ziyuan, and instantly understood what was going on, a sense of crisis instantly settling in. The staff member who arrived late, panting, explained to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry. That person wasn't our guest. It was a VIP guest who arrived at the hotel unexpectedly. The entire 7th floor is off limits to outsiders, so please rest assured, our program will not be affected." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Miao Ryu asked first, "But don't Lin Feng and Xiao Ran also live on the 7th floor?" Her words were ignored by the staff. "All right, everyone, please take a short break and get ready. Our program will begin filming in half an hour." After saying that, the staff member left. The remaining people looked at each other in bewilderment. "Is it Xiao Ran's mysterious backer?" Gao Yakin was the first to react. Miao Ryu shook her head. "No way, this is a TV show being filmed. How could she be so blatant?" Unable to ascertain the person's identity, and with the staff saying the same thing, Zhu Qiming suggested that everyone go back to their rooms to rest first. No one had any objections, except that Miao Ryu and Gao Yakin ended up together. "Ryu, do you think it might be that Lin Feng guy?" Before Gao Yakin could finish speaking, Miao Ryu realized that the production team had just booked the place, so why would there be distinguished guests? People of their status knew a thing or two about the higher-ups. People in power are often the most averse to being in front of the camera, unless they are forced to. "I reckon he's hiding his identity," Miao Ryu said confidently. "Otherwise, why would the production team really choose someone who's just a temporary worker?" "That makes sense." Gao Yakin nodded, then smiled and looked at Miao Ryu. "Ryu, aren't you afraid that if you say that, I'll snatch Lin Feng away first?" "TCH, what's there to be afraid of?" Miao Ryu said with a smile. "Our enemies aren't each other. You forgot, there's also Xiao Ran." Mentioning Xiao Ran, both of them showed a hint of resentment. It was one thing for him to have a powerful backer, but the dirty tricks he pulled on the show put them in a completely passive position, forcing them to choose a guy they had no interest in at all. Really? Gao Yakin nodded, then frowned and said, the main problem is that Xiao Ran chose Lin Feng first. How are we supposed to make a move? Let's find an opportunity. Miao Ryu thought for a moment and said, anyway, it's everyone's first time participating in the show, and I don't think Lin Feng and Xiao Ran know each other. Let's try to strike up a conversation with each other. Okay, but Xiao Ran is very popular, and we are not easy to deal with. I think it would be better if the two of us joined forces. Well, let's see how it goes in the end. No matter who succeeds, it's better than letting Xiao Ran keep setting the pace. The two discussed it, but while they said it aloud, they were both secretly even more curious about Lin Feng. Even the production team had to give way. That takes a lot of power. Although they are not short of money now, who would complain about having too much money? What they want now is greater power. They already have the key to climb the ladder. All they need is a guide. At 8 o'clock sharp, Lin Feng opened the door on time. Outside, the program crew was already ready. He went downstairs with the camera on him and saw two couples already seated in the restaurant. He walked straight to a corner of the restaurant. At the same time, Xiao Ran, dressed in a Lolita-style dress, gracefully approached, carrying a gift box, in front of everyone and the cameras. Chapter 103 Reversing the Heavenly Gang. Brother, this is for you. Right across from Lin Feng, Chu Yunran put down the gift box and sat down. Lin Feng, who had just added a piece of salmon, was taken aback. What is this? Chu Yunran propped her head up with her hand, staring intently at Lin Feng. Why don't you open it and take a look? I guarantee you'll like it. Is this a gift? They started giving away gifts on the second day of the show's premiere. Immediately, all the other guests turned their heads, and Miao Ryu and Gao Yakin were clearly unhappy. It was Xiao Ran who started it all again. If this continues, won't they always be on the defensive? Besides, shouldn't it be the man who takes the initiative to give gifts? She's so clever. With this gift, won't they have to prepare something too? Miss Xiao is so thoughtful. I almost forgot about that, Zhu Qiming said cryptically, his eyes fixed on the gift box. He Zuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Miss Xiao is not only beautiful, but also very thoughtful in her actions. Listening to the two grown men's discussion, Miao Ryu and Gao Yakin's expressions grew increasingly grim. Isn't this just making veiled accusations? The production team naturally couldn't let this great shot pass them by, and the cameraman went straight up, almost shoving the camera right at Lin Feng. Following the immense popularity of yesterday's program, over 500,000 people flooded into the live stream early this morning, including Chu Lingshuang. Miss, the computer has been installed, and the chair has been replaced with a softer one for you. Yu Shuiyan and her team hurriedly managed to renovate Chu Lingshuang's room before the show aired. Chu Lingshuang slightly raised her head, stepped onto the carpet, and strolled to the desk to sit down. Yu Shuiyan quickly turned on her computer, switched to Lin Feng's live stream, and then respectfully said, Miss, these are the documents that need to be approved today. I have already prepared them, so I will go out now. She was met with silence, and Yu Shuiyan, knowing full well what was going on, lowered her head and left. As the room door closed, Chu Lingshuang's gaze fell on the computer screen. She raised her hand, her index finger touching her lips, lost in thought. Now, let me see your reaction. Her eyes gradually deepened, a strong sense of anticipation settling in them. The camera is now focused on Lin Feng, and this reversal of the traditional Chinese way of giving gifts has sparked heated discussions among the viewers in the live stream. Did you give me a gift? Wow, looks like they had a good night. They even brought gifts. Miss Xiao really took a liking to the factory worker? Could this be scripted? How could that be? I've been following Xiao Ran for years, and I've never seen her have any scandals. Besides, Xiao Ran's team never works with men. How could it be a script? Hurry up and open it. Let's see what's inside. As the barrage of comments rose and fell, Lin Feng's gaze fell on the gift box. You can tell from the packaging that it's quite valuable. He glanced at Xiao Ran indifferently, and seeing her playful expression, he had a feeling that nothing good was going to happen. This person is Chu Lingshuang's younger sister. Although it is unknown whether she is a blood relative or a cousin, her name, Xiao Ran, is probably just a stage name. Now they're sending such an expensive gift. They're up to no good. Thinking of this, Lin Feng naturally had no intention of accepting it. He didn't even bother to glance at it. and simply pushed the gift box away. Thank you, but I don't want to accept this gift. After all, they were in front of the camera, so Lin Feng had to show them the proper courtesy. This one action caused an instant uproar in the live stream. You refused? No, you haven't even opened it yet, and you've already refused? Factory boy, you've gotten too cocky. Xiao Ran's smile froze on her face, but she was not discouraged at all. Instead, she asked, Brother, don't you want to open it and see what's inside? What is it? Don't let a snake jump out and scare him. Wait a minute. Given Chu Ling Shuang's perverse sense of humor, and with Xiao Ran added in, there might actually be a snake inside. Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he continued shoveling rice into his mouth, mumbling, Thank you, but I'm not interested in this. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, it wouldn't stop him from finishing his meal. Seeing that Lin Feng was focused solely on eating, Xiao Ran could barely keep her smile on her face. She thought that by bringing the gift over and persuading Lin Feng to accept it, she could continue to deceive her sister. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng didn't even bother to open the box. She instantly realized that this task was too difficult. These two are such different people. One is stubborn as a mule, and the other is completely heartbroken. Does she have to try to get them together until next year? But more than that, she was afraid of being sent to Indonesia by her sister. Xiao Ran took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Then, in full view of everyone, she suddenly stood up and sat down next to Lin Feng, who was eating. She smiled sweetly, bent down, hooked her arms around Lin Feng's, and whispered in his ear, Brother, please open it, and take a look. This is a carefully prepared gift. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Rebel against the heavenly gang. Factory boy, you just want to see Xiao Ran act cute, don't you? I see right through you. Damn, so what if this factory worker is handsome? I'm not having it. 7 floors up. The camera focused on the scene of Xiao Ran pulling on Lin Feng's arm, and Chu Ling Shuang, who was originally calm, suddenly had a raging fire in her eyes. You, Chu Yunran, never learn your lesson, do you? Chu Ling Shuang angrily picked up her phone, ready to notify Yu Shuiyan, but then saw in the camera lens that Chu Yunran's hand had been flung away by Lin Feng. Miss Xiao, this is not a good thing to do. Xiao Ran. Lin Feng's expression at this moment was just like that of Tang Sanzang in the 4 great classical novels, a great sage who was detached from worldly affairs and devoted to Buddhism, eating vegetarian food and abstaining from worldly affairs. The premise is that he doesn't have a duck leg in his hand. Lin Feng took a bite of the crispy roast duck, and the crispy exterior and tender interior burst with juice in his mouth, making him feel intoxicated by the aroma. Is there anything in life more enjoyable than eating delicious food? Lin Feng squinted his eyes contentedly, completely unaware of Xiao Ran's increasingly dark expression. So that duck leg is more important than me, huh? The barrage of comments was also extremely exaggerated, with phrases like 666, factory worker maniac, and role model for us all flooding the screen. For some reason, seeing Xiao Ran being rejected and ignored, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction, and her heart leaped with joy. The way he rejected other women truly made her heart flutter. Watching Lin Feng finish off the small plate of crispy roast duck in front of him, Xiao Ran really couldn't sit still any longer. While Lin Feng was wiping his hands, she grabbed the gift box and opened it. Inside, in a transparent glass bottle, hundreds of dazzling diamonds instantly shone in the camera's view. Chapter 104 Say No Bravely. Family members, is this a real diamond? Holy crap, so many diamonds. Is this a gift? It was given to me by Xiao Ran, so it should be genuine. No way. Is making money in the entertainment industry really that easy? My God, I've never seen such a big diamond in my life. If you could give me one, I'd be willing to live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. You little brat, you're taking advantage of both food and money, aren't you? In the live stream, everyone immediately started discussing it, and at the same time, hashtag #SharonGivesFactory 100 Diamonds hashtag became a trending topic. At the scene, Zhu Qiming and He Ziyuan stared wide-eyed. Although the two of them have assets, none of them can compare to the value of this gift. Take He Ziyuan for example. He's a personal trainer at a gym, earning over 100,000 yuan a year. Even if he didn't eat or drink for a whole year, he could barely afford a quarter of a diamond. But now he has hundreds of diamonds on his table. Yuan's eyes even lit up with greed. That damn Lin Feng, where did he get such good luck? Being noticed by Xiao Ran is bad enough, but to receive such an expensive gift is even worse. Miao Ryu and Gao Yakin also looked unhappy. Although they had some money, it was less than a tenth of the value of the gift. Offering such expensive items, how are they supposed to save face? On sight, Xiao Ran smiled and pushed the box in front of Lin Feng. Brother, this gift was specially picked out for you. The implication is that you absolutely must accept it. Lin Feng, who had just finished eating, was almost blinded by the diamond. Staring at the packaging, Lin Feng felt that something looked familiar. Wasn't this packaging style the star-shaped bottle that was popular online before? Unlike the star-shaped bottle, this one is filled to the brim with genuine diamonds. He didn't think Xiao Ran, whom he had just met, would give him such an expensive gift. So, this must be Chu Lingshuang's doing? Glancing at Xiao Ran's smiling eyes, Lin Feng felt a surge of lewdness. That crazy woman has such a twisted sense of humor. She was trying to please him with these gifts, hoping he would willingly become her caged canary. Faced with things of dubious origin and ill intent, Lin Feng only knew to bravely be himself. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Instantly, Xiao Ran's smile froze on her face. The live stream chat exploded. Damn it, if you don't want it, I will. Sister Xiao, can I have it? Wherever you dropped it, I'll grab a sack and pick it up right away. Factory boy, you've really gotten too big for your britches. Do you know that this one bottle could cost you your life? Buying a life is too fake. Let me do it. I was born with 9 lives. Zhu Qiming and the others at the scene were also dumbfounded. You just rejected me like that. What on earth is this kid up to? He doesn't want hundreds of diamonds the size of pigeon eggs? Looking at the pile of diamonds worth hundreds of millions in front of him, the cameraman holding the camera almost burst into tears. It's true that people have different fates. He worked hard all his life doing such a mundane job, while this other person sat here without saying a word and had something worth hundreds of millions pushed over, only to have Lin Feng refuse it. The cameraman almost threw the camera down and quit. Miao Ryu clearly couldn't stand it anymore. She glanced at Gao Yakin, and the two of them stood up at the same time and came to Xiao Ran and Lin Feng. Ms. Xiao, the show has just started filming. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Miao Ryu controlled her tone, trying her best not to be heard by the camera next to her. Gao Yakin nodded. Ms. Xiao, the production team has prepared many activities for today, and the selection process will be redistributed afterward. You could do this. None of your business. Before the two could finish speaking, Xiao Ran retorted. Being rejected in front of so many people isn't the main issue. The important thing is that her sister is definitely watching the live stream right now. If she's rejected like this, how is she supposed to keep up the good work? Already furious, she now found a perfect outlet for her anger, snapping at the two of them. I can do whatever I want. What's it to you? By the way, Lin Feng is the one I've got my eye on. I don't care about the program's allocation or not. I've got my eye on Lin Feng. Miao Ryu and Gao Yakin were speechless for a moment and stood aside with pale faces. Although their voices were not recorded, Xiao Ran's words were heard throughout the live stream. Immediately, the viewers in the live stream started discussing it. What's it to you if a couple gives each other gifts? These two women are so annoying. When are they going to log off? Could you release a special issue featuring Xiao Ran and Lin Feng? I don't want to see the other two couples. That's right, director. I advise you not to be ungrateful and just clear up those two couples already. I don't want to watch it. Don't want to watch +1. Backstage, Zheng Buochao noticed the trend of discussion among netizens in the live stream and clearly sensed that something was wrong. And that's certainly true. On the first day of the show, Xiao Ran and Lin Feng were incredibly popular. Any footage featuring them garnered over 100 million views in a single day, while the other two couples received very few. But now that the contracts have been signed, Zheng Buochao is in a dilemma. Director, I think we should split it into 2 programs, send a few more cameramen to the island, and set up 2 live broadcast rooms to separate the programs. The assistant next to him mentioned it. Zheng Buochao nodded. That works too. Otherwise, the overall broadcast data is too poor to watch. Therefore, Zheng Buochao immediately decided to use his main account to attract traffic and opened a small live broadcast room specifically to film the other two couples, while Lin Feng's side would still use the original photographer, mainly to film the ambiguous scenes between Lin Feng and Xiao Ran, in order to create hype. The program was immediately adjusted, and the responsible news was delivered directly. Zhu Qiming and the others were invited to another area of the hotel. Although they were unwilling, everything was done according to the contract, so they couldn't say anything. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng didn't stay idle in the restaurant. He got up and went for a stroll on the beach. He knew very well that he had only come to this program by chance, since he was penniless after leaving the Su family. He doesn't have much money left. He can still get by on the show for the next few days, but once he misses this opportunity, he doesn't know what other options he might have. Having finally made it to the seaside, he naturally wanted to enjoy the scenery. The comfort a beautiful view brings him is undeniable. He simply sat down on the beach and contemplated life. Meanwhile, Chu Ling Shuang upstairs saw this scene and, for some reason, felt a sense of relief. Although she didn't say it aloud, she had to admit that she was somewhat afraid that Lin Feng would accept it, thus indirectly proving that he was indeed playing hard to get. But he did not accept it. He certainly wasn't after the money. So what exactly does he want? Chapter 105, Then Let Me Become Your Meaning. Gazing into the camera's lens, Xiao Ran sat down beside Lin Feng. The camera shifted to Lin Feng's face, but Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes. She has seen too many people who, whether willingly or unwillingly, compromise for worldly reasons, for ideals, or for survival. Everyone around her has their own life goals. For example, Wang Ma worked tirelessly for her pension. For example, Chu Yunran, because of her love for dancing and the stage, practiced diligently from a young age. Take herself for example. In order to secure the Chu family's position, she never stopped working for 3 years after taking over the family, taking every step carefully, which ultimately led to the Chu family's unshakable position today. But on the screen, Lin Feng's face was completely calm, as if he were lying there quietly, like someone from another world, without any worldly desires. However, he, who was kicked out of the Su family, should be the one with the most goals. Did he never think of revenge? Revenge? It's pointless, I won't do it. Deep in her memory, Lin Feng's words, spoken not so long ago, echoed in her mind. Although she had awarded the Yihan Group contract to Su Jiqing last time, the change of directors by the Su family had caused dissatisfaction among several partners, in addition to Su Jiqing's lack of ability. Apart from the order from Yihan Group, the Su family has not accepted any other orders. The Chu family would naturally not renew their contract, and it could be said that the Su family was now on the verge of destruction with a mere wave of her hand. She's only managing to keep the Su family afloat. So, did Lin Feng know from the beginning that the Su family would eventually perish, and only said those words because the matter was meaningless to him? Chu Ling Shuang slightly raised her eyes, staring intently at Lin Feng on the screen. I have no interest in money. If Miss Chu has nothing else, I'll take my leave now. What does Xia Qingqing's condition have to do with me? It's just a report. Can it replace my more than 20 years of personal experience? All I've ever wanted is freedom. Just like a show eventually comes to an end. The words Lin Feng had said in the past echoed in her mind like a movie. On the screen, Chu Ling Shuang saw Xiao Ran move closer, lying down beside Lin Feng, tilting her head slightly, and asking a question. Brother, may I ask why you don't want that gift? Was it that she delivered it at the wrong time, or did Lin Feng simply not like it? Xiao Ran was very curious. Although she had never lacked money since childhood, she roughly understood the meaning of money. The diamonds that the Chu family offered were worth hundreds of millions. Anyone else would be overjoyed. Even for a small family, this amount of money would be enough to make them extremely excited. But Lin Feng refused. Without even glancing at her, he simply got up and left. She didn't understand. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Lin Feng squinted, put his hands behind his head, and looked at the sky freely. He didn't answer Xiao Ran's question, but instead asked, Why do you think I want that? Didn't you give this as a gift to others before? Xiao Ran answered subconsciously, completely unaware that she had once again exposed her identity to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng, who already knew who she was, didn't care. He laughed and said, That's all in the past. Who hasn't been impulsive when they were young? So all the gifts given back then were impulsive? Xiao Ran was stunned. The next second, Lin Feng's voice rang out again. No one can escape the word superior, and with it comes an equal price. I don't think I'm worthy of receiving your gift. Or perhaps it exists, but it requires sacrificing freedom, which he doesn't want to exchange. Of course, he didn't say those words aloud. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was flooded with comments once again. Factory boy you. I take back what I said about you getting arrogant. He is very lucid. Yeah, giving away such an expensive gift so casually. Who knows what Xiao Ran is really up to? But, factory worker, are you willing to work for someone else your whole life? Stop pretending. He's just embarrassed to stop because there are cameras around. But he's talking like it's so high class. Damn it. Exactly. When he was broke, did he act like a big shot? You make it sound so easy. The online discussion was mixed, but none of it concerned Lin Feng. At this moment, he is lying on the beach, listening to the waves, feeling the sea breeze, looking up at the blue sky, enjoying the carefree and comfortable life he should have had. At this moment, in this day and night, I'm carefree like a little immortal. Lin Feng casually crossed his legs, wishing he had a blade of grass to hold in his mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Ran couldn't hold back anymore. She couldn't understand the meaning of those words. They were too profound for her. She didn't understand. It was just a gift, and it wouldn't have any impact on him if he accepted it. Why did he refuse? Doesn't he need the money? The thought popped into her head, and she quickly followed up with, but brother, what if you run out of money? That's the foundation of life. If Lin Feng were penniless right now, and didn't even have money for food, she didn't believe he could still say such things. The hotel has 7 floors. Chu Ling Shuang straightened up and stared intently at the screen. Then go earn it. Lin Feng said unhurriedly. Doing odd jobs and slacking off a little, isn't that normal? What if you can't earn that much? Xiao Ran pressed on, her eyes fixed on Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled and looked up, saying, you can only earn as much freedom as your abilities allow. If you can't earn enough, then you won't have any freedom. Undoubtedly, Lin Feng's quotes were included, and the live stream sparked an unprecedented buzz. I think he makes a good point. What kind of logic is that? There are 5 people in my family, with elderly parents and young children to support. I may be able to earn money, but what freedom do I have? So that's your weakness. What about me? I'm a graduate student, and I can only work as a security guard. Is it because I'm not capable enough? It's because your horizons have been broadened. Meanwhile, the live stream was forced to shut down. On the 7th floor, the computer video still showed Lin Feng's face, sunlight shining on him, making him look like a free man, even if only for a moment. Chu Ling Shuang had never seen anyone like this before. She suddenly felt that giving him a diamond as a gift was rather insulting. She is insulting a soul that yearns for freedom. At that moment, she suddenly realized that some birds are born to be caged because their feathers are full enough. Yet, even so, an increasingly fervent desire to trap him welled up within her. Does it have no meaning? Chu Ling Shuang slightly curled the corners of her lips, her fingers uncontrollably rubbing Lin Feng's face on the computer screen, her eyes filled with endless bloodlust and possessiveness. Very good. Then let me be your meaning. Even if it means breaking all your wings, I will still keep you by my side. Chapter 106 will directly help you get the main artery. Go tell Lin Feng to come see me immediately. Chu Ling Shuang gripped her phone and sent a voice message to Yu Shuiyan. Yu Shuiyan quickly replied, yes, Mississippi. Sir, Director Zheng is looking for you. A staff member stepped forward and gestured to the phone. Although Lin Feng was puzzled, he still got up to answer the phone. As soon as he said hello, Zheng Buochao's voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother, you're being a bit too bold. This could have a bad influence. In contrast, Zheng Buochao's tone was much gentler, and he did not blame Lin Feng for the interruption of the live broadcast. But Lin Feng was quite puzzled. What do you mean? Zheng Buochao sighed and said earnestly, your discussion about free game theory is a big no-no. It's best not to mention it if you can avoid it. Lin Feng had no idea that he had merely stated his own points of interest. Is this a major taboo? Lin Feng smiled slightly. Hey, brother, you're still a newbie. Zheng Buochao's tone softened, becoming somewhat pleading. Just do me a favor. Before Lin Feng could respond, Zheng Buochao immediately added, "By the way, brother, there's something I need to tell you beforehand." "What?" "It's Su Nuar," Zheng Buochao hurriedly said. "The Su family spent 600,000 yuan, saying they just wanted Su Nuar to appear on my show." 600,000? Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. When he left the Su family did have nearly 10 million in liquid assets, but he had been gone for almost 2 months now. Given Su Jiqing and Su Jie's management skills, the price should have dropped significantly by now. I didn't expect them to spend another 600,000 yuan to support Su Nuar's appearance on the show. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, "You agreed?" "Yes." Zheng Buochao's voice was clearly guilty. He explained, "Su Jiqing called me personally. Su Nuar will arrive on the island on the 4th day. I felt it was necessary to tell you about this so you could prepare in advance." "Brother, don't blame me, Zheng Buochao was still rambling on, but Lin Feng had stopped listening. He suddenly realized, "So, Lao Zheng, the extra money you mentioned to me halfway through, it wasn't this 600,000, was it?" Cough cough. On the other end of the phone, Zheng Buochao cleared his throat, looking rather embarrassed as if he'd been found out, and said, "I'm just doing this for the money. You know, brother, I'm a businessman. Of course I won't refuse anything that's profitable. Don't worry, I'll send more employees up there. If Su Nuar wants to cause trouble, I'll be there for her." He offered a frantic, rambling explanation, and Lin Feng paused for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha." Zheng Buochao, on the other end of the phone, was stunned. Has his brother gone mad? "Old Lin, what are you laughing at?" Zheng Buochao was clearly a little frightened. Had his brother gone mad? No. Lin Feng, holding his phone, laughed until his stomach hurt. He wiped his eyes and said, "Old Zheng, you're really something. But you asked for a bit too little. Next time, could you please tell me in advance? I'm from the Su family. I can get you the main artery directly, okay?" Zheng Buochao, who was initially on edge, was taken aback, but then realized what was happening and immediately laughed. "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? I'd already signed the contract." Zheng Buochao was filled with regret, but before Lin Feng could speak, he suddenly realized, "Wait a minute, Lao Lin, are you serious?" Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he had roughly guessed what Zheng Buochao wanted to do. He laughed and replied, "Of course, don't you believe me? I believe you. I may not believe others, but I definitely believe you. Who is his brother? He's the guy who just rejected a gift worth hundreds of millions, okay? Of course he's got some skills." Zheng Buochao said excitedly. "Okay, give me a rough estimate, and I'll find a way to get this money back. Let's split it 70/70ths, how about that?" Lin Feng didn't care how the money was divided. He knew a lot about the rules of the business world, but he wasn't familiar with the rules of the entertainment industry. Although there's not much difference between the 3 major families in the world, but, "Old Zheng, haven't you already finalized the contract?" "Hey, it's just an e-visa. Besides the performance fee, aren't there other fees?" Zheng Buochao blinked, his wicked face instantly revealed. Makeup, camera work, personnel management, all of these cost money. Shouldn't the guests who challenge the show get special treatment? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng instantly understood. It was nothing more than a case of the wicked eating the wicked. However, the only thing that has kept the Su family afloat until now is that order from Yihan Group last time. Given Chu Ling Shuang's erratic behavior, that deal must have been signed, though he didn't yet know the exact amount. This contract was unexpected. He needed to ask Chu Ling Shuang how much liquid capital the Su family was currently allowed to move. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. If he wasn't mistaken, Chu Ling Shuang had most likely signed the contract because of him. The Su family's lives shouldn't have been prolonged in the first place. They're eating the blood and bones of someone who was thrown out, so they shouldn't blame him for making them vomit. Wait for my news. Staring at Yu Shiyan, who was walking gracefully towards him from not far away, Lin Feng said a few words and then hung up the phone. Yu Shiyan handed her phone to the staff member beside her, and just then she walked over. "The young lady wants to see you." Upon meeting, Yu Shiyan got straight to the point, then added, "Right now." This time, Lin Feng didn't refuse. He pointed to the hotel and said with a smile, "Great. Perfect timing. I also need to talk to her." Yu Shiyan was slightly taken aback. She had thought Lin Feng would present some difficulties, but to her surprise, he agreed so readily. Thinking back to the comments she had just seen in the live stream, Yu Shuiyan couldn't help but look up and scrutinize Lin Feng. Indeed, this man is different from others, and it's no wonder that her young lady is so deeply infatuated with him. Presumably, the young lady's infatuation with him has only just begun. There's a long road ahead. She'd better serve this gentleman very carefully. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Feng arrived at Chu Lingshuang's room. After Yu Shuiyan opened the door, Lin Feng did not hesitate and walked straight in. "Miss, the person has been brought," Yu Shuiyan reported to Chu Lingshuang, who had her back to the door, and then closed the door. In an instant, the room returned to silence. The water spray tank on the leg of the desk was running, making the air in the room quite humid. Before him, Chu Lingshuang was facing away from him, her head tilted back as if gazing at the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Lin Feng stepped forward steadily. Hearing footsteps behind her, Chu Lingshuang lightly touched the ground with her toes, turned her chair around, and her sharp eyes instantly fell on Lin Feng, this time with a hint of contemplation. In Chapter 107, he said that meant he wanted it. "Please sit down." She casually raised her hand, pointed to the sofa opposite her, and directed him in a very unfriendly tone. It was rare to see Chu Lingshuang speak in such a kind tone, and Lin Feng, in a good mood, teased, "Oh, you've changed your ways?" His words carried a hint of sarcasm. Surprisingly, Chu Lingshuang wasn't angry. Instead, she explained earnestly, "You're too tall. I get tired looking up for too long." Lin Feng's lips twitched. Fine. He couldn't refute that reason. He turned around and sat down not far from the desk. Looking around the meticulously renovated room, Lin Feng couldn't help but tease. "Miss Chu is living a really good life." His repeated sarcastic remarks fell on Chu Lingshuang's ears, but she showed no anger whatsoever. On the contrary, she felt that Lin Feng was giving her a hint. Without answering Lin Feng's question, she picked up her phone and sent a voice message to Yu Shuiyan outside the door. "Go and renovate Lin Feng's room to be the same as mine." He said that means he wants it. Lin Feng glanced at Chu Lingshuang in surprise. Was she out of her mind? But after so much time, his mind had become very open, and he was too lazy to explain so much. He simply picked up the cup on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Putting down her phone and noticing Lin Feng's movements, Chu Lingshuang slowly stood up. With her movements, the black skirt sagged down to her ankles, the straps hanging precariously over her fair shoulders, and the rounded neckline drooped, revealing her cleavage. Her long hair was tied up with a very simple ebony hairpin, and her earlobes were adorned with two smooth and sparkling white pearl pendants. The outfit was simple yet sophisticated. After walking around the desk, her entire figure came into Lin Feng's view. A hint of amazement did flash across Lin Feng's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. As Chu Lingshuang approached step by step, Lin Feng took a sip of tea and said with a light smile, "Miss Chu, you wouldn't even let me have a cup of tea, would you?" Chu Lingshuang didn't respond. She sat down on the single sofa to Lin Feng's right, her arm resting on the armrest, one leg crossed, revealing her fair ankle and perfect curves. "I'm thirsty too." She stared straight at Lin Feng, saying things that were completely irrelevant to his question. Pouring an extra cup of tea was just a casual thing to do. After all, Lin Feng had something to ask, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. He picked up the teapot and poured tea for Chu Lingshuang. His actions did not escape Chu Lingshuang's notice, but her eyes grew even more eager. "Miss Chu, please have some tea." Lin Feng pushed the cup in front of Chu Lingshuang and said slowly. The temperature suddenly rose, but the atmosphere took on a more dominant, almost otherworldly quality. Chu Lingshuang didn't think about those things. She stared at the teacup for a long time before picking it up, taking a sip from the rim, and then slightly narrowing her eyes. For some reason, even though it was the same brand I drink regularly and the water temperature was the same, it tasted sweeter when I swallowed it. "Miss Chu, what brings you to me so suddenly?" Although he is still recording a program, it is currently his break time. The recording will resume at 6 p.m., so he has plenty of time now. But that didn't mean he was going to sit there forever, so Lin Feng chose to get straight to the point. Chu Lingshuang slowly put down her teacup, glanced at it indifferently, and said to herself, Have lunch with me later. Lin Feng was taken aback, then said, Miss Chu, lunchtime is 12 o'clock, it's only 10:30 now. Did you call me over so early because you plan to make me sit here for an hour and a half? His words weren't angry, he was just reasoning with people. But throughout history, reasoning with women has never worked. Chu Ling Shuang raised her hand, tapped her cheek with her finger, tilted her head slightly, and stared at Lin Feng. Otherwise what? Lin Feng. Chu Ling Shuang curled her lips and said domineeringly, There are still some scores between us that haven't been settled. Let's take this opportunity to settle them properly. What debt? A moment after he finished speaking, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly stood up and walked straight to him. As before, she bent over, gazing down at him with cold arrogance. Then, her red lips parted slightly, and her voice fell, her tone laced with a suppressed anger, as if she wanted to devour Lin Feng. I told you not to touch other women, but you're not being good. Her fingertips lingered on the side of his face, down to his chin. It made Lin Feng's heart itch. If you look down slightly, you'll see her impressive cleavage. But, once is never enough. Lin Feng could not possibly fall into the same trap again. What's more, she said such inexplicable things. Staring into Chu Ling Shuang's cold eyes, Lin Feng instead grasped her wandering wrist. He sneered, Why is Miss Chu so concerned about my affairs? Chu Ling Shuang's hand froze instantly when she heard him say that. Take it to heart? Does she have it? She was momentarily dazed, but Lin Feng seized the opportunity. You wouldn't let me have intimate contact with other women, you locked me in your house, and you repeatedly engaged in chases with me. Miss Chu, you wouldn't happen to have fallen for me, would you? His voice wasn't loud. He simply recounted Chu Ling Shuang's actions, and the last sentence he added felt like a heavy stone hitting Chu Ling Shuang's heart. This is more provocative than ever before. Presumptuous. How could I possibly like you? She panicked. A sudden flush of anger rose on her cheeks, fueled by the provocation. She stared at Lin Feng with a cold arrogance, a hint of panic rising in her eyes. She stammered awkwardly, You're just a bird I've raised. I'm only showing you pity. Don't misunderstand. If anyone should like someone, it should be you who likes me. Will he like her? Don't be ridiculous. If he could still fall for her under these circumstances, wouldn't he be completely insane? Lin Feng's lips twitched, but his gaze fell on Chu Ling Shuang. It's rare to see her so flustered. It's quite amusing to see such a powerful and aloof woman in such a hurry. All right, Miss Chu, I'm not joking anymore. Lin Feng knew when to stop. After all, he still had questions to ask her. Even a cornered dog will jump over the wall, and pushing Chu Ling Shuang too far would not do him any good. Chu Ling Shuang instantly realized Lin Feng's teasing. She had lost count of how many times this had happened. Lin Feng could easily tug at her heartstrings. Could it be that this was really love? She didn't understand, and she didn't have time to think about it. Right now, she is filled with anger at being played for a fool. Very well, you dare to make fun of me. Chu Ling Shuang's voice, filled with gritted teeth, echoed as she gripped Lin Feng's wrist tightly, her tone vicious as she said, Looks like I'll have to punish you properly. This time, Lin Feng had no intention of begging for mercy or retaliating. He lay sprawled calmly on the sofa, his tone indifferent, but with a rising lilt at the end, and asked, How do you plan to punish me? Chapter 108 This man is quite a scoundrel. Are you going to kidnap me from the show and keep me at your house, or lock me in a cage? Caught between resistance and anger, Lin Feng chose to speak without restraint. He recounted the outrageous things Chu Ling Shuang had done to him in the past, without the slightest fear in his expression. His face was filled with nothing but openness and peace. Nothing more. He just wanted to show this madman through his actions that forced actions could not imprison his free soul. Clearly, his calmness also calmed Chu Ling Shuang down. If it were before, she would have not hesitated and tried every means to trap him. But now, after nearly 2 months of getting to know each other, she has a completely new understanding of Lin Feng. Those crude and violent methods would not make him compromise. Even if you trap his body, you can't trap his heart. This is not what Chu Ling Shuang wanted. Perhaps at first she did want it, but now, after understanding the situation, those forced compromises no longer satisfy her. She wanted more. This person, his eyes, his heart, everything about him, must be filled with her. Her eyes gradually deepened, and she lowered her hand, and sat down beside Lin Feng. She said, "Since you actively refused, I'll let you off the hook this time." That's simple. Lin Feng looked at Chu Ling Shuang with some surprise. This was not like her usual behavior. Before he could even decide whether to take it seriously, Chu Ling Shuang changed the subject. However, Lin Feng's lips twitched. He knew it wouldn't be that simple. But Chu Ling Shuang's next words stunned him. "Unless something special happens during the recording of the show, I want you to come to this room and keep me company." Lin Feng asked in surprise, "You want it tonight too?" "Certainly." Chu Ling Shuang sneered and took a sip of tea. Lin Feng tensed up. "Good heavens, so you booked the entire 7th floor for this purpose, right?" He gritted his teeth, stared at Chu Ling Shuang, and said, "I can agree to your request, but I have one condition." Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow slightly and said with extreme indulgence, "Go ahead. I want to know the value of the deal that Yihan Group signed with the Su family." She had thought Lin Feng would make demands such as asking her not to force him, but she didn't expect his conditions to be so simple. A greater sense of interest crept into her eyes. "What? You want to bankrupt the Su family?" Chu Ling Shuang curled her lips. Whether or not the family went bankrupt was entirely up to her. She didn't care about the lives or deaths of those people. What she wanted to know more was what Lin Feng was planning. She wouldn't mind helping him, as long as he gives his heart in return. But, unexpectedly, Lin Feng shook his head. "No, that's not it." "Oh." Chu Ling Shuang was completely intrigued by Lin Feng, and she stared at him intently. "According to my calculations, the Su family should have perished long ago. The fact that they've survived until today is probably because of you." At this point, Lin Feng suddenly looked at Chu Ling Shuang. Under her slightly surprised gaze, he curled his thin lips and said abruptly, "Miss Chu, if you are interested in me, you might as well focus your attention on me and stop with those useless things." What did he say? He has such audacity. As if her thoughts had been exposed, a look of panic flashed across Chu Ling Shuang's eyes. "Don't talk nonsense. I just gave them a handout because I saw they had the ability." She continued to explain hastily, but to Lin Feng, her words sounded terribly awkward. "Do you think the Su family has the ability?" It's not just him bragging, but after he left the Su family, he knew that his former business partners would cancel their orders. Su Tongda only knew to look at blood ties, but he didn't realize that sometimes people can be ruined by blood ties. The business partners who were with the Su family were all won over by him through repeated visits and his solid knowledge. If it were something that could be solved simply by treating people to meals, then there would be no difficult problems in the world. In business, who's a fool? Moreover, the Chu family is at the top, and as the person in charge of the Chu family, how could Chu Ling Shuang be so foolish as to be that stupid? He smiled and said softly, "Miss Chu, there's no need to explain. My words are quite clear. Miss Chu is a smart person and will definitely understand what I mean." His voice echoed, yet it seemed to possess a magical power, calming Chu Ling Shuang down from her panic. She could no longer tell who was the host and who was the guest at this meeting. "A small order of 5 million. She replied, trying her best to hide her panic. It was obvious that Lin Feng had taken control of the atmosphere at the scene. "Oh." Lin Feng nodded, muttering to himself. "So, the assets they can currently utilize are in the range of 3 million. Seeing Lin Feng suddenly lower his head and fall into deep thought, Chu Ling Shuang was extremely curious. "What do you want to do?" she asked. Lin Feng, realizing what he had just calculated, smiled and said, "I'm not going to do anything. I'll just let them spit it out." Chu Ling Shuang snorted coldly. "If you want it, I'll just transfer 5 million to you. Why bother with all this trouble?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The young lady in front of him was truly an ethereal, otherworldly young lady. 5 million is probably just the price of a few clothes for her. He gave Chu Ling Shuang a deep look, picked up the cup on the table, took a sip, and said, "That money should never have belonged to them in the first place." "So is he seeking revenge?" Chu Ling Shuang looked at him thoughtfully and said with great emotion, "It's really rare to hear such words from you." "Oh." Lin Feng smiled and joked, "That doesn't stop Miss Chu from transferring money to me." Chu Ling Shuang froze, staring at Lin Feng in astonishment. How come she didn't realize that this man was quite a scoundrel? Chu Ling Shuang laughed at his speechless expression, then raised her hand and pointed to the desk, saying, Go get my phone. A real turnaround? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. This was a transfer made during a conversation. He had only made a joke, so it wasn't like he had asked for it. Lin Feng stood up and took Chu Lingshuang's phone. Taking the phone, Chu Lingshuang wasn't in a hurry. She opened WeChat, raised her eyelids slightly, and said, "Friend." Lin Feng was taken aback. "Add as a friend." Hiss. He suddenly realized that after all this time with Chu Lingshuang, they weren't even friends. But since he's already planning to transfer 5 million, adding him as a friend isn't unreasonable. He took out his phone, opened the QR code, and moved closer to Chu Lingshuang. With a ding, the friend was successfully added. Staring at Lin Feng's black profile picture, Chu Lingshuang frowned slightly. "Your profile picture is too ugly. Change it." Lin Feng looked down at his black avatar on the screen. What's wrong with that? Can't people turn evil? Compared to Chu Lingshuang's alluring rose profile picture, Lin Feng couldn't help but remark, "Miss, your profile picture isn't so great either." Chapter 109. She's crazy, so he'll go crazy with her. In the past, Chu Lingshuang would get angry when others rejected her. This is undoubtedly an insult to her taste. But after Lin Feng said that, she frowned. For some reason, she also felt that the profile picture wasn't very nice. Lin Feng stared at the account and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw the extra 5 million transferred to his card. He finally has some money in his account. But before he could even feel happy, Chu Lingshuang's next words completely surprised him. "Go find a nice-looking one and send it to me." Lin Feng, ? Are these words really coming from you, Miss Chu? Now he was genuinely unsure whether Miss Chu had actually fallen for him. No, there are people who torture others, and even become addicted to it. Lin Feng looked at Chu Lingshuang with some disdain, but before he could react, Chu Lingshuang opened the browser first. "Never mind, I'll look for it." As she spoke, her fingers swiped across the phone screen, which was filled with pictures. Lin Feng looked at Chu Lingshuang's very serious expression with a somewhat complicated feeling. At that moment, he suddenly felt that he had been biased towards Chu Lingshuang from the beginning. The way she's intently searching for images now seems no different from any other young girl in the throes of new love. Lin Feng felt a mix of emotions, but after all, the other party had just transferred 5 million to him, which was a lot of money for him now. So what could he say? If you accept someone's money, you have to do their bidding. This one will do. As soon as Chu Lingshuang finished speaking, a picture appeared on Lin Feng's phone. When he caught a glimpse of it, his mouth was practically twitching. "No, miss, am I only fit to be a dog?" On the phone screen is a smiling cartoon Samoyed, tethered by a rope around its neck. The end of the rope marks the end of the image. He could even imagine what the other one would be like. Seeing Chu Lingshuang's profile picture suddenly change to an anime girl pulling a dog leash, Lin Feng. Despite Lin Feng's disdain, Chu Lingshuang was quite satisfied. She couldn't help but smile and said, "I hope you'll remember when you open your phone in the future that I'm your master." Lin Feng took a few deep breaths. Never mind, he already took the money. He reluctantly changed his profile picture. "All right, miss?" Chu Lingshuang nodded with great satisfaction, then glanced at the time and saw that it was already 11:30. "Go and have Yu Shuiyan bring the meal over. You will have dinner with me." Lin Feng, who had been busy all morning, was actually quite hungry. After all, he had promised to come over as soon as he finished his work, so he didn't say a word and got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Yu Shuiyan's laughter rang out. At that moment, she was engrossed in watching short videos by the door. When Lin Feng opened the door, she quickly put her phone away and her expression returned to calm. Lin Feng fell silent upon witnessing this sudden change in expression. All right, everyone in the world loves to slack off, right? The young girl has a bright future." Yu Shuiyan stood up and looked at Lin Feng calmly, saying, "Does Miss have any instructions?" Lin Feng didn't expose her and simply said, "I'll let you serve the food." "Okay, I'll go and inform them right away." Yu Shuiyan nodded and turned to head to the restaurant. Lin Feng didn't close the door. He just left it half open before entering the house. Seeing that Chu Lingshuang's attention was still on her phone, he didn't say anything and sat down on a single sofa not far from her. A short while later, Yu Shuiyan arrived with the chef and several servants. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng watched them move the table set out the dishes, and bustle about busily a scene that left him speechless. They turn a meal into a war, typical of the Chu family. But Chu Ling Shuang seemed to take it all in stride. She simply looked at her phone quietly without saying a word. After a full 20 minutes of work, the feast was finally ready, and Lin Feng was starving. After dismissing the servants, Yu Shuiyin took slippers from the door and placed them in front of Chu Ling Shuang. She then bowed to Chu Ling Shuang and said, "Miss, the meal is ready. Please enjoy your meal." Chu Ling Shuang responded softly, put down her phone, and stretched gracefully. Upon seeing this, Yu Shuiyin lowered her head and left. Chu Ling Shuang slowly raised her hand and waved to Lin Feng. "Help me change my shoes." The aroma of food already filled the air, and Lin Feng felt dizzy. Eating was the most important thing. Too lazy to argue with Chu Ling Shuang any longer, he simply got up, grabbed her fair little feet, and put slippers on her. It was rare to see Lin Feng so obedient, and Chu Ling Shuang was in a great mood. For no apparent reason, she raised her hand and rubbed it against Lin Feng's head, who was squatting down in front of her. His hair was thick and incredibly soft to the touch. The soft, supple sensation spread directly from my palm to my heart. "I'm very satisfied." Chu Ling Shuang unconsciously raised the corners of her lips. She liked this feeling of being obeyed. Feeling the contact above his head, Lin Feng, who had his head down, felt a surge of anger. How is this any different from owning a dog? She really treats him like a dog, doesn't she? However, having already received the money, Lin Feng managed to suppress his anger. Now, besides being hungry, he felt extremely remorseful. He knew it. He shouldn't have taken the money. He had already changed her clothes, but Chu Ling Shuang still didn't stop what she was doing. Lin Feng looked up slightly, somewhat unable to bear it any longer, and said, "Miss Chu, how long are you planning to keep touching me?" Chu Ling Shuang, who was still savoring the moment, slightly opened her eyes, a hint of doubt creeping into them. Is it not allowed? This is undoubtedly a provocation against his dignity. Lin Feng knew that getting angry now would only make him suffer. He had finally managed to calm this woman down, so naturally, he wouldn't want to cause himself any trouble at this crucial moment. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said half-jokingly, "If you touch me again, I'll have to pay more." Chu Ling Shuang was stunned. Is he selling himself to her like a commodity? She would never allow anything she valued to be so belittled. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the face to her. Chu Ling Shuang suddenly straightened up, leaned forward, and grabbed his chin, her eyes filled with anger as she stared at him. "What did you say?" Lin Feng knew she was angry, but he really couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. That makes no sense. He was just stating the facts and putting himself down. Why is she so angry? But even so, he would never bend over backwards because of that. Lin Feng knew very well that once there was a first time, there would be a second and a third, and if they were added together, it would be endless. He absolutely cannot let her have her way. Since he can't get rid of this crazy woman for the time being, then if she's crazy, he'll be crazy too. Who's afraid of who? Miss Chu, am I wrong? He met her angry gaze head-on without flinching and calmly smiled. Just think of it as raising a pet. If the pet makes you happy, shouldn't you give it a reward? Chapter 110. Are you sure you want me to feed you? His words struck Chu Ling Shuang as having a sudden sense of logic. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she smiled. Then I'll give you some as a reward for being obedient. Lin Feng looked up and saw Chu Ling Shuang take out her phone. A short while later, his phone rang with a pop-up message. 100,000 yuan was deposited into the card. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Serving this young lady seemed to be a faster way to make money than going out to work. All right, help me to eat. Chu Ling Shuang put down her phone and touched the ground with both feet. Lin Feng smiled and said, his hand hovering in midair, "Please, Mississippi." Chu Ling Shuang seemed quite satisfied. She casually placed her hand on Lin Feng's arm, slowly stood up, and walked towards the dining table. After sitting down at the table, Lin Feng, though hungry, didn't rush to eat. He pulled out a chair for Chu Ling Shuang and sat down to her right. Chu Ling Shuang was very satisfied with Lin Feng's respectful attitude. Wasn't this the effect she had always wanted? For no apparent reason, she was in a great mood. Looking at the exquisite dishes on the table, she slightly raised her head and said in a cold voice, "Let's start eating." "All right," Lin Feng responded, and having been starving for a long time, he immediately picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. He ate with great relish, wolfing down his food. Anyone who didn't know better would think he'd been starving for days. But that's how men can show their wildness. She sipped her juice, watching Lin Feng's unrestrained eating, and unconsciously, a hint of pleasure appeared in her eyes. Seeing how hastily he ate, with a look of satisfaction on his face after each bite, Chu Ling Shuang unconsciously moved her lips. She was also a little hungry. However, Lin Feng was completely unaware of this. There was no way around it. The dishes made by Chu Ling Shuang's personal chef were just too delicious. After a few bites of crab leg meat, Lin Feng was filled with satisfaction. He had eaten many high-end dishes before, but none of them had been as enjoyable as those at the Chu family's house. As expected of the Chu family, all of their chefs are 5-star level. Not only do the dishes look good, but the taste is also superb. Who wouldn't get dizzy after eating this? In just over 10 minutes, Lin Feng had eaten most of the food and was about half full. But when he came to his senses, he saw that the plate in front of Chu Ling Shuang was clean, and she was leaning back in her chair, smiling at him. The smile sent chills down Lin Feng's spine. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly came to his senses. Chu Ling Shuang wasn't eating it. Could it be that the food was poisoned? Thinking of this woman's methods, Lin Feng frowned slightly. "Aren't you going to eat?" Chu Ling Shuang didn't answer him, but instead smiled and asked, "Are you full?" "More or less." Lin Feng pursed his lips. Seeing this, he really didn't dare to eat anymore. He picked up a towel and wiped his mouth. Chu Ling Shuang's smile deepened. She raised her arms and hugged them in front of her, her tone cool and aloof. "Well, then feed me." "Huh?" Lin Feng looked over in surprise. "Wait, hey, I'm feeding you." "Young miss you." Lin Feng originally wanted to retort, "Don't you have hands?" But after thinking about it, he swallowed his words. After all, it was rare for her to listen to him for a few words, so he didn't want to provoke her. He changed the subject abruptly, asking, "Are you sure you want me to feed you?" "What? You're not happy about it?" Chu Ling Shuang's cold voice rang out. Although her expression was full of smiles, a sinister glint appeared in her eyes. It was as if she would explode if Lin Feng dared to say no. Of course. Lin Feng quickly agreed. "It's just feeding you. Although I've never done this before, I've seen pigs run before." Rather than running away and being relentlessly pursued by this young lady, it's clear that winning her over is the better option. Not to mention, this one also produces gold coins. The previous 5 million was just a pleasant surprise. He really didn't expect that Chu Ling Shuang would actually transfer it to him. If that's the case, then he might as well try to appease her first. After all, he doesn't have much money right now, and if he wants to escape, he needs the means to do so. Let's exchange the grievances we endured during this time for greater freedom. Let's make 100 million from her first. Then, with the money, he ran away to travel the world. He refused to believe that there was nowhere in the world he could not find refuge. Presumably, by then, Chu Ling Shuang will have grown tired of him. Having sorted out his thoughts, Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, a smile playing on his lips. Looking at the dishes before him, he said with a smile, "So, Miss Chu, what would you like to eat?" "Crab legs, I guess." Chu Ling Shuang thought for a moment, then said coldly, "You seem to be enjoying them quite a bit earlier." Although Chu Ling Shuang had eaten these dishes many times, people can still be tempted to eat them again after seeing others eat them in a similar way. What's more, it was her pet. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and immediately grabbed a crab leg. High-end dishes are usually prepared with great care before serving. For example, fish and shrimp are already cleaned and peeled. Therefore, Lin Feng was spared the trouble of peeling the shells. He held a crab leg with his chopsticks, placed his hand under the chopsticks, leaned forward slightly, and brought his lips close to Chu Ling Shuang's. "I couldn't resist," he added casually. Open your mouth." Like feeding a child, coaxing and pampering. This immediately made Chu Ling Shuang overjoyed. She has always been working at a high intensity, constantly on edge, like a machine, with specific times for waking up, sleeping, doing this, and doing that. Her life was divided into countless segments, and even when she ate, it was merely to satisfy her physical needs. This was the first time she had been treated like this since she was old enough to understand things. The extreme contrast was very comfortable, and it was an unprecedented experience. She felt like she was being herself in front of her pet. I felt inexplicably relaxed. Only in front of Lin Feng. She obediently opened her mouth, and as the fresh aroma of the crab legs burst forth between her lips and teeth, her eyes overflowed with satisfied pleasure. As if sharing his favorite food, Lin Feng temporarily set aside his prejudices against Chu Lingshuang. He couldn't help but ask, with a hint of anticipation, "How does it taste?" "Well enough." As the minced meat went down her throat, Chu Lingshuang nodded gently. She didn't have many thoughts about it. These were just ordinary meals, and to her, they were simply sweeter than usual. When he's enjoying himself, he doesn't think about those worries. Instead of dwelling on Chu Lingshuang's actions, Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction at sharing with others and being understood by someone like him. He smiled and said, "Putting everything else aside, your dishes are really good. I've eaten a lot of food, but yours is the best." As if expressing a sentiment, Lin Feng simply added one more word. But Chu Lingshuang was somewhat excited when she heard these words. The fact that her pet is willing to share with her means that she trusts her, doesn't it? The thought of that beast, who had bared its teeth and was extremely ferocious towards her just a few months ago, now sharing its joy with her with complete trust, filled her with excitement. Chapter 111. If you like it, I'll have them make it for you every day. It probably won't be long before she sees him with eyes full of her, his heart overflowing with her, desperately begging her not to leave, tormented by her absence, and yearning to possess her like a madman all night long. Hiss! This extreme contrast of slow pace delighted her. Having tasted the satisfaction of being understood by his peers, Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves and eagerly said, "What else do you want to eat? I'll get it for you." Chu Lingshuang smiled and said, "Anything is fine." "Then let's have them all. The caviar I just had was quite good. I'll also give you some of this champagne chicken tranche your chef made to try." As Lin Feng spoke, he began to pick up food. He muttered to himself, as if recommending something to Chu Lingshuang. But to Chu Lingshuang's ears, his voice grew softer and softer. Like a voiceover, it gradually faded away. What gradually became clearer was his eyes full of sharing and his actions of picking up food with his chopsticks. In that instant, Chu Lingshuang felt an overwhelming surge of motivation. She wanted to eliminate all the obstacles around him, including the fear of her. Once his conviction in her is solidified, his yearning for freedom and his fear of it will transform into chains, binding him. This is so awesome. Recalling that scene, Chu Lingshuang subconsciously squeezed her legs together. At that time, she will become the only one in his heart. He would always take the initiative towards her, eagerly awaiting her appearance. Then, she would tell him that she would always hold on to the chain and would never let her puppy lose its way. Thinking of this, Chu Lingshuang felt completely comfortable, and in an instant, her whole body radiated pleasure. When she came to her senses, Lin Feng's hand was already in front of her, right next to her lips. Almost subconsciously, Chu Lingshuang opened her mouth, her taste buds once again stimulated by the delicious food. Seeing Lin Feng's expectant gaze, she nodded slightly and praised him without reservation. "It tastes good." "Really? I also think this combination tastes good." Lin Feng smiled and went to pair up with the next person. Chu Lingshuang licked her lips slightly, her eyes gazing at Lin Feng with even greater fervor. Nothing is more satisfying than bringing someone who values freedom above all else into control. This is an extremely high-end experience and a completely new attempt. Seeing that Lin Feng couldn't resist taking a bite while assembling the dishes, Chu Lingshuang's smile deepened. She said calmly, "If you like it, I'll have them make it for you every day." Day by day. Lin Feng paused in his chopsticks, glancing subconsciously at Chu Lingshuang. He had no intention of staying here for long. He had never even dared to hope for love, let alone the fact that it was a ticking time bomb. Moreover, if he could still feel love for her after all that inhuman torture he had endured, he would really need to get his head checked. However, for the time being, going along with her idea was Lin Feng's new understanding. After all, there's money to be made, so there's no need to feel ashamed. Lin Feng naturally didn't refuse. "Okay. Thank you for your kindness, Mississippi." Yes, those words pleased her. Good performance. Chu Ling Shuang gave a light compliment and pointed to the coffee table. Lin Feng's eyes lit up immediately. Oh ho, another reward? He rushed over almost impatiently, grabbed the phone, and handed it to him with both hands. But this time, Chu Ling Shuang didn't transfer any money. She just clicked on Yu Shuiyan's profile picture and sent a voice message. When you get back, go and organize the pile of keys in my drawer and give them to me. Lin Feng was stunned. A key. The next second, Chu Ling Shuang's voice rang out again. From now on, if you want to drive any car, just ask me for the keys. TSK. Lin Feng was clearly disappointed. He wanted cash more than the car keys. He only feels at ease with money when it's in his own hands. However, Chu Ling Shuang rewarded him without hesitation. In just a short while, he had earned 5.1 million yuan for free, plus the right to use the Chu family's luxury car. At this rate, he was not far from his goal of 100 million yuan. You should still be happy. Lin Feng feigned an excited expression of overwhelming gratitude. Young miss is so generous. Thank you so much, young miss. I'm willing to serve you like a slave. It was staged, so naturally it contained some exaggeration. But Chu Ling Shuang seemed to fall for it. She was clearly flattered by Lin Feng's praise. However, she narrowed her eyes slightly and warned threateningly. You can drive the car as you like, but my cars all have GPS tracking systems. If you try to escape. No way. Before Chu Ling Shuang could finish speaking, Lin Feng quickly shook his head and said confidently, Miss Chu, please rest assured, I will never drive your car away. Of course, he can drive other cars. There are other modes of transportation besides cars. Chu Ling Shuang nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the dishes and slightly raising her head. Let's continue. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, quickly sat back down beside her, and carefully picked up food, feeding her one dish at a time. Lunch lasted for more than an hour. Lin Feng, however, enjoyed it immensely, for no other reason than that he was happy to do so. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng called Yu Shuiyan over. Yu Shuiyan and her people tidied up the house. Lin Feng used the excuse of going to the toilet to go back to his room to tidy up, and also told Zheng Buqiao about the Su family. Over 3 million? Old Lin, that's a bit too much. If it were 1 million, it would be fine, but 3 million is probably. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Zheng Buqiao felt a lot of pressure. Even if he wanted to make money from makeup and styling, he couldn't possibly spend 3 million on it, could he? Lin Feng smiled and said, Don't worry, since I've told you, there must be a way. Zheng Buqiao's eyes lit up instantly. Brother, tell me quickly. Go tell Su Jiqing that the show is a hit, and you plan to recruit 2 more non-celebrity participants to go to the island with Su Nuer on the 4th day. That's simple. Zheng Buqiao was stunned. Yes, it's that simple. Lin Feng said with a smile. Just do as I say. Okay, I'll message her now. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng's smile deepened. Others may not know, but he does. The Su family members are all ambitious, especially them, who have been reaping the benefits of his hard work for free. Now they are probably even more unrealistic and overconfident. Did they arrive on the island at the same time as other ordinary people? No, how could Su Nuer allow that? I'm afraid she'll break down. Just as Lin Feng said, Su Jiqing informed Su Nuer immediately after receiving the news. Upon hearing that she would be arriving on the island at the same time as an ordinary person, Su Nuer was completely shocked. Sis, no way. I've been in this industry for so many years, and now some amateurs are showing up? Isn't that a slap in the face? Besides, we have a purpose this time, and with so many people around, it's difficult for me to perform well. Sister, please talk to the production team. If that doesn't work, we'll buy the rights to the show. Chapter 112, A trap has been set up for you to fall into. Su Jiqing frowned slightly and interrupted Su Nuer. A buyout is probably unrealistic. You know our current situation. Many partners are withdrawing their investments, and we don't even know what will happen after Yihan Group's order is completed next month. Su Jiqing only realized how difficult it was to lead the company after she took office. It's not like you can live off one deal for a lifetime. She has to constantly cultivate various relationships. These days she has attended many business events, but without exception, after people heard that she was from the Su family, they stopped following up. The orders from Yihan Group will only last until next month, and she is already starting to worry about signing more contracts. Even though nothing in her Su family has changed and the people are still the same, for some reason, people in the same circle seem to have a somewhat inexplicable feeling when they chat with her. Add to that the constant pressure from her parents and Su Jie's lack of academic ability. The past month and a half has been a nightmare for Su Jiqing. She had thought of Lin Feng countless times. When he was around, she never had to worry about these rules and responsibilities. Sis, what are you afraid of? If we can secure the order from Ihan Group, why would we worry about not having partners? Su Nuar's voice came through the phone, tinged with a hint of smugness. If you ask me, those people are just jealous. They're only acting like madmen because their competitors can't get Ihan's orders. Besides, if we can cooperate once, we can do it again. We can talk to Ihan about renewing the contract then, right? Su Nuar spoke eloquently and logically. Su Jiqing listened and immediately felt that it made sense. Perhaps the recent high pressure has left her exhausted, which is why she has so many complicated thoughts. After thinking for a moment, she said, "That's true, but a buyout is still unrealistic. I've watched the show too. It's incredibly popular right now. The implication is that our family's money isn't quite enough." Su Nuar laughed and said, "It's okay, we can just buy out the guest list, right? Then I'll go and cause trouble all by myself. Once I become famous, making a fortune every day will be a piece of cake." That's definitely true. Money in the entertainment industry does come quickly. Once Su Nuar becomes a sensation across the internet, the Su family will only rise to the next level. At the level of the Su family, they certainly can't rely on just a small company, can they? Su Jiqing agreed. Okay, I'll talk to Director Zheng about it now. Su Nuar was overjoyed to have received Su Jiqing's approval. All right, just you wait and see. I'll definitely make Lin Feng lose face. If he doesn't apologize to our Shao Jia, he'll regret it. After hanging up the phone, Su Jiqing immediately dialed Zheng Buochao's number. Zheng Buochao, who had already set up the trap, had his phone in front of him, just waiting for Su Jiqing to fall into it. Upon seeing the pop-up window on his phone screen, he picked it up almost without hesitation. After the call was connected, Su Jiqing stated her purpose directly. Zheng Buochao was clearly taken aback. Goodness, no wonder he used to be a member of the Su family. His brother knows Su Jiqing so well. His brother really has the Su family under his thumb. Thinking that Zheng Buochao was still considering, and to avoid any complications caused by his hesitation, Su Jiqing directly revealed her trump card. 2 million. I'll give you 2 million. Consider it a token of our friendship. If Director Zheng ever needs any help from the Su family, the Su family will do its utmost. Zheng Buochao raised an eyebrow. This was clearly less than what his brother had said. That won't do. What kind of businessman wouldn't be greedy? Zheng Buochao raised an eyebrow, feigning hesitation, and said, Ms. Su, my show's daily revenue from gifts alone is already over 10,000 yuan. If more female guests join in, the show's popularity will likely increase even more. Su Jiqing bit her lip. The company currently has a maximum of 3.1 million yuan in readily available funds, and that's based on profits from the contract with Ihan Group. Are they really going to leave her nothing at all? But how can it be called investment if you don't burn your bridges? Only greater investment can yield greater returns. This is something Lin Feng has done before. When the company was just starting out, he competed with major peers by cutting his own profits, and in just 3 months he made a name for the Su family. The rewards he received afterward far outweighed the sacrifices he made. This was a trick she had seen, one he had tried and succeeded at. If Lin Feng can do it, then of course she can too. Su Jiqing gritted her teeth, thinking that those in power should have the courage and determination of those in power. 3 million. Hearing the furious voice on the other end of the phone, Zheng Buochao knew that this was the limit for the Su family. His brother was truly a prophet. His prediction of the amount was absolutely accurate. Okay, this time he didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. However, there was a hint of regret in her voice. Sigh. I was thinking of finding 2 more people, but I didn't expect Miss Su to be so decisive. It seems I'll have to apologize to them. Su Jiqing smiled. This was the first time anyone had praised her like this since she took office. She smiled with great satisfaction. Of course, the Su family cannot tolerate any mistakes in the programs they choose. Then I'll send the contract over, and Ms. Su can sign it electronically. Zheng Buochao was already desperately suppressing his inner joy. Su Jiqing nodded without hesitation. Okay, go ahead and send it. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Buochao acted quickly, drafting the contract and sending it over in less than 10 minutes. Su Jiqing quickly checked the contract and then signed her name in the lower right corner. The moment the contract was signed and sent, Su Jiqing felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. She felt that today was a day to make a big decision. After all, it was a day for her to take a gamble and make a crucial decision. She was thrilled and sent Su Jia a message. Xiao Jia, make a reservation at the Lake Emperor Hotel. I'll have dinner with you tonight to celebrate your discharge from the hospital. Su Jia quickly replied. Thank you, sister. At Chu Lingshuang's request, Lin Feng arrived at Chu Lingshuang's room as promised after finishing his phone call with Zheng Buochao. It was now 2:30 p.m. Chu Lingshuang was already sitting at her desk, intently reviewing the contract documents that Yu Shuiyin had sent over. The table was piled high with documents, forming a small mountain. Even Lin Feng at that time had never reviewed so many. Seeing Lin Feng come over, Chu Lingshuang pointed to the chair next to the desk, indicating that he should sit down. Lin Feng obediently sat down in the seat she indicated. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the documents on the table, ranging from small invoices worth tens of thousands of yuan. He couldn't help but ask, "You approve these kinds of things too?" Chu Lingshuang glanced at Lin Feng with a cool expression and said in a detached tone, "Nothing in the company is ever trivial." Chapter 113, these two seem like they're quite compatible. Oh ho! From this perspective, it's no wonder Chu Lingshuang can remain firmly in the top position of the Chu family. He truly has no complaints. Putting aside the fact that she's crazy, she's at least quite serious about her work. Thinking back to his own past, when even his department manager had to question him about taking people out to dinner, he realized that Chu Lingshuang's attitude towards work was exactly the same as his own. That's why he was unwilling to get involved with the Chu family. During his student days, he always dreamed of becoming a CEO, surrounded by beautiful women and luxury cars, and adored by thousands. But after actually becoming a CEO, he discovered that being a CEO wasn't so easy. He must remain vigilant at all times because he is the leader of hundreds of people in the company and their only source of survival. If he falls from power, hundreds of people will be unable to make ends meet in the short term and may even be demoted as a result. Moreover, he also bears the huge risk of debt and losses. He finally managed to free himself from work, thinking he could have some short-term entertainment, but he didn't expect that after satisfying his desire for money, those beautiful women, luxury cars, and all sorts of shallow and base desires could no longer bring him true happiness. Because he had already become an elite in that circle, his only desire was to continue climbing higher. But no matter where you climb, the outcome is the same. The higher you climb, the greater the risk. The higher you go, the narrower the path becomes. So he got tired and didn't want to roll anymore. The Chu family is no exception. Presumably, their lives have been locked in ever since Chu Lingshuang was born, with the same people and the same things coming and going. Although she probably never lacked money, being the eldest daughter of a reclusive wealthy family is not an easy job. In order to ensure the continuation of her family and to keep the Chu family firmly in the top position, she may never have enjoyed her own life. Looking at Chu Lingshuang, who was working diligently, Lin Feng felt a sudden surge of sympathy for her. I sympathize with her fate, which was predetermined from the very beginning. She has no way to refute it or escape it. But he quickly dismissed the idea. How can he use his own judgment to understand her when they come from completely different backgrounds? Perhaps this is the kind of life she wants. Pity? You should sympathize with him instead, for being targeted by such a devil. You seem a little bored. As Lin Feng was pondering this, Chu Lingshuang's icy voice rang out at an inopportune moment. He paused for a moment, then turned his gaze back to Chu Lingshuang. She didn't look up, still staring at the document in her hand, her indifferent expression as if the voice hadn't just come from her. Lin Feng was a little stunned. Me? Bored? Chu Lingshuang did not answer him. She simply picked up her teacup, took a sip, and then casually pointed to the mountain of documents piled up beside her. Please approve them for me as well. Ah. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. No way, miss. I just praised you for your hard work, and now you're just messing around like this? Seeing Lin Feng looking somewhat dazed, Chu Ling Shuang slightly raised her eyes and glanced at him through the document. What? You don't know? That's a bit redundant. This was indeed the case to Lin Feng, since Chu Ling Shuang should have already investigated his background. Although the Chu family is a large family, the wording in the contracts is essentially the same, with no real difference. But Chu Ling Shuang asked him to approve the Chu family's documents. Is she out of her mind? To Chu Ling Shuang, his hesitation appeared as a sign of his fear. As her pet, she gave him the right to know about her work, which was a form of charity. It's normal that he wouldn't dare. What if she keeps raising the stakes? He must be flattered. Don't worry, those are all small contracts. Xueyin has already handled them once. You just need to check them again. She added almost impatiently, her eyes constantly lingering on Lin Feng, anticipating his reaction. Goodness. Even a small contract from the Chu family company can give you a general idea of the company's procedures after reading it many times. What he lacks most right now is understanding Chu Ling Shuang. Once he gains a deeper understanding, it will help him make a better escape later. Those who know their enemy and themselves will never be defeated. Since she has already relinquished power, why doesn't he take it over? Lin Feng rubbed his hands together excitedly and asked, Shall I begin the follow-up examination? Seeing the joy in his eyes, Chu Ling Shuang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He will definitely be happy. Her mood improved considerably. Investigate thoroughly. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Lin Feng smiled and agreed, then quickly picked up the documents on the table and began to read them. His movements were very professional. As soon as he got his hands on a contract, he knew which page was the most important. In a short while, he became engrossed in it, like a statue, with only his eyes slightly moving and his head tilting up and down. Sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the desk. It was lunchtime, a time of relaxation, and the hotel was quiet inside and out. The only sounds were the occasional turning of pages in the room, the scattered chirping of birds outside, and the crashing waves of the sea not far away. At this very moment, in this very place, Chu Ling Shuang, who was used to working alone, found herself with another person by her side. He sat quietly beside her, without making a sound, but she could still see him when she looked up. This feeling is inexplicably peaceful. In that instant, Chu Ling Shuang felt as if her soul had been purified. After staring at Lin Feng for a few seconds, Chu Ling Shuang slightly raised her eyes. She had to admit that Lin Feng was indeed very capable. Normally, it takes Chu Ling Shuang 3 minutes to review a contract, but Lin Feng only took less than 2 minutes, which shows that he knows what the key points are. This man is damn good. She had already begun to be attracted to him. Seeing that Lin Feng had already reviewed one copy and reached out to take another, Chu Ling Shuang also turned around and began to work seriously. The quiet time flew by. During this time, Yu Shuyan, who came in to deliver tea and snacks, saw the two sitting upright and seriously approving the documents as soon as she pushed open the door. She was slightly taken aback, and then her eyes widened. The young lady actually asked Lin Feng to help her look at the documents. Oh my God. However, to be fair, these two actually seemed quite well matched. Carefully placing the tea and snacks on the coffee table not far away, Yu Shuyan couldn't help but glance at her classmate from afar a few more times. I initially thought Lin Feng was just a low-class nouveau riche, but I never expected him to be so similar to my young lady when he gets serious. What to do? Yu Shuyan suddenly felt that Lin Feng was a good match for her young lady. The moment the door closed, she swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that these two seemed kind of adorable. The work, which was originally planned to take 4 hours, was completed in less than 2 hours thanks to the division of labor and cooperation between Lin Feng and Chu Ling Shuang. This efficiency far exceeded Chu Ling Shuang's expectations. So, with the extra time not planned, we should naturally do something more interesting. Chapter 114 Miss Chu, welcome to my domain. I remember your show starts at 6 o'clock, right? While staring at Lin Feng organizing the documents, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly said something. Lin Feng paused, then answered honestly. It's around 6 o'clock, but it's best to go at 5:30, as I still need to get ready. Even if it's just for half an hour, I'd rather not stay here. Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyes gradually deepening. Her fingertips tapped the screen of her phone on the desk, making a thump, thump, thump sound. Every single detail felt like a stone hitting Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he asked rather cautiously, "Does Miss Chu have any instructions?" She didn't rush to answer his question. Chu Ling Shuang's lips curled up slightly, her red lips parted slightly, and she licked her crystal-clear fangs with a hint of anticipation. "What do you think?" She made a boastful and domineering remark, which sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. Lin Feng glanced at the time and felt his eyelids twitching. It was only a little past 4 o'clock, and there was still an hour and a half until 5:30. Could it be that Chu Ling Shuang was planning to? He coughed a few times calmly and said, "Miss Chu, I don't think there's much time." He hoped that Chu Ling Shuang had a plan. After all, they had been through quite a few things together, and Chu Ling Shuang should know very well that an hour and a half was simply not enough time for him to perform. Moreover, he is conscious and very clear-headed today. He will try his best to restrain himself, rather than trying to get rid of it and finish it as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Chu Ling Shuang responded with interest. "Oh." She raised her voice slightly at the end, her eagerness clearly masking her disbelief. "Look closely, and you can even sense an indescribable anticipation. Expect. Wait a minute, could it be that she's actually addicted?" He really had no experience in that area. In the first few times, he was in a completely passive position. To be honest, no one is an expert on their first try. But things are different now. After several experiences, he can clearly control himself. Naturally, skills also improve. Once you try it, you'll realize that he's not the same person he used to be, and that a short hour isn't even enough for him to perform to his full potential. Then I'd really like to give it a try. As she spoke, the bloodlust and anticipation in her eyes grew stronger. It was already the second day, and she had been unable to hold back since yesterday. Like a restrained ice-cold beer, once you've had one sip, you'll want another. Since she's already said that, if I refuse again, wouldn't I be looked down upon? Moreover, the task currently assigned to him is to please her. There was nothing he could do. He had no choice. Lin Feng pursed his lips and still cautiously asked, "Are you sure?" If he takes the initiative, he won't hold back. Instead of answering him directly, Chu Ling Shuang kicked the chair back and instantly put her legs on the table. Her fair ankles were clearly visible through her slippers, and the hem of her black skirt hung in the air, swaying back and forth. The shaking made Lin Feng's heart tremble. She tilted her head back and stared straight at him, her eyes filled with tenderness, and slowly said to him, "Hold me." Okay, you said it yourself." Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and he stepped forward directly, standing beside her. As he bowed, he said, "I hope Miss Chu won't regret this." His voice was light and airy, and his burning hot arm touched her. His words were extremely aggressive. Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyelids, her anticipation growing even stronger. She loved his unrestrained wildness. He gently placed her on the bed sheet, and Chu Ling Shuang turned slightly to the side, propping her head up with her slender wrist, looking at him with a proud yet alluring expression. Lin Feng stood to one side, reaching up to touch the button on his collar, looking down at her with disdain, and asking, "Miss Chu, there are no cameras in this room, are there?" He was undoubtedly talking nonsense, but it did ease the atmosphere a bit. Chu Ling Shuang was amused by him, and her usually tense nerves gradually relaxed. She laughed, but her eyes were fixed on him. "There is no one else in this room, only you and me." "Very good," Lin Feng responded, a smile playing on his lips. Before the buttons were even undone, his leg was already pressing down on her. A heat wave swept in, and Chu Ling Shuang, who hadn't expected Lin Feng's actions to be so sudden, widened her eyes in slight surprise. But the next second, she heard his voice reverse, ringing in her ears with a plundering and frenzied intensity. "Miss Chu, welcome to my domain." "Director Zhang, it's already 5:40, the program is about to start, and Mr. Lin still hasn't come down. I can't get up to the 7th floor, and I can't get through to him on the phone. What should I do?" In the hotel lobby, Xiao Lu was pacing anxiously. Zheng Guoqiao was also stunned. Lin Feng was always a punctual person. Although he was sometimes careless and irresponsible, he had never broken a promise. "Don't rush," Let me ask first. Zheng Buochao frowned, then hung up the phone and called the hotel. After explaining the purpose of the call, the hotel manager on the other end of the phone looked troubled. Director Zheng, there's nothing I can do about this. Those floors are for important people. You can't go up without permission. You said the same thing the last few times I called you. My program members are still living up there. Who are you to make so many demands? Zheng Buochao was clearly angry. The hotel manager remained quite embarrassed. I'm sorry, I don't know either. It's an order from above. How about you postpone your program? Nonsense. This has already been arranged. How can it be postponed again? How am I supposed to explain this to the audience? Zheng Buochao cursed, but the hotel manager obviously couldn't solve the problem, so he had no choice but to hang up the phone. However, after this incident, he suddenly became curious. If Lin Feng was such an important person, why not kick him out? Could it be that the forces behind this are related to Lin Feng? But his brother's move really caught him off guard. As time ticked by, Zheng Buochao reluctantly ordered his assistant, go ahead with the broadcast as usual. Just say Lin Feng is unwell. Say he has a fever, and show him on camera at random times later. Yes. Call. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even though the air conditioning was on, he was still sweating profusely. He glanced at the time and was immediately shocked, stopping his movements instantly. It's almost 6 o'clock, Miss Chu. I'll definitely do it next time. He was about to get up as he spoke. Despite her dazed state, Chu Ling Shuang felt weak all over. She slightly opened her eyes, unconsciously put her hand on Lin Feng's arm, and pulled hard, murmuring softly. Continue. Her voice was soft, but it carried an undeniable command. Lin Feng, slightly out of breath, asked, but I'm going to be late for work. Chu Ling Shuang squinted, raising an eyebrow as she stared at him. You're already late. What's a little more time? Okay, you said it. Lin Feng simply threw down his clothes and pounced on him again like a wolf. Chapter 115. Goodness, so wild? Where's my factory worker? Production crew, what are you doing? Where's my factory worker? If it weren't for watching the factory worker, who would tune into your live stream on time every minute? I give up. Am I supposed to put on a one-man show all by myself? The program started on time, and the moment the camera focused on Xiao Ran, the viewers in the live broadcast room went wild. In the shot, only Xiao Ran is sitting quietly reading a book, and the camera only shows her back. It doesn't even show her face. This completely surprised the hundreds of thousands of netizens who had been waiting in the live stream. The show's official Weibo account was immediately flooded with comments. Even when Zheng Buochao personally stepped in to explain that Lin Feng was sick, he was still criticized. The reason for everything is Lin Feng's absence. The reason they didn't show Xiao Ran on camera was because they didn't dare to. They didn't even dare to turn on their microphones. It was simply because Xiao Ran's expression was terrible. Seriously, those two old fools are having a blast in their room, while I'm the only one on camera. Ugh, why am I the one who gets hurt? Seriously, can't you guys even show up for work on time? With her back to the camera, Xiao Ran had practically plucked the plush bear out of her hand. Her eyes were filled with resentment. No, she just couldn't understand it. Lin Feng had already refused her sister's gift, so didn't that prove that he didn't like her sister? If they didn't like it, why did they stay in the house for so long? Could it be that brother Lin is just being stubborn? This logic doesn't make sense. Xiao Ran counted on her fingers. Lin Feng doesn't like her sister, but her sister likes Lin Feng, so it's like a forced marriage. The problem is, Lin Feng seemed so at ease on the ship. How could he possibly willingly become her sister's prisoner? It's already 6:30. As far as she knows, Lin Feng went to her sister's room at 10 a.m., which means it's been 8.5 hours. Can something like that really take this long? Xiao Ran didn't understand. If we calculate it this way, if we spend a third of our 24 hours a day doing this, wouldn't we not even have a moment to relax? Wrong. If that's the case, once they're brought together, wouldn't her sister have no time to care about her? Then she won't need to go abroad. She can just cause trouble here. Her sister won't have the time, will she? In that instant, Xiao Ran grasped the logic. There's no one else but Lin Feng who can be her brother-in-law. She glanced at the staff, then suddenly turned to face the camera, grinning. Brother Lin isn't feeling well and can't attend tonight's live stream. To make it up to everyone, how about I dance for you all? Her shout was picked up by the live stream, and the viewers instantly got excited. Is it the latest group dance? Let's raise the banner for Miss Ranran. Miss Ranran is going to dance. Everyone, get your glow sticks ready. Brothers, this is a live broadcast. Miss Zhao's concert fee is tens of thousands. Get ready to feast your eyes. As the live stream chat lit up with glow sticks, Xiaoran slowly stood up, and the staff behind her tactfully moved all the chairs away. The music started playing, and Xiaoran put down the large teddy bear she was holding. As the music began, her graceful figure swayed in front of the camera. For a time, #ShaoranSoloDance hashtag became a trending topic, and the criticism decreased significantly. Seeing this, Zheng Buochao, whose scalp was tingling from the shock, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Staring at the live stream, he swallowed hard. Previously, no matter what he said, Xiaoran always had an angry expression, but now she's taking such the initiative. Has she changed her personality? His gaze involuntarily fell on Xiaoran. Zheng Buochao is now a little envious of his good brother. Netizens all think that this is just a publicity stunt for the show, but only the people who make the show know the truth. This isn't just hype. Xiaoran clearly has feelings for Lin Feng. Where did his brother get such good luck to actually catch Xiaoran's eye? When I came out of Chu Ling Shuang's room, it was already 7 p.m. After 2.5 hours of activity, Lin Feng was honestly a little tired. However, Chu Ling Shuang wasn't much better off than him. He could still stand up and leave the room, while Chu Ling Shuang had already fallen asleep. As soon as Lin Feng opened the door, he saw Yu Shuyan playing on her phone and slacking off. Upon seeing Lin Feng come out, Yu Shuyan hurriedly put away her phone. Lin Feng curled his lip and said indifferently, "You play your game. Your young lady is asleep." Yu Shuyan paused, looking at Lin Feng with some surprise. "Is Miss asleep?" she asked. Lin Feng nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He turned his head, glanced at the two bodyguards standing at the door, moved his lips slightly, and couldn't help but ask, "You didn't hear anything, did you? A sound? What sound?" Yu Shuyan looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression, then subconsciously explained, "This hotel is a 5-star resort hotel with excellent soundproofing." Hearing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He didn't linger any longer and said, "Then I'll go back to my room first. The show should be starting soon." He muttered to himself and then left. Watching Lin Feng's departing figure, Yu Shuyan frowned immediately. Why are you asking about the sound? Could it be that he did something bad to her young lady and is afraid they'll hear about it? Thinking of this, alarm bells immediately went off in Yu Shuyan's mind. She immediately pushed open the door and rushed inside. But as soon as Yu Shuyan stepped through the doorway, she was shocked by what she saw inside. The room, which had been spotless just moments before, now looked like a scene from a fierce battle. Sheets were haphazardly torn on the floor, blankets and pillows were scattered everywhere, and the place was a complete mess. The spot where Chu Ling Shuang was lying had been cleaned up, and she was wrapped in a blanket, fast asleep. Seeing this, Yu Shuyan subconsciously swallowed. Everyone knows what happened. Goodness, these two are so wild. Lin Feng, who looked so refined and unhurried, never expected. What she didn't expect was that her young lady would be so unrestrained. From this perspective, these two are truly a perfect match. Yu Shuyan didn't dare to breathe loudly, and didn't even dare to continue thinking about those images. She tiptoed out, but then heard Chu Ling Shuang's voice floating lightly from the bed. "What time is it?" As if she had exhausted herself, her voice was noticeably weak and lacked any strength. Yu Shuyan took a deep breath and glanced at the time nervously. "Miss, it's 7 o'clock. "Oh," Chu Ling Shuang responded, her voice weak yet possessive. "Go tell Lin Feng to come sleep here after the show." Chapter 116, he never liked to meddle in other people's business. "Are you coming again?" Yu Shuyan shuddered, but she dared not inquire about her mistress's affairs. She quickly replied, "Yes, miss, I understand." After saying that, she left. Lin Feng, who had just finished resting, ran into Yu Shuyan as soon as he came out of his room. Yu Shuyan's cheeks were flushed, and her gaze was obviously wandering around. She said to him, "Well, Mr. Lin, Miss said that she wants you to go to her room after the show." Lin Feng's lips twitched. This woman was really something. Even after all this, she still wouldn't let him go. He thought she was asleep. Okay, I understand. Lin Feng nodded, then turned to Yu Shuiyin and said, I'll go record the show now. After saying that, he left. Yu Shuiyin didn't dare to look any longer and went straight back to the door of Chu Ling Shuang's room to stand guard. I went downstairs and arrived just in time for dinner. Since the two programs were filmed separately, everyone was also filming their meals at two different restaurants. Miao Ryu and the others were at the restaurant not far from the stairwell. As soon as she got downstairs and past the restaurant entrance, Miao Ryu, who was live streaming, caught a glimpse of Lin Feng coming down from upstairs. She immediately made an excuse to go to the restroom and walked towards Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng was heading towards the restaurant where Xiao Ran was, he heard Miao Ryu's voice behind him. Mr. Lin. Lin Feng was taken aback and turned around blankly. Miao Ryu walked over gracefully, her face full of smiles, and said, Mr. Lin, I heard you were sick. Are you feeling any better now? Get ill. Could this be an excuse Shen Wuchao made up for him? Lin Feng immediately realized what was happening and nodded, saying, It's a little better. Miao Ryu blinked, then suddenly took 2 steps forward and stopped in front of Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, please take good care of yourself. The weather on this island is unpredictable. Your health is the most important thing. He didn't know Miao Ryu at all. They had only met once and had never even spoken. Yet, she suddenly came to show such concern. He didn't believe she didn't have some ulterior motive. Chu Ling Shuang and Xiao Ran were already enough to give him trouble, so Lin Feng didn't bother to get involved with them. He simply nodded and said indifferently, Thank you for the reminder, Miss Miao. Miao Ryu was clearly surprised by this whole thing. She was, after all, a beauty blogger with millions of followers on the platform. Although she couldn't compare to Xiao Ran, she was very confident in her makeup skills. Zhu Qiming still spoke to her politely, but Lin Feng was not. This further solidified her belief that Lin Feng had powerful backers. This is a hard-won opportunity. Her eyes flickered, and she was about to step forward and chat with Lin Feng for a bit more when, just as her hand was about to touch Lin Feng's arm, Xiao Ran's voice suddenly rang out. Brother Lin, you're here. Upon catching a glimpse of Lin Feng through the restaurant's glass window, Xiao Ran rushed over excitedly. The live stream instantly became very popular. Has the fever subsided? Is Factory Boy feeling any better? We really need to make it up to our precious Ran. It wasn't easy for her to manage everything. Upon arriving, Xiao Ran caught sight of Miao Ryu standing in front of Lin Feng and immediately understood. She blinked and asked with considerable curiosity, Sister Miao, aren't you going to stay with Brother Zhu? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was full of eager curiosity. She even deliberately moved closer to Lin Feng. Instantly, Miao Ryu's face turned deathly pale. The viewers in the live stream also noticed this. What is Miao Ryu doing here? I want to see Xiao Ran and Lin Feng. Is she trying to trick Lin Feng? I don't think she has any good intentions. You little green tea, trying to steal my thunder halfway through? Factory Boy is ours. Get lost. Although no one present had brought a mobile phone, there was a camera right in front of them. Miao Ryu, who spends most of her time online, could not possibly be unaware of the consequences of Xiao Ran's words. Her eyes darkened, and she quickly said, Miss Xiao, you misunderstand. I came out to use the restroom and happened to run into Mr. Lin, so we exchanged a few pleasantries. As she spoke, she smiled at Lin Feng, hoping he would offer an explanation for her. Little did she know that Lin Feng, who never liked to meddle in other people's business, would simply put his hands in his pockets when he met Miao Ryu's expectant look. This is a typical example of someone who doesn't care about things that don't concern them. Xiao Ran pouted, looking at Miao Ryu with an innocent expression, and muttered, Oh, I thought Miss Miao wanted to steal Brother Lin from me. It seems I misunderstood. Her words were straightforward and hit the nail on the head. Viewers who hadn't initially thought of this were instantly drawn into the conversation. Miao Ryu froze on the spot, momentarily at a loss for words. What's even more outrageous is that Xiao Ran looked at Miao Ryu apologetically and said, Miss Miao, I'm sorry, I was overthinking it. Her move set the tone so fast that the viewers in the live stream went wild. Ran, what are you apologizing for? I think she clearly wants to steal Lin Feng from you. The factory belongs to Xiao Ran, and no one can touch it. Get out of here, you green tea bitch. I hate seeing you. Can't you just log Miao Ruoyu off the computer? Does she have to come out and cause trouble? Even without watching the comments, Miao Ruoyu knew what was going on. She just wanted to take the opportunity to chat with Lin Feng, but she never expected that Xiao Ran would steal the show. Not only have they been led astray since the beginning of the show, but now it's become her fault. More importantly, she has no choice but to accept this apology, whether she wants to or not. Miao Ruoyu glared fiercely at Xiao Ran, then forced a smile and said, "It's all right. It's all right. I also have to record a program, so I won't bother you." After saying that, she fled the scene as if she were escaping. Off camera, witnessing Miao Ruoyu's escape, Xiao Ran looked at Lin Feng with great anticipation. "Brother Lin, why don't you praise me? I helped you get rid of a green tea bitch." Lin Feng's lips twitched. "Big sister, as someone directly involved, I think you're the one who's a bit of a green tea bitch, okay?" However, Xiao Ran's action did reduce a lot of interference for him. To be honest, Lin Feng didn't know what these women were interested in about him. He hadn't done anything wrong, and he was always late for the show. How could they be interested in him? But having Xiao Ran as a shield is a good thing. He slightly raised his eyelids and said, "Well done." Overjoyed at Lin Feng's praise, Xiao Ran clung to him, nuzzling his arm with her shoulder, and exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Lin, let's go eat." Lin Feng responded. He was indeed hungry. After catching his breath, his stomach started growling, so he didn't resist anymore and followed Xiao Ran to the restaurant. As usual, he focused on eating, wolfing down his food, while Xiao Ran sat opposite him, a smile on her face, but her eyes were fixed on him with an ambiguous look. Chapter 117, We Still Have Many Firsts. After finishing the meal and exchanging a few more words with Xiao Ran, the live stream came to an end. Although there wasn't much physical contact, the audience still went crazy for them. Dating should be done at a slow pace, especially since the two people have only just met. This progress is already considered fast. After the live stream ended, Lin Feng went directly to Chu Ling Shuang's room. The warm lights in the recessed area of the floor were all on, creating a cozy atmosphere. The sheets and blankets around Chu Ling Shuang had already been tidied up, and she was now lying on the bed, sleeping peacefully. Seeing this, Lin Feng subconsciously didn't disturb her. After all, he could avoid bothering her when she was asleep. However, just as he closed the door, Chu Ling Shuang's voice drifted over. "Is the work finished?" Lin Feng swallowed and answered truthfully, "Yes." Chu Ling Shuang slightly raised her eyes and lazily shifted her body. "Come and massage my back." Looking past the foot of the bed, Lin Feng's gaze fell on Chu Ling Shuang. The warm lights shone on her cheeks, and Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. She was truly stunning. Sweat-dampened hair draped over her cheeks, revealing her exquisite features. Despite her noble and aloof expression, she exuded a captivating charm. Below that was her alluring figure, with a concave waistline that accentuated her perfect physique and long, slender legs. Anyone would find it hard to control themselves in this situation. Lin Feng took a deep breath, sat down on the side of the bed, placed his hand on the bed, and said, "Miss Chu, could you please move a little?" Chu Ling Shuang didn't respond, but obediently turned to the side, her back to him. Worried that she might be uncomfortable lying down, Lin Feng specially reached out and brought a pillow to place under her neck. This was the first time he had ever massaged someone's back. However, he often sees those videos online and has seen many of the techniques. Chu Ling Shuang's figure is considered tall for a girl, and when spread out, she looks rather thin overall. Although she has a slender waist, she is also quite curvy. There was very little pain when I first put it on. Seemingly impressed by Lin Feng's technique, Chu Ling Shuang asked, without any apparent reason, "Do you often give massages to others?" Lin Feng was about to reply when he clearly sensed that something was off. He thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, it's the first time." Chu Ling Shuang clearly raised her eyes, tilting her head to glance at him out of the corner of her eye. "Really?" Feeling a chill run down his spine under her icy gaze, Lin Feng replied truthfully, "Of course it's true. You can send your men to investigate if you don't believe me." He stared at Lin Feng for several seconds, seemingly convinced that what he said was true. "Very good." Chu Ling Shuang responded with satisfaction, then murmured, "Then we'll have many more firsts." Her voice gradually faded, and by the end of the sentence it was barely audible. Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he subconsciously asked, "What?" Not hearing Chu Ling Shuang respond again, he gradually stopped what he was doing and looked down. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes were closed, her brows furrowed with exhaustion, and she had fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Feng sighed helplessly and was about to get up and go to the sofa when he noticed that Chu Ling Shuang's small hand was tightly gripping the hem of his clothes. Seemingly noticing Lin Feng's movement to get up, she frowned and muttered unconsciously, "Don't go, stay with me." Lin Feng was starting to lose track of whether he was talking in his sleep or it was actually happening. At this moment, she was completely different from her usual decisive and efficient self. If Lin Feng hadn't already known her, he would have just thought she was a pitiful little girl, but now, he couldn't bring himself to sympathize with her. Using such methods, he was almost killed. No one could possibly sympathize with him. He ruthlessly pried off her fingers, but as if sensing his presence, she gripped his hand tightly again. With no other choice, Lin Feng, afraid of waking her, had to lie down beside her. Her legs then pressed down on him, like a bear hug. Lin Feng was trapped again. He sighed helplessly and looked at Chu Ling Shuang, who was already fast asleep, with a complicated expression. "Okay, let's leave it at that for now. Once the promise is fulfilled, he will carefully plan his escape route." Staring at the ceiling, pondering his future path, Lin Feng fell asleep without realizing it. The room was completely silent, the only sound being the two people's even breathing. I slept soundly, and when I woke up again it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. He glanced up and saw Lin Feng looking helpless. "Miss Chu, you're finally awake." God knows, he woke up to find Chu Ling Shuang lying on top of him. He thought he was experiencing sleep paralysis. Chu Ling Shuang smiled slightly. This was the first time she had ever slept so soundly. Despite the presence of several dangerous men around her, she felt not fear, but rather a strong sense of security. This was brought to her by Lin Feng. In high spirits, she propped her head up and said gently, "Let's go record the show." It was rare to hear her speak in such a gentle tone. One could simply ignore the morbid possessiveness in her eyes. Lin Feng quickly nodded and then stood up. "Okay, Miss Chu, I'll go to work now." After saying that, he left. Just like yesterday, Lin Feng had breakfast with Xiao Ran, and then went to the beach. Lin Feng acted as a photographer, taking pictures of Xiao Ran from the shore. Xiao Ran didn't do anything rash again, and the two of them got along like siblings. She teased him and made him laugh. However, Lin Feng's indifferent attitude toward Xiao Ran during meals has become a bit tiresome for viewers. There should be limits to how much he puts on airs, right? Every time Lin Feng appears, he wolfs down the food as if he hasn't eaten for over 10 days. But Lin Feng, unaware of everything, continued to do as he pleased, for no other reason than this. Viewers only thought he worked out diligently off camera, unaware that he spent every day with the Chu sisters. He records programs during the day and goes to see Chu Ling Shuang at night. As a result, the only time he could leave for himself was to eat. For 2 days in a row, although he ate a lot, he was visibly thinner. Lin Feng also underestimated Chu Ling Shuang's possessiveness towards him. Except for meal times when he was alone, he had to accompany her at any other time during the recording of the program. Especially now, it's even gotten to the point where I have to go to the toilet in her room. It was already making him feel somewhat suffocated. "Soon we'll be going to the island tomorrow." Emerging from the bathroom, Chu Ling Shuang, sitting on the sofa, spoke slowly, her scrutinizing gaze lingering on Lin Feng with a hint of probing. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately smiled and said, "Yes. It's time for him to make his move." Catching a glimpse of the ruthlessness in Lin Feng's eyes, Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow slightly and lazily asked, "Do you need my help?" "No need." Without a second thought, Lin Feng decisively refused, adding, "Xiao Ran is fine as long as she's here." His implication was that he was using Xiao Ran as a shield. It would be quite a spectacle to see who wins against whom in this clash of scheming women. Little did they know that such a simple sentence would ignite a raging fire in Chu Ling Shuang's heart. Chapter 118 Lin Feng is my sister's. Why? Her voice was hoarse, tinged with barely suppressed anger. She stared intently at Lin Feng, her gaze cold and menacing. With her around, You don't need me anymore? The air was filled with a strong, sour smell. Lin Feng could sense it and instantly understood that Chu Ling Shuang was jealous. After learning that Chu Ling Shuang had fallen for him, he wanted to stay away. He couldn't bear her love, and if he hadn't made an agreement with her, he would never have come to her room as promised. This kind of abnormal relationship is not what he wants. I never expected that she would like him to this extent. Catching a glimpse of her cold eyes, Lin Feng sighed and explained, Xiao Ran is quite adept at dealing with scheming women. Wouldn't it be more fun for us to watch the show and let them battle it out? He explained it this way, and Chu Ling Shuang naturally understood. She raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Lin Feng with considerable surprise. It turned out he was just using her sister as a tool. Lin Feng's attitude towards him was indeed different from before. He refused to do something she could have easily resolved with a wave of her hand, and instead suggested watching a play with her. U.S. These two words struck Chu Ling Shuang's heart hard. In that instant, she suddenly realized that she was different from others in Lin Feng's eyes. He treated her like one of his own. Chu Ling Shuang felt a surge of joy for no reason, and her mood improved greatly. That's a good idea. She offered a compliment, and the anger in her eyes dissipated, replaced by a hint of joy. But how do you know she will definitely help you? She asked. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently and sat down on the sofa opposite Chu Ling Shuang. Intuition. Chu Ling Shuang remained silent. She didn't say anything more, letting Lin Feng's plan proceed first. As for the rest, she would naturally help him finish up with just a word from Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no idea how her mind worked. He only saw the smile in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Time quickly moved to the next day. Lin Feng and Xiao Ran recorded the show as usual. They got a little tired of the water sports they had done a few days ago, so they set up a fishing rod on the beach and went fishing. After all, a big show is about to begin today. At 9:30 a.m., the program crew's small boat sailed in from not far away on the sea. The moment Lin Feng caught a glimpse of the ship, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Off camera, he grinned at Xiao Ran and said, "The show is about to begin." What good show? Xiao Ran turned her head with a puzzled look. In her spare time these past few days, she had been planning her carefree life after settling down in China, so naturally, she didn't have time to learn about so many things. Lin Feng didn't speak, but simply watched the small boat dock. The camera followed, and on the boat, Su Nur appeared in a haute couture gown. She smiled and introduced herself to the camera. "Hello everyone, I am Su Nur from Su's Logistics Company. I am very happy to participate in this program." As soon as she introduced herself, the live stream chat exploded. "Is this a new female guest who just arrived on the island? The Su family? I think I've heard of them. Isn't it that company that's become so successful in recent years? I heard that the CEO's son went missing and even trended on social media, but they were just found recently." "I think so. I really envy that kid. He comes home with $1 million company to inherit, and he also has 3 older sisters. I've already beaten my dad up, but he still won't admit he started a company/LOL. Off camera, Xiao Ran, who was leisurely fishing, turned her head with curiosity and asked rather warily, "Her? You know her? How could I not recognize you?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that Xiao Ran hadn't investigated his background. He feigned mystery and vaguely replied, "We're old acquaintances." He wasn't sure what Xiao Ran really meant to him, but considering that she was Chu Ling Shuang's sister, and since she had already taken over his spotlight, Xiao Ran definitely didn't want anyone else to interfere. Xiao Ran's targeting of Miao Ryu yesterday clearly illustrates this point. Thinking of this, Lin Feng added fuel to the fire. "You go ahead and fish, I'll come over and chat later. We're old acquaintances after all." He was doing it on purpose, observing Xiao Ran's reaction as he spoke. "Really?" As expected, Xiao Ran panicked. "No way. We agreed to go fishing together. How can you run off first?" As she spoke, she threw down her fishing rod, stood up, pointed at Lin Feng, and said domineeringly, "Brother Lin, you absolutely cannot go over there. If she dares to come over, I'll deal with her." Nonsense. She wouldn't let someone else steal the brother-in-law she'd set her sights on. His expression and tone were practically a clone of Chu Ling Shuang. This was exactly the result Lin Feng wanted. But that wasn't enough anger. Lin Feng feigned difficulty, saying, "That won't do." He's an old friend of mine. We used to keep in touch by phone from time to time. How can I not go see him? Contact me by phone from time to time. Alarm bells rang in Xiao Ran's mind immediately. Considering the factory boy's girlfriend post she had seen before, and Lin Feng's implication, could this woman be Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend? No, absolutely not. If Lin Feng gets back together with his ex-girlfriend, who will control his sister? Besides, as his idol, a master of romance, how could he possibly get back together with his ex-girlfriend? Even a good horse doesn't eat the grass it's already grazed. Just as Xiao Ran was about to say something more, she heard Su Nuar's voice suddenly ring out behind her. Lin Feng? What a coincidence, you're here too. Her words shocked everyone present. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. This factory worker knows someone from the Su family. I told you this factory worker has connections, but you didn't believe me. Would an ordinary person be able to get on this show? I think I remember now. Wasn't there a news story before about Lin Feng beating up Su Jia? Holy crap. Could it really be them? Oh my god, this is going to be interesting. Let's watch this unfold. This show is so exciting. Guys, I love watching it. Meanwhile, Miao Ryu and the others, who had been silently observing everything, were also shocked. Could it be that Lin Feng's backer was the Su family? They could book the entire 7th floor. Given the Su family's capabilities, they probably wouldn't need something that big. Before Lin Feng could make a move, Xiao Ran stepped in front of him, staring intently at Su Nuer. Forget about ex-girlfriends. With her around, Su Nuer is definitely not going to succeed today. Lin Feng is my sister's. Seeing this, Su Nuer was somewhat surprised. However, her next sentence was like a pebble falling into the sea, instantly creating ripples. You're doing pretty well these days, aren't you? You beat up my brother, framed him, almost got him in a car accident. You haven't apologized for any of that. Chapter 119, she felt sorry for him. Holy crap, it really was him. I was wondering why the name Factory Boy sounded so familiar. Was he fired from Ihan Group because of this incident? No way. Why did the production team invite someone like this? This person has character issues. After shipping this guy for a few days, you're telling me he's a jerk? No, I don't think he is. In no time, netizens were discussing it, and hashtag Su Nuer forces Lin Feng to apologize hashtag also became a trending topic, with the hashtag having been viewed by 200 million people. Xiao Ran was stunned for a moment, then turned around abruptly and asked in surprise, Brother Lin, isn't she your ex-girlfriend? Puff. Su Nuer immediately laughed. She looked at Xiao Ran and said in a faintly friendly manner, Little sister, you haven't been deceived by him, have you? He's a heartless bastard. I won't allow you to talk about Brother Lin like that. Xiao Ran shouted angrily, glaring fiercely at Su Nuer. Seeing this, Su Nuer looked at Lin Feng with surprise. You really have some tricks up your sleeve. You've got people completely fooled. If she hadn't realized in time that Lin Feng never intended to make her famous, she would have been moved by Lin Feng's hypocritical behavior. Lin Feng claimed he had spent money to find her connections so she could focus on acting, but in reality, she was just a nobody supporting actress. She was even deeply grateful to Lin Feng at one point. Recalling her own experience of being deceived, Su Nuer's good temper ran out. She glared at Lin Feng with a face full of anger. Tell me, when are you going to apologize to my brother? Faced with such a question, Lin Feng found it amusing. He raised an eyebrow, ignoring Su Nuer, and instead looked at Xiao Ran. Miss Xiao, do you think what she said is true or false? Xiao Ran, who was standing in front of Lin Feng, was taken aback. She turned her head, looked up at Lin Feng, and subconsciously shook her head, saying without hesitation, It's fake. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. He had expected Xiao Ran to say something like she was unsure. You trust me that much? He asked. Of course. Xiao Ran nodded without hesitation. I know what kind of person Brother Lin is, and I have my own judgment. Her words instantly stunned everyone present. The live stream chat exploded. Miss Xiao, appearances can be deceiving. Why don't you get to know her a little better? I don't think Lin Feng is the type to hit people. Besides, if he really hit someone from the Su family, would they have gone so long without taking any revenge? Yeah, they didn't even call the police. I think this is probably fake. No, then why is Su Nuer slandering Lin Feng? They're just trying to create hype. On site, When Xiao Ran's words reached Su Nuar's ears, Su Nuar's face instantly turned pale, and she began to curse sharply. Reclaim your own judgment. He almost caused Xiao Jie to have a car accident. These are facts. Do you think the person you know is a good person? Xiao Ran was furious at being belittled by someone in front of her brother-in-law. She was about to retort when she heard Lin Feng's voice. You say I framed him and almost caused him a car accident. Do you have any evidence? Xiao Ran immediately realized what was happening and chimed in. Yes, show me the evidence. She never expected Lin Feng to be so forceful. In the past, he had always been humble and kind, and had never lost his temper with her before, but now, seeing Su Nuar's stunned expression, Xiao Ran instantly understood. She snuggled closer to Lin Feng and smiled, saying, Sister, you said my brother Lin harmed your brother. You need to provide evidence. Making baseless accusations is defamation. As she spoke, she blinked and feigned curiosity, asking, Could it be that you're deliberately using this as an excuse to get close to brother Lin, trying to create some hype? Despite Xiao Ran's blatant attempts at sophistry and manipulative tactics, the live stream was still incredibly engaging. Lin Feng rested his hand on the fishing rod, calmly fishing as if he were not the one involved in this matter. Su Nuar was clearly at a disadvantage. Her face turned pale, and she finally couldn't help but point at Xiao Ran and curse. What evidence do you need? I have my brother's hospitalization certificate. Ask him if he would agree to leave the Su family with nothing if he hadn't hit my brother. Her demeanor was the complete opposite of the elegance she displayed when she disembarked from the ship. She resembled a shrew yelling in the street. Lin Feng didn't even turn his head and said indifferently, Miss Su, let me remind you, I beat up your brother after I came out. Did you hear that? My brother Lin came out after. Xiao Ran followed suit, but then realized something was off halfway through her sentence. Brother Lin, you actually hit him? Su Nuar instantly became smug. Humph, you've given yourself away. Yes, can we not hit him? He secretly filmed girls changing clothes and refused to repent. As a security guard, of course I have this obligation. Lin Feng stared at the water and explained in a calm tone. Hiss. Xiao Ran gasped, then looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of admiration. Brother Lin did the right thing. Hitting someone like that is too lenient. He deserved it. Su Nuar was just feeling smug when she heard Lin Feng's words and instantly became furious. You said my brother secretly took pictures. What evidence do you have? Lin Feng glanced at Su Nuar out of the corner of his eye and said with a half-smile. Big sister, there are surveillance cameras. In an instant, Su Nuar was completely stunned. There's surveillance footage? The older sister didn't tell her there were security cameras. You can't hit Xiao Jie. Our Su family has raised you for so many years, yet you're so heartless. You deserve to be called an ingrate. Raise? Xiao Ran was stunned again and subconsciously looked at Lin Feng. The camera instantly shifted to Lin Feng. Amidst the heated discussion online, Lin Feng, holding a fishing rod, calmly gazed at the sea, his voice cold. Is he an ingrate? Back then, the Su family was just a small shop. I took the Su family from nothing to its current size. Until your younger brother came back, in order to repay the Su family for raising me. I knew it was time for me to leave. So I chose to leave with nothing. His voice was erratic, and his calm expression was like a fishhook on water, without any ripples. As he spoke, he slowly turned his head, his eyes vacant as he asked, What? Suna, do you think it's not enough? It was as if he was talking about something that wasn't his own, but it was precisely this tone that sparked a heated discussion among everyone. Off camera, Chu Ling Shuang stopped drinking her tea and quietly watched Lin Feng on the screen. He was so calm, yet she felt as if his heart had shattered into pieces. Only those who are extremely sad can have such emotions. For no reason at all, she felt sorry for him. Xiao Ran stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng, forgetting her sister's warning, and couldn't help but grab Lin Feng's arm tightly, her eyes full of sympathy as she said, Brother, don't hold it in. Just cry if you want to. Chapter 120. You asked for a hammer and received a hammer. That's so tragic. Is that why the factory worker sees things so clearly? I would have collapsed if I had gone through that experience. You even left the company to them, factory owner. What am I supposed to say to you? The Su family is never satisfied. Just a few days ago, I saw Sue Pansy showing off her new bag in a video. The viewers in the live stream were also moved. Seeing the heartache in Xiao Ran's eyes, Lin Feng almost laughed. No, why is he crying? Is he mourning them? He subtly withdrew his hand and calmly looked at the sea. Su Noir's face turned pale. Realizing that the camera was still nearby, she shouted, Lin Feng, don't try to twist the truth. It was you who framed Xiao Jie time and time again, and even tampered with his brakes. If it weren't for my sister discovering it in time, Xiao Jie would be dead. When she got emotional, Su Noir became even more defiant. It's no wonder Dad kicked you out. What do you mean by voluntarily leaving with nothing? You ungrateful wretch. What evidence do you have to prove that it was my brother Lin who did it? Before Lin Feng could respond, Xiao Ran retorted angrily. I think you're the one who's twisting the truth, you green tea bitch. You're the one who's a green tea bitch. He says he didn't do it, but he'll show us the evidence. Su Noir's eyes were already red with anger. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Faced with the two confronting each other, Lin Feng originally had no intention of arguing about those things anymore. After all, the Su family raised him, and he has never been an ungrateful person. But now, they've come to bother him time and time again, so don't blame him for being ruthless. Lin Feng glanced back indifferently, his gaze falling on Su Noir, and said softly, Are you sure you want me to produce evidence? Take it. If you've got the guts, then take it out. Su Noir was already furious and didn't bother to analyze the meaning behind Lin Feng's words. She subconsciously shouted out. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently and handed the fishing rod in his hand to Xiao Ran. Miss Xiao, could you hold this for me? Xiao Ran's lips twitched. Brother, at a time like this, you're still worried about your worthless fish? Despite her inner complaints, Xiao Ran obediently accepted it. Lin Feng slowly stood up, his gaze, which had been overwhelming Su Noir, descending upon her. Fine, this is what you asked for. He said to the staff member next to him. Could you please bring me my phone? This was exactly what Zheng Buochao had anticipated, so Lin Feng's phone had already been sent to the island and was now in the photographer's hands. As the photographer handed the phone to Lin Feng, Su Noir, who had calmed down slightly, felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Could it be that he actually has it? No. Xiao Jie was adopted by a farming family when he was young, and his character was tempered from childhood. He has always been kind. After Su Jie returned, his family was initially worried that he would be blinded by money, but in the past 2 months, apart from being curious about those high-end places and going there once or twice occasionally, he has been very sensible. His parents often cook him a variety of delicious meals, with no fewer than 10 dishes per meal, which Xiao Jie still finds wasteful. Such a sensible and well-behaved child would never frame someone. On the other hand, Lin Feng is all talk and no action. All he did was help the Su family company achieve some results. Why is he so petty about such a trivial matter? What kind of good person is he? Lin Feng was just trying to scare her. Once she realized what was happening, Su Noir glared at Lin Feng and said sarcastically, Lin Feng, I used to be quite grateful to you for helping us so much. Now it seems you're just too scheming. I'm an adult now, don't think you can fool me. Su Noir directly accused Lin Feng of bluffing. In fact, Lin Feng completely ignored her and instead turned to Xiao Ran, asking, Miss Xiao, may I borrow your account to post this? Xiao Ran immediately nodded. Sure, no problem. I have a lot of followers on my account, so just post it on my account. As she spoke, she took Lin Feng's phone, logged into her account, and then handed the phone back to Lin Feng, saying, Here you go. Thank you. Lin Feng thanked him and then uploaded the 3 videos he had treasured on his phone for a long time. There are scenes of Su Jie secretly adding drug powder to his body, scenes of Su Jie deliberately falling in the company office, and of course, the most important scene is Su Jie sabotaging the brakes in his car. The viewers who were on the front lines watching the drama unfold had never experienced such a satisfying piece of gossip. In an instant, Xiao Ran's original 5 million followers increased by 300,000, and the back-end data continued to rise. This post went viral within just 3 minutes, and was even trending with the hashtag explosive hashtag. Hashtag Su Noir asked for a hammer and got hammered hashtag. Popular comments from netizens. I've never had such a satisfying piece of gossip before. Factory boy, you're my god. Hilarious. Is this how big families operate? This method is even older than my grandfather. What big family? It's just a small company. It was only good when Lin Feng was around. I heard that all the partners have terminated their contracts. Is this company about to go bankrupt? Is Su Nuar jumping out to ride the wave of its popularity? I can't stand it anymore. Family, go watch those terrible movies Su Nuar made. I'm going to turn them into memes. Give me a share. +1. On site. Xiao Ran stared blankly at Lin Feng as she looked at the constant stream of replies popping up in her feed. Brother Lin, why didn't you show me this evidence sooner? I never expected anyone would be so ruthless as to wipe us all out. Lin Feng smiled and agreed. Actually, if he had brought it out earlier, would it have generated this much buzz? He smiled at Su Nuar, then pretended to be hurt, and said, I originally didn't plan to release them, but they kept pestering me and trying to slander me, so I really had no choice. This sounds like blatantly manipulative or scheming behavior. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up immediately, and she instantly put on a sensible look, feigning concern as she looked at Lin Feng. Brother Lin, you're just too kind. As she spoke, she wiped her eyes, as if she were heartbroken and had shed tears. Chu Ling Shuang found this whole scene extremely enjoyable, especially the scene where Lin Feng pushed Xiao Ran away again. It seems he always keeps his words in mind. She raised her hand and touched Lin Feng's face on the screen, her index fingertip lifting his chin. Well done, my little pet. She offered a compliment, her eyes narrowing slightly, and continued murmuring, I'll add fuel to the fire for you. As she spoke, a look of delight on her face, she picked up her phone and instructed Lu Tianhan to post the surveillance footage of that day's meeting online under the name of Yihan Group. Along with the announcement of Yihan Group's appearance, the video of Su Jie sneaking to the door of the lounge and peeking through the crack in the door was released, and the online public opinion was immediately divided. Those who had previously been neutral or skeptical all switched sides. In just half an hour, the Su family's reputation was completely ruined. Chapter 121. Within 3 days, I will make him disappear from this world. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Su Jiqing, who was watching the live broadcast in her office, was receiving a barrage of calls, but she didn't dare answer any of them. Just because. Mr. Wang said he won't be renewing the order for next season. The investors say all the advertisements have to be removed. They say they need to go through procedures and won't allow the Su family's trucks to display their signs anymore. In less than 10 minutes, 5 or 6 people squeezed into Su Jiqing's office. All of them were clients who had previously worked with the Su family and were requesting to terminate their contracts. You all go out first. Su Jiqing rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. On the screen of her phone in her right hand was the surveillance video that Xiao Ran's account had just released. The shooting locations pointed to by these lenses were all corners she was unaware of. Xiaofeng, so you don't trust us at all? Her eyes gradually dimmed. In fact, she had wondered if Su Jie was deliberately slandering her, but Lin Feng's silence at the time made her believe it. Since he already knew that Xiao Jie had orchestrated this whole thing, why didn't he produce evidence sooner? They've been together for over a decade. She had no idea that Lin Feng had been secretly installing surveillance cameras throughout the house all along. For a moment, Su Jiqing felt a mix of emotions. She couldn't quite describe how she felt right now. Was it disappointment towards Su Jie, or hatred towards Lin Feng? Neither. These days, there's been a mountain of work piling up at the company, and she's become somewhat numb to it all. What pained her most was the surveillance that she was unaware of. Xiaofeng, so you never believed us from the beginning, right? Buzzing. Su Jiqing's grief was interrupted by the vibration of her phone. She instinctively wanted to hang up, but then she saw a notification at the top that it was her father. She hesitated for a moment, but still answered the phone. Su Jiqing, what kind of work are you doing? Didn't you say Nuar was a sure thing this time? Now the internet is in such a mess. What exactly happened? Su Jiqing moved her lips slightly and said, Dad, those videos. You still believe that stuff? What good stuff could that ingrate possibly have? Xiao Jie would never do something like that. Those videos are definitely fake. Su Tongda's resounding voice echoed through the phone. Su Jiqing was stunned for a moment. Yes, how could she not have thought of faking it? The fact that the evidence was only presented after so long proves just how cunning Lin Feng is. She almost fell for his tricks again. Realizing what was happening, Su Jiqing quickly asked, "Dad, what do we do now?" She had no experience dealing with public opinion. She only knew how to solve things with money. But take the profits from Ehan Group's transactions, buy a few keyword entries, and say he forged them. Su Tongda's voice rang out again. "Can Dad, that money?" Her speech was indistinct, and her face looked noticeably pale. "Don't we still have 2 million? Take that out first, then transfer some more from the company account, and make it 3 million to reduce the trending topic." Listening to Su Tongda's various arrangements over the phone, Su Jiqing bit her lip tightly, but finally, she couldn't hold back anymore. "Dad, all that money was given to the production team." "What?" Su Tongda's shout rang out instantly. "Su Jiqing, how can you be such a big sister? A full 3 million, and you gave it all to the production team? Is this how you run a company?" Faced with Su Tongda's barrage of attacks, Su Jiqing's eyes instantly welled up with tears. "Dad, I didn't mean to. Director Zheng said he'd find someone else, so I..." She was sobbing and could no longer speak. On the other end of the phone, Su Tongda was so angry that his eyes were blurry, but seeing the overwhelming online criticism of his own son, he gritted his teeth and said, "Set aside the employees' salaries for the next 2 months. His voice was sinister as he stared intently at the insults directed at Su Jia on his phone. "Modify my salary." Su Jiqing's eyes widened instantly. "Dad, this won't do." Xiaofeng said before that the foundation of people's livelihood must never be touched. "He's talking nonsense." Upon hearing the name Lin Feng, Su Tongda's anger flared up. He roared into the phone, "You won't starve to death if you lose 2 months' salary. Let me tell you, Su Jiqing, if Xiao Jie's reputation is ruined because of this, I'll make Lin Feng pay with his life." Hearing her father's furious outburst on the phone, Su Jiqing trembled all over. Lin Feng once said that the most important thing in running a company is integrity. Regarding wages, even if there is no money, one should borrow to pay them. This way, employees will be more dedicated to their work. Moreover, even if Lin Feng didn't say it, she knew the importance of salary. "But now my father is saying such things." Hearing that Su Jiqing didn't respond on the other end of the phone, Su Tongda's anger gradually subsided. He gritted his teeth and said, "Listen to me. Go and do it now. I'll figure out the salary issue. Don't worry, it might not really be delayed for 2 months." Hearing this, Su Jiqing breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Okay, Dad, I'll go and do it now." After hanging up the phone, Su Jiqing immediately began to tally up the company's bills and diverted all 3 million yuan originally intended for employee salaries. Adding her own pocket money, she managed to scrape together 3.5 million yuan, and then immediately began arranging for people to contact influential figures in the industry. Meanwhile, Su Tongda, who had just hung up the phone, glared fiercely at his phone screen. With a sinister look in his eyes, he opened his contacts and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected, and Su Tongda was about to speak when the person on the other end interrupted him, saying, "Old Su, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Su Tongda breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still furious. "Stop talking nonsense, President Sheng. I'm just asking you. Are you going to do anything about this? What? Have all the money we've sent to your family over the years been used up? That's not even enough to find my son." Su Tongda cursed angrily and continued, "Stop spouting nonsense. You were the one who asked me to adopt this child. If you don't take care of it now, don't blame me for going all out. Look at you, always in such a hurry." Sheng Chao's leisurely voice rang out. He calmly picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and said, "Don't worry, Lao Su. That family has already spoken to me on the phone. I will make them disappear from this world within 3 days." After the call was disconnected, Su Tongda gradually calmed down. Back then, when Xiao Jia went missing, his wife Wang Shan was so heartbroken that she almost went insane. It was Sheng Chao who called him and asked him to adopt the child. But now Sheng Chao says that the family gave the same account. I really don't know who Lin Feng's biological parents are. How could they be so heartless? But none of that matters to him. All he has to do is protect his precious son, Xiao Jia, and be a good father. As for that beast Lin Feng, He will make him kneel before Shao Jie before he dies and repent for his sins. Chapter 122. So, do you believe me? On sight. Lin Feng had already leisurely taken the fishing rod from Xiao Ran's hand and sat down to fish. Seeing this, Su Nur, who didn't have her phone with her, was certain that Lin Feng was acting. She pointed at Lin Feng and continued to yell angrily. Don't think you can fool me by manipulating your phone. I saw through your trick a long time ago. She glared at Lin Feng with a smug look on her face, as if to say, let's see how long you can keep up this act. Tisk. Lin Feng frowned, looking at her with disdain, and angrily scolded. Keep your voice down, you've scared the fish away. She never expected Lin Feng to yell at her. Seeing his fierce expression, Su Nuar was instantly frightened. Beside him, Xiao Ran looked at Lin Feng speechlessly. No, bro, do you really love fishing? But the silence only lasted a few seconds before she quickly realized what was happening. So my brother-in-law likes fishing. This is big news. She thought it over carefully and wondered if her sister could arrange a set of fishing gear for Lin Feng. The atmosphere at the scene instantly became subtle. Su Nuar swallowed hard, trying to calm her nerves after being startled by Lin Feng. Pretending to be something you're not, is it? Do they really think Su Nuar is a 3-year-old? Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. She calmed down, and her tone softened considerably, but she still had a smug look on her face. Xiao Ran, whose train of thought had been abruptly interrupted, grew impatient. Facing the camera, Xiao Ran blinked and said in a sweet voice, Sister, are you being so arrogant because the Animal Association is protecting you? Why don't you borrow a phone and see for yourself if it's true? As she spoke, she tilted her head curiously, adding with an innocent and worried expression, Ah, sister, you're not afraid to look, are you? She hugged the big bear, her innocent and delicate eyes clearly filled with sarcasm. Su Nuor, who was already angry, exploded even more. Who says I'm afraid to look? As she spoke, she suddenly turned around and glared at the cameraman. You? Give me your phone. The cameraman following the camera shuddered and reluctantly handed over his phone. As she took the phone, Su Nuar's heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously glanced at Xiao Ran in front of her and Lin Feng, who was fishing intently. Wrong. Why didn't they stop her? Could it be that he actually has evidence? Su Nuar panicked a little, and even her hand began to tremble when she opened Xiao Ran's account. When the latest data appeared on the phone screen, Su Nuar was instantly shocked. This is impossible. She mumbled incoherently, her fingers flying across the screen as videos played, accompanied by pop-up comments. Her face turned ashen instantly. No, you really do have one. Su Nuar's eyes were filled with terror, and she shouted in disbelief. Clearly, Lin Feng's actions had driven her to a state of mental instability. Her words sparked a heated discussion among viewers in the live stream. So what Su Nur said was indeed a lie. I've never had such a satisfying piece of gossip before. They just hammered him out. It's hilarious. I can't even imagine how the Su family will try to explain this away. Say the video is fake? Ha ha ha. Stop messing around. Let me give Xiao Su a suggestion. Your family should go and drink the wastewater from Xiao Yinghua's house, and I'll pretend I never saw this video. I second that proposal. +1. Seeing Su Nuar's terrified expression, Xiao Ran immediately pouted. Sister, you're so fierce. She moved closer to Lin Feng, a sly glint in her eyes, but feigned fear as she said, Brother Lin, this sister is so fierce, she won't hit me, will she? Lin Feng, who was focused on fishing. In a daze, Su Nuar's vision went black and she almost fell. After finally calming down, she looked at Lin Feng with a chill running down her spine. You actually installed surveillance cameras in your home, Lin Feng. How can you be so cunning? These words made Xiao Ran almost lose her composure. I've seen shameless people, but never one this thick-skinned. Is this woman crazy? No matter how good her mood was, she couldn't drink tea at this moment. She was about to retort, but when she turned her head and saw Lin Feng's calm expression, a hint of surprise appeared in her angry eyes. Brother Lin, how can you tolerate this? Lin Feng didn't even look up and said in a low voice, Why do you care so much about her? Some people have mouths, but not necessarily brains. Hiss. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up instantly. No wonder she chose this idol. He can sit still even in this situation. That makes sense. That makes sense. If I were to really argue with Su Nuor, wouldn't that lower my own status? She nodded with admiration in her eyes. Brother Lin is right. Seeing that the two of them were ignoring her, Su Nuor suddenly felt like a clown. The midday sun grew stronger, its scorching rays shining directly on her head. Beside her, the camera flashes were blinding, and not far away, the other guests watched her with amusement. Su Nuor felt a ringing in her ears. The noise, the sun, and the stares made her dizzy. Her face was deathly pale, and even her exquisite makeup couldn't hide it. Her expression was completely distorted. She never imagined such a thing would happen. Su Nuor, who had been in the entertainment industry for many years, was certainly aware of the uproar caused by public opinion. Is her dream of becoming a star about to end here? It's over, it's completely over. She felt a sudden darkness engulf her, and in her emotional turmoil, she swayed and then fell straight onto the beach, kicking up a handful of sand as she hit the ground. The photographer who was closest reacted and rushed forward. Miss Su, how are you? Quick, call an ambulance. The leisurely midday hours quickly came to an end. Lin Feng managed to catch a base, while Xiao Ran, unable to calm her mind, came up empty-handed. However, Xiao Ran wasn't interested in fishing. After the recording ended, she immediately went back to the hotel to search for fishing gear. Lin Feng went to Chu Ling Shuang's room as usual. The food was already laid out, and Chu Ling Shuang was sitting on the sofa, leisurely scrolling through her phone. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, she raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes filled with admiration, and said, "Well done." Lin Feng calmly sat down beside her and casually said, "Just posting a few videos." Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered slightly, and she looked at Lin Feng with considerable curiosity. "I didn't expect that you had pre-recorded surveillance footage." Lin Feng clicked his tongue and replied casually, "These days, besides believing that you were born to your own mother, you still have to question who your real father is. What's more, back then he didn't even know who his biological mother was." He didn't say those words aloud. Chu Ling Shuang, however, shifted her gaze slightly, staring intently at Lin Feng, and asked with a hint of anticipation, "Then do you believe me?" Chapter 123, But I Care. The moment she finished speaking, Lin Feng felt a tightness all over his body, and he subconsciously looked at Chu Ling Shuang. Aside from the expectation in her eyes, it seemed more like a test. Test his answer, test his intentions. Without a doubt, if he were to deny it now, Lin Feng felt that he might not even be able to leave this door from this moment on. To protect his own interests, even though he didn't mean it, he still replied, "Of course." Clearly, this answer did not satisfy Chu Ling Shuang. She tilted her head slightly, moved a little closer to Lin Feng, leaned forward slightly, and her gaze, which was level with his, held a hint of coldness as she stared directly at him. "Of course what? Say it." She wants to hear everything. Lin Feng took a deep breath and forced himself to say, "Of course I believe you." Although it was an expected answer, it still made Chu Ling Shuang overjoyed. She couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, glanced at Lin Feng with satisfaction, and then stood up. "Let's go eat." Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He was already very hungry, so he stood up and sat down at the dining table. These days, he had gotten used to being the first to pick up his chopsticks, so without paying any attention to Chu Ling Shuang, he simply picked up his chopsticks. She had barely taken a couple of bites when Chu Ling Shuang's cold voice rang out again. "I've already had the surveillance footage of you hitting Su Jia last time posted online." Her voice was soft, yet it carried a hint of wanting to be praised, and her gaze was fixed on Lin Feng, staring at him with an inscrutable look. Lin Feng paused in his chopsticks, then thanked him tactfully. "Thank you for your help, Miss Chu." Not seeing the expected gratitude and excitement in Lin Feng's expression, Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes with displeasure and coldly reminded him, "The Su family has already spent a lot of money to have people spread the news that you forged the video. Just ask me for help." This was her unspoken meaning, and also her deepest expectation. However, Lin Feng was completely confused by what he heard. Logically speaking, she should have said this in a tone of watching a good show, but to him it sounded like she was trying to trick him into saying something. Lin Feng frowned. Regardless of what she said, He had only one answer. Let them be. This answer left Chu Lingshuang puzzled. She is always vengeful. If anything displeases her or is said to be offensive, she will definitely ruin the family's livelihood. After getting to know him over this period of time, she assumed Lin Feng would do the same. But unexpectedly, he would let go at the crucial moment. This wasn't his style, nor was it the scene she had expected. If we don't eliminate the threat completely, such hesitant tactics will inevitably lead to the other party making a comeback. In that instant, Chu Lingshuang was somewhat disappointed in Lin Feng. This man was so indecisive. She took a sip of tea and said coldly, "It seems I overestimated you." Hearing this, Lin Feng, who was eating, looked up and asked in surprise, "Overestimated?" Chu Lingshuang did not respond. Her gaze no longer fell on him, and she simply looked at the exquisite dishes in front of her. For some reason, just that one short sentence made her very disappointed in him. Aside from his excellent appearance and muscular physique, this man seemed no different from any other ordinary man. Thinking about this, she suddenly felt rather bored. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng's next words made her reevaluate him. "Miss Chu, have you misunderstood something?" Lin Feng said nonchalantly, "I've already emptied their coffers. The only money they can still come up with now is from misappropriating employee salaries. It's only a matter of time before a company like that collapses. Does it even deserve my relentless pursuit? Moreover, those salaries, at most, are only a little over 3 million. Thanks to Xiao Ran, my current popularity is comparable to that of the free country. This amount of money is not even worth my toenail." Having already decided to expose it, how could he not have considered these issues? The most difficult problem he faces now is how to get rid of her. Besides, compared to you, Chu Lingshuang, what are the Su family? When his family members need to use the toilet, he can tell whether their stool is loose or thick just by squatting down. Never mind, it's time to eat. He continued talking to himself, then abruptly interrupted his thoughts, raised his hand to coat the noodles with some cheese, and swallowed it in one gulp. Little did he know, it was precisely because of his words that Chu Lingshuang's eyes lit up instantly. She knew then that her judgment was absolutely correct. She stared intently at Lin Feng, who was slurping noodles, her eyes brimming with endless laughter, like a bright, sparkling pearl. Lin Feng's thinking was indeed correct. Pushing the opponent to the brink of destruction might force them to fight to the death, but if they were to bring about their own demise, even a god couldn't save them. He didn't even spend a penny, yet he directly drove the Su family to a dead end, beyond saving. Such methods are worthy of her approval. It seems she really underestimated him. A gentle light flickered in Chu Lingshuang's cool eyes, and countless emotions surged within them, as if she wanted to draw Lin Feng into the depths of her gaze. Feeling uneasy under her piercing gaze, Lin Feng swallowed a mouthful of noodles, glanced at the untouched plate in front of Chu Lingshuang, and knowingly said, "I'll eat quickly and feed you when I'm done." After saying that, he quickened his eating pace. "No rush." Chu Lingshuang smiled, her voice softening, and couldn't help but ask, "According to you, this amount of money is indeed not much, but wouldn't it be better to stop them from spreading this rumor?" Lin Feng mumbled an indistinct reply. "Let them ramble on and on. It's not like I'm here to call them out." Seeing Lin Feng eating with gusto, his cheeks puffed out, and his speech mumbling, Chu Lingshuang suddenly found him rather adorable. She didn't press the matter further. Instead, she picked up her phone and sent Yu Shuyan a voice message, her tone still cold and aloof, as if she were not to be trifled with. "Find out who took the Su family's order and bought out their rival. Also, go and inform them that fake videos are not allowed on the trending topics." Upon hearing Chu Lingshuang's instructions, Lin Feng paused in his eating. Swallowing the meat in his mouth, he said with some surprise, "Why don't you keep this money to reward me? Why spend it on them? I don't care about these things." Putting down her phone, Chu Lingshuang listened to Lin Feng's calm words, coldly scrutinizing him before letting out a sneer. "But I care." It was another domineering tone, filled with an irresistible command, followed by an even more frenzied declaration of possession. "You are mine, and I will not allow anyone to slander you in front of me." She gazed at him with an aloof, icy expression, yet her eyes held an endless fervor. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine from that gaze. After learning that Chu Ling Shuang liked him, he forced himself to do things according to her requirements. His recent period of freedom also made him feel a sense of complacency. He almost forgot, she's a madwoman. Lin Feng's silence only excited Chu Ling Shuang more. He should have been aware that he was not afraid of anyone, but he would bow down and submit to her alone. Suppressing the surging joy in her heart, Chu Ling Shuang stared intently at Lin Feng, her red lips parting slightly. As for rewarding you, of course I can, but I've already helped you so much, shouldn't you first think about how to please me? Chapter 124 Miss Chu, your question is a false proposition. Well, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Haven't these past few nights of madness been enough? It's broad daylight, and they want to continue? Moreover, he didn't ask for this help. It was all imposed on him by you, Chu Ling Shuang. Of course, Lin Feng knew he couldn't say this out loud. Chu Ling Shuang's feelings for him had already grown infinitely stronger, and if he were to say it, it would undoubtedly make his escape plan even worse. Faced with her eager gaze, Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and he said softly, "Do you have anything you like?" He kept his head down, avoiding eye contact with Chu Ling Shuang. His voice was light and airy, yet his words pierced Chu Ling Shuang's heart. "Things I like." Chu Ling Shuang silently recited these words in her heart, her slightly lowered eyes glancing at Lin Feng, her meaning already quite clear. Lin Feng coughed lightly and said seriously, "It's just hobbies and such." His gaze swept across the room, finally settling on the desk behind Chu Ling Shuang. "For example, that pot of roses. I've seen roses in many places in your villa and in your office. From this, I know that you like roses." Lin Feng analyzed the situation calmly, completely unaware of Chu Ling Shuang's increasingly intense gaze. She noticed even these details, which shows that her little pet has a special feeling for her. If she remembered correctly, he was essentially trapped in the villa by her at the beginning. How could he still pay attention to these details under such circumstances? "So, you've been observing me from the very beginning? So what I mean is your interests and hobbies, so I can cater to them." Lin Feng had no idea what she was thinking. He kept explaining and didn't even notice the slight upturn of Chu Ling Shuang's lips. What a hypocrite! As she watched Lin Feng explain himself, his voice gradually faded, becoming like a voiceover, and all she could see was his face. Staring at that face, Chu Ling Shuang clearly felt valued by someone of equal strength to her. She felt a sense of pleasure throughout her body, a very enjoyable feeling. At that moment, she suddenly wanted this feeling to last forever. She wanted him to always be by her side, accompanying her, submitting to her not always as a pet, of course. Miss Chu, seeing that Chu Ling Shuang didn't respond and was staring blankly at him, her consciousness clearly wandering, Lin Feng called out to her. He knew very well that he had better not give her time to think, otherwise, who knew what kind of torturous ideas she might come up with. Chu Ling Shuang's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, but once her rationality returned, she was not angry. She simply said coldly, "I don't like anything." Lin Feng was taken aback and asked in surprise, "You don't even have any that you particularly like?" "It is available now." She didn't say those words aloud, but just looked at Lin Feng in silence. Seeing that she didn't respond, Lin Feng frowned, but the next second he understood. "That's true. Someone of your status, once you develop a hobby, it might become a handle for others to use against you." He muttered to himself, then suddenly felt troubled. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flashed. He was right. So he felt sorry for her? She became inexplicably happy. "You decide. Anything you send is fine." This time it was Lin Feng's turn to be surprised. Was she really that easy to fool? Just to be on the safe side, he still asked, "Any gift is fine, right?" Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang was about to nod when the image of Factory Boy's Girlfriend's post flashed through her mind. 520 origami stars with couple tags bearing their names. Instantly, her eyes darkened, and without hesitation, she replied, "Except for origami stars." She is not a substitute for someone else. To give her something that has been given to someone else is to insult her. She could even imagine how excited Lin Feng must have been when he folded those stars. There were a total of 520 stars, especially since he folded them by hand, repeating the same action 520 times. At this thought, Her eyes blazed with fury, her arm on the table trembled, and half of the dining table in front of her shook. Although he hadn't noticed Chu Ling Shuang's expression, Lin Feng was taken aback upon hearing her words, then quickly realized. Oh, you mean that? That was a long time ago. When he mentioned that time, he seemed a little dazed, not because of Feng Ziyue, but because of his younger self back then. His reaction, in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes, seemed like he was mourning his deceased wife. Are you still thinking about her now? For the first time, Chu Ling Shuang felt a sense of crisis. This was no longer anger. At this moment, she was suddenly afraid that even if she got him, she would never get his heart. Her emotions momentarily spiraled out of control, causing her to panic. We absolutely cannot let him leave. A strong desire for control and a sense of dependence made her suppress this unease, and her usually cold voice became somewhat hoarse. If you could do it all over again, would you still give it to me? She stared intently at Lin Feng, waiting for the answer she was hoping for. However, Lin Feng's answer disappointed her. He answered almost without hesitation. Probably. Chu Ling Shuang's anger was completely ignited. Perhaps the recent tenderness had made her overlook his true nature. He actually dared to say yes to her face. Shock, rage, disbelief, these emotions surged into Chu Ling Shuang's mind in an instant. In that brief moment, she felt as if the last string in her brain was about to snap. Say it again. Her voice was hoarse, each word deliberate, like a predatory beast poised to pounce, ready to unleash its claws at any moment. Mentioning the past pulled Lin Feng's thoughts away, and all sorts of memories played out in his mind. He didn't answer Chu Ling Shuang's question, but instead spoke very rationally. Miss Chu, your question is a false premise. Chu Ling Shuang, clearly flustered by Lin Feng's words, paused for a moment before asking impatiently, what do you mean? It means exactly what it says. It's a meaningless question. Lin Feng calmly stated his point of view. Assuming it is a true proposition, I think it should be considered from two aspects. If I were to start over with my memories intact, I would do my best to avoid the mistakes of this life and use the experience I have now to start a completely new life. So the answer is no. If I hadn't been given a second chance with my memories, then in my destined life, I would still have gotten lost and been adopted by the Su family. I would still have met Feng Ziyue, and I would still have met you. This isn't something that can be decided by just a few words from me now. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at the somewhat taken aback Chu Ling Shuang and calmly said, I don't think I'll be able to start over with my memories intact. The possibility is almost zero. So my first answer, and still is now, is yes. Chapter 125 Rose Seal. Although he was narrating in the first person, his calm tone made it sound like the explanation of an observer. Listening to his calm and composed remarks, Chu Ling Shuang's anger subsided considerably. As her rationality returned, she realized that Lin Feng's answer was indeed correct. She had been too hasty. Unexpectedly, she lost her composure because of his words, and her originally arrogant expression clearly showed a hint of helplessness. To cover up her awkwardness, Chu Ling Shuang deliberately retorted sarcastically. So what if it's a false proposition? I just didn't expect you to give something that wastes your time and energy as a gift. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly smiled. What you see as a useless gift is not the thing itself, but the meaning behind it. Yes, 520. Chu Ling Shuang subconsciously replied, without even realizing the sour tone in her voice. What a wonderful meaning of love. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, then darkened slightly. You're wrong. For me right now, it's not love. As he spoke, he suddenly looked up, across the floor-to-ceiling window directly opposite, and gazed at the scorching midday sun not far away. He then slowly began to speak. For me, those gifts represent my youthful vigor, my naivety, and my youth. Without a doubt, Chu Ling Shuang was shocked. She truly hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so insightful. In that instant, she felt that Lin Feng was radiating light. He possessed a mental fortitude she had never anticipated, and his image suddenly seemed towering. That aloofness stood upright between them, isolating them. After spending so much time together, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have never truly touched his heart. Back then, I was young and passionate, just like my pursuit of Feng Ziyue, whether it was sending flowers or transferring money. He continued speaking, his gaze fixed on the sunlight streaming through the French windows. Suddenly, he laughed, as if he had seen through everything, and said with complete ease, "That was all driven by my youthful ignorance. I can't do it all over again, but I accept my experiences. Because whether I am outstanding or mediocre, I am still me. Love yourself before you love others." Therefore, after ending his life with the Su family, he decided that he would only live for himself in this life, and everything he did would be based on his heart. His voice faded, and the room fell silent. Chu Ling Shuang had never experienced such a conversation before. For some reason, his calmness in speaking made her even more infatuated. He possessed something she lacked. But the less she had, the more she wanted it. She didn't know what it was, but the feeling only intensified the possessiveness welling up inside her. No, she doesn't allow him to have a sense of self. A pet should have the awareness of a pet. However, when her gaze fell on Lin Feng again, she felt a strange urge to respect him. This feeling frightened her, even terrified her. She gritted her teeth, looking at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. Lin Feng happened to turn his head and said solemnly, "So, Miss Chu, there's only one thing I want to do right now. I want to take control of my life." It sounded like a warning, or perhaps like Lin Feng's reflection as he was lost in his memories, but none of that mattered. The important thing is that Chu Ling Shuang suddenly laughed after hearing this. She stared intently at Lin Feng, her voice brimming with excitement, and said, "You're mistaken. The person who controls your life must be me." Lin Feng was rendered speechless by her words. As his memories returned, he sighed and said, "Then, Miss Chu, I'll choose the gift, but you'll have to give me time to prepare it." Chu Ling Shuang nodded slightly, quite satisfied with Lin Feng's compliance. She picked up her phone and sent Yu Shuiyan's phone number to Lin Feng, adding, "Just tell Yu Shuiyan what you need, and she will prepare it for you." Catching a glimpse of the phone's sudden flash, Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he subconsciously said, "Miss, who gives a gift, and then has someone else prepare it for them?" Chu Ling Shuang paused for a moment, holding her phone, as if that made sense. So he's going to prepare a gift for her personally, and one that's full of heartfelt sentiment. Moment. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes lit up. She looked intently at Lin Feng and said expectantly, "Then I'll be waiting for your big gift." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, you've definitely never seen this gift before." As he spoke, he looked at the dining table and gestured. "Then, shall I feed you?" Her mention of it made Chu Ling Shuang realize she was actually a little hungry. She nodded and, while Lin Feng was preparing, asked, "What time does the recording start this afternoon?" Director Zheng said the public opinion from this morning needs to build up a bit, so the afternoon session will be postponed by 3 hours, Lin Feng explained casually, glancing at the time. Around 4 o'clock. Chu Ling Shuang glanced at him in response. Just like before, Lin Feng placed one hand underneath and held chopsticks in the other, feeding the child as if he were a child. Her gaze at Lin Feng deepened, and after swallowing a mouthful of food, she slowly said, "Then help me with the documents when you have some free time later." For Lin Feng, working with her was already a regular occurrence. He nodded and carefully picked up some food. After the meal, Yu Shuiyan brought people over to clean the table, and Chu Ling Shuang only rested for 10 minutes before sitting down at her desk. Lin Feng followed her politely and sat down on the chair to her right. He thought he would be reviewing those boring documents as before, but to his surprise, he saw Chu Ling Shuang throw several stacks of folders at him as soon as he sat down. "You approve this today?" Her commanding voice rang out, and Lin Feng nodded knowingly. But when his gaze shifted downwards and he caught sight of the unopened folder and the words on it, he froze. "Are these all primary documents?" He looked at Chu Ling Shuang with some surprise. After all, any one of these items alone would be enough to feed a small company for 3 years. His stunned reaction only intensified Chu Ling Shuang's desire to tease him. She curled her lips into a smile, but didn't respond to his words. Instead, she reached out and pulled open a previously locked drawer under the table, then took out an exquisitely packaged red box. When Lin Feng opened the box, what was inside instantly shocked him. "You can use this annotation." Lin Feng was completely stunned. He swallowed hard and asked cautiously, "If I'm not mistaken, this is your company's official seal, right?" Seemingly quite satisfied with his reaction, Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes and picked up the official seal, playing with it with a hint of mockery. Her gaze fell on Lin Feng, and she smiled. This isn't just any ordinary official seal. It's only a small piece, but it can make decisions on behalf of the Chu family. I named it the Rose Seal. Chapter 126. This is the second time he has taken the initiative to make a request of her. Lin Feng frowned. Why did this name feel a bit vulgar? However, he was indeed shocked that Chu Ling Shuang would show him something so important. You'd better keep this safe, lest I get greedy. Lin Feng was telling the truth. But when Chu Ling Shuang heard this truth, she laughed and asked, Can you? Facing her sneer, Lin Feng crossed his arms, casually leaned back in his chair, and said, I can't say for sure. I don't even know what I'll do next. His candor seemed to Chu Ling Shuang like childish play, since no scheming person would openly express their true feelings. He truly trusted her. Chu Ling Shuang casually tossed the seal in front of Lin Feng with a wave of her hand, looking at him with a half-smile. Let's begin. Although Lin Feng was very reluctant to do this, Chu Ling Shuang had already spoken. He pondered for a moment, but instead of taking the seal, he looked up and met Chu Ling Shuang's gaze. Miss Chu, before that, I need to discuss something with you. This was the second time he had taken the initiative to make a request of her. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered, a glimmer of light inexplicably appearing within them. Perhaps there was curiosity, but more than that, there was a feeling of being needed. She really liked this feeling. Especially dependent on her are the pets that she has painstakingly trained. She raised her hand, resting her fair back on her chin, her almond-shaped eyes slightly narrowed as she sized up Lin Feng. Tell me what you think. Lin Feng cleared his throat, his eyes slightly evasive, and said, There are still 2 days until the show ends. We can get ashore on the 7th day. Could you give me these few days of rest? As he spoke, fearing that Chu Ling Shuang would immediately reject it, he added before she could react, It's related to the gift I gave you. Is this to give him time to prepare? Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyebrows slightly, placed her hand on the table, and without any hesitation, coldly and decisively put down her words. Approved. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief as he left Chu Ling Shuang's room. He is never one to break his word. Once he says he will send a gift, he will carry it out. Regardless of whether he asked for help or not, Chu Ling Shuang has helped him this time. Putting aside all the previous torment, it's perfectly reasonable to repay her for this one thing. And who knows, if she's in a good mood, she might just drop some more gold coins. No matter how you look at it, he is a beneficiary. Without hesitation, he went downstairs and borrowed a phone from a staff member before the show started. Lin Feng called Zheng Buochao, and after the call connected, he got straight to the point. Old Zheng, I need to talk to you about something. I have an urgent matter to attend to at the bonfire party on the 6th day, so I can't participate. What? Zheng Buochao was startled and almost fell off the stool. We signed a 7-day contract, bro. You're skipping half the job? Aren't you afraid I'll sue you? Zheng Buochao's loud voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng laughed and said, Old Zheng, don't try to scare me. You should know how much buzz I've generated for your show all by myself. You've already made so much money in so many days, haven't you? Of course, there's also what they managed to get from the Su family. Although Lin Feng didn't say it aloud, the gist of it was pretty much what he meant. On the other end of the phone, Zheng Buochao laughed. It's more than just breaking even. The income is already 10 times higher than expected. He didn't intend to hide it from Lin Feng. After all, he had witnessed Lin Feng's calculation abilities. Especially after the show ended, Lin Feng may have become an overnight sensation, which completely exceeded Zheng Buochao's expectations. Therefore, for Zheng Buochao now, building a good relationship with Lin Feng is the top priority. If he still can't keep Lin Feng with such a good network of connections, then there's something wrong with his abilities. Therefore, it's perfectly acceptable to give outstanding individuals special treatment. I can agree to it without any problem. Zheng Buochao then changed the subject, throwing the difficult question to Lin Feng. What about the program preview showing you and Xiao Ran watching the sunset together? Without a second thought, Lin Feng replied, Find a stand-in. Zheng Buochao's lips twitched. No, we're doing a live stream after all. If you use a body double, we won't even have time to edit the photos later. Couldn't you at least find a model, set the lighting, and take a picture of their back? That's a good idea, but what about Xiao Ran? Don't worry, I'll take care of her. Since Lin Feng had already said so, Zheng Buochao naturally had no objections. He immediately agreed. Okay, it's settled then. Xiao Ran will dance the opening dance first. Listening to Zheng Buochao's rambling, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked, Old Zheng, do you know where there are horses around this island? Horses? Zheng Buochao was taken aback, trying hard to recall, but his reaction was quick. Yes, there's a Tianya island not far from here, about a half-hour boat ride away. There's an equestrian club there, but I've never been. What? Brother, you want to ride a horse? Then don't worry about it. Lin Feng smiled and said, By the way, I need you to help me prepare a few things. For the next 2 days, the live stream proceeded as normal. The couple Lin Feng and Xiao Ran became a sensation online, with various highlights from their live streams spreading like wildfire. Netizens are going crazy over this. Meanwhile, the Su family was also ridiculed by netizens in this incident. After waking up from fainting, Su Nur was overwhelmed by the ridicule and insults on her account, which made her unable to bear it. She left the island that day and went home to recuperate. It's unclear who leaked the information, but it revealed that the Su family had paid to appear on the show. Whether or not they spent money was not the point of the discussion. What netizens were concerned about was that they paid to be criticized. Suddenly, Su's logistics company became the target of everyone in the business circle. Other logistics companies seized the opportunity to lower their prices and sign contracts, directly snatching away all of Su's business. Su Jiqing's good friends have all disappeared. Within the Su family's company, some far-sighted employees resigned, only to be told that their severance pay would be delayed by 3 months. The news spread quickly throughout the company, and instantly, all the employees began to feel insecure. In just 2 short days, the Su family's company, worth tens of millions, collapsed. Fearing being blocked at the company entrance by her employees, Su Jiqing stayed at home and didn't dare go to the company at all, nor did she dare answer any of her phone calls. Su Jie's video was posted online, causing his headshot to circulate wildly, and he didn't even dare to leave his house. He thought he had finally escaped his misery, but before he could even settle into his new life as young master, his family business was gone, and now he can't even afford to sue Lin Feng for infringing on his portrait rights. Su Jie bit her lip and sat on the sofa, hugging her bent legs tightly with a delicate expression. Looking at Su Jie's haggard face, Su Tongda comforted him with heartache. Xiao Jie, don't be afraid. Dad has already found people to help. Just wait a little longer. Lin Feng will be finished soon. Chapter 127. This man is interesting. The morning of the 6th day. Miss, Lin Feng took a boat to Tianya Island early this morning. Yu Shuiyan rushed in, reporting frantically. She kept her head down, not daring to look Chu Ling Shuang in the eye. After all, this was big news. If Lin Feng had run away, she would be in trouble. Trembling with fear, Chu Ling Shuang's icy voice rang out. Did he say what he was going to do? Yu Shuiyan shuddered and quickly shook her head. I don't know. He was on a boat arranged by the production team. I thought it was part of the live broadcast, but I just saw Miss Ran eating downstairs. She was careless. She never expected that Lin Feng would collude with the production team to escape. It looks like this show won't survive until tomorrow. Yu Shuiyan silently wiped the sweat from her forehead. However, Chu Ling Shuang calmly replied, Let him be. Yu Shuiyan looked up in disbelief, only to catch a glimpse of the smile in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes. She was completely dumbfounded. Is Miss so angry that she's lost her mind? Or is it that Miss doesn't like Lin Feng anymore? Just a couple of days ago, these two were frequently working together on documents. A few times when she came in to deliver things, she even saw Lin Feng carefully feeding her desserts. But after only 2 days of getting along, he's already tired of her. Just as Yu Shuiyan was at a loss, the door to the room was pushed open, and Chu Yunran skipped in with a smile. Sis, this is for you. Walking up to Chu Ling Shuang, Chu Yunran opened her palm, revealing a crumpled piece of paper. She blinked and added, Brother Lin specifically asked me to give this to you. I didn't peek. Regardless of whether what she said was true or false, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered slightly when she heard the words, Brother Lin, and specially instructed. She didn't speak, but raised her hand, picked up the crumpled paper, and spread her 2 fingers. Meet me at the entrance of Tianya Island at 5 p.m. Remember to wear pants. Oh, this man is interesting. Glancing at the little tip in parentheses, Chu Ling Shuang unconsciously raised the corners of her lips slightly. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang's slightly changed expression, Chu Yunran blinked curiously and tiptoed over to peek. Sis, what does it say on it? Chu Ling Shuang quickly crumpled the paper into a ball, crossed one leg over the other, and said indifferently, It's nothing. It's clearly an attempt to dodge the question, and when did her sister ever explain all this to her? This further piqued Chu Yunran's curiosity. Sister, let me see. Look how good I am. Brother Lin told me not to peek, and I really didn't peek. She clung to Chu Ling Shuang's raised knees with her small hands, swaying back and forth, acting coquettishly. Chu Ling Shuang was a little annoyed by the shaking. A hint of ferocity flashed in her eyes. She raised her hand, held up 3 fingers, and looked at her with a warning and gloomy gaze. Upon catching a glimpse of this scene, Chu Yunran's heart skipped a beat, and she instantly understood what it meant. She immediately withdrew her hand with an embarrassed smile. Okay, you guys have fun. I have to go now. Chu Yunran ran very fast. As the door closed again, Chu Ling Shuang rubbed the note in her palm and looked at Yu Shuiyan. Go and book Tianya Island. Close the island tonight. Yes. Yu Shuiyan immediately responded, understanding perfectly, but the next second, she asked uncertainly, Then should I take some men to the island now and bring him back? No need, Chu Ling Shuang said coldly. Prepare the cruise ship and send me to the island at 4:30. Hiss. That means Miss is going to spend the night alone on the island with Lin Feng. Goodness, these two are so wild. But if they were left on the island, what if Lin Feng did something to the young lady? Wouldn't they be? Thinking of this, her heart skipped a beat. She swallowed hard and said, Miss, if the island is closed, should I arrange for someone to be on guard? Chu Ling Shuang naturally understood what she meant. Then place a few people in the shadows, she ordered. Yu Shuiyan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded. Yes, miss, I'll go arrange it right away. At 4:30 p.m., Chu Ling Shuang boarded the private cruise ship on time, and at 5 p.m. sharp, the cruise ship docked at the entrance of Tianya Island. Tianya Island, surrounded by the ocean, is a well-known, affordable tourist destination in the area. The island is covered with lush green vegetation, while the surrounding white sand beaches are soft and fine. In the distance, rolling hills rise and fall, and seabirds circle high in the sky. As Chu Ling Shuang stepped out of the suite, she immediately spotted Lin Feng standing at the entrance of the island. To Chu Ling Shuang's surprise, he was holding 2 reins in his hands. He had changed into a minimalist black robe, with 2 white horses beside him, their bodies long and elegant, reflecting the mountains not far behind them. Under the blue sky and sea, it was a picture that looked like a scene from a dream. Chu Ling Shuang was delighted by this scene. She opened a black umbrella, stepped off the boat, and walked towards Lin Feng. As he approached, Lin Feng caught a glimpse of Chu Ling Shuang's slender legs and her alluring figure exposed to the air, and a look of amazement flashed across his eyes. He then smiled and exclaimed, Miss Chu is very punctual. It was exactly 5 o'clock, not a minute off. Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow, glanced at Lin Feng's minimalist black robe, and smiled. We seem to be on the same page. Lin Feng was stunned by these words. He subconsciously glanced at himself, then at Chu Ling Shuang's tight black clothes, and his lips twitched instantly. He watched her raise her head with a haughty air, then circled the 2 horses halfway around. Behind her, several dark lines crisscrossed, revealing her fair back to the air. Below that was a slender waist that could be encircled with one hand, and further down were her long, thin legs. The sight made Lin Feng's blood boil, and he took several deep breaths before he could calm down. After circling around for a while, Chu Ling Shuang frowned and looked at Lin Feng, clearly displeased, and said, This is the gift you gave me? It's still early. After calming down, Lin Feng responded and raised the hand holding the reins in front of Chu Ling Shuang. Miss Chu, you can ride a horse, right? Chu Ling Shuang had no idea what he was up to, but the beginning of his gift piqued her interest. She raised an eyebrow and said coldly, I have received equestrian training. Then let's not waste any more words. Lin Feng handed the reins to Chu Ling Shuang, put his hand on the saddle, and leaped onto the horse, saying, "Miss Chu, please mount your horse." Chu Ling Shuang's eyes darkened, and then she gracefully leaped onto her horse. "And then?" she asked. "Then?" Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Holding the reins, he pointed to the setting sun that was slowly sinking in the distance, and a confident smile suddenly appeared on his handsome face. "Miss Chu, let's have a horse race before sunset. If you win, I will stop thinking about running away and will willingly be your pet for the rest of my life." Chapter 128. This is the gift I'm giving you. Escape? You actually dare to dream of escaping? Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes, her expression suddenly turning cold, but Lin Feng didn't give her a chance to speak at all. He suddenly shouted, and the horse carrying him shot off like an arrow towards the setting sun at the edge of the mountains. Damn it! Could it be that he really intends to use this opportunity to escape? As Lin Feng and his white horse galloped away, Chu Ling Shuang's lips were already slightly bleeding from being bitten, but she was completely unaware of it, her eyes filled with endless bloodlust. "Very good, Lin Feng, you are pushing my limits. You must remember your words. You said them yourself." She stared intently at Lin Feng's back, then suddenly bent over, lowered her body, tightened the reins, squeezed her legs together, and let out a cold snort. "Drive." The horse beneath him reared up, neighing like thunder, and then galloped off at breakneck speed. On the golden beach, two horses gallop at breakneck speed, their tails fluttering in the wind and their manes shimmering in the sunlight. As they passed by, they stirred up handfuls of dust and sand. Right there on the azure coast, facing the setting sun, they fought with speed and passion. Lin Feng, who had taken the lead, keenly noticed Chu Ling Shuang following closely behind. He leaned forward, and when he caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. He had already observed the two horses when they were choosing them. Their speeds were about the same, but he started first. Under these circumstances, Chu Ling Shuang was still able to catch up. This young lady's reputation is well-deserved. He slightly curved his lips and gradually accelerated. Just as the sun was setting, amidst tranquility and peace, two horses stirred the waves on the shore, and almost simultaneously, the two reached the summit. "Whoa!" Lin Feng gripped the horse tightly with both legs, tightened the reins abruptly, and the horse leaped to a stop. Glancing at Chu Ling Shuang, who had also stopped beside him, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Miss Chu, we're even. Whether it's a draw or not is irrelevant to Chu Ling Shuang." She tightened the reins, stood her horse beside Lin Feng, and said in an icy voice, "Do you really think I came alone?" Even at a time like this, she's still thinking about running away. Since she dared to accept the invitation, how could she not bring anyone with her? Her voice was clearly filled with anger, which Lin Feng could naturally hear. He glanced leisurely at the darkening sky and suddenly uttered a seemingly random remark. "Miss Chu, how did you feel when we raced horses just now?" His voice was calm, and he suddenly veered off topic, leaving Chu Ling Shuang completely bewildered. She stared intently at Lin Feng, and for a moment, she fell silent. She didn't know how to answer, nor did she know what he was trying to tell her. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang remain silent, Lin Feng suddenly smiled. He looked calmly at Chu Ling Shuang, who was sitting beside him on horseback, and spoke in a gentle voice. "Miss Chu, this is my gift to you." His voice was soft, yet every word reached Chu Ling Shuang's ears, while the sound of surging waves and howling sea wind filled her ears. Chu Ling Shuang was taken aback and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. "You should have felt it when you were galloping away on horseback just now." He glanced at the area he had just passed in the distance, and his voice was filled with extreme gentleness when he spoke again. "This passion for freedom is my gift." His words reached Chu Ling Shuang's ears, one word at a time, and she was instantly stunned. Could it be that what he just said was just to make her fight with all her might? Recalling her galloping along the coast, she was indeed in a good mood, and her tense expression relaxed as she approached the finish line. This experience is unprecedented. However, everything was predicated on Lin Feng. She stared intently at Lin Feng, arrogantly tightened the reins, and stood her horse beside him, sneering. "No, Lin Feng, you're wrong. What you want is freedom, but what I want is to defeat you. She didn't care what methods she used, even if those methods were dirty. Lin Feng glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, but didn't rush to speak. Seeing his silence, Chu Ling Shuang, who thought he had been rebuffed, was in a much better mood. She looked at Lin Feng with a hint of sarcasm and continued, I thought you would prepare some amazing gift for me, but it's nothing special. As she spoke, she saw Lin Feng dismount his horse, tie the reins to a tree stump beside him, and then walk towards her. She looked at Lin Feng with a haughty disdain, about to speak to him again about how he had just angered her. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng grabbed the saddle beneath her and leaped onto her horse. What trick are you playing? Chu Ling Shuang couldn't hold back any longer. First, she provoked him, and then she told him that this was a gift, and that she had given Lin Feng too much power, which made him dare to take advantage of her. Just as she was about to get angry, she heard Lin Feng's soft voice in her ear. Shu, the heat, carrying a strong, masculine coolness, rushed towards her, and for no reason, Chu Ling Shuang felt a surge of excitement. At the same time, after the sun had sunk below the horizon, a loud bang suddenly rang out not far away on the dark horizon. Immediately afterwards, at the foot of the mountain, several flashes of light ripped through the sky, and several dazzling fireworks burst forth high in the air. As night falls and the city lights come on, fireworks bloom like flowers by the sea, their brilliance reflecting the stars. They bloomed in the air, bursting open with light and transforming into various beautiful patterns, accompanied by the gentle breeze of the sea and the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. As the fireworks continued to burst into bloom, Lin Feng suddenly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. He chuckled and said, You didn't like the gift just now, so how about this fireworks extravaganza? His voice echoed, tinged with a tenderness that Chu Ling Shuang had never heard before. From that moment on, her heart seemed to soften. The magnificent scenery from the mountain top down, and Lin Feng embracing her from behind, all of this made her heart flutter. Chu Ling Shuang unconsciously curled her lips into a smile as she stared at the dazzling fireworks in front of her, and unusually uttered a word of praise. Not bad. She glanced at Lin Feng's profile out of the corner of her eye and said to herself, It may be ordinary, but I appreciate the sentiment. Let me emphasize again, if you still have any intention of running away, don't blame me for being ruthless. Listening to her rambling, Lin Feng noticed that her eyes kept lingering on the fireworks. He slightly curved his lips and stared at her serious profile. Of course I know you're worldly wise and experienced. These scenes are nothing compared to what you've seen, but don't you like me? If I ride horses with you on the beach and watch fireworks together, your affection is a bonus for me. So, in this moment when the fireworks burst into bloom, for me, this moment will be my eternal get-out-of-jail-free card. Chapter 129. Wouldn't this make her sister completely infatuated? Hey, there are fireworks over there. Look. Who's setting off fireworks over there? They're so beautiful. Was this prepared by the production team? But it looks like it's a bit far away. The live broadcast took place on the island. Miao Ryu and the others were also doing a live broadcast of the final celebration of the show. The four of them, in two couples, were on a date by the sea when they saw fireworks blooming on the distant sea. Everyone stopped to watch. The photographer also turned the camera around to look at what was happening in the live stream, and the viewers became excited as well. The production team is so thoughtful. They even prepared fireworks. What a conscientious program. Beautiful. Fireworks at sea. What genius came up with this idea? It's absolutely brilliant. On the other side, Xiao Ran and Lin Feng sat on the beach with their backs to the camera. The camera was zoomed out, and various special effects were added to the live stream. As viewers sent gifts, special effects appeared on the screen, obscuring most of the live stream. From a distance, you could see two people sitting on the beach, but it was hard to tell whether they were actually Lin Feng and Xiao Ran. The viewers in the live stream were initially quite unhappy. After all, it was the last time for the show, and Lin Feng couldn't possibly not even show his face, could he? However, when the fireworks went off, the audience's attention was successfully drawn to the sea fireworks, and there were far fewer critical comments on the screen. Xiao Ran sat on the beach, hugging the big bear. Gazing at the fireworks bursting in the distant sky, her eyes widened instantly, shining brightly as she exclaimed incredulously, "Wow! Brother Lin, you're amazing." Wouldn't that make her sister completely infatuated? Xiao Ran blinked, admiring the dazzling fireworks, then hooked her arm around the model next to her shoulder and pulled her closer to her. "Hey bro, now that we've seen the fireworks show, aren't you saying those two are going to spark something later?" She continued talking to the mannequin, muttering to herself, "I really want to see it in person. Just how amazing must it be?" The Chu family manor. As the plane landed, Chen Wanqing took out her phone and entered the Hell or Heaven live stream. The live stream cut to the moment when Xiao Ran hugged Lin Feng, and they sat together on the beach watching fireworks. "Honey, look, we've got a hug. We've got a hug." She immediately became excited and pulled Chu Tianli, who was about to get off the plane, to her side. Peeking over, Chu Tianli's anger instantly surged. "You brat, I'll have someone bring him back right now. How dare you hug Ran Ran? I'll make sure you regret it." Chu Tianli was furious and slammed his hand on the table, almost overturning it. Chen Wanqing said excitedly, "Look at you, what's the rush? I see the comments saying that our daughter took the initiative. Anyone that our Ran Ran likes can't be bad." That's what he said, but seeing Chu Yunran taking the initiative on the screen while the man next to her didn't even lift a hand, Chu Tianli was about to be driven crazy. Ever since his beloved daughter grew up, she won't even let him, her father, hold her anymore. He rarely took the initiative, but his daughter always said that he was an adult and that men and women should be different. Seeing this scene, Chu Tianli suddenly felt like his home had been raided. "No, I have to call that man over to my house. I need to test him out." Chu Tianli gritted his teeth and said angrily. Glancing at her husband, Chen Wanqing couldn't help but laugh and said, "Okay, their show ends tomorrow, so let Xiao He and the others go over and bring him here first thing tomorrow morning." Seeing that Chu Tianli was still furious, Chen Wanqing leaned on his shoulder and gently comforted him. "Honey, calm down. I think this child is not bad. Although his background is a bit tragic, think about it. Even Xuan helped him. How could he be bad?" She blinked and looked at Chu Tianli. Although she and Chu Tianli were abroad, they often heard reports from their servants about their two children. Upon seeing the live stream that went viral online, Chen Wanqing couldn't sit still any longer and dragged Chu Tianli back with her. Chu Tianli took a deep breath, and his mind calmed down a bit. With a smile in her eyes, Chen Wanqing said again, "Even Shuang in our family has no objection to the man Ran Ran has taken a liking to, so I think this child must be quite good." Chu Tianli gave Chen Wanqing a deep look and finally sighed. "Let's bring her back first, and then I'll see what happens." "How much longer until we arrive?" On the boat, Sheng Chao asked the person next to him with a serious expression. "It will probably take another 2 hours." The secretary glanced at her phone and said, "Their program is quite secretive, so the information that Lao Zhang and his team got back from their investigation came a little late." Sheng Chao nodded, gazing at the sea without saying anything more. The secretary's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly asked, "Mr. Sheng, what are the arrangements for later? Should we take them away directly, or?" "Don't alert anyone," Sheng Chao instructed. "This matter should not be alarmed by outsiders. If they are still live streaming, wait until the live stream ends and find an opportunity to kidnap Lin Feng." "Yes," the secretary replied, then looked at Sheng Chao nervously, hesitatingly adding, "Mr. Sheng, I could have had someone else handle this. Why did you come all the way here yourself?" Sheng Chao glanced at him coldly, but did not answer the question. He looked at the sea, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Do you really think it was his idea to come?" Recalling the threatening words from the Lin family on the phone, Sheng Chao's eyes darkened. If the Lin family hadn't threatened his life and fortune, he wouldn't have taken this risk himself. That's what they say, but Sheng Chao still couldn't understand why Lin Feng should be related to the Lin family by blood. But why did the Lin family relentlessly pressure him, even going so far as to hire him more than a decade ago to kidnap the 1-year-old Lin Feng? Could it be that they are worried that Lin Feng's existence will affect the Lin family's inheritance dispute? But this is no longer the era of internal strife. What exactly does the Lin family, one of the 4 great families, want to do? Sheng Chao racked his brains, but could not find an answer. After all, the Sheng family was just a small family. If it weren't for Linda, the head of the Lin family, helping him back then, he wouldn't have achieved his current status. Now, his relationship with the Lin family is inseparable. Faced with the powerful Lin family, one of the four great families, he can only follow orders. Xing Chao could only pray that after this matter was over, he wouldn't be involved anymore. Tianyao Island. At the final moment of the fireworks display at sea, Lin Feng pulled out 2 bottles of beer from somewhere and handed one of them to Chu Ling Shuang. Want some? In high spirits, Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyebrows slightly and reached out to take it. Using the flashes of fireworks as a backdrop, she glanced at the beer brand and said with some disdain, "Can you even drink this no-name brand?" Chapter 130. Let's go to the dock and get some fries. Bonus chapter. Thanks to the great author Zhang Tu. Whether it's drinkable or not, you'll know once you try it. Lin Feng smiled and responded, then immediately unzipped his beer bottle. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang's disdainful expression, he smiled, tilted his head back, and gulped down half a bottle. That feels great. Lin Feng smacked his lips contentedly, a smile spreading across his face. Through the flashes of fireworks, Chu Ling Shuang saw the look of satisfaction on his face. Half believing, she put the beer to her lips, took a small sip, and then frowned. "It tastes awful." Lin Feng was surprised. "This tastes bad? Miss, this is a 17 yuan bottle of beer. Are you being too picky?" Chu Ling Shuang's face clearly showed disdain, but she still patiently took a big gulp. Seeing her contradictory actions, Lin Feng was amused. He grabbed the reins from Chu Ling Shuang's hand, squeezed his legs together, and made the horse circle around a few times. "Want to go feel the sea breeze, young lady?" The beer went down her throat, and she felt a little tipsy. Chu Ling Shuang licked her lips, still wanting more, but didn't object. Lin Feng smiled, tightened the reins, and steered the horse down the hillside. As they passed by, the sea breeze swept across the landscape, waves crashed against the shore, and the moonlight rising after the fireworks shone down, scattering across their shoulders. Wandering along the beach, Lin Feng had almost finished the bottle in his hand. He crushed the can and put it in the large bag he carried with him, then put his arm around Chu Ling Shuang. "Miss Chu, there's something I'm quite curious about." His voice was soft and indifferent, coming from beside her ear. Chu Ling Shuang, who had almost finished drinking a bottle, was slightly tipsy. She raised her voice, which was cold and clear, and said, "Speak. What exactly do you like about me? Or rather, what is it about me that makes you so infatuated?" Lin Feng's words were straightforward, and he didn't intend to beat around the bush with her anymore. After spending a short time together these past few days, he had come to understand Chu Ling Shuang's character. Aside from her usual domineering nature, she wouldn't do anything extreme if he just went along with her wishes. But this is on the premise that he is willing. He didn't want to, and he didn't like her. In his limited lifespan, he has no intention of staying for anyone. His words were mixed with the sound of the waves crashing around him. Slightly tipsy, Chu Ling Shuang didn't hear them very clearly. She only caught the second half of his sentence. Which point? Perhaps she was initially attracted by his indifference, but over time, she increasingly felt that Lin Feng possessed a sense of ease that she lacked. Unlike him, Chu Ling Shuang received elite education from a young age, and all her time was regulated. Ever since she became aware of things, she knew that she carried not only the burden of the Chu family on her shoulders, but also the burden of tens of thousands of working people. Those people can provide the Chu family with a continuous stream of labor and value, and the Chu family must stand at the forefront and provide them with jobs. If the Chu family encounters any problem, even a minor conflict, countless people at the bottom of society will lose their jobs. Before handing the Chu family over to her, her father had said that, aside from the interests involved, they should avoid conflict as much as possible. This is the education she received from a young age. She had never experienced the life of an ordinary person. All she knew was that the pressure on her shoulders was immense, and the four major families under the Chu family were constantly thinking about how to devour her. Now, with Lin Feng's chest right behind her, she could even feel his faint heartbeat. She felt that she needed a safe haven. A haven where she could breathe a sigh of relief. She didn't need him to do anything, just stay by her side and help her wash away her fatigue. For example, right now, This moment is a moment of joy amidst the busyness. Instead of answering his question, she asked, "What are your plans after the show ends?" It seemed like a casual question posed in a good mood, unlike the previous forceful command. It was as if she were asking about Lin Feng's feelings. Having already developed a cautious nature in front of Chu Ling Shuang, Lin Feng did not fall into her trap. He asked with a smile, "What? Miss Chu, are you planning to let me go?" Chu Ling Shuang said coldly and slowly, "Let me hear your plan." She wanted to know his true thoughts. Lin Feng glanced at Chu Ling Shuang with curiosity, then reined in his horse with one hand, turned it around, and headed towards the hillside. "I don't really have any plans, if I did." His gaze fell on the deep blue sea, and he suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, uttering this sentence. "Then let's go to the dock and get some fries." Chu Ling Shuang turned her head in surprise, a rare look of disbelief appearing on her face. "Just like that. Otherwise what?" Lin Feng responded casually, "I don't have any grand dreams. If I could, I'd like to travel around the world." As he spoke, he failed to notice Chu Ling Shuang's increasingly intense gaze. He was indeed very captivating. Everything he did and said was beyond her expectations. No, these were all answers she had never imagined. "But I advise you to give up these thoughts as soon as possible. You won't be able to leave before I get tired of you." Chu Ling Shuang's arrogant voice echoed. Having anticipated this, Lin Feng nonchalantly agreed. Yes, Miss Chu has the final say." The horse had already returned to the small hill and stopped at the same spot. Lin Feng was the first to dismount. Glancing at the dim surroundings, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered, and she asked, puzzled, "Aren't we going back?" "Go back." Lin Feng smiled as he tied the reins to a tree stump next to him, took out a straw mat that he had prepared beforehand from behind the stump, and lay down on the ground. Such beautiful scenery, it would be a shame not to enjoy it for a while longer. As he spoke, he sat down on the mat. What a rare opportunity for freedom. How could I possibly leave now while I'm enjoying this wonderful moment? Lin Feng knew that after tonight, he would be inseparable from Chu Ling Shuang, and he would have no time for himself. No one knew what would happen after they returned to the Chu family together. It's unlikely he'll have that much free time again anytime soon. Therefore, he never planned to go back in the first place, and the boat that Zheng Buqiao prepared was for tomorrow morning. Chu Ling Shuang crossed her arms, frowned, and glanced at the cheap straw mat with obvious disdain, refusing to sit down. Seeing Lin Feng resting his hands on the back of his head, looking up at the stars with a carefree expression, she became anxious. "There are mosquitoes." She gave a warning in a somber voice, her anger threatening to erupt at any moment. However, the next second she saw Lin Feng take out a small bottle of lotion from his pocket. "Just apply it yourself. Everything is prepared for you." Chu Ling Shuang's usually cold and arrogant expression visibly crumbled. Then she saw Lin Feng pull out a case of beer from behind the mat, open a bottle himself, and gesture to her. "Want some more?" He looked somewhat like a homeless person, but the person doing these things was Lin Feng, and without realizing it, Chu Ling Shuang actually thought he was a bit dashing. Never mind. Miss Chu is a young lady from a wealthy family. She probably finds it distasteful. Seeing that she didn't speak, Lin Feng realized what was happening and took a swig of beer. "Who said I'm disgusted?" Chu Ling Shuang retorted, gritting her teeth, and kicked Lin Feng's leg, angrily saying, "Get out of the way. I'll sit on you and drink." Chapter 131, The Last Revelry Before the Storm. Okay. Lin Feng casually spread his legs and saw Chu Ling Shuang turn to the side, her weight instantly pressing down on him. This posture looked strange for some reason. She sat down sideways, her back straight with great elegance. Lin Feng's hand froze in midair, and he couldn't help but say, "Miss, why don't you lie on my arm?" Chu Ling Shuang's face flushed slightly, and she glanced at Lin Feng with some displeasure. Although she didn't respond, she obediently leaned her neck against Lin Feng's description. Although Chu Ling Shuang was thin, she was quite curvy. It's just soft when you hug it. The faint scent of roses lingered around his nose as she leaned against him like a little bird. In that instant, Lin Feng felt that she was just like a child. However, the displeasure and forced compromise that filled her proud eyes contradicted her behavior. It adds a bit of excitement through contrast. For no apparent reason, Lin Feng found Chu Ling Shuang strangely cute, but that was all. She was a hypocrite and a madwoman. Here you are. Lin Feng used his free hand to pry open the tab on the beer can and handed it to Chu Ling Shuang. Chu Ling Shuang glanced at it coldly out of the corner of her eye, but ultimately accepted the bottle of beer. The fireworks have just ended, and the starry sky is in full bloom. Beside them, two horses lowered their heads and sniffed the ground haphazardly. Behind them was the deep blue sea below the hillside, and the bright white moonlight poured down from the sea, scattering onto their shoulders. Lin Feng didn't say anything more, and silently gulped down his beer. He opened one can after another, while Chu Ling Shuang in his arms took a few sips, her mind no longer on drinking. She would occasionally glance at Lin Feng out of the corner of her eye, noticing the pure white moonlight scattering across his face, making his originally delicate cheeks glow with a slight white light. At their sides, where their arms met, Lin Feng's arm was strong and muscular. Originally, Chu Ling Shuang did not trust him, so her body was tense when she sat down. But the moment her neck rested on his arm, a strange sense of security washed over her, and she almost unconsciously relaxed her body. His arms were strong and powerful. Just like every night when they shared a room, the tight grip confined her, yet it brought her an inescapable descent into depravity. She liked this feeling. It's the feeling of being held tightly in the arms of someone you like. It was proof that he needed her. It was his urgent desire for her. With a slight buzz from the alcohol slowly rising in her head, the sea breeze carried Lin Feng's scent to her nostrils, and with each breath, she succumbed to this gentle embrace. I can't stop. Will you stay with me for the rest of your life? Gazing at the twinkling stars in the sky, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly blurted out this sentence. Startled by the sound, Lin Feng, slightly intoxicated, came to his senses and looked at Chu Ling Shuang, who was less than a foot away, carefully trying to understand her expression. As always, she was aloof and unreadable, her thoughts impossible to discern. Her gaze lingered, a hint of expectant inquiry tinged with a touch of caution. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, being extremely cautious. This is never Chu Ling Shuang's style. Perhaps this is a test. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The sea breeze was refreshing, and he sobered up considerably. How could that be? No matter how many times the question is asked, his answer is always the same, even when he succumbs to your Chu Ling Shuang's authority. He hesitated for a moment, then slowly began, Miss Chu, you'll be with me for the rest of your life, right? Before he could finish speaking, Chu Ling Shuang's cold eyes stared directly at him, meeting Lin Feng's slightly evasive gaze. Lin Feng's Adam's apple bobbed, and he subconsciously said, Miss Chu, you're drunk. Let me take you home. He had a strange, bad feeling, especially when you see Chu Ling Shuang's flushed cheeks reflected in the moonlight. He tried to make excuses and hesitate, but unexpectedly, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly raised her hand and grabbed his chin in an instant. She forced him to look her in the eye with extreme force. Following the momentum, he said in a single, clear, and paused voice, Look at me. The madness and bloodlust in her eyes rushed wildly into Lin Feng's eyes, and as their gazes met, they were like endlessly extending vines, tightly entwined. She wouldn't allow him to change the subject, especially when she was speaking. The sole master of all his senses had to be her. She wanted his clear black and white eyes to reflect her image clearly. She was everything to him. She barged into his world in the most domineering way, forcing herself to be etched into his soul. Lin Feng's eyes were somewhat unfocused, but he clearly knew what answer she wanted. She's too domineering. He wasn't even allowed to offer any rebuttal. However, for Lin Feng, the need can be faked. It's also about liking. Before his plan is finalized, keeping her on his side is the best option, especially since things have already come to this point, and there's no need for him to turn against her now. He smiled slightly, and fearlessly met Chu Ling Shuang's gaze, the answer slipping out. Certainly. Of course I'll stay with you, at least tonight. Once this village is gone, who knows which other shop will be there. He thought Chu Ling Shuang would force him to repeat the sentence in its entirety, but unexpectedly, she suddenly moved closer and just barged into him. A stimulating sensation rose within him, and Lin Feng's eyes widened slightly. This was something Lin Feng had experienced many times before, and he was used to it. But as the heat rose on her lips, the alcohol she had just drunk also took effect. He responded to her without fear. It's right next to us, but the distance is negative. Lin Feng. He heard her soft murmurs, mixed with indistinct calls, amidst their kisses. Her hands had somehow climbed onto his shoulders, her eyes glazed over, entwining around him. You are mine. Her eyes were dark red, and she gripped his collar tightly. The collar tightened, a suffocating feeling rushed to his head. Lin Feng's expression swayed slightly. His vision became somewhat blurry. He only felt lightheaded, and her overwhelming power continued, forcing his breath to stop several times. In his dizziness, Lin Feng heard her speak very vaguely. Call me. Miss Chu. Hiss. Call me by my name. Chu Ling Xuan. Tell me you will stay with me for the rest of your life and never leave me. Lin Feng was in a daze, only vaguely catching a glimpse of her flushed cheeks beneath her slightly narrowed phoenix eyes, beads of sweat on her forehead, and her hair, damp from the seawater, hanging down in a glistening hem. His eyes flickered slightly as he listened to the sounds that seemed to converge and overlap from heaven, mixed with the wildness of waves crashing against the rocks. At least at this moment, he clearly chose to succumb. I will stay with you and never leave. Moonlight shone on the hillside, and the gentle lapping of the waves mingled with the final frenzy before the storm. Chapter 132, I even held you when you were little. President Shang, we found out that Lin Feng isn't here right now. It seems he went to Tianya Island. When Sheng Chao and the others arrived at the island where the program was being filmed, they got off the small boat. The shore was deserted, and not far away, a few people who looked like staff members were cleaning up the mess. Sheng Chao narrowed his eyes as he listened to his secretary's report. Tianya Island? Yes, it's an island about half an hour from here, a small resort island. The secretary said with a lewd grin. He's probably off fooling around with that Xiao Ran, right? Sneaking off to the next island like that. Those two sure know how to have fun. Sheng Chao glanced at it, his serious expression vanishing, and he laughed. You really know how to have fun. President Shang, I think this is a rare opportunity. Why don't we go over now and, while they're making love, detain them? The secretary rubbed her hands together, her expression revealing barely concealed excitement, as it was a rare opportunity to witness such a thrilling scene. Don't meddle. Sheng Chao snorted coldly and shouted angrily. Just wait here for him to come back, and then make your move when he's alone. No matter what, Lin Feng is a member of the Lin family. Although he is to be tied up, we must not hurt him under any circumstances. Yes. The secretary nodded, not daring to say anything more. The group returned to the ship, and without Sheng Chao's permission, no one dared to act on their own. As dawn broke, a luxury cruise ship stopped at the beach. Sheng Chao and the others saw a woman in black, whose face they couldn't see, disembarking from the ship with a black parasol. Apart from a few bodyguards who were with her, they didn't see anyone else. The group waited patiently for a short while, and then they saw a small boat with the program Hell or Heaven printed on it sailing towards the shore. Through the binoculars, Sheng Chao could clearly see that the person standing on the boat was Lin Feng. He's here. Remember, don't reveal your identities. If you fail, call me. Sheng Chao gave an order, commanding his men to prepare for deployment. The secretary immediately obeyed the order, and with several bodyguards, disembarked from the ship and cautiously made his way along the path to the back entrance of the hotel. It was just past 7 a.m., and the hotel was completely silent. The revelry from the previous night had lasted too long, and everyone was still asleep. Lin Feng didn't wake up naturally. He was woken up by the cold. The island is indeed nice, but the only downside is that it gets too cold at night. The chilly sea breeze blowing early in the morning woke him from his sleep. Chu Lingshuang's body was also icy cold. Early spring mornings and evenings are the coldest at the seaside. Therefore, he could only wake Chu Lingshuang from her sleep and send her onto the ship. As previously agreed, Chu Lingshuang returned to the island first, and he followed closely behind to avoid being seen by the people on the island. As the small boat came to a stop on the shore, he stretched and got off. He planned to find a place to relieve himself in the nearby grove. After drinking a lot of beer and sitting on the boat for half a day, he really couldn't hold it in any longer. In the dense forest not far from the island, he He comfortably unbuckled his belt. But just as he finished and buttoned up his shirt to leave, he heard a rustling sound coming from the woods behind him. The next second, a gust of wind suddenly swept past my ears. Lin Feng was momentarily distracted and almost instinctively tilted his body to the side to dodge. Good lad, you actually dodged it. The newcomer, wielding a wooden stick, glared menacingly at Lin Feng and roared behind him. Brothers, now's the time. Charge. Lin Feng was taken aback. In an instant, 5 or 6 burly men suddenly sprang out from behind the trees beside him. No, you. Are you just looking to make things convenient for me? Before he could finish his sentence, 5 or 6 men rushed straight at him. Lin Feng's expression faltered for a moment, and he subconsciously grabbed the burly tree beside him, using his hands and feet to kick a few times and leap up into the tree. He hugged the tree trunk, placed his hands on the branches, and suddenly pulled himself up, climbing slightly upwards with his toes on the trunk, creating a defensive and difficult-to-attack position. He looked down at the group below and yelled, "Who are you? Sitting here watching someone urinate in broad daylight. Are you sick in the head? You little brat. Who cares if you're in a hurry? Get down here right now. Get down. Do you think I look like an idiot?" Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but complain. He brought 5 or 6 men to ambush them in the woods. Anyone with a brain knows this isn't a good sign. How could he possibly go down there? The secretary was at a loss with Lin Feng. Although they were in the woods, it wasn't far from the hotel, and there was a path nearby, meaning someone could come at any moment. He stared at Lin Feng, then took out his phone from his pocket and made a call. "Mr. Sheng." "Okay, we'll be waiting for you here." After hanging up the phone, he gestured to the people beside him not to move, and everyone just stared up at Lin Feng in the tree. Even without them speaking, Lin Feng could roughly understand the meaning behind his phone call. Someone's going to cause him trouble. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out who would come looking for trouble at this time. The Su family? Impossible. He knew the Su family situation all too well. They probably couldn't even pay their employees' salaries right now and were barely able to take care of themselves. So where would they get the money to hire people to cause him trouble? Could it be Feng Ziyue again? That doesn't make sense. The only person Feng Ziyue has who can move is her useless younger brother. He didn't have his phone with him at all. When he came back this morning, he didn't even have time to change his clothes. He tied the 2 horses to the shore and got on the boat to come back. Everyone should be asleep by now. Even on normal days, hardly anyone comes along this path. Now that things had come to this, Lin Feng could only wait for the person behind the scenes in the tree. Not long after, he saw a middle-aged man in a suit walking towards him at the end of the path that led to the sea. The man was tall and had the air of a CEO. Lin Feng didn't speak first. As the man approached, he glanced at the situation and then shouted, "A bunch of bastards. I told you to come and invite someone. What are you doing with sticks? Drop them right now." "Yes, yes, yes." The others nodded quickly, and the secretary took the lead in throwing the stick in her hand aside, smiling apologetically at Lin Feng. The man's expression changed, and he looked up at Lin Feng, who was hugging the tree trunk. His face softened, and he said, "Lin Feng, come down and let's talk." He spoke quite politely, but Lin Feng was taken aback. He looked at the man warily and said coldly, "You know me?" The man smiled and said to Lin Feng, "Of course, Lin Feng, you don't need to be afraid. My name is Sheng Chao, and I'm the CEO of Sheng's Company, Limited. I even held you when you were a child." "Shengshi Company, Limited?" You hugged him. Lin Feng froze, looking at Sheng Chao in surprise. He seemed to have heard the name somewhere before, but it was probably something unrelated, so he didn't remember it very clearly. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, wondering if his biological father was about to make an appearance. He could clearly sense that Sheng Chao had ill intentions, so his tone wasn't very polite either. "What do you want with me?" Chapter 133. This green tea trick really works. Bonus chapter. It's not me looking for you, child. It's your family who wants to see you, so they asked me to come and find you. Sheng Chao shirked all responsibility with a few words, and even managed to appeal to Lin Feng's emotions. But Lin Feng was clearly not buying it. He said in a cold voice and with an indifferent expression, "In that case, let him come see me." Joke. If you want to reunite with your relatives, you should have the proper awareness. Why would someone bring a stick when they're looking for someone? If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have been knocked unconscious by now. Besides, he went missing when he was 1.5 years old, lived alone in an orphanage for nearly 6 years, and then spent more than 10 years living under the roof of others. Now that we've found him, do you really expect him to come to our door in person? Didn't they come to look for him themselves? Do you think he's just some trash that's been thrown around and can be picked up and taken home at will? Seeing Lin Feng's somewhat angry expression, Sheng Chao looked up and said kindly, "Child, your family situation is a bit complicated. You'll only know for sure if you go back and see for yourself. I can't say much more." As he spoke, Sheng Chao repeatedly assured them, "Child, it was my fault for not explaining things clearly to them. I won't hurt you. We went through a lot of trouble to find you. I hope you can come back with me. I'm begging you." Lin Feng's eyes flickered, but he wasn't moved by Sheng Chao's deep affection. Instead, he looked towards the small boat in the distance, thinking that perhaps this was his chance to escape from Chu Lingshuang. His biological father's unspeakable secrets were none of his concern. The important thing is that he can use this as an excuse to escape Chu Lingshuang's control. After all, leaving from anywhere is much easier than leaving Chu Lingshuang's side. Even if he is eventually discovered, he can easily pin the blame on Sheng Chao, using the excuse of kidnapping, which would be perfectly acceptable. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, carefully calculating the money in his hands. Yesterday's fireworks show had cost him nearly 1,000,000 yuan, including the labor fee for Zheng Buochao. He now has only a little over 4 million left. Although he hasn't reached his previous goal of 100 million, this amount is enough for him to travel overseas. Staring intently at the group of people below, Lin Feng said in a deep voice, feigning a moved expression, "Actually, I've wanted to meet them for a long time too." Upon hearing this, Sheng Chao's eyes lit up. Lin Feng, however, looked utterly aggrieved, and spoke with a tone still tinged with lingering fear. "But they really scared me just now. They were hitting people with sticks. I've never seen anything so terrifying." Now that he'd laid his cards on the table, even if it was all an act, he had to see it through. Sheng Chao slapped his secretary across the face, yelling, "What kind of work are you doing? What use are you to me? Look how scared you've made the child." The secretary received a hard slap in the face, but dared not say a word, only covering her face and apologizing repeatedly. "President Sheng, it's all my fault. Child, come down quickly, it's dangerous up in the tree," Sheng Chao kindly reminded him. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, jumped down from the tree, landed on his feet, but kept his eyes on the bodyguards, ready to fight at any moment. Seeing his caution, Sheng Chao breathed a sigh of relief and comforted him. "Child, don't be afraid. With your uncle here, no one will dare to touch you." A clear look of disdain flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Looking at the small boat not far away, he put on a wronged expression and asked, "Uncle, did my family really send you to find me? Look at what you're saying. How could it be fake?" Sheng Chao chimed in, hooking his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Before coming, he had also inquired about Lin Feng. He was able to lift up the Su family and then bring them down without lifting a finger. His intelligence and emotional intelligence were exceptional. He was worried that Lin Feng might play some tricks, but he didn't expect that Lin Feng would fool him with just a few words. It seems that the word family is the key to breaking through Lin Feng's heartstrings. This child is still too young. Don't worry, child. Come back with your uncle to see your family. They all miss you very much. Sheng Chao added another sentence, his tone indicating that he had Lin Feng completely under his control. Lin Feng lowered his head, his eyes flickering slightly. In just a few words, he understood that Sheng Chao seemed to be more eager than him to see his family. Since that's the case, then don't blame him. "Uncle Sheng." As he was walking, Sheng Chao suddenly heard Lin Feng call his name. He stopped and turned around to see Lin Feng with his head down. "Child, what's wrong?" I suddenly realized I can't go back." Lin Feng's voice was filled with unease and inexplicable fear. Sheng Chao asked, puzzled, "Why?" Lin Feng sobbed a few times and said timidly, I owe money to loan sharks. If I go back like this, I'll definitely be beaten to death." "Usury?" Sheng Chao exclaimed in surprise. During the investigation, they didn't tell him that Lin Feng also owed usurious loans. He quickly asked, "How much do you owe?" Adding it all up, it's over 5 million. Lin Feng's voice gradually faded, as if he were afraid of being beaten. He stood there all alone, and for some reason, Sheng Chao felt quite sorry for him. After all, he had to take him back eventually. Although he didn't know what the Lin family wanted to do, Lin Feng's bloodline was tied to them here, and Sheng Chao didn't dare to offend them. After thinking it over, Sheng Chao sighed, patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, Uncle will transfer the money to you right now." Really? Suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Feng put on a grateful expression and looked at Sheng Chao expectantly. Without saying a word, Sheng Chao took out his phone and gestured for Lin Feng to enter his card number. A few seconds later, Lin Feng's account had an extra 5 million. Adding what he got from Chu Ling Shuang, and including the salary Zheng Bo Chao paid him, he had already scraped together 10 million. Watching Sheng Chao lead the way, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He had to admit, the Green Tea Act was really effective. Having already received the money, Lin Feng had no intention of dwelling on it any longer. He boarded Sheng Chao's ship, planning to run away with the money after saying goodbye to his family. To him, blood ties were nothing more than a handle to be used against him, and he would not feel the slightest sympathy for those family members who were born but not raised. As for Chu Ling Shuang, that was a nightmare. This nightmare is about to end. "Miss, we've already asked." Mr. Lin disappeared after getting off the ship. Hotel security said he hasn't come back. On the 7th floor, in Chu Ling Shuang's room, Yu Shui-yin was giving a report with trepidation. "They were perfectly fine yesterday. How come they ran away today?" This Mr. Lin is really no pushover. Seeing that Chu Ling Shuang remained silent, Yu Shui-yin swallowed hard and cautiously asked, Mr. Lin, he wouldn't have..." "Did they run away?" Before she could finish speaking, she met Chu Ling Shuang's cold gaze. It shouldn't be an escape. Without hesitation, Chu Ling Shuang made her decision. Her eyes swept over Yu Shui-yin with a sinister look, and she said sternly, "Continue the investigation. Search every inch of this island and find him." Chapter 130 For the long-lost young master returns to the wealthy family. For Chu Ling Shuang, the 3-hour wait felt like an eternity. She kept rubbing the photos of Lin Feng, saved on her phone with her palm, her eyes slightly narrowed. "You'd better agree with my judgment. If you continue to run away, you'll never see the sun again in your life." At the same time, Yu Shuiyin rushed over, not even bothering to catch her breath, and hurriedly said, "Miss, we found it." A staff member in charge said that outsiders had been to the island. "These people are very clever. They avoided all the island's surveillance cameras." As she spoke, Yu Shuiyin took out her phone, tapped the screen a few times, and handed it to Chu Ling Shuang. "However, I had our people check the port surveillance footage in Beijing. Just 10 minutes ago, Lin Feng and a few others got off a small boat." She reported back and forth, but Chu Ling Shuang's eyes lingered on the phone screen. In the surveillance footage, Lin Feng was surrounded by several men in black. They didn't use any forceful methods, but the way they kept an eye on Lin Feng and the way they surrounded him clearly indicated that Lin Feng was being forced. It seems someone else has taken a liking to her pet. Chu Ling Shuang suddenly curled her lips into a smile, her eyes flashing with bloodlust. She raised her hand and pointed in the air, signaling Yu Shui-yin to continue. Yu Shuiyin took a breath and continued to report. "Their identities have been confirmed. The one in charge is Sheng Chao, the CEO of Sheng's Company, Limited." "Miss, I really don't understand. Lin Feng's past has nothing to do with the Sheng family, so why is Sheng Chao looking for him now?" As she spoke, Yu Shuiyin was still a little confused. As for this, Chu Ling Shuang also had her doubts, but anyone who dared to touch her would die? "Tell Lu Tianhan immediately to have Sheng Chao release the person within an hour." She placed her phone flat on the table and gave a cold, sullen order. Lin Feng had better be all right. Otherwise she would never let it go even if they obediently released him. Yu Shuiyin quickly nodded, took the phone, and silently wiped away her sweat. Daring to mess with Lin Feng, this guy really bit the hand that feeds him. As Chu Ling Shuang watched Yu Shuiyin's actions, her eyes gradually deepened. She narrowed her eyes and said in an extremely cold tone, "Have him personally deliver the person to my company." "Yes." After disembarking, 2 black cars parked on the shore. Sheng Chao, who was originally gesturing for Lin Feng to get in the car, noticed his phone ringing. He smiled apologetically at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, you get in first. Uncle has some things to take care of at the company." Lin Feng's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything more and obediently got into the car. Along the way, he did try to find out about the family that Xing Chao mentioned, but Xing Chao remained tight-lipped and changed the subject in just a few words. It is obvious that this journey home is a trap. Xing Chao was even unwilling to reveal the names of his family members, which made Lin Feng even more daring to guess. The only family that could compel Xing Chao to come and fetch him, and that Xing Chao would be so wary of, must be a family even more powerful than the Sheng family. Further up the hierarchy, all he knew were the four major families. The four most famous families in Beijing are the Wei family, the Gu family, the Wu family, and the Lin family. The Gu family was wiped out by Chu Ling Shuang a long time ago, and now only three remain. The Lin family. Glancing out the car window at Xing Chao, who was talking on the phone with his back to the car, Lin Feng suddenly had a thought. His biological father might be a member of the Lin family. This was something he would never have dared to imagine before. Now, Xing Chao's appearance has forced him to be bolder in guessing. In this way, things can be explained. Perhaps it was one of the Lin family's heirs or his father's second wife who wanted to seize the family's assets, so they plotted to kidnap him when he was only 1 year old. They just didn't expect that he would make a comeback and even become famous online. Therefore, they are bound to come back to kill us. Lin Feng knew very well that if his guesses were true, Xing Chao in front of him was just a gun barrel, and the real gun wielders should be the other heirs of the Lin family. This trip back is fraught with danger, but Lin Feng now has a clear goal in mind. If you can't see your biological father, then go find your biological father's father. Above bloodline, the only thing that can be suppressed is seniority. If he can find his grandparents, perhaps he can save himself. Outside the car window, Xing Chao, who had finally made the call, subconsciously glanced back at Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng sitting obediently in the car, he breathed a sigh of relief, but then anxiously said into the phone, "Xiao Ran's backer is indeed the Chu family. Their people have already started causing me trouble. What should I do now? How could I not panic? That's the Chu family. They told me to send them to Yihan. Don't you know how ruthless the Chu family is? My company is going to be finished." "Okay, fine, we'll do it your way." After hanging up the phone, Xing Chao took a deep breath, put on a kind smile, and walked towards the car. Once in the car, he smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, I can answer the questions you asked on the way here now." Lin Feng slightly raised his eyes. "You know the four great families, right?" Xing Chao gestured to the driver to start the car while looking out the window. "Actually, your biological father is the eldest son of the Lin family, one of the four great families." As expected, Lin Feng's exclamation rang out from behind. Anyone who heard this news would probably be shocked. It's the heir of one of the four great families, such a huge group. No one would not be tempted by it. It seems Lin Feng is the same. Little did he know that Lin Feng's exclamation was simply because he had guessed correctly. But he did become curious. "Uncle Sheng, why didn't you tell me just now?" he asked, feigning excitement. "This is a very big matter, and I dare not speak rashly about it." Xing Chao said slowly, "But I just spoke with them on the phone. They said they'll announce it to the media before you get home. Don't be nervous. There will be media personnel filming your journey home." Although Lin Feng had guessed that he was a member of the Lin family, what he didn't expect was that they would actually publicize it so widely. The long-lost young master returns to his wealthy family, and the person involved is none other than himself, who recently became an internet sensation. Without a doubt, once this news breaks, it will generate unprecedented buzz. For him, it's a good thing. However, Lin Feng never believed in free lunches. Once the news of his return to the Lin family broke, it would be even more difficult for those who wanted to kill him to do so. If it were someone else, they might already be so happy they'd forgotten all about home. However, Lin Feng, who had spent half his life on guard, was far from happy. How come they found him now, after he went missing over the past 20 years despite being one of the four great families? Instantly, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as if, after leaving Chu Ling Shuang, he had been drawn into an even larger vortex. Chapter 135 Sister, the way you look at him isn't innocent. As Lin Feng had predicted, the moment he returned home, a deluge of news releases flooded the trending topics. The Lin family's long-lost young master has been found. This news caused Lin Feng's name to trend on social media, and with the popularity of the previous program, the nickname Factory Boy followed closely behind. Netizens' scathing comments. Damn, so the factory worker is actually a rich kid. I knew Factory Boy had an unusual air about him. Turns out he's from the Lin family. The Su family is such a clown, making such a big fuss, letting that real wealthy family find their own child. A perfect match, absolutely a perfect match. Now I actually feel like it's the factory worker who's throwing himself at Xiao Ran and the other guy. Hey, that's not right. Xiao Ran also has powerful backers. Those are all rumors. Besides, how could Xiao Ran's backing be stronger than the 4 major families? I have to thank the internet. Before, I'd never have a rich young master putting on a show for me. In an instant, the topic flooded the trending searches. Upon seeing the message, Fang Mingho, who was having breakfast with his family, exclaimed in surprise. Sister, Dad, Mom, look. The internet says that brother-in-law is the long-lost young master of the Lin family. Fang Mingho exclaimed excitedly, holding his phone up to everyone. Fang Ziyue hadn't even swallowed the dumpling in her mouth when she quickly picked up her phone and saw the news online. These days, the CP between Lin Feng and Xiao Ran has been making headlines. She originally wanted to try to make Lin Feng remember her good deeds, but after Su Nora appeared on the show, and with the Su family's example as a precedent, she didn't dare to cause any more trouble. She was thinking that once Lin Feng left the island, she would go to the production crew to see if she could find an opportunity to speak with him. And now they're telling her that Lin Feng is actually the young master of the Lin family? Is it the Lin family, one of the 4 great families? Jiang Yahui's eyes lit up instantly. What 4 major families? Now it's 3 major families. Fang Jianxing slapped Jiang Yahui hard and snatched the phone to examine it closely. Jiang Yahui quickly leaned over, and Fang Minghao also leaned over. Fang Jianxing kept swiping the screen, which was filled with news articles about Lin Feng. It really is him. Jiang Yahui was overjoyed and grabbed Fang Ziyu, saying, Daughter, you have to step up your game. Our family's success depends on you. I knew it. How could my brother-in-law, a mere chauffeur, afford a Rolls-Royce? Turns out the Lin family was backing him up. Fang Mingho murmured, looking at Fang Ziyue with hopeful eyes. Sister, it's all up to you now. That's the Lin family. You have to win my brother-in-law back. Even if they don't say it, Fang Ziyue knows what to do. She never expected that Lin Feng had such a background. The Lin family, that was one of the 3 most famous families. With a casual wave of their hand, they could command several times the wealth of the Su family back then. However, looking at that familiar yet unfamiliar face on the phone screen, Fang Ziyue felt lost for a moment. Mom and Dad, Sis, you're his ideal woman. You 2 have been dating since college. What are you afraid of? Exactly. Fang Jianxing agreed wholeheartedly. My precious daughter has devoted her best years to him. How could he not care about you? Jiang Yahui nodded, her face full of eagerness, and said, Try to act cute. Boys love to see girls act cute. Fang Mingho nodded frantically, looking at his older sister with hopeful eyes. In her memory, the meticulous Lin Feng reappeared, and mixed with these words, Fang Ziyue even saw the position of a wealthy lady beckoning to her. She gritted her teeth and said firmly, Fine. But Mom and Dad, it's difficult for me to even see him now. He's blocked all my contact methods. Don't worry, Fang Jianxing said loudly. The Lin family will definitely hold a banquet to celebrate finding their child. You can try to find an opportunity to attend. Yes. Jiang Yahui nodded repeatedly. If all else fails, we can spend some money and mortgage our house first. Isn't there still young master you? Sis, what are you afraid of? Fang Mingho also encouraged from the side. With a few words exchanged, Fang Ziyue quickly regained her confidence. She nodded. Okay, Mom and Dad, Xiaohao, don't worry. As long as I can see him, I will definitely find a way to make him change his mind. There's no need to threaten Sheng Chao anymore. Inside the hotel, Chu Lingshuang coldly looked at her phone, while casually giving instructions to Yu Shui Yin, who rushed in. Yes, miss, I understand. Yu Shuiyin nodded, her heart filled with utter shock. She originally thought Lin Feng was just an abandoned son of a small family who happened to meet her young lady by chance when he was heartbroken. But she never expected that the young lady who casually picked up the girl on the roadside was actually a rich young master. Although there was still a difference in their social status, at this moment, Yu Shuiyan felt that her young lady and Lin Feng had that kind of vibe. The thought of the two of them sitting together at Chu Ling Shuang's desk, reviewing documents together, made Yu Shuiyan's eyes light up. This is a match made in heaven. Sis, the news. Chu Yunran rushed in and exclaimed in surprise. When she caught sight of the phone in Chu Ling Shuang's hand, she immediately changed the subject. Brother Lin is actually the young master of the Lin family. You have such good taste. Being praised like this made Chu Ling Shuang quite happy, and all the little moments she had spent with Lin Feng flashed before her eyes like a movie. Unconsciously, a hint of pleasure appeared in her eyes. Chu Yunran, who keenly noticed this scene, became even more excited. She took 2 steps closer and whispered, "Sister, how about I go and find out something for you about the Lin family's celebration banquet in a few days?" Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow and said coldly, "I'll go myself." Upon hearing this, Chu Yunran immediately became anxious. "No, sis, Brother Lin was just taken back home. His family will definitely be crying and wailing. It would be so awkward for you to go there." Hearing Chu Yunran's words, Chu Ling Shuang frowned. That seems to be the case. The mundane details of family life were what gave her the biggest headache, especially since her little pet didn't seem too willing to come with her. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang remain silent, Chu Yunran knew that her words had struck a chord with her sister. She blinked and added, "I'll go over and check on things for you first. Once the ceremony is over, I'll find an excuse to drag Brother Lin out so you two can have some alone time." Who wants to be alone with him? Chu Ling Shuang gave a cold snort, a hint of panic flashing across her proud face as if her thoughts had been seen through. TSK, TSK, TSK. Seeing her older sister's hypocritical behavior, Chu Yunran couldn't help but complain in her heart. "Isn't it just that you want to be alone with me? Sister, the way you look at him isn't innocent." Chapter 136. Your grandpa wants to see you. Then it's settled. I'll go prepare now. Without giving Chu Ling Shuang a chance to object, Chu Yunran made the decision directly and ran out of the room. Yu Shuiyan's lips twitched. This second young lady is really lively and energetic. It's lucky the eldest young lady is in a good mood. Otherwise, she wouldn't be allowed to act so recklessly. She discreetly observed Chu Ling Shuang's expression and cautiously said, "Then, miss, if there's nothing else, I'll go and arrange the return trip." Seeing Chu Ling Shuang nod, she breathed a sigh of relief and turned to walk towards the door. However, before she could even reach the door, she heard Chu Ling Shuang's icy voice. "Wrong." Yu Shuiyan was taken aback and subconsciously turned around. "Huh? Miss, what's wrong?" She looked at her young mistress with a blank expression. From afar, Chu Ling Shuang's expression appeared somewhat sinister. If he is a member of the Lin family, would it have taken more than 20 years to find him? Chu Ling Shuang's icy voice echoed in the room. At the doorway, Yu Shuiyan trembled, suddenly realizing what was happening. That's right. Miss, with the Lin family's power, finding someone should be a piece of cake. How could they? She didn't say anything more, clearly realizing this as well. Yu Shuiyan looked at her young lady in surprise, realizing that she had been so focused on shipping the couple that she had overlooked this point. Chu Ling Shuang's face turned icy cold, her aura heavy and chilling like iron in an ice cellar. She narrowed her eyes, glanced at Yu Shuiyan, and said in a sinister tone, "At the banquet in a few days, send someone to secretly protect Lin Feng." Yu Shuiyan nodded repeatedly, and the next second, she asked, "Then, miss, where is Miss Ranran?" Incidentally, Chu Ling Shuang's voice trailed off. Then she added, "Don't let Ranran know about this." "Yes." After Yu Shuiyan left, Chu Ling Shuang's gaze returned to her phone screen. Staring at Lin Feng's indifferent and distant eyes on the screen, her eyes darkened. What secret do you hold that has taken the Lin family so long to uncover? She murmured something, but the passion of last night suddenly flashed through her mind. She licked her dry lips insatiably, murmuring greedily with eyes full of longing, "You'll never escape me." Child, we've arrived. As the car slowed down, Sheng Chao turned to look at Lin Feng and said with a smile, remember, don't mention your loan sharking business or your past with the Su family later. Once you're in this house, from today onwards, you are the rightful young master of the Lin family. Looking at the large number of reporters surrounding the manor and the red carpet and bouquets extending from the entrance, Lin Feng felt heavy-hearted. Sheng Chao signaled the driver to slow down and open the rear window. Instantly, countless flashes of light appeared one after another. Their car drove down the red carpet, through the bustling crowd, and into the estate. Lin Feng didn't have to do anything. He could just sit in the back seat and let them film him. This made him feel somewhat like a mascot. Especially scenes like this. He least wanted to be involved with the wealthy, because there were too many problems. He hated anything involving intrigue and backstabbing. But right now, sitting in this car, he was being forced into that cage. This is the third time. Living under someone else's roof, being forcibly abducted each time, he was forced to compromise. His fate seemed to have slipped out of his control, and he was truly fed up with this feeling of powerlessness, yet being forced to remain entangled with it. In the footage, Lin Feng sits silently in the car, looking at the Lin family manor with an expressionless face. They all thought he was overjoyed and utterly shocked, unsure how to describe his expression. Little did they know, Lin Feng only wanted to leave the Lin family after finding out the truth. No one can restrict his freedom. Arrive. The car stopped in front of the villa, and Sheng Chao personally got out and opened the car door for Lin Feng. A stark contrast to his previous amiable demeanor, Sheng Chao bowed slightly to Lin Feng with great respect. Young Master Lin, I'll leave you here. Please continue on your own. Being suddenly called young master, especially by someone who had just addressed him as an elder, made Lin Feng feel inexplicably uncomfortable. He didn't answer, but saw a bodyguard in black walk up to him from the doorway, bow, and say, Young master, please. Lin Feng glanced at the luxurious villa in front of him. Indeed, it is a bit smaller than Chu Lingshuang's house. Back then at Lakeview Villa, he couldn't see the end of the road at a glance, but now, he could even see the security office in front and behind. He nodded slightly, walked around the car, and stepped onto the stairs. Dozens of servants and bodyguards stood in a row at the entrance, all bowing, and greeted in unison. Welcome home, young master. The sound startled Lin Feng, causing him to pause in his tracks. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Who came up with this idea, making things so awkward? Even more conspicuous than Chu Lingshuang's house. But he had to go in first anyway. Lin Feng looked around speechlessly, but still gritted his teeth and went through. As soon as he entered, as expected, a boy a few years younger than him rushed out and looked him up and down. You're Lin Feng? The boy blurted out, looking Lin Feng up and down with disdain, circling him once, and muttering, His clothes are really awful. This might be another heir, right? Lin Feng glanced at him. This boy seemed to be very guileless, and his thoughts were written all over his face. He asked in a deep voice, I am Lin Feng, and you are? Don't be so disrespectful. The boy snapped, looking at Lin Feng arrogantly, and said haughtily, My name is Lin Haixian. I'm your cousin. You should call me uncle. Ah. Lin Feng was stunned. Uncle? So young. Judging from his appearance, he must have just turned 18 this year. Or was he deliberately playing a prank on him? Lin Feng didn't have the patience to play with this kid any longer. He just wanted to figure out the current situation and, incidentally, tell those scheming people that he had no interest in the Lin family's wealth. He rolled his eyes and snapped coldly. You talk too much nonsense. How dare you talk like that, you nephew? I'm your uncle. How dare you insult me? Lin Haixian, who had always been pampered, could not stand this insult and raised his arm to hit Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng was about to dodge to the side, a strong middle-aged male voice suddenly rang out. Haixian, stop fooling around. Lin Haixian trembled, turned around, and said with full dissatisfaction, Dad, I'm his cousin. I'm teaching him manners. Behind him, Lin Yi walked slowly over, his face stern as he snapped, Go back to your room. The sound startled Lin Haixian, making him shudder. He immediately withdrew his hand sheepishly, and as he walked into the house, he glared resentfully at Lin Feng, muttering, What kind of poor family raised him like that? No manners at all. Lin Feng looked at Lin Yi with an unwavering expression. His unreserved expression did elicit a flicker of admiration in Lin Yi's eyes, but it quickly vanished, and his calm and resolute voice rang out again. Your grandfather wants to see you. He's on the second floor. Chapter 137, Let me take you to meet someone. This generational hierarchy is really a mess. If Lin Haixian is his cousin, then the man in front of him must be his grandfather's younger brother. So what about his father? Following behind Lin Yi, Lin Feng asked without hesitation, Where is my biological father? The questions were still unruly. Lin Yi glanced at Lin Feng out of the corner of his eye with some displeasure, and said expressionlessly, He's passed away. Dead. Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, and stopped in his tracks instantly. No, his father has passed away. Why bring him back? They're making a big fuss about it, letting everyone know. What is the Lin family up to? As if he had anticipated Lin Feng's reaction, Lin Yi stopped and slowly said, Your biological father passed away when you were 1 year old. He didn't say anything more and waited for Lin Feng to ask him questions. The less Lin Feng knew about these things, the better, especially family matters. He knew perfectly well what his brother wanted to do by bringing him back in such a grand manner. Now, he only hopes that Lin Feng will ask fewer questions, so that his son will have one more chance to inherit the throne. But Lin Feng will probably keep asking. Lin Yi sighed, his deep gaze falling on Lin Feng, and said with a hint of helplessness, Ask whatever you want. I'll tell you anything I know. Hearing this, Lin Feng found it rather amusing. Under Lin Yi's rather tense gaze, he silently shook his head. No need. He's already gone. Why should I ask? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. Isn't he curious? It should be noted that the Lin family is one of the 4 great families, possessing an unparalleled and prestigious status. How could a young master who had been separated from his family for many years and had been living away from home have no curiosity whatsoever about his biological father or even the Lin family? Didn't you say Grandpa wanted to see me? Lead the way. Lin Feng's calm voice rang out instantly. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly felt as if he had been usurped as the host. This Lin Feng might be a tough opponent. Come with me. He gave Lin Feng a deep look, but did not reprimand him for his rudeness. He then turned and led the way. Following Lin Yi to the second floor, Lin Feng saw a middle-aged man in a suit with a full head of blonde hair standing guard in front of the living room door. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi said to the man with great respect, Lin Feng has been brought here. The man raised his hand in a gesture, and Lin Yi nodded and turned to leave. After Lin Yi disappeared from the elevator entrance, the man gave Lin Feng a deep look and gestured for him to enter through the door handle. Noticing that he didn't open the door for him, Lin Feng frowned, feeling uneasy. But the die was cast, and he had no choice but to press on. The moment Lin Feng touched the doorknob, he felt a sudden numbness in his hand and instinctively pulled his hand back. I'm sorry, this door was on, and I forgot to turn it off. Seeing this, the man explained and immediately touched the switch on the door, opening the door for Lin Feng. All of this strangeness made Lin Feng's heart grow heavier. The current was weak, so he didn't blame it. Instead, his gaze fell on the open door. Xiao Feng, you're back? As the door opened, a slightly aged voice suddenly rang out. Facing the main entrance, Lin Feng saw an elderly man with slightly gray hair sitting on the sofa, smiling at him. Lin Feng nodded slightly and respectfully called out, Grandpa. The old man nodded and ordered, Jason, close the door. Lin Feng felt a weight on his back as he was pushed into the living room, and then the door behind him was closed. Jason stood beside Lin Feng, watching him like a monitor. Everything in the room seemed normal, but Lin Feng felt something was off, especially the way his grandfather, Linda, looked at him. It was as if he were looking at prey. Xiao Feng, come sit here with Grandpa. Linda beckoned to Lin Feng kindly, patted the spot next to the sofa, and smiled with narrowed eyes. Let Grandpa take a good look at what my eldest grandson has become. In this situation, how could Lin Feng dare to step forward? He frowned, stared at Linda, and said in a flat voice, Grandpa, my father has passed away? He wasn't going to beat around the bush with Lind. He had briefly looked into and seen the house, so now it was time to resolve his questions. Upon hearing this, Linda was taken aback and glanced at Jason standing to the side with some surprise. Jason immediately replied, "It must have been the second master who told me." Linda snorted coldly, his previously amiable face vanishing, and sneered, "He really can't wait." Lin Feng was truly puzzled by this situation. However, since his biological father is dead, everything concerning the Lin family is no longer his concern. If they want to know about Xia Qingqing, he can tell them, but as for leaving such a thing behind, he'd rather not. He thought this way and said it directly. "Grandpa, my biological father has passed away, and there is no need for me to stay. Being the young master of the Lin family will only cause me a lot of unnecessary trouble. I hope you can allow me to leave." He was telling the truth. Moreover, he had no intention of fighting for the family fortune. He wanted to make his position clear first so that there would be further developments. Upon hearing this, Linda exclaimed incredulously, "You don't want the Lin family as your backer?" Lin Feng nodded and said frankly, "Fighting for the family fortune is too troublesome. I don't want to think about those things. I've always loved freedom. I've had too many bad things in the past, and I'm very tired. So I hope Grandpa can grant my wish." His words were eloquent and earnest, even bordering on humble. But Linda's eyes gradually darkened, like a lion poised to pounce, staring intently at Lin Feng. That look made Lin Feng's scalp tingle. Could it be that he doesn't believe it? Lin Feng was about to speak again to prove himself, but the next second, Linda's deep voice interrupted him. "Xiao Feng, let me take you to meet someone." "Who?" "You'll see when you get there." As Lind was about to stand up, Jason immediately stepped forward to help him into the wheelchair. At this moment, Lin Feng couldn't refuse anymore, so he could only bite the bullet and follow them into the elevator. When Lin Feng saw Jason's hand hover over the basement button, his heart tightened. As the elevator descended, Lin Feng felt a strange sense of suffocation in the enclosed space. Everything was different from what he had expected. What exactly was the Lin family, or rather, Linda, up to? As the elevator doors opened and they walked through the long corridor, Lind raised his hand, his thumb landing on the keypad lock. With a click, the door to the secret chamber opened, and Lin Feng saw an emaciated old man, whose gender was indistinguishable, tightly chained to a soft bed under the white light. Chapter 138. I said, "Run." "Xingqiao, what exactly do you mean?" "Lin Feng is actually a member of the Lin family. Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "The Su family." Su Tongda angrily questioned the person on the phone. Beside him, Su Jie sat on the sofa with an incredulous expression, looking completely dazed. Su Jiqing looked at her father in shock, her face a mixture of regret, self-blame, and disbelief. They never imagined that Lin Feng, who had been by their side since childhood, was actually the lost eldest son of the Lin family, one of the four great families. When the Su family saw the overwhelming news spreading online, they were completely stunned. On the other end of the phone, Sheng Chao's condescending tone rang out. "Why should I tell you? Do you think someone of your status deserves to know these things?" Su Tongda was furious. "If you had explained yourself earlier, we wouldn't have had to leave him with nothing. Now I can't even pay my company's employees' salaries. Sheng Chao, are you just going to watch my whole family die?" His angry yet tense voice echoed in the living room. Su Jiqing's face turned pale, and she trembled visibly as she was startled by the voice. Su Jie, standing to the side, stared blankly into space, his lips moving for a long time, but he couldn't utter a single word. In his anger, Sheng Chao sneered over the phone. "That's right," he said decisively, his voice rising. "You should be grateful that I'm still willing to answer your call under these circumstances. Do you think your Su family is some prestigious and illustrious clan? We're nothing but discarded pawns." Moment. Su Tongda's face turned ashen. He never expected that what he thought was his last trump card to control Lin Feng was just using him as cannon fodder. He and the Su family were nothing more than pawns in someone else's game from beginning to end. At this moment, Su Tongda was utterly desperate. The Su family's company now owes its employees millions in back wages, plus breach of contract fees from some advertisers, totaling tens of millions. Meanwhile, all members of the Su family are now blacklisted by the banks. This refers to what is known as a debt defaulter. It may not have much impact on ordinary people, but for small companies like theirs that are just starting out, it's practically a death sentence. Furthermore, Su Nur was even ridiculed online for causing a scene on a TV show a few days ago. Dad, I don't want to go back to the way things were. Dad, didn't you say that as long as I'm willing to come back, I can inherit the Su family company and never have to suffer again? You're lying, you can't do this to me. Su Jia has clearly lost his mind. His dream of becoming a young master has been shattered. He has also become an unregistered resident because he was registered in the Su family household. Even his unflattering photos are circulating all over the internet. Although he couldn't hear the voice on the phone, he could tell from Su Tongda's pale face that there was no hope of recovery. At this moment, Su Jia could no longer hold back. He cried and wailed at Su Tongda like a madman. You're not my father. I don't want to be a son of the Su family. What Su family? I don't want to come back. You're all liars. Xiao Jia. Seeing that Su Jia was becoming somewhat deranged, Su Jiqing's expression also turned pale. They are indeed facing problems now, but these problems are only temporary. As long as their family stays together, she will be content even if they return to their previous simple life. But her own brother actually said such rebellious things. For a moment, Su Jiqing was overwhelmed with longing for Lin Feng. If Xiao Feng were still here, he would never have done this. I still remember those times when the company was losing money. Xiao Feng was under tremendous pressure, but still comforted them. He even took on a ride-hailing job at night to make a living. Compared to Lin Feng, Su Jiqing realized at this moment that her beloved younger brother, with whom she shared blood ties, was utterly despicable. Dad, Su Jiqing was about to suggest asking Lin Feng for help, but before she could finish speaking, she saw Su Tongda grit his teeth and fiercely say into the phone, Xing Chao, if you don't help me, I'll tell Lin Feng about that. It's better to fight to the death. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling, but his face was full of fear and lingering dread. Upon hearing this, Xing Chao on the other end of the phone suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Xing Chao, what the hell are you laughing at? Su Tongda, I laugh at you for being so pathetically stupid. Xing Chao wiped away his tears, his eyes instantly darkening as he coldly said, To tell you the truth, if it weren't for our years of friendship, I wouldn't have answered your call at all. You think the Lin family will let you off the hook? Su Tongda, I advise you to hurry up and run away with your wife and children. As far as I know, the Lin family is already on their way. Su Tongda stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What did you say? I said run. Stop talking nonsense. The Lin family has dispatched a guard team, and they're on their way to your house. However, if you're not in a hurry, why don't you guess whether the news later will say the Su family burned down or that their enemies wiped out the entire family? Ha ha ha. Beep beep beep. The call was disconnected. With a thud, Su Tongda's phone fell to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief, and a trembling panic spread through his entire body. Dad, what's wrong? Su Jiqing stepped forward, trembling, and shook her father with a face full of doubt. His body was shaken, and in an instant, Su Tongda reacted. Without bothering to explain, he hurriedly stood up and rushed to the cabinet, stuffing the 3 gold bars inside into his pocket while roaring at Su Jiqing. Quickly, pack your things and leave Beijing. Why, Dad, Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Su Tongda roared, his face contorted with rage. Su Jiqing was clearly frightened. She dared not ask any more questions and quickly pulled the delirious Su Jia into the bedroom. The basement level of the Lin family villa. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the person on the bed. Only her long, white hair proved that she was probably a woman. Linda slightly raised his hand, and behind him, Jason pushed him to the side of the bed. His hand landed on the arm of the skeletal figure on the bed, and his eyes held an unfathomable look as he said, Xiaofeng, this is your grandmother, Manhwa. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng gasped. Grandmother. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears and seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the person before him was the wife of the head of the 4 great families, the Lin family patriarch. Lin Feng frowned, moved closer, and asked, Why did she become like this? Instead of directly answering Lin Feng's question, Linda suddenly looked up, his gloomy gaze falling on Lin Feng, and asked with a hint of speculation, Little Feng, do you still remember the girl who saved you when you were little? Chapter 139. Should I play this card in my hand openly? His voice seemed to possess a penetrating magic, each word piercing into Lin Feng's heart. In an instant, Lin Feng felt his scalp tingle, as if a needle was piercing his nerves in his brain. He frowned deeply and silently shook his head. I don't remember. A knowing glint flashed in Linda's eyes. He sighed and said in a calm tone, It's normal not to remember. You were only a little kid back then, so it's perfectly normal to forget. As he spoke, he looked at Mu Huaya with immense tenderness and gently rolled up her sleeve. These words only intensified Lin Feng's doubts. He hated fighting and beating around the bush, so he went straight to the point and asked, So, Grandpa, are you saying that the Lin family found me a long time ago? His words were very direct, and also a test. The moment he finished speaking, Linda glanced at Lin Feng with considerable surprise, seemingly not expecting him to be so clever as to think of this so quickly. He nodded and said in a low voice, Yes, but I couldn't bring you back then. Your grandmother's family kept pressuring me. If I brought you back, they would cut off your grandmother's medication. This is utterly absurd. The Lin family is one of the 4 great families, and ranked first among them. Have his grandmother's family members lost their minds and are so resistant? But the power struggles within wealthy families are terrifying. The grudges of the previous generation have dragged on for so long, turning a living, breathing person into this state. Lin Feng didn't bother to find out more. He was rather emotional. Thankfully, he hadn't planned to stay here from the beginning. Otherwise, he probably would have been forced into this struggle as well. But then why did you make such a big fuss to bring me back? I don't want the Lin family's inheritance. By doing this, aren't you cutting off Grandma's medication? No. Linda shook his head, looking at Lin Feng with hopeful eyes. Xiao Feng, do you know? The girl who saved you before is the daughter of a family of doctors. I only found out about half a month ago that she had actually been looking for you all along. Lin Feng was shocked. Looking for me? Yes. Linda nodded, his eyes filled with eagerness. It's all just a coincidence. I'll host a family dinner for you in a few days, and I'll invite her there, so you can meet her. Ask her to help you see a doctor for your grandmother. Lind almost said it aloud. He looked at Lin Feng with hopeful eyes, even staring at him expectantly, but Lin Feng shook his head in response to that eager gaze. Grandpa, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not a pawn in anyone's game. He would never compromise for anyone. No matter how tragic your background is, it has nothing to do with me. Besides, since your Lin family found me early on, you haven't offered even the slightest bit of secret assistance. He understands that he can't take them home, but over the years, your Lin family hasn't even offered an olive branch. Yet now you want me to compromise and help? There's no such logic in the world. If you give birth but don't raise the child, it's better not to give birth at all. To feel sorry for others is to take on their fate. Pity is such a cheap sentiment. Linda never expected Lin Feng to be so cold-hearted. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes, and he said incredulously, She's your grandmother. Yeah. Lin Feng met the old man's gaze without flinching and said coldly, I have never enjoyed the treatment of a Lin family descendant. Why do you think I would be grateful? With a single sentence, he silenced Lin's words. Without a doubt, Lin Feng was right. The Lin family truly lacked the power to force Lin Feng to compromise. His past experiences had shaped his aloofness and indifference. It's Grandpa's fault. Linda covered his face, sobbed a few times, and looked at Lin Feng pleadingly. Even if Grandpa begs you, as long as you agree to meet that girl, Grandpa will never force you to do anything you don't want to do again. The scene of him being humble and subservient in front of the old man, who was like a king. To be honest, Lin Feng still wanted to refuse. But the Lin family's power is undeniable, and it wouldn't be reasonable for him to be so ignorant of the rules, especially since the old man only asked him to meet that girl, which wasn't an unreasonable request. He also wanted to know how he had been rescued in his early years. Under Linda's intense gaze, Lin Feng finally nodded. Okay, I will go see him. Very good. Linda burst into tears of joy. He looked at Lin Feng with a face full of relief and was about to say something when Jason's phone rang. He wiped away his tears and looked at Jason. Jason picked up his phone, answered the call, and then hung up a moment later. Master, the Chu family has learned that the young master has returned and they want to see him. Hearing Jason's words, a look of surprise flashed across Linda's face. Kid, You have a story with the Chu family? Oh, Lin Feng's lips twitched, and the image of that crazy woman, Chu Ling Shuang, flashed through his mind. He nodded silently. Then let's go meet him, Linda said with a smile. Jason, go arrange a car for the young master. Yes, Jason responded, gesturing towards the elevator outside the secret room. Young master, please. Lin Feng sighed, glanced at Jason, and strode towards the door of the secret room. As he stared at Linda's departing figure, the smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by an unfathomable depth. He held onto the wheelchair with both hands, his gaze sweeping across the corridor, and watched as Lin Feng entered the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, a cold, expectant smile crept onto his lips. He glanced at Mu Huaya, who lay sprawled on the bed like a corpse, and his voice, neither loud nor soft, echoed in the secret room. Mu Huiqing, your good grandson has grown up. I'm really looking forward to it. Tell me, should I play this card in my hand openly? Ha ha ha, I forgot, you're already dead. Dead people can't talk. Why didn't my grandfather approve of my parents being together? In the elevator going up, Lin Feng only asked this one question. Jason didn't even turn his head, just stared blankly at the elevator door and said, Cheetah Fei-o. It means that the two families are not a good match. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. This is really interesting. He looks down on his birth mother, and now he wants him to compromise. Lin really knows how to play the game. Originally, Lin Feng thought that finding his ancestors and pleasing them would solve the problem, but it was clear that the Lin family situation was not what he had expected. As the head of the family, Linda's thoughts were not so simple. However, he didn't have the mind to care about Linda. He still had 10 million left. While he was compromising with the Lin family these days, he would think of a way to make some money and then find an opportunity to run away. There's no such thing as so much trouble in the world. It was midday, and as Lin Feng passed by the restaurant, he caught a glimpse of Lin Haixian and his father preparing to eat. Lin Haixian glared at him angrily, but Lin Yi's expression was unreadable. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and waved to Lin Haixian in a good mood. As he crossed the restaurant entrance, he heard chopsticks being slammed down and Lin Yi cursing angrily inside. Dad, that damned nephew provoked me. You damn fool. Eat your food. Why are you talking so much? Chapter 140. You're the one who seduced my daughter? Young master, Uncle Wang will escort you to the Chu family. Jason bowed slightly to Lin Feng in front of the black Bentley. Wang Shu, who had been waiting by the car, opened the back door and gestured for people to come in. Lin Feng nodded slightly, said nothing more, and bent down to get into the car. As the car drove out of the Lin family estate, many reporters were still gathered around, whispering among themselves. Lin Feng noticed several bodyguards in black standing in front of the villa gate, maintaining order. It seems this news has generated quite a bit of buzz. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, leaned back in his chair, and squinted. They remained silent the entire way. After a 1.5-hour drive, we arrived at the Chu family manor. Wang Shu rolled down the car window, nodded to the security guard at the gate, and after being allowed to pass, drove the vehicle into the manor. This was Lin Feng's first time visiting the Chu family's manor. The entire estate stretched as far as the eye could see. It took a full 10 minutes just to get from the entrance to the villa. It was even more magnificent than Chu Ling Shuang's lakeside villa. If all of this hadn't actually happened before his eyes, Lin Feng would never have believed that he could one day come to such a place. Compared to the Chu family, the Lin family couldn't even compare to half of them. Wang Shu was clearly not a first-timer here. He knew the way well and drove his vehicle to the front of the villa. Young master, this is the place. I'll wait for you in the car. He muttered something to himself, then got out of the car and opened the door for Lin Feng. Inside the villa, 2 bodyguards came forward and bowed to Lin Feng. Young Master Lin, the master and madam have been waiting in the living room for quite some time. Lin Feng nodded slightly, got out of the car, and followed them into the villa. Upon entering the hall, before he could even examine the interior closely, a graceful and elegant woman in a dark cheongsam approached with a smile, took Lin Feng's hand, and said with a smile, I knew this kid was good. Honey, look at him. His physique is just like yours back in the day. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he subconsciously followed her gaze into the inner hall. A middle-aged man sat on the sofa with a serious expression, his sharp gaze sweeping back and forth over Lin Feng. As if everything was seen through, a sense of oppression instantly descended. Needless to say, these two should be Chu Ling Shuang's parents. Lin Feng, being very polite, bowed to the two of them and said, "Greetings, sir and madam, I am Lin Feng." He did not consider himself the young master of the Lin family. These words made Chun Wanqing's eyes light up. The title madam really touched her heart. She covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes full of satisfaction with Lin Feng. She nodded repeatedly and pulled Lin Feng into the house, saying, "Sit down, child. Would you like something to drink? I'll have sisterly prepare it." Noticing the middle-aged woman serving him, Lin Feng said humbly, "Plain water is fine. Thank you, madam." Okay. Chun Wanqing smiled and instructed the maid to prepare. As Lin Feng sat down on the sofa, he felt a chill run down his spine. From the moment he entered the room, the man's scrutinizing gaze had never left him. Even when facing Linda, he had never felt such a powerful sense of oppression. He squinted slightly, pondering what kind of opening remarks he could come up with to avoid a dull moment. Unexpectedly, Chun Wanqing, who had sat down next to Chu Tianli, slapped his arm and complained, "Honey, aren't you eager to see the child? Why aren't you saying anything?" Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked up to meet Chu Tianli's gaze. That gaze seemed to pierce through everything, going straight into Lin Feng's heart. In an instant, Lin Feng realized that the man in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. To be honest, it's not easy to talk to. Really? Chu Tianli's gloomy voice rang out, filled with an immediate burst of anger. "You're the one who seduced my daughter?" "Huh." Lin Feng was taken aback, looking at Chu Tianli with surprise. "Me?" Chu Tianli's sharp gaze swept over Lin Feng, making Lin Feng's scalp tingle. He felt as if he was about to be dragged out and beaten to death at any moment. "No, what do you mean by seduction?" "He didn't. Don't talk nonsense. How can that be called seduction? Besides, it was Chu Ling Shuang who forcibly kidnapped him, leaving him no room to survive. He was the victim." Just as Lin Feng was about to explain, he heard Chu Tianli's gloomy voice ring out again. "How dare you sit here?" His voice, filled with gritted teeth and boundless rage, stared directly at Lin Feng. The next second, he shouted angrily, "Kneel down." The sound was like a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting, shaking the entire hall. Chun Wanqing's expression froze, and just as she was about to speak, Chu Tianli's sinister voice rang out again. "You are not allowed to speak up for him." Chun Wanqing awkwardly shut her mouth, looking at Lin Feng with trepidation. Two gazes simultaneously fell upon Lin Feng, as if two mountains were pressing down on him in an instant. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again, his eyes now filled with fearlessness. He straightened his back and said to Chu Tianli, "Mr. Chu, I think you've misunderstood. I did not seduce your daughter." "Presumptuous. Could it be that my daughter seduced you? How can you, a grown man, not even have a shred of responsibility?" If Lin Feng thought Chu Tianli was testing him just now, he was not at all now. His anger was about to burst out, as if Chu Tianli would immediately order his men to drag him out if he dared to say a single word. But Lin Feng has always been outspoken. He has no real ability, and apart from his face and physique, he has no redeeming qualities whatsoever. All he has is a life. He wouldn't hesitate between humbly seeking approval and deliberately trying to please others. He would only choose to follow his heart. Meeting Chu Tianli's angry gaze, Lin Feng said calmly, "Please don't confuse the issue, Mr. Chu. This matter has nothing to do with responsibility. If you use this to attack me, I think it's unnecessary. Because your attack is meaningless to me, I have no power to fight back. He is upright and honest, and the question of right and wrong is entirely up to you, Chu Tianli. However, there is one thing. He will not accept any moral blackmail." In an instant, Chu Tianli experienced the feeling of punching cotton. He had considered whether Lin Feng would confront him head-on or kneel down as he suggested. He would admire the former and despise the latter, but the idea that it was none of his business was a path he had never considered. This kid is really cunning. Chu Tianli raised an eyebrow coldly, his anger undiminished as he retorted, "Aren't you afraid I'll have someone drag you out and torture you? If that's the case, That would be fun. Lin Feng suddenly laughed. The prestigious Chu family, attacking the young master of the Lin family who has just returned to a wealthy family. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Chu Tianli and continued with a rather flippant tone. So you think my life is worth the Chu family's reputation? Chapter 141. Treat this place like your own home. The atmosphere in the hall instantly plummeted to freezing point. Chen Wanqing looked at Lin Feng with some surprise, seemingly not expecting him to say such a thing. Similarly, Chu Tianli was also somewhat incredulous, not because of Lin Feng's arrogant tone, but because of the meaning behind his words. Do you think the Chu family's reputation is more important than your life? In the heat of the moment, Chu Tianli pressed on, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng, eager to hear his answer. Otherwise what? Lin Feng frankly admitted, his eyes showing no fear. I don't think I'm worth much. You have now been taken back to the Lin family. Chu Tianli couldn't help but mention it, his gaze becoming even more intense. What does the Lin family have to do with me? They can just throw me away or look me up whenever they want. Why should I be grateful to a family like that? The conversation died there. Chu Tianli took a deep breath. The anger that had just ignited had vanished. He gave Lin Feng a deep look and said to Chen Wanqing, Wanqing, go and see how the lunch preparations are going. Chen Wanqing wanted to say something more, but when she met Chu Tianli's gaze, she nodded in understanding. Good. After Chen Wanqing left, Chu Tianli's gaze fell on Lin Feng again. Unlike the previous examination, this time, there was a touch of melancholy. Child, come with me. He slowly got up and walked towards the study. Lin Feng frowned slightly, not understanding why Chu Tianli would give him such a look, but given the circumstances, he silently got up and followed Chu Tianli to the study. Seemingly sensing Lin Feng's nervousness, Chu Tianli smiled and offered a word of advice. Relax here, don't be so tense, I'm not going to eat you. In stark contrast to her previous tone, it seemed she had already accepted him. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to Chu Tianli, saying, Mr. Chu, I apologize. I was a bit rash just now. His composure and humility were quite admirable to Chu Tianli. Closing the study door, Chu Tianli turned around and said calmly, Child, you don't seem to value your life much. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback, a look of disbelief appearing on his face. You can't do that. Life is the most precious thing. You should cherish it, not destroy it or gamble with it. Without a doubt, Chu Tianli's words struck a chord with Lin Feng. Over time, Lin Feng appeared to be an open and uninhibited person, but in reality, every step he took was a desperate gamble. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Old ginger is spicier. But, why are you telling me all this? He asked. Chu Tianli suddenly smiled, his gaze on Lin Feng becoming even more amiable, even tinged with a hint of longing. It's nothing, just teaching you to love yourself. Otherwise, your father will be disappointed. Father? Lin Feng was stunned, and subconsciously asked, You know my father? It's more than just knowing each other. A hint of sadness flashed across Chu Tianli's eyes. He walked straight to the cabinet in the study, turned the mechanism, and a small square drawer appeared on the top shelf. He reached out and took out a photo album from the drawer, handing it to Chu Tianli. Your father and I were both border guards in our younger years. Upon taking the photo album and opening it, Lin Feng saw a young Chu Tianli and a young man with similar eyes to his. The name was labeled below the photo. Lin Jinyong. Your father's squad was wiped out by the enemy in a battle while covering my squad. This is the last thing he left behind. As he spoke, he handed 2 red lucky ropes to Lin Feng, explaining, These are gifts your father bought at the border market. He hasn't had time to mail them yet, so the gift has been left unsold until now. Upon receiving these messages for the first time, Lin Feng was not particularly moved. After all, they were all people he had never met before. Besides his heart suddenly racing, what he was even more curious about was, the Chu family members are also going to be soldiers? Chu Tianli had thought Lin Feng would be deeply moved, perhaps even to tears, but his thoughts jumped around so quickly that Chu Tianli couldn't keep up. He gave Lin Feng a deep look and explained, It's a family trial. You don't have to participate, but it would just be illegitimate. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Feng and said with a hint of teasing, It was also your Aunt Chun who encouraged me. Oh, Lin Feng nodded, carefully looked through the photo album, and then closed it. Mr. Chu Yu. Before he could finish his question, Chu Tianli interrupted him forcefully, saying, "Just call me uncle. Why be so polite?" Lin Feng's lips twitched, but he still addressed him respectfully. "All right, Uncle Chu, have you contacted me or my biological mother since then?" "Of course we looked for it." Chu Tianli's eyes were rather deep. "When we found your mother, she was already suffering from severe mental problems. In order not to upset her, we could only secretly help her family and your sister. As for you, child, after I returned from the team, I sent people to search for me for a full 12 years. He didn't continue speaking. Lin Feng already knew the outcome. The whole thing has been pieced together. The only thing I don't understand is how the Lin family managed to avoid the Chu family spies, but that's all in the past, and Lin Feng doesn't want to talk about it anymore. He silently tied the lucky red string around his wrist. Seeing his actions, Chu Tianli smiled kindly. He stepped forward, patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, and said with great satisfaction, "Child, from now on, the Chu family is your family. Just tell your uncle if you need anything." The meaning of this is self-evident. Before Lin Feng could even process what was happening, Chu Tianli pulled him out of the study. In the restaurant, Chen Wanqing had already instructed the servants to prepare lunch. Seeing her husband holding Lin Feng's arm affectionately, Chen Wanqing immediately smiled. "Hey, you wouldn't let me speak just now, but now you're acting like family." Completely changing their tense standoff, Chu Tianli jogged over, grabbed Chen Wanqing's shoulders, and said, "My dear wife, I was wrong. I promise I'll never be mean to you again." Chen Wanqing playfully crossed her arms and said, "Humph, who believes your nonsense? How about I take you to Iceland to go sledding in a few days? That's more like it." Seeing this incredibly sweet scene, Lin Feng was speechless. Seemingly realizing that there was someone else present, Chen Wanqing belatedly reacted. Her face flushed as she smiled and said, "Xiao Feng, sit down. Don't be shy. Make yourself at home." Sit down." Chu Tianli nodded repeatedly. This scene warmed Lin Feng's heart. He nodded and, without further ado, sat down in the guest seat. As the maid served food, Chen Wanqing's voice rang out again, and these words made Lin Feng, who had just picked up his chopsticks to eat, tense up. "Hey Xiaofeng, has your Uncle Chu told you when he's getting engaged to our daughter?" Chapter 142, I actually think the two of them are quite a good match. Well, the image of Chu Ling Shuang flashed through Lin Feng's mind, and he instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Chu Tianli gave Lin Feng a deep look, then smiled and said, "Wife, don't worry, they're right here. How could they run away?" Although he said this with a smile, Chu Tianli's eyes kept lingering on Lin Feng, as if he were staring at prey, making Lin Feng's scalp tingle. Chen Wanqing said coquettishly, "How can I not be anxious? Our daughter has been wild for so many years, and she has finally found someone she likes." "What? Are you, her father, jealous?" "How could this be?" Chu Tianli said with a smile, his gaze falling on Lin Feng, and he asked with considerable enthusiasm, "Little Feng, how did you meet my daughter? You kept it a secret so well." Lin Feng swallowed hard. At this moment, he didn't even dare to touch his chopsticks. Meeting Chu Tianli and Chen Wanqing's curious gazes, he cautiously said, "It was a rainy night. I was forcibly kidnapped by your daughter." Of course, he didn't say the last part aloud, because you really can't talk about this in front of someone's parents. "Then this is a match made in heaven for you two." Chen Wanqing's eyes sparkled, as if she were reminiscing about her younger self. "I met your Uncle Chu at the racetrack back then. Your Uncle Chu's racing skills were terrible. He could never beat me." Looking at Chen Wanqing's rather proud face, Chu Tianli didn't say anything, but his eyes were full of doting affection. "I saw with my own eyes that Chu Ling Shuang's parents had a very good relationship, and were even a little mischievous. It's just that this kind of family raised Chu Ling Shuang to be aloof, and even somewhat crazy." Lin Feng couldn't help but say, "Uncle Chu, Mrs. Chen, I don't have any plans to get married yet." Even if he shouldn't say it, he has to say it anyway. Just look at Chu Tianli and Chen Wanqing to see that if two people love each other, being together is happiness. If they don't love each other, it's a form of confinement. In particular, even if two people love each other, being together does not necessarily guarantee happiness. The chances of that are too slim. More importantly, he doesn't like Chu Lingshuang at all. At most, he's just someone I know. Feelings are something that cannot be defined by force. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanqing became anxious. Xiaofeng, you're about the same age as our daughter. If you marry our daughter, the Chu family will be your backing. At this point, Chen Wanqing raised an eyebrow, her face suddenly tightening. Could it be that you look down on our daughter? Instantly, the atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. Lin Feng quickly said, No, Mrs. Chun, you've misunderstood, Before he could finish speaking, Chu Tianli interrupted. Wife, don't rush, I don't think Xiaofeng meant that. As he spoke, he gestured for the servants beside him to leave, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Undoubtedly, they wanted to hear Lin Feng's explanation. Lin Feng naturally knew that this day would come sooner or later. He took a deep breath, suddenly stood up, bowed to the two of them, and explained without fear. I don't like being forced into a relationship. I don't think I'm qualified to love anyone right now, and I don't want to be distracted. Please forgive me, Mr. Chu and Mrs. Chun. This time, he used polite language, showing no sign of trying to get close to him. These words, however, caused Chu Tianli's eyes to darken. But Chen Wanqing wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Chu Tianli. Wanqing, he called out, then gently shook his head and looked at Lin Feng. Let's eat first. After we eat, let Lily pick out some clothes for you. You've only just returned to the Lin family, and there are many inconveniences in your life. Just tell her if you need anything. Chen Wanqing nodded knowingly, looked at Lin Feng, and said with some concern, You must be exhausted after being away for so long. Let's not talk about that now. Let's eat, take a bath afterward, and get a good night's sleep tonight. Hearing this, Lin Feng raised his eyes slightly, quite moved. In contrast, when he returned to the Lin family, although the old master of the Lin family did not mistreat him, everything he did was from the perspective of the Lin family. The Chu family, a place he had never been to before, were showing concern for him. Although his father may have played a part in this, it was only natural for him to accept the results of the previous generation's arduous struggle, because these are the innate conditions they created for him. Thank you, Mr. Chu and Mrs. Chun. Lin Feng gave a very formal response, then sat down in the chair and began to eat. At the dinner table, Chen Wanqing watched Lin Feng eat and tried to speak several times, but Chu Tianli interrupted her each time. She had so much to say but couldn't say it, and she was extremely anxious. After Lin Feng finished eating and left, Chen Wanqing couldn't hold back any longer. Honey, what do you mean? I think this child is quite good. He's polite and knows how to behave. Ran is always so impulsive. She just needs a child like Lin Feng to discipline her. They're such a perfect match. Why didn't you let me finish what I was saying? Before she could finish speaking, Chu Tianli flicked her forehead. Wanqing, you've been going out to play every day these past few years. You've probably lost your mind. He said with eyes full of affection. Didn't you notice that Lin Feng has a knot in his heart? Instantly, Chen Wanqing lost her voice. Chu Tianli sighed and said slowly, I just had a brief chat with him in the study. This child's inner conflict is the same as Ling Shuang's. You mean? Chen Wanqing's face was pale, and she half covered her face, looking at Chu Tianli in disbelief. Do you remember how Ling Shuang changed after what happened when she was 7 years old? How could I not remember? Mentioning this, a trace of sadness flashed across Chen Wanqing's eyes. It was a past she least wanted to mention, but why are you bringing this up? Could it be that Lin Feng also? No. Chu Tianli gently shook his head and said, the two of them are completely opposite. After that incident, Ling Shuang always liked to use extreme methods to deprive him of his rights, but Xiaofeng was the opposite. He liked to run away. The two of them do have one thing in common. They both like to calculate gains and losses in terms of interests. To be honest, I think the two of them are quite a good match. At this point, Chu Tianli suddenly smiled. However, on the other hand, I do think Lin Feng is a good kid. Think about it. When he was kicked out of the Su family, he didn't seek revenge. It shows that he is grateful. Later, when the Su family repeatedly made trouble, he produced evidence to fight back, catching the Su family off guard. This shows his ability. If Ran marries someone like that in the future, her impulsive personality might be corrected, and she might even be able to help her sister with some things. making Ling Shuang's life less difficult. Hearing this, Chen Wanqing laughed and said, "After all that, I thought you didn't approve. But this kind of knot in your heart is not easy to untie. After all, Ling Shuang has been like this for so many years." Chapter 143, You Can't Escape. There's no rush. Ling Shuang has her own destiny. As her parents, we should just do our best. Chu Tianli responded, and with a touch of heartache, he raised his hand to rub Chen Wanqing's back. "Sigh, this is a bit difficult." Chen Wanqing frowned, and then a thought flashed through her mind. "How about this? I'll call Ran now and ask her to come home for dinner. We can talk, and then let the two children talk to each other alone. It shouldn't be a big problem." "Okay." Chu Tianli nodded in agreement, adding, "Tell Ling Shuang to come back when she has time, and show her face to her future brother-in-law." "Become." Chen Wanqing nodded and went to prepare with a smile. Lin Feng intended to leave after leaving the restaurant, since he wasn't a member of the Chu family, and it wouldn't be proper for him to take a bath in someone else's home. But before he even reached the gate, Lily greeted him with a smile and handed him the tablet she was holding. "Young master, these are all men's clothing. Just add them to your cart, and someone will deliver them to your door shortly." Glancing at the tablet, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. "Thank you, Aunt Li. I'll head back now. Please tell Mr. Chu and Mrs. Chun that I'll come to visit again when I have time." He had no airs of a young master, and spoke very politely. This made Li Li's eyes light up. She hurriedly said, "Young master, this is what the master and madam instructed. They hope you can stay here tonight." "Stay here?" Lin Feng exclaimed. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? He's a young master of the Lin family, just brought back to the Lin family, barely settled in, and he's already staying at the Chu family's house for his very first night. "Don't worry," Mr. Lin agrees. "Your driver, Wang Shu, has already gone back to report." She didn't say how she would get Lin Feng to leave, but her words implied that he was trapped in the Chu family villa. "I never expected the Chu family parents to be so hospitable." Since that's the case, he couldn't say anything more, so he could only nod and take the tablet. "Okay." Open the tablet, and a simulator pops up on the screen, displaying the latest season's haute couture clothing. Looking at it, the average price is over several $100,000. Compared to this, the little money in his account is nothing. But different people have different desires, and Lin Feng wasn't interested in these luxury goods. He randomly selected a few ordinary items and added them to his shopping cart, then handed the tablet to Li Li. Looking at the clothes Lin Feng had chosen in the shopping cart, a hint of surprise appeared in Li Li's eyes. But soon, her surprise turned into appreciation. She smiled, closed the tablet, and said respectfully to Lin Feng, "Young master, you may take a bath first. Your clothes will be delivered shortly." Since things had come to this point, Lin Feng couldn't say anything more. He nodded and said, "Okay." Lakeview Villa. It was a rare occasion for the two young ladies to come home for dinner at the same time. Inside the villa, Wang Ma and more than a dozen servants were busy working on the side, making it an unprecedentedly large event. During the meal, Chu Yunran's phone suddenly rang. Chu Ling Shuang slightly raised her eyes. "It's Mom." Chu Yunran glanced at the incoming call and muttered something unpleasantly before answering the phone. "Huh? I'm with my sister now? Going home tonight. Can I not go back? A surprise?" "Okay, just don't do anything scary." "All right, I got it." After hanging up the phone, Chu Yunran glanced at Chu Ling Shuang, who was looking at her out of the corner of her eye, and pouted. "Mom said she prepared a surprise for me, and also said that if you have time, sister, you can come back with me." As she spoke, she looked up at the sky and sighed, appearing distressed. Why did my parents suddenly come back? Weren't they on vacation abroad? Chu Ling Shuang didn't say anything, just quietly ate her meal while watching Chu Yunran go crazy. After the seizure ended, Chu Yunran picked at her food, looking at her older sister with a pleading expression. "Sis, can you come back with me? I'm afraid Mom will do one of those weird things to scare me again." Chu Ling Shuang glanced at it indifferently, put down her fork, picked up the mouthwash and towel beside her, and rinsed her mouth elegantly. "Sis, please come back with me. Dad will definitely be there too. I'm scared." Chu Yunran also put down her chopsticks, put her small hands together in front of her face, and rubbed them vigorously, looking pleading. "I haven't seen them for quite some time now." Chu Ling Shuang's voice was cold as she glanced at Wang Ma and said indifferently, "Go prepare the car. We'll depart this afternoon." Wang Ma replied, "Yes." Chu Yunran immediately became excited. "Thank you, sis. I love you the most." She stood up and rushed over, trying to give Chu Ling Shuang a bear hug, but Chu Ling Shuang dodged it by tiptoeing and moving her chair back. She lost her balance and almost fell, but luckily she reacted quickly and grabbed the table. The servants around seemed to have gotten used to this scene. Chu Yunran stared blankly at her older sister with an awkward smile. Chu Ling Shuang's expression was indifferent. She gracefully crossed one leg over the other, her eyes cold and fierce, as if issuing a warning. "Don't disappoint me at the banquet in a few days." "No problem, no problem. Don't worry, sis." Chu Yunran responded with a smile. After finishing her meal, Chu Ling Shuang went to her workroom and processed some computer files. As she picked up the paper contract on the table again, Lin Feng's figure suddenly flashed before her eyes. At the hotel on the resort island, Lin Feng sat obediently beside her, occasionally discussing the contract's annotations with her. When she was tired, he would pick up the snacks on the table, hold them between his fingers, and carefully feed them to her lips. She unconsciously raised her hand and touched her lips, but the moment her fingertips touched them, she woke up with a start. "The space in front of me is empty." Without Lin Feng, there was no tenderness either. The seal lay flat on the table, still bearing Lin Feng's fingerprints. He said he would never leave her in this lifetime. Chu Ling Shuang was a little dazed, gently supporting her head with her hand as she gazed at the perfect profile picture set as her phone's wallpaper. She suddenly laughed, but her eyes flashed with an unprecedented aggression. "You can't escape now, my good puppy. In this lifetime, you can only belong to me." Lin Feng, who had just taken a shower, was wearing pajamas and taking a nap in the room that Li Li had prepared for him. He was sleeping soundly when he suddenly trembled all over and woke up with a start. He subconsciously raised his hand, looked at his somewhat numb palm, and his face showed disbelief. Was it a dream? He couldn't be sure if, in the dream he had just had, he was imprisoned on a wooden bed with his hands and feet shackled and spread out in a starfish position. Then, a dense current of electricity passed through his body. Meanwhile, a male voice could be heard lingering nearby from time to time. I didn't hear what he said, but the dream felt so real. Chapter 144. It seems he protected them too well. At this point, Lin Feng had lost the desire to continue sleeping. He turned to his side and subconsciously reached for the headboard, but suddenly remembered that his phone was still with the production crew. Now that he has left the show, he feels a little uncomfortable without his phone. After hesitating for a long time, he finally got up and opened the bedroom door. "Young master, is there anything you need?" At the door, a maid was tidying up the dining table in the second-floor living room. When she saw Lin Feng come out, she greeted him very respectfully. Lin Feng scratched his head and said frankly, "Do you have a spare phone or something? I forgot to bring my phone." "Please wait a moment, young master. I'll go prepare it for you now." The maid responded and went out with the tray. Before long, a brand new mobile phone appeared in front of Lin Feng. It was the latest model. Without a SIM card, he couldn't access Green Bubble, so he could only log into QQ, which he hadn't used for years after verification. Since starting work, Lin Feng has rarely used the QQ app, and the contacts on it are still the same ones he used to have. As soon as he clicked on it, he saw several red dots pop up, all of them marketing account ads and spam emails in his inbox. After clicking no more reminders, one by one, Lin Feng noticed that Zhou Meng had sent him dozens of messages. "Xiao Feng, why can't I get through to you on WeChat? Reply to my message quickly. Something happened to your sister. It's extremely urgent. Xiao Feng, please reply to this message." Such messages filled the chat window. Lin Feng lay half reclined on the bed, his fingertips tracing patterns on the screen. He had met Zhou Meng once before. She was the best friend of Su Pansy, the second daughter of the Su family, and the two had gone abroad to study together in their early years. The fact that Zhou Meng is so anxious suggests that something must have happened to Su Pansy. These messages were all sent in the last few days. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow with interest regarding what would happen to the Su family afterward. However, he did not reply to Zhou Meng's message. He didn't like to meddle in other people's business. He just glanced at it briefly and then went back to watching videos. He didn't need to cause trouble for himself in such a nice environment. He shifted into a more comfortable position and had just settled down when a phone call pop-up appeared on his phone screen. It was Zhou Ming calling via QQ. Lin Feng was too lazy to answer. He was about to swipe up the incoming call when his hand slipped and he accidentally pressed the hang-up button. This was tantamount to telling Zhou Ming directly that he was using Penguin. Immediately afterwards, messages from Zhou Ming kept popping up. Xiaofeng, why aren't you answering the phone? Your sister is in trouble. Reply to my message quickly. Unable to bear these messages any longer, Lin Feng opened QQ, intending to delete and block them all to get some peace and quiet. However, Zhou Ming's next message surprised him. Your sister has been scammed and is currently being held captive on the film set. Our semester is almost over, and her visa is about to expire. Whether it was a lie or not, Lin Feng didn't care. However, the words film set caught Lin Feng's eye. Opening Zhou Ming's chat window, Lin Feng replied with a curious, on set. You finally replied. Let's talk on the phone. It's hard to explain in words. Zhou Ming sent a message, followed immediately by a phone call. This time, out of curiosity, Lin Feng pressed the answer button. Xiaofeng, Z has been scammed by those people. You have to think of something. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Ming's voice, tinged with sobs, rang out. Lin Feng slightly raised his eyes and asked calmly, What's the matter? Zhou Ming wiped away her tears and said haltingly, Before, someone at school advertised that you could get paid for acting. Azzy ran out of money, and you guys hadn't transferred any more to her, so she went to take on acting roles, and then, turns out that the film set was packed with people. After Azzy finished filming the first scene, she paused for a few moments, then said with great grievance, Those people didn't pay Azzy after they finished, and now they're keeping her here, saying they'll only pay her when she makes 3 more films. But her visa is about to expire, and those people said they could find a way to keep her even if it expires. In short, they just won't let her go. Hearing this, Lin Feng was slightly taken aback. Although what he said wasn't very clear, as an adult, he naturally understood it. After what happened to the Su family, he could roughly guess that Su Pansy would soon return to China because she had no money, but he never expected that Su Pansy would actually take on a film role. Filming within China is still not transparent, let alone filming abroad. This is something you can just accept any time. At this moment, he wasn't feeling sorry or anxious. He just found it a little funny. The Su family's 3 daughters are truly useless. He's only been gone a few months, and they're all acting like grown-up children, completely clueless. It seems he protected them too well. Seeing that Lin Feng remained silent, Zhou Ming grew anxious and yelled into the phone. Xiaofeng, hurry up and think of a solution. What? Lin Feng was somewhat amused. He smiled and said, What can I do? Didn't she want to go and film the movie herself? No, Azzy was also deceived. Seemingly not expecting Lin Feng to say that, Zhou Ming was clearly somewhat unsure of herself. Lies. Lin Feng sneered. Come on, let me ask you, didn't she know the process before filming the first take? This. Zhou Ming's words were cut short. Indeed, who would have thought that they wouldn't pay her after filming, and that she would have to film 3 more movies before they would release them? Upon hearing her pause, Lin Feng instantly understood what had happened. He continued teasingly. If she weren't dreaming of getting rich quick, who could have fooled her? Besides, how come out of so many people, everyone else is fooled, but she is? You? Lin Feng's words directly caused Zhou Ming's CPU to overheat, leaving her stunned for a long time, unable to react. She knows the process, but she insisted on going to film it. What's the use of begging me now? Have you forgotten that I left with nothing? After a few words, Zhou Ming was completely dumbfounded. She never expected Lin Feng to be so heartless. Xiaofeng, how can you say that? Z is your sister, after all. None of my business. I'm hanging up now. Don't call again. Lin Feng finished speaking, and Zhou Ming immediately panicked on the other end of the phone. No. Xiaofeng, at least transfer some money. Z still hasn't paid me back the money she borrowed from me last month. Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly ended. Zhou Ming stared at her phone in disbelief. She turned back to look at Su Pansy, who was still lying weakly in bed, and said with a strange sense of anger, Su Pansy, didn't you say your brother would give you money? Now he's ignoring you. You'd better leave quickly and not stay here anymore. Chapter 145. Brother Lin, what are you doing here? Impossible. How could Xiaofeng abandon me? Su Pansy, somewhat dazed, forced herself to sit up. Give me your phone. I'll talk to him. What else is there to say? They've already blocked me. After glancing at her phone, Zhou Ming said angrily, Su Pansy, pack your things and get out of my apartment right now, and take all the things you've used. Xiaoming, how could you do this? I'm penniless, and my visa and passport are still in those people's hands. What am I supposed to do? Aren't we best friends? How dare you mention your sister? You owe me over 50,000 yuan, and I still took you in, and now you're saying it's my fault. You, get out of here right now, or I'll call the police. Emerging from Zhou Ming's apartment building, Su Pansy, dragging her suitcase, sat listlessly on the corner of the stairs. She couldn't get through to her family on the phone. Her last hope had been abandoned, and now she'd been kicked out by her best friend. She didn't understand why things had turned out this way. Seeing the news of Lin Feng's high-profile return to the wealthy family sweeping the internet, she was utterly devastated. Given Lin Feng's current status, he could easily save her from her suffering by simply throwing some money at her, but he refused to give her a single penny. Back then, Su Jie was just slandering him. If he had evidence, he should have presented it earlier. Why wait until now, making it almost impossible for them to survive? Lin Feng, you're too heartless. Sure enough, their ultimate goal was money. Lin Feng knew perfectly well that he had shut down QQ. These days, even childhood friends can lie, let alone classmates from college. As for Su Pansy being deceived, that has nothing to do with him. This is the path she chose herself. In all this time, Lin Feng didn't learn anything else, but he did learn one thing. Respect the fate of others and let go of the urge to help others. I can help you, but you have to show me your value first, otherwise why should I help you? There's no such thing as a free lunch. People are strange sometimes. Sometimes they even deceive themselves, yet they still fantasize that others won't lie to them. He pursed his lips, opened a short video app, and started scrolling through it while curled up in bed. Entertainment time is always short-lived. Before you know it, an afternoon has passed. Hearing footsteps outside the door, Lin Feng glanced at the time, 6 o'clock sharp. He put down his phone, stretched, got out of bed, and walked to the French windows to admire the sunset. The Chu family manor is indeed very large. Not far away, there is a huge fountain with a giant statue on top, and several gardeners are tending to the garden around it. Looking out from the villa, you can see a panoramic view of half of the estate. After watching for a few minutes, Lin Feng was about to leave when he turned his head and saw 2 cars driving in from outside. His brows furrowed immediately. He watched intently as the 2 cars slowly approached and stopped in front of the villa. The moment the 2 people who got out of the cars stepped out, a chill ran down his spine. It was Chu Lingshuang and Chu Yunran. He instantly understood why Chu's parents wanted him to stay for dinner. Chu's parents are anxious for him to get engaged to Chu Lingshuang, and now they've even called both of their daughters back. He has to go down and make things clear, or else he'll be finished. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly changed his clothes and went downstairs. Right at the entrance, he saw Chu Lingshuang and Chu Yunran walking in. Hey, Brother Lin, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Lin Feng, Chu Yunran immediately became happy, her eyes crinkling with laughter as she stepped forward and asked him curiously. Chu Lingshuang raised her eyes slightly, seemingly quite surprised, but the surprise quickly disappeared. After handing her handbag to the maid at the door, she walked arrogantly toward the sofa. She sat down on the sofa, raised her eyelids, picked up the teacup on the tray handed to her by the maid, and took a small sip. In every gesture, nobility and wickedness intertwine. The gaze swept over Lin Feng, and unintentionally, the chilling aura sent a shiver down Lin Feng's spine. Seeing that Lin Feng ignored her, Chu Yunran turned her head, and her gaze fell on the point where Lin Feng's and Chu Lingshuang's eyes met. She immediately understood and smiled, even calling out in a deliberately coquettish voice, "Brother Lin?" Lin Feng was startled by the interruption and subconsciously turned his head. "Brother Lin, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be back at the Lin family?" Chu Yunran blinked and looked up at him with a face full of curiosity. Lin Feng glanced at Chu Lingshuang, who had a haughty expression but kept glancing at him, and took a deep breath. Mr. Chu and Mrs. Chun invited me here. Your parents invited you over, but didn't tell me. Chu Yunran exclaimed immediately, realizing what was happening. Sister, could the surprise mom was talking about be Brother Lin? Chu Ling Shuang didn't speak, only looked at the two of them coldly, her eyes filled with an ambiguous emotion. Wait a minute, if there's going to be a surprise, it should be for you, not for me. Chu Yunran murmured something, and before she could react, she saw the elevator doors in the corridor open and Chun Wanqing walk out with a smile. My darlings, Mommy missed you so much. Chun Wanqing smiled and stepped forward, about to give Chu Yunran a hug, but the next second, she caught sight of Lin Feng standing to the side and immediately put on a stern face. Xiao Feng, why are you out here? And dressed so casually. What a great opportunity to meet. You should at least dress up. Seeing Chun Wanqing's sudden change in expression, Chu Yunran's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a strange sense of unease. She swallowed subconsciously and asked cautiously, Mom, what's the surprise you said you were going to prepare for me? Chun Wanqing chuckled coquettishly, patted Chu Yunran's head, and said, You'll find out later. As she spoke, she looked at Chu Ling Shuang and said with a hint of grievance, Shuang, I haven't seen Mommy for so long, and you won't even give Mommy a hug. Seemingly accustomed to this situation, Chu Ling Shuang remained calm, glancing coldly at her mother before holding her teacup and sipping it lightly. Her clear, dark eyes reflected the leaping flames, yet her gaze was icy cold. Seeing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Chun Wanqing's face, and she said with an awkward smile, Your father will be back soon. We'll talk about it at the dinner later. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Feng and said, Little Feng, come on, Annie will pick out some clothes for you. You're a child of a wealthy family now, you can't dress like this. Without giving Lin Feng a chance to refute, she walked straight to the elevator, gesturing for Lin Feng to come over. Before him stood Chu Yunran, who was brimming with words, and beside him, Chu Ling Shuang, who was glaring at him menacingly. Under these circumstances, Lin Feng took a deep breath and, steeling himself, followed Chun Wanqing into the elevator. Chapter 146. Oh my God, you almost killed me. As soon as Lin Feng and his mother entered the elevator and the doors closed, Chu Yunran's eyelids began to twitch violently. For some reason, she had a bad feeling about it. Since they became adults, their parents have been on vacation most of the time and rarely come back. But now, their return is just in time. Especially Lin Feng, who should have been at the Lin family's house, was at their house at the moment. Chu Yunran licked her lips uncomfortably, her heart pounding for no apparent reason, and asked, Sister, do you think the surprise Mom prepared might be for you? Chu Ling Shuang didn't respond, and just drank her tea with a cold and aloof expression. Chu Yunran ran up to her sister, her eyes flickering slightly, and asked with a hint of lingering fear, Sister, did Mom and Dad see the show featuring me and Brother Lin? At this point, Chu Ling Shuang's expression hardened. Instantly, a low pressure descended from all around. Chu Ling Shuang's fingertips rubbed the handle of the teacup, and her sharp, piercing eyes swept over Chu Yunran like a sword, chillingly cold. That look sent chills down Chu Yunran's spine instantly. Her face turned deathly pale, and she explained in a panic, Sister, please don't misunderstand. I absolutely have no feelings for Brother Lin. I just admire him. As she listened to her explanation, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes gradually darkened, a chilling possessiveness surging within them. Sister, you absolutely have to believe me. At this moment, Chu Yunran was completely panicked. She hurriedly raised her hand and nervously assured him, Brother Lin and I are completely innocent. I genuinely want him to be my brother-in-law. Staring at Chu Yunran, who was swearing an oath to her, Chu Ling Shuang's expression was inscrutable. She raised an eyebrow, downed her tea, and said coldly, You'd better tell the truth. Absolutely, Chu Yunran said confidently. When have you ever seen me alone with Brother Lin? Besides, sis, I'm your wingman. Chu Yunran wasn't making this up. These were truly her thoughts. My initial interaction with Lin Feng was indeed out of curiosity. I'm curious why my sister, who has always been indifferent to men, is so obsessed with one man. When she first met Lin Feng, she only thought he had a good-looking face and was a bit funny. She thought he was good for having fun, but he was not quite right for her sister. But the change in feelings occurred on that ship. At that time, Lin Feng, whose eyes were empty, attracted her with his detachment and indifference that seemed to see through everything. It was a very high realm that she had not yet entered. From that moment on, Chu Yunran felt that Lin Feng was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he was able to seduce his sister. Of course, she didn't say these words aloud. It wasn't that she didn't want to talk, but right now, her sister's gaze was too sharp. After just a few seconds of eye contact, a few drops of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She had only experienced this kind of oppressive feeling when she was a child and was caught playing with an official seal. She was terrified. Chu Ling Shuang slightly raised her hand, placed the teacup on the tray, and slowly stood up. Seeing this, Chu Yunran quickly said, "Sister, where are you going? I'll go with you. Please make sure no misunderstandings happen when she's not around." The pressure from her sister was no joke. In just that short time, she even imagined how gruesome her own death would be. Locker room. Chu Ling Shuang's cold voice rang out. "I'll go with you." Chu Yunran quickly stood up and followed closely behind her sister, patting her chest and saying, "Sister, don't worry. I'll call Mom out later and explain to her, which will give you two some alone time." Chu Ling Shuang glanced at Chu Yun ran out of the corner of her eye, but said nothing more. She stopped in front of the elevator, where the maid had already pressed the floor button. After getting on the elevator, the doors opened in a few seconds, and I stopped in front of the cloakroom on the 3rd floor. Just then, Chun Wanqing's voice rang out. "This outfit looks much better. Xiao Feng, you don't need to be so polite. These are all your Uncle Chu's old clothes. You two are about the same size, so just wear them." Chu Yunran's eyes flickered, and noticing that Chu Ling Shuang hadn't made a move yet, she quickly said, "Sister, let me do it." As she spoke, she knocked on the fitting room door and then opened it a crack. "Ran is here." Inside, Chun Wanqing walked in with a smile. Seeing her two daughters outside, her eyes narrowed into slits. "You silly child, look how anxious you are. Mom's just trying to help you with your unmarried life." She said this to Chu Yunran with a smile. But before she could finish speaking, Chu Yunran, who was so frightened, covered her mouth with one hand. Beside her, Chu Ling Shuang's face was indifferent, revealing neither joy nor anger. Her gaze lingered around the room, as if she were anxiously searching for that figure. "Oh my God, that almost killed me." Chu Yunran was trembling with fear. She held tightly to Chun Wanqing and pulled her outside, saying, "Mom, come out with me first. I have something urgent to tell you." "Ugh, you child." Through the gaps in her flimsy fingers, Chun Wanqing's intermittent voice rang out. Her eyes widened, and she took a step outside in great surprise. "Sister." Taking advantage of this moment, Chu Yunran quickly gave her older sister a meaningful look. Chu Ling Shuang glanced at it, and under Chun Wanqing's questioning gaze, she raised her hand, pushed open the door, and walked in openly. Before Chun Wanqing could speak, Chu Yunran quickly stepped forward and closed the door. Turning around in an instant, she angrily complained, "Mom, what the hell did you do? You almost killed me." Chun Wanqing pointed to the fitting room with a puzzled look, then said with some shock, Ran, you and your sister both like Xiaofeng?" Seeing Chu Yunran's astonished face, Chun Wanqing hurriedly said, "This won't do. Our family's conditions are fine, but this is too outrageous. Mom won't agree." "Mom, you..." Chu Yunran's expression had changed from lingering fear to speechlessness. Staring at Chun Wanqing, she forced out, "You should read less romance novels. You're so old, you're ruining your brain." Fitting room. She hadn't gone more than 2 steps when Chu Ling Shuang spotted Lin Feng standing in front of the mirror. The first thing that catches the eye is a crisp, elegant white shirt. The snow-white cuffs are peeking out as he adjusts the collar buttons, and 2 boat-shaped diamonds on the cuffs gleam with a cool light. He stood there in front of the mirror, bathed in the golden light streaming in from the floor-to-ceiling windows. The slightly sheer fabric subtly revealed the defined muscles of his upper body. It is a powerful and vigorous force with tension fully unleashed. He is indeed very good-looking. Even inexpensive fabrics cannot conceal its elegance, especially when paired with a haute couture gown. The subtle shimmering design exudes nobility in every detail. His poise and aloofness made it hard for Chu Ling Shuang to imagine what he was like during his student days. Perhaps this is what elegance is all about. Chapter 147 Tender Moments in the Fitting Room. Feeling a burning gaze, Lin Feng turned his head. Just then, he saw Chu Ling Shuang standing aloofly in the doorway, dressed in a black dress, her eyes burning with desire. He asked, somewhat surprised, "Why are you here?" He meant that he was changing clothes, and Chen Wanqing was also there, so it wasn't appropriate to be so direct. Chu Ling Shuang smiled slightly, her eyes burning with desire as she walked towards her. "Is there anywhere here that I can't go?" This is her home, so naturally, she can go wherever she wants. It was obvious that she had misunderstood him. Lin Feng explained, "I know, but I'm changing clothes right now and—" He gently raised his hand and pointed to the doorway. At the main entrance, the door was slightly ajar, and if you looked closely, you could still hear Chen Wanqing and Chu Yunran talking. This is not a good idea. Chu Ling Shuang didn't even bother to turn her head. She simply approached Lin Feng directly, her gaze falling on his Adam's apple and gradually sliding down. She suddenly raised her hand and touched the tie at his collar. "Fool." She chuckled and murmured something to herself. "That's not how you tie a tie." Her words carried a hint of teasing as she raised her hand and untied his awkward bow tie. Her small hand rested on his throat, touching him loosely and carefully, occasionally brushing against the skin of his neck. Slightly itchy. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel his Adam's apple bob. He lowered his head slightly and saw her earnest eyes. "I usually don't wear a tie with my suit." He offered a somewhat awkward explanation, glancing nervously toward the door. Chu Ling Shuang didn't respond again. She gently tied his bow tie with both hands, and as she pulled it upwards with the last step, her gaze also rose. She was displeased as she glanced past his absent-minded gaze. She gripped the tie tightly and pulled it down in a straight line. "Did I give you permission to be distracted?" Her fiery eyes were filled with anger. Lin Feng was forced to lower his head and meet her gaze. Mrs. Chun and the others, Before he could finish speaking, she forcibly cut him off. Lin Feng stared in shock. He really hadn't expected Chu Ling Shuang to be so bold as to leave the door open. The kiss ended. Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow and licked her lips as if she hadn't had enough, threatening him with an extremely domineering air. "If you get distracted again, I'll continue." "No, doesn't she act regardless of the occasion?" Lin Feng subconsciously swallowed, his mind already instinctively responding before he could fully register the words. "I was wrong." Chu Ling Shuang smiled with satisfaction, her eyes flashing slightly as she half-pushed Lin Feng away, then grabbed the cold belt and forced him to sit on the chair next to her. Lin Feng watched the crazy woman with considerable tension. After all, he had no way of predicting her next move. "Really?" Chu Ling Shuang rested her knees on his legs, her slender arms bracing against the cushion behind the head of his chair. "You look great dressed like that." She stared at him, her eyes sparkling with incomprehension, yet she praised him generously. "I like it." It was rare for Chu Ling Shuang to praise him. If only that extremely domineering statement hadn't come along. Lin Feng explained frankly, "This was chosen by Mrs. Chun. I'm not very good at picking out clothes." As he said this, Chu Ling Shuang's hands were not behaving properly. It slid down the collar and gradually landed on the second button of his snow-white shirt. "It's okay. I'll help you choose one next time." She indulged him and continued his words, her hand lingering among the buttons. "Until it falls to the last one." Lin Feng pressed her hand down. The door wasn't closed. He still offered a reminder. After all, he was in someone else's house, and he didn't want to do such a thing in front of their parents. Glancing at his well-defined, tightly clenched hands, Chu Ling Shuang smiled slightly. "So what?" Lin Feng was taken aback by her bluntness. Meeting Chu Ling Shuang's unreserved gaze, he took a deep breath, glanced at the two shadows flickering through the crack in the door, and calmly said, "It's not appropriate." Outside the fitting room, "Ran, are you telling the truth? Your sister likes Xiaofeng." Chen Wanqing stared at her daughter in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could it be fake? Chu Yunran wiped her sweat, still shaken, and said, "My sister and brother Lin have known each other for a long time. I only participated in that program out of curiosity." "Thank goodness you didn't try to set us up, Mom." or I'd be dead meat. Hearing Chu Yunran's words, Chen Wanqing was shocked, but then realized, no wonder your dad and I both think Xiaofeng and your sister are a good match. It seems our sixth sense is pretty accurate. Seeing this, Chu Yunran breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, she looked at her mother with great curiosity. Mom, did you find out about Brother Lin from the TV show? Yes. Chen Wanqing nodded, and then laughed as she mentioned it. Your dad was furious. He insisted on having Xiaofeng tied up, ha. TCH. Chu Yunran rolled her eyes, somewhat speechless, and said, my sister and I aren't children anymore. What's there to be angry about? But as she spoke of this, Chu Yunran suddenly remembered something. So, Mom, you and Dad didn't even know Brother Lin was from the Lin family back then, yet you still agreed to it? What's the big deal? Chen Wanqing laughed. Your father and I aren't living fossils. The Chu family's heritage is there for all to see. You can do whatever you want. As long as you meet someone you like, just go for it. We won't stop you. This was the first time Chu Yunran had heard her mother make these remarks, and she had always been afraid that they would target Lin Feng. After all, this is the person my sister has chosen. Although my sister rarely talks to our parents, they still get along very well. It would be bad if Lin Feng caused chaos and fighting among them. Chu Yunran was quite moved and said, I didn't expect that you, Mom, who are usually so unserious, would be so serious when it comes to important matters. You underestimate your mother too much. Chen Wanqing laughed and stroked Chu Yunran's head. As they were talking, Chu Yunran's attention shifted to the room. She raised her hand to shush, winked mischievously at her mother, and whispered, Mom. Chen Wanqing instantly understood. The two of them bent over and peered through the crack in the door. Inside the room, Chu Lingshuang was hunched over, her back to the door, leaning forward on the chair. Lin Feng was sitting in a chair. Although their expressions were not visible, their actions were clearly observed. Hiss! Chu Yunran gasped, half covering her lips with a sigh. As expected of my sister, her methods. Chen Wanqing excitedly patted Chu Yunran and whispered, It has to be your sister like that. Boys have to flirt. You should learn from this. No way. I want to be cute. Inside the fitting room, Chu Lingshuang raised her eyes, her all-seeing gaze falling on Lin Feng. She didn't give Lin Feng a chance to breathe at all, pressing him relentlessly. What's inappropriate about it? As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, glancing at the crack in the door out of the corner of her eye. A sickly yet greedy smile played on her lips as she said, I want them to know that you are mine. Chapter 148. Does she like Lin Feng? Her movement forced his gaze to meet her eyes. Those downcast eyes stared straight at him, their gaze captivating, their deep, dark eyes shrouded in an undisguised, burning desire. The familiar scent of roses wafted over again, and Lin Feng's Adam's apple bobbed as his rationality began to crumble. Okay, then what? His voice was hoarse as he asked as calmly as possible. Then I'll hide you away. She murmured, a frenzied turmoil surging in her eyes. Locked in a place where only I can see it. Speechless at her intense possessiveness, Lin Feng subconsciously muttered, You're a madman. This time, she wasn't angry. Instead, she looked at Lin Feng with a wicked smile, the burning intensity in her eyes growing stronger and stronger. Yes, I am a madman. She paused, then abruptly changed the subject. What? You don't like it? Lin Feng looked up, about to respond, when he caught sight of two heads moving in the doorway. He raised an eyebrow and whispered, They're eavesdropping. It seems that this touched some of Chu Lingshuang's bottom lines. Suddenly, Chu Lingshuang lost interest. She threw off the tie, abruptly stood up straight, turned her back to the door, and said coldly, Does it look good? Upon realizing she had been discovered, Chu Yunran tried to escape with her mother. Unexpectedly, Chen Wanqing simply pushed the door open with a wave of her hand. As if she hadn't seen anything, Chen Wanqing smiled and said, Shuang, isn't your dad coming back soon? Ranran and I are calling you to go out for dinner. Yes. Sister, Dad's coming back soon. Let's hurry downstairs. Chu Yunran quickly chimed in, winking at Lin Feng to signal him to go along with the situation. Before Lin Feng could understand, Chu Lingshuang had already noticed her little actions. She said with considerable displeasure, Chu Yunran, watch your eyes. Yes, yes, yes. Chu Yunran quickly responded and stood up straight. Let's go eat. Glancing at Lin Feng, Chu Lingshuang casually uttered a sentence and walked towards the door first. Chu Yunran followed closely behind and also helped Chen Wanqing along the way. Chen Wanqing's smile never faded. She looked at Lin Feng, who got up and walked over with great satisfaction. Xiao Feng, why didn't you say so sooner? Auntie almost made a mistake. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's lips twitched. What's wrong? He looked at Chu Yunran, who was also on the elevator, with surprise, and then instantly realized what was going on. So the engagement they talked about before was with Chu Yunran. Instantly, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He subconsciously glanced at Chu Lingshuang and saw that she remained as indifferent as ever, which relieved him. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was cleared up in time. Otherwise, given Chu Lingshuang's personality, all his efforts over the years would have been in vain. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Chu Lingshuang naturally sat down in the chair that the maid had pulled out for her. Just as Lin Feng was about to move away from her, Chen Wanqing pushed him to sit next to Chu Lingshuang. Just as the four of them sat down, the sound of a car horn came from outside the door. Chu Yunran quickly made an excuse to go pick up her father and ran out, with Chen Wanqing following closely behind. At this moment, only Lin Feng, Chu Lingshuang, and some servants who were preparing food remained in the restaurant. The atmosphere was quite awkward. Lin Feng lowered his head, pondering how to tell Chu's parents that he didn't like Chu Lingshuang. He was going to say these things sooner or later. How can two people who don't love each other be happy together? Chu Lingshuang glanced at him indifferently, her eyes conveying an unreadable meaning. Before long, Chen Wanqing and Chu Yunran entered, while Chu Tianli, who followed behind, glanced at Lin Feng with considerable surprise. Everyone took their seats, and the servants began to serve the meal. During this time, Chu Yunran kept her head down and didn't say anything while scratching the tablecloth with a fork. Chen Wanqing wore a maternal smile, her ambiguous gaze frequently lingering between Lin Feng and Chu Lingshuang. After staring at Lin Feng for a few seconds, Chu Tianli cleared his throat and broke the delicate atmosphere. Xiao Feng, how did you and Lingshuang meet? As if digressing, he asked the same question he had asked before. When asked to answer again, Lin Feng gave the same answer. He didn't hesitate and was about to speak when Chu Lingshuang's voice rang out first from beside him. I found it. You picked it up right away. Chu Tianli almost veered off topic, but he looked at the two of them with satisfaction, saying, this shows that you two are destined for each other. That's right. Ranran just told me that Xiaofeng has already moved into Lakeview Villa, right, Xiaofeng? Chen Wanqing smiled and chimed in, raising her eyebrows at Lin Feng as she did so. Cough, cough. Lin Feng was about to take a sip of water to ease the awkward atmosphere, but as soon as the water entered his mouth, he was completely stumped by Chen Wanqing's words. Doesn't this mean they already know about his relationship with Chu Lingshuang? Seemingly seeing through Lin Feng's embarrassment, Chu Tianli waved his hand and said magnanimously, hey, they're both adults. Xiao Feng and Lingshuang have their own thoughts. We won't interfere with this matter. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Wanqing nodded repeatedly. Beside her, Chu Yunran raised her face innocently. I'm an adult too. Children shouldn't interrupt adults. Chu Tianli rebuked him. Chu Yunran awkwardly shut her mouth, muttering under her breath. Such double standards. His gaze shifted back to Lin Feng and Chu Lingshuang, and Chu Tianli laughed. Judging by their ages, Xiao Feng should be a few months older than Lingshuang. So it's about time, isn't it, wife? Yes, almost. That's perfect. The two kids have so much in common. Chen Wanqing smiled and echoed her sentiment. The two of them talked back and forth, almost to the point of finalizing their marriage. Seeing this, Chu Lingshuang remained seated steadily, gracefully picking up the food from the table. Lin Feng, however, was starting to get restless. Uncle Chu, Before he could finish speaking, Chu Tianli interrupted him forcefully, saying, Hey, Xiao Feng, let's talk about this after we finish eating. Let's not bring it up now. But, your uncle told you to eat. Eat first. We'll talk after you finish eating. Chen Wanqing chimed in from the side. Facing Chu Tianli's all-seeing gaze, Lin Feng felt as if all his thoughts had been read. He sighed. What's done is done. Let's eat first. Fortunately, None of them mentioned anything too offensive at the dinner table, and Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief after the meal. Ling Shuang, come with me for a moment. After finishing the last sip of tea, Chu Tianli stood up and said, Xiao Feng, go back to your room and sit for a while. Your uncle will need to see you later. Lin Feng was eager for a chance to speak with Chu Tianli alone. He nodded and followed the maid to the guest room. In the study, the two sat down on the sofa, their earlier playfulness gone. Chu Tianli looked directly at Chu Ling Shuang and said quite seriously, Ling Shuang, tell Dad the truth. Do you like Xiao Feng? Chapter 149, She Likes Lin Feng. Chu Ling Shuang, who had been aloof and arrogant, showed a hint of panic the moment her father finished speaking. I like him. Her words paused slightly, but Chu Tianli, who knew his daughter best, no longer needed to know the answer. But he still put on a stern face and stared at his daughter with extreme seriousness. Aside from work, her father rarely spoke to her with such a serious expression, and Chu Ling Shuang knew that her father was being earnest. That's why she felt uneasy. At the dinner table just now, in front of Lin Feng, the father and mother cooperated perfectly, but Chu Ling Shuang knew that it was just for show. My true thoughts are in this moment of private conversation. Does it mean that father disagrees? No. If he doesn't allow her to be with Lin Feng, she wouldn't mind taking away the last bit of power. Facing her father's stern expression, Chu Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes slightly. What do you mean by asking this? The danger in her eyes was about to burst forth, and Chu Tianli understood, but still said sternly, what if I don't agree? Is that really the case? Chu Ling Shuang frowned, and almost instantly said urgently, he's mine. But I am your father. Chu Tian rebuked sharply, his face full of defiance. Do you intend to disobey your parents and become an unfilial daughter who will be ridiculed by the world? In the past, her father had been very kind to her, and Chu Yun ran in private. Even if there is differential treatment, it should be divided into work and life. Although she rarely chatted with her parents, she basically understood what they were thinking. She just didn't like to waste time talking nonsense. But now, her father was furious in front of her like never before. Chu Ling Shuang had never seen such a scene before. After a moment of stunned silence, she came to her senses, gritted her teeth, and lowered her eyes. I wouldn't dare. I don't think you're afraid. You actually went against your parents' wishes for a man. Do you think all the years of raising us are worthless in your eyes? Chu Tianli's roar echoed throughout the study, filled with nothing but disappointment. For a man, Lin Feng. The image of Lin Feng flashed through my mind. His face, his movements, his indomitable spirit, his ease. He rode horses with her on the beach, and he sent her off with fireworks that illuminated the entire starry sky. If he ultimately finds freedom, if he no longer belongs to her, if he never appears in her sight again, if her world is forever without him. Thinking of this, a sense of loss of control and panic welled up from the bottom of my heart and spread to my limbs. She had never imagined that Lin Feng would leave her side, but at this moment, the possibility was born, and an unprecedented feeling of suffocation and heartache intertwined in her heart. It was as if at that very moment, she had fallen into a dark trap with no chance of escape. Can't. She wouldn't allow that to happen. She suddenly looked up, like a beast desperately breaking free of its chains, meeting her father's gaze directly and forcefully, her voice cold and gritting as she asked through gritted teeth, "What will it take for you to agree?" Meeting Chu Ling Shuang's restrained gaze, Chu Tianli raised an eyebrow, but his voice remained stern as he said, "Give me the company seal." This is an attempt to seize her power. Chu Ling Shuang was caught in a dilemma. Since she came of age, the Chu family seal had always been in her hands. Her father seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. After handing the seal over to her, he took her mother to travel around the country. It was she who gradually consolidated the Chu family's position and maintained the Chu family's peak status to this day. But now, her father is forcing her to choose between the company seal and Lin Feng. The thought of Lin Feng leaving her caused Chu Ling Shuang excruciating pain. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. The pain was so intense that I couldn't breathe. He can't leave. As for the official seal, even if it's taken back, she'll get it back sooner or later. All the traitors in the Chu family are dead. She didn't believe that anyone else in the Chu family besides her could hold this position. Chu Ling Shuang seemed to have lost her reason, her eyes bloodshot as she replied, "Okay, I promise you." After saying that, she curled her lips into a smile, looked at Chu Tianli indifferently, and said in a cold voice, "Consider this my repayment for all these years." As she spoke, her gaze was fixed on Chu Tianli, a cold smile of complete confidence on her face. At the same time, Chu Tianli, whose face was full of anger, suddenly laughed. He looked at his daughter with a smile, his eyes filled with satisfaction. This sudden change caught Chu Ling Shuang, who was already tense, off guard. She instinctively asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Silly child." Chu Tianli smiled and shook his head, his voice softening as he said, "Why would Dad force you to do something you don't want to do?" Moreover, it was a near-desperate situation. He looked at Chu Ling Shuang with such gentle eyes, and that look made her feel uneasy. Chu Tianli's gaze suddenly shifted to the distance, and he said with a mixture of anticipation and emotion, "That matter happened so long ago. You should try to trust your father this once more." Chu Ling Shuang pressed her lips tightly together, staring intently into her father's eyes, refusing to utter a single word, and coldly asked, "What exactly do you mean?" Expectation turned to disappointment. Chu Tianli's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything more. Instead, he smiled at her and made the final decision. "You like Lin Feng?" "I." Chu Ling Shuang instinctively looked away, but her father pressed on relentlessly. "Admit it, Ling Shuang, you like him. Your subconscious reaction doesn't lie." He spoke in a continuous flow, but to Chu Ling Shuang's ears, each word sounded distinct and hesitant. "Yes, but is it that obvious?" She subconsciously touched her cheek, a look of doubt hanging in her aloof eyes. Having seen through everything long ago, Chu Tianli smiled and sighed. He asked again, "You don't want him to leave you, do you?" Subconsciously, Chu Ling Shuang nodded. "You want him to always be by your side, right? You can't accept the fact that he's leaving, right? So, you like him, right?" "Right." Following Chu Tianli's guidance step by step, Chu Ling Shuang nodded frequently. But halfway through her last sentence, she suddenly realized, "No, I just wanted him to always stay with me." For the first time, she stammered and hesitated for a long time before she could finish her sentence. But when she looked up, she met her father's increasingly deep smile, and she subconsciously raised her hand to cover her chest. My heart was pounding, and the uncontrollable thoughts kept replaying in my mind. His eyes, his lips, everything about him, were like exploding fireworks, sparking her heart like a flint in countless wild nights. Chu Ling Shuang smiled tenderly, her eyes sparkling with endless longing. She looked straight at her father and uttered the name she hadn't used in a long time. "Yes, Dad. I like Lin Feng." Chapter 150, Like him in your own name. She sat upright, but her eyes were exceptionally firm. Across from him, Chu Tianli showed a rare smile of relief. Upon seeing her father's smiling face, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly realized that everything that had just happened was merely a test by her father. She lowered her eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Dad, is this what you wanted to say?" Chu Tianli nodded gently, his eyes filled with joy and relief, and said, "Ling Shuang, you've grown up." Seeing that his daughter had finally found someone she liked, and that person was the son of his sworn brother, he was very satisfied as a father. "But, Ling Shuang," Chu Tianli softened his tone and slowly said, "Although you like Xiao Feng, you should be more balanced in your feelings." Chu Ling Shuang didn't understand what he meant. Her eyes were filled with doubt. "What do you mean?" "In a relationship, it's not good for either party to be too dominant. Love is about equality and reciprocity." Chu Tianli's gaze gradually deepened, as if recounting his past experiences. "No." Chu Ling Shuang stubbornly shook her head, refuting Chu Tianli's words without hesitation. She insisted and said firmly, "If you like it, you should possess it. Dad, didn't you say before that if it's something I like, I'll fight tooth and nail to get it for myself?" As she spoke, an even more intense possessiveness hung in her eyes. It was as if they regarded Lin Feng as a beloved object, wanting to take him away and hide him away. Her claws and fangs were fully exposed, her unbridled aggression reaching its peak, like a blood-soaked beast. This scene was clearly presented to Chu Tianli. He sighed, took a deep look at his daughter, and said softly, Ling Shuang, doing this will only push him further away from you. No one likes being forced. No. Chu Ling Shuang shook her head stubbornly. I will give him everything I can. Whatever he wants, even the whole world, I will fight for it with all my might. Even if it costs me my whole life, I will make him fall in love with me. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she had clearly lost all reason. Chu Tianli saw it all clearly. His daughter doesn't just like Lin Feng. She's clearly in love with him. Although he was quite satisfied, if he allowed his daughter, who was prone to misbehavior, to continue doing so, the outcome would likely only push Lin Feng further and further away. This is something Chu Tianli doesn't want to see. He didn't interfere with Chu Ling Shuang's methods in other matters, because many things do require a tough approach, but not matters of the heart. Two people who don't love each other will have a bad ending even if they get together. If you know from the beginning that this matter will end badly, who would care about the process? No matter how turbulent the situation, no one will be interested in getting involved if the ending is terrible. It seems he has to get involved in this relationship. Chu Tianli took a deep breath and slowly said, Do you believe your father? Certainly. Almost without hesitation, Chu Ling Shuang agreed. To be honest, over the years, the only people she could unconditionally trust were her family. Upon hearing Chu Ling Shuang's reply, Chu Tianli's eyes visibly reddened. His daughter had never opened up to him so directly before. Sure enough, Xiao Feng's appearance was just in time. If it weren't for Xiao Feng, he probably would have had to wait much longer to reach this moment. Chu Tianli cleared his throat and said seriously, Then can you promise Dad something? Please speak. Put aside all the power you possess, and like him in your own name. At this point, fearing that Chu Ling Shuang might object, Chu Tianli added, Go and try it, see the result. Dad also admires Xiao Feng and won't harm you. These two sentences left Chu Ling Shuang in a state of silence. Should she relinquish the power she possesses? Does father mean to imply her status as the eldest daughter of the Chu family? She looked at Chu Tianli with some confusion. Chu Tianli explained, Don't use those methods to force him. Just openly and honestly like him and go for it. Is that so? Chu Ling Shuang's eyes flickered with suspicion. Yes. Chu Tianli nodded and said earnestly, You need to make him feel respected. During this time, he will gradually change his opinion of you. Respect. It was a word she had never thought of. She tried for a long time to keep Lin Feng by her side, but no matter what she did, the way he looked at her was never the way she wanted. Because of this, Chu Ling Shuang occasionally felt some pain, but more often she felt confused. She didn't know how to find the feeling she wanted. Perhaps we can give the method my father suggested a try. She gritted her teeth, remained silent for a long time, then nodded emphatically. Okay, I promise you. As Chu Ling Shuang came out of the study, she ran into Lin Feng, who was standing upright in front of her. She gave Lin Feng a deep look, but for the first time, she did not do anything forceful. She walked past him like that, her hands clenched tightly at his waist, but trembling. Lin Feng, who had just stepped out of the elevator after being notified by the maid, ran into Chu Ling Shuang. He thought she was going to do something crazy again, but he didn't expect her to just brush past him like that. Lin Feng frowned slightly, surprised for a moment, but a sense of loss involuntarily swept through his heart. The moment the sensation appeared, a look of disbelief crossed his face. That can't be right. What is he feeling lost about? Isn't this exactly the ending he wanted to be like strangers? He hasn't found his true self yet, so what right does he have to like others? And that person was a madman. No, no, no. How could he like a madman? It was an illusion. He would never forget the inhuman torture she had inflicted on him. Don't like anyone too easily, you little rascal. He stood in front of the study door, clutching his chest, and subconsciously smiled to remind himself. In this world, no one is indispensable to anyone else. It's all just an exchange of interests, isn't it? Don't be so stupid. Being too stupid will lead to an even more tragic outcome. Love is unreliable, and sincerity is the least valuable thing. His eyes darkened. He placed his hand on the doorknob, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again. His eyes were clear, and he pushed open the study door with force. Xiao Feng is here. Inside the room, Chu Tianli's voice rang out. He smiled and waved to Lin Feng. Come, come, sit down. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Lin Feng thanked Chu Tianli with great composure, then walked to the sofa and sat down with a slightly reserved expression. Chu Tianli smiled and waved his hand, and a servant stepped forward to pour Lin Feng a cup of tea. Then he said, You go out first. The maid, having poured the tea, nodded and left, closing the door behind her. Chapter 151. How do you know it's impossible if you haven't tried? Chu Tianli picked up the tea first, sipping it slowly, but his gaze kept lingering on Lin Feng. It was as if he saw through everything. Lin Feng felt as if he were naked, with everything being scrutinized by this old fox. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. He paused for a moment, then decided to speak directly. Uncle Chu, about your daughter and me. Before he could even finish speaking, Chu Tianli interrupted him. You don't like her. It was no longer a question. It was a statement of absolute certainty, something Lin Feng had never dared to say directly. After all, the people sitting opposite you are their parents. If you say you don't like their daughter in front of them, regardless of what kind of family they are, even if they are just ordinary people, their parents will be angry. But that is indeed the truth. Rather than remaining silent and ultimately resulting in mutual destruction, it's better to make things clear from the beginning. That way, even if the outcome is unfavorable, the harm will be reduced. Chu Lingshuang never listened to his explanations. Once he expressed any denial, no matter where he fled, the Chu family's methods and torture would follow. For the sake of his health and those benefits, he chose to remain silent. But that doesn't mean he'll always accept it. Chu Tianli might be the only one who can subdue Chu Lingshuang, and he must seize this opportunity. If you don't like something, you should say so directly. It's better for everyone. He never hooks anyone up, never has. Yes. He nodded and admitted it without hesitation. Seeing Lin Feng's slightly reserved expression, Chu Tianli didn't say much. He simply pushed the tea in front of him toward Lin Feng and said with a smile, Have some water first, don't be too nervous. He dared to say it, but Lin Feng dared not do it. After all, he is Chu Lingshuang's father. Even setting that aside, he is still an elder. No matter how close they are, there will always be a distance between elders and juniors. He shook his head. Thank you, Uncle Chu, but I'm not thirsty for now. Sai, you really don't need to be so reserved. Your father saved my life. If I had found you sooner, I would have considered treating you like my own son. At this point, Chu Tianli changed the subject, looking at Lin Feng with a smile. Of course, it's possible now, if it weren't for my daughter liking you. He didn't continue speaking, but just smiled and looked at Lin Feng. This scene terrified Lin Feng. You already knew? He blurted it out subconsciously, but after saying it, he felt a bit silly. As the former head of a top family, Chu Tianli, who had been through countless battles, how could he not see through this? This is obvious. Chu Tianli nodded and smiled. Of course I know my daughter well, but Ling Shuang's methods may be too harsh. He's more than just tough. If he weren't mentally strong, he probably wouldn't be alive today. Back then, besides other forms of torture, she forcibly starved him for 4 whole days. Although it's all in the past now, those 4 days are something he never wants to remember for the rest of his life. Moreover, at that time, he didn't even know when she would release him. That kind of despair and endless torment cannot be overcome with just a simple, it's all over now. Seeing the anger rising on Lin Feng's face, Chu Tianli took another sip of tea, his gaze gradually drifting away. Actually, Ling Shuang wasn't like this when she was little. When she was first born, I was too worried about my wife and rarely paid attention to her. She lived with her grandparents. Even so, she was always very cheerful, until she was 7 years old. As he spoke, his expression was a mixture of sorrow and anger. He slowly put down his teacup and continued. My younger brother, in order to seize the position of family head, stabbed my parents to death in front of Ling Shuang. This? Lin Feng was completely shocked. Not only this story, but more importantly, this should be a secret of the Chu family. Yet Chu Tianli told it to him so openly. From that night on, Ling Shuang's personality changed. She became taciturn, and with a mindset unlike that of a child, she planned out her time completely, spending all her time studying without ever stopping. Lin Feng pursed his lips, frowned, and said, Didn't you try to change it? It's no use. Chu Tianli shook his head. After I came back and cleaned up the stall, my wife and I tried to cheer her up, but she just looked at us without saying a word. Aside from the occasional meal with us, we don't feel any love from her. Hearing this, Lin Feng's lips twitched. It would be truly strange if she could still love you under these circumstances. Such irresponsible parents. He wanted to complain, but inadvertently uttered the first half of the sentence. Lin Feng instinctively covered his mouth, his face full of apology. Chu Tianli did not blame her, but instead blamed himself, saying, "Yes, that's why we raised 4-year-old Ran Ran with us after that incident. Fortunately, Ran Ran's personality is relatively normal, and she takes after her mother." After hearing the whole story, Lin Feng had no interest in the struggle for the position of head of the Chu family. He finally understood why Chu Ling Shuang was so domineering. Watching your loved one being stabbed to death is a shock that would break even an adult with a slightly weaker mind, let alone a child. That's why she would forcibly take whatever she liked. Unfortunately, she happened to like him. It seems even Chu Tianli can't help him now. Lin Feng sighed and asked directly, "What is your purpose in saying all this?" His gaze shifted back to Lin Feng, and Chu Tianli's expression hardened. He said solemnly, "I want you to understand her past and try to comprehend her." Then I liked her and fell in love with her. He didn't say it aloud, and obviously it wouldn't be appropriate to say it at the moment, but that was the ultimate goal. If I can't be his son, then I'll be his son-in-law. Similarly, no matter what, whether it's the son of a comrade in arms or a debt of life or death kindness, he would never let Lin Feng suffer a loss. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. "I don't need to know her. I don't like her. If I did, I would try to win her over, but I won't look at her if I don't like her." Without a doubt, Lin Feng's character is absolutely excellent. Chu Tianli was already quite certain of this. He gave Lin Feng a deep look and said with certainty, "I think she must have done something that you can't accept, right?" Without hesitation, Lin Feng nodded. Even without being asked, Chu Tianli knew this perfectly well. But there was still a hint of pleading in his voice. "I don't ask for your forgiveness, but I want you to try, just a little bit, to try and understand. Even if I tried, I still wouldn't fall for her." Faced with Chu Tianli's pleading, Lin Feng still shook his head and refused without hesitation. But before he could finish speaking, Chu Tianli's voice rang out again. "How do you know it's impossible if you haven't tried?" Chapter 152. Mr. Chu, are you kidding me? Everything has two sides. Xiaofeng, do you really think you'll never be interested in Ling Shuang in your entire life? Chu Tianli's confident voice echoed in the room, his words conveying an air of absolute certainty of victory. There's nothing else to it. Just look at the things he investigated about Lin Feng's past. This child grew up living under someone else's roof, so it's inevitable that he's more mature than his peers. But what he lacks is precisely guidance from his elders. Chu Tianli was very willing to play this role. After all, this was the son of his benefactor. He was also the son-in-law he had chosen. To be honest, if Chu Yunran hadn't been so naturally outgoing, he wouldn't have handed over the family business to Chu Ling Shuang so early. In Chu Tianli's opinion, neither Chu Ling Shuang nor Lin Feng are qualified yet, as they have too little experience. But, "Mr. Chu, are you kidding me?" Lin Feng's voice suddenly rang out, his words mixed with a hint of helplessness and laughter, but his eyes held a deep sarcasm. He changed how he addressed people. He was no longer called uncle, but sir, and even the honorifics in the sentences were no longer used. This sudden turn of events made Chu Tianli frown. He stared intently at Lin Feng. "What do you mean?" "Oh." Lin Feng chuckled lightly, his gaze sharp, and said, "Since Mr. Chu has told me a story, then I might as well tell Mr. Chu one too." Chu Tianli didn't speak, but stared sternly at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with urgency. Lin Feng smiled slightly and began to speak. "Once upon a time, there was a lion walking down the street. The passers-by thought the lion was unruly, so they locked it up and tried to subdue it with all sorts of harsh methods, but they could not achieve the desired result. This person never expected the lion to be so wild and untamed. Gradually, she found herself developing special feelings for the lion." His voice was soft, yet it resonated deeply in Chu Tianli's heart. Everyone here is a smart person, and Chu Tianli naturally understood that the lion in Lin Feng's story was himself, and that person was his daughter. He had investigated the two children before calling them over. Of course, even without investigating, he knew about his daughter's methods, but there was a reason for everything. He hoped Lin Feng could understand his daughter, but so she started to escalate her actions, because the lion's arrogance was driving her crazy. Lin Feng's voice rang out again, but this time, his voice was a few decibels lower. His expression hardened, and he looked straight at Chu Tianli, sneering arrogantly. What? Mr. Chu, are you afraid that I will drive Chu Ling Shuang crazy? His words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight at Chu Tianli. Chu Tianli never expected that Lin Feng, who seemed weak and easy to talk to on the surface, was actually so strong. Lin Feng sat upright opposite him, his calm face gentle and warm, but his eyes were like deep pools, icy cold and radiating an extremely powerful and chilling pressure. He exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, Chu Tianli felt a tremor in his heart. He was in his Chu family, the Chu family head who was currently unapproachable in the country. Facing Lin Feng, whom he had invited, he should have followed the host's lead. But at this moment, he clearly felt that everything had changed. In the instant Lin Feng uttered a few words, everything turned around and took the lead. Chu Tianli moved his lips a few times, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. Lin Feng's eyes were cold, his gaze fierce as he pressed Chu Tianli, and he said again, So, Mr. Chu, putting aside the fact that you are her father, what makes you think she has the right to be understood by me, and what makes you think you can convince me to understand her? They still maintain such a condescending attitude. Do you think this is just kids playing house? Just because of her tragic background, am I supposed to sympathize with a perpetrator of sadistic violence? Instead of punishing the perpetrator, they tell the victim to understand and accept the situation. This world is truly insane. Faced with Lin Feng's suddenly overwhelming aura, Chu Tianli's words were swallowed back down his throat. He stared at Lin Feng, dumbfounded, but at that moment, he realized what was happening. Some children are born without needing guidance because their inner strength is enough. Any guidance from elders is never an added bonus for them. The question he asked at that moment was completely superfluous to Lin Feng. He was wrong. This world is bustling and noisy, with all kinds of information and theories spreading everywhere. Lin Feng, who grew up in such an environment, was not overwhelmed by worldly affairs, but instead walked out with dignity. His inner strength is beyond imagination. What right did he have to persuade him, using the last line of defense, the elder? In that instant, Chu Tianli felt as if his secrets had been exposed, and the sense of defeat that caused him to lose face was devastating. He gritted his teeth and blurted out a desperate threat. Lin Feng, how dare you speak to me like that? Aren't you afraid I'll torture you? Yeah. Lin Feng suddenly laughed. He smiled at Chu Tianli, showing no fear, and said, In front of the Chu family, I am indeed like an ant, but isn't my father, whom you keep mentioning, your benefactor? Who is truly in control? Upon seeing Lin Feng's faint smile, Chu Tianli froze, his breathing suddenly quickening. He stared at Lin Feng in disbelief, only belatedly realizing what had happened. The moment he uttered those words, he had already lost. Even a complete loss. From the very beginning, Lin Feng was destined to win this game. An unprecedented sense of defeat surged into Chu Tianli's heart. He stared intently at Lin Feng, who sat upright and looked dignified. In contrast, Chu Tianli felt as if he were a despicable person at this moment. He no longer even had the courage to look Lin Feng in the eye. Seeing Chu Tianli's eyes darting away, Lin Feng's voice softened. I can understand Mr. Chu's concern for his daughter, but that has nothing to do with whether you want to adopt me as your son. Please don't confuse the two. This is a typical example of a conciliatory tactic. This is a tactic Chu Tianli often uses in the business world. While forcing his rivals to their deaths, he gives them a chance to breathe, thus avoiding a lose-lose situation. Chu Tianli himself has always been the one to offer a way out. But at this moment, the roles have reversed, and it's Lin Feng who's offering a way out. Lin Feng's eyes were open and honest. He smiled and raised his wrist, taking off the lucky red string from his wrist right in front of the stunned Chu Tianli, and placing it on the coffee table. Then, with a stern expression, he said, Similarly, Uncle Chu, I now need to consider whether what you said earlier about my father is true. Chapter 153, Everything from the Heart. As the red rope was thrown down, Lin Feng once again wore a calm and empty expression. Chu Tianli bit his lip hard, his breathing so rapid that his body was trembling. After a few seconds of stalemate, Chu Tianli closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his eyes were full of compromise. What happened to your father is true. I have no reason to lie to you about such a thing. He accepted Lin Feng's offer and went along with it, saying, "Take the red rope. It was indeed purchased by your father. Please give the other one to your sister. It's inconvenient for me to appear here." Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Indeed, Chu Tianli had no reason to lie about this matter. He stared intently into Chu Tianli's eyes for several seconds before finally putting the red string back into his pocket. Chu Tianli's expression flickered slightly before he changed the subject. Indeed, Uncle was inconsiderate in this matter. I just feel sorry for Ling Shuang. She needs someone to help her through this. As he spoke, he still looked at Lin Feng with hope in his eyes. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. You're wrong. The person who helped her was never me, but herself. If she is so badly hurt by something like this that she can't get over it, I don't think she will ever become as strong as you expect. Meeting Chu Tianli's astonished gaze, Lin Feng spoke calmly. His gaze gradually drifted away, and Chu Ling Shuang's face flashed in his mind. Perhaps, Mr. Chu, you have never truly understood your daughter. From what I can see, she has probably already moved on. Chu Tianli was stunned and asked in astonishment, She's already moved on? Then why was she still so towards me, my wife, and ran cold? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng laughed and said, that was her own choice after she came out of that situation. She can choose how to face you. It's her life, and she has absolute power in it. Me too. Lin Feng's voice was unquestionable, and along with his words, Chu Tianli's mind flashed back to Chu Ling Shuang's early personality over the years. Indeed, it seems that Ling Shuang has never been talkative from the beginning. Compared to Chu Yunran, who expresses her love on her face, Chu Ling Shuang prefers to show it through actions. Chu Tianli sighed, covering his face wearily, and said, I was so worried about her. She's only 7 years old, and she witnessed that scene firsthand. Concern leads to confusion. Before Chu Tianli could finish speaking, Lin Feng smiled and responded. No one in this world can resist the power of love. Whether it's family, love, friendship, or even hatred, there will always be some kind of bond that lingers, causing endless worry and longing. That's just how people are. He felt the same way. Otherwise, how could he explain the sudden tremor in his heart when Chu Ling Shuang passed by? But unlike others, he wouldn't fall for it so easily. He didn't want to resist, because all of this was normal. Everything comes from the heart. That's definitely right. Chu Tianli seemed to have aged several years, looking at Lin Feng with a weary expression, and asked with a hint of pleading. Then, child, can you tell your uncle that you will forgive her? Facing Chu Tianli, who had already let his guard down, Lin Feng's eyes darkened. Under Chu Tianli's expectant, yet pleading gaze, he silently shook his head. Chu Tianli was in a panic. I've already taught her to recognize her mistakes. Even after she realizes her mistakes and apologizes to you, you still can't accept her. Chu Tianli clearly misunderstood his meaning. Mr. Chu, these are two different things. He said seriously. Chu Ling Shuang does have the authority to enable others to understand her, but I also have the right to choose whether or not to understand her. Lin Feng sighed. I don't plan to exercise this power at the moment. Of course, if she repents, then I will consider whether to forgive her or not. So the possibility of forgiveness is higher, right? Chu Tianli looked at Lin Feng with almost longing, his eyes filled with anticipation and hope. Even under such gazes, Lin Feng still shook his head. I have no idea. He has always been frank. He says what he thinks. Whether he forgives or not, how could he possibly give an answer now? It all comes down to his heart. Perhaps at a certain point in time, his mindset will force him to make a choice. Good. Although he did not receive a reply from Lin Feng, Chu Tianli was not discouraged. Lin Feng had only just met them, and similarly, he was getting to know his daughter again, and he was correcting his mistakes. I believe that with his efforts, Lin Feng will gradually accept all of this. After all, his cold-hearted nature cannot be changed overnight. He has to do his best to change it. How do you know it's impossible if you haven't tried? These words, like a boomerang, crossed timelines and struck Chu Tianli in a recurring cycle. Ling Shuang has already agreed to let me not use the Chu family's power to face you. Chu Tianli asked directly. Child, can you promise your uncle that you won't reject her affections? This is the final line. If Lin Feng had refused from the beginning, then there would have been no point in discussing forgiveness or anything like that. Of course, it's her right to like whomever she wants. This time, Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He nodded and smiled. I promise you, I won't refuse. After leaving the study, Lin Feng stretched and started playing on his phone in the room the Chu family had prepared for him. Shortly after, he received a call from Jason. Young Master Lin, the master has already set the time for the banquet to welcome you back to your parents' home. It will be at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Please make preparations in advance. Okay. Lin Feng responded and then hung up the phone. My phone is flooded with rumors about him, some of which are so outrageous that he's the Lin family's illegitimate son who was raised away. Ordinary people simply can't truly understand the lives of the wealthy. After all, they have the ability to make others see what they want them to see. Lin Feng didn't bother to respond to those people's words. However, the calls for him to open a personal account are growing louder, which makes Lin Feng ponder deeply. Perhaps, after all this is over, he can open an account and document his independent travels around the world. But not now. While playing on his phone, Lin Feng drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he saw that scene again, this time more completely. A sealed room, completely airtight, with only himself inside. When he woke up again, he was drenched in sweat. He quickly opened the window to breathe in some fresh air, which greatly reduced his claustrophobia. The servant's voice could be heard from outside the door. Mr. Lin, the car is ready. Your wife and I would like you to have some food first before you go over. Lin Feng snapped back to his senses, looked at his palms, took a deep breath, and picked up the clothes that Madame Chun had prepared for him to change into. But Linda's words echoed in his mind, the girl who had saved him. Staring at his transformed self in the mirror, his eyes gradually darkened. It seems there's still a tough battle ahead today. Chapter 154 Xiao Feng, this is your savior. As he came out of the room, he found only Chu Tianli sitting in the restaurant downstairs. Lin Feng was taken aback. He sat down in the chair that the maid had pulled out and glanced at Chu Tianli while preparing the meal. Overnight, Chu Tianli seemed to be radiant. Unlike the fatigue he felt after chatting with Lin Feng the night before, his face was full of energy. Where are Madame Chun and the others? As he picked up the fork, Lin Feng asked a question. Go get your clothes ready, Chu Tianli explained, his gaze falling on Lin Feng, a smile appearing on his lips. Today is your homecoming banquet. Linda has invited people from the 4 major families, including us. Oh. Lin Feng responded with a nod and said nothing more. The top families in Beijing never invite outsiders to their banquets. It seems there's going to be a battle today. Lin Feng ate some toast to tide him over, while Wang Shu was already waiting outside the villa. After temporarily bidding farewell to Chu Tianli, Lin Feng got into the car. We arrived at the Lin family manor 10 minutes before the banquet began. The Lin family manor was bustling with activity. Outside the manor, 100 reporters were gathered, with all sorts of cameras pointed at it. Inside the manor, dozens of luxury cars were parked in front of the villas, and dozens of servants were busy at work, creating a grand scene. Just like the first time he returned to the Lin family, as Lin Feng's car drove along the path in front of the Lin family manor, reporters swarmed around him, all pointing their cameras at him. Upon arriving at the villa, Lin Feng got out of the car and saw Linda sitting personally in front of the gate, with Lin Yi's family standing beside him, and behind them were the heads of other families and their heirs waiting for the banquet to begin. Seeing Lin Feng get out of the car, Jason immediately went forward to help the old man Lin up to greet him. This treatment is unprecedented. Xiao Feng, come in quickly, we've been waiting for you. You're the star of the show today. Linda stepped forward with a smile, his movements somewhat shaky. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Feng couldn't be too unruly. He jogged forward and helped Linda up, saying, Grandpa, you're not feeling well. Why did you come out? I was just so excited to see my dear grandson. Linda patted Lin Feng's hand with a smile. With Lin Feng's help, the group entered the villa. The villa's lobby was already filled with people, all dressed impeccably and exuding an air of unapproachability. Everyone. Standing at the entrance, Linda suddenly straightened up and looked at everyone with a bright and energetic expression. Today is the day my grandson Linda returns home. I'm sure many of you already know why I invited you all. The first reason is to let everyone recognize him. From today onwards, Lin Feng is truly the grandson of the Lin family. Everyone present was from a large family, so they naturally understood what he meant. All eyes were on Lin Feng, a mixture of speculation, spectatorship, doubt, and disdain. Lin Feng remained calm. He had no connection with these people, neither now nor in the future. Of course, the future is uncertain. Directly opposite, Lin Haishuan's anger was practically written all over his face. He stared intently at Lin Feng, even gritting his teeth. Lin Yi, who was sitting next to him, did not show anything on his face, but his eyes were unfriendly as he looked at Lin Feng. Lin Ducheng cleared his throat and continued. And the second one. Grandpa Lin is really impatient. We haven't even arrived yet, and you're already starting? Before Linda could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a clear female voice from the doorway. The voice sounded very familiar. Lin Feng knew it was Chu Yunran's without even turning around. As soon as she shouted, everyone's eyes turned to the main entrance. Chu Tianli appeared at the gate with a smile in his eyes, arm in arm with Chun Wanqing, who was wearing an elegant cheongsam. Behind them were the two daughters of the Chu family, Chu Yunran and Chu Lingshuang. Chu Lingshuang, dressed in a white evening gown, walked gracefully and elegantly. Her face was cold, but her gaze swept over Lin Feng, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. Chu Yunran wore a pink princess dress, exuding elegance while revealing a playful charm. The Chu family is here too. Wu Tianhai was the first to get restless, standing up and saying something with considerable surprise. Wei Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, his surprise mixed with a hint of anticipation for a good show. The fact that the Chu family was coming was unknown to everyone beforehand, since the Chu family never gets involved in trivial matters, especially such embarrassing news as a child returning home that has already gone viral online. But they not only came, they even brought their whole family. This scene was quite shocking to everyone. Just a month ago, the young Chu Lingshuang had wiped out the Gu family. Although she didn't show any deliberate intent in her eyes, the murderous aura emanating from her still made everyone present tremble. Chu Tianli, standing in front of her, also exuded a powerful aura, having fought his way up from the battlefield. Upon entering, the oppressive atmosphere instantly solidified. Linda said somewhat awkwardly, "No, it's only just begun." He gave Jason a look, and Jason immediately understood, pulling out a chair for the Chu family in the very center position that had been prepared beforehand. Holding Lin Feng's hand, Linda stood in the main arena and said with a smile, "Welcome everyone. As you all know, my life has been tragic. My mistakes in my early years led to the early death of my son. Now that my grandson has returned, he will be the rightful heir of the Lin family." Well-deserved, that's an understatement. Wu Tianhai made a complaint. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present could hear him clearly. Although everyone agreed, they all kept quiet when they caught a glimpse of Chu Tianli's gloomy gaze. Hearing this, Lin Feng's lips twitched. Linda's words had undoubtedly put him on the edge of a knife. He didn't even need to look to guess the expressions on Lin Haishian and Lin Yi's faces. Linda continued with a smile. "Secondly, I also have some good news to tell everyone." He glanced at Jason, who immediately understood and went backstage. His voice rang out again. "My grandson, Xiaofeng, was seriously ill before he went missing. Fortunately, he was rescued by a girl. Now that Xiaofeng is back, I have also found that girl." As he spoke, the backstage door opened, and a girl in a purple dress walked onto the stage with an excited expression and a smile. Although Lin Feng already knew about this, he was still somewhat surprised at this moment. It wasn't because the girl was particularly beautiful, but rather, before she got lost? Wasn't he lost when he was 1.5 years old? This girl probably isn't even 30 years old. Therefore, the only explanation is that Lin was lying. "Xiaofeng, this is your savior, Su Zian, the daughter of the Su family." Linda's voice rang out beside him, and Lin Feng suddenly snapped back to reality, staring intently as Su Zian, her expression excited, walked towards him step by step. At that very moment, the icy, bone-chilling gazes from below the stage were fixed on him, as if they would devour him alive in the next second. Chapter 155. Brother Lin belongs to my sister. Don't even think about taking him. Feng, it's been a long time. Su Zian was excited, her gentle face radiating unprecedented excitement. Anyone with eyes could see that she was too excited and was trying her best to restrain herself. But that's not what everyone's concerned about. What they're really interested in is the phrase, Su family's daughter. Old Lin. Could she be the daughter of the Su's pharmaceutical group? Wu Tianhai called out, his surprised gaze sweeping over Linda. Linda smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Wu Tianhai couldn't sit still any longer. He turned away Chengfeng and whispered, Old Wei, Old Lin's plan is pretty shrewd. The Su family has been on a roll these past few years. How did he manage to get the Su family's daughter here? Haven't you heard? That person saved someone's life. Wei Chengfeng made a sarcastic remark, but his eyes were fixed on Linda. Dad, sister, is the Su family very powerful? From below the stage, Chu Yunran turned her head to look at Chu Ling Shuang and Chu Tian Li with a curious expression. Chu Ling Shuang didn't speak, but her face was extremely pale. Her expression was cold, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng, and her hands on the side of the chair were clenched into fists. He comes from a family of doctors. Chu Tianli narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at Chu Ling Shuang with some worry, and said again, The Su family has risen very rapidly in recent years and should not be underestimated. It's just a pharmaceutical company. What's the big deal? Chu Yunran casually made a sarcastic remark, not taking it to heart at all. Chu Tianli shook his head slightly and said calmly, Ran, you can't say that. If the Su family and the Lin family join forces, they might be able to rival our family in just a few years. As he spoke, he looked at Chu Ling Shuang with even more concern. After a few words, Chu Yunran suddenly realized. Linda's intention was definitely not to act as an introducer. This is clearly an opportunity to find a marriage partner for Lin Feng, especially since this woman is Lin Feng's savior. With such a connection, what if Lin Feng changes his mind? Before she could even finish her thought, a chilling aura enveloped her, and she dared not continue thinking. She instinctively looked at her older sister. Sis, don't be afraid. That woman looks like she's almost 30. She doesn't have the same advantage as you. Don't worry, I'll definitely support you and Brother Lin. I just want Brother Lin to be my brother-in-law. Her words were forceful and resolute, but they did nothing to alleviate the chill. Chu Ling Shuang bit her lip tightly, staring at Lin Feng with a sinister expression. Xiao Feng, you've met the elders of all the families, and Ziyan has been looking for you for many years. Go and catch up with them. Have some fun. Linda patted Lin Feng on the shoulder with a smile, while giving him a meaningful look. Under such intense pressure, Lin Feng had no choice but to make a decision. Putting aside that murderous, icy gaze for now, all he wanted to know was the story of the person who had saved him. At the very least, he needs to find out about his background. Lin Feng nodded and stepped off the stage with Su Zian. Linda, supported by Jason, came over to Chu Tianli and, bowing slightly, extended a warm invitation. Patriarch Chu, it's been a long time. Shall we have a chat? The first invitation had already been extended, and Chu Tianli nodded slightly. He glanced at his two daughters, then took Chen Wanqing's hand in his own and said with a smile, Sure, let the kids play. They're not comfortable here with us around. That makes sense. Linda nodded and gestured for the inner hall to enter. The heads of the families all went to the inner hall, leaving the remaining space for the children. Haixian, has your uncle gone mad? He just brought him back, and he's already making him his heir. As soon as the adults left, Wu Xiyuan rushed over, looking at Lin Haixian with an exaggerated expression. How would I know? Lin Haixian said angrily. Damn it. He has no manners at all. I'm his uncle, after all. Ha 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 ha. You're only 18, and you want people to call you uncle? You really dare to dream. Wei Jinqing retorted. Screw you. Lin Haixian cursed, watching helplessly as Lin Feng and Su Zian went to the corner. He couldn't hold back any longer. He should be calling me uncle. We're even a whole generation apart. Haixian, You need to establish your authority. If you don't, how can he be afraid of you? Besides, he's older than you. If I were your uncle, I would choose him too. Wei Jinsheng offered a kind reminder. Yes, we need to establish our authority. You need to find someone to teach him a lesson, you understand. Wu Siyuan nodded in full agreement. He's been wandering around for so many years. Why are you afraid of him? Just deal with him, and that's it. Although the two meant it as a joke, Lin Haixian took it to heart. He glared at Lin Feng in the corner, then put his arm around the two brothers' shoulders. Come on, let's talk about this later. Let's go have a drink first. On the other side, after sitting down in the corner, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at Su Zian, who was staring at him. He asked somewhat reservedly, Miss Su, would you like something to eat? I'm not hungry. Su Zian shook her head, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng with an urgent and fiery intensity, her expression gentle. That look sent a chill down Lin Feng's spine. After all, he was now enduring more than just that one gaze. He pursed his lips, and after some thought, decided to get straight to the point. Miss Su, there's something I'd like to know. Grandpa said you were my savior. What's that all about? He didn't hesitate any longer and just asked the question directly. After all, the more things get entangled, the more troublesome it becomes. Unexpectedly, after he spoke, Su Zian's eyes clearly darted away. She looked up at Lin Feng, hesitated for a long time, and then said, It's nothing, that matter is in the past, don't overthink it. As she spoke, a hint of heartache appeared in her peach blossom eyes. Unable to resist, she raised her hand and touched Lin Feng's cheek, her throat bobbing up and down, and the longing in her eyes was almost overflowing. Her subtle expression sent chills down Lin Feng's spine. He almost instinctively stood up. But before he could even get up, an angry shout rang out. Let go of me, you woman. How dare you touch me in public like this? Aren't you ashamed? Chu Yunran cursed angrily, clearly unable to sit still any longer. She rushed forward, shoved Su Zian's hand away, and stood menacingly in front of Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng was instantly stunned. Similarly, Su Zian on the other side also looked confused, but she didn't blame her. Instead, she smiled and looked at Chu Yunran. Hello, you must be Chu Yunran, the second young lady of the Chu family? That's right, it's me. Brother Lin belongs to my sister, don't even think about taking him. Chu Yunran, who is always outspoken, burst out with a shout, regardless of the occasion, and stared at Su Zian with a wary gaze. Su Zian's expression froze for a moment, and as she turned her head slightly, she asked in confusion, Your sister? Her gaze fell upon the center of the hall, where Chu Lingshuang sat there with an air of nobility, her cold face covered in ice, and her murderous aura sweeping over the entire room with unrestrained force. Chapter 156 Kill Her. Su Zian was stunned for a moment. Then the corners of her mouth suddenly turned up a few degrees, and she looked at Lin Feng with a slightly possessive expression. Ah Feng, are they your friends? Asking this question is tantamount to completely ignoring Chu Yunran and Chu Lingshuang. Although Chu Lingshuang still maintained a cold and arrogant expression, Chu Yunran was clearly getting anxious. The three women looked at Lin Feng at the same time, each clearly with their own thoughts. The atmosphere froze instantly. Lin Feng glanced at Chu Lingshuang, then at Chu Yunran, who was filled with anxiety, and his heart sank. He gave a perfunctory reply, I guess so. The relationship between him and Chu Lingshuang cannot be explained in just a few words. Right now, what he cares about most is the story of how Su Zian once saved him. If a person doesn't even understand their own origins, they will still have regrets even if they live a life of enlightenment. Sort of, how can you call that? You and my sister, you too. Seeing her older sister sitting calmly like Mount Tai, Chu Yunran was extremely anxious and almost blurted out all the crazy things the two of them had done. However, Chu Lingshuang's icy voice suddenly rang out. Slowly, Chu Yunran trembled and subconsciously looked at her sister. Chu Lingshuang snorted coldly, abruptly stood up, gave Lin Feng a deep look, and then said, Come home with me. It was clearly a command. Chu Yunran quickly called out, Sister, how can you come home at such a crucial moment? Didn't you prepare a gift for Brother Lin? Chu Yunran. Before she could finish speaking, Chu Lingshuang's murderous voice fell again. If you keep talking nonsense, You can get out of here and go to Indonesia. She glared fiercely at Chu Yunran, her gaze then falling on Lin Feng, chilling him to the bone. Seeing the murderous intent in her older sister's eyes, Chu Yunran was forced to shut her mouth awkwardly. But as always, she looked anxiously at Lin Feng and Chu Lingshuang. This is no joke. If Lin Feng really gets snatched away by Su Zian, not only will her sister be furious, but she'll be finished too. Chu Yunran could even imagine her sister's gloomy face all day long after Lin Feng left. She gritted her teeth and walked step by step to Chu Lingshuang. After all, she didn't dare to say anything more in front of outsiders. In the corner, Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment. Gift. He raised an eyebrow. The people attending the banquet had all prepared gifts for him, but they were mostly collections of paintings and the like. Although they were valuable, most of them were not worth much. In comparison, this was something that set aside the power of the Chu family, and he was genuinely curious about what gift Chu Lingshuang had prepared. But, phone, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to the terrace. Su Zian gently stroked Lin Feng's arm and gazed at him intently. The sudden touch made Lin Feng tremble. He subconsciously withdrew his hand, nodded silently, then stood up, glanced at Chu Lingshuang, and walked towards the elevator. Seeing Lin Feng's distant actions, Su Zian was clearly a little dejected, but when she glanced at his getting up, her fighting spirit was rekindled. Ignoring the two Chu sisters, Lin Feng and Su Zian entered the elevator one after the other and went to the rooftop balcony. As the elevator doors closed, Chu Yunran, who had been holding back her words, could no longer contain herself. Sis, are you just going to stand by and watch that woman take Brother Lin away? That's not like you. She never shows mercy to anyone who displeases her sister, especially since he's the person my sister likes. But today, that woman not only made advances towards Lin Feng, but the two of them have even gone to the rooftop to catch up. If this continues, Brother Lin might actually be lured away by that woman. It's really strange. How come her sister can sit still like this today? Sis, if you ask me, we should. Chu Yunran was indignant and wanted to say something more, but she saw her older sister, who was about to leave, turn around and walk straight towards the elevator. Chu Yunran was taken aback for a moment, then realized what was happening and quickly jogged to catch up. She said that her sister would never let the two of them be alone together like that. It turns out she was planning to eavesdrop. Wrong. What does it mean to eavesdrop? It's common knowledge that Brother Lin is her brother-in-law. They're doing this openly and honestly. As the maid pressed the button to open the elevator door, Chu Lingshuang entered the elevator first, followed closely by Chu Yunran. Similarly, the two also went to the top floor. When the elevator doors opened, the living room was completely empty. Chu Yunran's face stiffened, and she anxiously asked, Sister, they wouldn't have gone to their room, would they? Before she even said those words, Chu Lingshuang's face had already turned extremely pale when she saw the empty living room. Go find it. The words were practically spat out through clenched teeth. Chu Lingshuang's voice was extremely restrained. Okay, sis, I'm going right now. Chu Yunran quickly responded and rushed into the living room, turning every room in the living room upside down. She even opened the innermost warehouse to take a look, but she still couldn't find the two of them. No, sis, there's nobody here. Chu Yunran was so anxious that she was covered in sweat. Before she could even wipe the sweat off her face, she rushed back. At the same time, a gentle laugh and Lin Feng's laughter suddenly rang out from the rooftop upstairs. Haha, Feng, I'm really embarrassed by what you're saying. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's just the truth. Your skills are really amazing. Really? Of course it's true. You're really amazing. The two conversations reached Chu Lingshuang and Chu Yunran's ears in a casual manner. The sudden blast of cold air beside her made Chu Yunran unable to look directly at her older sister's expression. Her face darkened, and she clenched her fists, angrily saying, They have no shame at all. Not only did they come to the rooftop in broad daylight, but they also brazenly did that kind of thing. Chu Lingshuang pursed her lips tightly, her eyes already bloodshot and unusually fierce. She screamed in a mad, almost pathological manner, Kill her! The sound was like a blast from hell. Chu Yunran's face turned deathly pale, and she hurriedly said, Sister, calm down. This is the Lin family home, we. Before she could finish speaking, Chu Ling Shuang strode up the stairs with steady yet hurried steps. This is the Lin family manor. The Chu family had not made any preparations beforehand, and if anything happened here, even they would have difficulty leaving. Moreover, dozens of media outlets were gathered right at the manor's main gate, and if anything happened inside the manor, the media would inevitably swarm in. In this fast-paced information age, even the Chu family will not be able to eliminate all public opinion by then. Chu Yunran stamped her feet in frustration, but there was no other way. She could only take small steps and chase after him. Chapter 157. It's strangely satisfying to see her jealous. Lin Feng had barely sat down when a loud bang suddenly rang out. With a loud bang, the rooftop door was kicked open. Lin Feng and Su Zian both looked towards the door. Chu Ling Shuang appeared at the door like a demon in the dead of night. The sunlight shone directly on her white dress, adding not softness but a hint of ferocity. Behind her, Chu Yunran, who had been following closely, was panting heavily. Before she could even speak to stop her, she saw the scene on the rooftop and froze instantly. "Brother Lin, what are you doing?" On the rooftop, beside a wooden table and chairs surrounded by flowers, Lin Feng was sitting on a swing. Opposite him, Su Zian held a paintbrush in her hand, and in front of her was an easel. On the white canvas, a rough framework outlined with charcoal pencils had already appeared. "Miss Su is drawing a close-up for me." A knowing glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he looked at Chu Ling Shuang and replied with a smile. "So what you were talking about was drawing." Chu Yunran belatedly realized what was happening and subconsciously looked at her older sister. "That's right." Lin Feng nodded with a smile. "Miss Su's sketch just now was very beautiful, so I suggested that she try drawing a full-length sketch." His gaze lingered on them, a slight smile playing on his lips, but he feigned curiosity and asked, "What's going on here?" "Oh, we." Chu Yunran was about to make up an excuse to get away with it, but before she could even utter a lie, Chu Ling Shuang interrupted her. "The view from the rooftop is nice, so I just came up to take a look." Chu Ling Shuang's indifferent voice rang out, and she casually lifted her foot and walked down the steps. She was so obvious. That's an excuse that everyone can understand. Lin Feng could even smell the sour odor in the air, but he had no intention of making things clear just like that. Previously, Chu Ling Shuang's torment had almost given him psychological trauma, but now that Chu Tianli had told him that Chu Ling Shuang wouldn't use the Chu family's methods, it was clear that he was now in control. Seeing her jealous made Lin Feng feel inexplicably happy. Su Zian was clearly displeased, but she didn't say anything. She gave Chu Ling Shuang a deep look, then turned her gaze back to Lin Feng and casually raised her hand to instruct. "Feng, don't move around. I'm going to start drawing." "Okay." Lin Feng turned around and nodded, but his eyes lingered on Chu Ling Shuang out of the corner of his eye. Following behind Chu Ling Shuang, the two sat down not far from the swing, and Chu Yunran muttered to herself, "Sis, are we really just going to sit here and watch?" Seeing that her sister remained silent, but her face looked extremely pale, Chu Yunran muttered again, "Sis, if you don't like them, I'll go over there right now and find an excuse to drag Brother Lin over." "Who dislikes them?" Chu Ling Shuang's voice suddenly rang out, her cold words carrying an anger she herself was unaware of. "They're clearly in love. What are we doing there?" Her cold voice echoed, neither too loud nor too soft. Although the Lin family villa was large, the rooftop was only so big. Apart from the footsteps of the servants nearby, there were only a few people left. Naturally, Lin Feng and Su Zian also heard it. This crazy woman is pretty stubborn. Even though he had his back to them, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. However, Su Zian, who was helping him with the painting, was no longer focused on the painting itself. As a painter, she was the one who could see the details best. In just a moment, she caught a glimpse of the model's change in expression. She gripped her paintbrush tightly and whispered, "Ah Feng, I'm a little hungry. Would you like some dessert?" Lin Feng asked a question. After all, it was afternoon tea time. "Whatever you decide is fine." Su Zian gave a gentle smile and gazed at Lin Feng with adoration. "Okay." Ignoring the unsettling gaze, Lin Feng called over the servants and instructed them to prepare some afternoon tea desserts. As the servants left, Chu Ling Shuang's voice rang out, as if she was unwilling to be left behind. Stop. Get some for Ranran too. She's hungry. Chu Yunran. Huh. Yes, miss. Is there anything else you need? The maid nodded and bowed to look at Chu Ling Shuang. Chu Ling Shuang haughtily raised her head, her aloof gaze falling on Lin Feng, and gritted her teeth, saying, Give me a glass of lemonade. Yes. The maid nodded repeatedly and led the others downstairs to prepare. Lemonade? That's a bit sour. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed with glee. For some reason, seeing Chu Ling Shuang humiliated filled him with a strange sense of satisfaction, a feeling of vengeful pleasure. Seeing the change in Lin Feng's expression, Su Zian became restless. Passing Lin Feng, Su Zian glanced at the two Chu sisters not far behind him, pursed her lips, blinked her eyes, and forced a smile, saying, Feng, do you remember when we were little, we did this too? You were the model, and I would draw you. Lin Feng's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. He looked at Su Zian and couldn't help but ask, Wait, Miss Su, when we were little? Seeing Lin Feng's interested expression, Su Zian immediately smiled. Yes, when we were little, you were small, but my paper wasn't big either, so it was just the right size for you to draw. Sunlight streamed down through the glass overhead, falling on Su Zian, adding an extra touch of charm to her mature and elegant demeanor. She had clearly gotten emotional, and her expression was quite moved, but that wasn't what Lin Feng was concerned about. Short stature. Lin Feng noticed this detail in an instant, and while pondering, he murmured, Excuse me for asking, Miss Su, how old are you this year? As if she had anticipated Lin Feng's question, Su Zian answered without hesitation, 3 years older than you. 3 years old. Lin Feng was stunned. So, when Su Zian drew his portrait before he went missing, he was only 4.5 years old. No way. How is that possible? Even if Su Zian is a genius, drawing at 4.5 years old and being able to remember all of this doesn't make sense. Lin Feng looked up in disbelief, his gaze falling on Su Zian. Sunlight streamed in, and the surrounding area was filled with all sorts of bouquets, a scene that struck him like a thunderbolt. Several images and voices inexplicably flashed through his mind. Dad, I want to marry my brother when I grow up, and then our family can live on this island forever, okay? Zian, Xiaofeng isn't from our island. He'll have to go back and find his family. No, I want to be with him. Feng always listens to me. It was a dense forest, an island, with the roaring waves crashing all around. Instantly, a ringing in my ears resounded in my mind, followed by a wave of countless sharp pains. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt his mind go blank. He felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if his brain was weighed down by 1,000 pounds, and his body could no longer support him. He fell to one side of the swing in a daze. Chapter 158. What I like is him, as he is now. Lin Feng. Although they were far apart, Chu Ling Shuang, whose peripheral vision was always on Lin Feng, was the first to react. She suddenly stood up and muttered something. Beside her, Chu Yunran, who had just received her cake and hadn't even had a chance to take a couple of bites, was startled. Holding the small cake, she blinked and asked, Sis, what's wrong? Before she could finish speaking, Su Zian's voice came through, only half a second later. Feng, what's wrong? Someone come here. Before Chu Yunran could even cry out in surprise, Chu Ling Shuang rushed forward like an arrow from her side. Lin Feng, wake up. Stop pretending to be dead. Her loud shout rang out, and she shoved Su Zian away, her eyebrows furrowed. Miss Chu Yu. Su Zian, who had been pushed away, was clearly unhappy. She frowned and was about to argue when several servants stepped forward from behind her. Ignoring her status as a young lady, Chu Ling Shuang acted swiftly, grabbing Lin Feng's arm and yelling at the servants. What are you doing? Hurry up and help him inside. Yes, yes, yes. Several servants immediately responded, supporting Lin Feng's arms on either side and helping the unconscious Lin Feng down from the rooftop. Seeing her opportunity snatched away, Su Zian was clearly unhappy, but she still wore a smile that concealed a dagger as she said, Miss Chu. Feng he. Chu Ling Shuang didn't give her a chance to finish speaking and didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. She took out her phone and dialed Yu Shuiyan's number. Yu Shuiyan, you have half an hour to get over here. After anxiously uttering a sentence, Chu Yunran put down the cake and ran over. Sister, what's wrong with Brother Lin? Did he get heat stroke from the sun? She looked at her older sister with a blank expression, full of confusion. Chu Ling Shuang frowned, gave Su Ziyin a fierce look, and without saying a word, she lifted her leg, about to go downstairs. Miss Chu, please wait a moment. Seeing that Chu Ling Shuang was about to leave, Su Ziyin put down her paintbrush and hurriedly called out to her. Chu Ling Shuang wouldn't give her a chance to speak. She walked straight out the door with a cold face. However, Su Ziyin's voice rang out again. Miss Chu, since you also like A-foam, don't you want to talk to me? Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and it fell gently down. Instantly, Chu Ling Shuang stopped in her tracks. Chu Yunran, who was following behind, turned around in shock to look at Su Ziyin, and then couldn't help but look back at her own sister. This woman has some nerve, daring to speak to her sister like that. Chu Yunran had already pronounced Su Ziyin's death sentence in her heart. She looked at the ignorant woman with sympathy. However, to her surprise, Ran, go downstairs first and call the Lin family's family doctor over. Chu Ling Shuang's commanding tone rang out, and Chu Yunran's eyes widened in shock. My sister isn't angry. She looked at her older sister's icy expression with surprise, but dared not say anything, and could only nod and say, Okay, sis, I'll go now. Incidentally, she also called away all the servants upstairs. With the rooftop door closed, only Chu Ling Shuang and Su Ziyin remained on the entire top floor. I don't listen to nonsense. Chu Ling Shuang glanced at them coldly, her tone revealing her urgency and anger. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang's anxious face, Su Ziyin suddenly smiled. She bent down in the chair, picked up a cup of tea, and took a small sip while looking at Chu Ling Shuang thoughtfully. Little sister, don't worry. Feng has a family doctor to take care of him. We'll only get in the way if we go. Why don't we sit down and have a good chat? She smiled and raised her hand, gesturing to the chair opposite her. Never before had Chu Ling Shuang felt coerced. She felt her patience was about to run out. Suppressing her impending murderous intent, she said in a sinister tone, Spit out your nonsense. I don't have time to listen to your rubbish. Aren't you listening? Su Ziyin curled her lips and winked smugly. Don't be so hot-tempered at such a young age. Sit down and let's have a good talk, after all. This is about A-foam. The moment the words left her lips, Chu Ling Shuang clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and glared fiercely at Su Ziyin. In the end, they sat down because of the phrase about A-foam. That's more like it. Su Ziyin smiled and poured Chu Ling Shuang a cup of tea, saying with some emotion, The weather is so nice, and the sun is so strong. Sitting here for a while has made me quite irritable. It's much more comforting to drink herbal tea. She didn't know Lin Feng's condition, but the moment he collapsed, she was extremely anxious. Chu Ling Shuang's anger had reached its peak, especially since the woman before her was so alluring and seductive, and dared to threaten her with Lin Feng. No need to endure it any longer. With a cold expression, Chu Ling Shuang lifted her skirt, and in an instant, the golden pistol reappeared. The gun was pointed directly at the giggling Su Ziyin, and his voice was cold and harsh. If you say another word, I'll kill you. The dark muzzle of the gun filled her vision, and Su Ziyin's smile visibly froze. Her eyes flickered slightly, her expression darkened a bit, and she casually pulled a cigarette case from her pocket, slowly taking out a slender women's menthol cigarette. As the smoke rose, a hint of vicissitude appeared on her mature and intellectual face. When I was 4 years old, my father found a baby boy on the island. Our whole family was overjoyed because my mother had a difficult childbirth and could never conceive again. We all treated that boy as family, and I had a playmate in my childhood. Her voice was gentle and soothing. Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyes slightly and tucked the pistol back to her side. You probably guessed it, that boy is Lin Feng. Su Ziyin suddenly laughed and said, Actually, I shouldn't have told you all this. Grandpa Lin also said that Lin Feng was injured and lost his memory before. He always thought he grew up in an orphanage, but in fact he was already 12 years old when the Su family took him away. Hearing Su Ziyin's words, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly frowned. This is quite different from her investigation. However, identities can be faked. But can memories be faked? If Su Ziyin wasn't lying, then someone did it on purpose. But what does all this have to do with her? Why are you saying all this? Chu Ling Shuang maintained her aloof tone. Upon hearing this, Su Zian was visibly taken aback. She looked at Chu Ling Shuang with surprise. Aren't you curious? Why should I be curious? You? Su Zian was completely stunned. She looked at Chu Ling Shuang in disbelief. Don't you like him? I do like him. Chu Ling Shuang sneered, as if she had already guessed Su Zian's thoughts, and bluntly said without any hesitation, liking someone is one thing, but what do his past have to do with me? I like him as he is now, as the person he is, not as he was before, and certainly not as he is in other people's words or memories. Chapter 159 agreed upon. You? Su Zian was completely stunned. She never expected Chu Ling Shuang to say such a thing. Isn't liking someone about learning about their past? She murmured, if you don't try to understand someone, how can you say you like them? Of course I can know about his past, but compared to this. Chu Ling Shuang's cold voice suddenly rang out. Even if there's a story between you two, that's in the past. From now on, he will belong to me alone forever, and I will not allow anyone to covet what's mine. Faced with her domineering remarks, Su Zian suddenly laughed. Little sister, you are still young and don't understand the destructive power of green plums. Oh really? Chu Ling Shuang sneered, staring intently at Su Zian, and said sarcastically, if he had liked you from the very beginning, how could he have liked someone else? Just this simple sentence, when Su Zian heard Chu Ling Shuang's jealous words during the portrait drawing, and the image of Lin Feng's upturned lips appeared before her eyes, caused her face to stiffen visibly. But she quickly regained her composure and said, he just has amnesia. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression changed, and she looked directly at Chu Ling Shuang. Have you thought about what you would choose if he regained his memories one day? Clearly, Chu Ling Shuang, who had been tough on the outside, clenched her fists. Her expression was cold, and she stubbornly said, I don't care how he chooses. He's destined to be without me. Yeah. Su Zian naturally glanced at Chu Ling Shuang's slightly clenched fist at her side, and she smiled and said, then, Miss Chu, I need you to reach an agreement with me. I don't have time to waste with your nonsense. Chu Ling Shuang was too lazy to say more. She didn't know how Lin Feng was doing, and she was in a hurry. She left the sentence and prepared to get up. Don't rush to reject me. Su Zian's voice rang out. I want to say that I allow you to pursue Lin Feng, but in return, you cannot stop me from pursuing him. I, Chu Ling Shuang, never need anyone's permission to do what I do. Chu Ling Shuang was amused, but a cold glint flashed across her aloof face. Without saying anything more, she prepared to leave. However, Su Zian was not about to let this opportunity slip by so easily. She hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, even if he forcibly regains his memories later, he won't care about the harm he might suffer? As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Ling Shuang lowered her raised foot. Why can't this bitch just say everything at once? She turned around, her eyes bloodshot, unable to bear it any longer. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang turn around, Su Zian said confidently, you also want to know who Lin Feng really likes, right? Really? Su Zian was very good at speaking, and with just one sentence, she touched Chu Ling Shuang's heart. After talking with her father last night, she went back to her room and thought about it for a long time. She realized that she had indeed fallen in love with Lin Feng. But Lin Feng remained indifferent to her as always, and every time he faced her, he still thought of escaping. Over the past few days, she had tried many methods. Every time she tried to keep him by her side, although he performed in a way that satisfied her, something was still missing. Especially when Su Zian appeared today, he didn't even see her anymore. This feeling terrified her. For so long, she had never gotten what she wanted. What exactly does she need to do to make him fall in love with her? This problem was like a nightmare, haunting her all night. I'm a few years older than you, so I should be more magnanimous. Su Zian's voice rang out, her face radiating a gentle light. I think we shouldn't force offing too much, and we should also give him enough space to think independently. What do you think? Chu Ling Shuang instinctively wanted to refute these words. But as the words were about to come out, her father's warning echoed in her mind. Using overly forceful methods will only push him further away. She should learn to respect him. Chu Ling Shuang bit her lip and remained silent for a long time before looking at Su Ziyin and saying coldly, "Tell me your plan." Su Ziyin suddenly smiled, gently raised her hand, and counted on her fingers. "How about we start today? I'll stay at the Lin family's place, and you can pursue Lin Feng with me. We'll divide the time. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday are yours. Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday are mine. As for the weekends, let Lin Feng choose for himself. What do you say? It's Wednesday today. I'll make an excuse to go out and chat with Grandpa Lin and the others later, to give you two some space." Before Chu Ling Shuang could respond, Su Ziyin continued, "Of course, during this time, neither of us can force Lin Feng to do anything. It's entirely up to him to choose." Without those words, Chu Ling Shuang would never have accepted it. But now that Su Ziyin has said it, and most importantly, although she says she doesn't care, Chu Ling Shuang is indeed a little worried. They were worried about the impact that sudden memory might have on Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng absolutely cannot get into trouble. She pursed her lips, her tone cold and slightly warning as she stared fiercely at Su Ziyin. "If you dare to show off your claws, I will cut them off with my own hands." After saying that, she didn't give Su Ziyin another chance to speak and left without looking back. Chu Ling Shuang's words were not false. The sinister tone of her voice made Su Ziyin even more fearful. Although she was a bit less imposing, Su Ziyin was still very happy. If Chu Ling Shuang can say that, then it means she has agreed. So what if it falls from the sky? Despite her parents' objections, she left the island after she came of age and used her connections to start a company in Beijing, all for the sake of finding Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a ray of light in her life on the island. She believed that as long as Lin Feng regained his memory and remembered all the things they had shared, he would definitely turn back and fall in love with her. No, it's a must. A possessive look suddenly appeared on Su Ziyin's usually gentle face. When his memory returned, she would take him back to the island and spend the rest of his life with him. So I only stayed in the orphanage for a year. Inside the room, the family doctor, after examining Lin Feng and dismissing everyone else, closed the door, giving Lin Feng ample time to rest. 10 minutes after the door closed, Lin Feng slowly woke up. He raised his hand with some understanding and stared at his palm carefully. He said those dreams weren't omens, and Su Ziyin wasn't lying to him. He had indeed known Su Ziyin for a long time. However, it wasn't in an orphanage, nor was it made up. He did indeed grow up in the Su family. But after his memory was disrupted, all he could remember were the orphanage and the Su family. The only thing that could cause the memory gap in him was Lin. No wonder Jason made him open the door when he returned to the Lin family home that day. The door was even electrified. He was just testing whether Jason had regained his memory. Memories can be altered. Just deliberately emphasize the key points in his memory. For example, even today, he still remembers how he fell seriously ill in the orphanage, how his teachers held him tightly while he received an 4 drip, how he fell, and how he was refused care. It seems that whether Linda is really his grandfather is now in doubt. Lin Feng suddenly sneered. What a grand scheme. However, before he could sort out his thoughts, the door was kicked open by Chu Ling Shuang. Outside, following closely behind were Yu Shui Yin carrying a medical kit, and Chu Yun ran peeking out from behind. Chapter 160. If you don't obey, I'll kiss you. Brother, you're awake? Chu Yun rushed in excitedly, then lay down by the bed, staring at Lin Feng with her big, blinking eyes. Still maintaining her aloof demeanor, Chu Ling Shuang said nothing, only looking at Lin Feng with considerable concern, shifting her body to the side to make room for Yu Shuiyin. Yu Shuiyin understood and immediately stepped forward, placing the first aid kit by the bedside, and carefully inquired about Lin Feng's condition. Are you still feeling dizzy? Lin Feng shook his head. You look a bit pale. You've probably suffered heat stroke from being in the sun for too long. After observing Lin Feng for a moment, Yu Shuiyin took out a bottle of Huaxiang Zhengqi water from the first aid kit and said somewhat speechlessly, Drink this, and you'll be fine after you finish it. Lin Feng knew perfectly well whether he had suffered from heat stroke or not. He shook his head and said, No need, I'm fine now. How can I get better if I don't take medicine? Glancing at Chu Ling Shuang, whose face looked rather unpleasant, Yu Shuiyin quickly added a comment and pushed the medicine in her hand closer. I Just as Lin Feng was about to say that he wasn't suffering from heat stroke, Chu Ling Shuang spoke up. Shuiyan, go get some candy. Her voice was soft, yet undeniable. The taste of Huaxiang Jingqi water is very strong. Is the young lady worried that it will make him feel bitter? Yu Shuiyan's eyes flashed as she caught sight of Chu Yunran taking a lollipop out of her pocket. She quickly threw the medicine to Lin Feng and then grabbed Chu Yunran's arm. Miss Ranran, please come with me. I'm not very familiar with the Lin family, and I'm a bit socially awkward. Chu Yunran was taken aback. Huh? Before she could react, Yu Shuiyan dragged her out of the room. They also closed the door. Sister Shuiyan, what are you doing? Brother Lin isn't feeling well. Why did you drag me out like this? Once outside, Chu Yunran looked on with a puzzled expression at Yu Shuiyan's anxious movements. Are you stupid? Yu Shuiyan couldn't help but pat Chu Yunran's head. Can't you tell your sister is worried about him? I've checked him out. Lin Feng is fine. He just has low blood sugar from being in the sun for too long. And we're still inside at this hour, aren't we just being third wheels? That's right. Upon hearing this explanation, Chu Yunran immediately understood. She said with a grin. Then, Sister Shuiyan, let's go to the elevator and keep watch. We won't let anyone in. Inside the room. As the two left, Lin Feng propped himself up and sat up. He had roughly sorted out the memories that had suddenly appeared, but now there was an even more troublesome problem. Chu Ling Shuang sat on the side of the bed, quietly watching him, her aloof face revealing neither worry nor indifference. Miss Chu Lin Feng cleared his throat and was about to get out of bed, but Chu Ling Shuang didn't give him a chance to put his feet on the ground and directly grabbed his shoulder. If you're sick, just rest well. I'll get you anything you need. Her expression remained indifferent, but the meaning behind her words brooked no refusal. It was rare to hear Chu Ling Shuang's slightly anxious tone, and the hand tightly clenched on her shoulder. All of this felt very familiar. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said directly, I'm fine now. Before he could refute, Chu Ling Shuang leaned forward and pressed herself against him, her beautiful face drawing ever closer, her phoenix eyes lingering on his face for a moment with a flirtatious look. You're so pale, and you say you're all right. She snorted coldly, and before Lin Feng could refute her, she forcibly pressed him down onto the bed. Is she showing concern? For a moment, Lin Feng didn't know what to say, but he had indeed recovered, and it was during the banquet. If he collapsed, Linda and the others would probably find out immediately. He can't lie in bed like this. He insisted on sitting up and said, Thank you for your concern, Miss Chu. I am indeed fine now. I will just have some water later. His distant words reached Chu Ling Shuang's ears, and it was clear that a hint of loneliness appeared in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes. Watching Lin Feng get up quietly, she pursed her lips, seemingly a little unwilling, and said, There's no need for thanks between us. Lin Feng, who was busy putting on his shoes, subconsciously replied, No, that won't do. Miss Chu is concerned about me, so it's only right that I thank you. He continued talking to himself, unaware of Chu Ling Shuang's increasingly gloomy gaze. As he spoke, he had already put on his shoes. He stood up and said, All right, Miss Chu, if there's nothing else, I'll go ahead. However, before he could finish speaking, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly stood up and, in the blink of an eye, grabbed his chin. Before Lin Feng could react, she tiptoed and lightly touched his lips. If you don't behave, I'll kiss you. Her eyes burned with passion as she tilted her head back and stared intently at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly, staring at her in disbelief. Miss Chu Shu. Her fingertips touched his lips lightly, making Lin Feng's heart itch. She stared at Lin Feng with a mad fascination, her eyes filled with endless arrogance. But when her lips met Lin Feng's, the arrogance vanished, and she began to command him with a hint of pleading. Hug me. The voice was gentle to the core. If it weren't for the commanding tone in his voice, Lin Feng felt like his bones would melt. He glanced down at her, puzzled, wondering what she was up to. That was so unexpected. After the Chu family, Chu Ling Shuang's attitude towards him changed a lot, as if she had seen through something, but he was not sure. He originally didn't want to get involved, but seeing her jealous made him inexplicably amused and even excited. However, none of these are reasons for him to forgive Chu Ling Shuang's torment. Thinking of this, he pushed her away with extreme indifference and said distantly, It's not appropriate. Seemingly surprised by Lin Feng's refusal, a hint of panic rose in Chu Lingshuang's eyes. She said anxiously, "There are only the two of us in this room. That's not appropriate either." Lin Feng smiled and gently shook his head, saying, "Miss Chu, we're not dating, so let's not do anything so inappropriate again." His voice was unusually cold and rational. One sentence brought Chu Lingshuang back to her senses. She glanced at Lin Feng with a complicated expression and blurted out instinctively, Do I, Chu Lingshuang, need anyone else's permission to do what I do?" Before she could finish speaking, Lin Feng, as if he had expected it, smiled and preemptively finished her sentence. As if he had seen right through her, Lin Feng's eyes met hers directly, reaching straight into her heart. The words that had been blurted out unconsciously were interrupted. Chu Lingshuang realized what was happening, biting her lip, her eyes bloodshot. Lin Feng continued with a smile. "Miss Chu, I am now at least a member of the Lin family. In any case, with this status, you can't touch me. I don't want to pursue those things from the past anymore. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave now." He has shown absolutely no mercy. In the past, those were just compromises, but things are different now. He already has sovereignty. However, these words had no offensive effect on Chu Lingshuang, who had already been rebuked dozens of times. Chapter 161, Teaching You How to Date. She squinted, her rationality returning. She placed her hands on her chest, staring intently at Lin Feng, radiating a heavy sense of oppression. "You really want to distance yourself from me? How can this be called distancing yourself?" Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he smiled gently. "You and I didn't know each other in the first place, did we?" Even after so much time has passed, he still says the same things. These were the same words, yet they still managed to ignite Chu Lingshuang's anger. "Yeah." She sneered, lifted her foot, and stepped closer. She grabbed his collar, pulled him down, and kissed him again without saying a word. "And what about this kiss? Did you feel anything?" Without giving him a chance to think, she kissed him and then forcefully threw out a question. Lin Feng never expected that his words would not only fail to make her give up, but would actually make her bolder. Seeing his surprised silence, Chu Lingshuang sneered, "You may not recognize me, but your body knows me very well." She continued to slide down the slope, rather unruly. Every tiny touch of his fingertips stirred a tingling desire within him. Upon approaching, there was that familiar and gentle fragrance of roses. With a slight lift of the hand, one could touch her slender waist. All of this was indeed making it difficult for Lin Feng to control himself. Just as they were about to reach the extreme zone, he suddenly grabbed her slender wrist with his other hand. "Don't provoke a fire." His voice was hoarse, carrying a hidden, restrained warning. Chu Lingshuang raised her eyebrows knowingly and whispered tenderly, "I'm helping you eliminate them." "You?" In broad daylight, at a banquet, they were doing this kind of thing in a room? "Stop fooling around." He ruthlessly shook off her hand, his voice turning cold as he frowned and said, "Now is not the time for this. I have urgent business to attend to." Chu Lingshuang was clearly unhappy when her hand was shaken off. "Urgent?" She glanced at Lin Feng with displeasure and sneered. "In such a hurry to see your old flame?" Her gaze was aggressive, giving Lin Feng no chance to refute. She sat upright on the side of the bed in front of him, her slender legs spread out on the carpet in front of him, giving him no chance to leave. An old flame? Lin Feng was speechless, looking at Chu Lingshuang in surprise. She already knew. That's true. With the Chu family's capabilities, it would be easy for them to investigate these things. So, does that mean Chu Lingshuang actually knew about his lost memories from the moment she brought him to Lakeview Manor? "Miss Chu, you really have a way with your hands." Lin Feng couldn't help but stare at Chu Lingshuang, who was sitting steadily, and muttered a complaint. That's natural. It was obvious that Chu Lingshuang thought he was praising her. Her eyes flickered, her red lips curved slightly, and she said domineeringly, "I won't allow you to see her." Her voice, brooking no refusal, carried an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. "You can't have this." Lin Feng smiled, stepped over her ankle, and started to walk outside. What a joke. Since when does he get to decide what he wants to do, and who gives him permission? Just as he had passed Chu Lingshuang's legs, her voice suddenly rang out. "She won't see you." "Why?" There's no reason why. It's not time yet. Time? What time? Lin Feng was puzzled and looked at Chu Ling Shuang with suspicion. But Chu Ling Shuang's eyes darted away, and she said with a hint of impatience, "In short, she won't appear before you today. Whatever you need, we can talk about it tomorrow." Her anger had reached its peak. Not only was he distracted in front of her, but he also kept asking to see that woman. Is their close relationship really so inferior to their childhood friendship? Seeing that Lin Feng was still confused, Chu Ling Shuang was clearly getting anxious. She reached out and grabbed Lin Feng's arm, pulling him forcefully into her embrace. Lin Feng, who was deep in thought, did not expect Chu Ling Shuang to suddenly make a move. His body was pulled hard, and he staggered a few steps before falling onto the bed. Before he could react, Chu Ling Shuang pressed down on him, her cold eyes piercing. "You are mine, and I won't allow you to have any other thoughts." Seeing that she was acting crazy again, Lin Feng became anxious. He raised his hand and grabbed Chu Ling Shuang's shoulder, saying coldly, "Wait a minute. Miss Chu, I believe Uncle Chu made himself very clear yesterday. Our relationship is already clear. My causing trouble has nothing to do with you. How is this none of my business?" Chu Ling Shuang retorted without hesitation, then lowered her head and bit his earlobe, whispering in a low voice, "I like you. You've been mine for a long time." The unexpected confession made Lin Feng freeze. He had considered all sorts of possibilities, but he never expected Chu Ling Shuang to be so direct. No, she's always been this direct about everything she's done over the years. Seeing that Lin Feng had stopped moving, Chu Ling Shuang paused for a moment after realizing what had happened. What did she just say? She said she liked him? She actually spoke up? Chu Ling Shuang suddenly straightened up, staring in astonishment at the silent Lin Feng. A blush crept up her fair cheeks, spreading to her ears. She muttered to herself, getting a little anxious. Her little hand gripping Lin Feng's collar grew increasingly impatient, and her heart continued to race. She bit her lip, but for some reason, she didn't dare to look Lin Feng in the eye. She gritted her teeth angrily and muttered under her breath, "Don't look at me like that. I only love you, and I won't allow you to think about anyone else. You can only be mine." She muttered to herself, her tone suddenly becoming more firm, but still tinged with a cautiousness as if she were afraid of being rejected by Lin Feng. Her clumsy rambling reached Lin Feng's ears, and his initial surprise turned into understanding. Putting aside the previous issues, looking directly at the usually aloof Chu Ling Shuang's anxious yet stubborn explanation, Lin Feng inexplicably felt the urge to tease her. He cleared his throat and said in a hoarse voice, "Miss Chu, do you not know how to date?" "Why should I know how?" Chu Ling Shuang's thoughts were interrupted, and she replied with a surprised comment. "To be honest, I'm not very good at it either, but I'm probably a little better than you. If you don't mind, I can teach you," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Teach me?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded and said seriously, "I can let you experience it. If that feeling is not what you want, then I have to question your liking for it." Chu Ling Shuang's eyes darkened at this. She didn't deny that Lin Feng was right. She just realized that she didn't want Lin Feng to leave. As for their relationship, she didn't really know. With her emotions all mixed up, she was indeed somewhat confused. More importantly, if Lin Feng were willing to date her now, wouldn't that be a perfect opportunity to get rid of Su Zian? Thinking of this, she suppressed the excitement welling up inside her, raised her eyes, and nodded gently. Chapter 162, I like you no matter what. Okay, then you can get up first. Seeing her nod, Lin Feng responded and straightened his body. Why should I get up? Chu Ling Shuang's eyes were filled with doubt, and she looked puzzled. Nonsense. How am I supposed to get up if you're pressing down on me? Lin Feng retorted, glancing at the two hands pressing on his chest. Chu Ling Shuang belatedly realized what was happening, hastily withdrew her hand, and looked at Lin Feng, who was getting up, with a flushed face. You got up, and then what? Then, let's go on a date. As Lin Feng straightened his clothes, he smiled and said, buttoning up the collar of his shirt. He then extended a hand to Chu Ling Shuang and said with a smile, Let's go, my girlfriend. Shall we go shopping? Upon hearing the word girlfriend, Chu Ling Shuang's expression clearly froze. Her face flushed slightly, and she frowned, saying, What's there to shop for? Just have someone bring you whatever you need. She acted like a spoiled young lady. Lin Feng sighed, stepped forward, turned her shoulder, and said seriously, when I say shopping, I don't just mean buying clothes. Chu Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow, her tone cold. What is that? The joy of being alone. Without giving Chu Ling Shuang a chance to refute, he grabbed her shoulders and pulled her up like a radish. The point isn't shopping, the point is you and me while we're shopping. He emphasized that these words also touched Chu Ling Shuang's heart. She looked at Lin Feng deeply, seemingly moved. She glanced at her haute couture gown and said forcefully, Wait for me a moment, I'll go change. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, glanced at Chu Ling Shuang's ankles, and suggested, Change into a pair of comfortable sneakers. Your feet will hurt after walking in high heels for a long time. Chu Ling Shuang, who was walking towards the door, paused slightly and shifted her shoes a few times uncomfortably. In the end, she didn't say anything more, opened the door, and went out. Outside the room, Chu Yunran and Yu Shuyan, who had been waiting at the elevator entrance, saw Chu Ling Shuang come out, and their expressions were different. Chu Yunran leaned closer, smiling, and asked, Sis, how are you guys? Any Yu Shuyan stared wide-eyed at Chu Ling Shuang, her eyes filled with curiosity. Chu Ling Shuang's expression was indifferent. She glanced at the two of them and coldly ordered, Go and prepare some casual clothes for me. I want to go shopping with Lin Feng. Go shopping? Chu Yunran was stunned. Wait, when did her sister get interested in shopping? No, sis, you two can just have someone prepare whatever you need. Why go through all that trouble? Chu Yunran couldn't help but complain. Yu Shuyan nodded in agreement, her face filled with disbelief. She'd been with her mistress for so many years and had never seen her go shopping. Had she suddenly changed her ways? Chu Ling Shuang glanced at her younger sister and sneered, What do you know? After saying that, she looked at Yu Shuyan and said, Go and inform the commercial street in the city center that it will be closed this afternoon. The tone was still commanding, and Yu Shuyan dared not say anything more, quickly nodding and saying, Yes, miss, I'll go right now. Seeing that Yu Shuyan had already left, Chu Yunran, unwilling to be a third wheel, was about to make an excuse to slip away when, before she could even speak, Chu Lingshuang's voice rang out. Chu Yunran, go and tell Aunt Li to prepare everything at home. Starting today, I will be staying at the Lin family's house. Her sister has finally figured it out. Chu Yunran couldn't hide her excitement. It should have been like this a long time ago. What does being near the water tower gives you an advantage mean? Is this for real? She nodded quickly and said confidently, Don't worry, sis. I've got it covered. Yu Shuyan acted quickly. After the message was sent out, the nearest distribution point delivered the clothes in no time. Two maids pushed a rack full of clothes into the Lin family's guest room, followed closely by Yu Shuyan, who said to Chu Ling Shuang, who was drinking tea in the room, Miss, these are the clothes you requested. Please choose one. Chu Ling Shuang slightly raised her eyes, pointed, and when her gaze fell on several pairs of high heels under the clothes rack, Lin Feng's voice rang in her mind. Wearing high heels for a long time makes my feet uncomfortable. Her expression faltered, and a warm feeling inexplicably rose in her heart. When Yu Shuyan handed her the clothes, she slightly curved her lips, her face softening like never before, and said, Take a pair of sneakers. Yu Shuyan was terrified by that expression. She swallowed hard and nodded hurriedly. Yes, Mississippi. When Chu Ling Shuang, having changed her clothes, appeared at the door of Lin Feng's room, a look of amazement flashed across Lin Feng's eyes as he sat on the sofa drinking tea. This was the first time she had appeared before him in sportswear. In the past, long gowns accentuated her alluring figure, but after changing into sportswear, she appeared even more slender. Her figure appeared much taller, and beneath her light blue short skirt were two slender, fair legs. Above that was her alluring waistline beneath a cropped t-shirt. Her long hair, which was usually loose, was now tied up high, adding a touch of vitality. If only her eyes weren't so aggressive. Lin Feng was so moved that he momentarily forgot what to say. Seeing Lin Feng's infatuated expression, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly sneered, took long strides over, crossed her arms in front of her, and placed one foot on the sofa next to his legs. So you like this style? She raised her eyebrows with a knowing look, glancing down at him with disdain. Hiss! My goodness! The servants who followed had never seen anything like this before. When they saw Chu Ling Shuang's domineering demeanor, the two of them gasped in shock. Hurry up! Hurry up! Don't spoil the young lady's mood. Yu Shuyan urged anxiously and quickly closed the door. Glancing at her long, fair, and smooth legs, Lin Feng subconsciously coughed a few times and covered his mouth, saying, I like anything as long as it's you. Chu Ling Shuang, who had intended to tease him, was instead won over by Lin Feng's words. An overwhelming surge of excitement welled up within her, and she leaned forward involuntarily, asking urgently, Are you telling the truth? Certainly. Lin Feng nodded and praised without reservation. Miss Chu, you have a really good figure. I think you look good in anything. His eyes were full of sincerity as he said this. After all, it was the truth. He had indeed seen many girls, but compared to those girls, Chu Ling Shuang's figure was the best he had ever seen. It has curves where it should be, and leanness where it should be. This is also why he could struggle countless times, but was unwilling to. Besides not hitting girls, there's an even more important reason. She's a blooming rose. Lin Feng considered himself a normal person, so when he saw a blooming flower, he had no intention of destroying it or abusing it. Chapter 163 Miss is really love-struck. Putting all that aside, Chu Ling Shuang could clearly see the sincerity in Lin Feng's eyes. She couldn't hide her excitement and touched his cheek, eagerly asking, Still call me Miss Chu? Lin Feng was taken aback and subconsciously responded, Chu. Chu Ling Shuang. She frowned slightly, her voice cool and indifferent. Lin Feng swallowed hard and cautiously called out, Ling Shuang. The moment the address left his mouth and reached his ears, Lin Feng felt goosebumps rise all over his body. But, okay, call me that from now on. I like it very much. Chu Ling Shuang licked her lips with satisfaction, giving Lin Feng no chance to say a word. Lin Feng's lips twitched, and he forced a smile, saying, All right, shall we go shopping? As he spoke, he gestured with his eyes to the leg pressing down on his side. Chu Ling Shuang knowingly pulled her leg back and naturally took Lin Feng's arm. He was held in her arms, her warm body temperature rising within him, making Lin Feng feel a surge of heat in his heart. Surprised by Chu Ling Shuang's transformation, Lin Feng suddenly felt that compared to her previous self, who only knew how to torture and use harsh methods, this version of her seemed quite good. The two of them got into the elevator side by side and came out in the elevator lobby on the first floor. In the lobby on the first floor, a dozen servants were busy preparing for tonight's banquet. At this time, Linda and his men were chatting in the auditorium and had not yet come out. The younger generation, on the other hand, seemed quite carefree. Then, arm in arm with Chu Ling Shuang, the two went outside the villa. Yu Shuyan had prepared a car early in the morning to welcome them. No one saw that Su Zian was looking out the window of the inner hall at that moment. When she caught sight of Chu Ling Shuang and Lin Feng linking arms and looking completely intimate, her face suddenly darkened. Commercial Street. As the most bustling street in Beijing, this place is filled with shops. Lin Feng used to often come here to stroll around in his spare time, and it was always crowded with people. But today it was completely different. The moment their car drove into the commercial street, Lin Feng stared at the empty street and his lips twitched violently. Miss, did you book the whole place? Beside her, Chu Ling Shuang, who was sitting upright, glanced at him indifferently but did not reply. This situation is tantamount to already providing the answer. Lin Feng couldn't help but retort. You really have quite the grand style, booking out an entire place just to go shopping. Of course, he was just complaining. After all, he knew Chu Ling Shuang's ways very well and had roughly guessed that this would be the case before he came out. However, Chu Ling Shuang felt that he was unhappy. I paid the money, she explained in a cold tone, then gripped Lin Feng's arm tighter. I don't like crowded places. She offered a rare explanation. Lin Feng casually said, Why didn't you say so earlier? Shall we find a private cinema to watch a movie? Why would I go to a projection room when I have one at home? Shall we go eat something delicious at the food street? Aunt Lee and the others are all professional chefs. I'll have them make whatever you want to eat. That. After a few back-and-forth sentences, Lin Feng was completely stumped. Thinking about it carefully, Miss Chu really has everything she needs. His dating skills seem to be just a matter of lifting a finger to her. He was in a dilemma. But I've already taught her how to date, so I can't just run away halfway through, can I? Lin Feng frowned as he pondered, when suddenly he caught a glimpse of an escape room flashing past the car window. Wait! He gestured for Yu Shuiyin to stop the car and pointed out the window, saying, "How about we go to a haunted house?" Few girls are unafraid of ghosts, or rather, unafraid of the terrifying atmosphere. But rather than trying to scare her, Lin Feng suddenly became curious about what kind of expression Chu Ling Shuang, who was always as cold as ice, would have if she were afraid. That's going to be really fun. For Chu Ling Shuang, where they went wasn't really important. What mattered was being with Lin Feng. She looked calmly at the somewhat agitated Lin Feng. "It's all good. Okay, I'll go buy the tickets now." Lin Feng said this and quickly opened the car door and got out. As the car door closed, Yu Shuiyin watched Lin Feng's departing figure, her lips twitching. She subconsciously glanced at her young mistress, who seemed lost in thought, through the rearview mirror. Unlike before, things weren't as calm. After Lin Feng got out of the car, Chu Ling Shuang asked Yu Shuiyin with some curiosity, "Shuiyin, when girls go to a haunted house, shouldn't they act scared?" Yu Shuiyin shuddered and subconsciously said, "Generally speaking, when a girl is scared, it arouses a boy's protective instincts." As she spoke, she looked at Chu Ling Shuang, who was deep in thought, in the rearview mirror with some disbelief. Oh no, her young lady is really love-struck. They're already asking for travel guides. She now deeply regretted coming all this way. She should have let Tianhan drive. "Oh." Chu Ling Shuang responded coldly, straightened her clothes, and gestured for Yu Shuiyin to open the car door. Yu Shuiyin quickly got out of the car to help Chu Ling Shuang open the car door. Just then, Lin Feng also came out after buying his ticket. "It's a good thing you didn't clear everyone out. All the staff at this store are still here." Lin Feng made a joke and naturally raised his arm. Chu Ling Shuang didn't respond, but instead took his arm in a very cooperative manner, and the two entered the store side by side. As you pass through the initial gate, the environment instantly darkens, with only a few dim, old-fashioned oil lamps flickering in the long corridor. Lin Feng bought the premium version of the escape room. After all, ordinary escape rooms are too bland and uninteresting for him, and besides, he mainly wanted to see Chu Ling Shuang change her expression. The door behind me closed automatically, and a few streaks of blue light flickered in the dark room. Accompanied by a mournful melody, the escape room officially began. On the wall surrounded by flashes of blue light, the bloody word "Run" was printed, and a system notification sound came from the room. Players need to cross the corridor within 3 minutes. The moment the sound faded, the nearest door suddenly burst open, and a person dressed in a white robe, with talismans pasted on his head and disheveled hair rushed out, baring his teeth and howling at the two people. "Ah!" The man moved very quickly, and in just a few steps he reached the two men. At this moment, Lin Feng stood at the doorway with a somewhat indescribable expression, looking at the ghost with a complicated look. As the ghost rushed towards him from his side, Chu Ling Shuang bit her lip, her brows furrowed slightly, and the words Yu Shuiyin had spoken popped into her mind. "You need to act scared." She frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly grabbed Lin Feng's arm and cried out emotionlessly, "Ah, I'm so scared." Lin Feng, the ghost. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, especially with the terrifying sound effects filling the air, which, because of her words, only added a touch of absurdity. Chu Ling Shuang tugged at her hair in annoyance, deliberately changing the subject, and said, "You mean we have to go through the corridor now, right?" Lin Feng looked at Chu Ling Shuang with a complicated expression. "I guess so." Oh. She was a little annoyed because the performance had gone wrong. Chu Ling Shuang, looking annoyed, pulled out a few bills from her pocket and handed them to the ghost, then forcefully commanded, "Hurry up and get out of the way, let us pass." Chapter 164 Romance, Until Death. The ghost's eyes lit up at the sight of those few shiny red banknotes. He raised his hand, using both hands, and accepted it with a fawning expression. "All right, please come in." Lin Feng's lips twitched. He never expected Chu Ling Shuang to use such methods. Then, there was the scene of her scattering money as she walked. Throughout the entire escape room experience, aside from the terrifying special effects, Lin Feng even felt a sense of excitement. Passion from the ghost. Even the evil spirits from the escaped god-demon venue next door came to scam tips. Sister, please come in. Sis, this is just a roadblock. Ignore it. It's just there to scare people. Sister, there are severed limbs ahead. I'll go kick them away for you. The various ghost statues, as if seeing the god of wealth, busied themselves with serving him. Chu Ling Shuang seemed to have discovered a new continent, and said with great pleasure, "It's really quite fun, and the props are made to look very realistic." Yeah, it just didn't work. Lin Feng complained. What can we do now that things have come to this? Since the young lady has already spent the money, let's just go for it. Lin Feng raised his hand, wiped the fake blood on the wall, smeared it on his face, and suddenly made a face at Chu Ling Shuang. Slightly, Chu Ling Shuang paused for a moment, then laughed and said, "What? You want a tip too?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, opened his pocket, and said with a smile, "I didn't want it originally, but if you insist on giving it to me, then I have no choice but to accept it." His coy gesture did indeed amuse Chu Ling Shuang. She pulled a black card from her pocket and tossed it into Lin Feng's pocket, saying in a great mood, "Take it, spend it however you like." In the fleeting light of the oil lamp, Lin Feng could roughly make out the card. It was a black card from the world's top Swiss bank, the Supreme Edition. It is the only card among all types that does not require a PIN. The cardholder only needs to go there in person and sign to withdraw money. He had only heard of it, but had never seen it. Compared to this, the 10 million in his account is utterly insignificant. Seeing the excitement on Lin Feng's face, Chu Ling Shuang, in a great mood, readily said, "Now that we're dating, you can spend my money however you like." This statement was also a reminder to Lin Feng. She can give, and she also has the right to take it back. She's only willing to be with him now, but if Lin Feng tries to escape, then it won't work. But Lin Feng interpreted these words differently. So what can you do if he finds an opportunity to withdraw some money and run away? Thinking of this, Lin Feng tucked the bag into his pocket and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to keep it safe." Certainly. Glancing at his careful movements, Chu Ling Shuang felt an unprecedented sense of comfort welling up inside her. He carefully cherished the gifts she gave him. He likes her. As they approached the exit, Chu Ling Shuang, who had scattered money all the way, raised the corners of her mouth slightly and glanced at the long line of obsequious ghosts following behind them. She was quite satisfied. This game is good. It's quite fun. Yes, miss, your arrival has brought joy to the whole place. Lin Feng sighed, then checked his pocket and, finding the black card still there, felt relieved. After exiting the car and getting into the vehicle, Chu Ling Shuang asked with great interest, "Where to next?" Well, looking around at the street that had been booked out, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. "Let's go to the amusement park." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly added, "If you wear a mask, you won't need to book the whole place." Without a second thought, Chu Ling Shuang readily agreed and ordered Yu Shuiyan to drive. Yu Xian, sitting in the driver's seat, looked at her young mistress in disbelief, then at Lin Feng, who had a calm expression and was clutching his pockets tightly. Kids' tricks. But her daughter actually falls for this. She floored the accelerator and drove to Bush Park. Although it wasn't the weekend, there were still quite a few people at the park entrance. After Lin Feng and Chu Ling Shuang got out of the car, Yu Shuiyan drove to a nearby parking lot to wait. The park was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun as evening approached. It was filled with flowers and trees, and the air was filled with a sweet fragrance. There was also a snack street nearby. After paying for their tickets in front of the park, the two walked side by side into the park. "Brother, buy your girlfriend a flower." The classic park scene. As soon as they enter, the two trigger the flower-pushing sequence. Lin Feng slightly raised his eyes, took out his phone from his pocket, and asked the boy, "How much is this bouquet of flowers?" "All of them." The boy was taken aback and pointed to the bouquet in his hand. "Right. 10 yuan a branch. I have 99 branches in my hand." The boy's voice trailed off, as if he was losing some confidence. "I want them all." Lin Feng made the final decision and directly scanned the code to pay 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing the payment notification on his phone, The boy looked at Lin Feng incredulously before excitedly handing over a handful of flowers. Lin Feng smiled and accepted it, then turned and handed it to Chu Ling Shuang. Here, this is for you. Chu Ling Shuang, who had been silent until now, lowered her eyes slightly and said with a hint of teasing, "He's looking for a sucker." The implication is that you didn't even realize it was such a simple trick? Lin Feng laughed frankly. I know. He handed the bouquet to Chu Ling Shuang, smiling and saying, I didn't buy flowers, I bought you happiness. What I'm buying is the atmosphere, the romance, and the ambiguity of you, Miss Chu, being willing to play such a childish game with me. Money can be earned back, but if temporary happiness is gone, it's truly gone. As he looked past the bouquet, his smiling eyes fell into Chu Ling Shuang's gaze, as if time had frozen at that moment, and the hustle and bustle around them had nothing to do with them. He was trying to make her happy. He could only see her. An unprecedented excitement welled up inside her. There had never been a time when she was happier than this. She suddenly smiled, reached out to take the bouquet, and couldn't help but say, I really like it. I'm glad you like it. Come on, I'll take you to buy sparklers, and we'll set off fireworks by the bridge when it gets dark. Without saying a word, Lin Feng grabbed her wrist and strode into the park. The hand he was gripping felt even hotter, the heat spreading to my heart. She knew they were very naive, but it was precisely these childish traits that made her obsessed. Whenever I'm with Lin Feng, even the most childish things become interesting, as if the world is inherently beautiful. Even now, she could close her eyes and let Lin Feng drag her to any unknown place. She wanted this moment of joy to last forever, and she wanted to spend her life with Lin Feng. She didn't know if this decision was right or wrong, but, here, yours, shall I order some for you? Just as she was losing herself in despair, Lin Feng took the flowers from her hand, placed them on the ground, and handed her a fairy wand. Chu Ling Shuang nodded subconsciously, and just as night was falling by the bridge, Lin Feng lit the fireworks in her hand. Fireworks exploded, and my heart skipped a beat. Beyond the blooming colors, Chu Ling Shuang caught a glimpse of Lin Feng's ambiguous smile. He was like a rainbow. At that moment, she suddenly felt that her heart had given her the answer. Romance lasts until death. On this ordinary Wednesday, she found love. Chapter 165. The situation cannot continue to be so passive. Miss Chu, thank you for giving me a ride tonight. In front of the Lin family manor villa, Yu Shuiyan stopped the car. Lin Feng, who was about to open the car door, thanked Chu Ling Shuang. His slightly distant words implied that the one-day experience card for romance had expired. But before he could refute her, Chu Ling Shuang got out of the car and walked into the villa. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly asked Yu Shuiyan, It's so late, isn't your young lady going home? Miss has already discussed it with Master Lin, and will be staying at your house for the next few days. Yu Shuiyan responded calmly, and opened the trunk to organize the documents. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was completely stunned. No, stay at my house. Yes, it's right next to your room. Yu Shuiyan left those words behind and rushed into the house with a huge pile of documents in her arms. Seeing this, Lin Feng was shocked. He hurriedly followed and got on the elevator before the doors closed. Chu Ling Shuang remained silent, her arms crossed in front of her, glancing at Lin Feng from time to time, lost in thought. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine from that look. He wanted to speak, but didn't know where to begin. Good heavens, he originally planned to take advantage of this time to quickly run away with the money and had no intention of staying at the Lin family for long. But now Chu Ling Shuang has actually moved in as well. And she lives right next door to him. Is this a form of imprisonment? The situation cannot continue to be so passive. Seeing Chu Ling Shuang enter the next room, Lin Feng pondered for a moment and returned to the elevator. Young master, it's so late. Where are you going? As the elevator doors opened again, Jason appeared before Lin Feng with a smile. Coupled with the rather gloomy atmosphere of the elevator, it created an atmosphere even more terrifying than an escape room. In an instant, Lin Feng felt a sense of suffocation. He narrowed his eyes, stared coldly at Jason, and said sternly, Do I need to report to you where I go? Jason was clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's assertiveness, but he said without hesitation, Young master, you misunderstand. I just want to know where you are going. I will arrange a vehicle for you. No need. Lin Feng snorted coldly, stepped out of the elevator, and raised his hand with a hint of impatience, saying, "Give me the car keys." "Okay." Jason smiled and nodded, then took out several car keys from his pocket. "Please choose, young master." Lin Feng was too lazy to waste words with him, so he grabbed a key and headed towards the garage. Watching Lin Feng's departing figure, Jason's smile vanished abruptly. He stepped into the study on the first floor. After closing the study door, he bowed respectfully and said to the inside, "Master, it seems that young Master Lin Feng has regained his memory." "Yeah." In the pitch-black study, Linda suddenly turned his chair around, his expression gloomy yet suddenly laughing. "Let him recover if he wants. If he still can't remember, this game won't be fun, will it?" His voice was deep and low, like the whisper of a demon from hell. Jason visibly trembled. He strode forward, glanced at the empty medicine bottles scattered on the table, and exclaimed in surprise, "Sir, are you having another attack?" "Oh," Linda sneered, his face suddenly becoming more ferocious. With just one glance, Jason immediately realized what was happening, quickly helped Lin into a wheelchair, and pushed him into the elevator to the basement. In the secluded room, after pushing Lin to the hospital bed, Jason skillfully handed him a steel pipe with a diameter of 2 centimeters before hurriedly leaving. The moment the door to the secret room closed, Lin's frenzied roar echoed throughout. "Manhwa, I'll teach you to say I can't. I won't allow anyone to mock me. Even if it means death, you'll have to bear it." After leaving the Lin family manor, Lin Feng went to find Zheng Buochao and retrieved the phone he had previously handed over from the company. He opened WeChat and saw dozens of unread messages. First up is Xia Qingqing's. "Brother Xiaofeng, what brings you to the show? I just saw it. You're a viral sensation online. Brother Xiaofeng, I'm so busy. I really envy you. You get to go out and have fun." Xiao rants on the show too. "Brother Xiaofeng, don't get so close to her. You guys are just creating a scandal, aren't you? Why do I feel like I'm drifting further and further away from you? Oh my God, Brother Xiaofeng, you're actually the young master of the Lin family. Wow, congratulations on finally finding your family. Why are you ignoring me? Didn't your show already end? You changed your number?" The last message was sent at 9 p.m. the day before yesterday. During that time, Xia Qingqing did not send any more messages. She must be very sad. Lin Feng didn't really have any feelings for this younger sister, but now that he had returned to the Lin family, Xia Qingqing was indeed his blood relative, and he still felt a little reluctant to let her go. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng edited a message and sent it. "I haven't had time to get my phone lately, and I only just had time to check my messages. Sorry." Next up is Li Hao, who, just like Xia Qingqing, was the subject of a barrage of shocking news about his appearance on a TV show and his return to the Lin family. However, the last two are rather funny. "Hey kid, you're not replying to my messages, are you? No feelings left? We've lent each other money before. It's a bit much of a stretch not to reply. Good brother, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget me. /tears. Lin Feng was amused by the two messages. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "I haven't received my phone yet. Sorry, I only just saw the message." As expected, the night owl Li Hao did not sleep and quickly recovered. "Holy crap, it's come back to life. Brother, you're alive?" Lin Feng. "Nonsense, I'm a perfectly healthy person. How could I possibly be dead?" Li Hao Pa. "Young master, don't talk nonsense. You'd better cherish your life now." Lin Feng. "Okay, so how about it? Are you still at the convenience store?" "Yes, but Aunt Zhang opened 2 branches, and she basically handed over the management to her staff. It's the off-season now, and trendy shops are only popular at the beginning. Right now, they're just barely making ends meet." This was within Lin Feng's expectations. After thinking for a moment, he extended an olive branch to Li Hao. "Why don't you come and be my driver? I don't have many people I trust here by myself. I'll pay you 30,000 a month." After all, although they knew each other as colleagues, Lin Feng had already considered Li Hao a good brother because Li Hao lent him money without asking any questions. Not to mention that he was fired because of his own actions. In a flash, Li Hao sent several crying emojis. "Really? My good bro, are you going to show me what it's like to be a rich guy?" Lin Feng was too lazy to say much, so he simply asked, Are you coming or not? Li Hao. Send me the address. I'll start working right now. Lin Feng smiled and sent the location. Meanwhile, in a guest room at the Lin family villa, Yu Shuiyin respectfully looked at her young mistress standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Chu Ling Shuang held several documents in her hand, her gaze lingering on the garden outside the window. She glanced at Yu Shuiyin out of the corner of her eye and said in a cold, arrogant voice, "Are you sure this is all the information about the Su family?" Chapter 166, all she wanted was Lin Feng. Yu Shuiyin replied, "Yes, everything about the Su family in recent years is here." Chu Ling Shuang didn't speak, only staring at the documents with her head down, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing this, Yu Shuiyin couldn't help but say, "Miss, the Su family has no business dealings with us. I hadn't paid attention before, but I feel very strange after reading these documents." Chu Ling Shuang slightly raised her eyes, signaling her to continue. The Su family came to Beijing 5 years ago, and the company was founded around that time. Logically speaking, even if Su Ziyan is very capable, it would be unprecedented for the company to become one of the top 100 in Beijing. But in just 1 year, the Su family has almost monopolized most of the medical institutions in Beijing. Yu Shuiyin's voice grew softer and softer as she spoke. Her previous investigation into the Su family, led by Lin Feng, had progressed so rapidly that it was already unbelievable to her. However, the logistics industry was not a large market at that time, and it wasn't difficult to get a small piece of the pie if you had the strength and vision. However, the medical industry has been monopolized from the very beginning. Aside from the branches of the 4 major families, the Chu family also occupies a small portion, and the rest are basically in Long Zheng's hands, making it almost unshakable. If we were to start from scratch, it would be difficult to succeed, let alone in 5 years, or even 50 years, let alone the current scale of the Su group. Her eyes darted away slightly, and she dared not continue speaking. Chu Ling Shuang laughed. "You want to talk about her background?" Meeting Chu Ling Shuang's all-seeing gaze, Yu Shuiyin's heart trembled, and she subconsciously nodded. "I have indeed heard of the Su family." Chu Ling Shuang's voice was low, tinged with a hint of reminiscence. "When I took over the family business in my early years, my father told me that there were many independent pharmaceutical families outside the 7 continents, but many of them had gone into hiding to avoid war." As she spoke, she tapped her finger on the document and smiled. "It cannot be ruled out that the Su family is one of them." "Then, does that mean we can't do anything to Su Ziyan right now?" Yu Shuiyin's face was slightly pale. "There has never been anyone that Ihan cannot touch. In the capital, wherever business is discussed, as long as the Chu family goes, everyone will swarm around them." Having grown accustomed to this pampered life, Yu Shuiyin was somewhat at a loss when suddenly someone she couldn't control appeared. This is no longer just a matter concerning Lin Feng. Once the Su family develops and the medical field is monopolized, even the Chu family will have to back down. No rush. In contrast to Yu Shuiyin's alarm, Chu Ling Shuang remained quite calm. She stared at the document, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Have Zhang Peng and the others secretly follow Lin Feng and see what he's up to. Remember, don't let them find out." "Yes." Yu Shuiyin nodded, but did not rush to leave. She just stared at Chu Ling Shuang with a hesitant look on her face. Noticing her gaze, Chu Ling Shuang frowned. "What are you trying to say?" "Miss, shouldn't we be wary of the Su family? Given their current rise in power, what if they arrange another marriage with the Lin family?" Yu Shuiyin didn't continue speaking, not because she didn't want to, but because she didn't dare to face Chu Ling Shuang's suddenly cold gaze. Chu Ling Shuang suddenly sneered. "Do you think I'll let her succeed?" "But what if?" Risking being scolded, Yu Shuiyin anxiously added, "After all, given Lin Feng's repeated escapes, it was really hard to say. More importantly, she was by her mistress's side every day, and she could see that her mistress had developed feelings for Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had no interest in her. The young lady, who was deeply in love, naturally couldn't see it, but as an observer, she could see everything clearly. She couldn't just stand by and watch her mistress be ruined by love-struck behavior. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang's gaze drifted away, and an image of Lin Feng and Su Ziyan, deeply in love and in perfect harmony, seemed to appear before her eyes. Her lips curled slightly upward, her eyes flashed with bloodlust, and she exuded an aura of dominance. Then let's take it. There is nothing in this world that I, Chu Ling Shuang, cannot obtain. Especially Lin Feng. All she wanted was Lin Feng. Even if it means drawing a line in the sand, we'll keep him confined and raise him for life. As her sharp voice fell, Yu Shuyan's heart trembled, and she subconsciously raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Returning her gaze, Chu Ling Shuang gave a cold look, her previous arrogance vanishing instantly, replaced by indifference. Go ahead and do it. I know what I'm doing. Seeing this, Yu Shuyan dared not say anything more and quickly nodded, saying, Yes, miss, I understand. Brother Lin, it's so late, where are we going? Li Hao rubbed his hands together, carefully opened the car door, got into the passenger seat, and looked around with curiosity. Lin Feng glanced at it, raising an eyebrow slightly. Howsy, we're brothers, right? His sudden remark left Li Hao completely bewildered. Li Hao looked at Lin Feng in surprise, his whole body tensing instantly. He subconsciously replied, Of course. Although we haven't known each other for long, I still know what kind of person you are. As he spoke, seeing Lin Feng's thoughtful gaze, he swallowed and asked, What's wrong, bro? Did the Lin family give you a hard time? Lin Feng shook his head. No, that's not it. That's good, that's good. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. If they really come after you, there's not much I can do to help. He wasn't lying. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then asked in a deep voice, Do you have an account overseas? No, Li Hao replied, somewhat resentfully. My salary card has been frozen. Yihan said they would compensate me, but the lawsuit has been going on for 3 months now, and I'm still using a supplementary card. Halfway through his sentence, Li Hao suddenly realized something and instinctively looked at Lin Feng. Brother Lin, you wouldn't happen to be? Li Hao is also a top student from a prestigious university. Although he usually seems carefree and irresponsible, he is definitely smart enough. Lin Feng had barely uttered a few words when he realized what was going on. Yes, I'd like to borrow your identity for a while. But don't worry, I just need to deposit money into your account. I won't do anything else. You'll have to come with me for each remittance. My current identity isn't very convenient. Of course, we'll follow the contract. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng added another sentence. Li Hao had completely understood. Although he didn't know what Lin Feng wanted to do, there were too many things involved in a person who had been away from home for many years being suddenly brought back to a wealthy family. Moreover, Lin Feng did treat him like a brother. The first thing he did after returning to the wealthy family and getting his phone was to call him over. He even offered him a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, and the only job he did was drive. But, since this concerned his credit score, Li Hao still asked uncertainly, Just for depositing money? Yes, I'm going abroad in a few days to take care of some business. Of course, you'll have to come with me the whole time, and you'll have the right to know about all matters related to your account. Chapter 167 My brother is from a wealthy family. After a moment's thought, Li Hao said seriously, Then we need to make 2 copies of the deposit and withdrawal receipts. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Lin Feng nodded and looked at Li Hao solemnly. No problem. After all the information was explained, Li Hao nodded and said readily, Then I'll go with you to open an account tomorrow. We also need to find a third-party guarantor. Li Hao agreed, but he wasn't stupid. If Lin Feng really did something behind his back, the compensation from the wealthy family was beyond his means. No matter what, he couldn't risk his whole life for his brother. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then suddenly curled his lips into a smile. How about Xia Qingqing? What? Xia Qingqing? Li Hao jolted awake and jumped up from his seat. Lin Feng smiled and said, She's my blood-related younger sister. How about having her as my guarantor? This is no longer a chat between brothers, it's more like a transaction. This unknown, yet sudden news left Li Hao speechless. He stared in disbelief, stammering, She's your younger sister. Then she. The Lin family doesn't seem to value their granddaughter much. Lin Feng narrated the entire story in a calm and straightforward manner, and the whole plot was instantly presented to Li Hao. So, your grandfather only found you and didn't go looking for Xia Qingqing at all, right? That might be the case, Lin Feng nodded. Or maybe he already knew. but just didn't want to take him back. Li Hao's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth with some difficulty, but he didn't know what to say. Countless people outside the city envy Lin Feng's current life. The young master who had been away from home has returned to a wealthy family. Even when he is in the convenience store, he often hears the customers talking about him. It's simply saying that Lin Feng is lucky. But the dangers within wealthy families are known only to the families themselves. Li Hao now understands the saying, what outsiders see is what the rich want them to see. Once he agrees, he and Lin Feng will be in the same boat. He looked at Lin Feng carefully and asked solemnly, "Can I trust you?" "You have no other choice but to trust me." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Li Hao instantly pieced together the whole story, meaning that he had already boarded the ship the moment he received Lin Feng's call. He gave Lin Feng a deep look, sighed, and smiled bitterly. "You kid, you're really something? All right, I understand. So what do we say now? Shall we go find Xia Qingqing? Let's go to the bank first." Lin Feng made the final decision and stepped on the gas. Glancing at the pitch-black sky outside the window, he couldn't help but say, "Brother, the bank is already closed at this hour." "Yeah," Lin Feng responded, but instead of slowing down, he floored the accelerator and casually made a comment. "They will open the door. There is nothing in this world that money can't buy. If there is, it's just that not enough has been given." Lin Feng was right. He only showed the black card to the person on duty, and soon the bank manager came to pick him up in his own car. "Young Master Lin, you could have just let me know if you needed anything. There was no need to come in person." In the VIP room, the bank manager looked at Lin Feng with a smile and personally poured tea for Lin Feng and Li Hao. This was the first time Li Hao had ever received such treatment. Apart from depositing money, he had never seen a smiling face when he went to the bank, and he had even been harassed many times. And yet, in the middle of the night, the bank manager personally greeted them with a smile. In that instant, Li Hao finally experienced the treatment of a rich young master. Lin Feng's next words almost made Li Hao spit out the tea in his mouth. "Withdraw the 10 million from my card into cash, and transfer another 100 million from this black card to my card." "Young master, are you kidding me?" Li Hao, a big guy, was now huddled up, cautiously glancing at Lin Feng. Is this the intimidating power of a wealthy family? He just asks for 100 million? Wait, Lin Feng seemed to have said that all this money should be deposited into his account. "All right, young Master Lin, I'll get right on it." The bank manager respectfully took the 2 cards from Lin Feng and went to process them. Li Hao swallowed hard, looking at Lin Feng with a somewhat bewildered expression. He suddenly realized that his earlier worries were somewhat unnecessary. As for what Lin Feng would do with his card, shouldn't Lin Feng be worried about him running away with the money? 110 million. Although it's not his, at least the cash flow is there, so doing some business with the microloan company won't be a problem in the future. He suddenly felt a sense of relief, glad that he had just mentioned wanting a third-party notary. Otherwise, if his good friend didn't trust him and asked someone else to do it, what would have happened? "Don't worry, I'll pay you the usage fee then," Lin Feng explained. No, no, no. Li Hao waved his hands repeatedly. "Brother, you can use it if you want, as long as I can stay by your side." "What do you mean by running away with the money?" If he really did take the money and run, he'd probably be wanted by the entire Lin family. Besides, running away is never as good as sticking with your brothers. Even if he were just a subordinate, given Lin Feng's character, he would never be treated unfairly. Enough said, his good brother is a rich young master, which is practically the same as him. A short while later, the bank manager came over dragging a suitcase and handed 2 cards to Lin Feng. After taking the money, Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to move on to the next one. He drove around the city a few times and then found a leather goods store that was still open late at night and bought a large suitcase. On the bus, the two exchanged the money for the suitcase. Li Hao stared wide-eyed at the thick stacks of money in his hand, but the sudden large sum of money made him apprehensive, especially the fact that it was being secretly transferred in the car. He was completely flustered. By the time I exchanged the money, it was almost dawn. Xia Qingqing, who was going to work early, got up at around 5 a.m. Just after Lin Feng and the others finished settling the money, Lin Feng received a message from Xia Qingqing. I drove to Xia Qingqing's apartment. As soon as he entered, before Xia Qingqing could even speak, Lin Feng directly stated the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingqing hesitated. Her eyes flickered, and she said with a hint of hesitation, "Brother Lin, I do like you a little, and I miss you quite a bit, but you bring this up right away, and it involves too much money. I don't think it's appropriate." "I know, but only you can handle this, and I don't have many friends." Lin Feng, who had already anticipated being rejected by Xia Qingqing, subconsciously responded, but he suddenly froze halfway through his sentence. "Wait, what did you just say?" Beside him, Li Hao stared wide-eyed in disbelief, his gaze shifting anxiously and nervously between Xia Qingqing and Lin Feng, his eyes filled with shock. Meeting their stunned gazes, Xia Qingqing tensed up, stammering, I don't think it's appropriate." "That's not it." Lin Feng abruptly interrupted her, anxiously asking, "What did you say in the first half of your sentence?" As her memories returned, Xia Qingqing blushed suddenly upon seeing Lin Feng's shocked expression. She lowered her head, rubbing her small hands together in front of her, and muttered softly, I like you. I wasn't planning to say it, but I got so angry when I saw you interacting with Xiao Ran on the show the other day." Chapter 168. You Can't Like Me. I'm your own brother. As she spoke, her voice grew softer and softer, her head bowed, and the blush on her face spread to her ears. Lin Feng was dumbfounded, completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. Li Hao's shocked gaze lingered on the two of them, and the atmosphere suddenly plummeted to freezing point, with an awkwardness clearly lingering in the stagnant air. Xia Qingqing swallowed hard, fidgeting with her hands, and murmured, "Brother Xiaofeng, I know it's a bit sudden for me to say this now, but you're getting further and further away from me, and I feel like if I don't say it now, I might never have the chance again." She blinked, desperately trying to hold back the tears that were about to burst forth, her voice low and humbly full of affection. "Brothers, you guys." Li Hao hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and patted Lin Feng's back. His hand froze in midair, and after a long pause, he managed to force out a thumbs up. "Ox, this is beyond just being chilling. His own sister actually fell in love with him. This is absolutely outrageous." Lin Feng was so stunned that he couldn't say a word. However, Xia Qingqing continued, "Brother Xiaofeng, can you not reject me yet? This is the first time I've liked someone. Although you're the young master of the Lin family now, and I'm nothing, I just want to watch you from afar. Please don't block me." Xia Qingqing was terrified. She was afraid that if she exposed the truth today, Lin Feng would block her from the world. If this is the outcome of her careful efforts, she would rather not confess her feelings today. Seeing Xia Qingqing's humble and pleading appearance, Lin Feng trembled all over. He opened his mouth, held back for a long time, and finally managed to squeeze out a few words. "You can like anyone, but you can't like me." "Why not?" Xia Qingqing suddenly became angry. Her face flushed red as she said, "It's my right to like you. You can't take away my freedom to like you, can you?" "It's really impossible." Lin Feng's expression was complicated as he met Xia Qingqing's burning gaze and said with difficulty, "Qingqing, I am your biological brother." His sudden remark struck me like a thunderbolt. No, impossible. Although she initially fantasized that Lin Feng was her brother, after getting to know him better, she found that she seemed to have fallen in love with him. Watching them record the show and interact intimately with Xiao Ran made her feel uncomfortable. After the show, Lin Feng didn't reply to her messages, which made her feel bad. Aren't these all signs of liking someone? Now, he's telling her that he's her long-lost brother. This. Xia Qingqing stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng in disbelief. What did you say?" "He said he's your biological brother. I've seen the DNA report, and it wasn't faked." Li Hao repeated the sentence, then realized that she didn't know. He had thought that between them. It seems he was overthinking it. After starting work, meeting Xia Qingqing and Lin Feng added a lot of fun to his life. Xia Qingqing often acted like a little sister, and she would always complain about how hard it was to work when they ate together. Later, he left the Han group and would occasionally ask Xia Qingqing to go out, but Xia Qingqing always declined, citing being busy with work as an excuse. After a while, he stopped inviting them. But now, facing the prospect of confessing your feelings only to discover that the other person is your own brother, what could be more painful than this? Li Hao looked at Xia Qingqing with some heartache, but when he tried to speak, He could only manage 2 words. My condolences. Lin Feng glanced at Li Hao speechlessly, but still looked at Xia Qingqing with concern, blaming himself. Actually, I should have told you about this a long time ago, but at that time I wasn't sure, and the Lin family situation. I know. Mentioning the Lin family, Xia Qingqing seemed to regain her senses, interrupting him lightly. Grandpa told me about the Lin family. Actually, I should have known this a long time ago. As she spoke, she suddenly covered her face in annoyance. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng asked anxiously, "Did your grandfather tell you?" Xia Qingqing nodded, her voice heavy with emotion. "After you left my house that time, my grandparents told me I was a child of the Lin family, and that the Lin family looked down on my mother, so I should have realized it sooner. You're the long-lost young master of the Lin family. I should have known." She muttered slowly, then suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with pain, a mixture of tears and laughter. "It's my fault, it's all my fault. I've been so busy lately, so busy that I forgot to think about these things." Her words made Lin Feng ponder deeply. Since she knew this a long time ago, there was no need to only realize it now, unless she simply didn't have time to pay attention to these things. He frowned, staring intently at Xia Qingqing. "Did Yihan Group recently send you on an overseas assignment?" Upon hearing this, Xia Qingqing was taken aback, and then smiled bitterly. "You even know this? Ever since I got promoted last time, the company sent me out to handle a contract. The boss of that company was like he was crazy. He made me attend training sessions and wouldn't let me use my phone. He dragged it out for a whole month before finally signing the contract with me." Frog fun. 1 month. That's brutal. Li Hao exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, but luckily I met a lady at the hotel. She was a really nice lady. She said she knew someone who helped me get in touch with someone, and after that, there were no obstacles in signing the contract." "You're really lucky," Li Hao exclaimed. "She must be a business elite. Shouldn't you treat her to a meal and try to build a relationship?" Xia Qingqing shook her head. "No. She said I looked a lot like her before, so I just helped her out and didn't exchange contact information." "You've hit the jackpot." Hearing Li Hao's gunshot, sentiments/reflections, Lin Feng frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What's the name of that company?" "Guo's Decoration Company." Xia Qingqing took out her phone, opened her photo album, and showed Lin Feng a screenshot. The screenshot doesn't show anything wrong, but nothing that happens during contract negotiations is unrelated. This is Lin Feng's experience. He pondered for a moment, then asked again, "Do you know the name of that older sister?" Xia Qingqing shook her head silently, but soon she remembered. "I think I heard her secretary call her President Su again, or something like Su." Before she could finish speaking, Lin Feng made the final decision. "Su Zian. Brother Xiaofeng, you know?" Xia Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. Lin Feng didn't answer her question. He was just a little surprised. "I'm surprised I guessed right. Su Zian has already contacted his sister, so Su Zian's intention is to please Xia Qingqing first, and then please him." Chapter 169. Everyone is a pawn. Although he has now regained his memory, he still does not know who appeared in the electroshock room, and can only roughly guess that it was Lind. As for Su Zian, that memory is too far removed from her past. It is true that they saved him, and he would naturally be willing to repay them if needed. But none of these are reasons for him to turn back. He admitted that he was a very selfish person, especially after what he had experienced in recent years, and he would no longer easily trust anyone. "I can't believe you're my brother." Staring at Lin Feng, who was deep in thought, Xia Qingqing looked aggrieved. Seeing this, Li Hao couldn't hold back any longer. He lowered his voice and hugged Xia Qingqing with a hint of sympathy, saying, "If you want to cry, just cry, Qingqing. I feel sorry for you." "Who needs your sympathy?" Xia Qingqing pouted, crossed her arms, and muttered, "I'm not that fragile." Li Hao was surprised that Xia Qingqing was so open-minded. His hand froze in midair, and he finally scratched his head awkwardly. Putting aside the shock of being confessed to by his own sister, Lin Feng thought Xia Qingqing's reaction was quite normal. After all, her childhood experiences shaped her naturally optimistic mindset. "This is fine. Actually, it's good that you're my brother. I don't have to worry about being too far away from you." Xia Qingqing comforted herself, then looked at Lin Feng and said, "Brother, how about I quit my job and come back to the Lin family with you?" "What about mother?" Grandpa and the others might not approve. Lin Feng frowned, feeling somewhat uncomfortable using these terms of address. It's all right. My grandparents told me everything a long time ago. They said that everyone should live their own life. And you don't need to worry about my mother. After my salary increased, I moved her to a VIP ward. I also hired someone to take care of her 24 hours a day. It's fine. As she spoke, Xia Qingqing took out her phone. Here, these are the surveillance videos from home and the hospital. I can see my mother anytime. Lin Feng also looked at the phone screen. At this moment, Xia Xiaolian was sitting in a wheelchair, being carefully fed. His eyes darkened. You're quite professional. How much do you charge a month? Li Hao leaned over and asked curiously. Speaking of this, Xia Qingqing was quite proud. 15,000. This auntie is a professional. I queued for a week to get her one. Wow, hiring a housekeeper is so expensive. Li Hao exclaimed. She's available 24/7 and even sleeps with me at night, but she's very easy to talk to. I even gave her son a 2,000 yuan wedding gift a few days ago. Hiss. As the two discussed, Lin Feng fell into deep thought. He stared at Xia Qingqing for a long time, then raised his hand to his lips and coughed a few times. Xia Qingqing realized what was happening, quickly put away her phone, and got back to the main topic. Since you're my brother, I can be the guarantor, but I want to ask, brother, what are you going to do with so much money? She was just so curious. If Lin Feng decides to start his own business, she'll discuss it with him, quit her job, and work with him. Nothing is more motivating than working with your own brother. After going around in circles, Li Hao was also curious. Lin Feng said he was going on a business trip, but why did a business trip need so much money? And why did he need someone else's account? What exactly does he want to do? Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he smiled. I didn't plan to do anything special, just start a small business. A small business? Xia Qingqing's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, brother, can I work with you? Li Hao remained calm. Brother Feng, in today's environment, running a small business without sufficient resources is a dead end. He was reminding Lin Feng that he should still use the Lin family's things if possible, because starting a company was no joke, and one wrong move could lead to losing everything. Lin Feng could see his concern, and he understood the meaning behind his words. Lin Feng smiled and said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, he looked at the two of them and said to himself, In a few days I will be making a few small games. Howsy, I need you to help me attract users. I will transfer money to your card. You don't need to worry about anything else. Just use all the money I transfer to you to play the games. Holy crap, isn't this just telling me to spend a fortune in the game and become a top player? Li Hao immediately became excited. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. That's right, play however you want. If you get tired of your main account, switch to a secondary account. You can spend as much as you want. Upon hearing this, Li Hao secretly started rubbing his hands together. Xia Qingqing, a top student at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, instantly understood what Lin Feng wanted to do. Her eyes flickered, and she quickly said, Brother, playing these little games involves paying quite a bit of tax. Upon hearing this, Li Hao, who was also a top student, realized what was happening and looked at Lin Feng with some concern. It's all right. As long as we have enough startup capital, we don't need to worry about that, Lin Feng replied with a smile. So it's like we're all Brother Feng's companions. Li Hao chimed in, patting Xia Qingqing on the shoulder and waiting for her to nod. Lin Feng didn't speak. He just quietly looked at Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing also understood and looked at Lin Feng with a hopeful look. Then, brother, can I do it too? I also want to be a rich woman in the game. I don't want to go to work anymore. If you don't want to do it, then quit. Lin Feng smiled and said, I will give you a share of the profits after the matter is settled, at least this amount. As he spoke, he held up one finger. Li Hao cautiously murmured, 100,000. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, and he suddenly slapped Li Hao on the back. Hey kid, be bolder. 1 million. Make it bigger. 10 million, 10 million. Xia Qingqing stammered out a reply. Seeing Lin Feng nod with a smile, she exclaimed in surprise and jumped up. Oh my God, how am I supposed to work now? I'll quit right now. Li Hao grasped Lin Feng's hand, his eyes brimming with tears of emotion. Brother Feng, I won't say any more. You are my second parents. Brother Hao, let me tell you, I didn't find the Maldives you invited me to last time fun. How about we go to an island instead? Xia Qingqing quickly took out her phone and started searching for tourist destinations. It's too hot on the island today. I think we should go up north where it'll be cooler. Li Hao leaned over and started discussing with Xia Qingqing where to go for fun. As he watched the two engage in a passionate and lively discussion, Lin Feng's eyes gradually darkened. I'm sorry, but unfortunately, I'm a complete egoist. Images of Xia Qingqing, Li Hao, the Lin family, Su Zian all flashed by in an instant, finally settling on Chu Lingshuang. Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly before finally hardening. You are all my wings. I don't care about the process. In my world, only freedom is the ending I want. Chapter 170, Overestimating Him. By the way, Brother Xiaofeng, should I go back to the Lin family with you now? During their conversation, Xia Qingqing suddenly became a little nervous. Li Hao also looked over at the same time, his worried gaze shifting between the two of them. Lin Feng thought for a moment and replied, If you want to go back, you can do it now. Brother Feng, didn't you say the Lin family situation is complicated? It might not be safe for Qingqing to go back now. Li Hao hesitated for a long time before finally saying this. After all, Lin Feng is in the open while they are in the shadows. This way, they can support each other if anything happens. Exposing Xia Qingqing too early might increase her danger. Faced with wealthy families who constantly talk about amounts of 100 million, Li Hao became more timid. Similarly, Xia Qingqing looked at Lin Feng with a worried expression. She wasn't afraid, but she was afraid that she would affect her brother. She had watched a lot of TV dramas that used people's weaknesses to threaten him. Even in many romance novels, the way wealthy families manipulate others is through their family members. It was fine when she was alone before, but now that she has a brother, things will get complicated if others use the two of them to threaten each other. Everyone present had a brain. No one was a fool. Faced with an unknown wealthy family, they would all feel worried. Lin Feng had naturally thought of this long ago, but he smiled and looked at Li Hao. Do you think they wouldn't know I asked you to be my driver? His words instantly stunned Li Hao and Xia Qingqing. Yeah, Brother Feng, they're definitely watching you around the clock now. Lin Feng nodded and said calmly. Instead of them resorting to underhanded tactics, it's better to let Qingqing reveal her identity as soon as possible. Once it's revealed that she is my own sister, it will be harder for them to make a move. That makes sense. Li Hao gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. This was something he hadn't considered at all. Xia Qingqing looked at Lin Feng from left to right, then at Li Hao, with a completely bewildered expression. Lin Feng smiled and said, Qingqing, pack your things. Submit your resignation later and come back to the Lin family with us. Good. After leaving the room, Li Hao and Lin Feng went downstairs to their car to wait. As the car door closed, Lin Feng's face darkened. Haozi, starting today, I want you to spend all your time with Qingqing, except when you're sleeping or going to the bathroom. Faced with Lin Feng's sudden request, Li Hao immediately understood, but still looked at Lin Feng and said, Brother Feng, what about you? Since they are difficult to deal with, they will probably cause trouble for you too. Lin Feng's gaze gradually drifted away, and finally, he smiled and said, They won't touch me. Why? There's no reason why. Seeing Lin Feng's confident expression, Li Hao did not press the matter further. He watched the morning sunlight stream through the car window and fall on Lin Feng, and suddenly felt that Lin Feng was very far away from him. At this moment, he felt as if he had never truly seen through Lin Feng. Xia Qingqing had finished packing her things and was on the bus back. She was nervous, but also looking forward to it. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry, so he drove the two of them to have breakfast first. While they were eating, Linda's side didn't stop either. What? He brought Xia Qingqing with him. In the study, Lind exclaimed in surprise, staring at Jason in disbelief. Yes, sir. Young Master Lin withdrew 10 million from his card last night, and then went to Xia Qingqing's residence early this morning. Xia Qingqing has already submitted her resignation to Yihan. They have already had breakfast and are on their way here. Jason recounted the events calmly, but a hint of surprise clearly flashed in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Linda was shocked for a long time, but then suddenly laughed. I overestimated him. Linda's voice gradually softened, and his expression calmed down. It seems he's just an ordinary person after all. ultimately unable to escape the bonds of family. His words were meaningful. He looked at Jason, and his expression relaxed instantly. You can get ready now. Go and tell Su Zian that I will be hosting her and Lin Feng's engagement ceremony in 3 days. She will also have to hand over the things she has to me then. Given young Master Lin's character, he might not be willing to do it, Jason said bluntly, adding, Sir, Miss Chu also seems to have taken a liking to Lin Feng. Really? Isn't that perfect? Linda laughed. With Lin Feng's soft heart, even if he and Su Zian don't end up together, he will definitely repay the Lin family by marrying into the Chu family. Don't forget, the Lin family is his root. Jason's heart skipped a beat, and Lin Feng's face flashed through his mind. The aloof expression on Lin Feng's face sent a chill down his spine. Just as he was about to say something more, Linda's voice rang out again. Let's proceed according to plan. It's time for the Lin family to set sail. Jason dared not say anything more and nodded in response. Yes. After Jason left, a mocking expression suddenly flashed across Linda's face. Having caught a glimpse of the aloofness on Lin Feng's face earlier, he had assumed Lin Feng would be different, just a bit cold-hearted. But he was wrong after all. The first thing Lin Feng did upon returning was to bring Xia Qingqing back. After learning so many lessons, how can you still be so sentimental? He overestimated him. Linda shook his head, his eyes full of smugness. It seemed that he didn't need to do much. Lin Feng would perish on his own. Guest room of the Lin family. Miss Xia Qingqing submitted her resignation early this morning. She's currently with Lin Feng and Li Hao, on her way to the Lin family home. According to Zhang Peng's report, Lin Feng withdrew 10 million in cash last night, and another 100 million from his black card. As Yu Shuyan spoke, her voice gradually softened as she cautiously looked at her young mistress. Currently, only the Chu family and the 3 major clans hold the black card. Given that Lin Feng has just been brought home, the Lin family wouldn't give him such a thing directly. Therefore, the most likely person to give him the black card is. Okay, please continue. Chu Ling Shuang didn't even raise her eyes before delivering her icy voice. Yu Shuyan's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly said, Miss, how could you give him the black card? What if he... Before she could finish speaking, she met Chu Ling Shuang's gloomy gaze. You have a problem with me spending money on my man? No. I wouldn't dare. Yu Shuyan, I've noticed you've been talking a lot lately. Is your job too easy? No. Miss, I was wrong. Yu Shuyan quickly wiped the sweat from her forehead, glanced at her phone, and hurriedly changed the subject. Miss, young Master Lin has already arrived at the garden. Okay, go out and tell him to immediately. Chu Ling Shuang responded subconsciously, but halfway through her sentence, she suddenly thought of something. Her eyes darkened, and she ordered, Go and keep an eye on him. If he dares to have any intimate behavior with Su Zian, report it to me immediately. Chapter 171. When did she become so coy? Yes. It seems the saying, never mess with someone who's head over heels in love, is absolutely true. As Yu Shuyan emerged from her guest room, shivering and wiping away sweat, she was filled with emotion when Chu Yunran's voice rang out beside her. Sister Shuyan, what's wrong? Chu Yunran walked forward with a curious expression, looking at Yu Shuyan who was covered in sweat with great interest. It's nothing. Yu Shuyan quickly shook her head. I saw Brother Lin come back downstairs, and he brought a girl with him. Chu Yunran said, winking at Yu Shuyan, and said knowingly, Is it because of this that my sister made you angry? No, that person is young Master Lin's younger sister. Miss probably wouldn't be jealous of that. That's not necessarily true. Chu Yunran had an expression that said, I know my sister better than anyone. She's even jealous of me, let alone anyone else. As she spoke, she stepped forward and placed her hand on the doorknob, pushing the door open as she said, Never mind, I'll go in and take a look. My sister can be quite stubborn sometimes. Before Yu Shuyan could even utter a word to stop her, Chu Yunran had already pushed the door open and gone inside. Seeing the door tightly shut, she clasped her hands together in front of her chest, silently mourning for Chu Yunran in her heart. In the guest room, as soon as she entered the room, Chu Yunran felt a heavy atmosphere. She quickly stepped forward, slammed her hand on the table, and shouted, Sister. Chu Ling Shuang, who had seen her come in earlier, raised her eyes slightly, her displeasure already written all over her face. Chu Yunran blinked, knowing full well what was going on, and said, "Sister, Brother Lin is back. Should I drag him up here for you?" "No need." As expected, Chu Ling Shuang's voice was restrained but fierce. "Sister, I won't use your name. I'll just say I need to see him. You can trust me to handle things." Knowing full well that her older sister was stubborn, Chu Yunran added another sentence. Chu Ling Shuang glanced at him coldly, her voice gloomy. "I will not see him today." These words left Chu Yunran completely bewildered. "Why?" "For no reason. Get out of here right now. Don't make me lose my temper." Chu Ling Shuang shouted angrily. Clearly her anger was about to reach its peak. Chu Yunran was not one to listen to reason. She immediately realized, "Sister, it's not worth getting angry over the girl Brother Lin brought back. That girl is Brother Lin's own sister." As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed that Chu Ling Shuang hadn't even raised her eyelids, and she instantly realized that her sister already knew about this. Then why is her sister still so angry? Chu Yunran was getting anxious. If her sister stopped caring about Brother Lin, she would focus her attention on her, and the pressure she would face would be much greater than this. She looked nervous as she stared at her older sister, and the image of Su Zian suddenly popped into her mind. She subconsciously leaned closer and whispered, "Sis, did that green tea bitch Su Zian say something to you yesterday?" This time, she noticed that her older sister's face had darkened even further. She guessed right. "Sister, no matter what, the Su family is no bigger than us. Even if you and I are no good, we still have Dad. What are you afraid of her for?" She was full of indignation, clearly having grasped the key point. Chu Ling Shuang gave Chu Yunran a deep look, seemingly moved by her words. She lowered her gaze, a hint of sadness in her eyes, and said, "They knew each other since childhood. Lin Feng just temporarily forgot her due to amnesia." "What did I say?" Chu Yunran jumped up instantly and said loudly, "Sister, this is not like you. If you like someone, you should keep them in your own hands. If Brother Lin really likes Su Zian, even if he has amnesia, he will still remember her. I have known Brother Lin for so long, and I have never heard him mention her." Her words were like a decryption, instantly awakening Chu Ling Shuang and reigniting her fighting spirit. But soon, that fighting spirit dissipated, replaced by the helplessness of being forced to compromise. Chu Ling Shuang's expression was cold, yet tinged with heartache. She said that if Lin Feng were to forcibly regain his memories, it might harm his body. "You believe everything she says?" Chu Yunran shouted, looking at her older sister in disbelief. "Sis, this isn't like you. She's your rival in love now. She definitely wants you to stay away. How can you let her have her way at a time like this?" As soon as she finished speaking, the guest room fell silent. Chu Ling Shuang's deep eyes fell on Chu Yunran. Yes, she's a rival in love. Su Zian was the last person who wanted her to have a chance, so naturally, what she said couldn't possibly be from her perspective. Moreover, if Lin Feng truly loved Su Zian, how could he have never mentioned her again? Even with amnesia, it's impossible to forget the feeling of being truly moved. In other words, he never liked Su Zian. On the contrary, even though Lin Feng has returned to the Lin family, he devotes far more attention to her than he does to the Lin family. He likes her. When did she become so timid? Under Chu Yunran's anxious gaze, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly stood up, exuding a sharp and fierce aura. She coldly declared, "Come on, come downstairs with me." Seeing that her older sister had figured things out, Chu Yunran instantly perked up. "All right." Upon seeing Yu Shuiyin looking puzzled after they left, Chu Yunran raised her eyebrows triumphantly. She understands her sister so well. Just like now, her sister is just too concerned to think straight. After all, even the strongest person has moments of vulnerability. After going downstairs, Lin Feng temporarily settled Xia Qingqing in the room, and let Li Hao play games in the room as well. He planned to talk to Lin and, incidentally, test Lin's reaction. But clearly, things won't go so smoothly. "Ah Feng, you're finally back?" As soon as Lin Feng came out, Su Zian blocked him at the door. She smiled sweetly and said, "I even got up early to make you breakfast. I didn't expect you to go out last night. Why didn't you call me to come with you?" Although his memories have returned, his mind is cluttered with too many things, and that period of time has passed for a long time. so Lin Feng can't muster any feelings for it now. He said rather distantly. It was too late yesterday, so I didn't want to disturb Miss Su's rest. Seeing Lin Feng's coldness, a hurt expression clearly crossed Su Xian's face, but she still raised her hand and took Lin Feng's wrist, saying softly, Feng, we don't need to be so distant. Remember when we were little? Before she could finish speaking, an angry roar suddenly rang out from the elevator. You shameless woman, what are you doing? Let go of my brother Lin. Su Xian was startled and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Chu Yunran with an angry face and Chu Ling Shuang with a cold gaze walking gracefully toward them. Thinking of the agreement between herself and Chu Ling Shuang, the mutual non-aggression pact, she had kept quiet all day yesterday and even helped them stop their elders. But just as it was her turn, Chu Ling Shuang broke her promise and went downstairs. Su Ziyin could no longer hold back. You cheated. Chapter 172. My sister is eavesdropping. Let go of Brother Lin's hand. Chu Yunran ignored Su Ziyin's words and took 2 steps forward, staring intently at the 2 people's tightly clasped wrists. Lin Feng did catch the key words in those words. Cheating. He paused for a moment, then subconsciously looked at Chu Ling Shuang, before looking at Su Ziyin with surprise. Su Ziyin was visibly startled when she suddenly realized what was happening. She glanced at Chu Ling Shuang with a warning look, then swaggered up and grabbed Lin Feng's arm. Ah Feng, shall we go for a walk in the garden? Although it is a question, the tone of the statement is affirmative. Without giving Lin Feng a chance to say anything more, she grabbed his arm and pulled him outside. Sis, this woman is so ungrateful. I'm going to teach her a lesson. Seeing this, Chu Yunran raised her arm and said angrily, Stop fooling around. Chu Ling Shuang gave a sharp reprimand, her gaze lingering on the backs of the 2 figures, particularly on Lin Feng's arm that was being tightly held. Chu Yunran immediately turned around, wanting to say something more, but when she saw her sister's sinister eyes, she was immediately terrified. His anger vanished instantly, but the thought of her brother-in-law being snatched away made Chu Yunran anxious. Sister, are you just going to watch her take Brother Lin away? Didn't you think it through when you came downstairs? Chu Ling Shuang remained silent, watching them disappear through the gate. Her expression grew increasingly gloomy, and then she abruptly strode towards the door. Seeing this, Chu Yunran immediately understood. Without saying anything more, she followed after them. Su Ziyin then dragged him to the pavilion in the garden. Seeing Su Ziyin looking around, Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the hand she was tightly holding. As his memories returned, he recalled the Su family he had lived with as a child. They were the only family on the South Island, and now he realized they must have been a reclusive family. He didn't know how he ended up on the South Island. He only remembered that Su Ziyin's parents had told him that he was not their biological son. It was probably from that time that Su Ziyin, who had always treated him like a younger brother, started to treat him differently. For example, she would no longer let him hand her a towel when she took a bath, and he would have to knock before entering her room. At that time, he only thought that Su Ziyin disliked him, but now that he thinks about it, it was the perception of the difference between men and women and the fuse of love. She probably overheard that he wasn't her brother. However, he had no interest in her. Aside from gratitude to the Su family for saving his life, all that remained was the affection between friends and family, especially since those feelings had faded away over time. Experiences don't disappear, they endure. But feelings don't. Even the strongest feelings that have been there for too long will fade away with time. Therefore, people need to communicate. But he hadn't seen Su Ziyin for a long time. Even if he regained his memories, he could no longer recall that relationship. It was all in the past. He felt it was necessary to make things clear with Su Ziyin. Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and he withdrew his hand, saying somewhat distantly, Miss Su, this is not appropriate. Sensing Lin Feng's deliberate distancing, a clear look of disappointment crossed Su Ziyin's face. But soon, she put on a gentle smile again. What's inappropriate about it? We used to hold hands and play together all the time when we were little, didn't we? She looked at Lin Feng with a hopeful expression, hoping he would nod or recall the past. Lin Feng smiled faintly, his voice calm. That was all in my childhood. It's been a long time. It's in the past, but that doesn't mean we'll forget it, does it? As if he had grasped the crux of Su Ziyin's heart, She looked at Lin Feng with fervor, then at her own hand that had been shaken off, and said with a hint of disappointment, "When we were little, you never argued with me. I remember that time when I was punished by the teacher to copy the Analects 10 times. My eyes were red from crying, and you still comforted me, saying you would help me copy it 9 times and leave one for me to learn my lesson." As she spoke, she laughed, her face radiating a longing she had never felt before. With emotion in his eyes, Lin Feng smiled and said, "I remember that time. Back then, you even copied with me, Su Zian murmured, but suddenly realized. She looked at Lin Feng with surprise and asked nervously, "Feng, you remembered?" The image of an unknown electric shock chamber flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He frowned slightly and replied, "I suppose so." His voice wasn't loud, but it could be heard almost everywhere in the quiet garden. Chu Ling Shuang, who had rushed over, suddenly stopped at the corner of the wall, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. "Sis, ouch, shut up." Before Chu Yunran could speak, her sister flicked her forehead, making her wince in pain, but she dared not retaliate. She covered her head and followed Chu Ling Shuang's gaze. In the garden pavilion behind the corner, Lin Feng and Su Ziyan stood facing each other, their voices carrying over in a calm and measured tone. Looking at her older sister, she was completely focused, staring intently with a death stare. Chu Yunran immediately realized that her sister was eavesdropping. She pouted, obediently squatted down in the corner, and peeked out, muttering under her breath, "Oh, fine, I'll listen, but why did I have to hit you?" Inside the pavilion, Su Ziyan could no longer restrain herself. She looked at Lin Feng with excitement and exhilaration, and unconsciously raised her hand to touch his cheek. "Ah, Feng, you finally remembered." Her eyes instantly reddened, filled with tears, and her hands trembled with emotion. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a sudden tightness in his chest. His eyes flickered, but he still spoke with considerable distance. "Miss Su, you used to call me Ziyan." He was interrupted by Su Ziyan as soon as he finished speaking. Seeing Su Ziyan's longing and eager expression, Chu Yunran could no longer hold back. She muttered resentfully, "Oh no, this woman's got a good trick up her sleeve, getting Brother Lin to call her by such an intimate name right off the bat." Even she had to beg Brother Lin for ages before she finally got a single word, Ran. This woman came in so fiercely right away. How could her sister, who wasn't good with words, possibly compete? Looking at her older sister beside her, her face had turned ashen. Meeting Su Ziyan's expectant gaze, Lin Feng was taken aback and blurted out, "No, was I really that unruly when I was a child?" Su Ziyan paused. In the corner, Chu Yunran chuckled and gloated as she glanced at her older sister. Chu Ling Shuang's complexion improved slightly, but the gloom remained. Chu Yunran reached out and tugged at her sister's clothes, whispering to comfort her, "Sis, I don't think you need to worry too much. Brother Lin is a straight man." Chu Ling Shuang didn't respond. Her whole body was tense, especially her clenched fists, which were trembling with tension. She never expected that Lin Feng had regained his memories. But, such an important matter, the first person to know wasn't her. And that hand that was groping Lin Feng's face. Damn it. Sooner or later she'll cut off that paw, remove its tendons and bones, and turn it into a boneless paw to feed to the dogs. Chapter 173. This young lady is jealous again. Su Ziyan was clearly a little embarrassed. She touched her earlobe and laughed. "Not entirely, right? At first you called me Sister Ziyan, but later, when we got a little older, you stopped calling me that." As she spoke, she suddenly looked up, meeting Lin Feng's gaze, and said gently, "Back then you said you would protect me when you grew up." Hiss! Chu Yunran, standing in the corner, gasped. She tugged at her sister's clothes, exclaiming in shock, "Oh no, sis, it's Qing Mei." Chu Ling Shuang didn't say anything. Her dress had been ripped out of shape by Chu Yunran, but none of that mattered to her. What she cared about was the sentence Chu Yunran said. "Green plum. Childhood friendships are real and tangible. Even if you forget them, they will always remain in your heart. Once you recall them, they can be devastating. But, sis, let's go out quickly. If we don't stop them, they're going to kiss." Seeing that her older sister was not moving, Chu Yunran became anxious and used both hands to climb up her skirt. Wait a minute. Chu Ling Shuang's voice floated down, carrying an undeniable command. Seeing this, Chu Yunran dared not say anything more. She didn't know anything else, but she knew that disobeying her sister's orders, especially at such a crucial moment, would mean a terrible death for her. She glanced at Chu Ling Shuang anxiously and impatiently, then shook her head, still confused, before finally settling down calmly. Little did she know. The moment Su Zian said those words, Chu Ling Shuang was indeed anxious and very scared. She was afraid that Lin Feng would leave her because of this, and that he would no longer like her because of Su Zian. However, when her anxious and nervous gaze fell on Lin Feng, that sense of detachment and indifference forcibly pulled her back to reality. She remembered the cold and angry words he uttered when he threatened Lin Feng with Xia Qingqing. It's just a report. Can it replace my experiences of the past 20 years? That angry and aggrieved complaint expressed an understanding she had never seen before. The Lin Feng she understood was never someone who was troubled by emotions. He would never be subdued by anyone, and what he always longed for was freedom. She didn't think he would. He will never dwell on memories. Even though that's what she thought, her body was already trembling with tension. You must be mistaken. Inside the pavilion, Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. I don't recall ever saying anything like that. Yeah. A hint of disappointment lingered in Su Zian's eyes. She gave a bitter smile and said, "It seems I'm the only one who remembers it clearly." Seeing her sudden sadness, Lin Feng turned around abruptly and looked at the fallen leaves scattered in the garden. He abruptly bent down, picked up a leaf, and asked a question out of the blue. "Miss Su, do you know why leaves fall?" A sudden, seemingly random remark left Su Zian stunned. She looked at Lin Feng with a puzzled expression and subconsciously asked, "Why?" As he rubbed the leaves, Lin Feng smiled and said, "From a rational perspective, it's gravity, just like Newton discovering the apple. But from a literary perspective, falling is its destiny. What can it do? Fate dictates that it must go down, not up, left, or right. This is a stage of its growth. Falling is a sign of its maturity. Even if it falls into the mud, it has to keep going. The same goes for people." Lin Feng glanced at Su Zian, who was still confused, and his eyes were full of understanding. He stared straight through Su Zian and said calmly, "Miss Su, you have to turn the pages of a book, but you have to look forward in life. Memories are good, but they are ultimately in the past, so I choose to let go of them." He doesn't want to live in the past. He felt he had made his point very clear. The refusal was obvious. But Su Zian suddenly smiled, gently sat down on the pavilion chair, and said in a gentle yet firm tone, "Even destiny requires human effort." "Sis, what are they saying? That woman was using a trick on him. So why did Brother Lin say he'd let her go? I don't understand." In the corner, Chu Yunran scratched her head and looked at her sister with a surprised expression. Surprisingly, while her older sister breathed a sigh of relief, her face was full of fighting spirit. She cautiously tugged at her sister's skirt and muttered, "Sis, did you understand?" Chu Ling Shuang gave her a cold, disdainful look, but said nothing. Chu Yunran awkwardly shut her mouth and continued to peek over the shoulder. Inside the pavilion, before Lin Feng could speak, Su Zian reached out and pulled his arm, drawing him closer. "Let's not talk about this now, Feng. We haven't seen each other in so long. Let's not dwell on the past today. How about we talk about some interesting things that have happened recently?" "Oh no, sis, they're holding hands again." Chu Yunran cried out in surprise, her voice instantly echoing throughout the pavilion, where the two people inside also heard it. Instead of blaming Chu Yunran, Chu Ling Shuang crossed her arms, exuding a cold and arrogant aura, and gracefully walked towards the pavilion, her icy gaze falling on the two people's tightly clasped wrists. "Oh, how sweet their love is." Her voice was sinister, yet carried a hint of anger. Lin Feng understood the meaning of yin and yang as soon as the words were spoken. This young lady is jealous again. Su Zian's eyes darkened, and she looked at the two young ladies of the Chu family with slight displeasure, her gentle voice escaping through clenched teeth. "What are you doing here?" Chu Ling Shuang stared intently at Lin Feng and sneered. "The Lin family manor has a nice view, and I happen to be in the mood for it." Beside her, Chu Yunran chimed in, brandishing her claws. That's right. That's right. It's none of your business where we go to the Lin family's manor. Well, they're arguing again. Lin Feng really didn't want to get involved. He swallowed hard and quickly pushed Su Xian's hand away, saying, Well, you guys enjoy the scenery. I have something to do. Stop. Off phone. Brother Lin, you can't leave. The three girls glanced at each other simultaneously. An oppressive feeling instantly washed over him, and Lin Feng felt his scalp tingle. The pavilion was only so big, and although 4 people wasn't a lot, they all stood together, making it seem a bit lively. Lin Feng took a deep breath, deliberately avoiding Chu Ling Shuang's predatory gaze, and said tactfully, Then shall we enjoy the scenery? Let's go somewhere else, Su Xian said, standing up. Sis, let's go somewhere else. If we run into them, it'll be a coincidence, and they can't do anything to us. Chu Ling Shuang remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng, her eyes concealing a barely suppressed rage. It's confirmed. Now they'll follow him wherever he goes. Lin Feng never expected things to develop this way. Seeing their different expressions, he really wanted to escape. But at least for now, there's no escaping it. Finally, Lin Feng sighed and took the initiative to change the subject, extending an invitation to the 3 of them. Well, since we're all free anyway, how about the 4 of us play mahjong together? Chapter 174. If you dare to refute me, I'll continue. Anything is fine with me. As long as I'm with you, I'll do anything. Su Xian was the first to respond, and when she looked at Lin Feng, the smile in her eyes was already impossible to hide. Chu Yunran wasn't about to be outdone. Let's play then. Who's afraid of who? I'll make sure you lose everything. Time is priceless. In order to distract Lin Feng and Su Xian, Chu Ling Shuang had a huge pile of documents that she hadn't had time to approve yet, and now she had to play mahjong. She felt like killing someone. But what can we do? Her father had warned her not to use the Chu family's power. If she left now, leaving only the 3 of them, how could Ran, with her personality, possibly defeat Su Xian? She suppressed her overwhelming anger and stared intently at Lin Feng. Although she remained silent, her motionless body gave the answer. Lin Feng called the servants to set up the mahjong table, and the 4 of them sat down. Su Xian and Chu Ling Shuang were on Lin Feng's left and right sides respectively, while Chu Yunran was at the table opposite Lin Feng. Lin Feng nervously arranged the cards. The seemingly gentle atmosphere masked hidden agendas among the players. In the villa's attic, Linda held a telescope and carefully observed this heartwarming scene. It seems that young Master Lin and Miss Su have a good relationship, Jason remarked to his side. Linda smiled and replied, After all, he was raised by my side since he was a child. Once his memories return, no one can stop him. Indeed. Jason nodded, then shifted his gaze to Lind, asking with some curiosity, Sir, there's something I've always wondered about. You say? Since you wanted young Master Lin and Miss Su to get engaged from the beginning, their relationship would have definitely warmed up even if you hadn't kidnapped young Master Lin from the South Island. Why did you have to? Jason stopped mid-sentence, looking at Linda with some fear in his heart. Upon hearing this, Linda suddenly sneered. Why should I let him live comfortably? Jason froze, his expression suddenly becoming complicated. I will never allow him to have what he wants. I want to break him down and make him despise himself. If I'm not happy, why should he have a smooth life? Linda's face contorted instantly, and a maniacal smile spread across his lips. Jason was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but say, But Miss Chu seems to have feelings for young Master Lin as well. Isn't that perfect? Linda said arrogantly, If the Chu family makes a move, it will save me a lot of trouble. As he spoke, he suddenly raised an eyebrow and ordered, Jason, go and tell Chu Ling Shuang later that I've invited her to Lin Feng and Su Xian's engagement ceremony. I want to see how deep her feelings are. Jason didn't dare to say anything more and lowered his head. Yes. Lighting. I won. Off phone. Thank you for feeding me the cards. After Lin Feng played the 8 of bamboo, Su Xian suddenly smiled and revealed her hand. It's you again. You're cheating. Chu Yunran, who had lost 3 games in a row, could no longer sit still. Her anger flared up, and she pointed at Su Xian and cursed her. Little sister, I've kept all my cards here properly. How could I possibly cheat? Su Zian's smile remained unchanged as she looked at Chu Yunran with tenderness. Although his expression was gentle, the sense of oppression was overwhelming. Lin Feng sighed silently. Everyone at the table, except for Chu Yunran, was using cards to calculate. After 3 rounds, Chu Yunran had almost lost all her underwear. How could she not be anxious? He didn't dare to turn his head to look at Chu Lingshuang's face, but he could guess that her face probably looked terrible. He pursed his lips, pondering whether to continue, when he heard Chu Lingshuang's voice. Shuffle the cards. Her voice was icy, filled with anger, as she stared directly at Lin Feng. Instantly, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He subconsciously glanced up at Chu Lingshuang, and what he saw made him shudder. No, let's not fight anymore. Lin Feng couldn't sit still any longer and was thinking of a reason to pee. But Chu Lingshuang didn't give him a chance. She stood up, took a step closer, raised her hand and grabbed Lin Feng's chin, coldly saying, "You really like her, huh? You even fed her cards 3 times in a row. Let go of Ah Feng." Su Zian immediately became anxious, abandoning her usual gentleness and glaring angrily at the hand. "I just had good cards. How dare you say that Ah Feng fed me cards? Shut your mouth. You have no right to interrupt here." Chu Lingshuang shouted angrily, her fingers clamping down hard on Lin Feng's jawbone, forcing him to look up at her. "Looks like you've gotten a little wild after being indulged for a few days." Her voice sharpened, and the next second, right in front of Su Zian, she suddenly lowered her head and pressed her lips hard against Lin Feng's. Lin Feng instinctively tried to struggle, but the moment he raised his hand, his lip was bitten. Chu Yunran's eyes widened. She never expected her sister to be so domineering. She silently cheered her sister on in her heart. "Sis, well done." Beside her, Su Zian suddenly stood up, staring at the scene in disbelief, her anger rising within her. "Chu Lingshuang, what are you doing? Let go of a phone." She panicked. Just as he was about to step forward to stop her, Chu Lingshuang slightly raised her eyes, released her lips, and sneered. "What are you doing? Didn't you see everything? You woman." Su Zian hadn't expected Chu Lingshuang to be so direct. She was so angry that she was incoherent. "Kissing me right off the bat? Doesn't she even care about being polite?" Moreover, they had an agreement that neither of them could lay a hand on Lin Feng. Lin Feng, still in shock, hadn't even reacted when, in the next second, that familiar voice rang out again. "You naughty little kitten. How dare you make me angry?" "No, whose kitten is that?" Lin Feng barely realized what was happening and was about to break free when he heard her say again, "I told you, if you don't listen, I'll kiss you. If you dare to argue, I'll continue." Lin Feng fell silent. Her body had already subconsciously acted in accordance with her domineering behavior. More importantly, if she could use this to make Su Zian give up, then she would be one less troublesome person. Chu Lingshuang. Su Zian was clearly furious. Disregarding her image, she pointed at Chu Lingshuang and angrily rebuked her. "We agreed that neither of us would lay a hand on anyone. Today is my special day, and you actually kissed my person right in front of me. What do you mean? Your people." Releasing the hand that was restraining Lin Feng, Chu Lingshuang crossed her arms, looked coldly at Su Zian, and sneered. "Did I agree to your request? You?" Su Zian was so angry that she couldn't speak, never expecting Chu Lingshuang to argue so sourly. However, Lin Feng was stunned as he listened to their discussion. "Wait a minute, what are you talking about? What are your demands?" Chu Yunran, who had initially been watching the drama unfold, couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up and hurriedly said, "Brother Lin, this is the woman who made a deal with my sister. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays belong to my sister, and Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays belong to her. You can choose one on the weekend." Chapter 175. I was just kidding you, and you actually believed me? What? Lin Feng simply couldn't believe his ears. He stood up in surprise, looking at the 2 young ladies beside him, who were on the verge of exchanging blows, in shock. Yesterday's scenes suddenly flashed through his mind. Yesterday was Wednesday, and Chu Lingshuang had come to see him. This morning, Su Ziyan was downstairs, talking about cheating. What did they take him for? Lin Feng's good mood vanished abruptly. He stood up, took a deep look at Su Ziyan and Chu Lingshuang, and then turned and left. "Lin Feng, Ah Feng, where are you going?" Chu Ling Shuang and Su Ziyin, who were originally targeting each other, reacted at the same time and blurted out subconsciously. Lin Feng didn't even turn his head and casually said, "Where I go is none of your business. I'm not someone's toy to play with." After saying that, he left. Su Ziyin was both angry and anxious and was about to follow, but Chu Yunran grabbed her arm. "Don't run. Your cheating isn't over yet. Let's play cards. I don't believe you didn't use any tricks," Chu Yunran said indignantly, while winking at her older sister. Chu Ling Shuang didn't look at Chu Yunran. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Feng's back, and a sudden sense of guilt welled up in her heart. He had said this a long time ago, and her father had also told her to learn respect. But she never seemed to respect Lin Feng. From the beginning until now, it seemed to be her own willful and domineering behavior. Lin Feng hated being manipulated by others, but she kept crossing his lines. Did she do something wrong? Chu Ling Shuang fell into anxious contemplation. "I don't have time to play with you right now." Beside her, Su Ziyin was also getting anxious. Watching Lin Feng's figure getting further and further away, she was both anxious and irritable, but Chu Yunran was sticking to her like a piece of chewing gum, and she couldn't shake her off. "No way. If you don't play with me, you're guilty." Chu Yunran blinked and said with a smile, "If Brother Lin knew you cheated while playing games with him, what do you think his reaction would be?" As if she had seized control, Chu Yunran calmed down the anxious Su Ziyin with just one sentence. "Yes, just hearing about their plan makes her so angry. If she were to suspect her of cheating, Ah Feng would definitely be disappointed in her. What she and Lin Feng lack most right now is trust. Without trust, everything else is pointless. Moreover, Grandpa Lin has already said that no matter what, her engagement ceremony with Lin Feng is in 3 days, and she will be the winner. There is no need to fight for momentary pleasure now." After a moment's thought, Su Ziyin finally calmed down. "Okay, I'll fight you." She sat back down in her chair, looking at Chu Ling Shuang with a smug expression. Chu Yunran smiled and beckoned to the maid to bring over the playing cards. The two had already begun their next battle. Chu Ling Shuang, lost in thought, glanced at them indifferently, bit her lip, and left first. Regardless, all she felt right now was that she needed to apologize to Lin Feng. Back at the villa, Lin Feng didn't stop for a moment and went straight to find Linda. Led by Jason, in the study on the 2nd floor, Linda smiled as he watered the flowers with a watering can and asked Lin Feng as he walked in, "Little Feng is here?" Faced with Linda's candor, Lin Feng felt even more that he had something to hide. He brought Xia Qingqing back so openly, yet Linda didn't react at all, which shows that he had expected it. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and said with a forced smile, "Grandpa, I've brought my sister back. There's nothing else to it. He just likes to get straight to the point. Compared to backstabbing, he feels it's more satisfying to say what he thinks." Linda was quite surprised by Lin Feng's directness. He put down the kettle and turned to look at Lin Feng. "Xia Qingqing is my younger sister. I hope my grandfather can disclose this to the media as soon as possible." Lin Feng spoke frankly without any fear. "Can." Linda didn't refuse. He gestured to Jason, who immediately came over and pushed the wheelchair to stop in front of Lin Feng. He smiled and said, "I can make it public, and I can also give her some of the Lin family shares to ensure she has no worries about food and clothing. However, you have to promise me one thing. Please speak. In 3 days, I will be holding an engagement ceremony for you and Su Ziyin. You must attend. That girl has admired you for a long time." Linda spoke slowly, his voice growing softer and softer, his gaze lingering on Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was startled, but remained calm, knowing that Linda had ill intentions and hadn't expected him to be waiting here. He said in a deep voice, "Grandpa, I've only just met Miss Su. Isn't it too hasty to get engaged now? What's the rush? It's such a good thing that the Lin family and the Su family are getting married. Grandpa also hopes that you will be happy in the future. You and Miss Su are a perfect match, and she likes you. That old fox definitely knows about his exile to the South Island." Lin Feng was already certain of this fact. Unsurprisingly, Old Master Lin is playing a grand game, and he is the key piece in this game. He didn't expect Lin to retract his decision, but he wouldn't give in either. Lin Feng glanced at Jason, who was eyeing him menacingly, and suddenly laughed. "Very well, I do indeed have feelings for Miss Su. Thank you for your trouble, Grandpa. Lindo waved his hand without changing his expression. Lin Feng understood, lowered his head slightly, and left. Glancing at Lin Feng's departing figure, Linda's eyes were full of disdain, and he sneered. I really overestimated him. This kid didn't even put up a fight. After all, he has regained his memories, and he and Miss Sue are childhood sweethearts, Jason chimed in. Linda gave the order. Then get ready. Start notifying all the media outlets tomorrow. Yes. As he came out of the study, he bumped into Chu Ling Shuang. Before Lin Feng could say anything more, he looked up and saw Chu Ling Shuang's slightly red eyes. She pressed closer and closer until she cornered Lin Feng against the wall. You like her? Her voice was filled with unprecedented tension and trembling, and her eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, filled with boundless anger. Lin Feng instantly realized that she had just heard what he said. He smiled and shook his head, then noticed the security camera in the corner. His expression shifted, and he said, Yes, I like her. You lied to me. Her pupils seemed to bleed as she raised her hand and grabbed Lin Feng's collar, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes, a mixture of anger and anxiety. Didn't you say you wanted to be my girlfriend? Didn't you say you'd be with me forever? Unexpectedly, Chu Ling Shuang reacted so strongly. Seeing her almost frantic state, Lin Feng felt a pang of heartache for no reason. Realizing his own reaction, Lin Feng trembled. Something's not right. Why would he feel heartbroken? Could it be that he's developed feelings for this crazy woman too? No. Remembering her previous domineering torture, Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand, grabbed her wrist, and forcefully pried her hand off. Under Chu Ling Shuang's gaze, which was a mixture of anger and expectation, he smiled openly yet mockingly. I was just kidding you, and you actually believed me? Chapter 176, she apologized. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Her eyes were filled with anger and sorrow as she shook her head desperately, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Feng had never seen Chu Ling Shuang like this before, as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. She has always been unapproachable, a vibrant rose blooming in the manor, a high mountain flower on the altar, and extremely aloof. But at this moment, her eyes were bloodshot as she stared intently at him. All her composure and elegance vanished. As if she had waited with the utmost anticipation, she asked him with a mixture of longing and urgency, What you're saying now is what lied to me, isn't it? Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Feng glanced at the study door behind him, his eyes darkening slightly as he deliberately avoided looking at the crazed Chu Ling Shuang. He said indifferently, Miss Chu, you are wrong. Everything I have said to you is a lie. No. Chu Ling Shuang clutched her chest in shock, her elegant figure swaying as she staggered backward. Fraud. She shook her head frantically, murmuring to herself, her long, flowing hair swaying wildly, strands falling loose, her eyes unfocused. I don't believe it. I don't believe it, she murmured, suddenly looking straight at Lin Feng. Why did you lie to me? There has to be a reason. We were perfectly fine yesterday. Does a good past guarantee a good future? Lin Feng forcefully interrupted her, furious at the inappropriate pang of heartache he felt, and hating himself for having feelings for such a ruthless woman. It's no longer about being overheard by someone. Lin Feng also lost his temper. His gaze met Chu Ling Shuang's, and he sneered ruthlessly. You're allowed to treat me like a toy, but I'm not allowed to toy with your feelings. Chu Ling Shuang, you're hilarious. What makes you think I'd fall head over heels in love with you after all the torment you've given me? Don't dream about it. No. Chu Ling Shuang had lost her composure. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the tears welling up in her eyes blurred her vision. The out-of-control situation, his anger, and countless moments of collapse were intertwined and almost swallowed her up. She twisted the fabric around her neck in disbelief, her heart aching as if pricked by needles. Torture. Ha ha ha. You actually think I'm torturing you? She murmured, her voice filled with endless tenderness and melancholy. I love you. I need you so much. I just want you to be mine. It's like an explanation, yet also like an inner monologue from someone on the verge of collapse. Originally, seeing her so distraught expression, Lin Feng felt a little sorry for her, but after hearing these words, boundless anger surged in his heart. Isn't that right? Miss Chu, do you think anyone can accept your methods? Don't forget, You hit me, you starved me for 4 whole days, and almost made me drown in the bathtub. Do you think this is a fun game? So, you treat me like a toy, playing with my body, but in my eyes you're also a toy, playing with your heart. Lin Feng roared, his words sharp, and he approached step by step. This was the first time he had ever argued with her so angrily. He was very tall, and when he approached, Chu Ling Shuang could only tilt her head back slightly. Tears welled up in her eyes as she belatedly realized how cruel her torment of him had been. Did she really do something wrong? No. I just want you, what's wrong with that? Her pride never allowed her to bow her head. Even with her face upturned, Chu Ling Shuang remained aloof. Her eyes were full of defiance, but her trembling red lips betrayed her. Lin Feng suddenly laughed. Yes, you're right, if we go by your logic. He gazed at her with a mixture of self-mockery and pity, his eyes questioning her with an unyielding accusation. And what about me? I just wanted to escape. What did I do wrong? His questioning voice was deafening, and Chu Ling Shuang was stunned. She couldn't answer that question because she didn't know whose fault it was. Glancing at her dazed eyes, Lin Feng sighed, his voice softening slightly. Give up. Miss Chu, you will never have me. Just like when she first met him, everything about him had nothing to do with her. He stood right in front of her, so real, yet he was like a gust of wind, impossible to grasp. It's an excruciating pain. Chu Ling Shuang lowered her eyes slightly, watching Lin Feng turn to leave. Suddenly, her fingers clenched tightly, gripping the fabric so hard that her fingertips turned white. She murmured a self-mocking cry. Lin Feng. Her voice was light and airy, shedding all its hard shell, and flowed into Lin Feng's heart like water. Subconsciously, Lin Feng stopped, but did not turn around. I apologize for treating you like a toy. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was humble and pleading. Lin Feng was stunned. He never imagined that the usually aloof and arrogant Miss Chu would apologize to him personally. And about that agreement with Su Zian, I didn't respect your wishes. I will never do that again. She apologized. But now it's not a question of forgiveness or not. Lin Feng understands very well that people only pay the price for momentary emotions. What's past is past. If you take it too seriously, that's called obsession. He was also very frustrated, not because he wanted to forgive Chu Ling Shuang, but because after experiencing so much torment from her, he still had feelings for her. It seems his plan needs to be accelerated. Lin Feng lowered his gaze, not turning back, and only said, I hope Miss Chu will keep her word. He's gone. He resolutely entered the elevator and left her sight. As if all her strength had been drained, Chu Ling Shuang staggered back a few steps until she reached the corner of the wall. She raised her hand to support herself against the wall, her regret and anger intertwined. So what? Their engagement ceremony is in 3 days. Should she continue to stay here? For the first time, Chu Ling Shuang felt like a clown. Despite all my efforts, I still couldn't compete with my childhood sweetheart. I choose to let myself go. Lin Feng's words echoed in her mind again, and amidst her dejection, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly froze. She glanced subconsciously at the study door, then at the security camera in the corner. He just said that everything he said was a lie. So he was just acting? Or perhaps it's half true and half false. Chu Ling Shuang frowned, but her eyes brightened instantly. She walked straight to the elevator, returned to her guest room, and gave Yu Shui in an unquestionable order. Go and inform Zhang Peng to bring the entire Chu family squad here. Miss, why are you bringing in a squad at this time? Yu Shuiyan asked instinctively, puzzled. Chu Ling Shuang didn't even lift her eyelids, her lips slightly curved, and her cold and arrogant voice instantly dropped, consisting of only 2 short words. Bridesmaid. Chapter 177, he doesn't want to stay anywhere. Rob. Yu Shuiyan was shocked. Before she could even cry out, she caught a glimpse of her young mistress's sharp expression. Her heart trembled, and she quickly nodded, not daring to say another word. Yes. After Yu Shuiyan left, Chu Ling Shuang rubbed Lin Feng's face on her phone's lock screen, a cold smile suddenly blooming on her lips. Lin Feng, regardless of right or wrong, I've already set my sights on you. I won't let anyone take you away. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, the heartache had subsided, and Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He was about to go to the guest room to find Xia Qingqing and Li Hao when he suddenly heard a loud shout coming from the corner of the corridor. "Hey, little nephew!" Lin Haixian and several peers walked out from the corner with smiles on their faces. Clearly, they have ill intentions. Lin Feng was just feeling frustrated and had nowhere to vent his anger when he unexpectedly ran into them as soon as he went downstairs. He shook his head and rubbed his hands together, ready to fight. "Hey kid, you should know some manners. You should call me uncle when you see me." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, slightly curled the corners of his lips, and obediently called out, "Uncle." "Yes, that's more like it." Lin Haixian nodded in satisfaction. He knew that the people he had brought with him were working. Then, he looked at Lin Feng with a smug smile and said arrogantly, "Even entering my Lin family requires following the rules. How about this? You kneel down and kowtow to your uncle. For the rudeness you showed last time, your uncle will." Before Lin Haixian could finish his smug speech, Lin Feng slapped him across the face. "You dare hit me?" He covered his face in disbelief. Lin Feng chuckled and rubbed his wrist, casually saying, "I'm not very good with my hands. Uncle, please don't take offense." You. Lin Haishuan's eyes widened, and he shouted angrily to the people around him. "Are you all just watching a show? Go get him. Beat him up and show him who the real Lin family elder is." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feng slapped him twice more, making Lin Haixian see stars. The people he summoned were all around his age, just coming of age, and all spoiled and pampered. Who had ever seen anything like this before? Moreover, Lin Feng is significantly taller than Lin Haixian. After 3 slaps in a row, these people chickened out. There was no way around it. Lin Feng was an adult, and they were simply outmatched in terms of sheer presence. "Go ahead and attack. He's all alone, and this is my house. What are you afraid of?" Seeing that his commands were ineffective, Lin Haixian covered his face, his anger rising. The group exchanged glances, hesitant to step forward. Lin Feng laughed and said, "Yes, this is your house, but it seems like this is my house too, right?" He raised his hand, tapped his chin a few times with his fingertips, and said with a smile, "Then guess why no one in our family came out to stop me when I hit you?" "You." Lin Haixian was speechless for a moment, his face turning red, whether from being hit or from holding back his anger. It was hard to tell. Lin Feng continued with a smile. "Let me guess, you brought so many people here to establish your authority, right?" Unexpectedly, he was seen through so easily, and Lin Haixian immediately panicked. "That's right, I just want to establish my authority." He was halfway through his sentence when he noticed Lin Feng's hand raised in midair again, so he quickly changed his words. "There's no need for all that trouble." Lin Feng glanced around at the group of oddballs, and his gaze fell on Lin Haixian. "If you do me a favor, I'll gladly get lost." Lin Haixian was stunned. "What do you mean? You're just afraid I'll take your family fortune." Lin Feng laughed. "As the young master of the Lin family, you should have a lot of money on hand over the years. Why don't you go and talk to your father and ask him for 300 million? I'll pack my things and get out of here right away." "Really?" Ignoring the pain in his face, Lin Haishuan's eyes lit up instantly. "Of course it's true." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. "Go and discuss it with your father. The Lin family's assets are worth more than 300 million. You're guaranteed to make a profit on this deal. If you're still worried, you can send someone to monitor me." His words were too grandiose. Lin Haixian covered his face, pointed at Lin Feng, and said anxiously, "Okay, I'll go tell my dad right now. You wait here, and don't run away. Don't run away. Send me a text message once you've discussed it." Lin Feng smiled and waved his phone, watching Lin Haixian and his group stumble and rush into the elevator. He didn't know what Linda was up to, and he was too lazy to guess, but Lin Yi and Lin Haixian were different. The two of them were simply worried that he had designs on the family property. Forced marriage. Staring at the Lin family's main hall, Lin Feng sneered. "Then don't blame me for running away with the money. No matter what Linda's ulterior motives are, he's just going to run away. He doesn't want to stay anywhere the Lin family or the Chu family." Upon entering the guest room, Xia Qingqing and Li Hao were playing video games. Lin Feng didn't say much, picked up a laptop and sat down at the table. After spending an entire afternoon, with the help of 2 top students, Xia Qingqing and Li Hao, Lin Feng has finally completed the model of his simplified version of the game. Lin Feng glanced at his phone and saw the okay gesture from Lin Yi. He smiled knowingly and looked at Xia Qingqing and Li Hao. If you want to spend money on this game, you too can use my card to swipe. Xia Qingqing and Li Hao were taken aback. They exchanged a glance and instantly understood what Lin Feng meant. He didn't want them to bear the tax burden. Also, Qingqing, tomorrow afternoon, the Lin family will announce your identity in the media. You need to create a social media account then. If you encounter any danger in the future, post it online. Even if the Lin family buys public opinion and deletes comments, they won't be able to do it so quickly. As he closed his laptop, Lin Feng gave some instructions and then looked at Li Hao. Howsy, tomorrow I will publicly recruit you as Qingqing's driver. This way, the two of you will be linked online. Also, you need to tell your family to create a unified online account and to report any dangers first. Li Hao nodded subconsciously, but couldn't help exchanging a glance with Xia Qingqing. Brother Feng, it feels like you're giving your last words. Brother, what are you planning to do? I have a feeling it might be a little dangerous. The two looked at Lin Feng at the same time, both somewhat worried. Lin Feng said calmly, the affairs of large families are very complicated. I can't protect you all forever. You need to be smarter, understand? Xia Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then looked at Lin Feng. Brother, what exactly do you want to do? Why don't you tell me, so brotherly and I can help you? Li Hao patted his chest and said confidently, yeah, Brother Feng, don't try to tough it out. We're the three of us, the Iron Triangle, and the two of us will definitely be on your side. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, put the computer into a bag, stood up, and said, it's nothing. I was just giving you some instructions. Okay, I'm going back to my room to rest now. You can start grinding money in the game these next couple of days. As Lin Feng left, the room fell silent. After exchanging a glance with Li Hao, Xia Qingqing abruptly stood up and closed the door. Chapter 178. So, he was actually leaving. Brother Hao, I feel like something's wrong with my brother. Xia Qingqing turned around, and her expression immediately became serious. Li Hao's smile faded, his brows furrowing. Indeed, I also felt something was off about him. Brother Feng has never said this much to us before. Yes. Xia Qingqing nodded, sat down on the sofa, and after thinking for a moment, asked, do you think my brother might be planning to seize the family fortune? Isn't that unnecessary? The Lin family only has one Lin Haixian. He's still in school. Li Hao took out his phone and searched for information about the Lin family online. Going to school isn't something you can't just fight over. Brother Hao, you forgot. The Lin family still has Lin Yi. Xia Qingqing frowned. These people were all related to her by blood, but if it weren't for Lin Feng, she wouldn't have wanted to come back. These people caused her mother to be seriously ill for many years, and they haven't even sent a single word of greeting in all this time. Although they did give her money during that period, money can't buy affection. I think we should take it one step at a time. Once your background is revealed tomorrow, Lin Haixian and the others might come looking for you again. Li Hao thought for a moment, and then said, okay, no matter what, I'm definitely on my brother's side, Hao Ji. Let's both protect ourselves and try our best not to make things difficult for him. Back in his room, it was already evening, but Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to sleep. He was working on his visa. When he was at the Su family home, his second sister, Su Pansy, wanted to study abroad, and he helped her get her visa. That's why he still has the staff's contact information on his phone. Visa processing times vary by country, with the fastest being the United Kingdom, which offers super priority service and is Lin Feng's first choice. After submitting the information, they quickly responded. After all, Lin Feng now had over 100 million yuan in assets in his account, so expedited processing was quite convenient. It's better to leave early than late. Although he had already promised the old man, Lin Feng would never actually stay until 3 days later. Instead of flying, he booked a luxury cruise ship with a single cabin. If the Lin family sent people to arrest him, he could just randomly disembark at any country along the coast, and then get his documents renewed. At the same time, he also opened his own personal account on a short video platform. After finishing all that, he closed his laptop and went to sleep. The next morning, Linda kept his word and revealed Xia Qingqing's identity online. The trending topic caused an immediate uproar. A few days ago, the Lin family's long-lost son was found, and now another one has appeared, which has made countless netizens unable to help but complain. Grandpa Lin, why don't you take another look? Maybe I'm also a child of the Lin family who has been lost. Although this is a good thing, I still can't help but curse. The Lin family has such a large fortune, but all these years they've been doing nothing. They've been searching for the two children for so long. This is the first time I've ever felt the absurdity of a large family drama. It's outrageous. Respect and blessings. Lin Feng publicly announced on his personal account that he had hired Li Hao as Xia Qingqing's driver. Riding on Xia Qingqing's popularity, his account gained over 1 million followers in just one morning. The only video had a flood of brothers and sisters that the person had never met before appearing in the comments section. Brother Lin, how about I be your maid? I don't need much. Just give me some things you don't need when you're bored. I saw it first, so I signed up first. Bro, I'll be your driver. Just pay me 10,000 a month. I was wondering why my eyelids had been twitching these past 2 days. Turns out it was because you, Brother Lin, jumped into my field of vision. Factory boy, are you still working at the factory? I'd like to bump into you and become your buddy. Miss Sue, what kind of luck do you have, kid? Crying. There were countless similar comments, and Xia Qingqing's account gained more than 300,000 followers, which also brought Li Hao's account an additional 50,000 followers. The Lin family's stock also soared, especially after the announcement in the afternoon of Lin Feng's engagement ceremony with Su Zian, the daughter of the Su's pharmaceutical group, which brought the stock to an unprecedented peak. The moment the news of the ceremony popped up, Xia Qingqing couldn't sit still anymore. She grabbed Li Hao and rushed to Lin Feng's room. Elder brother. Xia Qingqing looked anxious, even confused. You and Su Zian are getting engaged? Li Hao, beaming with joy, stepped forward and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, laughing. Brother Feng, why didn't you tell me sooner? I was wondering why Qingqing and I thought you were acting strange yesterday. Turns out you're getting engaged. What good news? Brother, you like Su Zian. Xia Qingqing was the one who knew what was going on. She got straight to the point with just one question. Lin Feng closed the door and looked at Xia Qingqing, then shook his head. Seeing this, Li Hao swallowed the prepared congratulatory words back down his throat. He looked at Lin Feng incredulously. Brother Feng, you weren't forced to say this, were you? Looking at Xia Qingqing, who also looked nervous, Lin Feng nodded silently and said helplessly, I guess so. I was just wondering why I'd been feeling off lately. It turns out they were waiting here. Li Hao exclaimed. Beside her, Xia Qingqing was even more furious. She took 2 steps forward, grabbed Lin Feng's arm, and said angrily, What a lousy Lin family. Brother, let's go. We're not staying here anymore. Whoever wants to be the eldest daughter of the Lin family can have it. Exactly. I'm thinking we should just make some money and run away. We don't need to be rich or powerful anymore. This time you were forced into marriage. Next it should be Qingqing's turn. Mentioning Xia Qingqing, Li Hao clenched his fists angrily. He had initially thought that Lin Feng had finally taken off, but unexpectedly, the forced marriage happened to Lin Feng. If Lin Feng, a man, was subjected to such machinations by his family, what would it be like for Xia Qingqing, a girl? If she were to marry a woman she didn't love, it would be worse than death for her. Lin Feng glanced at Li Hao subconsciously. These words were unexpected. He hadn't expected the two of them to say such things. This is undoubtedly a perspective from his point of view. A warm feeling instantly filled Lin Feng's heart, and his gaze softened. He pondered for a moment, then smiled at Xia Qingqing. Do you think leaving would have been helpful? He hit the nail on the head with just one sentence. Xia Qingqing was stunned for a moment. Then her face was filled with anger. At worst, I'll go abroad. I don't believe they can chase me to the ends of the earth. Yes, go abroad. Li Hao agreed enthusiastically, but then added with some concern. However, it takes several days for the visas to be issued, and we won't have enough time. I've already applied for expedited processing, and I'll receive my visa this afternoon. Lin Feng's voice suddenly rang out, a faint smile playing on his lips. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingqing and Li Hao, who were both furious, were both stunned. Brother, are you planning to run away? Brother Feng, you were prepared all along. The two looked over at the same time and instantly understood Lin Feng's long explanation from yesterday. So he was leaving. Chapter 179 Classic Remake. But what about the money? The Lin family is so powerful, surely they could have investigated this. Xia Qingqing, a graduate of the University of Finance and Economics, raised a question, and Li Hao, standing beside her, suddenly realized the truth. Damn it. So this is what you meant by making us spend money in the game. Game. Oh right. Game. Xia Qingqing realized as well. Facing two people who trusted him without reservation, Lin Feng didn't hide anything. He smiled and said, "Since yesterday, the money you poured into the game has been transferred to my overseas account after tax. This is all through legitimate channels, and the Lin family has no reason to seize it." Wow. Brother, that's awesome. Brother Feng, what a brilliant idea you came up with. The two of them fawned over Lin Feng like he was a star, each saying a few words, their eyes shining as they looked at him. By the way, Haozi, Qingqing, you two need to do me a favor. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng looked at Li Hao. Brother Feng, what do you say? The three of us will go out tomorrow evening. When you come back in the evening, pretend that it's me and Qingqing. I'll leave you a few recordings later. You just hide in my room and don't open the door for anyone. As soon as the plan was mentioned, Li Hao immediately understood. He nodded, but after looking at Lin Feng's physique and then at his own, he hesitated and said, "It's fine, but Brother Feng, our body types aren't really compatible, are they?" "It's okay. I'll just wear something warm when I go out. Don't worry, I'll let Linny know, and he'll help you secretly." Xia Qingqing frowned. "But brother, if they find out it's Brother Hao on the day of the engagement, they might cause trouble for him, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Hao immediately became worried. "Yeah, Brother Feng, if they press me for details about your whereabouts, I'll keep quiet, but I'm afraid they'll threaten me with my family." "Don't worry about that. They won't cause you any trouble," Lin Feng said with a smile. "You'll know when that day comes." As he spoke, he patted Li Hao on the shoulder and then looked at Xia Qingqing. "Don't worry, I won't harm you. Qingqing now holds shares in the Lin family. Haozi, after I land safely, I will transfer 30 million to your account. You can use it to do business or go out and have fun. Just consider it as a reward for helping me." Upon hearing the amount of 30 million, Li Hao's eyes widened. Impersonating Lin Feng for one night can earn 30 million. Why bother working a regular job? He quickly patted his chest and said confidently, "Brother Feng, don't worry. I guarantee I'll complete the mission." The Chu family manor. When Chun Wanqing saw the trending topic on her phone about Lin Feng and Su Xian's engagement date, she couldn't sit still. "Husband." She rushed downstairs with her phone in hand, only to find Chu Tianli sitting on the sofa, calmly drinking tea. Chun Wanqing immediately retorted angrily, "You still have the mind to drink tea. Our son-in-law is about to be snatched away by someone else." Chu Tianli raised his eyes slightly and patted the sofa beside him, gesturing for Chun Wanqing to sit down. Chun Wanqing strode forward in her high heels, slamming her phone in front of Chu Tianli's face, her expression full of anger. "Look at this. The Lin family doesn't take us seriously at all. Didn't you tell old Master Lin what we meant last time?" "Wanqing, don't rush, have some tea first." Chu Tianli glanced at it, then smiled and poured a glass for Chun Wanqing as well. Chun Wanqing was both anxious and agitated. "Honey, what's wrong with you? Didn't you also take a liking to Lin Feng? And Shuang really likes that boy. After you talked to Shuang last time, her eyes were red the next day. If you break them up, what will happen to our Shuang?" "Well," Chu Tianli sighed, put down his teacup, and said calmly, "Wanqing, don't worry. I saw this morning. Aren't you in a hurry?" "Why should I be in such a hurry? Ling Shuang isn't a child. She has her own judgment. Besides, I think we shouldn't get too involved in matters of the heart. We should let the child have a complete experience." His words were so eloquent that they actually calmed Chun Wanqing down. She sat down on the sofa next to Chu Tianli, her brows furrowed. "So, you haven't told Grandpa Lin about Shuang yet?" Chu Tianli nodded and said calmly, "They are both still young and have a lot to experience." "That's outrageous." Chun Wanqing shook her head repeatedly. "If you hadn't told him, now look what's happened. He's arranged for Xiaofeng to get engaged to someone else. If this goes through, how is Shuang supposed to stay in the Lin family? She agrees with fair competition. After all, when it comes to matters of the heart, the appearance of a third party is actually a good thing. The more experiences one goes through, the deeper the feelings become, and more importantly, one can also see a person's character from these events. She was initially angered by Chu Tianli's fiancé, only to later discover her own love for Chu Tianli. But later Chu Tianli told her that the fiancé was just a rumor he deliberately spread, and it wasn't true. But now, Lin Feng's fiancé is a real person. How could she not be anxious? Seeing his wife's nervous expression, Chu Tianli couldn't help but laugh and said, "Wanqing, you don't really think their ceremony will go through, do you?" Chen Wanqing was taken aback. Huh? Looking at Chen Wanqing, Chu Tianli couldn't help but chuckle. Just yesterday, Ling Shuang transferred all of our family's guards away, and it seems she's also preparing something else. What is that? Chen Wanqing blinked, her face full of confusion. It's the big car I drove when I was chasing you. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Wanqing froze. The scene from that time flashed through her mind, and she gasped. Hiss! The next second, Chen Wanqing, who had been tense, suddenly became excited. This is too exciting. Of course, Chu Tianli said with a proud look. Like father, like daughter. My daughter, Chu Tianli's daughter, is quite courageous. He's just patting himself on the back. Chen Wanqing joked, her heart suddenly racing. Clutching her phone, she said excitedly, if it's a true classic that gets a remake, let's go check it out. Chu Tianli shook his head. It's not convenient. I've already declined the Lin family's engagement invitation. I'll have Ran come back tomorrow, so it won't be appropriate for either of us to show up then. So, does that mean I won't be able to see such exciting scenes? Seeing the disappointment in his wife's eyes, Chu Tianli quickly said, Hey, I'll arrange a few drones to live stream and record the whole thing, and Ran and I can watch it at home. Chen Wanqing instantly jumped for joy and gave Chu Tianli a big bear hug. That's great. Husband moi. Is everything ready? Chu Ling Shuang, who had already returned to her residence at Lakeview Villa, stared at the computer screen and asked Yu Shui Yan in a cold voice. Everything is ready, but miss, there will be a lot of media that day. If we do this, the whole world will know. Yu Shuiyan nodded, but her voice softened slightly, and a look of worry appeared on her face. Chu Ling Shuang slightly raised her eyes, a slight smile playing on her lips, her voice cold and arrogant, yet laced with extreme possessiveness. I want the whole world to know that he is mine. Chapter 180. Everyone is working hard for his freedom. Seeing her young mistress's face contorted with madness, Yu Shuiyan felt a chill run down her spine. She silently wiped away her sweat, already observing a moment of silence for the ceremony the day after tomorrow. That night, Lin Feng took the secondary card handed over by Lin Yi and immediately deposited money into the game. Lin Yi is a very interesting person. After hearing about Lin Feng's escape plan, he agreed without hesitation and without even having any doubts. This left Lin Feng speechless, but upon reflection, he realized that most of the Lin family's shares were in Linda's hands. After so many years of struggle, Lin Yi had never risen to power, which was probably related to his personality. After all, if Lin Yi could raise someone with such a simple-minded personality as Lin Haixian, he couldn't be much better. Xia Qingqing and Li Hao stayed in Lin Feng's room the whole time, the three of them spending money together without stopping. Brother Feng, I've never been this frustrated in my entire life. Li Hao's fingers didn't stop tapping on the screen, but he couldn't help but complain to Lin Feng. Xia Qingqing wasn't much better off. After clicking for over 3 hours straight, her fingers were cramping. She lay on the sofa, her face full of disgust. I never want to spend money on games again. I've really had enough. It'll be here soon. For my freedom, everyone please bear with it. Lin Feng's fingers didn't stop. He tapped the screen while smiling and comforting her. Well, I'm so tired. Seeing Xia Qingqing and Li Hao's faces full of despair, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He doesn't believe anyone could quit gaming without being bombarded with money. In reality, if someone had that much money, they wouldn't put all their energy into games, like Xia Qingqing. Brother, after this is all over, Brother Li and I will come visit you. I've never been abroad before. Yeah, Brother Feng, where are you planning to go? Qingqing and I will fly to find you. Now that we have money, we should go out and have some fun. The two looked at Lin Feng. Sure, Lin Feng didn't refuse and nodded with a smile. In the past, he would have kept quiet, but today, before he even told them his plans, they stood by him without reservation. Especially Xia Qingqing's question, "Do you like Su Zian?" These words struck a chord with Lin Feng. Seeing the two of them clicking the screen with unwavering determination and a willingness to die for his freedom, a warm feeling washed over him. He had never mentioned such a large reward to Li Hao before. For some reason, watching the two of them working so hard, Lin Feng felt that perhaps they could become close friends. He thought for a moment and said, "I'll find a way to tell you the address later. I'll change my phone number, but your phones might be monitored. To avoid the Lin family finding me, let's meet the next day." "Okay." Li Hao nodded, slightly excited. "Then I'll transfer 10 million to my mom and the others, and I'll use the rest to go out and have fun." As he spoke, he looked at Lin Feng with great excitement. "Brother Feng, I don't know how to thank you enough. I can finally hold my head high in my hometown." "Brother Hao, you're wrong about that. If you live your life constantly in the eyes of others, what's the point of living?" Xia Qingqing responded with a playful laugh. "That's what I say, but every time I go back to my hometown and see the way they look at me, I feel bad. You know how it is. Harmful." Lin Feng overheard their conversation and smiled, shaking his head. "That's true, but not many people can actually do it. Howsy, you're already very good. Nobody's perfect." "Yes, nobody's perfect. Brother sees things much better." Xia Qingqing chimed in. "Brother Feng, I really need to learn from your open-mindedness. I'm so anxious every day. It's all just internal struggle." "What are you so anxious about? You're my driver now, and I still have to pay you a salary." "Hey, that's different. It makes me look like I'm living off a woman." "Who said that? Then why don't I hire someone else as a driver?" "Brother Hao, really, take it easy. Learn from my brother." The two of them were like sycophants, praising Lin Feng to the skies with their words. This scene is very heartwarming. Everyone is working hard for his freedom. As he watched their continuous chatter, the scene seemed to stretch out, and Lin Feng suddenly realized that he would remember this moment for a long time. He smiled but didn't say anything. The saying, "No one is perfect," is something that even the person saying it would make him laugh, because he himself has never been able to do it. Despite the fact that Chu Ling Shuang had tormented him in every way before, he still felt a tremor in his heart because of her behavior, which he found utterly despicable. What's even more frustrating is my own lack of ambition. What's that saying again? If we forgive everything, then all those experiences are deserved. But everyone has flaws, right? It is precisely because of those flaws that a complete person is formed. We should not reject them, because no matter what, they are still ourselves. Freedom is within reach, easily attainable. He couldn't possibly let this opportunity slip by, nor would he. As for how to deal with the feelings that have suddenly arisen in his heart for Chu Ling Shuang, those are things for the future. We'll see. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? People should live in the present. After a night of hard work, he had only managed to charge a little over half of the money, but Lin Feng's private account had already received nearly 200 million yuan. To be honest, for someone who was used to living a life of luxury, 200 million yuan was nothing. It could be gone in a meal or at an auction. But Lin Feng is an ordinary person, and his pursuits are very simple. Rent a house, sleep in late in the morning, get up and have some food, go out for a stroll and have afternoon tea in the afternoon, and buy some wine in the evening to sit by the river and watch the world go by. So, this amount of money is enough for him to live on for a lifetime. It just doesn't seem that extravagant. The day before the engagement ceremony, Chu Ling Shuang had long since left the Lin family, losing a competitor, which made Su Ziyan less wary. After all, the whole internet is talking about her engagement to Lin Feng, so it's normal for Chu Ling Shuang to feel frustrated. Recalling how Lin Feng had been so domineering in front of her, Su Ziyan was furious. But so what? From beginning to end, Lin Feng will only belong to her. "Are you going out?" Unable to contain her excitement, Su Ziyan went downstairs and met Lin Feng and his group in the lobby on the first floor. Noticing Lin Feng's thick cotton coat and black mask, she was clearly worried. "Feng, are you sick? Why are you dressed so warmly?" A little cough. Lin Feng pretended to cough a few times. "Let me see." Su Ziyan immediately tensed up. She hurriedly stepped forward, intending to touch Lin Feng's forehead to check his temperature, but he inadvertently dodged her touch. Chapter 181. The Prince Replaced by a Civet Cat. I'm fine. I've already taken my medicine. Lin Feng lowered his voice, put on a relieved expression, and said with a smile, We need to go out for a bit. The engagement is tomorrow, and I need to buy some things. His gentle gaze fell on Su Zian, as if he had already accepted the fact of their engagement. It was the gentleness and kindness of childhood. Su Zian was clearly touched. She felt her heart pounding so hard it almost burst out of her throat. She took a few steps back and asked cautiously, her eyes filled with surprise, Is this a gift for me? Well, Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. Beside him, Li Hao and Xia Qingqing looked on with tension, afraid that something might go wrong. Wait. Before Lin Feng could find the right words, Su Zian excitedly raised her hand. Don't tell me yet. You definitely planning to give me a surprise, right? Yes, yes, yes. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded in agreement. Then I'll go back to my room and wait. I'll open it myself tomorrow. Su Zian was overjoyed, clutching her pounding chest, and excitedly rushed onto the elevator. As she left, Lin Feng's eyes darkened. He glanced at Xia Qingqing and Li Hao, and the three of them went straight out of the villa. Brother Feng, Miss Su seems to like you quite a bit. In the passenger seat, Li Hao glanced at Lin Feng, who was driving, with surprise. Shaw, what's the use of liking someone? Lots of people like my brother. Are they going to tear him to pieces? In the back seat, Xia Qingqing muttered a complaint. Li Hao, feeling embarrassed after being rebuked, scratched his head and shut his mouth. There are cars following us. Lin Feng ignored them, keeping his hands on the steering wheel and glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time, before suddenly saying something. Oh no, what do we do now? We can't take you to the ferry. They're so annoying. I already said I was going out to buy something, and they still have to come along. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, glanced at the dazzling array of shops on the commercial street, and said, Howsy, let's park here. You go to the coffee shop first. I remember this coffee shop has a back door. You come out from the back street, and I'll meet you at the back door of the jewelry store later. Communicating with intelligent people is never difficult. Li Hao immediately understood and nodded, saying, Okay, Qingqing, you stay in the car and don't get out. Keep an eye on them, and send us a message if there's any movement. Xia Qingqing raised her finger and made an okay sign. The three of them did as planned, and right in front of the people who were following them, Lin Feng and Li Hao staged a switcheroo. Weren't we discovered? After successfully exiting the jewelry store wearing a mask, Li Hao got into the car and hurriedly asked Xia Qingqing for directions. No, they didn't get out of the car. They were probably just checking where we were going, Xia Qingqing said, shaking her head. That's good. They probably never expected Brother Feng to run away. Ah. Li Hao smiled and stepped on the gas, the car speeding towards the Lin family manor. The journey back to the Lin family was smooth, and the car behind them did follow them all the way to the Lin family manor. The car only stopped when they saw their car parked in front of the villa. Li Hao took a deep breath, rubbed his hands together, and nervously opened the car door to get out. Brother, don't be so nervous. Tomorrow is your big day. Sister Su will be so happy if she sees what we bought today. Seeing the two servants at the door casting their gazes at her, Xia Qingqing grabbed Li Hao's wrist and leaned in with a smile. Li Hao swallowed hard, glanced down at Xia Qingqing's smiling face, and his nervousness instantly dissipated. Brother, let me help you pick out which one is more suitable. I understand girls' minds best. Linking arms with Li Hao, Xia Qingqing smiled and added a comment, then naturally followed Li Hao into the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, Lin Yi stared at the upward-moving elevator display screen in the corridor, his eyes gradually darkening. He instructed the maid, No one needs to clean the third floor before tomorrow. Let young Master Lin get some rest, understand? The maid nodded. Yes. Just as Lin Feng had said, the trip went exceptionally smoothly. Upon entering Lin Feng's room, the two quickly closed the door. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. Qingqing, thank goodness you were here. Hey, don't be scared. Your brother already said the Lin family doesn't care that much about him. After saying these words, Xia Qingqing felt somewhat sad. Indeed, she still has her maternal grandparents and mother, but her brother seems to have always been alone. She sat back down on the sofa from yesterday, the warm scene from yesterday still replaying in her mind. But now, only she and Li Hao remained. Xia Qingqing suddenly felt a little lonely, and her eyes reddened. Seeing this, Li Hao knew what Xia Qingqing was thinking. He remained silent for a moment, then sat down on the sofa and said softly, "Don't think about it too much. After tomorrow, Brother Feng will send us the address, and we can go find him. These past few days have been a bit tough," he added after a moment's thought. Xia Qingqing wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, rallied herself, and nodded vigorously. "You're right. We'll go out and have fun together then. Who cares what the Lin family wants to do?" Li Hao nodded in agreement, and just as he was about to say something more, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Young Master Lin, the master said he needs you to choose a suit for tomorrow. Would you please open the door?" It's Jason's voice. Xia Qingqing and Li Hao suddenly tensed up, their hearts leaping into their throats. Li Hao moved swiftly, took out his phone, found a recording Lin Feng had made in advance, glanced at Xia Qingqing, and then pressed play. "I need to rest now. Let's talk about it tomorrow." The modulated sound rang out from inside the room. Outside the door, Jason frowned slightly. He added, "After all, tomorrow is a big day for you. You should come out and make your own choices. This is also the master's wish." Xia Qingqing and Li Hao had no idea that Jason would be so difficult to deal with. The two exchanged a glance. Li Hao found another recording and was about to play it when Lin Yi's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. "Jason, don't disturb them so late. Just leave the dresses by the door and let them choose for themselves later." "It is an undeniable command." Jason persisted. "Second master, this is probably not appropriate. I can only make preparations after the young master has made his choice." "What do you mean by that? You think I can't boss you around anymore?" "I wouldn't dare. Remember this. You're nothing but a dog of the Lin family. Don't push your luck. Second master is right. Put it at the door. Qingqing is inside too. They're picking out a gift for Miss Su. Don't disturb them." Xia Qingqing and Li Hao huddled behind the door, nervously listening to the conversation between the two people outside. Finally, Jason responded, "Yes, Mr. Lin, I'll leave the suit by the door. Please come and get it when you have time." Both of them breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, Li Hao pressed the play button. Lin Feng's voice rang out from inside the room. "Understood." Chapter 182 On the eve of the engagement. After hearing no sound outside, Xia Qingqing and Li Hao waited for another 2 hours before cautiously opening the door. It was pitch black outside. There wasn't a soul in sight, and not even a light was on. The two breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the dress placed at the door, and Li Hao took the initiative to reach out and bring the dress inside. "Brother Hao, I'll go out first. You must not sleep tonight. Half an hour before the engagement ceremony tomorrow morning, you must find a way to come up the stairs. I will meet you on the 4th floor." After closing the door, Xia Qingqing gave a slightly worried remark. Li Hao nodded, indicating that she shouldn't worry. "No problem. I can just play games all night. I've already passed the hardest level, but I really didn't expect Brother Feng to be so accurate. That Lin Yi would actually be helping us in secret. He wanted my brother to leave more than anyone else." After signing the agreement for 2% of the Lin family's shares early yesterday morning, Xia Qingqing was all too shrewd. She only owns 2%, which is billions of dollars in assets. Although the amount she receives is only a little over $100 million, the significance of holding shares is completely different. Calculated by all accounts, the Lin family's assets are probably already over 100 billion. With such a huge fortune, it would be strange if Lin Yi wasn't greedy. "Okay, I'll head out first. I'll scout things out for you later. We'll contact each other via WeChat then." Xia Qingqing opened the door, waved her phone, and added loudly, "Good night, brother." The door was closed. That night, apart from the bright lights on the 1st floor and outside the villa, and dozens of servants working through the night to set things up in the inner hall and courtyard, the other floors were quiet. Xia Qingqing returned to her room without any trouble. After contacting Li Hao, she quickly went to bed. After all, there was still a tough battle to fight tomorrow, and Li Hao couldn't sleep all night, so she had to get plenty of rest. The next day, Su Zian got up early and began applying makeup with the help of a professional makeup artist. "Miss Su, did you stay up late last night?" The makeup artist noticed the faint dark circles under Su Xian's eyes and asked with a hint of concern. Su Xian said with a smile. My fiancé said he had a surprise for me today, and I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with anticipation and joy. The makeup artist looked on with envy. Your fiancé must have been excited all night to be able to marry Miss Su. Although the words were slightly flattering, Su Xian felt pleased to hear them. She perked up. It's all right. Actually, Feng loves me very much. Seeing her blissful expression, the makeup artist couldn't help but gossip. So, Miss Su, who pursued whom back then? Su Xian thought for a moment and hesitated. I guess it could be considered a relationship that grew over time. I've known A Feng since I was a child. Oh, that's a childhood sweetheart. Miss Su is so lucky. The makeup artist, envious, added without stopping her work. But Miss Su, I haven't seen your parents come. If they don't come to your engagement, they might be looked down upon in the future. After all, Su Xian was her major client, and she was also Su Xian's exclusive makeup artist. As a fellow woman, she still had to remind her of some things. It was inevitable that Su Xian would overlook these details because she was too excited. It's okay. My parents can't come because they have something to do, but Feng and I have been friends since we were little, so it's fine to act first and ask for permission later. Su Xian waved her hand with a smile, not taking these words to heart. Seeing this, the makeup artist said nothing more and focused on applying makeup to Su Xian. Brother Hao, you're finally here. Inside the room, Xia Qingqing, who had been anxiously waiting, saw Li Hao open the door and come in. Her heart, which had been in her throat, finally settled back into her stomach. Oh my God, I was so scared. I haven't stayed up late in a long time, but I didn't expect my body couldn't handle it. I almost fell asleep. Li Hao wiped away a bead of cold sweat as he complained. You sleep here for a while. I'll keep watch from now on. Xia Qingqing rolled up her sleeves and perked up. Okay. Knowing he was weak, Li Hao didn't hesitate and immediately agreed, collapsing onto the bed and falling into a deep sleep moments later. First floor lobby. Linda, in his wheelchair, was pushed into the venue by Jason. The engagement invitations had been sent out long ago, and only the other two major families, the Wei family and the Wu family, had come. They all came with their families. Although there were only two major families, their presence alone filled 30 or 40 seats. There's nothing else to it. Now that the Su family and the Lin family are engaged, their stock prices have soared, and they have firmly established themselves as the top of the three major families. Not to mention that after the two families join forces, their status will be able to catch up with the Chu family in just a few years. Therefore, everyone tacitly agreed that the Chu family had not attended and did not say anything. Wu Siyuan had barely sat down when he put his arm around Wei Jincheng's shoulder. Where's Haixian? I haven't seen him. I heard he got beaten up by that kid Lin Feng the day before yesterday. He's probably too embarrassed to show his face with a bruised and swollen nose. Wei Jincheng added with a chuckle. Wu Siyuan burst into laughter. No way, he actually did what I told him to do last time. Of course, after you encouraged him last time, that kid called a few henchmen that very day, and they were all gangsters together. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. How is he so stupid? He actually believed what I just said. The two of them laughed so hard they were doubled over. Wei Changfeng looked at Linda with a smile. Mr. Lin, the two children will be making their appearance soon, won't they? His words were ambiguous, directly linking him to Linda in one sentence. These two are both seasoned veterans. Who doesn't know how much they've got in their heads? Linda smiled and nodded. She's upstairs touching up her makeup. She'll be down in a bit. Old Lin, you're so lucky. The Su family stocks are doing really well lately, and it seems they have some connections in the political arena. Wu Tianhai said with envy in his eyes. After all, it's a pharmaceutical group. To be honest, large families like theirs operate in various business sectors, but they basically have nothing to do with pharmaceuticals. Now that the powerful Su family has joined them, isn't the Lin family like a tiger with wings? Linda raised his eyes, his brows full of pride, but his words took a different turn. Hey, there's no need to mention those things. They're their own business. I've already thought it through. After the engagement, I'll let the two kids build their own careers. The Lin family is so big, let them do whatever they want. This is undoubtedly a delegation of power, But back then, how much of what Linda said was true or false, given that he was able to elevate the Lin family to the top of the four major families? Wei Changfeng smiled and looked towards the stairwell, where a red carpet had already been laid out, surrounded by piles of fresh flowers and broken crystals, and the servants around were well trained, clearly making ample preparations for the appearance of the two main characters. Out of the corner of his eye, Wei Changfeng caught sight of the bodyguard stumbling down the stairs. His eyes flashed, and he raised an eyebrow at Linda, who was chatting animatedly with Wu Tianhai. Chapter 183. She's here. She's here with her armed helicopter. Their bond dates back to childhood. It's a long story, but it's a beautiful tale, and our Lin family is truly blessed. Those two children even went through some truly thrilling things. Linda's gaze lingered as he chatted with the guests about the past between Lin Feng and Su Zian, still seemingly uninterested in the conversation. His words revealed his smugness. Everyone was a little annoyed by his suspenseful manner, but in reality, no one dared to say anything. Once the Lin family gains power, they have no choice but to curry favor. That's the rule of the business world. Sigh. Actually, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have broken up Jinyong and Caoyan's marriage, but good fortune comes from misfortune. Today my good grandson's engagement also puts a weight on my mind. When Lin Jinyong was mentioned, Linda's eyes inadvertently darkened, but he quickly concealed it and put on a sad expression. Everyone listened intently, but the next second, a bodyguard rushed over from the stairwell and whispered nervously in Linda's ear. "Master, something has happened." Linda's eyelids twitched, and he glanced coldly at the bodyguard, then sternly reprimanded him. "No manners. We'll talk about it later. Can't you see I'm talking to the guests?" "But, sir..." Before he could finish speaking, Jason shoved him away. The bodyguard stood there, staring blankly at the group of guests. Linda's left eyelid twitched suddenly. He glanced at the bodyguard standing upright, took a deep breath to calm himself, and smiled at the guests, saying, "It's all right. The Lin family story is long, and since we have the time today, if you all don't mind, I'd like to join you all for a chat. Let's chat." Before the last two words could be uttered, a rumbling sound came from outside the villa. Everyone was startled and looked out the window. In the clear blue sky outside the villa, more than a dozen helicopters were circling overhead, with the lead one almost reaching the villa's rooftop. "Wait, what's going on?" Seeing this, Wu Siyuan was stunned and subconsciously tugged at Wei Jincheng's arm. Wei Jincheng was also full of surprise and looked at his father. This I don't know. Dad." Wei Changfeng didn't speak. Although his expression was somewhat surprised, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. Wu Tianhai immediately waved to the people around him, and the bodyguard beside him immediately understood and rushed to the French window to look up at the sky. He then said to Wu Tianhai, "Sir, there are 23 armed helicopters." His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was very clear amidst the uproar. Everyone heard it. Armed helicopters, 23 of them? As three major families, they do own helicopters, but fully armed helicopters require approval from higher authorities. Normally, being able to borrow 3 or 4 vehicles is already considered impressive, but now there are 23. A swarm of helicopters hovered over the Lin family manor, darkening the sky and making a deafening whistling sound. Even Su Zian, who had just come downstairs after putting on makeup, saw it. A helicopter? She stood there, stunned, and Chu Lingshuang's extremely domineering face flashed through her mind. Seriously? Chu Lingshuang, you still have to show up at a time like this? Is it so satisfying to steal someone else's husband? She clenched her fists tightly, rushed downstairs, and called out to Linda at the stage, "Grandpa." Hearing this, Linda turned around, grabbed Su Zian's wrist, and gently comforted her. "Don't be afraid. There are media outlets present at this grand event today. Even if the Chu family really wanted to make a move, they wouldn't dare." Su Zian took a deep breath, and her tense mood calmed down. Yes, there were media outlets present the whole time. With so many media outlets, if Chu Lingshuang really dared to use weapons, the online backlash alone would be enough to ruin the Chu family's reputation. Indeed, all the media were present, and there was even a live broadcast. The Chu family manor. "Wow, my sister is so cool. She really knows how to drive." In the hall, The Chu family members were watching the spectacular scene broadcast by the drone in front of the projection screen. The moment Chu Yunran saw the armed helicopter make its grand entrance, she jumped up and down. Chen Wanxing rubbed her hands together excitedly, then casually slapped Chu Tianli's buttocks. "Wow, it looks so cool up there. Honey, why didn't you take me on the helicopter?" Chu Tianli shuddered and instinctively said, "No, wife, it was me who tried to take you away." "All right." Chen Wanxing realized what was happening, but still excitedly forked a piece of watermelon and put it in her mouth. "Then you can take me for a ride sometime. We've been married for so many years, and I've never ridden in your helicopter." "How come I've never ridden in one? Wasn't I the one who drove to the Maldives last time?" "That's a private jet. Nothing compares to the thrill of an armed helicopter." Chu Tianli's lips twitched. "Fine, then next time I'll take you for a ride in my car." The camera pans to Linda, who glances back at Jason, and Jason immediately places his hands on the wheelchair handles, pushing Linda to stand in front of the villa. Behind him, a large group of guests watched this scene intently. "That's so amazing." In particular, various media outlets below all pointed their cameras at the sky, frantically capturing this exhilarating scene. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Lin family manor, hundreds of top-of-the-line black luxury cars sped through the manor gate, lined up in a straight line, and drove in an orderly fashion toward the Lin family villa. Seeing this, Su Xian's face turned pale. She subconsciously clenched Linda's hand, but the slight trembling betrayed her. Even if the Lin and Su families unite, surpassing the Chu family is still a matter for the next few years. Now, if the Chu family deliberately makes things difficult, even if they are forced to, they will have no choice but to bow their heads. Don't be afraid. Sensing the change in Su Xian, Linda placed his hand over hers and whispered a word of comfort. He glanced at Jason, who immediately handed him a microphone. Beside him, the servants had already connected the speakers. Lin Ducheng cleared his throat, his expression softening. He stared straight up at the sky, holding the microphone, and said, "I wonder who is up there? My grandson's wedding is just around the corner, and I hope you will come down and speak with me." That's a bit like pretending not to know what's going on. Besides the Chu family, who else could muster such a massive force as 23 armed helicopters? But clearly, Lind was using a subtle tactic. The group exchanged glances, deciding that it had nothing to do with them anyway, so they might as well just enjoy the show together and have something to talk about. However, the next second, the sound coming from the lead armed helicopter stunned Lind and everyone who was ready to watch the show. "Terminate the engagement immediately, or I will raise this place to the ground." Chapter 184, I want Lin Feng to appear on the rooftop within 3 minutes. It's Chu Lingshuang. Her extremely arrogant voice pierced through the deafening propellers as she descended from the sky. Instantly, all the guests attending the ceremony were stunned. Linda's expression was also not good. Today was the big day of the Lin family's engagement, although he had reserved manpower at this moment. In the sky were 23 attack helicopters, and on the ground were hundreds of luxury cars and more than a dozen military transport vehicles. Assuming 4 people per luxury car, Chu Lingshuang brought at least 500 people, not including the people in the helicopters and transport vehicles. He underestimated Chu Lingshuang's feelings for Lin Feng. "I never expected her to appear in such an exaggerated way. Dad, what does this have to do with us? We're not the main characters." Upon hearing the sound from the helicopter, Wu Siyuan panicked. Seeing the dark cannon barrel pointed at his head not far away, he completely lost his temper and grabbed Wu Tianhai's arm with both hands. Even the usually composed Wei Jincheng looked displeased. These were all pampered young masters, and none of them had ever seen such a scene before. "Dad," he looked at Wei Chengfeng, his face noticeably pale. "Don't rush. There are many media here. She might not dare to make a move." Wei Qingfeng's eyes darkened as he comforted his family members beside him. Linda took a deep breath and continued shouting towards the sky. "Miss Chu, why be so extreme? Come down and we can talk about it. I'm sure Xiao Feng wouldn't want to see bloodshed on his engagement day, would he?" It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned the engagement, but as soon as he did, Chu Lingshuang's temper in the cockpit couldn't be contained. She narrowed her eyes, her voice icy yet brimming with anger. "Are you threatening me? How dare I?" Linda's eyes darkened. Regardless of Chu Ling Shuang's feelings for Lin Feng, making such a scene in front of so many media outlets was clearly an attempt to embarrass the Lin family. If he compromises today, the news will probably break in the next second that the Chu family has abducted the bride and the Lin family has been utterly defeated. Moreover, there are other families behind him, and so many guests are present. Wouldn't this make him a laughingstock in front of everyone? His voice deepened, and his eyes, fixed on the sky, turned fierce. Today is a special day for the Lin family, and many people are watching. Miss Chu has made such a big show of things. How dare I, Lin, threaten her? Who is threatening whom? The situation was immediately clear. Chu Ling Shuang knew that Linda was cunning and that he was just trying to shirk responsibility. At worst, they would fight to the death and neither side would benefit. But she was anxious because she couldn't see Lin Feng. She hadn't seen Lin Feng for a full 48 hours since the day before yesterday. During those 48 hours, she couldn't sleep at night and was extremely anxious. The thought that Su Zian would have ample opportunity to talk to Lin Feng during this time made her extremely anxious and irritable. If it weren't for this moment, she would have loved to kidnap Lin Feng and imprison him in her territory for life. Therefore, at this moment, she didn't have the heart to beat around the bush with Linda. I want to see Lin Feng on the rooftop within 3 minutes. Her deep voice, filled with an irresistible command, descended from the sky. Before Linda could reply, Su Zian beside him could no longer stand. She couldn't bear to see the most important and anticipated day of her life being trampled on like this. Su Zian snatched the microphone from Linda's hand. Her usual gentleness vanished, and she spoke sharply into the sky. Chu Ling Shuang, a Feng, is already engaged to me. Whether it happens or not today, he is my destined fiancé. Why do you come here to humiliate yourself? Presumptuous. With a loud shout, Chu Ling Shuang appeared in the air, and behind her, attack helicopters shifted their positions, while below, several missiles were launched and aimed at the Lin family villa. You guys die if you want, don't drag us down with you. Seeing the dark cannon barrel aimed at them, Wu Tianhai couldn't hold back any longer and roared at Linda. Putting everything else aside, all those present today are family members of the 3 major families. As long as Chu Ling Shuang gives the order, the missiles will land, and the 3 major families will be completely annihilated. Nobody has ever seen anything like this before. Tianhai, let's go quickly before she fires. Wu Tianhai's wife murmured, her face pale. They can't leave. Beside him, Wei Chengfeng shook his head and gestured towards the Lin family manor outside the floor-to-ceiling window, where a row of luxury cars in black came into view. I was so focused on looking at the sky that I forgot she had brought Lu Hang with her. No, what does this have to do with us? We're just here for the banquet. She can't be this unreasonable. That's right, uncle. We only came because of you. You can't lead us to our deaths. The guests were clearly getting impatient and started complaining. Seeing this, Linda couldn't sit still any longer. He turned around and shouted angrily, "Shut up, all of you." He roared angrily. She said she'd fire, and she actually did? With so many media outlets around, don't you guys even have a brain? If you kill us all, the Chu family won't be the only ones who survive. Don't panic, she won't dare to make a move. Wei Chengfeng added a comment from the side, and although Wu Tianhai's expression was not good, he still nodded in agreement. Faced with the bigger picture, only the heads of the 3 major families could remain so calm. After a few voices, the panicked crowd was calmed down. Linda gestured to Jason to put the microphone away from Su Zian, then turned the wheel around at the doorway and went inside without looking back. Now that he has made his statement, no one can disrupt today's engagement ceremony. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the Lin family. Seeing that Linda was no longer talking to her through her goggles, Chu Ling Shuang's anger had reached its peak. She squinted slightly, tilted her head slightly towards the walkie-talkie microphone, and parted her red lips slightly. Begin firing. It was an extremely calm voice, just 4 short words, yet it held an extremely domineering command to give and take life. The next second, a deafening burst of machine gun fire rained down from the sky, shattering all the glass windows of the Lin family villa into pieces in an instant. Crackle, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of voices, the crowd that had been waiting in the hall fled in panic. She actually dared to fire. Stay away from the windows. Quick, come inside. A cacophony of shouts filled the air. Lind, gripping the tire, paused, then looked up in disbelief. All the bullets seemed to have eyes, shooting from his side and hitting various parts of the villa. Inside, guests were fleeing in panic, and only the main gate was safe. The guests quickly discovered the gap, and everyone gathered around Linda, trying to hide in the blind spots inside the villa walls. However, outside, the bullets continued to fly. Wei Chengfeng, protecting his head, huddled in the corner and said to Linda, "Old Lin, this can't go on." Wu Tianhai spat and cursed. "Damn it, this girl's gone mad, just like her father." Seeing Linda turn around again in his wheelchair in front of the villa, Chu Ling Shuang smiled and said softly, "Stop." The gunfire stopped abruptly, and Chu Ling Shuang's sharp voice descended from the sky once more. "Can we talk now?" Chapter 185. Our former CEO, is he really this domineering? Is it a question? No, it's an order. Linda gritted his teeth, his face as black as charcoal. He turned the microphone back on in a deep voice, his tone no longer ingratiating. "What exactly do you want?" I said, "I want to see Lin Feng on the rooftop within 3 minutes." This was not a conversation. It was an order that brooked no argument. But there was nothing they could do. The Chu family was too powerful, and even the Lin family had to bow their heads under such pressure. "Grandpa, we can't let offing out." Seeing that Linda was wavering, Su Zian became anxious. If it weren't for the fact that her home was in the South Island, and it would take time to send people over, she would never have allowed Chu Ling Shuang to ruin her engagement ceremony. Even if the entire army is wiped out. Linda didn't speak, but raised his hand and shook Su Zian's hand, signaling her not to be nervous. "He's in his room now. Let me go up and call him." He shouted to the sky, then pushed his wheelchair into the villa. It was clearly a delaying tactic. How could Chu Ling Shuang not see through it? She sneered and ordered into the walkie-talkie, "Zhang Peng, take a squad to the rooftop and clear the obstacles." Soon, Zhang Peng's voice rang out. "Yes." The attack helicopters changed positions, and several helicopters behind them rushed forward and hovered in the air above the rooftop of the Lin family villa. The cabin doors opened, ropes were lowered, and more than a dozen men in uniforms held the ropes and descended vertically, landing on the rooftop of the Lin family villa. The servants who had gathered on the rooftop had long since retreated to the attic, and the rooftop door was tightly shut, with no one daring to go up. Above the sky, the deafening buzzing sound and the clamoring propellers, like the Grim Reaper, seemed poised to slit everyone's throats at any moment. The guests were terrified. They huddled in a corner of the inner hall, looking at each other in bewilderment. When they saw Linda go upstairs, they didn't dare to linger and immediately followed him. Inside and outside the manor, reporters scattered around raised their cameras and started filming the sky. The Chu family manor. "So cool. My sister is awesome. Shuang Shuang, well done." This burst of machine gun fire excited Chu Yunran and Chen Wanqing. The two rubbed their hands together, their faces full of excitement. "Great job. Well done. You've got my style back in the day." The moment the gunshot rang out, Chu Tianli slapped his thigh, veins bulging on his neck, instantly becoming excited. "If I had known flying a helicopter was so cool, I would have learned how to do it back then." While excited, Chu Yunran was also somewhat disappointed. She wanted to do something so exciting. "You still have the nerve to say that? Your dad signed you up for the fairy class last time, and you didn't even go. You think you can blame it on us?" Chen Wanqing interrupted Chu Yunran mercilessly. This reminder brought back memories for Chu Yunran of skipping school every day when she was a child. She chuckled sheepishly and scratched her head. That seems to be true." Chu Tianli glanced at her, then forked a piece of watermelon and brought it to Chen Wanqing's lips, saying casually, "If you want a ride, next time Shuang Shuang can drive you out for fun." "Okay." Before she could finish speaking, Chu Yunran's face fell. As if recalling Chu Ling Shuang's gloomy expression, she said with lingering fear, "Never mind. I'd better stay home obediently." "Is Shuang Shuang going to try and snatch them away when they get off the plane? Honey, who do you think will hug whom when they board the plane?" Chen Wanqing looked at Chu Tianli with curiosity. "It must be Brother Lin carrying my sister." Chu Yunran chimed in, but then thought about it again and realized that wasn't quite right. It could also be my sister carrying Brother Lin. Speaking of which, it seems that Brother Lin doesn't know that my sister is going to steal the bride. What's the big deal? Wouldn't it be even more exciting if they started fighting at the Lin family's place later? Chen Wanqing said enthusiastically. She quickly added, Honey, let's make a bet. I think it'll be Shuang Shuang hugging Xiaofeng later. I think it was my sister hugging Brother Lin. Chu Yunran added. Chu Tianli glanced at his wife and daughter subconsciously, smacked his lips helplessly, and compromised. All right, then I'll choose Xiaofeng to hug Ling Shuang. The Lin family villa. Brother Hao, is our former CEO really this domineering? Xia Qingqing huddled in the corner of the room. She had been engrossed in watching the show from the window when the cannon blared, and Li Hao, who had gotten up to watch the spectacle, pulled her to the corner. All the glass in the room was shattered. She huddled in a corner for a while before she could recover. How would I know? She rarely shows up at the company, and even when she does, there's always a bunch of people surrounding her. I can't get to the front. Li Hao shook his head, calming his heart with lingering fear, while looking at Xia Qingqing with a mixture of lingering fear and relief. Aside from the fact that she suddenly fired her gun, I found the rest quite exciting. Xia Qingqing was quick-witted and recovered in no time. Now, she excitedly grabbed Li Hao and kept talking. They're going to steal me away from my wedding in an armed helicopter. If a guy did that to me, I'd be devoted to him for life. Li Hao swallowed hard, but remained silent. But why is my brother acting the opposite of our former CEO? Xia Qingqing murmured, then suddenly looked at Li Hao with bright eyes. Brother Hao, you're a man. Tell me, how would you react if our former CEO treated you like this? Seemingly immersed in the scene, Li Hao's lips twitched, and after stammering for a while, he finally said, I should. Xia Qingqing leaned closer, her face full of curiosity. Should be what? They'll probably run away. So my brother's reaction is normal. It was certainly exciting, but also a little scary. Xia Qingqing muttered something, then brought the topic back to the present, her expression one of pure amusement. Brother Hao, do you think they'll be furious if they find out my brother ran away long ago? Li Hao scratched his head, somewhat dumbfounded, and said, I don't know if I'm furious or not, but judging from the situation, if Brother Feng is found out where he escaped, our boss will probably have to turn around in a helicopter. Oh my God, we'd better be careful not to let anything slip. Xia Qingqing immediately covered her mouth. Li Hao nodded repeatedly. Just after Zhang Peng and the others had completely occupied the rooftop, Chu Ling Shuang gave another order, commanding them to go downstairs and bring Lin Feng to the rooftop. However, just as Zhang Peng and the others arrived at the floor where Lin Feng's room was located, Su Zian's panicked voice rang out. What did you say? Lin Feng isn't in the room. What kind of work are you doing? How could you let such a big man get away? Linda's angry voice followed. However, just as the guests were looking at each other in bewilderment, Lin Haixin walked out with a bandage on his head and holding a mobile phone. The relaxed voice of Lin Feng, the male protagonist of the banquet that day, echoed from the phone. Hello everyone, I am Lin Feng, the long-lost young master of the Lin family. I am currently on a round-the-world cruise ship. Chapter 186, She Doesn't Believe It. From now on, I will be going live every day to share my interesting experiences at sea, reveal the luxurious lifestyle of the wealthy, and show you that dining out for the rich is indeed quite expensive. Lin Feng's leisurely voice came through Lin Haixuan's phone one after another, creating a stark contrast with the scene of gunfire and horrific carnage. Linda was stunned, staring at Lin Haixin in disbelief, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Su Zian's face was also filled with utter astonishment. She couldn't believe that Lin Feng had actually escaped. Just yesterday, he had so gently told her that he was going out to buy her a gift, and that he wanted to give her a surprise. Only now did she realize that the so-called surprise was just a delaying tactic. Buying gifts. He might have already left when he went out yesterday. Ah Feng, you actually lied to me. Holy crap. Haixin, what's playing on your phone? Is it a recording Lin Feng prepared beforehand? Wu Xiyuan reacted the fastest, and in his astonishment, he hurriedly asked. Wei Jinqing stepped forward, snatched the phone from Lin Haixuan's hand, and then, with a hint of anticipation, said, It's a live stream. He's live streaming at sea. Seeing the chaotic scene around him, Wei Qingfeng's tension completely disappeared. In such an important scene, the male lead actually ran away. He bit his lip, barely suppressing a laugh as he looked at Linda. Mr. Lin, your Lin family is quite the player. Wu Tianhai burst out laughing. What's this? At such a crucial moment, the main character ran away. Ah. His laughter was a bit loud, which eased the tense atmosphere slightly. The relatives and friends couldn't help but chat among themselves. No wonder he's Master Lin's grandson. He knows how to have fun. Hilarious. That guy outside even tried to snatch someone in a helicopter, but the person had already escaped. What kind of business has the Lin family been doing? They let such a grown man get away. Ha ha ha. Linda's face was as black as charcoal. His eyes were bloodshot, and he suddenly looked up and stared at Lin Haixin, his voice fierce. Tell me, what exactly happened? An overwhelming sense of oppression swept over him instantly, and the old man's sharp gaze pierced through him. Lin Haixin trembled all over, his knees buckled, and he almost knelt down in front of everyone. He hurriedly explained, Uncle, I don't know either. I just accidentally stumbled upon this live stream and rushed over. Besides, he beat me up a few days ago. How could I possibly have conspired with him to know in advance that he was going to run away? Being young and inexperienced, Lin Haixin, under pressure, offered a long and trembling explanation. That's true, but it can't be hidden from the old man. Linda's eyes sharpened. He had only asked Lin Haixin to explain, but he hadn't expected Lin Haixin to give such a long explanation. Wasn't this just a case of protesting too much? Linda had already realized that Lin Feng's escape was closely related to Lin Haixin and even Lin Yi. But this was a family scandal, and Linda didn't dwell on it for the time being in front of so many people. Master Lin, they've all run away. I think we should leave now. Yes, we don't have anything to do here. The couple who got engaged have all run away, so it's not appropriate for us to be here. Wei Qingfeng and Wu Tianhai took the lead and said a few words. After all, Chu Lingshuang's team was still outside. Now that everyone had run away, they believed that they could go out and explain to Chu Lingshuang and then leave. No one wants to stay in such a dangerous place. However, Chu Lingshuang's voice rang out again from outside through the microphone. 60 seconds left. 59. 58. 57. Like a death timer, Chu Lingshuang has begun a cold and ruthless countdown. Seeing this, Wu Tianhai couldn't stand it any longer. He rushed to Zhang Peng, snatched the walkie-talkie, and shouted inside. Crazy girl, Lin Feng has already escaped. How are we supposed to hand him over? Oh, the countdown stopped, and Chu Lingshuang sneered. Do you think I'm easy to fool? 2 days ago when she left, Lin Feng was living peacefully in the Lin family villa, but now she's telling you he ran away. She didn't believe it. Who could be sure this wasn't just a delaying tactic by the Lin family? Chu Lingshuang curled her lips and still coldly gave the order. Zhang Peng, bring your men back and blow up the rooftop. From now on, machine gun fire. I want to investigate every floor. She wanted to see where Linda could hide Lin Feng. Yes. Zhang Peng accepted the order and led his team back to the rooftop, where they grabbed the rope left by the helicopter and snaked their way upwards. You're insane. Quick, get out of there. If she says it'll bomb, she'll definitely start shooting. Everyone, get downstairs. Come on, what are you waiting for? Wei Chengfeng cursed angrily and shouted at the guests. In an instant, everyone realized that even if Lin Feng hadn't actually run away, Chu Lingshuang wouldn't reason with them. Because she's a little madwoman. And how can a madwoman be reasonable? Men and women rushed to the stairwell. Some of them even took off their high heels and ran downstairs barefoot. When lives are in danger, no one cares about their image anymore. Su Zian's face turned pale. Grandpa, what do we do? Go downstairs first. She's a madwoman. She'll definitely blow this place up. Linda gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, giving Jason a look. Without saying another word, Jason immediately grabbed the wheelchair handles and pushed Lin downstairs. Su Zian clenched her fists, glared fiercely at the window, and then hurriedly went downstairs. Chu Lingshuang kept her word. After Zhang Peng and the others returned to the cabin, she ordered them to open fire. Apart from the one piloted by Chu Lingshuang, the other 22 helicopters took turns and staggered, diving around the Lin family villa in an orderly fashion. with a machine gun on each helicopter aimed at the villa. They started firing from the top floor. Buzzing. Da-da-da. The roar of the attack helicopter's propellers and machine gun fire was deafening. Starting from the rooftop, all the windows were shattered. Chu Ling Shuang didn't spare any floor. All the glass windows on every floor were broken. In an instant, the upper floors of the villa were reduced to bare concrete. Everyone was running into the manor. The second round of shooting began, and Xia Qingqing and Li Hao followed. Running to the loader, Xia Qingqing, panting heavily, couldn't help but complain, "Our boss is so bumpy." Luckily we ran fast. It was terrifying. Li Hao patted his chest to catch his breath. "But I think she's so cool. She just started fighting without warning." Xia Qingqing's eyes were filled with admiration as she clasped her hands together and looked at the planes circling in the sky. Seeing that look, Li Hao shuddered and muttered, "The Lin family is really pathetic. Not only did they fail to keep an eye on their person, they also got beaten up." Chapter 187. It just blows up. "Brother Hao, you're wrong about that. Think about how they forced my brother into marriage. Who told them to force him to marry someone he didn't like?" Xia Qingqing disagreed and retorted, adding, "Feeling sorry for others is just torturing yourself. We should use that energy to feel sorry for ourselves instead." "You're right." Li Hao nodded, looking at Xia Qingqing with some surprise. As expected of blood relatives, Xia Qingqing sometimes said the same thing as Lin Feng. Although the two had different personalities, their selfishness was the same, and they were both quite clear-headed. In the few days he's been with them, Li Hao has already been reprimanded multiple times. He scratched his head and said with some emotion, "I was just overthinking things. It seems I really need to learn from you two siblings." Xia Qingqing smiled and patted Li Hao's shoulder. "Then Brother Hao, I'll take the loss and allow you to become my disciple. Call me master." Li Hao. The Chu family. Watching this scene, Chu Yunran was so excited she couldn't contain herself. "So cool. My sister is so cool." Even acting couldn't capture this kind of thrill. Although Chen Wanqing was equally excited, at this moment, seeing her daughter start firing at the Lin family villa and possibly even order a bombing later, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Honey, is it really okay to do this?" Although the Chu family has a strong background, this situation is a bit too much. The Lin family is not without strength either, they just didn't prepare in advance. Seeing this, Chu Tianli raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "What's there to be afraid of? With me here, my daughter can play however she wants. Isn't a father's job to clean up his daughter's messes?" Upon hearing this, Chu Yunran got excited. She looked at Chu Tianli with great interest, rubbing her hands together excitedly, and said, "Dad, can I also fly a helicopter to blow up buildings?" As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Tianli slapped her across the face. "Sit down." Chu Tianli scolded, cursing, "Your sister had a plan. You're the one flying it. You'd be able to fly the helicopter into a ditch. What are you going to do, blow it up?" Chu Yunran, feeling wronged after being hit on the head, rubbed her head and sat back down in her chair, muttering somewhat defiantly, "Isn't it all about blowing up buildings? Besides, of course I'd learn how to fly first. How could I possibly fly a helicopter into a ditch? I'm not that stupid." Chu Tianli snorted coldly, pointed at the screen, and looked at Chu Yunran. "Do you know how much preparation your sister made before blowing up the building? She notified all the media that they could film on site, but they couldn't post it online without the Chu family's permission. The military vehicles she sent out were to prevent anyone from escaping, and she assured them that no one would be hurt. It may seem like she was blowing up the building, but in reality, she didn't hurt anyone at all. Do you think it's as simple as her giving an order to blow up a building?" Chu Tianli's voice rang out, sounding somewhat serious. The previously joyful scene came to an abrupt end, and the atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. Seeing that Chu Yunran's eyes were slightly red, and she was quite frightened, Chen Wanqing smiled and said, Ran, didn't you notice that your sister gave them time to escape? Blowing up the building is just property damage, and the blame can be shifted to others. It has nothing to do with our Chu family. For example, mercenaries. There's a trick called shifting the blame. We need to consider all aspects of things." Her voice was gentle, and she persuaded Chu Yunran completely with just a few words. Chu Yunran nodded and didn't mention the bombing incident again. She pouted, looking slightly aggrieved, and said, "I don't want to play with helicopters anymore. Daddy, you're so mean." Well, Chu Tianli was taken aback for a moment, then raised his hand and scratched his head. Huh, was I really that fierce just now? Chu Yunran nodded aggrievedly, ran to Chun Wanqing's side, hugged Chen Wanqing's arm, and looked at her father with a pitiful expression. Chu Tianli smacked his lips awkwardly. "I was just afraid you'd cause trouble. Dad apologizes to you." Snort. Chu Yunran gave a coquettish laugh, turned her head to the side, and continued to stare at the screen. On the screen, the magnificent Lin family villa had been reduced to rubble by machine gun fire, resembling an unfinished building. However, Chu Lingshuang did not see Lin Feng among the crowd that ran out. When she inquired with her subordinates, she learned that Lin Feng was nowhere to be found, and she was furious. "Linda, my patience has its limits. If you don't hand over Lin Feng, I'll blow up the villa right now." Her icy voice descended from the sky, and the people who ran out didn't even have time to wipe their sweat before they were startled by the sound. Noticing that the gun barrels weren't pointed at the crowd, Wei Chengfeng realized what was happening and shouted to everyone, "Let's run away. They're not targeting us." At his command, all the guests and servants reacted and ran outside together. The Lin family manor was quite large. After leaving the villa, everyone ran for several minutes straight until they finally reached a safe area. Linda was also furious. Lin Feng's escape was unexpected, but he didn't have time to settle scores with Lin Haixian. Above him was Chu Lingshuang, who was threatening him. Running to the military loading vehicle, Linda shouted to the driver's seat, "Quickly tell that madman that Lin Feng really ran away. He's still live-streaming right now. If you don't believe me, go online and check." Linda roared. He had never been so embarrassed before, but it was all thanks to Chu Lingshuang. He was absolutely furious. The person in the driver's seat quickly reported the news to Chu Lingshuang, but Chu Lingshuang had no reason to believe it. She was so enraged that she shouted an order. "Fry!" Immediately, a missile was aimed at the villa, and there was no turning back the moment it was launched. With a loud boom, the once magnificent villa was bombed into ruins. The enormous explosion was deafening. Everyone covered their ears and was completely stunned. Even though everyone knew that Chu Lingshuang was decisive and efficient, they were still shocked to see her actually blow up the villa. "He's kind of handsome." Among the crowd, Wu Xiyuan, who had finally come to his senses, stared at the leveled debris and stammered a sigh of disbelief. Wei Jinqing nodded silently. The Sparrow Clan. Although Wei Chengfeng had an expression of watching a good show, he still subconsciously exchanged a glance with Wu Tianhai. "Never mess with Chu Lingshuang. She's a complete madwoman." Looking at the garden pavilion behind the ruins, the image of Lin Feng being touched on the face by Su Zian flashed through her mind. She shouted angrily, "And the pavilion, blow it up too. The villa has already been blown up, so what's a little more damage?" Another explosion rang out, and Linda could no longer sit still. He snatched Lin Haishuan's phone, reopened the live stream, and angrily shouted at the driver, "Look, he's doing a live broadcast." The next moment, Lin Feng's leisurely voice rang out again. "Actually, caviar is really hard to eat. I personally think the more expensive it is, the worse it tastes. And rich people don't have fewer dishes, they eat for enjoyment. Unlike us, we eat just to fill our stomachs, so the portions have to be huge." Compared to the scene that had just been bombarded by 2 artillery shells, Lin Feng's voice on the phone, mixed with the roar of the sea, sounded exceptionally peaceful. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Peng immediately reported it to Chu Lingshuang. "Miss, it seems young Master Lin really isn't here. I saw someone say that these chapters are a bit outrageous, but I think, what's so outrageous about it? As long as it's enjoyable, that's all that matters. After a long day, can't I at least have something fun? This is so exciting." ******. Chapter 188, Stop Daydreaming. He ran away? Instantly, Chu Lingshuang's face darkened. The live stream shows that young Master Lin is currently on a cruise ship on a round-the-world trip. The departure time was 4 p.m. yesterday, in Donggang. Through the headset, I could hear Zhang Peng's anxious voice reporting. Chu Lingshuang slightly raised her eyelids, glanced coldly at the area below, and suddenly sneered, "Good riddance." The next second, She lightly raised her hand to control the helicopter, her red lips parted slightly, and the command was given. Chase. Yes. Zhang Peng responded, and in midair, the attack helicopter squad led by Chu Ling Shuang spun around, changed direction, and left the Lin family's airspace in a short while. The Chu family manor. As the helicopters all departed, Chu Tianli abruptly stood up, straightened his collar, and said solemnly, "The show is over. It's my turn to take the stage." "Dad, haven't we found Brother Lin yet? Why did my sister and the others leave?" Chu Yunran blinked in confusion, staring intently at the screen. "Silly child, your brother Lin isn't at the Lin family home. He's not among the people who ran away." Chun Wanxing replied with a smile, stood up to straighten Chu Tianli's collar, and said with a grin, "Honey, are you going to warn the media to write a long article about it?" "Hey, how can you call it compilation? Who saw that it was done by my Chu family?" Chu Tianli smiled and responded, then took out his phone and dialed a number. At this moment, countless netizens were flooding Lin Feng's live stream with comments. "Isn't today your engagement day? Are you running away from your wedding? How could that be? That's Miss Sue. Only a fool would run away from their wedding. I knew there were a lot of secrets behind wealthy families. Factory boy, what exactly is going on here? You better explain it to us." The fact that Lin Feng appeared on an ocean cruise ship on the day of his engagement ceremony has sparked heated discussions among netizens. The top trending topic is hashtag Lin Feng runaway from wedding hashtag. However, no matter how many netizens flooded the live stream with questions, Lin Feng remained silent, only talking about what he saw and heard on the cruise ship and the interesting things that happened. As for what the engagement ceremony actually looked like, no one knows except for those who attended that day. The media coverage was also blocked, since it involved a level that wasn't high enough to access the content. Even Fang Ziyue, who had been wanting to see Lin Feng again, couldn't get in despite trying various methods, including trying to charm Sun Xiaoyu. The leap in level is too difficult. The Sun family is far from qualified. However, upon seeing the news of Lin Feng's elopement, Fang Ziyue's eyes lit up instantly. "Mom and Dad, quickly book me tickets. I want to go on a cruise too." This time, however, Fang Ziyue's father, Fang Jiansheng, did not offer his full support. "Yeah, we don't have any money left to buy you a ticket." Fang Ziyue's mother, Jiang Yahui, shook her head, her face pale. Looking at Lin Feng leisurely enjoying his food on her phone, she seemed to realize what social class meant at that moment. What you can't have, you'll never have. The Fang family is already bankrupt. Even Fang Mingho couldn't help but sarcastically remark, "Sis, stop daydreaming. Last time you said you'd find someone to attend Lin Feng's homecoming banquet, and you took all the last 300,000 yuan from the family. But what happened? Now our family has no money left, and even my down payment has been used up." Upon hearing this, Fang Ziyue couldn't sit still any longer and angrily retorted, "Xiao Hao, how could you say such a thing? Aren't I also looking for an opportunity? Who is it that told me to win Lin Feng back? And over the years, how much money have you taken from me?" "Ziyue," Fang Jianxing shouted angrily, his face flushed as he pointed at Fang Ziyue and cursed. "Your mother and I used to have jobs, so supporting the two of you wasn't a problem. But what about now? Your mother and I are so old, and no one wants to hire us at the factory. You squandered all of our family's last savings last time, and you haven't even seen Lin Feng." Jiang Yahui sighed and said earnestly, "Stop daydreaming, yeah. Listen to your mother. I'll ask a friend to find you and Xiaohao a factory. You two can start working there. Last time we still owed more than 30,000 yuan in online loans. You two work hard and we'll pay it off." "Mom, how could I possibly work in a factory? I'm going to marry into a wealthy family." Fang Ziyue stared at her family in disbelief, her face pale as she stared at her phone. How ironic. On the phone screen, the person who was once so close and the most familiar has become so distant. In just 3 months, his net worth skyrocketed, and he was full of energy. But what about her? She had spent all the last of her family's money and even incurred online debt. Even Yu Xiao abandoned her after she begged him to take her to a lavish banquet. Yu Xiao has already found a new girlfriend, and she no longer has any way to get money from Sun Xiaoyu. She originally thought she was going to climb the social ladder by climbing up the social ladder, but now she finally realized that it wasn't her playing others, but others playing her. 30,000. Back then, let alone 30,000. Even 100,000 would have been enough for Lin Feng to hand over the money if she had just begged. But now, he's even trying to force her into working in a factory. She was the most beautiful girl in the university, a star surrounded by admirers, but now she has to work in a factory. Fate seemed to have played a cruel joke on her. Mom and Dad, I understand. I'll go pack my things. Please help me make the contact. I'll get into the factory as soon as possible. Beside him, Fong Mingho seemed to have grown up overnight. He stared at his phone for a long time, then at Lin Feng's face. His expression was no longer unrestrained, but rather more composed. Xiaohao. Seemingly surprised that Fong Mingho would accept it so quickly, Jiang Yahue looked at him with a hint of relief. You'll have to work hard these days. Dad will also go and see if there are any day jobs available. Life has to go on. Fong Jinxing stared at his phone, lost in thought. It's all right. Brother Lin worked in a factory before, and he didn't break down. How could I break down? Fong Mingho smiled and didn't say anything more. Listening to her family's comments, Fong Ziyue still couldn't accept such a fall from grace. What's more, Lin Feng, such an outstanding person, was once her suitor. From being the center of attention to falling to the bottom, she absolutely couldn't accept this feeling. If you won't help me, fine, I'll figure it out myself. She put away her phone, stopped talking to her family, and left the living room. The Lin family. Master Lin, let's just let this matter rest. Neither of our families was injured, so my Wei family will not pursue this matter further. My Wu family wouldn't speak carelessly, so we won't pursue this matter. As soon as the Chu family left, Wei Chengfeng and Wu Tianhai took the lead in announcing their decision. Nonsense. Why would you bother investigating at a time like this? Who should be held accountable? The Chu family. Please, the Chu family bombed the Lin family villa. What does that have to do with them? Chapter 189 Kill him. They were just startled, but no one was actually hurt. Why bother pursuing this? Let's just treat it as a good show. Just then, Wei Qingfeng's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, shuddered, and quickly answered the call. Merciful. He responded and turned on the speakerphone. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Chu Tianli's cheerful voice rang out. I heard that some mercenaries just caused trouble at the Lin family's residence. Old Master Lin, are you all right? Should we send troops from the Chu family to provide support? His voice resounded, and instantly, the entire room fell silent. Who among those present was a fool? This statement alone represents the Chu family's stance. What do you mean, the Lin family was bombed? Didn't the Chu family see that? Are you all right? Do you need the Chu family's help? Linda's face was so dark it was almost unbearable to look at. He glanced at the media present, all of whom were staring intently at them. No one was using their phones, which meant that the Chu family had already given prior notice that everything that had just happened would remain unknown to others. Linda took a deep breath, stared at the ruins, clenched his fist, and gritted his teeth as he spoke into his phone. Thank you, Mr. Chu. But losing one property doesn't make the Lin family that weak. It's good that everyone is all right, Mr. Lin. I'll visit you in a few days when I have some free time to express my condolences. Chu Tianli's chuckled voice echoed as the phone call ended. Seeing that Linda was so angry that he was about to faint, Wei Chengfeng put away his phone and said, In that case, Lao Wu, let's go back first. The implication is that this is a dangerous place, and it's best not to stay any longer. Wu Tianhai nodded repeatedly, and the two families left together in a vehicle. Linda gritted his teeth so hard they almost broke. As everyone had left, he glanced at Su Zian, whose face was equally gloomy. Miss Su, please take the servants and the media to the other courtyard first. Su Zian bit her lip hard, nodded with a sinister look in her eyes, and led a group of people away first. Seeing this, Lin Haixin swallowed hard. Uncle Dad, then what should we do? Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Linda's sharp gaze. Lin Haixin tensed up, and his whole body began to tremble. Linda glanced coldly at Lin Yi, then pressed him directly. Did you help him escape? Lin Yi knew he couldn't hide it from his older brother, and he didn't intend to. So he simply nodded and said, That child doesn't want to inherit the Lin family. He talked to me a lot, but I don't think it's necessary to force him. Brother, he doesn't want it anymore, so why force him? This is no big deal. So what if he ran away? We can just catch him, but he never understood Lind, not even his own brother. Jason, kill him. Linda's face was grim, and he gave the order without hesitation. Uncle you. Upon hearing this, Lin Haixin turned pale and stared at Linda in disbelief. Words slipped out unconsciously, but Jason made his move and didn't give him a chance to finish speaking. The instant Linda finished speaking, a bright light flashed, and blood shot into the sky from where Lin Yi had been standing. His head fell straight to the ground. As he fell, his face still showed a shocked expression, as if he hadn't yet come to his senses. Dad! Lin Haixin cried out in shock. His legs went weak, and he knelt down. The sight of the severed head before him made him hesitate to go any further. Linda pushed the tire with both hands, walked to Lin Haixin's side, bent down slightly, and said with a smile that was suddenly kind but extremely sinister, "Do you know why your father died?" Lin Haixin was terrified, staring blankly at Linda, his eyes wide open, but he dared not utter a sound. Linda sneered, "Because he betrayed me. All those who betray me must die." He had completely gone mad, but when his bloodshot gaze fell on Lin Haixin, he laughed. "But don't worry, child, I won't kill you, because you are the last surviving member of our Lin family." Seeing Jason wiping the bloodstained blade, Lin Haixin broke out in a cold sweat and was so frightened that he fainted. Seeing his pathetic state, Linda snorted and sat up straight. "Have someone keep an eye on him. Starting today, have the Su family find someone to help with IVF. As for Lin Yi," his gaze fell on Lin Yi's head. He was unfortunately hit by a stray bullet and couldn't dodge it. The Lin family will hold a funeral for him in 3 days. He's been orchestrating this for so long, he absolutely won't allow anyone to ruin his plans. Yes. Only after they left did Xia Qingqing and Li Hao, pale-faced, crawl out from the bushes in a corner of the manor. The two people who witnessed this scene were so badly injured that they could barely walk. Xia Qingqing clung to Li Hao's arm, trembling. "Brother Hao, are we still going to the villa with them?" No, thank you." Li Hao forced himself to stay calm and swallowed hard. "Isn't Brother Feng live streaming? Shall we go to the port too?" "I think it's a good idea." Xia Qingqing nodded, and the two quickly got into the car. After leaving the Lin family's house, Xia Qingqing finally calmed down. She subconsciously took out her phone and asked, "But Brother Hao, isn't it obvious that he's broadcasting live so openly? That guy was flying a helicopter." In the driver's seat, Li Hao shook his head. "I don't understand either. Logically speaking, Brother Feng shouldn't be that stupid." "I understand," Xia Qingqing realized and quickly said, "Brother is trying to divert attention." "What do you mean?" "Think about it. If they find out that my brother ran away, they will definitely come after us. But now that he's live streaming, all their attention is drawn to him. They won't have time to worry about us." "Damn, that makes sense." Li Hao also realized, tears streaming down his face. Brother Feng risked his life for this. That's truly righteous. In short, we need to inform our brother as soon as possible that Lin Yi was killed by Linda, and let him get as far away as possible. Xia Qingqing murmured something, but then she saw a picture Lin Feng had sent her on her phone, along with the message, "Sherry is really good. You guys should try it sometime." Staring at that picture, Xia Qingqing suddenly realized. "Brother Hao, book the tickets. The video my brother showed in the live stream was a recording. He's in Shini right now." Dozens of helicopters circled on the high seas. Chu Ling Shuang had already instructed someone to contact the people on the cruise ship. At this moment, the ocean cruise ship had slowed down, while the helicopter was flying very fast. In just 2 hours, they had caught up with the cruise ship. At this moment, many tourists on the cruise ship are craning their necks to look at the helicopter in the sky. As the helicopter landed on the cruise ship's helipad, Chu Ling Shuang jumped out of the cabin with angry and anxious steps. Next comes the pursuit of her husband. This is a novel, so it's normal for things to be imaginative. Or do people prefer stories about power struggles and intrigue within wealthy families? Personally, I think those kinds of stories are too tedious and I don't like writing them. Anyway, my outline is still all about wild imagination, crazy killing, and occasional normal stuff. Feel free to leave any comments or suggestions, and I'll adjust the style accordingly. Love you all. Sending you love. Chapter 190. She's willing to give anything as long as you stop. The sudden appearance of a helicopter on the cruise ship sparked a flurry of discussion among the tourists, with many even taking out their phones to film it. The news spread quickly online. Hashtag armed helicopters deployed on cruise ship. Hashtag Lin Feng, who was sitting at the entrance of the Siguni Opera House waiting for the show to start, also came across this blog post. Holy crap, is this woman crazy? Seeing the accompanying image of Chu Ling Shuang, dressed in a black leather jacket and sunglasses, making a cool entrance, Lin Feng's lips twitched. She was dressed quite formally. She could practically go to war with a gun. Luckily, he had already run away yesterday. He got off the cruise ship at the third stop after an overnight journey. Otherwise, she really would have caught up with him. The comments below were all in shock. How could an ordinary person possibly fly an armed helicopter? It was clear that the woman in the video had some kind of status. Netizens started discussing it. What's going on here? Is this rich heiress looking for a husband online? Rich people really know how to have fun. Chasing people in attack helicopters. Who are they chasing? Could it be Lin Feng? Didn't he run away from his wedding? Wait a minute. Isn't Lin Feng doing a live stream at sea right now? Wait, the ship in his live stream looks a lot like this. Holy crap, guys, it's pre-recorded. It must be a video he recorded beforehand. Wow, he's really good at this. I work all day, and finally get a day off to watch the love and hate dramas of the rich and powerful online. Hilarious. This is even more interesting than reading a novel. +1. While scrolling through the comments, Lin Feng glanced at his backup phone, where a lot of people had already rushed in to watch the show. After thinking for a moment, he turned off the live stream. He noticed that someone on the cruise ship had started a live stream, so he clicked on it. In the live broadcast, Chu Ling Shuang was questioning the ship's first mate about his whereabouts. No. He's still live streaming right now, and you're telling me he didn't? Chu Ling Shuang angrily pulled out her phone, only to see a message on the screen saying, "Live stream has been turned off." Instantly, anger surged within her. She gripped her phone so tightly that her fingers turned white, and her whole hand trembled. Very good. That's really fast. Chu Ling Shuang gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger, and asked, "Where did he disembark?" "Sini, the ship disembarked as soon as it arrived at the station and didn't stop for long," the first mate explained, glancing at the helicopter, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Chu Ling Shuang didn't respond and turned back into the cabin. As the propellers turned, the helicopter rose again. There wasn't much to see after that, so Lin Feng left the live stream. The trending topic he had just seen wasn't pinned to the top, but it was still very popular. After all, it was a video that had leaked from outside and was on the same ship as him, so people naturally made the connection. I don't think this person is Miss Sue. Does anyone know who this is? I've never seen her online before. Who cares who she is? Anyone who can fly a helicopter is definitely not simple. Just watch the show, it won't affect my monthly salary of 3,000. That makes sense. This factory worker is incredibly lucky. He's hooking up with 2 rich girls. Could it be that the factory worker doesn't like Miss Sue, so he's running away from the wedding and actually wants to elope with her? Probably not. Then why would he release a pre-recorded video? The online discussion is endless, and no one can figure out what exactly happened. As he scrolled through the comments, Lin Feng raised his eyes. Although his whereabouts had been exposed, he wasn't afraid. In Australia, a country so vast, finding someone would require turning the world upside down. Not to mention, he suddenly looked up, glanced at the bustling crowd around him, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He is still at the Siguni Opera House, the busiest place. As far as he knew, most of the Chu family's businesses were located in Beijing, making it easy for them to be moved around by locals. However, since he was currently abroad, finding him would require considerable effort. Who knows if he won't run away again? He glanced at the time, slowly got up, squeezed into the crowd, and followed the flow of people into the opera house. "Xuyan, go tell the chief of staff to send men to track down Lin Feng." Inside the helicopter, Chu Ling Shuang gave another order. However, before Xuyan could reply, she subconsciously bit her lip and changed the subject instantly. "No. Go and post this on the trending topics. Tell Lin Feng that as long as he's willing to meet with me, I will never hurt him again." "But miss, you rarely appear in public. If you do this," Yu Shuiyan's voice came through the earpiece with a hint of tact. "Publishing it like this would be tantamount to pleading. And while the young lady is usually decisive and efficient, at this moment, she'd rather embarrass herself. Moreover, the Chu family is a rather mysterious entity, and Miss Chu only goes to the company occasionally. Usually, she and Lu Tianhan take turns handling the important matters, because the more mysterious the family, the safer it is. But doing this now is tantamount to putting the prostitute in the eye of the storm. With the live stream going viral online, the woman's location is now widely known. She wasn't accompanied by many people, so if something were to happen at this time, it's all right. Chu Ling Shuang's icy voice descended, and Lin Feng's face flashed through her mind. At this moment, her desire to see him was stretched to the extreme. She longed to see him, to yearn for his embrace, and to tell him of the torment she had endured these past few days. An endless stream of longing surged up, like a floodgate bursting open, impossible to hold back. Hearing this, Yu Shuyan didn't dare to say anything more, but she still asked with great concern, "Miss, are you sure he will really see the trending topics if you do this?" "He'll see. Isn't he running around just to see my attitude?" Chu Ling Shuang retorted without hesitation, but a helpless, bitter smile appeared on her lips. She had completely understood her feelings for Lin Feng. At this moment, even knowing that he was playing hard to get, she accepted her fate. As for the ridicule that might be brought out, she felt it was worth it if she could meet Lin Feng and become a laughingstock. Listening through the earpiece, Yu Shuyan remained silent, while Chu Ling Shuang gave her final order with a wry smile. "Go send it. Tell him that I will grant him whatever he wants, as long as he is willing to meet me." The voice no longer conveyed a sense of forced compromise. Though weak, it sounded more like a declaration. Even though she had witnessed the changes in her mistress, Yu Shuyan was still shocked. She didn't say anything more, only nodded gently and replied, "Yes." Soon, the news appeared on the trending topics list, ranking above hashtag Linfeng runaway hashtag she's willing to give anything if you just stop hashtag. The trending topic exploded instantly, igniting passion across the entire internet. In front of the opera house, "Sir, please silence your phone. Please refrain from using your phone during the performance. Thank you for your cooperation and mutual respect." Chapter 191. Is she really chasing after her husband? "Okay," Lin Feng responded. It was perfectly normal to turn off your phone while watching a performance at the opera house. Since he was there to enjoy himself. Right now, there was a lot of buzz on the domestic trending topics, and he couldn't be bothered to watch any of that drama. He took out his phone, turned off both phones, and followed the crowd into the opera house. Shortly after he took his seat, the performance began. "Wow, our boss has changed his ways." Xia Qingqing, who had just received her ship ticket and was waiting, was scrolling through her phone. She was utterly shocked to see the entry appear out of nowhere. "Brother Hao, look, you're watching this too?" Xia Qingqing turned around, wanting to pull Li Hao to join her in the gossip, but then she saw that Li Hao's phone screen was scrolling through the top trending topic. "This is so unlike our boss, oh my god." Li Hao chimed in with a comment, and then casually clicked on the comments from other netizens below. "Holy crap, is she really chasing after her husband? Exciting. I love watching this, give me more. Seriously? Are you two using the internet as a megaphone? Can't you show your affection in private? Factory boy, what good fortune you have to make a rich young lady say such things. Whose young lady is this? I don't think I've ever heard of her. This is our boss. I was just fired by Yihan Group a few days ago. I can vouch for that." Hiss. The news caused a stir of envy online. What incredible luck for the CEO of Yihan Group to personally plead for this. "Brother Hao, why don't you think my brother will agree to our boss's offer?" After watching for most of the day, Xia Qingqing couldn't help but discuss it with Li Hao. The CEO of Yihan Group, with a net worth of hundreds of billions, is also a great beauty. These past few days, she has been so busy being angry about the Lin family's forced marriage that she hasn't had time to think about these things. How would I know? Li Hao scratched his head, his memory drifting back to the past. I remember when Brother Feng first arrived, Miss Lu personally drove him to work. At the time, I thought he was having an affair with Miss Lu, but now that I think about it, it must have been Miss Chu who instructed him. Huh, so they actually knew each other a long time ago? Xia Qingqing belatedly realized what was going on and scratched her head. My brother and his friend have such a history? They must have known each other for a long time. Wasn't Brother Feng from the Su family before? Or maybe they met at a banquet or something, Li Hao added. But I don't know. I used to be just a security guard. How would I know about these things? Harmful. Xia Qingqing sighed and glanced down at her phone, feeling that something was off. She frowned and stared for a long time before finally spotting a long comment. I think that for someone at the CEO level to bow down like this, something really big must have happened, like a sadomasochistic relationship. Based on my past experiences, moving goods into the factory and stuff like that, it's possible that the CEO tormented me. And now the CEO has fallen in love with me, and I've made money and successfully run away. The CEO is frantically searching for me. Anyway, that's my personal feeling. This long comment received a lot of likes, and with the addition of comments from other netizens, the whole story was pretty much pieced together. But these torments are not really torments. Most people know that Lin Feng made money in the places he went to, so they were not the worst torments. How could they scare people away like this? Unless it's life-threatening. Xia Qingqing suddenly remembered the gloves Lin Feng wore when he first came to her house to apply medicine to her ankle. Looking back now, I think there might have been an injury inside those gloves. The fact that Linda killed Lin Yi right in front of her, in particular, had become a terrifying image that she couldn't shake off. The methods used by powerful families were truly unimaginable. If Miss Chu says that, then if Brother Feng sees this, he probably won't run away anymore, right? Anyway, if it were me, I think it would be exhausting to keep running away, living in constant fear. It would be better for the two of us to meet face to face and make things clear. Beside him, Li Hao couldn't help but start complaining. Putting himself in her shoes, it was true that no one could refuse such a humble request from a beautiful female boss worth hundreds of billions. However, Xia Qingqing suddenly stood up, her words sharp. No, we must escape. Li Hao looked over in surprise, and the next second Xia Qingqing suddenly grabbed his wrist. She angrily said, Chu Ling Shuang definitely hurt, or even threatened my brother. It's highly likely she's after me. Hiss! Li Hao gasped, staring at Xia Qingqing in disbelief. How did you know? Just a guess. Xia Qingqing responded, and then sat down next to Li Hao, adding, But Brother Hao, don't think I'm just guessing and not believing it. A woman's intuition is very accurate. Ah, woman. Li Hao blinked in surprise, subconsciously glancing at Xia Qingqing's small frame. Noticing Li Hao's unusual gaze, Xia Qingqing coughed a few times and put her hands in front of her body. Why are you looking at me like that? It's just a line from a movie. Anyway, that's the gist of it. Well, Li Hao scratched his head blankly, his mind racing for a long time without making sense of it. Xia Qingqing blushed slightly and quickly changed the subject. I was suddenly promoted once, and the company even gave me an apartment. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's eyes widened. The company even gave you a house? Yes, at the time I thought it was because of my personal abilities that people noticed me, but now I think it was probably because Chu Ling Shuang had her eye on me. Xia Qingqing smiled self-deprecatingly. She had been happy about it for several days, but in the end, it was her brother who helped her out. I wonder how much her brother sacrificed behind the scenes when Chu Ling Shuang agreed to this condition, and how much torment he suffered at the hands of that female demon. Indeed, I guess she used you to threaten Brother Feng, which is a bit too much. Li Hao belatedly realized what was going on, nodding in agreement, but then he looked at his phone and sighed. However, our boss seems to be the kind of person who won't give up until he gets what he wants. But Brother Feng can't keep running away, can he? It depends on the situation and my brother's personal wishes. Anyway, I'm on my brother's side. Online, the overwhelming number of trending topics has given netizens a real treat, with all sorts of stories about the heartbreak and grudges in wealthy families, and countless short essays flying around. However, Chu Ling Shuang, who had already landed at Shini Airport, led her large group to the Royal Hotel. In the presidential suite, she kept staring at her phone until nightfall. Lin Feng, however, never appeared. Chapter 192, she didn't find it. On this day, Chu Ling Shuang's world was gray. She finds fault with everything. In the presidential suite, any Chinese-style furniture, even the slightest resemblance, could evoke endless memories for her. She remembered what Lin Feng looked like on the couch. Neither humble nor arrogant, neither yielding nor indomitable. An iron chain was wrapped around them, binding Lin Feng's body, with the iron handle in her hand. But now, the chain seems to have disappeared, or perhaps it has been turned around. Any move he makes, even unintentionally, can stir her heart. Lin Feng never reappeared. The time displayed in his live stream was still 6 hours ago. Compared to China, Theo's time difference is 2 hours faster. She had been waiting for 6 hours, and the sky outside the hotel was already dark. Xuyan, where do you think Lin Feng might be hiding? Through the rising moonlight outside the glass window, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes were dim, and her voice was low. Yu Xuyan, who arrived later, silently shook her head. Miss, I don't know much about Mr. Lin. I only know that he is the kind of person who is prone to doing unexpected things. Yeah. Chu Ling Shuang lowered her eyes, pondering those words carefully. Indeed, Lin Feng never played by the rules, and he never showed his true feelings. When she first truly tried to understand things from Lin Feng's perspective, she realized that she had never really known him. Then tell me, if he clearly saw it, why didn't he reply? Chu Ling Shuang felt like her brain was about to shut down. She didn't understand, and she couldn't comprehend it. At this moment, she desperately needed someone else's opinion, regardless of whether it would be adopted in the end. Yu Xuyan frowned and looked carefully at the young lady by the window. She sat on the sofa by the window, her alluring body leaning back, lost in thought, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke, like a scattered, broken feather. Yu Xuyan had never seen her mistress show such an expression before. No, ever since Lin Feng appeared, Miss has changed, completely changed. But nothing else. She felt that the young lady's change was quite good. Compared to the past when she always kept things to herself and never told anyone, this was a good thing. This gave Yu Xuyan the feeling that the young lady considered her a friend. She thought about it seriously, then said cautiously, perhaps it was because you weren't very nice to young Master Lin before. She blurted it out instinctively, because deep down she still felt sorry for her young mistress. Although it might upset her, it was probably the reason. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang raised her eyes, and her gaze fell on Yu Xuyan. Her dark eyes revealed no emotion. Her face was cold and expressionless. That expressionless stare made Yu Xuyan tremble. She quickly said, Miss, I was too talkative. She was afraid that Chu Ling Shuang would punish her for this, because her mistress was always right. But this time, Chu Ling Shuang didn't. No, you're right. Chu Ling Shuang's eyes darkened, and she felt a tightness in her chest, her voice becoming hoarse as she struggled to breathe. If Lin Feng were to marry into the Su family, she would be willing to help him without him having to run away. But now, he would rather find a way to escape on his own than communicate with her. How badly must she have failed for him to be so disappointed in her? She suddenly covered her face, her usually straight spine instantly collapsing, and the face beneath her hands was deathly pale. This was the first time Yu Xuyan had seen Chu Ling Shuang look so defeated. She couldn't bear it, and stepped forward to gently stroke Chu Ling Shuang's thin back. Miss, there's still room for maneuver. Aren't we here now? Finding young Master Lin is only a matter of time. Chu Ling Shuang didn't respond. She seemed to be thinking, and after a long silence, she asked in a low voice, where are the most people here right now? Yu Xuyan was taken aback, and subconsciously said, on normal days off, it's an entertainment venue, right? She glanced at the time. It's 8 o'clock in the evening. There's a performance at the opera house today. Quite a few people will probably head to the bar after it's over. As she spoke, she suddenly realized something and looked at Chu Ling Shuang incredulously. Miss, you mean? Chu Ling Shuang lowered her hands, straightened her body, and apart from slightly red eyes, she still had the same aloof expression as before. Distribute our manpower and start searching one bar at a time in the vicinity. Her order came down. Yu Xuyan nodded repeatedly. To be honest, these were the only places she could think of that Lin Feng had gone. After all, Lin Feng, who never plays by the rules, must think that the more people there are, the safer the place is. As instructed by Chu Ling Shuang, the team members split up and searched the bars throughout the city. As Lin Feng emerged from the opera house, he stretched. Indeed, after appreciating one of Shakespeare's For Great Tragedies, Lin Feng felt as if his meridians had been opened up and his soul had been cleansed. Appreciating the finest operas can indeed bring about a different psychological experience. For example, there's a line in the script. If a person thinks too much, he will lose the joy of being human. Lin Feng empathized with him, and he also felt that sometimes he was overthinking things. So now he didn't plan to turn on his phone, but instead touched the Australian dollars he had exchanged and walked towards the park next door. Several restaurants in front of the park were still open, and there were quite a few people inside, even though it was evening. Let's fill our stomachs first. He made his decision, went into a restaurant, ordered a set meal, and sat by the window, enjoying the beautiful view while dining. There was nothing more comfortable than that. His replacement visa will take at least 3 days to process, so he will have to stay in the city of Sini during this time. He wasn't in a hurry to go anywhere else, since he still had to wait for Xia Qingqing and the others here. But outside, there must be quite a few people looking for him right now. Lin family villa. Su Zian had already said goodbye to Linda and boarded the Lin family's private jet to head to the South Island. She had already investigated and found that Lin Feng's cruise ship was landing in the United Kingdom. Even if she rushed there without stopping, it would take her more than a day, so she was extremely anxious. You should know that Chu Ling Shuang is currently in the United Kingdom, piloting a helicopter. Based on her online posts, she is also looking for Lin Feng. If Lin Feng sees those messages and softens his heart, agreeing to meet with Chu Ling Shuang, she will be at a disadvantage. Su Zian couldn't accept this outcome. She was the one who arrived first, and more importantly, Lin Feng ran away on such an important occasion. She couldn't accept Lin Feng's betrayal. It felt as if a piece of flesh had been brutally ripped out of my heart with a dull knife. No, she absolutely must have Lin Feng. Even if it's a corpse, even if it's broken into skeletons, she'll hold on to that pile of skeletons and end her life. Chapter 193, Actively Requesting Xia Qingqing. Haven't you found it yet? After 3 hours of searching, Chu Ling Shuang's patience was gradually worn out. But faced with Yu Shuiyan's pale head shaking, her world turned gray once again. Where is he? Chu Ling Shuang felt like she was about to collapse. She had never felt such a strong urge to see someone before. Stripped of her domineering nature, she was filled with intense longing. Like a lost fawn, she was disoriented and aimlessly casting her net in all directions, only to find nothing. She curled up, weakly hugging her knees, like a bottle filled with muddy water, churning and swirling, the silt gradually settling down. Perhaps we should ask Xia Qingqing? Yu Shuiyan couldn't bear to see her young mistress in this state. Feeling sorry for her, she started to offer suggestions. Isn't she young Master Lin's sister? After the banquet, the people we sent out said that she and Li Hao got into the same car and went to the ferry. Suddenly, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes lit up. Why didn't you say so sooner? She cried out anxiously, as if grasping at the only straw, and hurriedly said, Quick, contact her. I want to speak with her myself. Yes. Yu Shuiyan hurriedly went to investigate Xia Qingqing's phone number. Fortunately, neither Xia Qingqing nor Li Hao had had time to change their phones. Her call went through very quickly. Upon receiving the call from an unknown number, Xia Qingqing instinctively assumed it was Lin Feng calling. So, the moment the call connected, she excitedly exclaimed, Brother, Hao Ji and I have already boarded the ship. We'll arrive in Shini tomorrow. Where are you now? We'll come find you then. However, silence fell over the phone. Xia Qingqing glanced at her phone screen subconsciously, and after confirming the call was connected, she put it to her ear, looked at Li Hao, and whispered, Brother? The next second, a chilling voice rang out. I am Chu Ling Shuang. The moment the voice rang out, Xia Qingqing's heart skipped a beat, and she almost dropped her phone. She hurriedly turned on speakerphone and stammered, Boss, boss. Just call me Chu Ling Shuang. You are no longer employees of my company. Unexpectedly, Chu Ling Shuang's voice was cold but calm, as if she were talking to them face to face. Even so, her sharp aura still came through the phone. Miss Chu, what brings you here? Li Hao's eyelids twitched, and he leaned forward, cautiously asking a question into the phone, even though he already knew the answer. I want to know where Lin Feng is. Chu Ling Shuang got straight to the point because she was very anxious, more anxious than anyone else. Xia Qingqing's face was pale, and she bit her lip, refusing to budge an inch. We can't tell you. My brother doesn't want to be found by others. Even if you threaten us, we won't tell. Upon hearing Xia Qingqing's stern reply on the other end of the phone, Yu Shuiyan's expression clearly darkened. Miss, I hate being threatened the most. If Xia Qingqing hadn't been related to Lin Feng by blood, Miss would never have allowed her to be so close to Lin Feng. Moreover, at that time, Miss hadn't treated Xia Qingqing badly. She was clearly being a bit too disrespectful. However, Chu Ling Shuang's voice suddenly softened, and her words lost their usual domineering tone, sounding more like a plea. Tell me where he is, and I will never do anything to him again. So that means it existed before? Xia Qingqing reacted quickly, and because she had already considered these possibilities beforehand, her aura instantly rose, and she shouted into the phone, Miss Chu, what makes you think that you can get away with just apologizing after you've hurt someone? Thinking of her brother, who might have used her as a threat, Xia Qingqing became angry. She and her brother had finally managed to meet, but they hadn't even had a chance to catch up, and she hadn't yet taken her brother home to meet their mother. The thought of Lin Feng being forced to do things for her made Xia Qingqing feel resentful. Beside him, Li Hao subconsciously swallowed, seemingly surprised that Xia Qingqing could be so tough. He seems to have underestimated her. On the other end of the phone, Chu Ling Shuang looked as if she had been slapped in the face, her face filled with defeat. She lowered her head, unusually calm, her voice still low and slightly humble. I was wrong, and I want to make amends. I just want him to give me a chance to make amends. I just want one chance. It was like punching cotton. On the phone, Chu Ling Shuang's voice was humble and weak, trembling like a child's, lonely and helpless, almost breaking. Xia Qingqing, who was originally full of anger, had expected her to confront her. She had even thought about what she would say next, but she never expected that the CEO of Yihan Group would adopt such a humble attitude. For a moment, Xia Qingqing didn't know what to say. A sudden feeling of pity welled up in her heart, making her look at Li Hao helplessly. Receiving the look in his eyes, Li Hao pursed his lips and asked into the phone, Ms. Chu, is what you said true? I never break my promise. After exchanging a glance with Xia Qingqing, Li Hao quickly said, Then, Ms. Chu, please give us some time to think about it. I'll discuss it with Qingqing. After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone. Wow, I really don't understand. She didn't argue with me? Xia Qingqing stared wide-eyed and took the phone in disbelief. I didn't expect it either. Miss Chu is usually so decisive and efficient. She walks with a swagger, but I never expected that brother phone would make her like this. Li Hao said with some emotion, unable to help but envy Lin Feng. Actually, if she really falls for my brother, I think it's quite normal. Xia Qingqing scratched her head and took the initiative to say, Why don't we discuss it with my brother? If Miss Chu agrees not to use those methods, my brother doesn't need to keep hiding. He can't hide forever, can he? That makes sense. Li Hao nodded. As they were talking, the phone rang again. It was still an unknown number. Xia Qingqing shushed her and quickly answered the call. Lin Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone. Come to the Western restaurant near the Shini Opera House tomorrow. We'll meet there at a random time. This was the route Lin Feng had chosen. The Western restaurant had a back door, making it convenient to leave. Xia Qingqing was overjoyed to finally receive Lin Feng's call. She quickly said, Brother, Miss Chu just called me. She relayed Chu Ling Shuang's words to Lin Feng verbatim. When Lin Feng, who was standing on the street holding a public phone, heard Chu Ling Shuang adopt such a humble and submissive attitude, he was full of surprise. She said that. Yes, Brother Hao was right there too. He heard it too. Xia Qingqing responded, then subconsciously added, Wait a minute, brother, didn't you see the message Miss Chu posted online this afternoon? Chapter 194. She didn't want to miss out again. News? What news? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. It's trending at the top of the search list. Xia Qingqing responded incredulously, then hurriedly added, It's been on the list all afternoon. How come you didn't see it, brother? Lin Feng turned on his phone in surprise, opened the app, and saw the top trending topic. Hashtag she's willing to give anything if you just stop hashtag. The discussion has garnered over 100 million views, and the number of real-time comments continues to rise. Lin Feng's eyes widened instantly. Chu Ling Shuang's identity had already been exposed by netizens, and he hadn't expected her to be willing to lose so much face. His fingers scrolled across the phone screen uncontrollably as he read through the comments one by one, and then the phone went silent. Not hearing Lin Feng's response, Xia Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Brother, so what are you planning to do? Hao Ji and I will definitely side with you." Oh. When Lin Feng came across the long comment that said a rich young lady fell in love with him, he couldn't help but laugh. Love? Does she really understand? His eyes darkened, and he said, "Qingqing, go and tell Chu Ling Shuang that tomorrow morning at Buya coffee shop." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Hearing the dial tone, Xia Qingqing looked at Li Hao. Brother wants to meet with her. Oh, Li Hao nodded. That's normal. If it were me, I would also like to meet. Nothing beats meeting in person. Let's call Miss Chu back now. Xia Qingqing nodded and dialed Chu Ling Shuang's number again. The call was answered instantly, as if they had been waiting for it. Chu Ling Shuang's voice rang out. Have you made up your minds? Xia Qingqing exchanged a glance with Li Hao and took a deep breath. Yes, my brother said he'll be waiting for you at Buya Cafe tomorrow morning. On the other end of the phone, an almost impatient voice rang out. What time? He didn't say. Okay, I understand. A hint of disappointment flashed across Chu Ling Shuang's eyes. Just as she was about to hang up, her finger paused on the screen. After thinking for a moment, she added, "Thank you." As soon as the call ended, Xia Qingqing scratched her head, somewhat incredulously saying, "Brother Hao, our boss just thanked me." Hiss! Li Hao gasped. The presidential suite at the Royal Hotel. After hanging up the phone, Chu Ling Shuang glanced at Lin Feng's face on her phone's lock screen. Her expression faltered, and the ambiguous scenes from her memory rushed back to her. She had never imagined that one day, even seeing Lin Feng would become a fantasy. This feeling of powerlessness had long since worn down her personality. She slowly raised her legs and curled up on the sofa. Her long black hair slid down from her shoulders, covering half of her face. Her mind was filled with those images, his eyes, his face, and the words he had said when he opened his lips that he would never leave her for the rest of his life. She had long since been subdued through discipline and punishment. She curled up helplessly on one side of the sofa like a child, looking like an unwanted child, fragile and powerless. Yu Shuiyan couldn't bear to see this scene. In her eyes, the young lady was always noble and inviolable, but at this moment, she was filled with humiliation and resentment because of a man. Miss really likes him. As an observer, she saw things most clearly and understood them best. She moved her lips slightly and whispered, "Miss, what did she say?" She said Lin Feng will be waiting for me at Buya Cafe tomorrow morning. Chu Ling Shuang's voice was muffled, with a tremor in it. Yu Shuiyan reacted quickly. So that means young Master Lin and Miss Xia have been exchanging phone calls. Miss, should we monitor Miss Xia's phone number and track Lin Feng's location? This is the most common tactic used by prostitutes, and it is also the most suitable method at present. The Chu family has a mining partnership with Theo, and they are just looking for someone. As long as Miss speaks up, Theo's chief administrator will definitely be willing to help. Unexpectedly, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly looked up, her beautiful face filled with weariness, and a bitter smile appeared on her lips. Don't you understand? Understand what? Yu Shuiyan asked, puzzled. I don't want to use those methods anymore. As she spoke, her eyes darkened, and she struggled to suppress the bitterness in her heart. Her voice was hoarse. I want him to feel that I respect him. I want him to want to see me. Her voice was light and airy, as if broken, trembling with deep longing and endless regret. She deeply regretted it. Faced with difficulties, he preferred to find his own solutions rather than ask for her help. How much must he have hated her to be so heartless? Yu Shuiyan stared wide-eyed at her young mistress as if struck by lightning, her face filled with disbelief. These are words that came out of her domineering and aloof young lady. No wonder when the plane first arrived in Theo, the young lady said she wanted to see the supervisor, but then quickly changed the subject. It seems that love really can leave people bewildered and make them change for someone else. All along, the young lady's domineering nature has masked her vulnerable side. In reality, she just craves love so much. At this moment, Yu Shuiyan suddenly felt that it was good that her young lady could have such a change. From that moment on, she suddenly felt that the young lady was no longer so mysterious and aloof. Her emotions, piled up like a mountain, actually made her seem more vibrant. She stopped arguing and instead went along with what her mistress said. Yes, I understand, Mississippi. I'll go prepare now. You should get some rest. What time should I wake you up tomorrow? 4 o'clock, I guess. He didn't say when, so she went early. She didn't want to miss it again. Yu Shuiyan's eyelids twitched, and she nodded repeatedly. Okay. As Yu Shuiyan left, the clock in the room ticked away, each tick like a stone striking Chu Lingshuang's heart. This night is destined to be sleepless. When Yu Shuiyan opened Chu Lingshuang's door at 4 in the morning, she saw the dark circles under Chu's eyes and knew that her mistress had not slept all night. On the way to Booyah Cafe, Yu Shuiyan couldn't help but say with concern, Miss, take a nap over there. I'll wake you up when he arrives. Beside her, Chu Lingshuang watched the scenery rushing past the car window, and the little deer in her heart was revived and began to leap fiercely again. At 4 o'clock in the morning, before Booyah Cafe opened, Chu Lingshuang and Yu Shuiyan got out of the car and waited at the entrance. As dawn broke, the soft light of the morning sun gently illuminated the horizon. Although it was summer, the temperature difference between day and night in Theo was significant, and a slight breeze brought a touch of chill to the air. Chu Lingshuang's nose was slightly red as she stood at the doorway, unconsciously wrapping her black leather coat tighter around herself. Her haggard face showed no signs of sleepiness as she looked around. She waited, and at the same time, she hoped that familiar figure would appear. Chapter 195. Those who are favored are fearless. As the clerk rang the doorbell, Booyah Cafe opened for business. After entering the room, Chu Lingshuang eagerly found a seat with a view of the entire store and sat down. Yu Shuiyan ordered 2 coffees and some breakfast and sat down opposite her to wait together. Chu Lingshuang had no appetite, only taking small sips of coffee. The bitterness spread in her mouth, waking her from her drowsiness. The waiting time was long. Customers gradually entered the store, most of them in a hurry, preparing for a busy new day, and no one noticed that there were people waiting here. After Xia Qingqing and Li Hao got ashore, they went to the temporary document center to renew their visas. After finishing, they rushed to Booyah Cafe. No? You're telling me you searched all night on an expedited basis and got nothing? As soon as the plane landed, Su Xian's angry voice echoed throughout the special office of the British Embassy. Wang Xuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said cautiously, Ms. Su, the Mr. Lin you mentioned did apply for an expedited Eagle landing visa 3 days ago, but he himself did not come. We have checked the people who disembarked from the ship he was on, and Mr. Lin is not among them. Don't lie to me. Su Xian suddenly stood up and roared angrily. But the next second, she suddenly realized something and hurriedly looked at Wang Xuan. Did someone say something to you? Her words were quite clear. Given the Su family's extensive medical resources, it was just a matter of finding someone. Why would the United Kingdom target them? If they couldn't find them, it must be Chu Lingshuang who was interfering. No. Wang Xuan shook his head repeatedly. Su Xian narrowed her eyes, looking down at Wang Xuan in the office chair with a disdainful gaze, her voice sinister. Wang Xuan, you'd better think carefully about how you got to this position. If you dare to lie to me, the Su family has 1,000 ways to deal with you. Her threat was so severe that Wang Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. The methods used by the Su family flashed through his mind, and he shook his head in panic. Miss Su, how could I dare to lie to you? I have elderly parents and young children to support. Please believe me. Seeing Wang Xuan turn pale with fright, Su Xian snorted coldly, and her expression darkened. She sat back down in her chair, pondered for a moment, and then suddenly forced a smile. So he disembarked in another city? That's possible, Wang Xuan replied tremblingly, wiping away sweat, not daring to look directly at that sinister figure. Su Xian was silent for a moment. Then her eyes suddenly flashed. Go and find out which cities the ships are docking in, and contact the first mate on that ship. I need to know where he disembarked. Yes. Wang Xuan quickly responded, and immediately picked up the phone to inquire. Su Xian crossed her arms, crossed her legs, leaned back against the chair, and looked cold and fierce. It's been a whole night. Chu Lingshuang has stopped posting messages online, which means that she and Lin Feng have likely already met. She was extremely anxious but had no idea what to do. The thought that Chu Ling Shuang and Lin Feng might be together right now, and that Chu Ling Shuang was so assertive that even if Lin Feng refused, given her personality, she might force him, made her heart ache with anger. You know, that woman was the kind of person who dared to kiss her forcefully right in front of her. She absolutely cannot let Chu Ling Shuang succeed. Lin Feng is hers. Even if he's a corpse, she'll tie him to her side. When Xia Qingqing and Li Hao arrived at Buya Cafe, the morning tea time had already ended, and it was already 10:05 a.m. Upon entering, the two looked around for a while and only saw Yu Xian, who was sitting upright with an anxious expression, and Chu Ling Shuang, who was lying on the table with messy hair and a haggard face. "Hasn't my brother arrived yet?" Xia Qingqing quickly stepped forward and hurriedly asked. Chu Ling Shuang didn't reply. She lay on the table, looking exhausted. Even though her eyelids were drooping, she still forced herself to stare at the door. Yu Shuyan was clearly angry, but seeing her persistent young lady, she shook her head helplessly. "Young lady and I have been waiting here since 4 o'clock, and we still haven't seen him. This can't be. My brother said he was at Buya Cafe this morning." Xia Qingqing glanced at the roll call on the wall in surprise, and then looked confused after confirming it. "So, you waited for 6 hours?" Looking at Chu Ling Shuang's haggard face beside him, Li Hao could hardly believe it. Yu Xuyan nodded silently, then turned to look at her mistress, her face full of concern, and said, "Miss, why don't you get some sleep first? I'll wake you when he arrives." Chu Ling Shuang did not reply, remaining motionless like a doll under a spell. Seeing this, Yu Xuyan sighed and looked at Xia Qingqing for help. "Qingqing, why don't you call young Master Lin again? Miss didn't sleep all night yesterday. If she keeps going like this, she'll have mental problems." As a girl herself, Xia Qingqing was clearly moved by Chu Ling Shuang's haggard appearance. But when she thought of the torment her brother had suffered, her feelings were complicated. She couldn't bring herself to betray her brother. Sitting down at the nearby table, Xia Qingqing said in a hoarse voice, "Since my brother doesn't want to show up, he probably has his own reasons." Having been hungry all night, Li Hao ordered 2 cups of coffee and some desserts and sat down opposite Xia Qingqing. None of the 4 people present spoke. Apart from the occasional chatter from guests at the next few tables, the atmosphere on their side plummeted to freezing point. 2 more hours passed. Seeing that the desserts on the table remained untouched while the coffee was being refilled cup after cup, Yu Shuyan couldn't bear to watch any longer. "Miss, you should at least eat something. Your body won't be able to handle drinking coffee all the time." She no longer knew whether to call Lin Feng heartless or to say that her young lady was infatuated. To say Lin Feng is ruthless. She witnessed firsthand that the young lady had starved him for 4 whole days. Chu Ling Shuang weakly raised her eyes, shook her head with pale lips, and said weakly, "It's nothing." But Yu Shuyan wanted to say something more, but then she saw Chu Ling Shuang suddenly sit up, her eyes bright yet empty as she looked over, and said with certainty, "He probably won't come." "Why?" Yu Shuyan was taken aback, and Li Hao and Xia Qingqing beside her also looked over at the same time. Chu Ling Shuang gave a sad smile. "There's no reason. Let's go back and book a room for the 2 of them. If he calls again, please let me know." Such a tone left Li Hao and Xia Qingqing with no choice but to agree. Faced with the plea of an extremely weak person, no one with empathy would refuse. Chu Ling Shuang led the way, saying nothing more. She had already guessed what was going on, but it didn't matter anymore. Because this time, she will favor him. Chapter 196, Is This Your Punishment for Me? Did she really wait all morning? Lin Feng leaned back on the headboard, his eyes still half closed with sleep as he asked into the phone. "Yes, a full 6 hours." Xia Qingqing gripped her phone, sitting on the hotel sofa with mixed feelings. "Oh." Lin Feng suddenly chuckled softly. He didn't say anything more, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Hearing that there was no sound on the other end of the phone, Xia Qingqing bit her lip and whispered, "Brother, aren't you planning to see her?" Silence fell over the phone. Lin Feng looked up at the ceiling, pondered for a moment, and said, "Tell her that I'll be waiting for her at Buster Bar tonight." "What time?" 8:30. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng curled his lips, a bitter smile crossing his face. It's said that it's easy for a man to pursue a woman, but easy for a woman to pursue a man. In the end, He softened and set the time for 8:30, giving Chu Ling Shuang plenty of time to rest. He raised his hand, resting his arm on his forehead, pondering when he realized he had developed feelings for Chu Ling Shuang. Perhaps it was her resolute rejection last time, or perhaps it was her ignoring of Chu Tianli during their conversation. He never denies his feelings. No one can truly sever all emotions and love, as long as they are human and have thoughts, regardless of good or bad. He just felt incredibly pathetic that, after enduring so much torment, he could still develop feelings for that madman, which he found utterly despicable. Even now, he still can't get over that mental hurdle. What if she really has changed? She wasn't angry about his standing her up this time. Instead, she went along with him. But love is never about change. If Chu Ling Shuang really changed herself because she fell in love with him, Lin Feng didn't know whether it would be good or bad for her. Two people who truly love each other don't need to suppress their own personalities. What they need is tolerance and understanding. And has she really changed? Lin Feng turned off his phone screen, then washed up and went downstairs for dinner. Before, his days were peaceful and uneventful, but now there were a few more people. Royal Hotel. Go and prepare an evening gown for me, the brightest one possible. I want him to see me the moment I walk in. Upon learning that Lin Feng was going to keep the appointment, Chu Ling Shuang was overjoyed. She suddenly stood up, but because she hadn't rested well, she felt dizzy and her frail body almost fell to the ground as she swayed. Fortunately, Yu Shuiyan reacted quickly and stepped forward to help. Miss, please rest well first. I will make the preparations. You are too weak right now. Good. Chu Ling Shuang nodded without hesitation. She needed to get a good rest for her appointment that evening. She didn't want to gain Lin Feng's sympathy in such a bad state, as she was afraid he would think she had resorted to tricks again. Love makes people think more. Yu Shuiyan helped Chu Ling Shuang to the bedroom and onto the bed. The moment Chu Ling Shuang touched the bed, she fell into a deep sleep. Yu Shuiyan knew that her young lady was truly exhausted. She sighed, closed the door, and quickly went to prepare her things. 8 p.m. Chu Ling Shuang, who had already woken up, changed into a snow-white evening gown studded with diamonds. Her long, black hair was tied up with a hairpin, and all the extravagant jewelry was removed. Her entire outfit was exceptionally simple, yet elegant and noble. On the way to Buster Bar, Chu Ling Shuang's eyes shone brightly and were exceptionally expressive, her longing for him overshadowing everything else. If Lin Feng were to appear before her at this moment, she even felt that she would be unable to resist embracing him. But who knows if he's just playing her again this time. Let him play with her if he wants. As long as it makes him happy, she's willing to be the clown being played. As long as the final outcome is seeing him, whatever the process, as long as he's happy, that's all that matters. The car traveled for 15 minutes. At 8:15, Chu Ling Shuang arrived at Buster Bar ahead of schedule. Her entrance was extremely eye-catching. Many people inside and outside the bar stared at her, her graceful figure and delicate face sparking a lot of fantasies. However, due to the several burly bodyguards accompanying her, most people could only look on from afar. Slightly to the left of the bar's main hall, Chu Ling Shuang scanned the entire room, not seeing Lin Feng, and then took the lead in sitting down. The perfectly centered position drew the attention of many, with some even eager to try their luck. Xia Qingqing and Li Hao also arrived and sat down next to Chu Ling Shuang. If they didn't order anything, the atmosphere would be awkward, so Li Hao ordered 2 drinks and placed them on the table. However, no one touched the glasses. Time passed by, and it was already 8:30. Chu Ling Shuang stared at the time, and when she saw the time on her phone jump to 8:30, Lin Feng did not appear at the bar entrance. Sure enough, he was just teasing her again. Yu Shuiyan was clearly a little angry. Miss, he stood me up again. I can let it go once. But is it so hard to meet him and clear things up? Disappointment lingered in Chu Ling Shuang's eyes. She gently shook her head, her tone devoid of blame. Go get me a drink. Since I'm already here and haven't seen anyone, I might as well get drunk. Seeing this, Yu Shuiyan held back her words, but in the end she sighed and went to order some drinks. It's like someone drowning their sorrows in alcohol after a breakup. Under the flashing lights, the noisy music suddenly stopped, and in the center of the dance floor, men and women of all kinds embraced each other and danced to the music. Gazing at the center of the dance floor, the flashing lights of various colors, like exploding fireworks, ignited that most ambiguous scene in my memory. He had prepared this surprise for her when they were on Tianya Island. He swore an oath amidst the towering fireworks that he would never leave. But what does it matter now? Is this your punishment for me? Chu Ling Shuang murmured, her usual composure gone. She drank one glass after another, tears streaming down her face. The fact that such a beautiful woman was drinking with a dim look in her eyes made it clear to anyone what had happened. Several men tried to approach her with wicked smiles, but were chased away by Yu Shuyan's bodyguards. In contrast to Chu Ling Shuang, who was drowning her sorrows in alcohol, Yu Shuyan dared not let her guard down for a moment. She didn't even dare to go to the toilet, fearing that something might happen to her young mistress. Seeing that Chu Ling Shuang's face was flushed from drinking, yet she continued to pour more wine, Yu Shuyan couldn't sit still any longer. "Miss, please stop drinking. You haven't eaten all day. If you keep drinking like this, your stomach won't be able to take it." As she spoke, she reached out to snatch the cup from Chu Ling Shuang's hand, but Chu Ling Shuang dodged her. Unable to see Lin Feng, and now even being prevented from drinking, Chu Ling Shuang's anger, which she had been suppressing for many days, could no longer be contained. She glared angrily at Yu Shuyan and shouted, "What I, Chu Ling Shuang, do is none of anyone else's business." Yu Shuyan's face turned pale, her hand froze in midair, and she awkwardly lowered it. She moved her lips, watching as her mistress downed 2 whole bottles of sake. She wanted to offer further advice, but then a familiar voice rang out beside her. Chapter 197. Lin Feng, take me with you this time. Miss Chu really hasn't changed at all. She's still as majestic and domineering as ever. Even amidst the sonic waves, the sound remained remarkably clear. Xia Qingqing, who was standing nearby, reacted quickly and called out to him in surprise, "Brother." Li Hao was also beaming with excitement. "Brother Feng, you've finally shown up." Lin Feng smiled and gestured for them to sit down, but his gaze fell on Chu Ling Shuang. "Brother? Brother Feng." Chu Ling Shuang heard the sound a second before it even rang out. She turned around blankly and met Lin Feng's gaze. The excitement she felt was different from what she had expected. Is it nostalgia, emotion, or relief? She didn't know. She just felt dizzy and desperately needed a hug and something to tell him. Originally, she thought that when she saw Lin Feng again, she would be unable to resist going up and giving him a big hug. But when he actually appeared, she became nervous. She was drunk, her face was somewhat disfigured, her body was limp, and she couldn't muster any strength. She felt that she was making a complete fool of herself and was very ashamed. "So," she said to him hesitantly, "You've come?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, casually walked to her side, sat down next to her, and said with a smile, "What else?" His distinctive masculine scent wafted over her, a familiar scent she had longed for all this time. Chu Ling Shuang's heart pounded, and even though she was almost unable to control the urge to pounce on him, she still resolutely raised the wine glass in her hand. "Do you drink alcohol?" "Oh, so you're asking for his opinion now?" Lin Feng glanced at her with some surprise, then picked up the wine glass she had used as if they had just met, clinked it against hers, pressed the red lip print on the rim of the glass against her lips without hesitation, and pressed them against hers. "It's a bit spicy." After taking a sip, he exclaimed, while also asking her, "How can you drink something this spicy?" Even though her head was spinning, Chu Ling Shuang understood the meaning behind his words. She smiled faintly and said, "Only a raging fire can burn the heart." Unexpectedly, Chu Ling Shuang would say that. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and held out his hand in front of her. "Want to dance?" "Don't want." Almost without thinking, Chu Ling Shuang refused. She twisted her arm with some difficulty. The pain brought her back to reality. She had already drunk quite a bit, and in this state, even standing up would be a problem, let alone dancing. Beside her, Yu Shuyan couldn't help but say, "Young Master Lin, Miss has drunk quite a bit." Anyone could see that Lin Feng was asking a question he already knew the answer to. "Okay, I was being presumptuous." Lin Feng stood up and looked at Xia Qingqing and the others. "Since Miss Chu has had too much to drink, let's rest for a while. I'm going to find a sister and a good brother to have a couple of drinks with. After all, It's been so long since we've seen each other. Hiss. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Ling Shuang grabbed his arm and bit him. You woman, are you a dog? Seeing the teeth marks on his arm, Lin Feng blurted out, but his arm was gripped tightly, and he couldn't pull it away. If you keep asking me the question I already know the answer to, I'll bite you again. Chu Ling Shuang looked up at him with her teeth bared, but her fierce gaze softened when it fell on his face. She covered the tooth mark with her hand, gently rubbing it while looking at him pitifully. You still want to see your sister. Can't you see how much I need you right now? The music was loud, but in that instant, Lin Feng was suddenly filled with emotion. Beside her, Yu Shuyan gestured for the bodyguards to step back, and she also moved back to make room for the two of them. Li Hao wanted to go forward and catch up, but Xia Qingqing grabbed his wrist. Brother Hao. Xia Qingqing gently shook her head. They definitely have a lot to say, we better not go. Didn't you say that Brother Feng was threatened by her before? Li Hao asked in surprise, scratching his head in confusion. At least she hasn't done those things now. As for whether or not to forgive her for what happened before, let your brother decide for himself. Xia Qingqing picked up her cup listlessly. She hadn't drunk anything all day, but seeing her brother and Chu Ling Shuang being so affectionate, she couldn't resist anymore. But what can we do? This person is her brother. Without this connection, she probably would never have had the chance to experience such a high-class life. At least, now and in the future, she can stay by her brother's side, right? Seeing this, Li Hao didn't say anything more. Looking at Xia Qingqing, who was drinking silently, he remembered her confession to Lin Feng. Feeling embarrassed for Xia Qingqing, he subconsciously glanced over at the two people gazing at each other with deep affection. Well, he thought for a moment, then took out his phone and said to Xia Qingqing, Qingqing, how about we play a game and have a solo match? Whoever loses drinks. Feeling melancholy, Xia Qingqing slammed her hand on the table and shouted, Come on. On the other side, Lin Feng sat down on the back of the sofa, looking at Chu Ling Shuang with mixed feelings. To his surprise, she really had changed. But who knows if she wasn't just pretending? You can't blame him for being overly suspicious. After going through so much, if he can still trust anyone without restraint, then he's truly beyond help. Lin Feng sneered, Need me? It's probably your body that needs me, isn't it? Chu Ling Shuang's expression froze, a hint of humiliation and resentment flashing in her dazed eyes. She raised her face, biting her lip hard, and said, word by word, That's right, I need you, both physically and emotionally. Hiss. Lin Feng gasped. He never expected Chu Ling Shuang to be so blunt. Perhaps she had always been straightforward. Seeing her like this, Lin Feng felt a tightness in his chest. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he didn't want to give in. I'm sorry, Miss Chu, I don't need you. You're just a passerby in my life. I've learned my lesson, and no one is obligated to need anyone else. He spoke coldly, but Chu Ling Shuang didn't give him a chance to finish his sentence. She raised her hand and placed it on his lips, easily silencing his heartless words. She moved closer, gazing at him intently. I've got you now, Lin Feng. This time, take me with you. Her eyes were filled with a blazing fire, the flames rising and entwining fiercely. Lin Feng grasped her wrist, pulled it down slightly, and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Really? With a heavy nod, she slumped into Lin Feng's arms, her fingers clenched tightly, refusing to let go. Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and with his other hand, he slipped under her knees and lifted her up in his arms. Upon seeing this, Yu Shuyan suddenly stood up. Young Master Lin. Lin Feng was taken aback and glanced at her subconsciously. Looking at Chu Ling Shuang, who was dizzy from the alcohol in his arms, Yu Shuyan took a deep breath and asked, Young Master Lin, you're not leaving again, are you? Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. What makes you say that? Yu Shuyan said in a low voice, I'm afraid if young Master Lin leaves again, Miss will go crazy. Chapter 198, Is she serious? Lin Feng scoffed. She's been crazy for a long time, hasn't she? Yu Shuyan was stunned, her complicated expression falling on Lin Feng, and then on Chu Ling Shuang in his arms. In the end, she gave in. Yu Shuyan glanced at Xia Qingqing and Li Hao, who were having a great time drinking on the other side, sighed, and pointed at the bodyguards, saying, You two stay here and watch over them. If they drink too much later, take them back to the hotel. Two bodyguards beside him nodded. Yu Shuiyin led the way out of the bar and drove Chu Ling Shuang and Lin Feng back to their hotel. The car remained silent the entire way. In her arms, Chu Ling Shuang's hand was still clutching his shirt, the once neat shirt now deformed from her grip. After carefully placing Chu Ling Shuang on the bed, Yu Shuiyin, who had been silent for a long time, said, "Miss has not eaten for a day and a night, and she just drank a lot of wine. She may have a stomachache later. I will go and prepare some honey water for her." Lin Feng didn't speak, but Chu Ling Shuang's hands were clenched tightly, so he could only lower his head and bend over. When his lowered eyes fell on her pale fingers, Lin Feng silently raised his hand and grasped her wrist. "Don't go." Seemingly sensing that her hand was about to be forcibly pried open, Chu Ling Shuang frowned and muttered uncomfortably, as if she were being coquettish. A rare display of coquettishness. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, his eyes darkened, and he subconsciously responded gently, "Be good. I won't leave. How about I feed you some water?" He was surprised when he said that. Is this something he could actually say? This is the female demon who almost tortured him to death. Has he gone mad too? As he was distracted, Chu Ling Shuang seemed to hear him and obediently let go of his hand. Right beside the bed, Lin Feng sat up straight, his complicated gaze falling on the sleeping Chu Ling Shuang's face. Apart from the blush on her cheeks, she was still so cold and aloof. Her delicate features were like carefully carved jade, and her red lips were tightly pursed. She was a cold and taciturn ice queen. Lin Feng found it hard to imagine what she was thinking that would make her fall from grace for him. I added some medicinal powder to the honey water. As Yu Shuiyin entered, she pushed the bowl in her hand in front of Lin Feng. "You feed her, or no, you do it. If Miss still feels unwell after drinking, come next door and call me." Just as Yu Shuiyin was about to ask for her opinion, she suddenly realized that she should be the one feeding the child. If she didn't give the person involved such a good opportunity to spend time together, not only would the young lady blame her when she woke up, but she herself would also feel like a third wheel afterward. Without giving Lin Feng a chance to refuse, Yu Shuiyin forcefully shoved the bowl into his hand and turned to leave. In fact, Lin Feng didn't intend to refuse. He glanced at the tightly closed door, sighed, felt the temperature of the water, scooped up a spoonful, and carefully brought it to Chu Ling Shuang's lips. As if she were truly thirsty, she noticed the spoon near her lips and eagerly opened them to drink the honey water in the spoon. The room was brightly lit, and Lin Feng sat by the bed, patiently feeding the baby spoonful by spoonful. He fed her, and she drank. Before long, the bowl of warm honey water was empty. Seeing her relaxed brows, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It has to be said that this young lady has a pretty good stomach. She drank alcohol on an empty stomach and didn't develop any stomach problems. If it were someone with a weaker stomach, they would probably be in the hospital for stomach pumping by now. He placed the bowl on the bedside table, stared at Chu Ling Shuang with her eyes tightly closed, and said softly, "You should rest well. We can talk about it tomorrow." He finished speaking and was about to get up and leave, but as soon as he turned around, Chu Ling Shuang grabbed his arm. "Where are you going?" Her cold voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, rang out from behind. Lin Feng was taken aback and turned around in surprise. "You're not asleep? This little bit of wine isn't enough to get me drunk." Chu Ling Shuang snorted coldly, raised her right hand on the bed with an arrogant expression, and tried to sit up. However, as soon as she started, a strong dizziness came over her head, and her arm lost its strength, causing her to fall back down in a very comical way. "Lin Feng." Chu Ling Shuang's face flushed red as she looked at Lin Feng with some annoyance. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help me up." Although her words were harsh, they came out weak and listless because she hadn't eaten for so long, like a kitten's claws that had just been cut off sharp, but not sharp. This woman was always stubborn, so Lin Feng didn't indulge her. "Why are you up? You've drunk so much, why aren't you resting?" His words were harsh, but that wasn't what Chu Ling Shuang was focusing on. She stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes, a hint of excitement rising in them. "You're worried about me?" As if his secret had been exposed, Lin Feng immediately became anxious. "Worrying about you? Don't joke around. How could I possibly worry about a mad man like you?" "Oh, Chu Ling Shuang gave a coquettish laugh, licking the sweet honey water residue from her lips. Her lips suddenly curled up. Aren't you worried about me feeding me water? Yu Shuiyan did it. Without thinking, Lin Feng made up a story on the spot. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang frowned slightly, glanced at the empty bowl on the bedside table, and then pulled Lin Feng's arm with her fingers, dragging him toward the head of the bed. A drunk person's grip is stronger than usual. Lin Feng was caught off guard and was suddenly pulled back to sit on the side of the bed. Supporting her dizzy head, Chu Ling Shuang's gaze met Lin Feng's eyes, and she asked with utmost seriousness, "Where were you just about to go?" "What do you mean, where are you going?" "I'm not planning on going anywhere." "Real?" "Nonsense. I've already accepted the invitation. Where else do you think I plan to go?" "Oh." Chu Ling Shuang nodded, her nervous heart finally calming down. Gazing at Lin Feng, she said without hesitation, "Tell me where else you're planning to go, and I'll go with you." As if he had heard a big joke, Lin Feng looked at her with a hint of sarcasm. "Don't joke around, Miss Chu. I'm planning to travel around the world. You're not planning to carry official documents with you and come running around with me, are you?" Chu Ling Shuang shook her head and said very frankly, "It's not that bad." "That's settled then. You be your pampered princess, and I'll be my free spirit. We'll keep to ourselves, isn't that great?" "Not good," Chu Ling Shuang retorted without hesitation, looking at Lin Feng with unwavering eyes. "I want to be with you, anywhere, as long as I'm with you. I'm willing." It was as solemn as a vow. Lin Feng was speechless, staring at Chu Ling Shuang in disbelief. Was she serious? "I've handed over all the company matters to my dad. He's rested for so many years, it's time for him to take over. Now it's my vacation time." Chu Ling Shuang snorted coldly, gripped Lin Feng's wrist tightly, and commanded him in an unyielding manner. "Lin Feng, wherever you go, please take me with you. I don't want to go through life without you again." Chapter 199. You hit me back. Her domineering declaration struck Lin Feng squarely in the heart. Lin Feng was shocked to see the determination in her eyes. But what about the past? The torture, the injuries to his hands and neck, the locking him in. If he hadn't practiced a few moves and managed to escape when the bodyguards weren't looking, he probably would have been tortured to death. Then there was the 4 days of hunger after she captured him, and the near drowning in the bathtub afterwards. She's saying she's willing now. Are you kidding me? Lin Feng's eyes instantly turned cold and fierce. "Miss Chu, what are you talking about? Do you think I'll agree just because you say so? Have you forgotten what methods you used to torture me before? You can torture me too." She suddenly became anxious, as if she was eager to catch Lin Feng's breath, and grabbed his wrists tightly with both hands. "Stop joking." Lin Feng ruthlessly shook off her hands, stood up, and looked down at her condescendingly. "You think everyone is like you, who doesn't care about other people's lives just to satisfy their own desires, treating me like a dog, and then saying you're willing afterward? Huh, you have no right to say that." He spoke slowly and deliberately, his tone extremely stern. The sound echoed in the large bedroom, like countless meteorites falling and crashing into Chu Ling Shuang's heart. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at Lin Feng, the past events flashing before her eyes like a revolving lantern. She suddenly lowered her eyes. "Yes, at first, it was indeed because of your special qualities. I felt you were different from other men. You didn't pursue me just because I'm the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Even later, when you were very obedient for a while, I lost interest. I always felt that what I had wasn't all that special." Her calm eyes were tinged with a mixture of memories and pain, intertwined and entangled. She continued, "But later, when I heard you were getting engaged to Su Zian, I was really angry. I don't know where that anger came from, until I heard you ran away. Actually, I was really happy to hear that you ran away." A glint suddenly appeared in her eyes, but it dimmed again when it fell on Lin Feng. "But why? Why is it that even though I could help you if you just asked, you'd rather find a way yourself than ask me?" I think I've already fallen for it. This was the first time she had ever spoken so much to him. Every word and phrase is a heartfelt expression. Lin Feng admitted that at this moment, he was indeed moved. He felt that he was the one who truly understood the phrase, "Love blossoms without one's knowledge," and he didn't even know when his heart began to flutter. But his feelings for Chu Ling Shuang were indeed deepening. He didn't want to run away anymore, but he also didn't want to forgive because of it. All of this seems like a joke. If something had gone wrong at any point, or if he had already drowned in the bathtub, the ending would not have been like this. This cannot be a justification for her to commit violence at will. Lin Feng felt a heaviness in his head. He shook his head with some effort. You're wrong. This has nothing to do with whether you've fallen for me or not. In any case, this is not a reason for you to torment me. Then you can torment me back. Chu Lingshuang panicked. Despite the intense pain and dizziness in her head, she sat up straight and leaned against Lin Feng's waist. Looking up, perhaps due to the alcohol, she began to ramble incoherently. You hit me back. She bent over like a madwoman, grabbed Lin Feng's wrists with both hands, and brought them close to her face. Startled by her frenzied behavior, Lin Feng instinctively pulled his hand back. However, Chu Lingshuang thought he was unwilling to take action. If he didn't take action, it meant he wasn't willing to forgive. She panicked. She suddenly raised her arm and, manipulating her pale hand, slapped herself hard across the face. With a loud slap, the sound of a resounding slap echoed throughout the entire bedroom. Her already rosy cheeks were now marked with a handprint. She's gone mad. This was Lin Feng's first reaction. She was always so noble, always appearing before him with an aloof and composed demeanor, but now, her hair was disheveled, and she was hysterical and pleading humbly. It turns out that love really can make people lose their minds. Lin Feng's heart clenched for no reason, his eyes filled with pity. You don't need to belittle yourself like this, Miss Chu. Don't go crazy, wake up. I must be insane to let you trample on me like this. Chu Lingshuang roared like a madwoman, subconsciously touching her cheek where she had been slapped. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of grievance and resentment. Please hit me, okay? You can hit me back for all the torment I've caused you before. I beg you, hit me. How can a person be heartless? Moreover, he was also tempted. But seeing Chu Lingshuang tormenting him like a madwoman, he felt no sympathy whatsoever. More than anything, there was anger. He was furious that the eldest daughter of the prestigious Chu family would become like this because of him, and even more furious that he would still fall for her after all the torment she had endured. It's like a death loop, endlessly circling around. Belch. Just as the atmosphere became heavy, Chu Lingshuang shook her head and let out an untimely hiccup. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at, hiccup? I don't care. Anyway, hiccup. I've fallen for you. Come here, hiccup. Sleep with me. Her upper body swayed unsteadily. Her disheveled hair swung everywhere, and her body, which was leaning against the bed, almost fell to the ground while trying to grab Lin Feng. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted quickly and grabbed her. She looks like she's had too much to drink. Lin Feng looked at her soft, yielding body in his arms with a touch of emotion. He sighed and said helplessly, All right, I'll stay with you. Yes, that's right, be a good boy/girl. Like petting a lion's mane, Chu Lingshuang's small hands rested on his collar, and she even twisted her body slightly, finding a comfortable position to curl up in his arms. She was so comfortable that she couldn't even lift her eyelids. Lin Feng glanced at her swollen cheeks and then at her tightly clenched hands, sighed, and resignedly got into bed. Just as he lay down beside her, Chu Lingshuang, who was drowsy, became restless, making Lin Feng's heart itch. Considering that she was drunk and hadn't eaten for a day and a night, Lin Feng still restrained himself and held her slender wrist in return. Don't move, or it will go off. Whether she heard it or not, she behaved herself for a moment the instant Lin Feng's voice fell. But it didn't last long. Her hand floated back up. From chapter 200 onwards, call me Chu the Wine God. Lin Feng, who was already not sleepy, was driven to the brink of madness by her unbridled behavior. He grabbed her wrist with his other hand, his voice hoarse. I told you not to move, or I won't be responsible if it goes off. Chu Lingshuang seemed uncomfortable as she shifted her neck, trying to break free of the restraints but failed. She frowned. Her breathing became heavier, and only when she smelled that familiar scent did her brows relax slightly. Lin Feng was tense all over. At this moment, he looked just like a horizontal coordinate axis, while Chu Lingshuang was tilted in the first quadrant of this coordinate axis, falling vertically and connecting with the horizontal axis. Considering that she hadn't eaten for a long time and had drunk a lot of alcohol, Lin Feng was forced to remain in one position, not moving an inch, his body stiff. It wasn't until midnight, listening to her steady breathing, that Lin Feng finally fell asleep, overcome by drowsiness. The next morning, Chu Ling Shuang opened her eyes blankly, a sharp pain shooting through her head as if it were being torn apart. Her burning face felt strangely cool, a chill spreading to her heart. She was so tired that she couldn't even lift her arms. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to lift her hand despite her exhaustion, and touched her cheek. It felt like a cool towel. She drank too much yesterday and couldn't quite remember what happened last night. All she knew was that the person she had been longing for these past few days had appeared and was right beside her. She instinctively raised her arm to reach to her side, but found it empty. Lin Feng. She murmured something unconsciously, fear rising in her heart. Ignoring her extremely weak body, she forced herself to sit up. She was the only one in the huge room at that moment. He's gone. In an instant, Chu Ling Shuang panicked. She staggered and kicked off the blanket, almost instinctively trying to get out of bed to search for something. However, the bedroom door was open. Lin Feng, holding a bowl of porridge, leaned on the doorknob and looked at her expressionlessly. Awake. As he spoke, he closed the door, stepped over, and placed the tray on the bedside table in front of Chu Ling Shuang, saying somewhat reluctantly, "Have a bowl of porridge first. If you don't eat, you'll be going to die. Honestly, how old are you? How can you treat your body like this? Hey, what are you doing?" Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Chu Ling Shuang embraced him, and he was stunned. In that close proximity, he could feel Chu Ling Shuang's trembling heartbeat. As if she had just experienced a life-or-death separation, her whole body was trembling. Her small hands, clinging to him, were weak and limp, yet they gripped his clothes so tightly they were deformed. "I thought you left again." Her soft murmur came from beside my ear, gentle and weak, filled with boundless fear and lingering apprehension. Her appearance was truly pitiful, and Lin Feng felt the same way, but he didn't hold back. Oh. You just woke up and didn't see me, and you're already this anxious? This isn't like you, Miss Chu." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng clearly felt Chu Ling Shuang, who was giving him a bear hug, flinch. She pushed Lin Feng away softly, her slightly red eyes filled with grievance, yet she put on a cold and aloof demeanor. "Asshole!" She cursed angrily, grabbed Lin Feng's clothes, and half lay down on the bed, raising her face arrogantly. "I'm hungry. Feed me." "TCH. Why don't you let me do it for you?" Lin Feng snorted coldly, shoving her wrist away with a string of crude words, and continued mercilessly. "Give me back the food I fed you. I owe you something, miss. Don't you have hands? Eat it yourself." Seeing her hand being flung away, Chu Ling Shuang panicked, thinking Lin Feng was about to leave again. She quickly leaned forward, only to see Lin Feng sitting down on the sofa by the window. She visibly breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at the white towel on the bed sheet and felt a burning sensation on her face, as if she had been slapped. She raised her hand to touch her cheek, looking somewhat dazed, and asked Lin Feng, "You hit me yesterday?" Lin Feng, who had just taken out his phone to watch videos, was utterly speechless. He looked at Chu Ling Shuang with a twitching mouth, and the two stared at each other in silence. He was thinking about what happened yesterday, and he was speechless. Chu Ling Shuang, however, took his silence as tacit agreement. Her eyes dimmed instantly, but she didn't blame him. "Actually, you were right to hit me. I did do bad things before." On the sofa, Lin Feng seemed to have heard some big news. He suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Chu Ling Shuang in disbelief. "What? You, the dignified eldest daughter of the Chu family, can actually realize that what you did was wrong?" Upon hearing this, Chu Ling Shuang got fired up and retorted without backing down. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean by the eldest daughter of the Chu family? I, Chu Ling Shuang, know my mistakes and admit them. I've always been willing to take responsibility for my actions." Goodness, this is the first time Lin Feng has ever seen someone apologize so confidently. Yet she still had that upright and proud look on her face. This woman really needed someone to put her arrogance to a halt. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, then changed the subject, saying with a hint of teasing, "Well done, daring to take responsibility. Fine, I'll be blunt then. That slap mark on your face wasn't from me. I don't lay a hand on women. Chu Ling Shuang had just picked up the bowl and taken a spoonful of porridge when she exclaimed in surprise, "You didn't do it." "Yeah, right." Lin Feng nodded, grinning. "Yesterday, I don't know which lunatic grabbed my hand, crying and yelling for me to hit her. Luckily, I managed to stay rational and hold back. Hey, guess what? That lunatic actually slapped herself. I was totally dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. He didn't mention her, but how is that any different from him talking about her in every single sentence?" Chu Ling Shuang's face turned as black as charcoal. While silently swallowing her porridge, she glanced at Lin Feng, who was laughing extremely unrestrainedly on the sofa. She couldn't bear it any longer and chewed her teeth so hard they made a squeaking sound. "Shut up," she cursed, her icy gaze sweeping over them instantly. Her cheeks flushed as she commanded, "Don't mention yesterday's matter again. Or else." "Otherwise what?" Lin Feng winked in an extremely irritating way and looked at Chu Ling Shuang with a smile. Thinking back to what happened last night and Lin Feng's change today, Chu Ling Shuang suddenly curled her lips into a smile. "Otherwise, I'll still be drinking today." Lin Feng was taken aback. As if she had found Lin Feng's weakness, Chu Ling Shuang added, "Let's drink tomorrow too." Lin Feng, "The day after tomorrow, the day after that, the day after that, the day after that, the day after that." "Stop, stop, stop." Lin Feng gave in, twitching his lips as he said, "Don't call yourself Chu Ling Shuang anymore. Change your name to Chu Mingzi. This woman is really sick. What kind of decent person drinks every day? She's using alcohol as a way to vent her frustrations, isn't she?" Lin Feng was full of complaints, but Chu Ling Shuang was in a great mood and shamelessly added, "That's too awful. From now on, call me Chu the Wine God."